Su Jie was awakened by a strong urge to urinate. He groggily reached for his phone to check the time, but found nothing. Opening his eyes, he wasn't in his familiar university dormitory, but in an unfamiliar room. What's going on? I was working on my thesis in my dorm last night. He looked around in confusion. Just then, a strange memory suddenly flooded into his mind. This was a world where martial arts reigned supreme, and everyone cultivated their chi and blood, opening up martial acupoints to enhance their combat power. He found himself transmigrated into the body of a high school martial arts student with the same name. The original owner's parents had perished in a beast tide 3 years prior, leaving behind only a meager pension and this dilapidated house. To make matters worse, the original owner was a complete simp, using most of the energy and blood he painstakingly cultivated to please the class beauty, Lin Shuer. As a result, he suffered from a long-term deficiency of energy and blood, and died suddenly while cultivating last night. Simps never get what they deserve, bro. Su Jie couldn't help but spit, feeling suffocated. Su Jie was an orphan on Earth, but with his indomitable spirit, he managed to get into a top university and became known as the king of exams in his class. He firmly believed that poverty should not diminish one's ambition, and that one's destiny must be in one's own hands. But what's going on now? It's bad enough to die from overworking on a thesis and transmigrate into another world, but to make matters worse, you end up transmigrating into such a useless person? Just as he was feeling frustrated, a cold, mechanical voice rang in his mind. A compatible soul has been detected. The strongest martial arts system in all realms is binding. Binding successful. Host, Su Jie. New player gift pack, Supreme Breathing Technique, Primordial Breathing Art. A massive and mysterious flow of information instantly flooded into Su Jie's mind. The Origin Breathing Technique, one of the strongest foundational methods in all realms. It requires no conscious effort to operate, automatically absorbing energy from heaven and earth at all times and transforming it into the purest form of chi and blood. Effect, automatically increases pure health by 1 point per second. Current chi and blood, 8 points. Su Jie was stunned, then overjoyed. As expected, transmigrating always comes with a cheat system, and such a powerful one at that. According to the original owner's memories, this world is called Tianming Star, and its area is more than 100 times larger than the Blue Star where he previously lived. It is a modern civilized world where martial arts are revered. Here, chi and blood are the foundation for everything, and the only path to power. Martial artists can accumulate chi and blood by practicing breathing techniques, consuming the flesh and blood of demonic beasts, and taking elixirs. They can then use this chi and blood to open martial acupoints, connect martial meridians, and temper their martial bones, gradually improving their combat power. Furthermore, the chi and blood cultivated can even be traded like currency. Martial artists who wish to sell their chi and blood can go to the community's chi and blood self-service conversion device to condense their cultivated chi and blood into universal chi and blood coins. Coming to his senses, Su Jie looked at the 8 chi and blood coins in his hand and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The original owner really risked her life. She had been suffering from a long-term deficiency of chi and blood, and in the afternoon she still managed to draw out the last bit of chi and blood so that she could give it to Lin Shuer tonight. It was precisely because the original owner of this body had exhausted the last 8 points of vital energy that he died suddenly. Then, the soul of King Su Jie transmigrated into this body and awakened a cheat system called the strongest martial arts system in the heavens. Su Jie subconsciously sensed his own chi and blood according to the method he remembered. Sure enough, with each breath, he could clearly feel a faint but continuous flow of heat coursing through his limbs and bones. 1 point per second, that's 86,400 points a day. This efficiency, Su Jie's eyes lit up. Having been the king of scrolls in his previous life, he understood all too well the importance of stable output. This was practically a never-ending source of passive income. Others have to desperately cultivate breathing techniques, even risk hunting monsters and refining flesh and blood to slowly increase their chi and blood, but he only needs to breathe to increase it at a rate of 1 point per second. The information about this world was quickly processed in his mind. Tianming Star martial arts is supreme, chi and blood are fundamental, and strength is the standard by which everything is measured. Each person has 99 basic martial acupoints that can be opened. Opening each martial acupoint requires 10 points of chi and blood, and each martial acupoint can increase combat power by 1 point. In this world, an ordinary martial artist practicing the Federation's basic breathing method for a whole day without eating or drinking is considered lucky to increase their chi and blood by 1 point. Those with better aptitude might be able to reach 2 points. For an ordinary person, it would take more than 10 days of cultivation to open a level 1 martial acupoint. While wealthy people can improve their chi and blood by purchasing and refining chi and blood coins, each person's refined chi and blood carries a unique bloodline imprint. An ordinary martial artist can only refine 2 points of another's blood and chi per day. If they absorb too much, the blood and chi imprints will repel each other, which may even lead to their body exploding and dying. Only those geniuses with exceptional talent, special physiques, or bloodlines can refine the chi and blood of others to about 10 points per day. That's why the true path to strength ultimately ultimately depends on the limits of one's own talent. Without a strong physique, even the rich kids can only be slightly faster than ordinary people. The original owner of this body had a tragic fate. Her parents were martyrs who fought against the monster tide, leaving behind only a meager pension. The original owner was an extreme simp, obsessed with the class beauty Lin Shuer. Over the past year, he lent her most of the energy and blood he had painstakingly cultivated, resulting in him only opening 5 martial acupoints and having a combat power of only 5 points, consistently ranking at the bottom of the class. A weakling in combat. What exactly does Lin Shuer want from you? Is it your weak combat strength or your impoverished family? Su Jia helplessly complained about the original owner's stupidity. Fine, now that I've taken over this body, you can rest in peace. Everything you've lost, I will take back with my own hands. Su Jia attempted to guide the qi and blood within his body to impact a fundamental martial acupoint on his right hand. With almost no resistance, and after consuming 10 points of qi and blood, the martial aperture was immediately opened, accompanied by a faint sense of power. That simple? Su Jia sensed the changes within his body. It seems that opening the martial acupoint itself is not difficult. The difficulty lies in having enough qi and blood to support it. Without further hesitation, he first relieved the intense urge to urinate, then lay back down on the bed in a comfortable position. He began to guide the ever-increasing pure blood and qi within his body, like a surging tide, to launch a fierce attack on each of the blocked martial acupoints. Put, 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 put. A series of faint popping sounds, like raindrops pattering on banana leaves, came from inside my body. One after another, the martial acupoints that were originally obscure and required the original owner to accumulate for many days to break through were dissolved and opened up at a rate of 1 every 10 seconds in the face of this almost endless torrent of qi and blood. Qi and blood, +1, +1, +1. Number of martial arts points, sex, 12, 26, 46, 68, 95. Su Jia was completely immersed in the thrill of his explosive increase in strength. He could clearly feel his body undergoing a tremendous transformation. His strength, speed, and perception were increasing at an astonishing rate. He felt as if he had inexhaustible energy, and his 5 senses had become exceptionally sharp. Just over 10 minutes later, it felt as if some kind of barrier within his body had been broken, and all 99 basic martial acupoints were completely connected, forming a perfect and stable primary cycle. A sense of power more than 10 times stronger than before filled his entire body. I glanced at the interface of the strongest martial arts system in all realms. Host, Su Jia. Current martial skill level, 99/99. Current qi and blood reserves, 23 points, continuing to increase rapidly. Combat power, 99 points. 99 acupoints. The foundation is complete. Su Jia opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. He felt completely refreshed and invigorated. He completed the journey in just over 10 minutes, a journey that would take an ordinary student several years or even longer. Is this what it feels like to have a cheat code? Su Jia clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, and an excited smile appeared on his lips. All 99 orifices are complete. Feeling the unified martial acupoints within his body, Su Jia let out a long breath. According to the original owner's memories, this was already the theoretical limit for an ordinary senior high school student, and was also a top-tier achievement in the entire school. For him, it took less than 20 minutes to complete all of this. This feeling is really good. Suppressing the surging excitement and boundless anticipation for the future, Su Jia understood that what he needed most at this moment was calmness. He forced himself to close his eyes, suppress the surge of energy and blood throughout his body, and let the mental exhaustion brought on by the overnight upheaval engulf him, falling into a deep sleep. When I opened my eyes again, it was already broad daylight. Time to go to school. Su Jia stood up, stretched his limbs, and felt his blood and qi surging within him, producing a subtle sound like a turbulent river. Lin Shuer, there are some debts that the original owner owes you, and I'll settle them properly from now on. He pushed open the door, facing the rising sun, and strode towards the school. When Su Jia entered the classroom, the bell for morning self-study had just rung. His appearance did not attract much attention. He deliberately concealed his presence, still wearing that faded school uniform, but his back was straighter than before, and his eyes held a sharpness he had never seen before. Lin Shuer entered the classroom almost right on time. Upon seeing Su Jia, she habitually frowned, walked straight over, and her tone was undisguisedly resentful. Su Jia, what happened to you last night? Didn't you promise to give me 8 qi and blood coins? I waited until midnight. In her eyes, Su Jia was still that sycophant she could manipulate at will. At most, he had simply forgotten about him or was temporarily short of funds. Oh, you there? Su Jia said calmly, I've changed my mind. Lin Shuer was stunned. You, what did you say? I'm telling you, Su Jia's voice echoed clearly in the classroom. I'm not going to give you any more life force. Not only that, I'm going to settle some scores with you. Lin Shuer was taken aback, then looked at him as if she had heard a joke. Settle accounts? Su Jia, what do you mean? What I mean is, Su Jia stood up, looking down at her, his tone suddenly turning cold. You should return everything you took from me before, with interest. Boom! The classroom erupted in chaos. Everyone stared at Su Jie in disbelief, as if seeing him for the first time. How dare he speak to Lin Shuer like that? And he wants her to pay off her debts? Lin Shuer's face flushed instantly, filled with shame and indignation. Su Jie, what nonsense are you talking about? Those were clearly given to me voluntarily. Voluntary? Su Jie sneered. Over the past year and 3 months, you've used various excuses to swindle me out of 170 points of chi and blood and cultivation resources worth 20,000. These resources were compensation my parents received at the cost of their lives, and cultivation resources provided to me, the orphan of a martyr, by the city hall. The words orphan of martyrs and fraudulently obtaining resources exploded like bombs in the classroom. All the students were stunned and looked at Lin Shuer in disbelief. No wonder Su Jie has only opened 5 martial acupoints so far. So that's how Lin Shuer got all those new clothes and her suddenly accelerated cultivation speed. Sucking the blood of martyrs' orphans, how vicious. Lin Shuer was speechless, tears welling up in her eyes, looking as if she had suffered a great injustice. However, several boys who usually admired her immediately stood up and criticized Su Jie when they saw her in such a pitiful state. Su Jie, are you even a man? Bullying a girl. That's right, Shuer only used a little of your vital energy because you're close, and you're being so petty about it. Su Jie's gaze swept over the boys, his eyes icy. Since you're so generous, why don't you supply her with your life force from now on? Or, can you help her pay back what she owes me? The boys were speechless for a moment, then sullenly sat back down in their seats. 170 points of chi and blood is a considerable amount for them. Su Jie, you've changed. Lin Shuer bit her lip, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Yes, Su Jie readily admitted, if we don't change, are we just going to wait to be drained dry and thrown away like trash? You cheated me out of a lot of my vital energy, causing my cultivation to lag behind and keep me at the bottom for a long time. Lin Shuer, what do you think will happen if this gets to the principal or the orphans' compensation office at the city hall? You don't dare. Lin Shuer's voice trembled. You dare not? Su Jie laughed. I'll give you 2 choices now. First, pay back 200 chi and blood coins within 3 days, including principal and interest. Secondly, I will take all the transfer records and chat evidence to the city hall's orphans' compensation office and ask them to determine whether this constitutes malicious fraud, misappropriation of the cultivation resources of martyrs' orphans, and overdraft of my martial arts future. Go to the city hall? An official ruling? Lin Shuer was so frightened that her body went limp and she almost collapsed to the ground. She knew better than anyone what it meant if this got out of hand. It meant social death, a ruined future, and possibly even imprisonment. No, you can't, she stammered, tears streaming down her face, truly terrified. Su Jie, for the sake of our past relationship. Affection? Su Jie scoffed, his voice full of disgust. From the moment you started treating me like an ATM, there was no affection between us, only debt. He glanced around at the shocked students and said in a firm and resolute tone, everyone, listen carefully, and I ask you all to be my witnesses. She has 200 chi and blood coins to pay within 3 days. If she can't pay it back, don't blame me for following the rules. After saying that, he didn't look at the disheveled woman again, turned around and went straight back to his seat. The classroom fell completely silent. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned by Su Jie's resolute and ruthless counterattack. Where was the timid Su Jie of the past? At this moment, he was like a lion awakened from its slumber. Those who had once mocked him felt a chill run down their spines, secretly relieved that they hadn't offended him too deeply. Many others, however, cast disdainful and disgusted glances at Lin Shuer. Su Jie felt the powerful energy brought by the natural operation of the 99 orifices in his body, as well as the vast amount of blood and chi steadily rising in the system. He felt refreshed and invigorated, which was extraordinary. After the morning reading session, the martial arts theory class will begin. In class, after finishing his usual theoretical lecture, Professor Li Hang glanced at the students below the stage and slowly began to speak. Classmates, the results of the combat strength test a few days ago have been announced. Shen Yun from our class has opened 95 martial acupoints, ranking first in the class and 7th in the grade. A murmur of admiration rose from the audience. As you may have heard, Li Hong paused. Zheng Xian, who ranked first in the entire school this time, has a combat power of 137 points. This number immediately elicited a collective gasp in the classroom. Many students looked puzzled, and some muttered to themselves, 99 martial acupoints is the limit. How can there be 137 combat power points? Could it be that he has already begun tempering his second-level martial acupoint? Seeing everyone's reaction, Li Hong tapped his fingers lightly on the podium to attract everyone's attention. It seems many of you have already discovered the key. His voice was steady, with the solemnity of revealing the answer. That's right, opening up the 99 acupoints is just the beginning. It's like building a house. You've just laid the foundation and erected the load-bearing beams and pillars. The classroom fell silent immediately, with most people completely absorbed in their work. Next comes the crucial moment that will truly determine how far you can go, the tempering of your martial acupoints. Su Jie's eyes narrowed, realizing that the key point had finally arrived. The so-called martial acupoint tempering is to continuously pour a large amount of qi and blood into the already open first-level martial acupoints, repeatedly flushing and nourishing them so that they can undergo a qualitative leap, just like ordinary iron is eventually transformed into refined steel after being forged 1,000 times. As Li Hang explained, he wrote on the blackboard, Level 1 martial acupoint. Level 2 martial acupoint consumes 20 HP, increases combat power by 2. Level 2 martial acupoint. Level 3 martial acupoint consumes 40 points of health and grants an additional 3 points of combat power. And so on, the consumption increases, but the resulting improvement is also more astonishing. My god, it costs 20 points of health to upgrade a martial acupoint to level 2? It would take more than a month to accumulate enough knowledge just by mastering the basic breathing techniques, right? An uproar erupted from the audience, with gasps and gasps filling the air. Such an astonishing consumption of resources left most of the students who relied on basic breathing techniques feeling hopeless. I know this is incredibly difficult for most of you, Li Hang said, looking at the shocked students below the stage. But this is the stark reality. Every step in martial arts requires a massive accumulation of resources. This is why family background, talent, and opportunity are so important. His gaze swept across each young face. Although the tempering of martial acupoints is extremely difficult, each successful advancement of one level will result in a qualitative leap in your strength. He was one step closer to the threshold of a top martial arts university. This would even have a huge impact on the future development of his martial veins. Therefore, do not slack off. You must persevere in practicing the basic breathing method every day. Those whose families can afford it should seek more efficient breathing methods, buy monster meat, or even purchase blood essence from others in the cloud. Utilize every means to accelerate the accumulation of qi and blood elixirs, qi and blood coins, demon beast meat. Before the single plank bridge of the martial arts exam, only by tempering yourself with all your might can you stand out. The bell rang, and Li Hang packed up his lesson plan and left the classroom before he could finish speaking. The classroom immediately erupted in chaos. My god, it costs 20 points of health to upgrade a martial acupoint to level 2, and 40 points to level 3? Who can handle that? Damn it, I feel like if I want to open all 99 martial acupoints before the martial arts exam, I'll probably be burdened with a mountain of martial arts debt. I didn't expect I'd have to temper and upgrade them too. This is a real money-devouring beast. Almost everyone felt despair at the prospect of such horrific losses. Su Jie, however, kept his head down, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly, eventually forming a silent smile. Martial aperture tempering. Gold-devouring beast? He stared at the terrifying blood reserves on the system panel in his mind, which had already broken through the 30,000 mark and were still steadily increasing at a rate of 1 point per second. I may not have much else, but my qi and blood are definitely enough. He even started to multitask, secretly channeling 20 points of qi and blood to begin refining one of his martial acupoints. As a top performer, you can be low-key, but you must never stagnate. Consuming 20 points of qi and blood, martial aperture tempering in progress. The health value on the system panel dropped by 20 points, but it was quickly brought back up by the original breathing technique, which restored 1 point per second. Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level increased to level 2. Combat power plus 2. It takes a minute to temper a martial acupoint, while my blood and qi recovery rate is 1 point per second. The recovery rate is even faster than the consumption rate? Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level increased to level 2. Combat power plus 2. A surge of power, even purer and stronger than when he opened his martial acupoints last night, flowed into his limbs and bones like a gentle stream, strengthening his body. The thrill of this visible improvement in strength brought immense satisfaction to Su Jie, the former king of scrolls. Consuming 20 points of qi and blood, martial aperture tempering in progress. Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level increased to level 2. Combat power plus 2. Just as he was basking in the joy of his slight increase in strength, a system notification suddenly resounded deep within his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has identified the core cultivation path of this world, martial aperture tempering. Main quest now issued, Supreme Foundation. Mission requirement. Before the start of this martial arts examination, refine all 99 basic martial arts acupoints within your body to level 10. Perfect. 1. Unlock the core system function, Arsenal of All Heavens. 2. Obtain the exclusive title, Extreme Foundation Builder. 3. A mystery grand prize. Failure penalty. True strength lies in self-discipline. Failure to achieve this indicates limited potential, and the system will reduce subsequent resource allocation. Upon seeing this sudden task notification, especially the demanding requirement of tempering all 99 martial acupoints to level 10, even Su Jie, who possessed a system, couldn't help but gasp. This level of difficulty is insane. According to the information just revealed by instructor Li Hang and some of the original owner's memories, ordinary people are considered qualified if they can open all their martial acupoints before the martial arts exam. Level 2 is considered excellent, and those who can reach level 3 or 4 are all geniuses from wealthy families. As for level 5 or 6, it is probably only monstrous talents cultivated by powerful forces who can achieve this. Level 10? Never heard of that. This isn't a path for normal people at all. However, the shock lasted for less than 3 seconds before being replaced by an even stronger sense of excitement and fighting spirit. What is the king of Roll afraid of? He's afraid of having no goals and no challenges. Supreme Tao Foundation. All Heaven's Armory. A mysterious grand prize far beyond imagination. Su Jie licked his dry lips, his eyes seemingly burning with fierce fire. This is more interesting. This is more worthy of my system. So what if it's a gold-devouring beast? I'll drown you with my own blood and qi. Before the martial arts exam, all 99 acupoints were tempered to the 10th level of perfection. This seemingly impossible goal has now become a mission that Su Jie must accomplish. He shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and continued to devote himself to this great undertaking of insane tempering. Time flew by amidst the constant ringing of system notifications in Su Jie's ears. The morning classes ended quickly. As soon as the bell rang crisply, signaling the end of the day's learning at school, the atmosphere in the entire class instantly relaxed. School's finally over. I can go home this afternoon and practice my breathing techniques in peace. Most importantly, it's Friday. No school for the whole weekend. The students were excitedly packing up their books while enthusiastically discussing their weekend plans. Their young faces were beaming with smiles as they were freed from the constraints of schoolwork, and the classroom was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Su Jie felt a surge of renewed power within him, his heart filled with boundless ambition. In just one morning, he had managed to refine over 80 level 1 martial acupoints to level 2, increasing his combat strength by more than 160 points. Now, his basic combat strength has exceeded 260 points, far surpassing Zhang Xian, who is known as the top student in the grade. At this rate, in a few more days, I'll be able to refine all my martial acupoints to level 4, or even level 5. Su Jie's heart burned with excitement. He packed his things and prepared to leave the classroom. As soon as he stepped out of the teaching building and turned into a tree-lined path leading to the school gate, 3 students who looked like troublemakers and were wearing uniforms from other schools blocked his way. The leader was a tall, burly boy with a roguish look on his face, who sized Su Jie up and down with a malicious gaze. "Boy, you're Su Jie?" he asked with a sneer. Su Jie stopped, his expression calm. "It's me. Is there something you need?" "Heh, pretty arrogant." The boy with the sneer sneered. "I heard you're pretty cocky, daring to bully Shuer? Do you know that Shuer is under my protection, Wang Meng's protection?" It turned out to be reinforcements that Lin Shuer had brought. Su Jie sneered inwardly, but his actions were swift. He glanced at the 3 men and, based on his vague memories of the original owner, knew that Wang Mang was a small-time hoodlum from the neighboring school. He had opened 80 martial acupoints and, relying on his family's wealth, routinely bullied ordinary students. The other 2 lackeys also had a combat strength of around 40 points. "Wang Mang, right?" Su Jie asked calmly. "Lin Shuer owes me something, and it's only natural that I make her repay it." "What, you want to repay it for her?" Enraged by Su Jie's attitude, Wang Mang stepped forward, almost touching Su Jie's face, and said viciously, "Kid, I see you're refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Now, come with me right now to apologize to Sister Shuer, and I'll forgive that 200 points of qi and blood debt. Otherwise," he clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking, conveying a strong sense of threat. "Otherwise what?" Su Jie raised an eyebrow and asked with great interest. "Otherwise, I'll make sure you leave here on your back." Wang Mang sneered. "Don't think I won't make a move just because you're in your school. Dealing with a weakling like you is a piece of cake for me." His 2 henchmen behind him also laughed, clearly not taking Su Jie seriously at all. Su Jie sighed and shook his head, saying, "I'm in a hurry to get home and cultivate." Wang Mang was taken aback. "What?" I said. Su Jie looked up, his eyes instantly sharp as knives. "I'm in a hurry." Before he could finish speaking, Su Jie made his move swiftly. Wang Mang felt a blur before his eyes, and a sharp gust of wind rushed towards him. Before he could react, a seemingly ordinary hand was already pressed against his chest. A dull, loud bang. Wang Mang's nearly 180-pound body was thrown back 5 or 6 meters as if hit by a high-speed truck, crashing heavily to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. He felt a sharp, tight pain in his chest, his blood churning, and for a moment he couldn't get up. He could only clutch his chest, gasping for breath like a fish out of water, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. The smiles on the faces of the other 2 henchmen froze instantly, as if they were frozen in place. Su Jie ignored Wang Mang, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, and turned his gaze to his 2 lackeys, his tone still calm. "And you two? Trying to stop me from eating too? No, we wouldn't dare. Big brother, we were wrong." The 2 henchmen were so frightened that they shook their heads like rattles and backed away, almost falling to the ground. "Are you kidding me? Wang Mang is considered one of the best fighters in their school, and he was instantly killed by this rumored weakling? This rumor is absolutely misleading." Su Jie ignored these clowns, straightened his not-so-disheveled disheveled collar and stepped past Wang Mang, accidentally stepping on his face. After taking a few steps, he seemed to remember something, stopped, and without turning around, said to Wang Mang, who was lying on the ground clutching his face in pain, "Tell Lin Shuer that bringing someone like you here will only make her look more ridiculous. 200 chi and blood coins, any less and you'll bear the consequences." After saying that, he didn't linger and his figure quickly disappeared at the end of the tree-lined path. All that remained were a mess and 3 terrified thugs. Wang Mang struggled to sit up, watching Su Jie's figure disappear into the distance. The burning pain on his face came not only from his body, but also from the humiliation of having his dignity completely trampled upon. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with fear, but even more so with deep resentment and ruthlessness. "Su Jie, you just wait." On the other side, Su Jie was walking home. The conflict from earlier had not affected his mood at all. With a combat power of just over 260 points, facing these weaklings is nothing more than a warm-up. He felt the surging power within his body and gained a more intuitive understanding of the power of the origin breathing technique and the system. However, we can't let our guard down. If Lin Shuer can bring Wang Mang, there might be even more troublesome guys coming. Besides, I just beat up the younger one, so there's no guarantee that an older one won't show up. I must become faster, stronger. With that in mind, he walked while guiding his chi and blood, refining the remaining dozen or so martial acupoints. Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level increased to level 2. Combat power +2. Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level increased to level 2. Combat power +2. A series of pleasant notification sounds rang out. A look of anticipation appeared on Su Jie's lips. Lin Shuer, Wang Mang, these are just appetizers. My goal is the stars in the sea. Top martial arts exam scorer? Top martial arts university? Those are just small goals. Back in his humble rented room, he closed the door, shutting out the noise of the outside world. Instead of immediately embarking on a frenzied training regimen, he forced himself to remain calm and plan carefully. System, show me my detailed status. A screen of light unfolded before my eyes. Host, Su Jie. Current martial acupoints, 99/99, level 1, 5, level 2, 94. Current chi and blood reserves, 40,330 points, continuously increasing. Combat power, 287 points. Cultivation technique, primal breathing technique, supreme level. Looking at the still enormous reserves of vital energy and the steadily increasing numbers, Su Jie felt a sense of peace. But he also understood that sitting idly by and depleting his reserves was not a solution. Even with a system, he needed to utilize resources more efficiently. Instructor Li Hong said that in addition to the basic breathing method, there are more advanced breathing methods, monster flesh and blood, pills and other means to accelerate the accumulation of chi and blood. My original breathing technique is undoubtedly of the highest grade, but what about the effects of the pills and monster meat in this world? Can they be converted and combined by the system? A thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps I could check the school library or the city hall's public database to see if there are any legal ways to quickly accumulate chi and blood, or explore the edge of the wilderness outside the city? According to the original owner's memories, the area outside the city was called the wilderness, where powerful demonic beasts lurked, but also where rare treasures and opportunities were hidden. Many martial artists would form teams to hunt there, both to hone their skills and to acquire valuable resources. However, with my current strength, it would be too risky to venture into the wilderness. Right now, the most important thing is to quickly improve my strength to prepare for the martial arts exam and the trouble that Lin Shuer might cause. After clarifying his thoughts, Su Jie decisively sat down cross-legged without further hesitation. First, refine the remaining 5 level 1 martial acupoints to level 2. Consuming 20 points of chi and blood, martial aperture tempering in progress. Consuming 20 points of chi and blood, martial aperture tempering in progress. Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level increased to level 2. Combat power +2. A stronger sense of power surged through his body. Su Jie exhaled a long breath and his eyes flashed with a sharp light. All 99 martial acupoints have been upgraded to level 2, and my combat power has reached 297 points. Looking at the still stable health reserve of over 40,000 on the panel, his confidence soared. Next, I'll start challenging level 3 martial acupoints. Consuming 40 points of chi and blood, martial aperture tempering in progress. Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level 3, combat power +3. The amount of chi and blood required to upgrade from level 2 to level 3 has doubled, but the improvement is not proportional. Each successful tempering only increases combat power by 3 points, and the tempering time for each time has also increased to 5 minutes. Feeling slightly irritated, Su Jie muttered to himself, when will this blood and chi finally run out? Oh well, I'll focus on refining it first, and deal with the rest later. Su Jie was completely immersed in the thrill of his rapidly increasing strength, forgetting about time and hunger. Until night falls and the city lights come on, he slowly opened his eyes, his face beaming with undisguised joy. After an afternoon of
of almost frantic tempering, the condition of his martial arts acupoints underwent a dramatic change. Current martial acupoints, 99/99, level 2, 15, level 3, 84. Current chi and blood reserves, 62,070 points. Combat power, 549 points. 549 points of combat power.
In just one day, he went from a bottom-tier loser with a combat power of only 5 to a terrifying existence with a combat power of 549 points. This value is something that not only high school seniors, but even many first and second year university students would find difficult to achieve. Power. This is the power that truly belongs to me. Su Jie clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking as if he could crush the air in his palms. With one's body brimming with energy and blood, one's senses become extremely acute, even to the point of being able to clearly hear the whispers of the neighbors next door. He was captivated by the feeling of being in control of himself and constantly pushing his limits. Suddenly, his stomach growled in protest. The intense martial arts training had taken a heavy toll on his physical strength. Su Jie rubbed his stomach and said with a wry smile, "I was so focused on leveling up that I forgot I still needed to eat. I don't have a single penny on me." The original owner was truly penniless. Su Jie searched through all his pockets and found only a few coins. This little bit of money isn't even enough to buy a bowl of noodles. It seems I need to find a way to get some money. Chi and blood can be used as currency, so converting the 8 chi and blood coins you have into cash is a temporary option. But this amount of money is far too little, and selling one's vital energy frequently could easily lead to trouble, so it's better to find a more reliable way to make money. Perhaps I could check out cloud trading platforms to see if there are any methods that suit my current stage and can help me make money quickly. The so-called cloud trading platform is a global online platform officially created by Tianmingxing, where martial artists can trade monster materials, pills, weapons, martial arts techniques, and even post and accept quests. With a thought, Su Jie connected to the cloud trading platform through the old bracelet on his wrist that combined communication and trading functions. A light screen popped up, and countless streams of information scrolled by. Buying black-spotted python gallbladders, 15,000 star coins or 15 points of chi and blood per gallbladder. Recruiting temporary team members to explore the outer perimeter of ruins E37. Combat strength requirement, 50 or above. Rewards will be distributed according to contribution. Urgent sale of the Raging Bull breathing technique fragment, only 800 points of chi and blood. Long-term purchase of complete pelts of the level 1 monster clawed cat, 5,000 star coins per pelt. The dazzling array of information overwhelmed Su Jie. Star coins were the universal currency of the celestial stars. 1 point of chi and blood could be exchanged for approximately 1,000 star coins, but they were usually difficult to convert into cash, and few people were willing to exchange chi and blood for money. His gaze lingered on missions with lower requirements for acquiring materials and combat capabilities. With my current strength, although I lack practical experience, I should be able to easily take on missions that require around 500 combat power. Or, should I go hunt level 1 monsters? Su Jie stroked his chin thoughtfully. With my current combat strength of 549 points, my speed and reaction time far surpass theirs, so hunting claw cats shouldn't be difficult. But the procedures for applying to leave the city are a bit troublesome. Just as he was weighing his options, his gaze swept over the constantly scrolling official announcements at the top of the public information board, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Joint notice from Linjiang City Education Bureau and Linjiang Martial Arts Association. To encourage this year's martial arts students, the Linjiang Rising Stars list is being released. Next Tuesday morning, all high schools in Linjiang City will conduct a combat strength test for their students. After the test, all students will be ranked based on their combat strength, covering all senior martial arts students in the city. The top 1,000 players on the leaderboard will receive varying amounts of chi and blood coins. The top 10 will even gain access to the Star Origin Secret Realm for a week of cultivation, and the top player will receive even more special rewards. Star Origin Secret Realm, the only natural blessed land in the city, with a concentration of chi and blood more than 5 times that of the outside world. It also offers a chance to comprehend special martial intent. Rising star ranking, blood coin rewards, Star Origin Secret Realm. Su Jie's heart began to beat faster involuntarily. The rewards for the top 1,000 were obviously not much, so he wasn't particularly concerned. With the system protecting him, he had no shortage of chi and blood. But the concentration of chi and blood in that Star Origin Secret Realm was 5 times that of the outside world. What does this mean? It means that his original breathing technique recovery speed can also be increased by 5 times, restoring 5 points of health per second. Although he has no shortage of chi and blood now, as he refines his martial acupoints, condenses his martial veins, and then refines his martial bones, he has no idea how much chi and blood he will need in the future. This is practically a fast leveling paradise tailor-made for him. We must make it onto the leaderboard, and we must take first place. Su Jie's eyes blazed with fierce fighting spirit. Besides, it's best to keep a low profile for the next few days. Once the combat combat strength assessment is completed in 3 days, my name will definitely be on the city's key talent protection list and then no one will dare to target me. The most urgent thing is to sell those 8 chi and blood coins to solve the food problem and then continue refining. I never thought that someone with a cheat ability like me would be reduced to selling my blood. This is too miserable. Selling blood is better than starving to death. Su Jie rubbed his stomach, which was growling in protest. He gave a helpless, bitter smile. Who would have thought that someone with over 60,000 units of blood and chi reserves would be worrying about a meal? He immediately got up and walked towards the community's chi and blood self-service trading terminal. This terminal not only allows martial artists to convert their internal chi and blood into chi and blood coins, but also allows them to exchange chi and blood coins for star yuan. The device looked exactly like a bank ATM, with a metallic finish and the federal official emblem printed on the side. Excuse me, please select a service, redeem star coins / chi and blood conversion / other services. Without hesitation, he chose to exchange for star coins. Next, Su Jie put the 8 chi and blood coins into the coin slot one by one. Chi and blood coins detected, face value, 8 points. Based on the real-time exchange rate, 8 points of chi and blood coins can be exchanged for 8,000 star coins. Confirm? Su Jie clicked confirm, and the bracelet vibrated slightly. 8,000 has been credited to your star coin account. He breathed a sigh of relief, but his hunger only intensified. The all-you-can-eat barbecue restaurant downstairs looks pretty good. The original owner never dared to go in, as he remembered. The average cost per person was as high as 200 star coins, which was a complete luxury for him in the past. But now, Su Jie touched his bracelet and strode inside. Half an hour later, Su Jie leaned back in his chair with satisfaction. 17 or 18 empty plates piled up in front of him. A strong body needs plenty of energy to support it, and he had eaten enough meat for at least 5 people, feeling every cell in his body thriving. Sure enough, you need to be well-fed to have the energy to keep leveling up. As he paid the bill, Su Jie was in a great mood, glancing at the still over 10,000 yuan balance on his bracelet through the buffet owner's resentful eyes. After eating and drinking his fill, Su Jie returned home, feeling full of energy. The most important thing right now is to improve my strength as quickly as possible. After all, I aspire to become the top scholar in the martial arts examination. Without delay, he comfortably lay back on the bed, focusing his mind on his body. He looked at the system panel, which showed a chi and blood reserve of 65,030 points, as well as 84 level 3 martial acupoints and 15 level 2 martial acupoints. First, upgrade all the remaining level 2 martial acupoints to level 3. Without further ado, Su Jie entered a state of cultivation once more, consuming 40 points of chi and blood. Martial aperture tempering in progress. Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level 3, combat power +3. It takes 5 minutes to upgrade each martial acupoint from level 2 to level 3. In less than an hour and a half, Su Jie upgraded all the level 2 martial acupoints to level 3. Current martial arts skills, level 3, 99 skills. Current chi and blood reserves, 68,930 points. Combat power, 594 points. 99 level 3 martial acupoints. Combat power is almost 600. The power within his body surged ever stronger, but Su Jie did not stop. How much chi and blood is needed to advance from level 3 to level 4? How long does it take? He curiously guided his chi and blood to a level 3 martial aperture, consuming 80 points of chi and blood. Martial aperture tempering in progress. Estimated time, 30 minutes. The consumption has doubled, but the time has increased 6-fold? Su Jie raised an eyebrow. Is the increase an additional 4 points of combat power? He could clearly inner vision that the martial acupoints were undergoing subtle changes under the influence of chi and blood, with a denser structure and stronger energy fluctuations. Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level 4, combat power +4. A significantly stronger force surged from that martial acupoint, rapidly converging into the limbs and bones. Mission rewards. Sure enough, upgrading from level 3 to level 4 increased my combat power by 4 points. Just one level 4 martial acupoint brought me a 10-point increase in combat power. Su Jie's spirits lifted. Continue. Without pausing for a moment, he immediately guided his chi and blood, locking onto the next martial acupoint as his target. Consuming 80 points of chi and blood. Martial aperture tempering in progress. Estimated time, 30 minutes. Time slips away quietly in this monotonous yet fulfilling cycle. As soon as he finished refining one martial acupoint, he immediately began the next one, with almost no interval, as rhythmic as a precise pendulum. The sky outside the window gradually turned from pitch black to a pale white, and then the rising sun filled the room with sunlight streaming through the window. Su Jie slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath of stale air, which carried a hint of heat and drew a brief white streak in the air. Despite not having slept all night, he not only felt no fatigue, but was also full of energy, his eyes surprisingly bright. View the system panel. Current martial arts acupoints, 22 at level 4, 77 at level 3. Current chi and blood reserves, 106,770.
70 points. Combat power, 682 points. Overnight, he successfully upgraded 22 level 3 martial acupoints to level 4. His combat power soared to an astonishing 682 points. If word of this efficiency were to spread, it would be enough to cause a huge uproar in the martial arts education community of Linjiang City. The progress that others need to achieve through years of hard work he accomplished in just one night. 682 combat power points. Su Jie clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, far exceeding that of last night. There are still 77 level 3 martial acupoints. At half an hour each, I can upgrade all the level 3 martial acupoints to level 4 in less than 2 days. You ask me how much sleep I get each day? Does the King of Scrolls need to sleep? Guess how I transmigrated into this body? He stood up, stretched his limbs, and his joints cracked and popped like popping beans. The powerful feeling of strength made him want to find a steel plate and test his punches and kicks on it right away. Gurgle. My stomach protested again. The high-intensity tempering had taken a huge toll on my body. Making money to eat is still a big problem. Su Jie frowned as he looked at the 10,000 star coins he still had in his bracelet. With his current appetite, this amount of money wouldn't last more than a few days. I can't keep making a living by selling my life essence. That's too conspicuous. He pondered, perhaps I should consider other ways to earn money more quickly, like taking on some simple tasks. He reconnected to the cloud-based trading system, focusing on the task requests section. After filtering out tasks with overly demanding requirements or those in dangerous locations, his gaze settled on a long-term task posted at the top of the city hall's list. Level D emergency mission, clear out the mutated rat swarm in the city sewers. Description: recently, a large number of mutated rats have appeared in the sewers of some old urban areas of Linjiang City. They are huge in size and have a ferocious temperament, posing a threat to pipeline facilities and maintenance personnel, and need to be eradicated regularly. Requirements: combat strength of 50 or above, with basic combat skills. Rewards: based on the number of rats killed and the Rat King's crystal core. Each ordinary mutated rat rewards 500 star coins or 0.5 HP. Each Rat King rewards 5,000 star coins or 5 HP. Mutated rat materials obtained during the mission belong to the killer. Note: the mutated rat strength is equivalent to a martial artist with a combat power of 30 to 60, while the Rat King's strength is approximately 80 to 120. Please act according to your abilities. The sewers? Mutant rats? Su Jie's eyes lit up. This task is perfect for me. The location is in a relatively safe area of the city, with a manageable level of danger. The opponents are mutated rats, generally not very strong, perfect for someone like me with high combat power but lacking practical experience to practice on. The rewards are settled instantly, and the star coins are exactly what I need right now. Plus, I can sell the mutated rat materials for money. This is it, Su Jie immediately thought. With my current combat power of 682 points, clearing out these mutated rats with combat power of only a few dozen points is like a dimensional reduction attack, and the safety is extremely high. But I need to get an anonymous identity to accept missions. He studied the mission details and found that the city hall, in order to encourage civilian martial artists to participate in city maintenance, allowed people to use verified anonymous identities to accept these low-level public missions, as long as they could be contacted and the mission was completed. Su Jie immediately began operating the system, registering a temporary anonymous martial artist identity using the bracelet, casually choosing the codename Shadow. He then accepted the mission to exterminate the mutated rats under the identity of Shadow. After the mission was confirmed, the system provided the coordinates of several areas to be cleared, as well as the location to pick up a dedicated signal transmitter provided by the city hall. This device was used to record kills and distress calls. No time to lose, let's go pick up the equipment this morning and then go down to check it out right away. Su Jie decisively decided to act immediately. Moreover, tempering the martial acupoints can be done simultaneously. Multitasking is an essential skill for a scroll king, after all. This way, he can earn money and cultivate at the same time, a two-pronged approach. However, he sighed inwardly. As a transmigrator with a cheat ability, he had just sold his blood and now had to play whack-a-mole. Life was just too hard. Su Jie quickly went outside, first retrieving the button-sized signal transmitter and clipping it to his collar. Then, following the navigation, he found the nearest mission entrance, a sewer maintenance port deep within an old neighborhood. He unscrewed the heavy cast-iron manhole cover, and a strange stench, a mixture of mustiness and fishy smell, hit him. Below, the passage was pitch black, with only the faint sound of water echoing through the air. Su Jie frowned, but without hesitation, he turned on the flashlight function of his bracelet and jumped down. The well has a spacious circular passageway, large enough for two people to walk side by side. Underfoot is ankle-deep sewage, with concrete platforms on either side for walking. The air is humid and stuffy, and the beams of light from the lamps illuminate a limited area in the darkness, beyond which lies unfathomable darkness. Occasionally, rustling sounds can be heard, sending chills down one's spine. Su Jie held his breath, pushing his senses
endurance to the limit. His nearly 700 points of combat power not only brought him immense strength but also granted him superhuman
vision, hearing, and smell.
He could clearly hear the faint sounds of something being gnawed on in the distance and smell the unique, pungent odor of rodents in the air. He cautiously made his way deeper into the passage. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, a dozen pairs of scarlet lights suddenly appeared in the darkness around the corner ahead. Squeak! A piercing scream suddenly rang out, and a dozen mutated rats, each the size of a house cat, with glossy fur and sharp teeth, surged out from around the corner like a black tide. There! Scarlet eyes gleamed with bloodlust as they pounced on Su Jie. They were incredibly fast, nimbly weaving through the slippery walls and platforms, leaving behind gusts of foul wind. If it were an ordinary martial artist with a combat strength of 50 or 60 facing such a large number of mutated rats, they would probably have been overwhelmed and killed on the spot. But Su Jie only slightly narrowed his pupils, feeling little fear but rather a surge of excitement and anticipation. He let out a low shout. Without dodging or using any fancy moves, he simply threw out a punch. The air seemed to explode from the punch, producing a muffled sonic boom. A surge of immense blood and chi erupted from the fist, forming an invisible shockwave. The first 3 or 4 mutated rats were hit as if by a speeding car, and before they could even scream, they were blown into a cloud of blood mist. The mutated rats behind them were also blown away by this powerful shockwave, crashing into solid concrete walls, breaking their bones and tendons, with almost no chance of survival. The power of that punch was terrifying. Su Jie himself was stunned, staring at his fist and feeling the destructive power that far exceeded his expectations. Is this the pure power of nearly 700 combat points? Truly astonishing. The signal transmitter on his collar vibrated slightly, and the displayed number jumped, increasing the number of kills he had just made. But the efficiency is still too low. How many can you kill with one punch? Su Jie shook his head, dissatisfied with the cleanup speed. He glanced at the rat carcasses on the ground, tore off a few relatively intact pieces of fur with his bare hands, and stuffed them into his bag. I wonder how much this material can sell for. Every little bit helps. While directing his chi and blood to temper his martial acupoints, Su Jie continued deeper into the area. The subsequent cleanup work became simple and tedious, so he began to deliberately hone his combat skills, engaging in close combat. Whether it was his fingers, palms, or fists, he often struck first and accurately hit vital points the instant the mutated rats pounced. His movements, initially clumsy, quickly became fluid and efficient. Su Jie advanced steadily through the dark sewers, leaving behind only a trail of rat carcasses in his wake. Occasionally, he would encounter 1 or 2 rat kings that were significantly larger, with shinier fur and a stronger aura. They were not only faster and had sharper claws and teeth, but they even knew simple pouncing coordination. But faced with an absolute difference in strength, all of this seemed meaningless. Su Jie effortlessly dealt with them, skillfully extracting rice grain-sized crystal cores containing faint traces of blood energy from their foreheads. In just 2 hours, Su Jie had cleared the first area assigned to the anonymous identity shadow. The signal transmitter recorded an astonishing 127 kills, including 3 rat kings. That's about enough time to redeem the rewards. Su Jie looked at the bulging bag of materials and nodded in satisfaction. 2 days ago, he was just a penniless transmigrator, but now he has mastered the skills of selling blood and playing whack-a-mole, which is enough to ensure that he will never go hungry again. As he emerged from the sewer drain, looking somewhat disheveled and carrying a bag, the sunlight outside was blinding. He took a deep breath of fresh air, feeling as if he had entered another world. He went directly to the task settlement point designated by the city hall. When the staff saw Su Jie's kill logs and materials, especially the 3 Rat King crystal cores, they were visibly taken aback and gave him a second look. This masked young man looked ordinary, with barely any aura, yet he had killed so many enemies so quickly. Anonymous codename Shadow confirmed to have killed 127 ordinary mutated rats and 3 Rat Kings. Reward settlement: 127 times 500 plus 3 times 5,000 is equal to 78,500 star coins. Materials recycled valued at 4,200 star coins. Total 82,700 star coins. Confirmed transfer to your anonymous account? The staff member confirmed routinely. Confirmed, Su Jie replied calmly. The bracelet immediately vibrated and the balance instantly soared from over 7,000 to 90,000 star coins. A huge sum of money has arrived. More importantly, after 2 hours of practical training with the rat swarm, his control over his strength has reached a new level. Although he is still far from being able to use his arms and legs as if they were his own, he is at least no longer the nouveau riche who only knows how to act recklessly. Su Jie left the checkout point and headed straight to a high-end restaurant to treat himself to a hearty meal. He ordered a set meal of ferocious beast meat worth tens of thousands of star coins, and immediately felt his blood and energy become much more active. It was already afternoon when he returned to his rented room. He asked his homeroom teacher for leave on Monday, abandoned the idea of resting, lay back down on the bed, and devoted himself to the cultivation of martial arts acupoint tempering. With ample funds and food supplies, he could focus entirely on improving his strength for the next 2 days, consuming 80 points of chi and blood. Martial aperture tempering in progress.
Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level increased to level 4. Combat power +4.
Time flew by, and on the second and third days, Su Jie's life became extremely regular. During the day, he spent a small amount of time taking on sewer cleaning tasks and continuing his friendly exchanges with the mutated rats to familiarize himself with his surging power. At night, he stayed up all night honing his martial arts skills. His combat skills improved rapidly through repeated battles with mutated rats, and his control over his strength became increasingly refined.
His combat power is rising like a rocket,
consuming 200 points of chi and blood. Martial aperture tempering in progress. Estimated time, 2 hours.
Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level increased to level 5. Combat power +6. Midnight on the third day, the night before the combat strength assessment.
Su Jie awoke from his deep cultivation, his aura perfectly balanced and restrained. Although there were occasional outward fluctuations, they carried a chilling sense of oppression. He looked at the system panel, which displayed the final results of his 3 days of frantic training.
Host, Su Jie. Current martial acupoints, 99/99, level 5, 10, level 4, 89. Current chi and blood reserves, 307,150 points. Combat power, 1,050 points. 1050 combat power. All martial acupoints have been tempered to level 4, and 10 martial acupoints have been promoted to level 5.
The required chi and blood consumption for upgrading from level 4 to level 5 martial aperture has increased to 200 points, which is not a problem for Su Jie's ever-growing chi and blood reserves.
Fast. Extremely fast.
Although each level 5 martial acupoint refinement can increase combat power by 6 points, the time required also increases directly to 2 hours. Even if you work without sleep, you can only refine 12 acupoints a day. The time consumed is increasing, and no one can say for sure how long it will take to refine to level 6. Su Jie didn't think much of it. 3 days without sleep had brought him to the brink of mental collapse. He had to go to school tomorrow for a combat strength assessment, and all he wanted was a good night's sleep. On Tuesday morning, Su Jie, refreshed after a good night's sleep, walked towards school, his steps light as he felt full of energy. As I approached the school gate, a familiar yet haggard figure appeared before me, Lin Shuer. She had clearly been waiting for a long time. Her eyes were swollen like 2 walnuts, and her face was full of exhaustion and panic, clearly indicating that she had not slept all night.
Su Jie.
She stepped forward, her voice hoarse from crying, trying her best to look pitiful. I really can't gather those 200 chi and blood coins.
Could you give me a few more days? Su Jie didn't stop walking. He glanced at her coldly and asked, "What do you think?" The cold tone made Lin Shuer's heart tighten. She quickly took 2 steps forward, pleading, "I can pay back 50 coins first. I'll pay the rest as soon as possible."
"No way." Su Jie interrupted without hesitation, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "Either 200 chi and blood coins, or I'll go directly to the City Hall's Orphans Compensation Office after school. You choose."
"No, please don't."
Lin Shuer was so frightened that her face turned pale and her voice trembled.
I'll think of something. I'll definitely find a way." She could
no longer hold back her pitiful appearance. As if afraid that Su Jie would do what he said, she turned around and ran away in a panic, her back looking disheveled. Looking at her, Su Jie sneered and muttered to himself, "If only I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place."
Upon entering the classroom, it was bustling with activity.
Students were gathered in 2s and 3s, all discussing the previously announced Linjiang Rising Stars list. "Have you heard? That genius from number 1 high school already has a combat power of over 300.
My god, 300 points. Is this still a high school student?
Sigh, the students at our number 7 middle school don't come from very well-off families.
I doubt anyone can make it into the top 1,000.
Su Jie silently walked to his seat and sat down, listening to the discussions around him.
He secretly laughed to himself. 300 combat points? They're not even worthy of carrying my shoes.
At this moment, the homeroom teacher, Li Hong, strode into the classroom, his expression more serious than usual. He clapped his hands to quell the noise in the classroom. "Class, quiet down.
The most important task this morning is to conduct a class-wide combat strength assessment.
The results of this assessment will directly affect our ranking on the Linjiang Rising Star list, and its importance cannot be overstated." A buzz of discussion immediately filled the classroom. Everyone knew about it, but as the test approached, the atmosphere of tension and anticipation grew stronger. Li Hong scanned the crowd. "I know that it is very difficult for students of our number 7 middle school to break into the top 1,000.
Students like Zhang Xian, who have already
begun to temper and improve their martial arts level, are extremely rare in our school.
Even in the whole city,
they are only qualified to break into the top 1,000. These words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the enthusiasm in many people's hearts. Yes, number 7 middle school was just an ordinary high school, its resources and student body far inferior to those of
key martial arts high schools and aristocratic families.
Zhang Xian Jian was already someone they looked up to, but within the city as a whole, he was only considered qualified to compete for a spot in the top 1,000. But, Li Heng's tone shifted, his voice rising, this doesn't mean you can give up. Every test is an opportunity to compare yourself with your peers. Only through comparison can you see the gap between yourself and others. So don't be discouraged. There are still 7 months until the martial arts exam. As long as you work hard, you will be rewarded. Now, everyone, proceed to the martial arts hall in order of your student ID number. With a mix of nervousness and anticipation, the students headed to the school's martial arts hall. The testing method was simple. Stand on a special combat power testing device and fully circulate your internal energy. The atmosphere immediately became tense as the measurement began. The first student went up, the instrument flashed and displayed the value, 58. Sigh. He sighed and stepped off the stage dejectedly. The second student, 63. When it was Zhang Xian's turn, he took a deep breath and stepped onto the testing device. The light stabilized and the number popped up, 141. A gasp of surprise immediately rippled through the crowd. This score was considered top tier at number 7 middle school. A hint of pride flashed across Zhang Xian's face. In 3 days, his parents had gone to great lengths to gather 40 points of qi and blood for him, allowing him to refine 2 more martial apertures. But the thought that he might not even make it into the top 1,000 instantly shattered his sense of superiority, and his expression darkened. Soon, it was Su Jie's turn. Look, it's Su Jie's turn. Hey, this is going to be interesting. I wonder if we can break 5 points this time. It's probably hopeless. After all, Lin Shuer has emptied their savings. It's already good enough that they can hold on. And they dare to let Lin Shuer absorb their life force? Where do they get the audacity? Amidst undisguised laughter and murmurs, Su Jie walked slowly onto the stage with an expressionless face and stood steadily in the center of the testing equipment. He deliberately suppressed the vast amount of vital energy within his body, causing the numbers on the monitor to rise slowly and laboriously. 3, 4, 5. Haha, he really is a piece of trash. At that speed, even a snail can crawl faster than him. Lin Shuer, is this your big blood pack? The mocking voice became even more grating. Looking at the pitiful number, Lin Shuer couldn't help but curl a mocking smile at the corner of her mouth, and the anger in her heart seemed to ease a lot. However, just when everyone thought the outcome was a foregone conclusion, an unexpected change occurred. A glint flashed in Su Jie's eyes, and his long-suppressed, powerful blood and qi erupted like a bursting dam. The testing instrument emitted an unprecedented, sharp, and piercing buzz, and the entire instrument even trembled slightly. The numbers on the screen seemed to be frantically manipulated by an invisible hand, soaring at an astonishing speed. 100, 200, 300, 400. The numbers jumped wildly, so fast it was dazzling, before suddenly freezing. 690. The entire martial arts hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone seemed to have their souls ripped out in an instant, their mouths gaped open, their eyes wide open, as if they had witnessed the most unbelievable sight in the world, and they stood there stunned. 690, a boy murmured in a dreamlike voice, his voice trembling. The instrument. Yes, the instrument must be broken, someone shouted as if grasping at a straw. Lin Shuer's mocking smile froze completely, and her face quickly turned ashen. She staggered back a step, almost falling over if she hadn't been holding onto the classmate next to her, her eyes filled with disbelief, horror, and fear. No, it can't be. He clearly. The record board in the hands of the homeroom teacher, Li Hong, fell to the ground with a thud, but he was completely unaware. He rubbed his eyes hard, leaned forward half a meter, almost pressing his face against the screen of the testing device, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Su Jie? You test again? Yes, test again. It might be a temporary malfunction of the instrument. Looking at the diverse expressions on everyone's faces, Su Jie was secretly delighted. 690 was just the combat power he deliberately displayed to the outside world. His true strength had already exceeded 1,000 points, but on the surface, he remained nonchalant, shrugging casually. Sure. He stepped onto the testing device again, and this time he released his qi and blood at the same level as before. The testing instrument emitted its familiar buzzing sound once again, and the numbers soared like a runaway horse, finally settling steadily at 690. This time, no one doubted it anymore. After a brief silence, the martial arts hall erupted in chaos. Really, it really is 690. My god, our number 7 middle school has produced a monster. Is this guy even human? Didn't he only have 5 combat points in the previous test? A hidden master. He's definitely a hidden master. We used to laugh at him. Lin Shuer is even absorbing his life force? This is like offending a monster of the highest level. Exclamations, whispers, and rapid breathing mingled together, almost lifting the roof off. All the gazes directed at Su Jie were filled with disbelief, awe, and a hint of lingering fear. Those who had once mocked him now wished they could shove their heads into their pockets. Li Hong, his face flushed with excitement, rushed forward and grabbed Su Jie's shoulder, babbling incoherently. Good lad. Su Jie, you've given your teacher a huge surprise. No, a shock. Ha ha ha. Our number 7 middle school is about to rise. He grinned so wide his mouth almost reached his ear.
ears, his face full of pride. Su Jie calmly patted Li Heng's hand. Teacher Li, don't get excited, this is just basic operation. His gaze shifted to Lin Shuer, whose face was deathly pale, and a meaningful smile curved his lips. Lin Shuer, 200 qi and blood coins before school ends, is that alright? Lin Shuer trembled violently. Facing Su Jie's seemingly calm but sharp eyes, she felt a chill run from her feet to the top of her head. Unable to suppress her fear and regret any longer, she burst into tears, covered her face, and stumbled out of the martial arts hall, her back view looking extremely disheveled. Su Jie sneered, ignoring her completely. After enjoying the shocked gazes of the entire audience for a moment, he slowly stepped off the testing device. Where he passed, the students spontaneously made way for him, their eyes filled with complex and unreadable expressions. The news spread like wildfire throughout the entire number 7 middle school at an astonishing speed. Have you heard? That Su Jie from the senior year of high school actually has a combat power of 690. Which Su Jie? The good-for-nothing who used to pester Lin Shuer every day? That's him. My god, he's been hiding this for so long. Lin Shuer will regret this so much she'll be going to her grandma's house. For a time, Su Jie became the undisputed focus of number 7 middle school. Wherever he went, he attracted countless stares and whispers. School leaders who once looked down on him now greet him with nods and smiles. Classmates who used to mock him now fear him like mice before a cat. The school bell rang. Just as Su Jie finished packing his things, Lin Shuer appeared at the classroom door, her eyes swollen like walnuts. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Su Jie, and tremblingly reached out her hand, holding a qi and blood coin marked with a value of 200. Su Jie, this is 200 qi and blood coins. Her voice was choked with sobs, filled with humiliation. Su Jie accepted the 200 qi and blood coins without hesitation, thinking that he finally had enough qi and blood coins to eat, drink, and relieve himself, and nodded in satisfaction. Why didn't you just say so earlier? Su Jie glanced at her. I'll just consider those cultivation resources as dog food. Don't bother me again. Lin Shuer bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes, but she didn't dare to say a word in rebuttal and could only slink away. The students who hadn't left yet felt incredibly pleased to see this. She deserved to be so arrogant before. Su Jie is really amazing. At 8 p.m. that evening, the Linjiang Municipal Education Bureau and the Martial Arts Association jointly released the latest Linjiang Rising Stars list on their official websites. Countless people waited in front of their screens for the rankings to refresh. The appearance of the list was like a bombshell dropped on the entire martial arts-focused senior high school student community in Linjiang City. The top spot prominently displayed. First place, Su Jie, school, number 7 middle school, final measured combat power, 690 points. Su Jie? Who is that? 7th middle school? Isn't that just an ordinary middle school? 690 points? Are you kidding me? The second place genius from number 1 high school only has 396 points. This difference, his combat power is almost 700? He's completely outclassed and ranked number 1. Cheated? No way. Official rankings? You're telling me this is cheating? The testing equipment was all procured by the Provincial Department of Education. 7th middle school and Su Jie are about to become famous. Shock, doubt, and disbelief quickly spread throughout Linjiang City, and the name Su Jie became known throughout the city overnight. Su Jie, who had just redeemed 200,000 star coins at the community's Qi and Blood self-service trading terminal, was unusually calm. He was more concerned about the reward. Soon, the school notified him that he should go to the Municipal Education Bureau the next day to collect the special reward for being the top-ranked student on the Rising Star list and to prepare to enter the Star Source secret realm. A special reward. Su Jie rubbed his chin, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. What could it be? A cultivation technique? A martial skill? Or a rare and precious treasure? He glanced at the combat power value in the system, which had already climbed to 1050 points, and the still enormous blood and chi reserves, and a smile appeared on his lips. Whatever it is, it's free, so awesome. Star Origin secret realm, 5 times the concentration of chi and blood. Hee, isn't my chi and blood reserves going to explode? The next morning, Su Jie arrived at the Linjiang City Education Bureau on time, filled with excitement. At the entrance of the impressive building, staff were already waiting. After verifying his identity, they led him directly into a heavily guarded secret room. On the alloy platform in the center of the secret room, 3 objects are suspended in a soft halo. A middle-aged man in a martial arts association uniform, exuding a deep aura, smiled at Su Jie. Su Jie, congratulations on winning the top spot on this year's Rising Star ranking. Here is your special reward. Please choose one of 3 options. His gaze swept over the holographic descriptions next to the 3 items. 1. The 100 refinements breathing technique, mid-grade profound. Its cultivation efficiency far surpasses that of the basic breathing technique. It can condense approximately 5 points of chi and blood per day, which is 5 times that of the basic breathing technique. It is priceless and is regarded as a family treasure by many small martial arts families. 2. Cloud dispelling palm, lower grade profound. After mastering it, it can increase basic combat power by 1.5 times. 3. Unnamed black fragment, unknown, unearthed from an ancient site. Its its material is unknown and it cannot be destroyed. It is suspected to be related to some lost tradition. Efficacy unknown, proceed at your own risk. Looking at the first two rewards, Su Jie's heart raced. A mid-grade Shin level breathing technique, a low-grade Shin level martial skill. These two items, if left unattended, would be enough to drive countless martial artists into a frenzy of competition. They were absolutely treasures that could make an ordinary family rich overnight. However, Su Jie's gaze finally fell on that inconspicuous, even somewhat worn, black fragment. 100 refinements technique, 0.5 points of chi and blood per hour? Sounds impressive, but compared to my original breathing technique, which can gather 1 point of chi and blood per second, it's as slow as a snail. What's the use? It's too stiff even to be used as toilet paper. As for the Shen rank martial skill, Cloud Dispelling Palm, Su Jie had no interest in it, although mastering it to perfection could increase his basic combat power by 1.5 times. It would take a lot of time. He only wanted to devote his time to tempering his martial acupoints. On the contrary, this unknown fragment aroused Su Jie's great curiosity. Based on his experience of reading countless novels in his previous life, he judged that such seemingly broken things often concealed earth-shattering opportunities. System, can you detect what this fragment is? Su Jie asked silently in his mind. Ding! Unknown high-priority rule item fragment detected, containing slight time fluctuations. Host is advised to select it. The system can perform preliminary analysis and binding. The system notification sound instantly cheered Su Jie up. Gurgle. Without hesitation, he pointed to the black fragment. I choose this one. A hint of surprise flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He clearly hadn't expected Su Jie to give up those two tangible treasures and choose a vague opportunity. But he didn't ask any further questions, only nodding and saying, your choice may need time to prove itself. It's yours now. The halo disappeared, and the black fragment fell into Su Jie's hand. It felt cold to the touch and carried an ancient and weathered aura. Ding! Obtained the rule item Breath of Time fragment. Analysis in progress. 1%. A progress bar appeared on the system interface. Su Jie calmly and collected the fragment, his heart filled with anticipation. Student Su Jie, the entrance to the Star Origin secret realm is on the top floor, and the event will last for 7 days. Please follow me. The middle-aged man gestured for him to enter. Su Jie followed the middle-aged man and took a private elevator directly to the top floor. After passing through an energy light curtain, the view in front of him instantly opened up. This is a space covered by a huge transparent dome, with a constantly rotating, nebula-like energy vortex standing in the center, the entrance to the Star Origin secret realm. What surprised Su Jie even more was that the concentration of chi and blood in the outer area of the secret realm entrance was nearly twice that of the outside world. A faint, refreshing energy mist filled the air. The entrance to the secret realm has not yet been opened. You can cultivate and adapt in this area first, the middle-aged man said before leaving. Su Jie looked around and found that quite a few students were already meditating there. They were all geniuses among the top 10 of the Rising Star ranking. When they saw Su Jie enter, their gazes all turned to him, filled with curiosity, scrutiny, and even a hint of hostility. After all, Su Jie's sudden rise to the top as a dark horse was simply too eye-catching. A haughty young man dressed in designer training clothes walked over, looked Su Jie up and down, and asked in a questioning tone, "You're Su Jie? The one from number 7 middle school?" Su Jie glanced at him and coldly replied, "Is there something you need?" "My name is Zhao Feng, and I'm 3rd on the Rising Star ranking." The young man introduced himself with an air of superiority. "I'm very curious, how did you do it?" 690 combat points. "As far as I know, a place like number 7 middle school can't possibly produce a genius like you. The implication is quite clear." Su Jie smiled, revealing his neat teeth. "What's it to you?" Zhao Feng's face immediately darkened. "You, what do you mean? What do you mean?" Su Jie was too lazy to waste words with him. "Don't block my cultivation if you have nothing to do. The blood and chi are so dense at the entrance of the secret realm. Wasting even a second is a sin." After saying that, he found an open space and sat cross-legged, completely ignoring Zhao Feng's ashen face. It was a pity there was no bed here, otherwise Su Jie would definitely have found the most comfortable position to begin tempering his martial acupoints. Seeing Zhao Feng suffer a loss, some of the other geniuses couldn't help but chuckle, while others' expressions grew even more serious. This Su Jie was not only powerful, but also had such a sharp tongue. He was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Su Jie didn't care about their opinions at all. He was already overjoyed. Chi and blood +2, +2, +2. The recovery speed has indeed increased. Although we haven't entered the secret realm yet, the concentration here has already caused his health regeneration per second to surge from 1 point to nearly 2 points. Awesome! This is so awesome! He suppressed the urge to laugh out loud and immediately began to guide his chi and blood, preparing to temper one of the remaining 80 level 4 martial acupoints. After the test was completed yesterday, Su Jie went home and devoted himself to staying at home. Apart from sleeping, he spent the time refining 9 martial acupoints, consuming 200 points of chi and blood. Martial aperture tempering in progress. 2 hours later,
a slight buzzing sound came from inside my body.
Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level increased to level 5. Combat power plus 6.
With his combat power increasing by another 6 points, Su Jie felt completely refreshed. This kind of cultivation, where effort yields immediate rewards, was truly irresistible. Just then, the vortex at the entrance to the Star Origin's secret realm suddenly stabilized and emitted a strong suction force. The secret realm has been opened.
You have 7 days to enter. Enter in turn, the staff member's voice announced.
The top 10 geniuses on the Rising Stars list stood up and strode toward the entrance with burning eyes. Su Jie stood up, patted his bottom, gazed at the entrance that resembled a starry sky, and licked his lips.
5 times the concentration. Here I come.
He stepped into the vortex, and his figure vanished instantly. The light and shadow shifted before his eyes, and when they stabilized again, Su Jie found himself in a strange cave. The cave ceiling was inlaid with countless crystals emitting a soft white light, like twinkling stars. What shocked him most was the air. The dense blood energy here was almost like a thin mist, and with each breath, every cell in his body seemed to rejoice. High concentration of chi and blood environment detected. The effect of original breathing technique enhanced.
Current chi and blood increase rate 5 points per second.
The system notification sound was as pleasant as heavenly music.
5 points per second. That's 432,000 points per day. Over 3 million points of health and mana in 7 days. I'm rich. I'm really rich this time.
Su Jie was so excited he almost jumped up. The rich energy inside the Star Origin secret realm prompted all the students who entered to find a place to cultivate diligently. Without hesitation, Su Jie swallowed a satiating pill given to him by the staff, then found a flat stone platform in a secluded cave and sat down to begin tempering his martial acupoints.
System, continue analyzing that fragment. Command confirmed.
Analysis of the rule item Breath of Time fragment in progress.
5%.
Consuming 200 points of chi and blood. Martial aperture tempering in progress.
Recovering 5 points per second. It only took 2 hours to consume 200 points.
Su Jie couldn't help but sigh that his blood and chi reserves were becoming more and more abundant. He was completely immersed in this unprecedented pleasure of cultivation, and his strength soared at an astonishing speed.
Meanwhile, in a dark alley in Linjiang City,
Wang Mang, his face bandaged, respectfully nodded to a man dressed in black, with a scar on his face and a significantly stronger aura. Brother Dao, that's the kid, Su Jie.
After more than a year of training, his combat power has already reached 690 points. He's definitely hiding some secret. Wait for him to come out. The man known as Brother Knife exhaled a smoke ring, his eyes filled with malice. Over 600 combat power? That's indeed a bit strange. However, I've cultivated
for more than 10 years longer than him, mastered a perfected mid-grade yellow rank martial skill, and my combat power just broke through 800 points yesterday. In just 7 days, he can't possibly surpass me.
As long as his combat power doesn't exceed 900 points, I can take him down.
Once he comes out, keep a close eye on him, find a secluded spot. I refuse to believe I can't extract his secrets. Inside the Star Origin secret realm, Su Jie was completely immersed in the thrill of his rapidly increasing strength, forgetting the passage of time.
Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level increased to level 5. Combat power plus 6. Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level increased to level 5. Combat power plus 6.
The system notification sound was like the most beautiful music, ringing out precisely every 2 hours. He was like a meticulously crafted machine that never stopped, repeatedly guiding, rinsing, and refining. One after another, level 4 martial acupoints, under his persistence, erupted with even stronger energy fluctuations, advancing to level 5. Just as he was fully focused on his cultivation, the system notification sounded in his mind again.
Ding!
Analysis of the rule item Breath of Time fragment complete.
Binding in progress. Binding successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a special auxiliary status, Resonance Tempering. Refinement Resonance, passive triggered by a fragment of Breath of Time. It creates a subtle resonance with the host's martial acupoints. Effect, when refining martial acupoints, it
consumes double the health points, and permanently increases refining efficiency by 100%, i.e., halves the required time.
This effect only applies to the martial acupoint refining process. Staring at the description of the new status on the system interface, Su Jie was first stunned, then suddenly understood, and then a huge joy welled up in his heart.
This actually directly increases the tempering efficiency?
His heart pounded wildly.
Efficiency permanently doubled. This means
that no matter what level of martial acupoint you temper in the future, the time required will only be half of what it used to be. Although my energy and blood consumption has doubled, with the supreme breathing technique, my energy and blood are not a problem at all.
This is simply a cultivation treasure tailor-made for me.
According to the orthodox martial arts theory of this world, there are 99 basic martial acupoints in the body. It is not simply a matter of raising all of them to a certain level to directly begin condensing martial meridians.
The condensation of martial meridians is closely linked to the level of tempering martial acupoints.
Once the condensation of martial meridians begins, one cannot go back to continue tempering martial acupoints. Most martial artists, after spending years of hard work to finally open the 99 basic martial acupoints in their bodies, will be eager to begin condensing their first martial meridian. Because successfully condensing one's martial meridians leads to a qualitative leap in strength far surpassing the mere improvement
in martial acupoint level.
Many martial artists with limited talent and resources often choose the seemingly shortcut path,
but this is a path that cannot be reversed.
Once the first martial meridian is successfully condensed, the levels of all martial acupoints in the body will be permanently locked at the moment of condensation. In other words, if one condenses the first martial meridian when the martial acupoint is only at level 1, then the level of these martial acupoints
will remain at level 1 forever, and there will be no further improvement in one's lifetime.
The foundation of martial arts will thus be fixed. To open a second martial meridian, the prerequisite is that all 99 martial acupoints in the body must reach at least level 2. If the first martial meridian is formed at the first level of martial acupoint, then the path to the second martial meridian is completely blocked from the very beginning. Similarly, the third martial meridian requires all martial acupoints to be at least level 3, the fourth martial meridian requires level 4, and so on. In theory, if one can refine all the martial acupoints in one's body to the legendary level 10 perfection, one can open 10 astonishing martial meridians and lay an unparalleled foundation for the Tao. Condensing the meridians and establishing the foundation, there is no turning back.
Su Jia thought solemnly. Those who condensed their
martial meridians early on, although their strength increased rapidly in the short term, also completely cut off their future potential. It's like building a house on flat ground. It's fast, but the building's height is always limited. What he needs to do is lay the deepest and most solid foundation so that a skyscraper can be built in the future.
10 martial meridians. This is the truly perfect foundation. With the system and now the tempering resonance enhancement, the last thing I lack is blood and energy and time. Most people, due to resource scarcity, often
rush to open their martial meridians before reaching the third or fourth level of martial acupoints, seeking to quickly improve their combat power.
But I am different. I can go further, and I must pursue the ultimate.
Su Wanwang finally had a clear goal. Before opening the first martial meridian, he had to refine all 99 martial acupoints to the 10th level of perfection.
The journey is long.
Su Jia sighed softly, but his eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit.
However, that's what makes it meaningful. The life of the King of Scrolls is about challenging the limits.
A whole day had passed since he entered the Star Origin secret realm, but King Suwon felt no sleepiness. He sat cross-legged again and focused his mind on his body.
Continue refining.
The goal is to upgrade the remaining 72 level 4 martial acupoints to level 5. He once thought that reaching level 10 in tempering was a distant dream, but now with tempering resonance, the time has been halved.
The time saved is immeasurable by any resource. He was eager to verify all of this.
It normally takes 2 hours to upgrade a martial acupoint from level 4 to level 5.
But now, Su Jia could clearly feel that, under
the influence of double the blood and qi, the strengthening and transformation of that martial acupoint was significantly faster.
A strange sense of resonance flowed between the martial acupoint and the slightly warm fragment in his arms. Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level increased to level 5. Combat power plus 6. It only took an hour. The efficiency doubled. Ha, this is fantastic. Su Jia couldn't help but cheer in his heart. With this, my chances of breaking through to the 10th level of martial acupoint are much greater. This breath of time fragment was definitely a worthwhile choice. He immediately stopped delaying and guided his qi and blood to lock onto the next level 4 martial acupoint. Of course, the consumption of qi and blood has also doubled, from 200 points to 400 points. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Su Jia couldn't help but laugh out loud in his heart.
With this, my martial acupoint tempering speed is twice as fast as others. He glanced at his still enormous reserves of vital energy and blood, and his confidence soared. I'm not going to sleep anymore. I need to hurry up and continue my training. Consuming 400 points of qi and blood, martial aperture tempering in progress. As each martial acupoint advanced to level 5, the power within the body accumulated like a snowball. The sound of surging blood and qi gradually transformed from a babbling brook into a surging river, even faintly emitting a deep rumble. 3 days later, when the last level 4 martial acupoint successfully advanced to level 5, all 99 martial acupoints in Su Jia's body vibrated together, as if forming a more stable and powerful overall cycle. A tremendous power, far exceeding anything he had ever felt before, filled his entire body, making him want to let out a long roar. He immediately checked the system panel. Host, Su Jia. Current martial arts skills, level 5, 99 skills. Current qi and blood reserves, 2,135,950 points.
Combat power, 1,584 points.
1,584 points of combat power.
Su Jia clenched his fist, feeling the astonishing power within his body, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Now, he has absolute confidence even without using any martial arts skills. He can easily demolish a building with his brute strength. Level 5 martial acupoint perfected. This feeling is simply invincible. Su Jie excitedly swung his fist, creating a gust of wind. Try the CET-6 exam. Consuming 1000 points of chi and blood. Martial aperture tempering in progress. Estimated time, 2 hours. Upgrading from level 5 to level 6 requires 500 points of chi and blood. With double the consumption, it becomes 1000 points of chi and blood. After the tempering time is halved, it takes 2 hours. Compared to the previous time being doubled, he felt it was still acceptable. Although more energy and blood were consumed, he wondered how much combat power would increase by leveling up from level 5 to level 6. 2 hours later, ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level increased to level 6. Combat power plus 8. A pleasant notification sound rang out, and the first level 6 martial acupoint was born. An even stronger power arose spontaneously. Awesome! Su Jie's spirits lifted. At this rate, 1 every 2 hours, I have enough time to upgrade quite a few martial arts techniques. However, 4 consecutive days without sleep had pushed him to his physical limits. Soon, with a satisfied smile, he drifted off to sleep. At this point, the secret realm still had 3 days remaining. After resting for 8 hours in the secret realm, Su Jie woke up and continued his tempering work. He guided his chi and blood, like a gentle stream, to nourish a level 5 martial acupoint. At double speed, the entire process lasted 2 hours, consuming a total of 1000 health points. Considering his rate of recovering 5 health points per second, this consumption was negligible. Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level, 6. Combat power plus 8. He immediately started on the next one without stopping. Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level, 6. Combat power plus 8. Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level, 6. Combat power plus 8. As the warning that the secret realm was about to close echoed within the cave, Su Jie slowly opened his eyes. A condensed, almost tangible light flashed in his eyes, and the terrifying aura around him quickly subsided. Current martial acupoints, level 6, 32, level 5, 67. Current chi and blood reserves, 3,399,950 points. 30 minutes later. Combat power, 1,840 points. 1,840 combat power points. The 32 level 6 martial acupoints shone brightly like dazzling stars within his body. This rate of improvement is astonishing, absolutely terrifying. The entrance to the secret realm reappeared, and a strong repulsive force swept over it. Su Jie and the other 9 geniuses were simultaneously teleported out of the secret realm. They reappeared on the top floor of the Education Bureau, the other 9 of them wearing varying degrees of joy, clearly having reaped considerable rewards in the secret realm. Compared to 7 days ago, their auras were significantly stronger. However, when their gazes inadvertently swept over Su Jie, they were all stunned. The Su Jie before me seemed even more restrained. He stood there quietly, as if he were one with his surroundings, exuding an unfathomable aura. Although they couldn't sense any strong fluctuations in combat power, they instinctively felt a pang of fear. How much has this guy improved in the secret realm? Zhao Feng and the others were shocked. The pride they had felt from their improved strength vanished instantly, and their fear of Su Jie deepened. Su Jie ignored their gazes. At this moment, he only wanted to find a place to have a good meal, take a bath, and then upgrade the remaining martial acupoints to level 6. He walked out of the Education Bureau building in high spirits, hands in his pockets, already planning where to go for a big celebratory meal. However, as soon as he turned into a deserted street corner, 3 thugs with a sleazy look and a sinister gaze blocked his way. The leader had a hideous scar across his face, fierce eyes, and his aura fluctuated by over 800 points, far exceeding that of Wang Mang and the others. Scarface, a cigarette dangling from his lips, glared at Su Jie and exhaled a smoke ring. "Kid, you're Su Jie?" Su Jie stopped and raised an eyebrow. He recognized the aura. It was one of the malicious gazes he had sensed earlier in the underground passage. "It's me," Su Jie said calmly. "What is it?" "I heard you topped the Rising Star ranking and made a fortune." Scarface grinned maliciously, clenching his fist. "We're a bit short on cash lately. Want to lend you some money to tide us over? And while you're at it, tell us your little secrets too." His 2 henchmen behind him also revealed malicious smiles, gradually forming a circle around him. Looking at these 3 ignorant fellows, Su Jie's initial sense of pleasure from his increased strength was instantly replaced by disgust. "There are flies everywhere, it's so annoying." He sighed, his eyes suddenly turning icy cold. "I'll give you 3 seconds." Scarface and his 2 henchmen were visibly stunned, then burst into wild laughter as if they had heard the biggest joke in the world. "Ha ha ha, kid, have you gone mad from being in the secret realm?" Scarface laughed so hard he almost fell over, his scars contorted in a grotesque manner. "Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to Brother Zhao like that?" The blonde thug behind him arrogantly pointed at Su Jie. "Kid, be smart and hand over all the money and stuff you got from the secret realm. Otherwise, Brother Zhao will
will beat you so badly you'll shit your pants. Another thug grinned and took a step forward, deliberately releasing over 300 points of chi and blood fluctuations in an attempt to put pressure on Su Jia. 10 days ago, faced with such a situation, Su Jia might have had to flee for his life. But now, looking at these three self-righteous idiots, Su Jia felt it was a waste of energy to even get angry. He casually raised his hand and lightly flicked it across the air at the arrogant blonde man. The movement was as casual as brushing dust off a sleeve, posing no threat whatsoever.
However, the next moment, a deep, muffled bang rang out.
The blonde thug seemed to have been hit head-on by an invisible heavy truck, and he flew out of control, leaving a trail of afterimages at such a high speed. Before he could even scream, he was slammed hard against the wall more than 10 meters away. He dented the hard concrete, and cracks spread out like a spider web. The blonde-haired man was like a shattered painting stuck to the wall. After a fraction of a second, he slid down softly, collapsed to the ground, and fell into a coma, with only his breath remaining. The alleyway fell silent instantly. The smiles of Scarface and the other thug froze completely, their pupils shrinking to pinpoints, and boundless fear poured over them like ice water from head to toe.
Hitting someone from a distance? I didn't even feel any fluctuations in my chi and blood? What terrifying power is this?
Another thug's legs went weak, and he almost wet his pants.
He pointed at Su Jia, his teeth trembling, and stammered, you. Su Jia glanced at him, her expression still calm. What did you say? You want to try too?
The thug yelled a whoa and turned to run away. Su Jia casually waved his hand. With another muffled thud, the thug, like the blonde guy before him, was accurately thrown out and crashed heavily to the ground.
The two men overlapped, both lifeless.
In the blink of an eye, only Scarface was left standing. The ferocity on his face had long been replaced by fear, and cold sweat poured down his forehead like a waterfall, soaking his collar. He stared at Su Jia as if he were facing a demon crawling out of hell, his whole body trembling like a leaf.
Boss Su, spare my life.
Scarface's voice trembled, and he spoke incoherently. How dare he rob such a strong student? He wanted to slap himself a few times. Su Jia ignored his pleas and slowly walked up to him.
Who sent you?
The voice wasn't loud, but it carried a suffocating sense of oppression.
Scarface shuddered, his whole body trembling, and he confessed the truth without any concealment. It's Wang Mang and his cousin.
They gave me 50,000 star coins, saying you had a secret and that I could have half of what they stole.
I was wrong. I didn't recognize your greatness. Just ignore me like I'm nothing.
Wang Mang. Su Jia's eyes turned slightly cold. As expected, it was that persistent guy. He glanced at the scarred man trembling like a leaf, too lazy to deal with such a small fry himself, lest he get himself dirty. He pulled out his newly bought phone and dialed the City Hall's enforcement team's hotline to report him.
Hello, I am the top-ranked rising star in Linjiang.
I am reporting that I was attacked by 3 armed robbers in the back alley of Qingshu Road. I have already killed 2 of them, but the ringleader is still alive.
Yes, please come and handle this.
After hanging up the phone, Su Jia glanced coldly at the scarred man. Just wait to go to jail. Scarface turned deathly pale and collapsed to the ground, limp and lifeless. Su Jia kicked him a few more times, completely crippling him. He put his hands back in his pockets and walked slowly out of the alley as if nothing had happened, as if he had just casually thrown away a bag of trash. A few minutes later, the piercing sound of police sirens came from afar. Meanwhile, Su Jia was already sitting in a private room of a high-end restaurant, feasting on a table full of rare and ferocious beast meat. The tenderloin of this fiery bull is really delicious. I'll try the Thunder Eagle's wings next time. He ate while thinking, that kid Wang Mang, looks like he hasn't learned his lesson yet. Very good. After I finish eating, I'll go and take care of him and that damn cousin of mine.
Stop bothering me. Su Jia had long since lost patience with this incorrigible fly.
With his current terrifying combat power of 1840 points, he could practically roam freely in Linjiang City as long as he didn't provoke
true chi condensation experts or official forces. Dealing with a nobody like Wang Mang would be easier than stepping on an ant. Meanwhile, in a billiard room on the other side of the city,
Wang Mang was bowing and scraping to a young man in a floral shirt with a sleazy look on his face, saying with a fawning expression, "Cousin,
I really have to thank you this time. If it weren't for your help, how could I have gotten a big shot like Brother Zhao to take action?"
The young man, referred to as cousin, puffed on a cigarette, exhaled a smoke ring with a smug look, and patted Wang Mang on the shoulder. "Little Mang, we're family, there's no need for such formalities. That Su Jia is just a poor student who got lucky by sheer luck."
He dared to mess with my cousin? He's completely disrespecting me.
Brother Zhao is my buddy. In our territory, dealing with this kind of hothead is a piece of cake.
Yes, cousin, you're right. Wang Mang quickly echoed, a ruthless glint in his eyes. That kid must have gotten some secret. He's so arrogant.
Once Brother Zhao teaches him a lesson, you'll definitely get your share of the secrets and benefits he has. My cousin smiled with satisfaction. You know how to handle things. Don't worry, Brother Zhao is very reliable. He's probably already succeeded. Let's just wait for the good news. The two exchanged a smile, as if they could already see Su Jia kneeling down and begging for mercy, offering up the opportunity with both hands. They had no idea that the Brother Zhao they relied relied on had been taken away by law enforcement and that they themselves were facing imminent danger. After Su Jie finished eating and drinking, he wiped his mouth, paid the bill, and prepared to leave.
Alright, it's time to get some exercise and digest it.
Using the few bits of information he gleaned from Scarface, Su Jie quickly found the billiards room.
He pushed open the door and entered. The room was filled with smoke.
Wang Mang was playing pool with his cousin, while several of his underlings were flattering him.
Brother Mang, do you think Brother Zhao can do it? Su Jie is currently number 1 on the Rising Star ranking. Number 1, my foot. Wang Mang spat contemptuously. He just got lucky. Brother Zhao will make him beg for mercy on his knees. All the benefits he gets in the secret realm will be ours. Right, cousin?
The young man in the floral shirt smiled smugly. Don't worry, in our territory, dragons coil and tigers crouch. Just then, they saw Su Jie walk in through the door. The billiard room fell silent immediately.
Wang Mang's smug expression froze instantly, replaced by astonishment and a hint of panic. Su Jie? How could you? Didn't Brother Zhao already go to intercept him? How come he's still here unharmed?
Su Jie ignored him, his gaze sweeping around before finally settling on Wang Mang and the young man in the floral shirt, who was Wang Mang's cousin. Step forward.
The young man in the floral shirt was enraged by Su Jie's attitude. He threw down his pool cue, swaggered forward, and said, "Kid, I'm his cousin." "What? Looking for trouble?" Su Jie nodded. "If it's you, then it's fine."
As he moved, everyone felt a sway before their eyes.
2 crisp, loud slaps rang out almost simultaneously.
Wang Mang and his cousin didn't even have time to react before they were whipped around like 2 broken sacks and sent flying, crashing heavily onto the pool table.
Boom!
The sturdy pool table was smashed and collapsed, with pool balls rolling all over the floor.
Just in time.
The 2 lay in the ruins, one side of their face swollen and bulging, blood dripping from the corner of their mouths, their vision blurred, their ears ringing, completely bewildered. The henchmen around him panicked and froze in place, none of them daring to move. Su Jie slowly walked up to them, looking down at the 2 people who looked like dead dogs.
"It seems you haven't learned your lesson from last time." Su Jie's tone was calm, yet chillingly cold. "I don't like trouble, so this is the last time." He lifted his foot and gently stepped on Wang Mang, stomping on him 5 times in a row. Crack, 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 crack.
For teeth-grinding sounds of bones breaking were clearly heard.
With the 5th stomp,
Wang Mang let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. The excruciating pain instantly brought him to his senses, and he stared at Su Jie with fear in his eyes. Su Jie moved his foot to his cousin's leg.
No, brother, I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Forgive me."
The young man in the floral shirt cried his heart out, begging for mercy.
Snap, 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 snap.
For more sharp cracks followed by another scream. Su Jie withdrew his foot, looked at the 2 men who were almost fainting from the pain of their broken legs, and said coldly, "I'll break 5 of
your legs to teach you a lesson.
If I ever see you again, or hear even the slightest news about me, it won't just be your legs that get broken." He glanced at the silent underlings around him. "You too." The underlings shuddered and nodded repeatedly.
Su Jie said no more.
After accepting the payment that his underlings forced on him, he turned and left the billiard room, leaving behind only the 2 men's painful groans and boundless fear. Walking home, Su Jie felt refreshed. "Now that the flies are gone, I can focus on refining my martial arts skills." He found a bathhouse, took a bath, and packed some braised monster meat. He returned home in a good mood, lay back on his bed, and focused his mind on his body. Including the 2 level 6 martial acupoints I just refined by using 2 different skills, I now have 34 martial acupoints that have been upgraded to level 6. I've already asked my teacher for leave. I don't need to go to school for the next few days, so I'll continue training. My goal is to raise all my level 5 martial arts acupoints to level 6. Su Jie immediately threw himself into the tedious yet fulfilling task of grinding levels, consuming 1,000 points of chi and blood. Martial aperture tempering in progress. Estimated time, 2 hours. Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level, 6. Combat power plus 8. During the few days that Su Jie was in seclusion, focusing on refining his martial arts skills, rumors about him spread like wildfire. The top spot on the Rising Star ranking, a combat power of 690 points, and 7 days of cultivation in the Star Origin secret realm, these accolades have made him the most sought-after figure among the younger generation in Linjiang City. The gates of the 7th middle school have been practically worn down by scouts sent by various martial arts schools and civilian groups. The principal and teachers have had smiles on their faces these past few days. After Lin Shuer compensated Su Jie with 200 points of chi and blood, she seemed to disappear completely, and it is said that she has already submitted a transfer application. As for Wang Mang and his cousin, whose 5 legs were broken by Su Jie, they avoided Su Jie's name like the plague. They trembled with fear just hearing it and had no intention of seeking revenge. This newly emerging prodigy is currently staying in his small rented room, concentrating on doing the most clumsy and basic hard work, solidifying and advancing each martial arts acupoint little by little. This tedious and boring experience, ironically, became a source of great satisfaction for Su Jie, who was empowered by the system. He could clearly feel that with each advancement advancement in martial arts level, his foundation became more solid, the quality of his blood and chi became purer, and his control over his power became more and more effortless. A skyscraper rises from the ground. This feeling is truly reassuring. Time flew by. When Su Jie was hungry, he ate some demon beast meat. When his energy could no longer sustain him, he slept for a full 14 hours. 6 days later, he finally awoke from his immersive cultivation. Despite taking breaks during the continuous high-intensity training, he still felt a bit tired, even with his current physical condition and mental strength. But the harvest was delightful. Current martial arts skills, level 6, 99 skills. Current chi and blood reserves, 3,865,750 points. Combat power, 2,376 points. 2376 combat power. 99 acupoints, level 6 perfection. Feeling the 99 stable and powerful level 6 martial acupoints within his body, each like a miniature energy furnace, Su Jie nodded in satisfaction. He now felt he could crush that scarred face man with just a single finger. Level 6 is complete. Next, level 7. Su Jie tentatively checked the requirements for level 7 tempering. Consuming 3,000 points of chi and blood. Martial aperture tempering in progress. Estimated time, 5 hours. The consumption increased from 500 points of chi and blood to 1,500, and then doubled to 3,000 points. Even after the tempering time was halved, it still took 5 hours. Tisk, as expected, the higher the level, the faster the growth rate. Su Jie clicked his tongue. But these costs are nothing to me. He calculated that to upgrade all martial acupoints from level 6 to level 7, he would need 99 multiplied by 3,000, which equals 297,000 points of chi and blood, and the tempering time would be nearly 495 hours, or about 21 days. I'll definitely still have to eat, sleep, and play whack-a-mole in between. But forget it, my pockets are so full now, I shouldn't do that kind of embarrassing thing for a transmigrator like playing whack-a-mole anymore. My mentor sent me a message a few days ago saying that the reward I received from above will be issued in the next few days, which should be enough for my future expenses. Su Jie carefully planned his future. After taking another bite of the fragrant demon beast meat, Su Jie decided to get a good night's sleep once his martial arts refinement was complete. He was too exhausted to continue, and he didn't believe anyone his age could rival him. Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level, 7, combat power plus 11. The next morning, Su Jie stepped out of his rented room, the sunlight warming him. He stretched, his bones cracking with a series of crisp popping sounds, as loud as popping beans, attracting the attention of a passing older woman. Level 6 martial arts acupoint perfected, combat power over 2,000. In Linjiang City, as long as I don't provoke those old monsters, it should be enough to protect myself. Su Jie felt reassured as he felt the surging power within his body. While focusing his attention on refining his internal martial arts techniques with his chi and blood, he walked towards his usual restaurant. Suddenly, shouts and sounds of fighting came from ahead, followed by a young man roaring, "Your Zhao family is far too domineering. I discovered this crimson blood ginseng first. Why are you forcibly taking it?" "Humph, Kid Wang, in Linjiang City, what the Zhao family sets its sights on belongs to the Zhao family. If you know what's good for you, hand it over now or you'll suffer," an arrogant voice replied. Su Jie frowned slightly. So they really were from the Zhao family? He didn't want to get involved and was prepared to take a detour. But things often don't go as planned. Just as he turned around, the young martial artist who was being besieged in the battle ahead was clearly overwhelmed and was sent flying backward by a palm strike, heading right in the direction of Su Jie. At the same time, a thug from the Zhao family pursued relentlessly, and a fierce punch not only enveloped the flying martial artist but also swept up Su Jie, who was standing to the side. "Get out of the way. Don't block my way," the thug snarled, completely disregarding the seemingly ordinary Su Jie. Su Jie's eyes suddenly turned cold. He had intended to dodge, but the other party had taken the initiative to provoke him. Although the punch posed no threat to him, the arrogant and unreasonable attitude stirred a sense of disgust in him. He made a decision instantly. He couldn't reveal his full strength, but he also couldn't allow himself to be bullied. With a slight shift of his feet and a sideways movement, he narrowly avoided the direct impact of the punch, while simultaneously flicking his right hand to strike the wrist of the Zhao family thug. A soft cracking sound was heard. "Ah!" The thug screamed in agony as his wrist throbbed with pain. He instantly lost all strength, clutching his wrist and staggering backward, his eyes filled with horror as he looked at Su Jie. Fast, accurate, ruthless. The scene immediately fell silent. The young martial artist who had fallen stared at Su Jie in disbelief, as if he were looking at a monster. He had been chased relentlessly by this man, yet he had been so utterly defeated by this seemingly passing youth. The remaining Zhou family thugs were also stunned, then surrounded Su Jie as if facing a formidable enemy. The leader's face was ashen. "Who are you? How dare you interfere in the affairs of our Zhou family?" Su Jie stood with his hands behind his back, his tone calm. "I was just passing by. You attacked me first. You injured our men," the leader shouted sternly. "State your name." Su Jie didn't bother with him at all. He clenched his fist and secretly considered whether he should slap him. "The Zhou family will avenge us.
let's go. The leader of the thugs realized he had bitten off more than he could chew, uttered a harsh threat, and helped his injured companion away in a sorry state. He had to report this immediately. When did such a young expert emerge in Linjiang City? Su Jia watched their disheveled figures and could only sigh helplessly. He didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble still came knocking on his door. This was probably the trouble of a transmigrator. However, he didn't take it to heart and continued walking towards his usual restaurant. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Su Jie ordered a set meal of ferocious beast meat for 3 people. The waiter and other diners looked at him with surprise, but he ate slowly and carefully. When he paid the bill and saw that his wallet was still thick, he felt even more pleased. Just as he stepped out of the restaurant after a satisfying meal, a sleek, expensive black luxury sedan silently pulled up in front of him, blocking his way. The car door opened, and a well-dressed, middle-aged man resembling a butler stepped out, bowing slightly. His tone was polite yet carried an air of unyielding authority. "Mr. Su Jia, please wait a moment. My young master would like to invite you to his car for a chat." Su Jia glanced at the car window. Although the window tint was on, he could still feel a scrutinizing gaze upon him. "I'm busy," he said indifferently, walking around the car to leave. "Student Su." The car window slowly rolled down, revealing a face with a gentle smile. "My subordinates were being impolite and offended you earlier. I apologize on their behalf. Please do me the honor of chatting for a few minutes about your future." The words were polite, but the word future carried a subtle, otherworldly meaning. Su Jia stopped and looked at Zhou Kuan. The opponent's combat strength was about 900 points, which was not bad for his young age, but in his eyes he was nothing more than an ant. "Let's talk here." Su Jia didn't want to get in the car. Zhou Kuan's smile remained unchanged as he got out of the car, straightened his collar, and walked up to Su Jia. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhou Kuan, from the Zhou family of Linjiang." He looked Su Jia up and down, his admiration and greed almost impossible to conceal. Student Su was able to cripple my useless subordinate in one move. His combat strength must be well over 1,000 points, right? Such talent is wasted in that small place like number 7 middle school. It's such a pity. Whether it's a pity or not is my business, Su Jia said unmoved. Zhou Kuan remained unperturbed, instead smiling as he continued. "Student Su, you're very clever, so I'll be frank. Our Zhou clan martial arts school highly values your potential. As long as you agree to join, you can choose any Shen-level cultivation techniques and martial arts skills, and you'll even have elders at the Qi Condensation realm personally guiding your training. Elixirs and various resources are not a problem at all. This is 10 times, 100 times better than figuring it out on your own." He paused, his tone full of temptation. "Think about it, with your talent and the resources of our Zhou family, becoming the top martial arts exam champion is within your grasp. In the future, condensing your martial veins and becoming an outstanding person is only a matter of time." After listening, Su Jia's face remained expressionless as he calmly asked, "Are you finished?" Zhou Kuan frowned slightly. Su Jia's attitude was completely unexpected. "Su, you may not yet understand what it means to refuse the Zhou family." Zhou Kuan's smile gradually faded, and his tone turned cold. Although Linjiang has many geniuses, few can truly grow into successful individuals. Without a strong tree to shelter them from the wind and rain, saplings easily wither and die. Accepting the Zhou family's friendship is your wisest and only choice. The threat in those words was blatantly obvious. Su Jia laughed, a laugh filled with undisguised sarcasm. "The Zhou family's friendship?" He shook his head. "Is it just letting his men rob people in the street and then recruiting others when they can't win? Su Jia, can't possibly be worthy of such a friendship." He stared firmly at Zhou Kuan, his tone resolute. "I'm used to walking on my own. I don't like being someone's dog. Your Zhou family's temple is too small to accommodate me." "You!" Zhou Kuan's gentle expression vanished instantly, replaced by a livid face and rage. He hadn't expected Su Jia to be so ungrateful and to speak so sharply. "Fine. Very well." Zhou Kuan sneered angrily, his eyes fixed on Su Jia with a vicious glint in them. "Su Jia, you've got guts. I hope your backbone is as hard as your mouth. We'll see." After saying that, he didn't say another word, abruptly turned around, jumped into the car, and slammed the door shut. The black sedan roared and sped away, leaving behind a trail of exhaust fumes. Su Jia stared in the direction the car had disappeared, his eyes turning slightly cold. However, a martial arts school in Tianlin City dares to dream of recruiting a transmigrator with a cheat ability? They're really dreaming. Whatever, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. Su Jia stopped thinking about it. The most important thing right now is to continue tempering my martial acupoints. Strength is the foundation. As soon as Su Jia returned to his apartment building, he saw his homeroom teacher, Li Hong, already waiting there, his face beaming with undisguised joy. "Su Jia, you're finally back." Li Hong rushed forward, his voice trembling with excitement. "Great news. Incredibly great news. Teacher Li, what's making you so happy?" Su Jia asked with a smile. "The school, the city, and the province have all approved your awards." Li Hong pulled out a notification slip displayed on a light screen and spoke rapidly. "The school awards you 500,000 star coins. The city education bureau gives you 1 million star
star coins, and most importantly, the provincial education department gives you 3 million star coins plus a chance to enter the provincial martial arts library in the Xian rank area and choose any martial arts technique. Su Jie took the notification slip, glanced at the numbers, and found them indeed very tempting. 4.5 million star coins in total, enough for him to splurge for a while. What caught his attention, however, were the cultivation techniques in the provincial library's Xian rank section. Although he wouldn't use them, he might be able to refer to them or resell them. Thank you, Teacher Li, and thank you to the school for your guidance, Su Jie replied politely, his attitude calm and confident. Looking at Su Jie's composure, Li Hong was filled with emotion. If it were any other student receiving such a reward, they would probably have jumped for joy, but Su Jie remained calm. His composure was truly extraordinary. After seeing Li hang off, Su Jie returned to his room and was overjoyed to see the message that 4.5 million star coins had been deposited into his account. The money has arrived. Anyway, I've already asked Teacher Li Hong for leave. I'll go to the provincial martial arts library tomorrow morning. He lay on the bed, guiding his chi and blood to temper the next martial acupoint while deep in thought. Although my basic combat strength is now sufficient to handle most situations, martial arts are like tools from my previous life. While slapping someone in the face is satisfying, with the right techniques, slapping someone in the face can be much less strenuous, and crushing someone is even more fun, isn't it? The Xian level area of the provincial martial arts library. I hope to find something interesting there. Early the next morning, Su Jie arrived in Jilin City, the capital of Tiandu province, by high-speed rail. The provincial martial arts library was magnificent, like an iron fortress, and everyone who came and went exuded a calm demeanor and sharp eyes. After verifying his identity and reward certificate, he was guided by a staff member to the entrance of the Xian Tea area. Mr. Su Jie, you have one opportunity to enter the low-grade Xian level area to select a cultivation technique or martial art, with a time limit of 2 hours. Using your inner energy and making noise are prohibited within the area. After making your selection, you must register and have your mark made here. The staff member meticulously explained the rules. Su Jie nodded and stepped inside. The Xian Tea area was far more spacious than expected, with rows of tall metal bookshelves standing tall. Instead of books, they held jade slips or special metal pieces that emitted faint energy fluctuations. Each storage unit had a brief description next to it. Layered wave force, lower grade profound, a method of stacking chi and blood which can be stacked up to 3 times, unleashing 1.5 times the instantaneous attack power, but it requires extremely high control over chi and blood. Willow catkin movement technique, lower grade profound, the body moves like a willow catkin in the wind, greatly enhancing evasion ability. Upon mastering it, one can sense changes in airflow. Golden Bell Shield, low-grade Xian rank external defensive martial art that condenses chi and blood to form a protective shield with extremely strong defensive power but restricts movement. Breaking Fist, low-grade profound rank focus strike, penetrating armor and defenses, highly effective against condensed defenses, concentrated destructive power. The dazzling array of martial arts techniques overwhelmed Su Jie. As he quickly browsed through them, he silently asked himself, "System, could you scan these techniques and provide the best recommendations? Or are there any hidden treasures?" Ding! Hosts needs detected. Scanning energy fluctuations in the area. Scan complete. Most martial arts skill levels meet the standards for lower grade Xian rank. 3 abnormal fluctuation points were detected, suspected to be mistakenly assigned to this area due to their age or identification error. Recommendation 1, 7 star steps, incomplete, marked as a low-grade Xian rank technique, actually contains some of the essence of the Earth rank movement technique Big Dipper sky treading steps, with subtle energy fluctuations. Recommendation 2, sky-splitting finger fragment, marked as a low-grade Xian rank technique, is actually a fragment of an ancient finger technique. It requires extremely strong chi and blood to unleash its power, and its rating is suspected to be too low. Recommendation 3, the true explanation of basic swordsmanship, no rank. Misunderstood as ordinary, it actually contains the fundamental rules of swordsmanship pointing directly to the source, and has a hidden help for the host to cultivate martial will in the future. The system's notification invigorated Su Jie. Sure enough, finding bargains was the exclusive thrill of a transmigrator. Without hesitation, he walked towards where the true explanation of basic swordsmanship was located. It was just a grayish, unremarkable piece of iron, quietly placed in a corner, covered with a thin layer of dust. The instructions were pitifully simple, a summary of basic swordsmanship theory, suitable for beginners to build a foundation. A young man from a prominent family, who was also selecting martial arts techniques, couldn't help but sneer when he saw him pick up the piece of iron. "Dude, this is a rare opportunity to visit the provincial library, and you choose this piece of junk? This thing costs 10 stars a copy at the convenience store outside." Su Jie glanced at him indifferently, a faint smile playing on her lips. "What suits you best is the best." The young man from the aristocratic family shook his head, turned around and left with an expression of disbelief, as if he were looking at a fool. Su Jie didn't care at all, and secretly let the system help him absorb the true essence of this sword technique. technique. Immediately, a system notification sounded. Knowledge carrier containing fundamental rules detected.
Analysis of the true explanation of basic swordsmanship in progress. Analysis complete. The host has mastered basic swordsmanship passive.
The efficiency of using all sword-type weapons has increased by 50%, and comprehension of sword techniques has been greatly enhanced. Instantly, a wealth of information about the most basic and essential aspects of swordsmanship flooded into my mind: gripping the sword, exerting force, angle, trajectory, rhythm. There were no fancy moves, only a profound understanding of the sword itself.
Not bad, it's laid a solid foundation. Su Jie put down the iron plate with satisfaction.
To him, this thing was even more valuable than those complete Shin-level martial arts techniques. Subsequently, he found the jade slips containing the 7-star steps and sky-splitting finger. The 7-star steps only records the first 3 steps of cultivation techniques, which are based on the positions of the Big Dipper. It is extremely mysterious, but because it is an incomplete manual, it is classified as a low-grade Shin-level manual. The sky-splitting finger technique has only one move, requiring the extreme compression of chi and blood at the fingertips for an instantaneous burst. It has extremely strong penetrating power, but it is difficult to cultivate and consumes a large amount of chi and blood each time it is used, thus it is underestimated. System: learn and optimize 7-star step, incomplete, and sky-splitting finger, incomplete. Consuming 10,000 HP, the 7-star step fragment has been optimized and evolved into the sky-treading step, mystic rank supreme, possessing the dual characteristics of small-range teleportation and linear burst speed. Consuming 1 million HP, the sky-splitting finger fragment has been optimized and evolved into the void-piercing finger, HP skill. Effect: extremely compresses HP into a single point for explosive release, with extremely strong penetrating power and a destructive force 10 times that of the consumed HP. Minimum consumption is 100 HP per hit. Looking at the system interface's description of the penetrating void finger, Su Jie was instantly filled with ecstatic joy. Although I lost 1 million health points at once, the system directly optimized it into a health skill, and the damage per use is 10 times that of the health points consumed. This means that as long as his blood and chi are sufficient, he can unleash terrifying attacks that far exceed his basic combat strength. Despite the enormous consumption and the considerable burden on his body, combined with the continuous output and vast reserves of chi and blood brought about by his original breathing technique, this was simply the ultimate trump card tailor-made for him. According to the rules, Su Jie could only make a copy of one martial art here to take back and learn. However, due to system optimization, his proficiency in these 2 martial arts techniques had already reached perfection.
Then I'll choose another martial art to use openly as a cover,
he pondered to himself, his gaze sweeping aimlessly across the bookshelf before finally settling on a low-grade Shin-level sword technique called Flowing Shadow Sword Technique. The description states that this sword technique is known for its speed, and mastering it can increase basic combat power by about 1.5 times.
That's it.
He casually picked up the jade slip containing the Flowing Shadow Sword Technique.
A system notification followed.
Detected a low-grade Shin rank martial skill, Flowing Shadow Sword Technique.
Consume 500 points of chi and blood to directly master it to its perfect state. System: you're amazing. Use up all your energy.
Su Jie thought to himself with glee.
Instantly, all the moves, techniques, and practical
applications of the Flowing Shadow Sword Technique were imprinted into his mind, as if he had reached perfection after decades of arduous training. He walked to the registration desk with the jade slip containing the Flowing Shadow Sword Technique in a pretentious manner. Seeing his choice, the staff member nodded slightly and said routinely, "The Flowing Shadow Sword Technique is indeed a solid basic sword technique, quite good." Su Jie chuckled lightly without speaking. The staff, following protocol, made a rubbing of the jade slip containing the Flowing Shadow Sword Technique for him. Stepping out of the library, Su Jie felt a surge of exhilaration as he contemplated the perfected Flowing Shadow Sword Technique in his mind and the ultimate skill penetrating void finger he had mastered. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. The sky-stepping technique enhances movement and evasion speed, allowing me to outwardly use swordsmanship to fight and then use
a single finger strike to decide the outcome at crucial moments. Perfect. I need to find a place to test it out right away.
After returning to Linjiang City from Jinling City, Su Jie came to a deserted wasteland in the suburbs, where he concentrated and recalled the energy cultivation method instilled by the system. In his first attempt, he carefully guided the minimum standard of 100 points of chi and blood to converge on his right index and middle fingers. Buzz! A slight stinging and burning sensation came from his fingertips, and a concentrated power arose spontaneously. He pointed his fingers lightly at a half-person high blue stone in the distance. A barely perceptible burst of energy shot through the air and struck the blue stone precisely. With a soft poof, a hole the size of a thumb and seemingly bottomless appeared on the surface of the blue stone, its edges as smooth as a mirror.
The power is indeed astonishing.
This finger strike with 100 points of chi and blood has the destructive power equivalent to 1,000 points of combat power, easily penetrating ordinary steel.
well. Su Jie nodded in satisfaction.
He then gradually increased his blood and energy investment. With 200 points of chi and blood, a single finger shot out, piercing through an even larger rock in the distance, leaving a clear hole. With 500 points of chi and blood, a gust of wind swept through, and a thick piece of metal scrap was torn apart like paper. As the input of chi and blood increased, the power of the penetrating void finger soared exponentially, but the burden of the backlash also became increasingly heavy. A distinct soreness came from the finger bones, and the meridians in the arm felt as if they were being stretched open, causing unbearable burning pain. I want to see just how far I can go. Su Jie gritted his teeth and continued to mobilize more of his chi and blood. When the blood and chi input reaches 800 points, the meridians of the entire right arm tremble violently, and tiny blood droplets seep from the skin surface, causing unbearable pain. He endured the discomfort and pushed his blood and chi to 1000 points. The power gathered at his fingertips seemed to transform into a miniature black hole, frantically devouring the surrounding light and emitting a terrifying wave of destruction. The arm had reached its limit, and the bones were groaning in pain, as if they were about to break completely at any moment. Su Jie gritted his teeth and growled, his fingers suddenly pointing at a small, abandoned mound in the distance.
An invisible, sharp whistling sound ripped through the air.
There was no deafening explosion, only a slight poof sound. The next instant, a large chunk of the small mound near the top seemed to have been bitten off by an invisible behemoth, leaving a hemispherical gap, several meters in diameter with edges as smooth as a mirror. The cut was perfectly smooth, and all the soil and sand completely vanished under his finger. The destructive power of this finger strike reached a terrifying 10,000 points of combat power.
Cough cough. Su Jie withdrew his fingers, breathing heavily, his face pale, his right arm hanging limply, temporarily numb, his meridians feeling as if they were being burned by raging fire, the pain unbearable. My maximum output is 1000 points of health? One strike can unleash 10,000 combat power, that's enough.
He gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with excitement. As long as his body could withstand this load, within the condensation meridian realm, he could practically do whatever he wanted.
Moreover, as long as I continue to refine my martial acupoints, my body will also be strengthened. Otherwise, using this penetrating void finger would really hurt the enemy 1,000 times while injuring myself 800 times. He grinned, his desire for strength growing even stronger. After the experiment, he had a clear understanding of his limits and the power of this trump card. Zhao family.
I hope you won't force me to use this finger technique that deals 10,000 battle power in one strike. For the next 2 days, Su Jie's life returned to its monotonous rhythm, eating, sleeping, and tempering his martial arts acupoints. Occasionally, he would be distracted for a moment to check if there were any novelties on the cloud trading platform or to learn about the latest news in this world.
Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level 7, combat power plus 11. Current martial acupoints 12 at level 7, 87 at level 6. Current chi and blood reserves 3,145,450 points. Combat power 2,508 points.
The boost from level 7 martial acupoints is particularly significant, with each level 7 martial acupoint providing 11 more
combat power than a level 6 martial acupoint.
Su Jie could clearly feel that his power was advancing towards an unbelievable realm. It was afternoon, and he was sitting at home guiding his chi and blood when suddenly a commotion broke out outside, accompanied by arrogant shouts.
Su Jie, get out here right now. I heard you're arrogant. You don't even respect the Zhao family? Hiding at home like a coward?
Come out and let us brothers see what kind of person is at the top of the rising stars list.
Su Jie raised an eyebrow and walked to the window to look down. He saw 5 burly men dressed in matching black training uniforms standing downstairs, each exuding vitality.
They had the words Zhao Family Martial Arts School embroidered on their chests, sharp eyes, and fierce demeanor, clearly not ordinary instructors, but most likely the school's top fighters or instructors. Su Jie carefully examined the group and found that 4 of them had combat power exceeding 900 points. However, the bald, burly man in the lead exuded an invisible pressure, causing the surrounding crowd to point and whisper, but no one dared to step forward. Su Jie was startled. He hadn't expected the Zhao family to actually send a chi condensation martial artist.
Once a transmigrator leaves the house, trouble will naturally follow.
He'd better stay home and hide from now on. After all, the condensation of meridians in martial arts is a major leap in the level of life and the first watershed on the path of martial arts. After a martial artist has opened 99 basic martial acupoints, they can condense martial meridians. Each successful condensation of a martial meridian not only brings a qualitative leap in combat power, but also significantly improves the quality and recovery speed of their chi and blood, as well as strengthens their body, far exceeding the level of the martial acupoint stage. Unlike the gradual improvement through tempering of martial acupoints, the growth of the condensation meridian realm is step by step. Condensing the first martial vein consumes 10,000 points of chi and blood, but upon success, your base combat power will directly increase by 1,000 points.
Condensing the second martial vein consumes 30,000 points points of chi and blood. Upon success, the base combat power will increase by another 2,000 points. One martial vein costs 10,000 chi and blood but increases combat power by 1,000 points. Simple and straightforward. Upgrading 99 martial acupoints from level 4 to level 5 requires nearly 20,000 chi and blood but only increases combat power by a little over 500 points. Upgrading from level 5 to level 6 requires nearly 50,000 chi and blood but increases combat power by less than 800 points. Such a return on investment is insane, unless the chi and blood points are obtained by chance. This leads to the fact that most martial artists, when faced with difficulties in obtaining chi and blood, usually choose to refine their martial acupoints to level 4 or 5, or even just level 3, before desperately accumulating 10,000 units of chi and blood to condense their first martial meridian in order to quickly gain powerful strength. Those like Su Jia, who rely on the system's almost unlimited blood and chi support and are determined to temper every martial acupoint to the 10th level limit, are extremely rare, and can even be said to be unique. The bald, burly man was named Zhao Mang, an instructor at the Zhao family martial arts school. 10 years ago, with the support of the Zhao family, he barely managed to refine 99 martial acupoints to level 4, but the remaining acupoints simply could not sustain the effort any longer. After that, he spent more than 10 years gathering 10,000 units of chi and blood to condense his first martial meridian, which boosted his combat power by 1,000 points. Although his basic combat power failed to break through the 2,000 point mark, his 1,990 point combat power was enough to secure his position as an instructor at the Zhao family martial arts school. Today, Su Jie sneered, "I, Su Wang, will teach you a lesson, you chi condensation warrior." He walked slowly down the stairs and pushed open the door. Upon seeing Su Jie emerge, the bald, burly man at the head of the group stepped forward, crossed his arms, and arrogantly sized him up. "You're Su Jie?" "That's right, it's me." Su Jie glanced at them and said coldly, "The Zhou family actually sent trash like you?" "Kid, what did you say?" A hot-tempered burly man was about to step forward when the bald man stopped him. The bald man's eyes were cold. "You have a sharp tongue. I heard you're pretty good at fighting, so we've come here today to learn from you. We'll spar according to the rules of martial arts and let you know your place." Su Jie chuckled. "Enough with the nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, then get lost. You think you can teach me how to be arrogant? You think you can do what you want? You're asking for death." The burly men were completely enraged, their blood boiling, and they prepared to attack. "What? You want to make a scene in a residential area?" Su Jie's tone was laced with sarcasm. "Aren't you afraid the law enforcement team will invite you for tea?" The bald man's expression changed. They truly dared not violate the rules and openly fight in front of so many people. Suppressing his anger, he sneered, "Kid, all you can do is talk. If you're a man, come with us to the public ring near the martial arts gym. Sign a waiver, and we'll see who's the real fighter." "A public arena? Sure." Su Jie readily agreed. "I just finished eating, so I'll stretch my legs a bit to digest." His decisive attitude startled the bald man and his gang for a moment, then they grinned maliciously. "This kid, he really is a reckless fool who doesn't know his own limitations." Their brother Zhao is a chi condensation warrior with a combat power of 1990 points. "Today, we're definitely going to teach this kid a lesson." "Alright, you've got guts. Come with us." Su Jie, hands in his pockets, strolled leisurely with them towards the Zhou family martial arts school. The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion. Some were worried, some curious, but most were excited. The top-ranked rising star facing off against a Zhou family martial arts school instructor. This was undoubtedly big news. The news spread like wildfire, and by the time Su Jie and his group arrived at the small public arena near the Zhou family martial arts school, the area was already packed with people. Zhou Kuan also stood by the window on the second floor of the martial arts hall, coldly watching the scene below, a sneer of triumph playing on his lips. Standing beside him was a middle-aged man with a deep aura and a gloomy face. He was Zhou Xiong, the deputy head of the Zhou family martial arts school. His combat strength was unfathomable. It was said that he had condensed 2 martial meridians and his combat strength far exceeded 3,000 points. On the arena, the notary was all ready. The bald man was the first to jump onto the arena, his eyes fixed intently on Su Jie. "Zhou Mang of the Zhou family martial arts school, please give me your guidance." He circulated his chi and blood to the fullest extent, releasing a combat power fluctuation of 1990 points without reservation, which aroused a series of gasps from the audience. Su Jie slowly walked onto the arena and casually pressed his handprint. "Begin," the notary announced. Zhou Mang roared, his body moving like a tiger unleashed from its cage. His fists glowed with an earthy yellow light, carrying a heavy sense of pressure as he lunged straight at Su Jie's chest. He was using the Zhou family's famous martial art, the low-grade Shin-level, stone-splitting fist. The fist whistled through the air, its power profound and deep, clearly indicating that he had cultivated to an extremely high level. Although not yet perfect, it was enough to increase his base combat strength by 1.2 times, approximately 2,388 points. It's instructor Zhou's rock-splitting fist. He's serious. That punch would break even a steel plate. Su Jie is in danger. Faced with this fierce punch,
Su Jie shook his head. Too slow. Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Meng's fist, which contained terrifying power and almost touched Su Jie's clothes, suddenly missed its target.
What? Zhao Meng's pupils shrank sharply.
He hadn't seen how Su Jie moved at all. He only felt a blur before his eyes, and the target vanished in an instant.
It's in the back, someone in the audience exclaimed.
Zhao Meng turned around in alarm, only to see Su Jie already standing 3 steps behind him, his hands still in his pockets, looking as relaxed as if he were taking a stroll in his own backyard.
Coincidence? It's absolutely a coincidence. Zhao Meng roared inwardly, his blood surging once more.
He unleashed both fists simultaneously, the shadows of his fists enveloping Su Jie like a storm, pushing the ferocity of the stone-splitting fist to its extreme, sealing off all of Su Jie's escape routes.
Let's see where you can hide now. However, facing this impenetrable attack, Su Jie's footwork was merely a seemingly casual tap to the left and right. His figure was like a ghost, or a willow leaf swaying lightly in a stormy sea, always managing to avoid fatal punches by the slightest margin at the last second. The powerful wind that could split rocks and shatter monuments didn't even stir the hem of his clothes. Stepping to the heavens. Each step treads upon the 7 stars, like a dragon soaring through the heavens. How is this possible?
Zhao Meng became more and more alarmed as he fought. He felt as if he was hitting a phantom shadow, and all his strength was wasted. He was so frustrated that he almost vomited blood. The previous clamor in the audience instantly turned into dead silence, and everyone stared wide-eyed at this bizarre scene in disbelief.
Is this all the speed you can do? Su Jie's slightly disappointed voice rang in Zhao Meng's ears, like a curse. Then it's my turn.
Before he finished speaking, Su Jie finally pulled his right hand out of his pocket, his fingertips like swords, a barely perceptible glint of light flashing by. The flowing shadow sword technique incorporates the power generation techniques learned from the true explanation of basic swordsmanship, which can be unleashed with a single finger strike. That finger strike was swift, precise, and ruthless.
The speed far exceeded the limits of Zhao Meng's nerve reaction.
In the instant when his old strength dissipated and his new strength had not yet been released, it accurately struck the Jianjing acupoint, the weakest point in his body's protective qi and blood. A soft sound, like a balloon being punctured by a sharp needle and bursting. Zhao Meng felt a sharp, concentrated force instantly pierce through his proud defenses. His right shoulder was throbbing with pain, and his entire arm immediately became numb and weak. His condensed blood and qi suddenly dissipated. His forward momentum was abruptly interrupted. He groaned and staggered back a few steps before barely regaining his balance. His forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat, and his eyes were filled with horror and fear as he looked at Su Jie. The entire room fell silent.
Everyone was stunned.
The Zhao family martial arts school's ace instructor, a qi condensation martial artist with a combat strength of 2000, was actually defeated by a high school student who broke through his defenses with just one finger?
This is completely beyond their comprehension.
Su Jie looked at Zhao Meng, whose face was pale and whose right arm was hanging limply, and slowly withdrew his fingers, as if he had only done a trivial matter. It seems that the instructors at Zhou's martial arts school are not all top-notch. His tone was calm, but it was like a resounding slap in the face, as well as in the face of all the members of Zhou's martial arts school.
What kind of movement technique is that? What kind of finger technique? Zhao Meng asked with a hoarse voice.
Su Jie raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile.
Want to learn? Too bad. The world your Zhou family occupies is too narrow.
His gaze swept over the 4 burly men from the martial arts school below the stage, finally settling on the huge window on the 2nd floor of the school. Although separated by glass, he could feel 2 cold eyes fixed intently on him.
Next, or should all 4 of you come at me together?
Although the sound was not loud, it carried an unparalleled domineering aura and clearly resounded throughout the entire venue. Zhou Xiong, watching from the 2nd floor, stared intently at Su Jie on the arena with eyes so cold they seemed to drip water. His mind was in turmoil. This kid held back his strength during the previous test.
Where did he get so much blood and energy? The area around the arena was deathly silent.
The remaining 4 burly martial arts men looked at each other, and they could see fear in each other's eyes.
What? You don't dare to?
Su Jie looked at the 4 people, his tone mocking. Just then, a cold voice swept across the entire venue like a chilling wind, carrying a completely different, soul-chilling sense of oppression.
The sound came from a 2nd-floor window.
Zhou Xiong, who had been silently watching the battle, took a step forward, his figure appearing on the arena like a ghost. No more than 10 meters away from Su Jie, the unique pressure of the condensation realm spread out like an invisible tide, causing the crowd below to hold their breath.
It's Deputy Curator Zhou. He actually took action himself. A powerhouse with 2 martial veins. Su Jie is in big trouble now.
Zhou Xiong, the deputy head of the Zhou clan martial arts school, has already condensed 2 martial veins. His basic combat strength is likely to have exceeded 4,000 points. This is far beyond what Su Jie's current combat strength of 2,508 points can withstand. Su Jie's pupils contracted slightly, and the 99 level 6 and 7 martial acupoints in his body instinctively accelerated their operation, his blood and qi surging, desperately resisting this pressure on his life level. He could clearly sensed that the other party's qi and blood were not only more abundant than Zhao Meng's, but more importantly, their qi and blood were of a different quality. Their qi and blood were more condensed and pure, carrying a fresh vitality. Zhao Xiong's eyes were sharp as an eagle's, instantly capturing the extraordinary and powerful foundation within Su Jie's body.
His eyes flashed with undisguised shock and even deeper greed. 99 acupoints.
Such powerful qi and blood fluctuations mean you've tempered at least most of your martial acupoints to level 6.
Or even more.
Zhao Xiong's voice carried a hint of hoarseness he himself didn't realize.
Where exactly did your qi and blood come from? He understood the implications all too well.
Refining a martial acupoint from level 4 to level 5 requires 200 points of qi and blood, and 99 martial
acupoints would require nearly 20,000 points.
And upgrading from level 5 to level 6 requires an additional 500 points per acupoint, totaling nearly 50,000 points.
This is a number that would leave ordinary martial artists utterly despair.
Zhao Xiong himself only managed to refine 20 martial acupoints to level 5 at the age of 30. The remaining martial acupoints were simply too weak to withstand the long tempering process, and
his temperament also couldn't endure it.
Later, he gained a lot of benefits in a secret realm, condensing 2 martial meridians in one fell swoop, and his combat power soared by 3,000 points. This is not only his choice, but also the realistic choice of 99% of martial artists in the world. Resources are limited, and the pros and cons must be weighed. With limited resources, should we use them to improve the combat power of the few hundred points that are extremely low cost effectiveness of
martial arts tempering, or should we directly condense the meridians to obtain an immediate qualitative change of 1,000 points of combat power? The answer is self-evident.
That's why he lost his composure when he saw Su Jie's unconventional foundation. The vast amount of blood and energy resources behind it were enough to drive any force mad.
Boy, hand over the secrets you possess.
Zhao Xiong roared, no longer able to maintain his composure, his eyes burning with intense greed. Such a massive amount of blood and energy could easily cultivate several qi condensation realm cultivators.
Wasting it on you to refine your martial acupoints is simply a waste. What? You beat up the little guy first, now the old one showing up? Su Jie raised an eyebrow, his tone still carrying that infuriating composure. Is Vice Master Zhou planning to personally instruct me? Sharp-tongued.
Zhao Xiong snorted coldly, refusing to say another word. He knew that arguing with this kid was pointless. Only
by overwhelming him with absolute strength could he save face for the Zhou family and seize the potentially existing opportunity.
With a swift movement, the speed granted to him by his 2 martial meridians exploded to its limit. His right hand formed a claw with 5 fingers, and with a piercing shriek that seemed to tear everything apart, he lunged straight at Su Jie.
Such a strong sense of oppression. Is this the strength of 2 martial veins?
He was terrified. The opponent's basic combat strength exceeded 4,000 points.
Only by experiencing it firsthand could one understand the suffocating feeling brought about by this difference.
In addition, the opponent possesses at least a mid-grade Shen-level martial skill, making their combat power exceed 6,000 points. This is beyond the range that his base combat power of only 2,508 points can withstand. Even with the most exquisite dragon steps, it's difficult to completely evade this furious, locked-on attack in the face of such an absolute disparity in strength and speed.
A head-on confrontation will only lead to certain death.
Zhao Xiong's sharp claws tore through the air, accompanied by a deathly shriek, and were already upon them. The fierce claw wind stung Su Jie's skin, leaving him with no way to avoid it.
This is the only one we can use.
A sharp glint flashed in Su Jie's eyes. His right hand, which had been hidden all along, was suddenly pulled out of his pocket.
His index and middle
fingers were brought together, and the vast amount of blood and qi in his body was compressed and gathered at his fingertips at an unprecedented speed.
800 points of qi and blood.
This is the maximum amount of qi and blood his body can currently withstand relatively stably and mobilize.
Instantly,
with a thought, he powerfully injected 800 points of qi and blood into his blood qi technique, void-penetrating finger. A chilling wave emanated from his fingertips, causing the space around them to distort slightly, the light to dim, and an extremely concentrated and dangerous aura of destruction to permeate the air. This finger strike, imbued with 800 points of vital energy, possessed a terrifying destructive power of 8,000 points of combat strength.
Break! Su Jie let out a low shout.
Facing the claws that could tear steel apart, he did not retreat but advanced. His fingertips gathered terrifying power and struck Zhao Xiong's claws quickly and accurately.
Fool, you're asking for death.
Zhao Xiong sneered even more when he saw that Su Jie dared to take the blow head-on with his finger force. He activated his claw force again, determined to tear this arrogant brat to shreds along with his fingers. However, at the moment their claws touched, a soft yet piercing noise rang out. Zhao Xiong had expected his opponent's finger bones to shatter and his arm to break, but to no avail. Instead, he felt his seemingly invincible claw strength being easily pierced through the finger as if it were made of paper. The power contained in that finger was condensed and domineering, instantly tearing apart his claw force, penetrating his protective qi and blood, shattering his finger bones, and its momentum did not diminish, passing through his palm with a shower of blood. Ugh! Excruciating pain shot through Zhao Xiong, who let out a shrill scream. His body stiffened abruptly as he stared in disbelief at his right palm, which was covered in blood and had a transparent hole in it. The sharp, domineering force of his fingers still raged through the meridians of his arm, bringing continuous tearing pain. His entire right arm went limp instantly, temporarily rendered useless. His renowned mid-grade Shin-level martial skill, Eagle Claw technique, which combined the power of 2 martial meridians, was so utterly vulnerable before Su Jie's single finger strike. Everyone was stunned, their minds blank. Su Jie slowly withdrew his fingers, his face slightly pale. Consuming 800 points of chi and blood in one go was a considerable burden for him, and a burning pain emanated from the meridians in his arm. However, his gaze towards Zhao Xiong was as cold as a blade. It seems, he flicked his fingers, his tone sarcastic, that the quality of your Zhou family's secret techniques isn't very good. It can't even catch one of my fingers. Zhao Xiong clutched his pierced right hand, blood seeping continuously from between his fingers. The excruciating pain and humiliation made him tremble all over. He stared intently at Su Jie, his eyes filled with resentment, horror, and a hint of fear that he himself was unwilling to admit. What rank is this martial skill? It must be at least Earth level. Otherwise, how could someone with less than 2,000 basic combat power unleash such a terrifying attack, instantly shattering his martial skill with over 6,000 combat power and severely injuring him? This kid not only has the secret to rapidly accumulating chi and blood, but also possesses such a high-grade attack martial skill. This opportunity is simply heaven-defying. After a brief moment of deathly silence, the crowd erupted in a thunderous uproar. He won? Su Jie won. With just one finger. I crippled Vice Master Zhou's arm. My god, what kind of monster is he? A rank Earth-level martial skill. What he just used was definitely a rank Earth-level martial skill. How many years has it been since we've seen a rank Earth-level martial skill in Linjiang City? The gasps, whispers, and gasps nearly lifted the roof off. Everyone's gaze towards Su Jie had completely changed. In a world where strength reigned supreme, Su Jie had earned their awe with absolute power. However, at this moment, an aura far more terrifying than Zhao Xiong suddenly awakened like a dormant volcano and erupted from the depths of the Zhou family martial arts school. This aura instantly swept across the entire arena, making it difficult for everyone to breathe, as if an invisible hand was choking them. Young man, you are very good. An old voice slowly rang out, not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. Immediately afterwards, an old man in a gray robe and white beard appeared silently on the stage like a ghost. Despite his advanced age, he had a ruddy complexion and sharp eyes like a hawk. His blood and energy surged like the sea, unfathomable. The true pillar of the Zhou family, the headmaster, Zhou Tianfang, a martial artist who has mastered 3 martial veins. Zhou Xiong, Zhou Kuan, and the others were overjoyed to see their saviors, shouting excitedly in their faces regaining hope. The audience below the stage was utterly shocked. It's Elder Zhou. 3 martial meridians. He actually took action himself. It's over. No matter how monstrous Su Jie is, he can't possibly contend against a master with 3 martial veins. Even a low-level martial skill can't make up for such a huge difference in cultivation level. Zhou Tianfang ignored everyone else, his sharp eyes locking onto Su Jie as if trying to see right through him. So young, yet so ruthless, crippling the arm of my martial arts school's vice master. Zhou Tianfang's voice was calm, but carried a chilling coldness. Not to mention, you possess martial arts skills that seem to be above the earth rank. Junior, you are hiding many secrets. He slowly raised his withered hand, and the blood and chi in his palm began to condense, emitting a terrifying aura several times stronger than Zhou Xiong's. The blood and chi enhanced by the 3 martial veins far surpassed Zhou Xiong's in both quality and quantity. Hand over your martial arts skills and the secret of that vast amount of vital energy. Cripple your cultivation, and I might spare your life. Zhou Tianfang's words were full of absolute control, as if he had already pronounced Su Jie's death sentence. Faced with this terrifying aura that seemed to press down like a mountain, Su Jie felt as if his bones were groaning and the flow of chi and blood in his body became sluggish and obstructed. Faced with such an absolute difference in strength, both stepping into the sky and penetrating the void seemed to have lost their effectiveness. His face was extremely grave, his mind racing as he racked his brains for a way to escape. Using the piercing finger technique, which consumes over 1,000 points of chi and blood, might offer a sliver of hope, but the opponent would never give him the chance to calmly gather his finger power, and the consequences would be unimaginable. At this critical moment, old Ghost Zhou, it's been decades, and you still love bullying the weak. A clear and peaceful voice, yet containing immense power, swept across the entire venue like a gentle spring breeze, quietly dissolving Zhou Tianfang's suffocating pressure. The crowd looked on in astonishment and saw a middle-aged scholar dressed in a blue robe, with a refined face and extraordinary demeanor, who had appeared at the edge of the arena at some point and was watching the arena with a smile. Upon seeing this person, Zhou Tianfang's pupils suddenly contracted, and his usually calm and composed face showed a violent fluctuation for the first time. He exclaimed in a trembling voice, "Yang Baichuan, what are you doing here?" The name was like a spell, instantly igniting the excitement of the entire scene.
Yang Baichuan? He's the vice president of the Linjiang City Martial Arts Association?
Hiss. I heard that he condensed 4 martial meridians many years ago, making him one of the top experts in our city.
How could he appear in a place like this? And why is he personally protecting Su Jie?
Ignoring Zhou Tianfang's shock, Yang Baichuan looked at Su Jie with gentle eyes, his admiration undisguised. Little guy, not bad. Solid foundation, extraordinary courage, and what's even more remarkable is your exceptional comprehension. Clearly, he also noticed the extraordinary nature of Su Jie's martial arts skills and the uniqueness of his finger techniques. Su Jie's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly cupped his hands in greeting. Junior Su Jie greets Chairman Yang. Although he was not familiar with this person, the other party had obviously come to help him out of a predicament, and his strength was unfathomable, so he naturally had to show proper etiquette. Yang Baichuan nodded slightly, then turned to Zhou Tianfang, whose face was gloomy, and said indifferently, "Old Ghost Zhou, let the young people handle their own affairs. As the head of the martial arts school, over 60 years old, possessing 3 martial meridians, yet you attacked a high school student. If word gets out, where will the Zhou family's reputation be?"
Zhou Tianfang's face suddenly turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Yang Baichuan, this boy injured my Zhou family's deputy master and possesses
a valuable treasure.
This matter cannot be left unresolved. Does your martial arts association intend to interfere in our Zhou family's private affairs? Personal matters?" Yang Baichuan chuckled. Su Jie is the top-ranked contestant on this year's Linjiang Rising Star list, a rising star in Linjiang's martial arts world.
Besides, in a ring fight, if you're not as skilled, getting injured is inevitable. If your Zhou family is not satisfied, you can simply let the younger generation challenge you. Your forceful suppression as an elder is not only useless, but also makes you appear inferior and invites ridicule. His tone remained calm, but his words carried immense weight.
In particular, the absolute strength of those 4 martial meridians made Zhou Tianfang wary.
Zhou Tianfang's chest heaved violently, burning with rage, but facing Yang Baichuan's calm and resolute demeanor, he knew that today's events were beyond redemption. With Yang Baichuan's intervention, there was absolutely no way he could possibly lay a hand on Su Jie again.
Good. Well done, Yang Baichuan. Well done, Martial Arts Association. Zhou Tianfang stared intently at Yang Baichuan, then gave Su
Jie a fierce glare, as if trying to etch his image into his memory.
The Zhou family will remember what happened today. Let's go.
After saying that, he waved his sleeve, picked up the injured Zhou Xiong and the dejected Zhou Kuan, and with a flash, he led the Zhou family away quickly, the suppressed anger in his back almost burning out. As the Zhou family left, the suffocating oppression finally dissipated. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief, as if they had finally breathed a sigh of relief after experiencing a life-or-death ordeal. Yang Baichuan then looked at Su Jie again, a gentle smile on his face. "Little guy, although the waters of Linjiang City are not deep, there are many undercurrents.
You must be extra careful in your actions in the future."
Su Jie bowed deeply. "Thank you very much, Chairman Yang, for your help today."
Yang Baichuan waved his hand, his tone meaningful. "No need to be polite.
This is your talent and strength, and it's worth my help. You must train diligently. I look forward to your performance in the martial arts exam and on even higher stages. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to come to the Martial Arts Association to find me. Prepare yourself in the next few days. I will contact you in 7 days and take you to a very interesting place." Before he could finish speaking, he vanished like a wisp of smoke, as if he had never existed, without waiting for Su Jie's response. Gazing in the direction where Yang Baichuan disappeared, Su Jie stood for a moment, feeling the still surging blood and qi within his body and the 12 martial acupoints that had advanced to the 7th level. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. So mysterious, who knows where the senior is taking me? His mind raced, and he remembered the old ghost from the Zhou family who had just left. What's so great about an old ghost with 3 martial meridians? Once I've tempered all my martial acupoints to level 10 and condensed my martial meridians, I'll smash you to pieces with one punch. Full of pride, Su Jie turned and walked towards the rented room, ignoring the awe, envy, or complicated gazes around him. After dinner, he packed a large amount of monster meat jerky, returned to his simple but reassuring rented room, locked the door, and lay down on the bed. System, display detailed status. Host, Su Jie. Current martial acupoints, level 7, 13, level 6, 86. Current chi and blood reserves, 3,159,650 points. Combat power, 2,519 points. Cultivation technique, primal breathing technique, supreme level. Mastered martial arts, sky stepping step, top tier profound rank, void piercing finger, chi and blood skill, flowing shadow sword technique, low tier profound rank. Special status, resonance tempering, passive skill, martial aperture tempering speed doubled. I still have over 3 million units of chi and blood reserves, enough to sustain me for a long time. But that old devil from the Zhou family is a threat. I must improve my strength even faster. The most important thing right now is to temper my martial acupoints. Once my foundation is solid, I don't care how many martial meridians there are, I'll crush them all. Without hesitation, he focused his mind on his body, guiding the vast vast and boundless chi and blood like a diligent laborer to begin his attempt to break through to a 6th level martial acupoint.
Consuming 3,000 points of chi and blood. Martial aperture tempering in progress. Estimated time 5 hours. As the tempering process began, a pure and gentle power gradually emanated from his martial acupoints, strengthening his physique.
Su Jia was completely immersed in the pleasure of steady improvement, forgetting everything else.
Time flew by in the silence.
When hungry, they would nibble on a few bites of the expensive jerky from the beasts they had bought in advance. When thirsty, they would drink some water. Apart from necessary physiological needs in short periods of sleep, Su Jia devoted almost all his time to this tedious tempering process.
Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level 7. Combat power plus 11. Time passed by, second by second. Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level 7. Combat power plus 11.
The pleasant system notification sounds became the only background music in his life.
7 days passed in the blink of an eye.
On the night before Yang Baichuan's appointment, Su Jia woke from a period of frenzied cultivation. He immediately checked the system panel.
Current martial acupoints, level 7, 45, level 6, 54. Current chi and blood reserves, 3,675,650 points. Combat power, 2,871 points. 2,871 combat power points.
Su Jia clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, and glanced at his blood and chi reserves, which had exceeded 3.6 million, feeling full of confidence. He checked the unread messages on his bracelet and found that Yang Baichuan had sent him an encrypted message today, containing only coordinates and a short sentence. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, abandon mine number 7 in the east of the city.
No waiting for latecomers. Why all the secrecy? Su Jia scoffed, but still arrived on time for the appointment.
That night, he did not cultivate and entered a deep sleep, too exhausted to move. The next morning, when he arrived at the abandoned mine, he found Yang Baichuan already standing there with his hands behind his back, next to him a sleek, futuristic black small aircraft.
President Yang. Su Jia stepped forward and bowed.
Yang Baichuan turned around, his gaze sweeping over Su Jia, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. It's been 7 days, and your
combat strength seems to have increased considerably. It seems that the pressure from the Zhao family has become your motivation. Su Jia smiled slightly, not denying it.
He had been refining his martial arts skills almost sleeplessly these past few days, and the results were remarkable.
Su Jia, you look just like your father, Yang Baichuan said slowly, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible emotion.
Su Jia's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time someone had brought up the body's parents.
Based on the original owner's vague memories and Yang Baichuan's words, he remained silent, waiting for what was to come.
Your grandfather and I fought side by side on the northern border back then, so we have a bond of camaraderie.
Yang Baichuan took a drag of his cigarette.
Your parents were also brave men who died 3 years ago during that sudden, massive beast tide. They protected humanity and were true heroes and martyrs.
Su Jia nodded,
feeling a greater respect for these parents he had never met, and also understanding why the city hall had a special compensation policy for him, a martyr's orphan. You have been dormant for many years, but now you have soared to great heights. You must have obtained your own opportunity.
Yang Baichuan's eyes were
sharp, but there was not a trace of greed in them.
This is your luck, and it is also a way to live up to your parents who sacrificed for humanity.
The tone shifted, becoming more serious. Now that you've made a name for yourself, there are some things you should know.
Do you really think we humans can rest easy on our laurels?
Su Jia sat up straight, realizing that the important part was coming. In fact, a lot of information has been blocked from the outside world. Although our human race has multiplied to this day and has a population of tens of billions, we are actually only located on the edge of a supercontinent on this vast and dangerous Tianning star. Yang Baichuan's voice was deep. Those monsters that occupy vast amounts of mountains, swamps, forests, and oceans on the continent number in the trillions. Among them are terrifying beings capable of moving mountains and filling seas, capable of roaring down stars. To them, we are the guests of this land, or even the prey. His voice grew heavier and heavier. We were able to establish an urban civilization in this remote corner not because of the mercy of the monsters, but because of the great wall of martial arts built by the blood and flesh of countless ancestors, and a miracle that completely changed the fate of mankind 1,000 years ago.
A miracle? Su Jia asked cooperatively.
That's right, a miracle that changed the fate of humanity under the stars.
A complex look flashed in Yang Baichuan's eyes. 1,000 years ago, a huge palace appeared out of nowhere on human territory.
At first, people were in a panic, but later pioneers risked their lives to investigate and discovered that there was a white jade square in front of the palace. That white jade plaza wasn't a dead end, but rather a series of teleportation channels leading to different worlds, which we called dungeon worlds.
Dungeon? Su Jia was shocked.
This setting was strangely similar to the games he had played in his previous life. It is the dungeons, all kinds of dungeon worlds, which are bizarre and dangerous, but at the same time contain endless opportunities. Each instance conceals bizarre rules, powerful powerful guardians, and harsh environments, countless talented martial artists have perished here. However, Yang Baichuan emphasized heavily, initially, it was precisely because of the reward we humans brought back from the simplest dungeon, the basic breathing technique, that we truly ushered in the martial arts era and gained the means to contend with demonic beasts. That palace is called the Myriad Manifestations Palace. It has now been taken over by the Federal Supreme Council and has become the greatest cornerstone and top secret of the human race. Yang Baichuan stared intently at Su Jie, only warriors with a combat power of 2,000 points or more, who have undergone rigorous screening, and whose parents, and 3 generations have been loyal to the human race, are qualified to be informed of its existence and granted permission to explore it. Because his gaze was burning with fervor. The Federation needs them to enter various instances, to explore, to fight, to acquire resources, cultivation techniques, and even technology. This will support us in fighting against the endless invasions of demonic beasts and maintaining humanity's immortal survival. Su Jie took a deep breath, his blood boiling. He realized how vast the world was, and that humanity was not living in comfort, but rather struggling to survive amidst crises. Fortunately, although there are many monsters, they are not a monolithic entity. Their internal forces are complex and intertwined, which gives us a chance to breathe and develop. Yang Baichuan continued, Su Jie, your sudden rise and surge in combat power will naturally attract attention from all sides. Although the vast majority of martial artists in the Federation are adventuring in dungeon worlds or guarding the martial arts Great Wall against demonic beasts, troublemakers like the Zhao family, who are short-sighted and use despicable methods, are by no means the only ones. His tone became serious. However, you don't need to worry too much. The Federation has an ironclad rule that strictly prohibits the forcible abduction of martial artists, especially genius martial artists. This is the bottom line. Anyone who dares to cross you will suffer the consequences. No one will dare to touch you openly, but you still need to be wary of their underhanded tactics. If you encounter any insurmountable trouble in the future, feel free to contact me anytime. Su Jie said sincerely, thank you, Chairman Yang. Yang Baichuan waved his hand and asked, now you know part of the truth about this world. According to convention, martial artists are usually only arranged to come into contact with the Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Palace after passing the martial arts exam and further consolidating their strength after entering university. Unless, a freak like you can reach the entry threshold ahead of time. He looked at Su Jie meaningfully, your combat power should be well over 2,000 points now, right? How about it? Are you interested in taking a look at the world behind the portal? Or do you want to take some more time to prepare? Su Jie did not answer immediately, but instead asked, President Yang, what are the views of the Federation's higher-ups or the true elites regarding martial acupoint tempering? Yang Baichuan seemed to have been prepared, and smiled, I knew you would ask this. The deeper the foundation of martial arts refinement, the greater the future potential. This is a consensus among everyone. Do you know what kind of foundation Yu Wuji, the strongest among our celestial star human race, known as the first war god, had back then? His voice was filled with utmost respect. Back then, Lord Yu refined all 99 basic martial acupoints to the 9th level before he could condense his first martial vein. After a martial artist condenses their martial veins, their ability to metabolize the poison from demonic beast pills increases significantly. The Federation subsequently gathered a large amount of vital energy resources to help him condense 9 martial veins. Now, his combat power has reached the level of slaying a demon emperor, making him invincible under heaven. He is a true monument and pride of our human martial arts. The tone shifted, tinged with a hint of helplessness, but you also have to understand that the amount of energy and blood consumed as you progress is astronomical. Refining a martial acupoint from level 8 to level 9 requires enough blood and energy to train several Qi condensation realm martial artists. Human resources are limited, and we are surrounded by powerful enemies. We cannot afford to waste time, nor can we afford to wait. Following Lord Yu, the core disciples nurtured by various powerful forces generally reach level 6 or 7 in martial arts foundation by the age of 18. This is already considered top tier, achieved with all available resources. Afterward, they will choose to condense their meridians, rapidly forming high-end combat power. Moreover, many important dungeons have age or combat power restrictions. If we drag it out too long, we might miss the best opportunity to explore them, Yang Baichuan said earnestly, looking at Su Jie. Therefore, my advice to you is to announce to the outside world that you condensed your martial vein after your martial acupoint was tempered to level 6. Your combat strength far surpasses that of your peers, which can be explained by the fact that you have already condensed your martial veins or have outstanding comprehension and have created powerful martial arts techniques. This will both conceal your true strength and reduce unnecessary covetousness. After all, no one can see through the level of your martial arts acupoints. Su Jie understood that this was precisely Yang Baichuan's way of thinking of him, helping him find a reasonable disguise. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Chairman Yang. Su Jie thanked him solemnly, his eyes immediately igniting with fighting spirit. I want to go and see the Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Palace. But not now.
Oh, Yang Baichuan raised an eyebrow.
I want to take some more time to process things.
Su Jie didn't elaborate on how much time he needed to process things, but his eyes were unwavering. I will definitely contact you when I'm ready.
He understood that the world behind the portal was full of both danger and opportunity. Before he could possess the power to protect himself, he needed to refine all his martial arts skills to the 7th level of perfection, or even begin to strive for the 8th level. He was unwilling to rashly venture into the unknown. After all, his system was his strongest trump card, and he couldn't afford any mistakes.
Yang Baichuan nodded approvingly, not arrogant or impatient. You are very calm and composed. Since that's the case, I won't force you.
Keep this contact code safe. You can contact me anytime.
Also, the reason I called you here today is so you can witness the true tide of demonic beasts as soon as possible. Yang Baichuan's words made Su Jie's heart tighten. The real tide of demonic beasts?
He only knew about it from the original owners.
Vague memories and scattered fragments in textbooks.
It was a brutal battlefield where walls were built with flesh and blood.
Alright.
Su Jie's eyes showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, they burned with fierce fighting spirit. Learning by doing was no substitute for real combat, and he wanted to see for himself how useful his strength would be in a real war.
The two boarded the sleek black aircraft.
The cabin wasn't large, but it was filled with a high-tech feel.
Yang Baichuan personally took control, and
the aircraft silently ascended into the air, then transformed into a black streak of light, speeding away towards the outskirts of Linjiang City. We're not going to the Myriad Manifestation's heavenly palace, but straight to an outpost on the northern border, Yang Baichuan explained while piloting the aircraft.
There's been a lot of pressure there lately, with small groups of demonic beasts infiltrating from time to time.
It'll be a good opportunity for you to experience the atmosphere of a real battlefield. The aircraft was moving at an extremely high speed, and the scenery outside the window rushed past. The city was quickly left behind, and below was a continuous mountain range and a dense primeval forest, with occasionally huge birds flying by. About 2 hours later, the aircraft began to descend. Through the porthole, Su Jie saw a military base below, surrounded by a massive alloy wall. The walls were covered with energy turrets, and soldiers in standard armor could be vaguely seen patrolling. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood and gunpowder. The aircraft landed smoothly on the base's helipad. As soon as Su Jie stepped out of the cabin, a biting, cold wind carrying the smell of rust and burnt metal rushed towards him, instantly invigorating him. A burly man in a lieutenant's uniform, with a scar on his face, strode forward and respectfully saluted Yang Baichuan. General Yang, you've arrived. Commander Zhang, how is the situation?
Yang Baichuan nodded slightly in response, not very optimistic. Lieutenant Zhang's expression was solemn.
According to reconnaissance, the number of monsters gathered in the nearby mountains and forests has increased by 30% compared to yesterday, and several general-level monsters with combat power exceeding 10,000 points have appeared. Recently, we've been seeing frequent attacks on Outpost 77 by groups of monsters. We suspect they may be planning a large-scale monster horde targeting Outpost 77. He glanced at Su Jie behind Yang Baichuan, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes, but wisely refrained from asking further.
A young man personally brought along by Vice President Yang was no ordinary person. Outpost number 77,
Yang Baichuan pondered for a moment. Let's go take a look. The three of them boarded an armored vehicle inside the base and headed towards the outermost defensive line. The closer they got to the border, the more tense the atmosphere became. The wreckage of damaged armored vehicles, the scorched earth, and the bloodstains that had not yet been cleaned up all spoke of the brutality and frequency of the fighting here. Soon, a small outpost built into the mountainside and nestled in a valley came into view. The defensive fortifications surrounding the outpost were damaged in many places, and the engineers were urgently repairing them. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood.
Just then, wah-ah! A piercing alarm suddenly ripped through the sky. Enemy attack. Beast horde approaching. Medium size. All personnel to combat readiness, the observer on the outpost tower shouted hoarsely.
The ground began to tremble slightly, and in the distant mountains and forests, billowing dust rose as countless strange and monstrous beasts surged forth like a black tide. Wolves, leopards, snakes. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they roared with bloodlust as they converged into a destructive torrent, rushing madly toward the outpost. Prepare for battle. Officer Zhang roared, drawing his sword. His blood surged, and his combat power reached approximately 1,800 points. Although the soldiers inside the outpost were pale, they did not hesitate and quickly took up advantageous positions. Their energy weapons began to charge, flashing with a dangerous light.
Yang Baichuan did not make a move, but simply watched quietly.
He said to Su Jie, "Go ahead, be careful, and get a feel for the battlefield. Remember, powerful commanders often lurk within the beast tide." Su Jie took a deep breath, suppressing the tension of facing the beast tide for the first time, replacing it with a boiling fighting spirit. His figure flashed, appearing like a ghost at the forefront of the outpost's perimeter wall.
Looking down at the dense, ferocious, roaring horde of monsters, Su Jie's eyes turned icy. "Let me show you the power of my 7th level martial acupoint."
He didn't even use the flowing shadow sword technique, he simply threw a punch. A surge of immense blood and chi erupted from his body, condensing into a sharp fist-shaped aura that crashed into the horde of beasts like a cannonball. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever the fist passed, 7 or 8 soldier-level demonic beasts with a combat power of about 1,000 points were instantly blasted into a cloud of blood mist, clearing a clear area, just like watermelons being crushed. The power of that punch left the soldiers who were tensely preparing for battle speechless.
Who is that kid? He's so strong. One punch shattered 7 or 8 ironback wolves? This combat power must be at least 1,500 points, right?
Officer Zhang looked at Yang Baichuan in shock, but Yang Baichuan just smiled faintly, as if he had expected this scene. Feeling the power of that punch, Su Jie felt a surge of pride. He held back, moving swiftly along the wall, his fists beating like drums, unleashing a continuous barrage of energy that carved a space in the beast tide with each strike. He was invincible, like a war god descending, greatly relieving the pressure on the front of the outpost. The soldiers' morale soared, and their battle cries shook the heavens. Just as the beast tide offensive was being initially contained, a sudden change occurred. Hiss! A sharp, piercing howl came from behind the beast horde, and 3 even larger, blue giant wolves, their bodies wreathed in swirling winds, suddenly leaped out. The silvery white light in their eyes was eerie, and the aura they emitted was all above 2,000 points. It's the leader of the Wind Wolves. Officer Zhang's expression changed drastically. 2 of the Wind Wolf leaders pounced on Su Jie with lightning speed, their claws slicing through the air with a sharp hissing sound. Perfect timing. Su Jie remained calm, unleashing the sky-stepping step, his movements as agile as a dragon, skillfully dodging the attacks of the 2 Wind Wolves. He brought his 2 fingers together like a sword, incorporating the essence of the flowing shadow sword technique, and struck one of the Wind Wolves directly in the waist and abdomen. The sharp energy contained in his fingertips pierced through the Wind Wolf's tough fur, splattering blood. The Wind Wolf howled in pain. Another Wind Wolf seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack from the side, escaping while lunging straight at Su Jie's neck. Without turning around, Su Jie threw a backhand punch, striking Wolf Kiss hard. A piercing sound of bones cracking rang out as the Wind Wolf's muzzle was violently smashed, sending it flying backward with a miserable howl. Just as Su Jie was preparing to press his advantage and finish off the 2 wounded Wind Wolf leaders, the 3rd Wind Wolf leader, with the strongest aura and a combat power of nearly 2,300 points, did not participate in the siege. Instead, a cunning glint flashed in his eyes as he pounced on a weak point in the defenses of the outpost. Su Jie's eyes turned cold, and with a swift movement, he broke free from the entanglement and flashed to block the leader of the Wind Wolves. With a cold shout, Su Jie's fist, condensing over 2,800 combat power, slammed into the head of the Wind Wolf leader without any fancy moves. Like a watermelon exploding, the head of the Wind Wolf leader, with nearly 2,000 combat points, was shattered by the violent force, its brains splattering everywhere. Its corpse crashed to the ground, twitched twice, and then stopped moving. The other 2 wounded Wind Wolf leaders whimpered in terror upon seeing their leader killed, and tried to flee with their tails between their legs. Su Jie wouldn't let them escape, using this sky-stepping technique to pursue them, easily finishing them off with both his fingers and palms. With their leader fallen, the remaining monsters were thrown into chaos. Under the soldiers' counterattack, they quickly scattered and fled. The beast tide receded, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The soldiers silently cleaned the battlefield and collected the bodies of their fallen comrades. The air was thick with sorrow and exhaustion. Standing on the wall, Su Jie felt the surge of power within him for the first time, so acutely the cruelty of war and the fragility of life. Just then, a sharp, mournful cry, completely out of place with the solemn atmosphere of the battlefield, suddenly rang out. Chang, shall we? No, you can't die. You promised to protect me. Wa'ada. Su Jie looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young woman dressed in an overly clean, even fashionable tactical uniform lying on the bodies of 2 young men, crying her heart out. Her delicate makeup was ruined by tears and accidental bloodstains, and she clutched tightly in her hand a damaged special device with a live streaming gimbal function. Su Jie recognized her as Adventure Rose, a popular online celebrity who had recently gained some fame on a cloud platform, using the gimmick of exploring the fringes and experiencing the life of a martial artist. Clearly, she and her boyfriend and brother from her team risked everything to personally travel to the actual border front in order to attract attention, only to pay a heavy price. Adventure Rose suddenly raised her head. Her eyes, which were originally used to give a charming smile to the camera, were now bloodshot, filled with madness and resentment. Her gaze swept frantically through the crowd, finally landing like a poisoned dagger on Su Jie, who had just turned the tide. It's him, the man whose strength is so great that it's like a god descending to earth, the one who personally slew the leader of the demon beasts. If he hadn't gone to hunt down those wolf kings first, but instead come to rescue their team, her boyfriend and brother wouldn't have died. The pain of losing a loved one and the fear that her live streaming career might be ruined mixed into a twisted rage that drove her to rage madly. She struggled to her feet, her expression almost frantic as she lunged at Su Jie, pointing her finger at his nose and letting out a heart-wrenching scream amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd. Why? You're so amazing. Why didn't you save us first? If you had saved us first, Ah Chang and Xiao, we wouldn't have died.
It was you. You killed them. You cold-blooded executioner. Give me back my Chang. Give me back my Xiao Hui.
Her voice was sharp and shrill, filled with unreasonable accusations and hysterical despair. The surrounding soldiers frowned. They had witnessed firsthand how Su Jie had turned the tide of battle at the last minute, saving countless lives. But the lament of adventure rose still pierced the hero's heart like a poisonous thorn. Su Jie looked at the face distorted by grief and anger before him, and listened to her illogical accusations, his brows furrowing slightly. He could understand her pain, but the idea of blaming the rescuers for the consequences of her failed adventure felt absurd and cold to him. He even felt a growing sense of annoyance at this unreasonable behavior. In that fleeting moment when emotions were just beginning to stir, stubborn and unyielding, he deserves to die. A sharp, cold shout, like a biting north wind, instantly froze all the noise in the room. The flash of the blade was as swift as a fleeting shadow. Yang Baichuan's figure seemed to appear out of thin air, blocking Su Jie's path. The long, thin sword in his hand was already drawn, and he swung it and sheathed it in one fluid motion, so fast that it was beyond the visual perception of most people. The cries and accusations of adventure rose ceased abruptly, like the crowing of a rooster with its throat cut short. Her beautiful yet distorted face was frozen with resentment, then turned into an incredulous blankness. A thin line of blood slowly trickled down her brow. The next moment, her body slowly split in two, falling to the left and right, blood and internal organs splattering all over the ground, lying next to the corpses of her boyfriend and brother. The entire outpost was plunged into a deathly silence, with only the faint sound of the wind weeping softly. All the soldiers held their breath, stunned by this sudden, ruthless, and decisive scene. Damn beast! How dare it bewitch people's hearts, transform into human form, and attempt to destroy the will of my human warriors? There was a deathly silence all around. Only Yang Baichuan's voice echoed in the bloody air. Su Jie stared at the decapitated corpse on the ground, then at Yang Baichuan, whose expression was cold and who had sheathed his sword. His pupils contracted slightly. His senses were extremely sharp. Just now, he clearly felt that the female warrior did not have the ferocious aura unique to demonic beasts, and her blood and chi fluctuations were no different from those of ordinary people. Uncle Yang. However, Su Jie immediately came to his senses. He was on the battlefield, and naivety and kindness were tantamount to foolishness. Excessive sympathy would only lead to his death. Yang Baichuan turned around, his face regaining its previous refined elegance, as if the cold and ruthless slash from just now was merely an illusion. He patted Su Jie on the shoulder, his tone gentle. Su Jie, are you alright? The battlefield is ever-changing, and the demonic beasts are incredibly cunning, especially adept at psychological warfare. Remember, always stay alert. Although Su Jie understood that there was no room for weakness on the battlefield, the resentful gaze and sharp accusations of the female internet celebrity, as well as Yang Baichuan's earth-shattering and merciless slash, still lingered in his mind. That slash not only severed her life, but also seemed to strike Su Jie's heart, making him deeply feel the bloody and cruel laws of this world for the first time. To be honest, he was indeed shaken, somewhat puzzled, and even instinctively felt a little uncomfortable. Yang Baichuan's voice broke the silence, calm yet carrying an unshakable authority. Su Jie, do you think I went too far? Su Jie did not evade the question and answered frankly. It was somewhat unexpected. She doesn't look like a demon beast. That's just the surface. Yang Baichuan's gaze was deep as he looked out the window at the churning sea of clouds. The monsters on the border battlefield are ever-changing. There is one called the bewitching demon, which is best at studying the weaknesses of people's hearts, weaving illusions, and attaching itself to the dying or recently dead, feeding on their resentment. What's even more terrifying is that they use words as knives to corrode people's Dao hearts. Countless talented martial artists did not die in direct combat, but were defeated by these insidious schemes, their mental fortitude shattered, and their cultivation never to recover. He turned his head, staring intently at Su Jie. I ask you, if she is truly possessed by this kind of demonic beast, should I have struck with this blade? Su Jie pondered for a moment, then nodded solemnly. I should. What if she wasn't possessed, but simply suffered a mental breakdown and took her anger out on others? In that situation, wouldn't her existence shake the beliefs of the other soldiers? Won't this make you, a future pillar of society stepping into the battlefield for the first time, feel resentment, or even develop inner demons? Yang Baichuan's tone became stern. Su Jie's heart tightened. Recalling the female warrior's venomous accusations, he was indeed instantly plunged into confusion and self-doubt. If this emotion is allowed to fester. He took a deep breath and nodded again. Yes. In that case, Yang Baichuan's tone softened. Hesitation only leads to more trouble. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. The path of martial arts is not only about accumulating strength but also about tempering one's character. Being lenient with the enemy is being cruel to yourself and your comrades. If I show mercy today, I might cause more innocent lives to be lost in the future, and even ruin your immense potential as a genius. Do you understand this now? These words resonated in Su Jie's mind like a morning bell and an evening drum. His previous discomfort and doubts vanished instantly in the face of this clear truth and than harsh reality. That's right, he wasn't on the peaceful blue star, but on the celestial star, a place where martial arts reign supreme and monsters roam freely.
On the battlefield, there's no room for sentimentality. Yang Baichuan was not bloodthirsty, but rather used the most direct and cruel method to teach him a crucial lesson: to be firm in one's convictions, to distinguish right from wrong, and to make decisive decisions. Having figured this out, Su Jie felt a sense of relief and a deep sense of gratitude welled up within him for Yang Baichuan. This elder is protecting and training him in his unique way, enabling him to walk more steadily and further on this thorny path of martial arts. He stood up and bowed solemnly to Yang Baichuan. "Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Yang. I had been thinking wrong before. It is thanks to your timely reminder that I was able to clear my mind."
Seeing that Su Jie's eyes were clear and his attitude was sincere, clearly indicating that he had truly understood the deeper meaning, Yang Baichuan smiled with satisfaction. He helped Su Jie up and patted him on the shoulder. "It's good that you understand.
Remember, with great power comes great responsibility, and the heart must be even more resilient.
Your journey is still long, and the storms ahead will only be greater."
This junior will certainly remember this.
Su Jie nodded vigorously. On the return flight, Su Jie closed his eyes and concentrated. The bloodshed at the border, the roar of the monsters, the female internet celebrities' frantic accusations, and the shock of Uncle Yang / these images intertwined and flowed in his mind, eventually settling into an incredibly solid understanding that deeply integrated into his spirit and will. This tempered and strengthened mindset was like a key, quietly unlocking some invisible shackles within him. He felt his spiritual power was unprecedentedly concentrated, and his control over his own blood and chi had risen to a new level. A powerful force was quietly brewing within Su Jie's body. The aircraft slowly landed at a secluded location on the outskirts of Linjiang City. Yang Baichuan handed Su Jie a sealed metal box. "This contains the crystal core of a general-level demon beast. Its energy is extremely pure. Absorb it when you get back and cultivate diligently. The martial arts exam is approaching, so don't waste your talent." Yang Baichuan's tone was gentle, as if the intense scene from before had never happened.
"Thank you, Uncle Yang."
Su Jie accepted the box and thanked him calmly. As dusk approached, after dinner, Su Jie returned to his familiar rented room, locked the door, and let out a long sigh of relief. He opened the metal box, inside which was a crystal core the size of a pigeon egg, colorful and radiating surging vital energy.
A general-level demonic beast refers to a demonic beast with a combat power exceeding 10,000 points.
Only demonic beasts that reach this standard are worthy of this title.
Similar to human martial
artists, only martial artists with a combat power of 10,000 points or more can be awarded the honorary title of War General by the Federation, and Yang Baichuan is indeed a Federation War General. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged, gripped the dark golden crystal core tightly in both hands, and began to circulate the origin breathing technique, carefully guiding the energy within the crystal core into his body.
Like a drop of cold water being poured into a boiling oil pan, the energy within the crystal core immediately displayed its violent side as soon as it entered Su Jie's meridians. This was a scorching, unruly torrent, as if carrying an indomitable will, trying to break through his meridians and scorch his will. If a martial artist with a combat strength of over 2,000 were to rashly devour such a high-quality general-level crystal core, they would likely be severely injured by this violent energy, or even have their mind eroded by the residual demonic beast will within it. But Su Jie is different. Not only does he possess a profound foundation of perfected 6th-level martial arts, and his blood and chi quality far surpasses that of his peers, but more importantly, he has just experienced the baptism of the border battlefield and witnessed Yang Baichuan's resolute determination to sever his inner demons.
His own state of mind has long been tempered to be as firm as a rock and indestructible. Faced with the onslaught of this violent energy, Su Jie remained calm and composed. His will, like divine iron forged through countless trials, firmly controlled his blood and chi, layer by layer enveloping, decomposing, and assimilating the surging violent energy.
Meanwhile, in the office of Yang Baichuan, a high-ranking member of the Linjiang City Martial Arts Association, he stood with his hands behind his back in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the city lights below, but his gaze seemed to penetrate space and land on a certain spot in that simple rented room. His eyes held a hint of barely perceptible expectation and seriousness. The heart of martial arts, Yang Baichuan murmured to himself, his voice echoing in the empty office.
So many people are stuck at this hurdle, never able to enter
it in their entire lives.
Even among the Federation generals, only 1 in 100 truly understands their own heart of martial arts. He recalled that back then, under the guidance of a senior, he had the good fortune to comprehend the spirit of protecting order in a life-or-death crisis, which enabled him to solidify his fighting strength and mental state, thus embarking on a path of rapid improvement. Now, he has condensed 6 martial veins, far more than the 4 rumored outside, and his combat power is over 60,000 points, making him a level 6 warrior. Su Jie is a child with superior talent, perseverance, and temperament. During his trip to the border, he experienced life and death firsthand and faced attacks attacks from those who harbored resentment. By cutting off his relationship with that internet celebrity, I eliminated the last trace of hesitation and wavering that might have arisen in him, and honed his will to be even purer.
However, this is far from enough.
To cultivate the heart of martial arts, one needs not only external tempering but also inner enlightenment
and opportunity.
The violent will and earth-pulsating power contained in that lava dragon crystal core are one of the best catalysts. The Federal Academy of Sciences once estimated that the success rate of condensing a martial arts heart with the help of a suitable general level
Demon Beast crystal core is only 1 in 10,000. This is still theoretical data, and the actual number of successful people is even smaller. Many promising geniuses have fallen at this step. They either cannot withstand the impact of the will within the crystal core and suffer mental damage, or they cannot find their own path in the impact and ultimately fail. He turned and stared at Sujie's brief file on the table, his gaze sharp as a knife. Sujie, can you seize this 0.01% chance? Or will you become one of the 99.99% who fail? I bet you'll succeed. If you can use this to solidify your martial arts heart, even if it is only at the initial stage, your future will be bright and you will be qualified to reach higher levels and truly take on the responsibilities that your parents did not complete. If it doesn't work out, a complex emotion flashed in Yang Baichuan's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. That would mean that your limit might be reached here.
Although you are still a genius, you will be unable to shoulder great responsibilities.
I have fulfilled my duty as a guide. This investment in Sujie's future is an extremely risky gamble.
It's a gamble on that slim 0.01% chance, and even more so on whether Sujie can truly transform himself. Inside the rented room, Sujie's refining process entered its most crucial moment. During the absorption and refining process, a trace of the ferocious will of a general-level demon beast remained within the crystal core, transforming into a final counterattack, impacting Sujie's mind with an invisible roar. The roar was filled with violence, a desire for killing and destruction, and it tried to shake his mind. In the past, Sujie might have been slightly moved by this, but at this moment,
a mere remnant of a will, yet dares to be so presumptuous?
He sneered inwardly, and the image of Yang Baichuan's sword strike on the border, severing everything and protecting order and faith, naturally surfaced in his mind. He also recalled the unwavering resolve he had cultivated beforehand.
My path is one of relentless self-improvement. It is to protect everything I cherish. It is to cut through all obstacles in my way. How can I allow such a vile beast's remnant thoughts to defile it?
A silent thunderclap seemed to explode deep within his soul. The mental fortitude within him, which had been condensed to its limit and seemed to be just one strike away from being unleashed, suddenly erupted under the collision of external pressure and his own unwavering belief. All the insights, from the initial unwillingness and struggle at the beginning of the transmigration, to the crazy cultivation under the system's blessing, and then to the decisive counterattack when facing Lin Shuer, Wang Mang, and the Zhao family. Then, the profound understanding of life, death, responsibility, and faith gained on the border battlefield, as well as Yang Baichuan's teachings of slaying inner demons and having an iron will. At this moment, all of this is completely integrated, condensed, and sublimated. Sujie's aura suddenly changed. It was no longer just powerful blood and chi, but also possessed an indescribable divine charm, a steadfast, indomitable, and self-reliant will. He felt as if his consciousness had detached from the lower dantian, and a bright light shone at the ancestral aperture between his eyebrows. It then stabilized and transformed into an invisible and intangible, yet truly existing, seed. This seed carries his entire understanding of martial arts, embodies his unwavering will, and is the source and core of his spiritual strength.
Ding!
Detected that the host has successfully condensed their core will and awakened their true nature. The martial heart, white, has been successfully condensed. Martial arts heart, white.
Effect 1, unwavering will.
Slightly enhances mental resistance, greatly improving resistance to illusions, mental attacks, and mind-controlling abilities, making one's beliefs less susceptible to external influences.
Effect 2, willpower control.
Increases control over one's own chi and strength by 50%, and increases comprehension by 50% when practicing cultivation techniques. Note, the martial arts heart can continuously grow and transform with the host's experiences and insights. Sujie suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze deep and calm. His entire demeanor subtly changed, losing some of the frivolity of a youth and gaining more of the composure and confidence of a grandmaster. He opened his hand, and the dark golden general-level crystal core had turned into dust. All its energy and lingering resentment became nourishment for him to condense his martial arts heart. Feeling the profound mystery brought by the invisible seed between his eyebrows, especially the effortless control over his own power, Sujie felt an immense joy and enlightenment. So that's how it is. Uncle Yang gave me this crystal core so that he could use the remaining demonic beasts will within it as a final whetstone to help me completely solidify this martial arts heart. This thoughtful gesture filled Sujie with immeasurable gratitude towards Yang Baichuan. This elder had considered things far more deeply than Sujie himself had imagined.
The heart of martial arts, is this the starting point of a true strongman?
He claimed clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within his body and the unwavering will between his brows, and an unprecedented confidence welled up within him. Then, the next step is to push this foundation to its limit, achieving the perfection of the 10th level martial acupoint. Without further hesitation, he immediately lay back down on the bed, preparing to continue his tempering work. However, just as he was guiding his chi and blood, preparing to break through to the next 7th level martial acupoint, the system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! Host's chi and blood reserves have reached 3.5 million points, and the martial heart has been condensed, meeting the requirements.
New system function unlocked. Chi and blood furnace.
Chi and blood furnace. This furnace allows you to input your stored chi and blood for compression and purification, transforming it into a higher level energy source called chi and blood essence. Exchange ratio 10,000 to 1, meaning 10,000 points of ordinary chi and blood can be converted into 1 point of chi and blood essence. Chi and blood essence, it can be used to refine martial acupoints, or it can ignore the refinement time and directly complete the level upgrade of a single martial acupoint. The amount of essence consumed is 5 times the amount of chi and blood required to refine that level. For example, if it takes 1500 chi and blood to upgrade from level 6 to level 7, then it takes 0.75 points of chi and blood essence. It can also be used for temporary bursts of power, greatly enhancing combat strength for a short period. The specific effect depends on the host's strength and the amount of essence consumed.
Warning: the essence of chi and blood contains an extremely large amount of energy. Please use it with caution and within your limits.
Su Jie suddenly sat up in bed, his eyes wide open.
Bang! It can actually ignore the tempering time and level up directly? This feature is absolutely incredible.
Previously, the tempering time could be halved by consuming double the amount of chi and blood, but as the level of the martial aperture increases, the time required also becomes longer and longer. Although his current consumption is frighteningly high, 5 times more than before, what he has no shortage of is his blood and chi reserves, but what he lacks most is time.
Give it a try.
Su Jie did not hesitate and immediately poured 100,000 points of chi and blood into the chi and blood furnace. Invested 100,000 chi and blood points, conversion initiated, conversion successful. Gain 10 chi and blood essence. Seeing the new chi and blood essence, 10, on the system panel, Su Jie's heart pounded.
He quickly locked onto a level 6 martial acupoint.
System, use chi and blood essence to upgrade this martial acupoint to level 7. Consuming 0.75 points of chi and blood essence, martial aperture tempering in progress.
Tempering complete. Current martial aperture level 7, combat power plus 11.
The moment the command was given, the level 6 martial acupoint seemed to be instantly filled, cleansed, and transformed by a vast and pure energy.
The entire process took less than a second. A powerful sense of strength immediately filled my entire body. Awesome! So awesome! Su Jie couldn't help but exclaim with joy. This efficiency is simply amazing.
He looked at the remaining 9.25 points of chi and blood essence on the system panel, then glanced at his enormous chi and blood reserves, his eyes gleaming with the unique light of the Scroll King.
Liver doesn't exist. From now on, I'm going to spend money. No, I'm going to spend health points.
He didn't hesitate to start a spending spree. Consuming 0.75 points of chi and blood essence, martial aperture level increased to level 7.
Combat power plus 11.
Consuming 0.75 points of chi and blood essence, martial aperture level increased to level 7.
Combat power plus 11.
Consumes 0.75 points of chi and blood essence. The pleasant notification sounds rang in his mind like a machine gun, and one after another, the level 6 martial acupoints advanced to level 7 at a speed visible to the naked eye. The power within his body soared wildly like a rocket. In just 1 minute, he consumed 40.5 points of chi and blood essence, equivalent to 405,000 ordinary chi and blood, and upgraded all the remaining 54 level 6 martial acupoints to level 7.
Current martial acupoints, level 7, 99 in total. Current chi and blood reserves, 3.35 million points. Chi and blood essence, 0.5. Combat power, 3,465 points. 99 acupoints, level 7 perfection. Combat power surpasses 3,400 points.
Feeling the immense power emanating from the 99 level 7 martial acupoints within his body, which resembled burning stars, Su Jie was filled with a world-destroying aura. He was full of confidence at this moment. Even without using the penetrating void finger, he could still go toe-to-toe with Zhou Tianfeng, that old ghost. With 3 martial meridians, based on his basic combat strength. Of course, arm wrestling was out of the question, and a real fight was out of the question.
Not enough. 7th level perfection is just the beginning. 8th level, here I come.
He invested another million points of chi and blood into the chi and blood furnace, exchanging them for 100 points of chi and blood essence. System, how much chi and blood essence is needed to upgrade a level 7 martial acupoint to level 8? Level 7 martial acupoint. Level 8 martial acupoint requires 5,000 points of normal chi and blood. Instant upgrade requires 2.5 points of chi and blood essence.
2.5 points each? 99 of them would be 247.5 points. My millions of qi and blood reserves are finally coming in handy. Su Jie waved his hand and began mass upgrades.
Consuming 2.5 points of qi and blood essence, martial aperture level increased to level 8.
Combat power plus 15. Consumes 2.5 points of qi and blood essence. After another pleasant notification sound, Su Jie looked at the new data on the system panel. Current martial arts skills, level 8, 99 in total.
Current qi and blood reserves, 880,000 points.
Qi, blood, and essence, 0. Combat power, 4,950 points. 4,950 combat power. 8th level martial arts skill perfected.
Su Jie stood up, stretched his limbs slightly, and felt his blood and qi surging like a mighty river. He even felt that he could flatten the outpost and the small hill behind it with a single punch.
This power, that's more like it. Su Jie nodded in satisfaction.
He stared at the remaining 880,000 points of qi and blood reserves, then turned his gaze to a higher realm, the 9th level of martial aperture. System, how much qi and blood is needed to advance from level 8 to level 9? He asked. Level 8 martial acupoint. Level 9 martial acupoint requires 20,000 points of normal qi and blood. Instant upgrade requires 10 points of qi and blood essence.
10 points each?
99 of them would be 990 points, which is equivalent to 9.9 million health points.
This consumption is outrageous.
Su Jie looked at the cold numbers on the system panel and couldn't help but gasp. Even with the system's assistance, his remaining 880,000 qi and blood reserves amount to only 88 points of qi and blood essence, which is enough to upgrade 8 martial acupoints from level 8 to level 9 at most.
It's better than nothing. Let's upgrade a few and try it out.
Su Jie made a decisive decision and immediately invested 800,000 qi and blood to exchange for 80 points of qi and blood essence. Consuming 10 points of qi and blood essence, martial aperture level increased to level 9.
Combat power plus 20.
Consuming 10 points of qi and blood essence, martial aperture level increased to level 9.
Combat power plus 20.
8 consecutive pleasant beeping sounds rang out, like the most beautiful melody. Each notification was accompanied by a powerful and refined sense of strength far surpassing that of the 8th level advancement, which surged rapidly within the body, as if 8 miniature stars were ignited, radiating endless light and heat.
Current martial acupoints, level 9, 8, level 8, 91.
Current qi and blood reserves, 80,000 points, continuously increasing. Qi and blood essence, 0 points.
Combat power, 5,110 points. 5,110 points of combat power.
With just 8 level 9 martial acupoints, his total combat power has increased significantly once again. Su Jie clearly felt that there was a qualitative leap between the 9th level martial acupoint and the 8th level one.
It was not
only an increase in combat power, but also reflected in the depth of nourishment to the body, as if the body had gained a new vitality.
This is too powerful. Is this the power that is close to perfection?
He was intoxicated by the wonderful experience brought by this power. However, seeing the remaining 80,000 points of qi and blood reserves and the 91 urgently needed level 8 martial apertures, a cold water was suddenly poured over his heart.
I can't afford to spend money on in-game purchases right now. The only way forward is to grind.
He locked onto an 8th level martial acupoint, guided his qi and blood, and activated the tempering resonance mode. Consuming 40,000 points of qi and blood, martial aperture tempering in progress. Estimated time, 24 hours. Hiss. Seeing the estimated time, even though Su Jie was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. The time has been halved, but the consumption has doubled.
It still takes a whole day and night?
In a few hours, he would have been in Tianming Star for a full month, and there would still be about 6 months until the martial arts exam that would determine the fate of countless people. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. At this rate, it would take 91 days, more than 3 months, to grind all 91 martial arts acupoints to level 9 without sleep.
And that doesn't even include rest, meals, and dealing with emergencies along the way. Su Jie quickly calculated, what about going from level 9 to level 10? Wouldn't the consumption and time be even more outrageous?
It would probably take several days just to open one martial aperture.
A strong sense of urgency welled up inside me.
No, at this rate, it's too late to reach the Supreme Tao Foundation of 99 acupoints at level 10 before the martial arts exam.
We must find a way to speed things up.
He thought of the Star Origin's secret realm. For others, the basic conditions there were low, so even if cultivation efficiency increased fivefold, it wouldn't be much. However, given his status as a master of the supreme breathing technique, the fivefold increase in blood and qi concentration there dramatically boosted his recovery speed and significantly shortened the time required to accumulate blood and qi. If we can find a similar place, or find a way to obtain a large amount of qi and blood. I used to think that the rate at which the qi and blood regeneration of the Origin breathing technique increased by a tiny bit per second was fast enough, but now it seems that the efficiency is still too low. Su Jie stroked his chin, a determined glint in his eyes. It seems it's time to consider the myriad manifestations heavenly palace that Uncle Yang mentioned.
Those dungeon worlds must contain resources and opportunities unimaginable to the outside world. Or, try taking on higher level, more rewarding missions, like hunting general-level monsters?
He turned his attention to the cloud trading platform, filtering through high-difficulty tasks whose rewards were vital energy or could be quickly converted into cash to buy resources. At the same time, his longing for the palace of myriad things grew stronger.
The title of martial arts champion belongs to me alone.
I will also forge the supreme foundation. Anyone who dares to stand in my way, I will use my 5,000 combat strength to blast them to pieces with one punch. Su Jie lay back down on the bed, focusing on adjusting his chi and blood while slowly and steadily refining the level 8 martial acupoint.
At the same
time, he began to seriously plan how to make money, accumulate chi and blood more quickly so as to reserve enough ammunition for the next crazy upgrade. The road to becoming a master of roles is never smooth, but any difficulties only excite him more. While refining his martial arts skills, he frantically searched for tasks on the cloud trading platform. He set the filtering criteria as follows. The reward includes health points or high-value items that can be quickly converted into
cash, and the difficulty.
After hesitating for a moment, he directly pulled to the mission area for warriors of the general level. The light screen instantly became much clearer, but each mission description still exuded a dangerous aura. Rank a mission, hunt down the Shadow Panther. Description: Shadow Leopard tracks have been confirmed deep within the Misty Canyon. Estimated combat strength 11,000 to 13,000 points. Extremely dangerous, adept at stealth and one-hit kills. Obtain its complete crystal core and leopard pelt. Reward: 500 pure blood or 500,000 star coins. Note: the remaining materials for the Shadow Panther belong to the contractor. Their estimated market value exceeds 800,000 star coins. Requirements for accepting the task: you must have a combat power of 8,000 points or higher, or have a successful record of hunting down a general-level monster. Rank a mission, explore the 3rd level of Black Wind Cave. Description: an unusual energy fluctuation has been detected deep within the Black Wind Cave, suspected to be a high-energy mineral or an unknown creature's nest. The first 2 levels have been cleared. The situation on the 3rd level is unknown, but there is a very high probability that a general-level demonic beast exists there.
A detailed map needs to be drawn and an energy source sample brought back.
Rewards:
depends on exploration results, with a minimum reward of 200 HP and a maximum of 1000 HP or equivalent items.
Requirements: it is recommended that players at the Chi Condensation realm, warrior, form a team, or be at the peak martial aperture realm with extremely strong survival abilities.
Rank a mission, destroy the Crimson Flame Ant Nest, Mother Nest.
Description: a large swarm of Crimson Flame ants has been discovered in the Crimson Flame Mountains.
A queen ant has been confirmed, estimated.
Combat power 9,000 to 10,000 points, threatening the safety of surrounding mines.
The mother nest must be completely destroyed and the queen ant killed.
Reward: 400 HP or 400,000 star coins. 30% of the queen ant core and special materials must be submitted. The remainder goes to the receiver. Requirements: it is recommended that the team consist of 5 or more members, with a total combat power exceeding 30,000 points. Looking at these tasks, Su Jie's eyes twitched involuntarily. The rewards were certainly generous for ordinary people, but those few hundred points of health were nothing to him. Moreover, the level of danger was extremely high. A general-level demonic beast with a combat power exceeding 10,000 is already in the realm of a true warrior. His current base combat power is close to 5,000, and with the penetrating void finger technique, he can unleash over 10,000 in damage. However, his endurance, defense, and combat experience are vastly inferior to those of a true warrior. A slight misstep, and he could become easy prey in no time.
For me, this is high risk and low reward.
Su Jie sighed. With my current strength, it's too much of a stretch for me to take on these A-level missions alone.
Teaming up would make it easy to expose my strength and secrets.
It seems that accumulating a large amount of chi and blood through completing tasks in a short period of time is simply unrealistic. We still need to find a way to go to a place like the Star Origin
Secret Realm.
Su Jie rubbed his temples. The myriad manifestations Heavenly Palace. Uncle Yang said there are countless dungeons there, with many opportunities, but the dangers are unknown. Just as he was weighing the pros and cons, a ding sounded in his mind.
After 24 hours of tempering, his first level 8 martial acupoint had finally been upgraded to level 9. Ding! Martial aperture refinement successful. Current martial aperture level 9, combat power plus 20. Current martial acupoints level 9, level 8, 90. Current chi and blood reserves 126,400 plus 1 per second. Combat power 5,130 points. Feeling the newfound power, Su Jie's spirits lifted. I can't wait any longer.
His personality made it impossible for him to tolerate such a slow progress. Without hesitation, he used the encrypted communication code left by Yang Baichuan to send a contact request.
After the communication was connected, Yang Baichuan's refined face appeared on the screen. Su Jie, are you in trouble? Yang Baichuan asked calmly. Uncle Yang, I apologize for disturbing you.
Su Jie bowed respectfully and said directly, I have entered a critical stage stage of my cultivation and need a lot of qi and blood to support me.
Do you know if there are any other secret realms or treasure lands in or near Linjiang City besides the Star Origin secret realm that can accelerate the accumulation of qi and blood?
Upon hearing this, Yang Baichuan's eyes flashed with understanding, seemingly unsurprised by Su Jie's request. He pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Places that accelerate the accumulation of qi and blood are indeed rare. Our Linjiang City Star Origin secret realm only opens once a year, and it's already quite difficult to gather the surrounding spiritual energy. Did you know that for ordinary martial artists who only practice the basic breathing technique, an hour of arduous training in the Star Origin secret realm only increases their qi and blood by 0.5 points?
Even without
eating, drinking, or sleeping for a whole day, they can only accumulate 12 points. Therefore, this secret realm isn't very attractive to martial artists from powerful factions who can refine qi and blood pills. Su Jie's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood why. Despite the preciousness of the Star Origin secret realm, it hadn't sparked a frenzied struggle. 0.5 points of health per hour was, for his superhuman physique that recovered 1 point per second, a snail's pace. Yang Baichuan continued. However, in Jinling City, the capital of Tiandu province, there is an even more advanced Star Origin secret realm, where the concentration of qi and blood is 10 times that of the outside world. This secret realm was obtained by a powerful martial artist from a dungeon world of the Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Palace. It opens once every 3 years, and each time it is open for 10 days. According to the calculation, there are only 4 days left until now. 10 times the concentration? Su Jie's eyes immediately lit up. This meant that his origin breathing technique could restore 10 points per second. Over 10 days, his qi and blood could increase by more than 8 million points. This was enough to solve his current urgent problem.
Uncle Yang, please tell me how I can qualify to enter? Su Jie asked eagerly.
Yang Baichuan shook his head. The number of places in the Star Origin secret realm is extremely limited, only 50. Moreover, they were allocated and reported to the Federation half a year ago. Now the quota is full and cannot be changed. Su Jie's heart sank immediately. But Yang Baichuan changed the subject, his gaze fixed on Su Jie, his eyes filled with a knowing understanding. However, Su Jie, you have reached such combat power at this age, you must have had opportunities that are difficult for ordinary people to achieve. Perhaps you have obtained some kind of cultivation technique that can greatly improve your blood and energy and increase your efficiency? Slap, slap. Su Jie's heart trembled slightly, but his face remained calm. Yang Baichuan waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to be nervous or explain. You don't need to tell me. Opportunities vary from person to person, and federal law protects personal gain. I just want to say that since you have such background, why not try a different approach? Go to those who have already obtained a spot and by their entry qualification. By qualifications? Su Jie was taken aback. That's right. Yang Baichuan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a seasoned smile. You have to understand that for the vast majority of martial artists who rely solely on the basic breathing technique, even if they cultivate for 10 days in a Star Source secret realm with 10 times the concentration, without eating or drinking, they can theoretically only gain a maximum of 240 points of qi and blood. In reality, no one can go without sleep at all. Coupled with the consumption and bottlenecks in the cultivation process, it is already very difficult to consistently obtain 150 points of qi and blood. Even if the martial artists selected for the spots cultivate more advanced breathing techniques, they will at most gain 1,000 points of qi and blood. If you can directly offer 1,000 points, or even 1,200 points, of pure blood and qi in exchange, Yang Baichuan looked at Su Jie meaningfully. I believe no one would refuse such a tangible and immediately usable resource. After all, what you have in your own pocket is the most real. How can the arduous cultivation in some ethereal secret realm compare to the peace of mind of directly obtaining thousands of points of qi and blood? Upon hearing this, Su Jie suddenly understood, and joy shone in his eyes. That's right. How could he not have thought of that? For others, entering the secret realm is about earning qi and blood, and even that's inefficient. But for Su Jie, the problem isn't the efficiency of earning qi and blood, but time. He needs to quickly acquire a large amount of qi and blood to pay to win level up, using his seemingly hard-earned blood and energy to exchange for the qualification of others to enter the secret realm for hard-earned cultivation. This is simply a plan tailor-made for him. Thank you so much, Uncle Yang, for your guidance. Su Jie expressed his heartfelt gratitude, as this new perspective opened up a new chapter for him. Go ahead. The waters in Jinling City are even deeper than those in Linjiang, so be careful. If you encounter any problems, feel free to contact me again. Yang Baichuan ended the call with a smile. After hanging up, Su Jie clenched his fist excitedly. Star Origin secret realm, 10 times the concentration, by a spot. He immediately checked his current qi and blood reserves. Current qi and blood reserves, 126,500 plus 1 per second. Trading a few thousand points of qi and blood for a spot, and in return, the chance to gain nearly 10 million points of qi and blood over the next 10 days. This deal is absolutely too good to pass up. He seemed to see countless countless essences of qi and blood beckoning to him, and the Supreme Tao Foundation with 99 acupoints and 10 levels of perfection smiling at him not far away. Jinling City, looks like I'll have to make a trip there. With Yang Baichuan pointing out the pay-to-win path, Su Jie suddenly felt that the road ahead was clear. The next morning, after a quick pack, Su Jie boarded the high-speed train again and headed straight for Jinling City, the capital of Tiandu Province. In stark contrast to Linjiang City, Jinling City, as the provincial capital, is much larger in scale and has a stronger martial arts atmosphere. The towering skyscrapers intertwine with the antique martial arts arena, and the atmosphere on the street is noticeably stronger. Occasionally, one can feel the unintentional pressure emanating from martial arts masters with combat power exceeding 10,000. Following Yang Baichuan's directions, Su Jie arrived at the official office in charge of matters related to the Star Origin Secret Realm. He originally intended to directly contact individuals interested in selling their spots, but instead learned from a staff member that just yesterday, a martial artist who had originally obtained a spot in the Secret Realm had unfortunately sacrificed his life while defending against a small-scale beast tied at the border. In their grief, his family decided to auction off this precious spot in the Secret Realm, with the proceeds going towards compensation to ensure their future livelihood. The news spread quickly within a small circle, attracting considerable attention. This was partly out of respect and sympathy for the victims, and partly because the vacant positions were indeed rare. The auction was held in a small venue inside the Martial Arts Association. A dozen or so people attended, mostly martial artists with some wealth or background, as well as a few out-of-towners like Su Jie who came after hearing the news. The atmosphere was both solemn and tense with competition. The auction was conducted by an association staff member, who briefly explained the source of the slots and the rules. The highest bidder wins, and only pure blood and qi are accepted. The starting bid was set at 120 points of health, which is roughly the minimum expected return for an ordinary martial artist in the Secret Realm. 135 points, 155 points, I'll bet 175 points, 190 points. The price steadily climbed, quickly breaking through 500 points. At this price level, the number of bidders began to decrease, and those who bid were now mostly martial artists with outstanding talent or who had mastered more advanced breathing techniques. 680 points, a voice announced. 700 points. A bid came from another private room. The price is currently stuck around 700 points of qi and blood. At this moment, Su Jie, who had been silent all along, calmly raised his hand and clearly said, 2,000 points. The entire conference room fell silent instantly. All eyes turned to the unusually young, unfamiliar boy. Disbelief, confusion, a mix of emotions swirled on their faces. 2,000 points of qi and blood? Buy a spot in the Star Origin Secret Realm? Has this guy gone mad? It should be noted that 2,000 points of qi and blood is a huge sum of money that most people present would need to accumulate for many years or risk completing high-difficulty tasks to obtain. Using this huge sum of money to exchange for a 10-day cultivation opportunity is, in anyone's eyes, a huge loss. The host paused for a moment, then confirmed, Sir, you're bidding 2,000 points of pure blood and qi? Yes. Su Jie replied calmly, as if he had simply reported 50 points. Whoosh! The conference room was immediately filled with suppressed murmurs. 2,000 points? Does he even know what 2,000 points of qi and blood means? Which spendthrift son has come out here? Could they be here on purpose to cause trouble? It doesn't seem like it. He looks very calm. Could it be that his elders bestowed upon him an advanced breathing technique? Some people also looked towards the family representative of the fallen warrior on the stage, a middle-aged woman with red eyes, trying to suppress her grief, seemingly lost in thought. I understand. This young man, I'm afraid his real intention is not what he seems. You mean, he wants to use this method to give more compensation to the orphans of martyrs? 2,000 points of qi and blood. That's quite generous. He seems to be a kind-hearted scion of a wealthy, reclusive family. In an instant, the gazes of the crowd toward Su Jie shifted from initial shock and doubt to admiration, curiosity, and even a hint of flattery. A person who can casually pull out 2,000 points of qi and blood to do charity must have extraordinary strength and background. The people who had participated in the bidding looked at each other, and finally shook their heads with helpless smiles. There's really no point in competing with a tycoon who doesn't play by the rules at all and whose background is likely to be astonishing. Moreover, the other party's actions were cloaked in a veneer of righteousness, making it awkward for them to continue the struggle. 2,000 points of qi and blood per use. 2,000 points of qi and blood twice. 2,000 points of qi and blood 3 times. With the mallet falling, the situation was settled. Under the complex gazes of the crowd, Su Jie calmly stepped forward and completed the handover procedures with the association staff and the family of the fallen martial artist. He transferred 2,000 points of qi and blood to the designated account through the qi and blood self-service trading terminal, confirming the transfer of the quota. The middle-aged woman, gazing at the unexpectedly large sum of blood and qi in her account, was moved to tears, bowing repeatedly and saying, Thank you. Sir, you are such a kind person, you will surely be rewarded. Su Jie helped her up, said a few words of condolence, and then said nothing more.
He doesn't need anyone's gratitude.
On the one hand, he genuinely needs this spot, and on the other hand, as an orphan of a martyr, he deeply empathizes with this situation and is willing to lend a helping hand whenever possible. Why not exchange a few thousand points of vital energy, which are just pocket change in your eyes, for a much-needed spot, and at the same time help others? Amidst the discussions of everyone speculating that he was deeply hidden, generous and righteous, and had an astonishing background, Sujie successfully obtained the weighty Star Origin Secret Realm access permission, which carried special significance. He felt calm, and even felt a little like laughing.
Foolish? Maybe, but what can I do when I have so much chi and blood?
After securing his spot, Sujie found a quiet hotel in Jinling City to stay in. There were still 4 days until the Star Origin Secret Realm opened. He wanted to continue using tempering resonance to train his martial acupoints, but when he thought that each martial acupoint needed to be tempered for 24 hours, and that there were still 90 thirsty level 8 martial acupoints in his body waiting to be replenished, a deep sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. 1 a day, 90 days, this is really too much for my liver. Sujie rubbed his temples.
The efficiency is too low.
Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. That's it. Unlike other people who need to circulate their energy through the body when practicing breathing techniques, my original breathing technique runs automatically, even while I'm sleeping. My mind has been on edge lately, especially with focusing my martial arts spirit in the border trip, which drained my mental energy.
Instead
of inefficiently pushing myself, I should take advantage of these last few days to completely relax and restore my mental state to its peak. In the secret realm, if an unexpected situation arises, the loss of vital energy will be enormous.
We must ensure that we can remain absolutely conscious for 10 days and 10 nights after entering.
Thinking of this, Sujie immediately made a decision that seemed extremely extravagant and even decadent to the other martial artists: to sleep. To sleep until the world turned dark. He first went to the most upscale food store in Jinling City, where he spent a large amount of star coins to buy enough top-grade monster meat and nourishing medicinal dishes to last for 10 days, which were rich in chi and blood energy, and filled the hotel's refrigerator. Afterwards, he returned to his room, locked the doors and windows, drew the curtains, and lay comfortably on the large bed. The next moment, an intense drowsiness washed over him like a tidal wave.
Sujie relaxed his mind, made no resistance, and instantly fell into an unprecedented deep sleep.
That sleep lasted for 4 whole days. During these 4 days, his body was like the most sophisticated instrument, with the original breathing technique continuously absorbing the vital energy from the outside world, while his spirit and will were completely relaxed and nourished in deep sleep. The bloodshed on the border battlefield, the shock of killing internet celebrities, the clamor of the auction, all the accumulated fatigue and distractions were washed away by this long sleep. On the morning the secret realm opened, when the alarm clock woke him up, he felt refreshed, his eyes were sparkling, his mind was exceptionally clear and sharp, and his blood and energy were vibrant and abundant.
He was in the best possible condition. Awesome.
Sujie stretched, his joints cracking like thunder.
Current martial acupoints, 9 at level 9, 90 at level 8.
Current chi and blood reserves, 514,700 points, continuously increasing.
Combat power, 5,130 points, fully recovered and even slightly stronger. Sujie nodded in satisfaction. Despite possessing 500,000 units of chi and blood, he wasn't in a hurry to
upgrade his martial aperture. After eating and drinking his fill, he walked towards the entrance of the Star Origin Secret Realm, full of energy.
The entrance to the secret realm was hidden in a heavily guarded valley on the outskirts of Jinling City.
At this moment, most of the other qualified martial artists had already arrived. Many of them had faces etched with the exhaustion of staying up all night to cultivate, but their eyes held a forced excitement. When they saw Sujie, who was radiant and whose eyes shone like 2 stars, they were all stunned.
How come this kid is in such good shape?
I heard he spent 2,000 points of chi and blood to buy the qualification.
Could it be that he gave up cultivation and simply went to sleep? Possibly. 2,000 points of chi and blood. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. How could I possibly concentrate on cultivation?
Many people secretly shook their heads, thinking that Sujie was either an idiot or his mentality had completely collapsed. Sujie ignored the surrounding chatter and silently waited in line.
The secret realm is open. Enter in turn, with a 10-day time limit. The guard officer's booming voice rang out.
A massive energy vortex, swirling with a 7-colored halo, was even more solid than the Star Origin Secret Realm in Linjiang City.
Sujie stepped into the crowd.
A familiar sense of time and space shift washed over him, and the next moment, he found himself in a vast, blessed land where the energy of blood and chi was so rich it seemed to be in liquid form. Extremely high concentration of chi and blood environment detected. The effect of original breathing technique greatly enhanced.
Current chi and blood increase rate, 10 points per second. Sujie was overjoyed. 10 points per second. That's 864,000 points a day.
And a staggering 8.64 million points in 10 days. This enormous number made his heart race. Without hesitation, he rushed to a secluded corner filled with energy and sat down cross-legged. Instead of hastily assuming his posture and beginning his breathing exercises like the others, he made a move that left the surrounding martial artists dumbfounded. Su Jie pulled a soft air mattress from his backpack used to conceal the system space, skillfully inflated it, and then lay down comfortably on it, even putting on an eye mask. What is he doing? A martial artist named Zhao Ming's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He came in to sleep? This is a Star Source secret realm with 10 times the concentration. Every second is worth 1,000 gold, and he's actually sleeping? Not only Zhao Ming, but everyone else who noticed Su Jie's actions also showed incredulous expressions. This wasn't just wasteful spending, this was madness. However, what they had no idea was that the moment Su Jie lay down, he issued a command in his mind. System, first transfer the 400,000 Qi in blood and all subsequent new Qi in blood into the Qi in blood furnace in real time to convert them into Qi and blood essence. At the same time, use the Qi and blood essence to temper the remaining 90 level 8 martial acupoints and upgrade them to level 9. Command confirmed. Execution initiated. Su Jie, lying on the air mattress, appeared to be sleeping, but in reality, his body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. Qi in blood plus 10, plus 10, plus 10. Qi in blood essence plus 40, plus 0.001. As 400,000 units of Qi in blood are transformed into Qi in blood essence. Consuming 10 points of Qi in blood essence, martial aperture level increased to level 9. Combat power plus 20. Consuming 10 points of Qi in blood essence, martial aperture level increased to level 9. Combat power plus 20. A pleasant system notification sound rang in his mind at a steady and astonishing frequency. Each advancement to a level 9 martial acupoint brings a surge of immense power and a deeper transformation of the body. Su Jie lay on the bed, seemingly fast asleep, but in reality, he was accelerating his tempering in a state of resonant tempering while enjoying the exhilarating feeling of his strength soaring like a rocket. The feeling of becoming stronger while lying down, and at an unbelievable speed, was so exhilarating that it made his very soul tremble. Zhao Ming and the others were still struggling to circulate their breathing techniques, barely managing to increase their Qi in blood by 1 or 2 points per hour. Looking at Su Jie, who was asleep, they were filled with contempt and disdain. They simply couldn't imagine that the fool and spendthrift they spoke of was cultivating in a crazy way that they couldn't comprehend at all. It all happened incredibly quickly. True masters even have completely different cultivation methods than them. Initially, Su Jie consumed 40 points of Qi in blood essence, instantly advancing 4 martial acupoints to level 9. Afterward, every 3 hours, under the infusion of vast and pure energy, a level 8 martial acupoint would undergo a qualitative leap, transforming into a perfect level 9 martial acupoint. Each time a level 9 martial acupoint is formed, it not only brings a huge boost of 20 points to combat power, but it's also like lighting up an eternal star within the body. Its structure is incredibly perfect and stable, radiating a powerful yet restrained energy fluctuation. Su Jie clearly felt that his body was undergoing a profound transformation, with the quality of his blood and Qi, his control over his strength, and even his life essence all slowly and steadily improving. The feeling of lying still while your strength increases at a visible speed is so exhilarating that it's hard to describe. He doesn't even need to worry about mental fatigue like others, because he is currently in the most relaxed rest state, full of energy and clear-headed, able to enjoy the pleasure brought by this power boost in the most direct and pleasant way. Time passed day by day. The other martial artists within the secret realm, after the initial days of frantic training, were showing signs of fatigue, their spirits were low, and their training efficiency had plummeted. Some even had to stop training to meditate, regulate their breathing, or take a short nap filled with regret for the wasted time. Su Jie, however, remained comfortably lying on the air mattress, breathing evenly and steadily, a faint, contented smile playing on his lips. His aura, however, was becoming increasingly profound and deep at an astonishing speed, like a bottomless ancient well containing terrifying energy. On the 7th day, Zhao Ming had to stop and recuperate because his Qi and blood were slightly disordered due to excessive cultivation. He looked at Su Jie, who was still fast asleep in the distance, and felt a burning hatred in his eyes, but there was nothing he could do. What a lucky guy, sleeping so soundly. Isn't he afraid of twisting his breathing? He could only maliciously speculate like this. Time flies, and it has been 10 days since the secret realm opened. Over the past 9 days, Su Jie has steadily refined 99 level 9 martial acupoints through tempering resonance. Most of the more significant achievements come from the continuous flow of vital energy and blood essence. Consuming 10 points of Qi and blood essence, martial aperture level increased to level 9. Combat power plus 20. When the notification sounded in his mind, Su Jie's 81st and last level 8 martial acupoint, which was instantly upgraded by the essence of his blood and Qi, underwent a transformation, its inner radiance shining brightly, and he successfully entered the ranks of level 9. The final step, and a perfect advancement. Boom! It was as awe-inspiring as the beginning of the universe, and as if some ancient constraint had been ruthlessly broken. Within Su Jie's body, all 99 level 9 martial acupoints vibrated simultaneously, emitting a profound resonance. They interconnected connected, their light flowing, instantly forming a flawless, self-operating, and massive internal circulation system. A vast and boundless, immense power, as heavy as the heavens and earth, swept over his limbs and every inch of his flesh with unstoppable force, like a long-dormant volcano suddenly erupting.
All 99 basic martial arts techniques have advanced to level 9.
The foundation is almost flawless. Half a day later, the signal that the secret realm was closing arrived as expected. Su Jie woke up at the opportune moment, slowly sat up, and casually removed his blindfold. He didn't even need to consciously circulate his chi, he simply clenched his fist, and the surrounding air emitted a low hum, subtly vibrating. His eyes, opening and closing, shone with a divine light, so profound it seemed to contain a whole starry sky. His aura was perfectly unified, as heavy as a mountain, bringing an unshakable and immeasurable terrifying pressure. With a slight thought, the panel of the strongest martial arts system in all realms naturally appeared.
Current martial acupoints, level 9, 99 in total.
Current chi and blood reserves, 694,700 points, plus 10 per second, temporary status.
Combat power, 6,930 points.
The results are acceptable. Su Jie smiled with satisfaction. After returning, I can start trying to break through to the 10th level of martial acupoint. He stretched easily and began to slowly pack up the air mattress that had been with him for 10 days. His gaze casually swept across the surroundings, taking in faces that were weary yet unable to hide their excitement. These martial artists had trained diligently for 10 days, most of them gaining over 100 points of chi and blood, feeling that their journey had been worthwhile and completely satisfied. However, when their gazes happened to sweep over Su Jie, they all froze, and then an incredulous look appeared on their faces. This guy, who had slept for 10 whole days, not only did he not appear tired at all, but he was also full of energy, his eyes shining like morning stars. The restrained yet natural aura he exuded was much stronger than it had been 10 days ago, giving people a sense of unfathomable depth and inspiring awe.
What exactly is going on with his aura? Is it really possible for someone to become stronger just by sleeping?
This is completely illogical. It's utterly freakish. Zhao Ming stared intently at Su Jie, trying to find any trace of a weak foundation or a forced breakthrough in him. However, the result only made him feel a chill in his heart. The other party's aura was solid and heavy, perfect and flawless. The power contained in that calm gaze even made his soul tremble. The immense shock and disparity left him momentarily disoriented.
He involuntarily took a few steps forward, cupped his hands, and asked, "Brother, do you possess some unique cultivation secret? Could you perhaps offer us some guidance?"
Su Jie glanced at him indifferently, but her movements didn't stop at all. She deftly rolled up the air mattress and put it away. "There's no need for pointers," he said calmly, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. "Perhaps I was just sleeping more soundly." After saying that, he shouldered his cultivation artifact and, under the skeptical gazes of many martial artists, strolled out of the Star Origin secret realm as if taking a leisurely walk. After eating, drinking, and taking a bath outside, Su Jie returned to his familiar rented apartment in Linjiang City. He locked the door and immediately brought up the system panel.
Host, Su Jie. Current martial acupoints, level 9, 99 in total. Current chi and blood reserves, 709,100 points, plus 1 per second. Combat power, 6,930 points.
Cultivation technique, primal breathing technique, supreme level, mastered martial arts, sky stepping step, top tier profound rank, void piercing finger, chi and blood skill, flowing shadow sword technique, low tier profound rank. Special status, resonance tempering, passive skill, martial aperture tempering speed doubled, special item, breath of time, fragment, system function, chi and blood drying oven. Gazing at the 99 gleaming level 9 martial acupoints, Su Jie was filled with excitement. The power brought by the perfection of level 9 far exceeded that of the past. He felt that he could now beat that old devil Zhou Tianfang of the Zhou family to his knees and beg for mercy with a single punch.
However, we must not be arrogant. Above level 9, there is level 10.
The main quest issued by the system, Supreme Dao Foundation, requires the 99 acupoints to be at level 10 before the martial arts exam. He couldn't wait to lock onto a level 9 martial acupoint and try to guide his chi and blood. Level 9 martial aperture, level 10 martial aperture, requires 50,000 points of normal chi and blood. Instant upgrade requires 25 points of chi and blood essence. Estimated tempering time, with tempering resonance activated, 72 hours. Su Jie almost jumped out of bed.
50,000 points of chi and blood for one martial aperture? And it takes 25 points of essence to level up instantly? Even if it's halved, the tempering time would still be 3 days and 3 nights?
Even though he was mentally prepared, the terrifying consumption still made him gasp. Each martial acupoint requires 50,000 chi and blood points, so 99 acupoints would require 4.95 million chi and blood points. A quick level up requires 2,475 chi and blood essence, which is equivalent to 24.75 million ordinary chi and blood points.
Is this supposed to be a martial acupoint?
It's clearly a star-devouring beast. No wonder Yu Tianji, the strongest in the Federation, only managed to refine his martial partial meridian to level 9 before he could condense it. On the one hand, his blood and chi requirements were too outrageous. Even if the Federation could supply them, he would still have to rely on the blood and chi essence of the monsters he hunted to refine blood and chi pills for consumption. However, blood and chi pills always contained impurities, and if he consumed too many, he would suffer from pill poisoning and die in no time. On the other hand, the tempering time is too long. Even with the time-halved state, Su Jie still needs 3 days and 3 nights. Without the time-halved state, it would take a full 6 days. To spend 6 days without eating or sleeping, focusing intently on tempering a single martial aperture, is utterly absurd. Although he can multitask, it's impossible for him to maintain that state for 6 days straight. He simply can't handle it. No wonder even the human war god Yu Wuji only tempered himself to level 9.
Level 10 is simply not for humans to train. Su Jie couldn't help but complain. Only someone with a cheat code like me would dare to dream of it. My liver is too tired to keep going, so I can only keep spending money.
He glanced at his 709,100 health points, which was only enough to instantly level up 2 level 10 martial arts techniques. Without hesitation, he immediately poured 500,000 units of chi and blood into the chi and blood furnace. 500,000 points of chi and blood invested. Conversion successful. 50 points of chi and blood essence gained. System, instantly upgrade my martial arts skills by 2 levels 10. Consuming 25 points of chi and blood essence, martial aperture level increased to 10.
Combat power plus 30.
Consuming 25 points of chi and blood essence, martial aperture level increased to 10.
Combat power plus 30. 2 consecutive beeps echoed like heavenly music. Boom, boom, boom.
Within Su Jie's body, the 2 level 9 martial acupoints seemed to have transformed into 2 miniature cosmic black holes, frantically devouring the extremely pure essence of chi and blood,
causing his internal structure to undergo a tremendous transformation.
A power even stronger than when he advanced to level 9, and closer to the origin, erupted like a volcanic eruption. His aura suddenly surged, and even the air in the room seemed to become viscous. The invisible pressure made the water glass on the table make a slight clicking sound.
Current martial acupoints, level 10, 2, level 9, 97. Current chi and blood reserves, 209,100 points, plus 1 per second. Combat power, 6,990 points.
Having 2 level 10 martial acupoints directly increases my combat power by 60 points. Su Jie felt excited as he looked at the 2 level 10 martial acupoints in his body that were as dazzling as stars and radiated endless power and profound fluctuations. He clearly sensed that there was a qualitative leap between the 10th and 9th levels of martial arts.
It wasn't just an increase in combat
power, but more like a leap in the level of life. Even his perception of the energy of heaven and earth had become several times more acute. This is too powerful. This is the true prototype of a perfect foundation. Su Jie clenched his fists excitedly. With this increase, if
all 99 acupoints can be upgraded to level 10 perfection, my basic combat power will probably approach 10,000 points. A martial aperture stage cultivator's basic combat strength is close to 10,000? No one would believe that. We must acquire more chi and blood as soon as possible. Su Jie's eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit.
He recalled Yang Baichuan's mention of the Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Palace, a place where one might find a treasure trove of vital energy and blood essence.
It seems I need to contact Uncle Yang and go to the Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Palace to find out what's going on.
The Myriad Heavenly Palace connects to countless dungeon worlds, and must contain resources and opportunities that are unimaginable to the outside world.
Perhaps there is a secret realm that can provide a massive amount of health and vitality.
Without hesitation, he immediately sent a communication request. Once, twice, 3 times, but the communication still couldn't be connected.
Is Uncle Yang busy, or is he in some isolated instance? Su Jie put down the bracelet with some disappointment. It seems the trip to the Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Palace will have to be postponed for now. But as the King of Scrolls, how could he sit idly by and wait for his doom?
He decided to personally go to the City Hall's public quest board to try his luck, to see if
there were any quests with generous rewards that could quickly grant a large amount of health points.
Even a small amount is still something, and every little bit helps.
As soon as I stepped into the bustling commercial district of the city center, a familiar yet annoying voice came from behind me.
Hey, isn't this Su Jie, our great genius from Linjiang City? He turned around and saw Zhou Kuan with several followers, staring at him arrogantly. Compared to their last meeting at the martial arts hall, Zhou Kuan's aura was much stronger, clearly indicating that the Zhou family had invested a lot of resources in him recently, and his combat strength had likely exceeded 1,000 points. Beside him stood a gorgeously dressed, aloof young woman with a disdainful and scrutinizing gaze.
Zhou Kuan, is something the matter? Su Jie asked indifferently, not even bothering to make any extra expressions. Zhou Kuan was furious at Su Jie's attitude, but remembering his family's instructions, he suppressed his anger and sneered, "It's nothing. I just saw that Su Tiankai seemed quite relaxed, so I wanted to remind you that the martial arts exam is approaching. Don't let your momentary triumph cause you to
slack off in your training.
No need to trouble yourself. Su Jie turned to leave. Stop.
The aloof young woman beside Zhou Kuan suddenly spoke, her voice clear yet carrying an overbearing air.
I heard you rejected the Zhou family's offer and even injured Vice Master Zhou Xiong? Su Jie stopped and raised an eyebrow at her. So what? Humph, you're incredibly arrogant, the girl sneered.
My name is Zhao Bingyun, and I come from the Zhao family of Jinling.
The Zhou family is an affiliated family of the Zhao family. By injuring someone from the Zhou family, you've disgraced the Zhao family. The Zhao family of Jinling? Su Jie had a vague impression of them.
They were one of the most prestigious martial arts families in Tiandu province, and it was said that there was a general-level expert guarding the family.
So what?
Su Jie remained nonchalant. Zhao Bingyun was enraged by his attitude. Then I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to Zhou Kuan, and hand over your earth-rank finger technique as compensation, and I might consider having my family give you a lenient sentence.
Su Jie couldn't help but laugh out loud, as if he had heard something particularly funny. Ha ha ha, what are you laughing at?
Zhao Bingyun's face was icy cold, her anger as sharp as frost.
I'm laughing at you scions of noble families. Are you missing a screw in your heads?
Su Jie stopped laughing, his eyes turning
sharp. You make others kneel at the drop of a hat, and you even teach martial arts? Do you think you're some kind of heavenly king? You're courting death.
Zhao Bingyun had never suffered such an insult before. A chill suddenly emanated from her, causing the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees. She waved her hand, preparing to attack.
Bingyun, don't be impulsive. Zhou Kuan quickly stopped her, whispering a reminder. This is the city center. You'll get arrested by law enforcement if you make a move.
This kid is very strange. What's there to be afraid of?
Does the Zhao family fear the mere Linjiang enforcement team?
Zhao Bingyun said proudly, but in the end she withdrew her hand and stared coldly at Su Jie.
Such a sharp tongue. Do you dare to step onto the stage?
Let me see just how much real skill you, the top of the rising star ranking, really have. Su Jie picked at his ear, looking completely indifferent. No time, I'm in a hurry to play whack-a-mole. Oh no, I mean, to do a mission.
Whack-a-mole? Zhao Bingyun and Zhou Kuan were both taken aback.
Su Jie was too lazy to pay attention to these two self-important guys, and waved his hand. Alright, I'll be going if there's nothing else.
If you're bored, why don't you go help clean up the mutated rats in the sewers and do something for the city? Don't just think about bullying honest people all day long.
After saying that, he turned around without looking back and disappeared into the crowd, leaving Zhao Bingyun and Zhou Kuan standing there with their faces ashen.
Damn it!
I'll make him pay. Zhao Bingyun stomped her foot in anger. A ruthless glint flashed in Zhou Kuan's eyes. Don't worry, Sister Bingyun, he'll realize how foolish he was during the martial arts exam. Su Jie didn't take Zhou Kuan and Zhao Bingyun seriously at all. In his eyes, they were nothing more than buzzing flies. His mind was completely focused on how to improve his chi and blood. Upon arriving at the city hall's mission hall, he skipped over the low-level missions that offered meager rewards of star coins and instead focused his gaze on the high-reward areas. Soon, a special mission caught his attention. S-rank emergency recruitment mission, support outpost 77. Description: Outpost number 77 on the northern border has been attacked by a large-scale beast tide, and the situation is critical. We are now recruiting warriors with a combat power of 3,000 points or more from Linjiang City and surrounding areas to provide emergency support. Rewards: contribution points are calculated based on the level and number of monsters killed. Additional rewards are given for defeating the leader of the monster horde. Requirements for joining: combat power of 3,000 points or more, practical combat experience, and passing the temporary combat power verification. Contribution points, still calculated based on kills. Su Jie's eyes lit up immediately, and his breathing became rapid. Beast tide. Countless monsters mean endless contribution points. With his current base combat strength of nearly 7,000 points and his physical condition in good condition, if he were to use the piercing void finger again, his explosive power would definitely far exceed 10,000 points, making him a veritable harvester in the beast tide. Accept, Su Jie said without hesitation, heading straight for the mission window. The staff member was taken aback when he saw his young face. Sir, you want to accept an S-level support mission? We need to verify your combat capabilities. No problem. Su Jie walked to the testing device next to him and casually threw a punch. 3688. He deliberately suppressed his power, displaying only a little over 3,000 points, which met the requirements for accepting the challenge without appearing too astonishing. Upon seeing the numbers, the staff were filled with awe. Combat capability verification passed. Please sign the waiver. The aircraft is ready and can depart at any time. Su Jie quickly signed the agreement and, under the admiring gaze of the staff, strode towards the rooftop helipad. Looking out the window at the rapidly passing scenery, he rubbed his hands together, a smile of excitement spreading across his face. My fellow monsters, I, Su, the humanitarian blood harvester, Jie, am here. The aircraft landed at a makeshift landing spot outside outpost number 77. The outpost was now unrecognizable. The walls were damaged in many places, smoke filled the air, and the sounds of battle cries, beast roars, and the deafening roar of energy weapons mingled together. In the distance, distance, a dark, surging tide of beasts crashed against the crumbling defenses like waves. All supporting warriors, obey Commander Zhang's unified command and quickly fill the gaps in the defense line, an officer shouted hoarsely. Su Jie glanced at the chaotic battlefield, then at the pitiful 45,000 chi and blood reserves in the system and the long level 10 martial aperture tempering bar, a resolute look flashing in his eyes.
Follow orders? Fill the gaps? How many monsters can I kill? How many contribution points can I earn?
What he wanted was a massive amount of vital energy. That essence of vital energy that could allow him to instantly break through to the 10th level of martial arts.
Sorry, sir,
Su Jie said silently in his heart. With a movement, he used the sky-stepping step to its fullest extent. His whole body turned into a blurry shadow.
Instead of rushing
towards the front line of defense under the heaviest pressure, he moved silently along the edge of the battlefield and circled around to the rear of the beast tide like a ghost.
Hey, you, where are you going?
Officer Zhang noticed Su Jie's movements and shouted anxiously, but Su Jie's figure disappeared into the billowing smoke and chaotic beast horde after a few flashes.
Damn it, another reckless fool who doesn't listen to orders. Is he looking for death?
Officer Zhang stomped his foot in anger, but he had no time to pay attention to that, as the pressure on the front line of defense was too great. Ignoring the stares of others, Su Jie moved like a slippery fish among the relatively smaller soldier-level demonic beasts, his target being exceptionally clear, those general-level demonic beasts that exuded powerful auras and acted as command nodes. He quickly locked onto a general-level demonic beast, the rock-armored violent ape, which was over 5 meters tall, resembled a giant ape, and was covered in rock-like scales.
Its aura strength was about 11,000 combat points. Let's start with you.
Su Jie's eyes turned cold, and he stopped concealing his aura, his figure suddenly leaping up. With the help of the sky-stepping step, his speed reached its limit, instantly traversing 100 meters and appearing on the side of the rock-armored violent ape.
The rock-armored ape reacted extremely quickly.
Sensing the threat, it roared and its millstone-sized fist, accompanied by a fierce wind, slammed down on Su Jie.
Penetrating void finger. Su Jie didn't dodge or evade at all.
He brought his right index and middle fingers together, and his internal energy surged wildly to his fingertips at an unprecedented speed. This time, he directly used 1,300 points of his internal energy. The space at his fingertips distorted slightly, and a terrifying wave of destruction gathered. With a soft sound, the finger force, condensed to the extreme, struck first despite being delayed, like a hot knife cutting through butter, easily piercing through the rock armor of the rock-armored ape, which was strong enough to withstand the bombardment of energy cannons, and passing right through its temple. The massive body of the rock-armored ape stiffened abruptly, the ferocity in its eyes dimmed instantly, and it crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Defeat the general-level monster rock-armored violent ape and gain 180 Federation contribution points. As the system notification sounded, a thought flashed through Su Jie's mind. System, can this demon beast corpse be directly put into the chi and blood furnace for refining? Ding! Refinable energy source detected, general-level demon beast corpse.
Would you like to put it into the blood furnace for refining into blood essence? It really works!
Su Jie exclaimed with delight.
Refine it.
With a thought, the massive corpse of the rock-armored ape on the ground vanished instantly, stored in the system's special space, and then thrown into the mysterious chi and blood furnace.
Refining successful.
Gained 5.5 points of chi and blood essence. Note, this amount may vary depending on the strength of the monster and its total chi and blood.
Ha ha ha, I'm rich. I've really struck it rich.
Su Jie looked at the extra 5.5 points of chi and blood essence on the system panel and was so excited that he almost roared to the sky. A general-level demon beast with a combat power of 11,000 points can provide 5.5 points of chi and blood essence. This is much faster than him painstakingly accumulating and converting chi and blood. According to Yang Baichuan, the Federation can only refine the flesh and blood of a monster with 10,000 combat power into chi and blood pills, and at most, 3 chi and blood pills can be refined, each increasing chi and blood by 1,000 points. The chi and blood pills still need to be refined by the martial artist himself. This is far from the chi and blood essence that his system can directly refine. Su Jie could only sigh that this all-heavens martial arts system is really too domineering. His gaze burned as he stared intently at the powerful auras that flickered in the depths of the beast tide, like a hungry wolf eyeing a plump lamb. Next, Su Jie completely transformed into a battlefield ghost, using the extreme speed of sky-stepping step and the terrifying lethality of void-piercing finger to specifically target lone or relatively rear-position general-level demonic beasts. Defeat the general-level monster Wind Shadow Leopard to gain 95 contribution points and refine it to obtain 4.8 points of chi and blood essence. Defeat the general-level monster Crimson Flame Python to gain 150 contribution points and refine it to obtain 7 points of blood essence. Defeat the general-level monster Ironwing Eagle to gain 110 contribution points and refine it to obtain 5.2 points of chi and blood essence. Su Jie was in the midst of a fierce battle, and the value of his vital essence was rapidly increasing. He even began to challenge the limits of the penetrating void finger. When he encountered encountered a thunder rhinoceros with an exceptionally powerful aura and an estimated combat strength of nearly 15,000 points. Su Jie gritted his teeth and decisively channeled 1,600 points of his chi and blood into the void-piercing finger. The force of his finger sliced through the air, accompanied by a faint rumble of thunder, and instantly pierced through the thick skull of the thunder rhinoceros covered with lightning patterns.
Defeat the general level monster Thunder Rhinoceros and gain 280 contribution points. Refinement successful, plus 13 points of vitality essence.
1,600 points of chi and blood, yet the power reaches 16,000 combat strength. The consumption and power are almost 10 times the ratio.
Su Jie suddenly realized. Moreover, my fingers and meridians have been tempered by the 9th level martial acupoint, so although they are under tremendous pressure, they can still hold on.
With his confidence boosted, he began to actively seek out stronger opponents. Finally, he spotted a colossal creature at the rear of the beast tide, its body resembling a small mountain, emanating a terrifyingly scorching aura. It was the Lava Earth Dragon, with a combat power fluctuation of around 20,000 points. This was already the strength of a second-level warrior.
Damn it, I'll risk it.
Let's see just how powerful my 2,000 chi and blood-piercing finger really is. Su Jie took a deep breath, adjusting himself to peak condition, and silently approached. With the help of the sky-stepping technique, he seemed to blend into the
environment.
Only when he was less than 50 meters away from the lava dragon did the giant beast raise its head alertly, its crimson pupils locking onto him. Roar! The lava dragon opened its massive maw, spewing out scorching magma that distorted the air and melted the ground in its wake. Now, Su Jie's eyes were sharp as knives, and he advanced instead of retreating. At the critical moment, he dodged to the side, avoiding the core area of the magma breath. His right hand clenched its two fingers tightly, and 2,000 points of blood energy in his body surged wildly to his fingertips like a flood bursting its banks. This time, a miniature black hole seemed to condense at his fingertips, frantically devouring the surrounding light and energy, emitting a destructive aura that even the lava dragon feared.
Piercing finger. Break it! Su Jie roared and pointed a finger out.
An invisible finger strike, like a sharp blade tearing through space, slashed through the sky at supersonic speed, instantly traversing dozens of meters and accurately striking the dark red crystal core in the center of the lava dragon's forehead. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a muffled, strange sound, as if something was disintegrating from within. The lava dragon's massive body shuddered violently, its magma eruption abruptly ceasing. Its crimson pupils, filled with disbelief and horror, quickly dimmed. A smooth hole the size of a thumb appeared on its forehead's crystal core. The next moment, the behemoth with a combat power of 20,000 collapsed to the ground with a thud, its life force completely dissipating.
Defeat the general-level monster Lava Earth Dragon and gain 500 Federation contribution points. Refining successful. Chi and blood essence plus 22 points. Huff, huff.
Su Jie withdrew his fingers, his entire right arm trembling violently, a tearing pain shooting through his meridians, and his face turning pale. This time, he had consumed 2,000 points of chi and blood at once, a burden far exceeding his previous ones. But when he saw the surge in contribution points and the full 22 points of chi and blood essence on the system panel, all his fatigue and pain turned into extreme excitement.
Worth it. Absolutely worth it.
In a short period of time, he penetrated deep into enemy territory and single-handedly killed more than 10 general-level demonic beasts, accumulating nearly 2,000 contribution points. The amount of blood essence he obtained through refining was an astonishing 89 points. This is equivalent to 890,000 ordinary blood and chi, enough for him to instantly upgrade 3 level 10 martial acupoints. Just as I thought, a horse won't get fat without night grass, and a man won't get rich without windfall gains. Su Jie licked his slightly sore, chapped lips, his gaze sweeping more intensely into the depths of the beast tide.
This is just the beginning, you monsters. Your grandpa Su is just getting into it.
Without hesitation, he immediately issued a command to the system. System, instantly upgrade 3 martial arts skills to level 10. Consuming 25 points of chi and blood essence, martial aperture level increased to 10.
Combat power plus 30.
Consuming 25 points of chi and blood essence, martial aperture level increased to 10.
Combat power plus 30.
Consuming 25 points of chi and blood essence, martial aperture level increased to 10.
Combat power plus 30. Boom, boom, boom.
It felt as if 3 nuclear bombs had been detonated within his body. The 3 newly advanced level 10 martial acupoints were like 3 newborn stars, unleashing a power far more magnificent and pure than ever before.
An indescribable feeling of exhilaration quickly spread throughout his body.
The numbness and burning pain in his arms and meridians, caused by overuse of the penetrating void finger, were quickly relieved or even healed under the impact of this new power.
Current martial acupoints, level 10, 5, level 9, 94. Current chi and blood reserves, 200,000 points, plus 1 per second. Chi and blood essence, 14 points. Combat power, 7,080 points. Awesome. That's fucking awesome.
Su Jie felt the surging power within his body, as well as his meridians, which were noticeably stronger and wider. wider. He couldn't help but throw a punch, and a sharp explosion rang out in the air.
A level 10 martial acupoint can actually strengthen the physical body and repair hidden injuries? This foundation is incredibly powerful.
He glanced at the remaining 14 points of chi and blood essence. Although he was still a little short of leveling up, the excitement of the impending breakthrough completely got him carried away.
Not enough? Then go earn more. With eyes like lightning, he instantly locked onto the two-headed demon wolf not far away, which was roaring angrily at the sky and urging the beast horde to attack.
Its combat power was about 13,000 points.
You're the one.
Su Jie's figure flashed by, like the Grim Reaper wielding his scythe, precise and efficient. Stepping into the sky made him as nimble as a ghost, easily dodging the harassment of low-level monsters along the way, while piercing the void finger became the most deadly weapon.
This time, he only spent 1,000 points of his chi and blood, condensed his finger strength, and with a poof, he actually pierced through the connection between the two heads of the two-headed demon wolf. Defeat the general-level monster, two-headed demon wolf, and gain 180 contribution points. Refining successful. Gained 8 points of chi and blood essence. The total amount of chi, blood, and essence has increased to 22 points. Just 3 more points to level up. Su Jie's killing intent intensified, and his gaze swept across the area, quickly locking onto a steel main boar king with a combat power of about 10,000 points. Brother, sorry, that's all I needed.
It was still a clean and swift finger strike, consuming 800 points of chi and blood, piercing through the skull.
Defeat the general-level monster steel-maned boar king and gain 100 contribution points. Refining successful.
Gained 5 points of chi and blood essence. The total amount of chi and blood essence has reached 27 points.
Enough. System, level me up now.
Consuming 25 points of chi and blood essence, martial aperture level increased to 10.
Combat power plus 30. Combat power, 7,110 points.
His strength surged again. Su Jie felt light as a feather, as if he could break free from gravity with the slightest effort. His perception of the surrounding environment became more acute, and he could even hear the heavy breathing and tense heartbeats of the soldiers on the distant outpost wall.
Ha ha ha, keep going, don't stop.
Driven to a bloodthirsty frenzy, Su Jie unleashed a one-sided massacre behind the beast tide. He specifically targeted the easy targets, focusing on general-level demonic beasts with combat power between 10,000 and 15,000 points, achieving extremely high efficiency. Chi and blood essence plus 6 points,
total 8 points.
Chi and blood essence plus 7 points,
total 15 points.
Consumed 25 points of chi and blood essence, martial aperture level increased to 10.
Combat power plus 30. Current level 10, 7, combat power, 7,140 points. Chi and blood essence plus 4 points, total 4.5 points. Chi and blood essence plus 8 points, total 12.5 points. Chi and blood essence plus 6.5 points, total 19 points. 6 points short, found. Chi and blood essence plus 6.2 points, total 25.2 points. Level up. Consumed 25 points of chi and blood essence, martial aperture level increased to 10. Combat power plus 30. Current level 10, 8, combat power, 7,170 points.
Su Jie was completely immersed in the extreme pleasure cycle of killing, refining, leveling up. His figure moved through the vast sea of beasts, and every time he appeared, a general-level demon beast would be killed and disappear. He was like a tireless harvesting machine, and wherever he went, the officers among the monsters were quickly wiped out. Gradually, the originally surging and orderly beast tide began to descend into chaos. Many low-level monsters, having lost their superiors, became blindly agitated, disrupting their attack rhythm and even causing them to trample each other. The pressure on the front line of defense has been visibly reduced.
What's going on? Has the beast tide's offensive weakened? Officer Zhang cleaved down an ironback wolf that had charged onto the wall with his sword, staring blankly down below.
"Sir,
look over there."
A sharp-eyed soldier pointed behind the beast horde, his voice trembling with disbelief. It looks like someone in the beast horde, killing those big guys." Following the direction he pointed, Officer Zhang saw a blurry figure appear amidst the billowing smoke and chaotic beast horde, moving at an extremely fast speed.
Each brief pause was accompanied by a massive, general-level demonic beast crashing to the ground, and then, the corpse vanished into thin air? It's that kid?
Officer Zhang recognized the ghostly figure as Su Jie, who had previously disobeyed orders and deserted the team. He had assumed Su Jie was long dead in the beast tide, but to his surprise, not only was he alive, he was also carrying out targeted elimination behind the beast tide, and even made all the monster corpses disappear?
What kind of monster is this kid?
Officer Zhang's mouth dropped open, feeling his worldview, which he had held onto for decades, crumble. At this moment, Su Jie was completely unaware of the immense impact his actions had had on the frontal defenses. Just now, he used the piercing finger attack, which consumes 1500 HP, to kill a venom spider queen with a combat power of 14,000 points, and gained another 12 points of HP essence. Looking at the level 10 martial acupoints, 15, level 9 martial acupoints, 84, and combat power, 7,380 points, displayed on on the panel, Su Jie felt full of inexhaustible energy.
15 level 10 martial acupoints. My base combat power is 7,380.
He felt the 15 level 10 martial acupoints in his body, which were as hot as flames and
provided energy continuously.
He was filled with pride. If I encounter that lava earth dragon again, I can easily kill it with my void finger with 2,000 chi and blood. Their gaze swept deeper into the beast tide, where several more powerful and subtle auras seemed to lurk, clearly the true main force of this beast tide.
The bigger fish is yet to come.
Su Jie licked his lips, his eyes showing no fear, but rather filled with the excitement of the hunt.
But before that, let's clean up these small fry and stockpile some ammunition.
He moved swiftly and plunged back into the grand undertaking of monster hunting. For him, this was not a battlefield of life and death, but a super experienced dungeon full of treasure chests exclusively for Su, the cheater.
Don't rush, fellow monsters, line up and come one by one. I guarantee everyone will get a share.
Su Jie thought to himself as he weaved through the monsters.
Today, Boss Su is treating. He'll kill them and bury them.
Behind the beast tide, Su Jie fought fiercely, his blood essence continuously flowing into his account, and one after another, his level 10 martial acupoints lit up. When he successfully advanced to the 30th level 10 martial acupoint, he felt a sudden qualitative change in the power within his body. His blood and chi flowed like a rushing river, booming and resounding. He felt as if he had inexhaustible strength, and his range of perception expanded more than double.
Current martial acupoints, level 10, 30, level 9, 69. Combat power, 7,830 points. 7,830 points of basic combat power.
Su Jie felt the surging power within him and his confidence soared. Just as he was preparing to continue searching for the next experience pack deep within the beast tide, those powerful auras that had been lurking in the shadows finally made a move.
Hiss! A sharp, piercing screech, accompanied by the metallic scraping sound, rang out as a massive black shadow burst through the beast tide at astonishing speed, instantly appearing in midair not far in front of Su Jie. It was a giant eagle with a slender body and covered in dark gold feathers. The edges of its wings gleamed with a cold light, as if they were cast from metal. Its eyes were sharp as knives, fixed on Su Jie, and the aura it exuded far exceeded that of the previous general-level demon beasts, carrying a fierce killing intent. Warning, high energy detected.
Target, Golden Thunder Eagle, Elite Level 2 Beast, estimated combat power, 25,000 points.
25,000. Bloodline level elite. Su Jie's heart tightened, and he instantly put away his relaxed expression. This was an opponent he could no longer easily toy with.
The difference in their basic combat strength was more than 3 times, and the opponent was a flying monster known for its speed and attack power.
The Golden Thunder Eagle clearly sensed Su Jie, the intruder who was wantonly slaughtering its territory. Without hesitation, it flapped
its wings, and dozens of golden feathers wrapped with fine arcs of electricity rushed towards him like a storm. With astonishing speed,
sky-stepping step,
Su Jie pushed his movement technique to its limit, his figure leaving after images in the air, moving with the agility of a ghost. However, the feathers covered a wide area and moved at great speed, and 2 still grazed his shoulder and ribs. His protective chi and blood were torn apart as if made of paper. A burning pain shot through his shoulder, and a deep gash was cut
into his ribs, revealing the bone.
Blood quickly stained his clothes, and the residual lightning energy made half of his body numb.
Too fast, too penetrating,
Su Jie gasped, not daring to be careless in the slightest. This Golden Thunder Eagle's attack could definitely pose a fatal threat to him. While frantically circulating his chi and blood to repair his injuries and suppress the paralysis caused by the lightning, Su Jie relied on the stepping the sky technique to fight against the Golden Thunder Eagle. The Golden Thunder Eagle launched continuous attacks from the air, its claws, feathers, and even the occasional lightning balls it spat out, leaving Su Jie in constant danger and forcing him to passively dodge, utterly powerless to retaliate.
No, fighting it in the air is too disadvantageous. We must lure it to the ground, or find a place with more obstacles. Su Jie's mind raced, and he
retreated while fighting, heading towards a chaotic area not far away that was covered with huge rocks and monster remains from the previous battle. The Golden Thunder Eagle clearly saw through his intentions and launched an even fiercer attack, attempting to intercept him halfway. Su Jie gritted his teeth and withstood several non-fatal feather attacks, sustaining several more wounds on his body before finally rushing into the rocky area in a disheveled state. With the boulders providing cover, the Golden Thunder Eagle's ranged attacks were severely hampered. It screeched angrily, forced to descend and weave through the stone forest, attempting to pull Su Jie out with its talons and beak. In an instant, figures flew through the stone forest, golden light flashed, and booming sounds rose and fell. Su Jie managed to hold his own against the Golden Thunder Eagle by using the exquisite combination of the stepping into the sky technique with the complex terrain, but he was still at a disadvantage. His injuries continued to worsen, and his blood and chi were rapidly depleted. Damn it, I'll be worn down if this keeps up. Su Jie hid behind a boulder, panting heavily. He felt that his blood and chi were less than 30,000, and his body was covered in wounds. His eyes turned fierce. We have no choice but to take a desperate gamble. He carefully observed observed the movement trajectory of the Golden Thunder Eagle and discovered that after each dive attack it would have a very brief moment to adjust its posture due to the obstruction of the stone forest.
That's the opportunity.
Su Jie took a deep breath, frantically mobilizing the remaining blood and energy in his body, silently calculating the landing point of the next attack from the Golden Thunder Eagle. Like a golden lightning bolt, the Thunder Eagle swooped down again, its sharp claws aimed straight at the boulder where Su Jie was hiding. Su Jie's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Instead of dodging, he suddenly rushed out of the boulder to meet the Golden Thunder Eagle head-on. He abandoned all defense and concentrated all his energy and will into the index and middle fingers of his right hand.
Void-piercing finger. 2,500 points of chi and blood.
Hit me. He roared as if burning his life force, pouring all 2,500 points of his physical strength into this single finger strike. This was his strongest attack to date. Buzz. The fingertip black hole effect manifested like never before, as if even space itself was being torn apart, and a deadly sense of crisis that sent chills down the spine of the Golden Thunder Eagle instantly descended. It tried to flap its wings and fly, attempting to twist its body, but the momentum of its dive and the stone forest environment restricted it. It could only watch helplessly as the finger force, condensing destructive power, rapidly magnified in its pupils. Puff! The finger strike precisely hit the vulnerable junction of the Golden Thunder Eagle's neck and chest. The extremely condensed power erupted instantly, tearing through the tough dark gold feathers and piercing through the muscles and bones. Hiss! The Golden Thunder Eagle let out a mournful cry filled with extreme pain and resentment as its massive body plummeted like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the rubble and raising clouds of dust. It struggled to get up, but blood gushed from the huge wound on its neck, and its life force receded like the tide. Successfully defeated the elite-level beast Golden Thunder Eagle, gaining 1,500 Federation contribution points. Refining successful. Gained 85 points of chi and blood essence. Cough cough, I won. Su Jie knelt on one knee, coughing up a mouthful of blood, his face ashen. His right arm hung limply, a tearing pain shooting through his meridians, as if all the blood and energy in his body had been drained, and his wounds burned with pain. But when he saw the system notification and the full 85 points of chi and blood essence, a smile of relief spread across his face. He dared not linger, and with a burst of energy he used the sky-stepping technique to stagger to a relatively hidden crevice in the rocks. He immediately crawled inside and moved a few stones to roughly cover the entrance. After refining the Golden Thunder Eagle, Su Jie's total chi and blood essence reached 103 points. That's enough for 4 upgrades. System, upgrade my martial acupoints by 4 levels 10 in a row. Su Jie gave the order without hesitation. Consuming 25 points of chi and blood essence, martial aperture level increased to 10. Combat power plus 30. Consumes 25 points of chi and blood essence. 4 warm currents surged through his body in succession. Nourished by the new energy, his injuries began to heal at a visible speed, and his depleted blood and energy were quickly restored. Hu! Su Jie let out a long breath, leaned against the cold rock, and felt the solid foundation brought by the 34 level 10 martial acupoints in his body and the rapid recovery. His mind was calmed down a little. I'll recover here first. Once I'm fully recovered, the beast tied outside. He closed his eyes, having just experienced a fierce battle, but having gained a lot. Not only did his strength improve again, but more importantly, he proved his ability to fight under extreme pressure. Emerald level beasts are nothing special. Once I recover and raise my level 10 martial acupoints to over 40, I'll go and face the real big fish. Su Jie's fighting spirit soared. To him, this beast tide was practically a tailor-made super training ground. About an hour later, thanks to his own recovery and the combined effects of the original breathing technique, his blood and chi reserves rose to over 80,000 points, and his wounds were basically healed, leaving only some shallow scars. I've almost recovered. Su Jie opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. He quietly pushed aside the obstructing stones and peered outside. The death of the Golden Thunder Eagle, along with its previous ambush of a large number of general-level demonic beasts, had plunged the beast tide into complete chaos. The soldier-level demonic beasts, having lost their leader, either blindly charged the outpost defenses, began to kill each other, or scattered and fled into the wilderness. With the pressure on the front line reduced sharply, the soldiers even began to organize small-scale counterattacks to clear out the monsters that had rushed down the wall. Great opportunity. Now is the time to pick up the scraps. No, the time to wipe out the remaining enemies. Su Jie chuckled, his figure once again merging into the chaotic beast horde. This time, his target was even clearer, those general-level demon beasts who were still trying to maintain order amidst the chaos, or those who were strong enough to try to gather the defeated soldiers. These demonic beasts stood out amidst the chaos, becoming Su Jie's best guiding light. Penetrating Void Finger. 800 chi and blood. Penetrating Void Finger. 1000 chi and blood. Penetrating Void Finger. 1200 chi and blood. Like a highly efficient assassin, Su Jie, with his outstanding mobility and terrifying explosive power, specializes in attacking general-level demonic beasts with a strength between 10,000 and 18,000 points. To conserve his energy, he always chooses uses the most energy-efficient attack method, precisely targeting weak points such as the eyes, throat, and abdomen, striving for a fatal blow. Defeat the general-level monster Bloodthirsty Bull to gain 135 contribution points and refine it to obtain 6.5 points of Chi and Blood Essence. Defeat the general-level monster Shadow Leopard to gain 115 contribution points and refine it to obtain 5.8 points of Chi and Blood Essence. Defeat the general-level monster Rock Giant to gain 200 contribution points and refine it to obtain 9 points of Chi and Blood Essence. While not as efficient as previous targeted hunts, it is safer and more stable. Chi and Blood Essence accumulate little by little. Whenever Su Jie's Chi and Blood Essence accumulated to 25 points, he would immediately order, System, instantly upgrade a level 10 martial aperture. Consuming 25 points of Chi and Blood Essence, martial aperture level increased to 10. Combat power plus 30. With his strength increasing once again, Su Jie felt even more at ease. He weaved through the chaotic beast tide, like a reaper wielding a scythe, ruthlessly reaping those valuable targets. His contribution points and life essence steadily increased. Chi and Blood Essence plus 7 points. Total 7 points. Chi and Blood Essence plus 8.5 points. Total 15.5 points. Chi and Blood Essence plus 6 points. Total 21.5 points. 3.5 points needed. Found. Chi and Blood Essence plus 4 points. Total 25.5 points. Upgrade. Consuming 25 points of Chi and Blood Essence, martial aperture level increased to 10. Combat power plus 30. And so, while clearing away the scattered and fleeing beast tide, Su Jie continuously injected the harvested blood essence into his body, instantly increasing the number of his 10th level martial acupoints. When the beast tide shrank to less than a third of its initial size, and most of the demonic beasts had fled into the wilderness, Su Jie possessed an astonishing number of level 10 martial acupoints. Current martial acupoints, level 10, 60, level 9, 39. Current Chi and Blood reserves, 0 points, plus 1 per second. Chi and Blood Essence, 18 points. Combat power, 8,730 points. Feeling the 60 level 10 martial acupoints within his body, as scorching as 60 blazing suns and continuously releasing almost inexhaustible energy, Su Jie felt an unprecedented sense of power welling up within him. His blood and chi surged like the Yangtze River, flowing endlessly and producing a deep, thunderous sound. His body was like divine iron forged through countless hammer blows, incredibly tough. The wounds left by the golden thunder eagle had long since disappeared, and his skin gleamed with a faint jade-like luster. Su Jie clenched his fist, the air in his palm cracking and popping with a crisp sound. If I were to encounter that golden thunder eagle again now, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. His gaze swept across the devastated battlefield beneath his feet. The scattered beast tide was no longer a threat, and the battle in the direction of the outpost was nearing its end, with soldiers clearing out the last remnants. It seems the big fish won't be coming out again. Su Jie clicked his tongue, somewhat unsatisfied. This beast tide had brought him great gains. Not only had he accumulated an astonishing number of contribution points, but more importantly, the foundation of 60 level 10 martial acupoints had allowed his strength to achieve a qualitative leap. It's time to go back. These gains are enough for me to improve again. With a thought, Su Jie transformed into a streak of light and flew towards outpost number 77. When it landed on the outpost wall, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, although Su Jie's clothes were slightly tattered, his aura was as deep as a mountain and his eyes as profound as the starry sky. The oppressive feeling emanating from his body made even the veterans who had been through many battles feel their hearts tighten. Lieutenant Zhang hurried forward, his eyes filled with complex emotions, his tone tinged with disbelief and a hint of awe. Brother Su Jie, you're alright? Those general-level demonic beasts behind the beast tide and that strongest golden thunder eagle. Su Jie dusted himself off and said casually, "Oh, you mean those demonic beasts? I thought they were getting in the way, so I took care of them. How's it going, Lieutenant Zhang? Is there no pressure on this defensive line? I cleaned it up a bit?" The corners of Zhang Weiguan's and the soldiers around him twitched involuntarily. Looking at Su Jie's relaxed demeanor, as if he had just gone to the countryside for a spring outing and casually picked a few wildflowers, they instantly fell silent. One person ventured deep into the rear of the beast tide, killing dozens of general-level demonic beasts, and even taking down the elite-level leader with a combat power of 25,000. Can this be called cleaning up on the side? This is no longer a monster, this is practically a walking, human-shaped natural disaster. Lieutenant Zhang took several deep breaths to barely suppress his shock, and said with a wry smile, "The pressure is long gone. Brother Su Jie, we owe you a great debt this time. You've done a tremendous service. I'll report to my superiors immediately." "No need for a report, just let everyone take credit." Su Jie waved his hand, not caring about these empty titles. "Since everything is alright here, I'll head back now." At this moment, all he could think about was getting home as soon as possible, using up the remaining essence of his life force, and then seeing if he could find another opportunity to go to the Myriad Heavenly Palace or somewhere else to continue his pay-to-win business. As Su Jie once again used his ghostly movement technique, disappearing disappearing into the distance like a shooting star, the outpost wall fell into silence.
After a long silence, one of the new recruits finally murmured, "Lieutenant, who is he?"
Officer Zhang gazed in the direction where Su Jia had disappeared, exhaled a long breath, and his eyes were filled with emotion.
Him? Perhaps. He is the future pillar of our Linjiang city, no, our Tiandu province, and even the entire human race.
Su Jia did not take the military's aircraft. Relying on the astonishing speed of sky-treading steps, his figure was like a lightning bolt, tearing through the sky, several times faster than when he came.
He returned to his familiar rented house in Linjiang city in less than an hour.
He closed the door to cut off external interference, then immediately sat down cross-legged and eagerly brought up the system panel.
Host, Su Jia. Current martial acupoints, level 10, 60. Level 9, 39. Current chi and blood reserves, 3,500 points, plus 1 per second. Chi and blood essence, 18 points. Combat power, 8,730 points. Federal contribution points, 58,700. 58,700 contribution points. Su Jia couldn't help but exclaim in amazement upon seeing this number.
He had really struck it rich this time with the beast tide. Contribution points are incredibly valuable, and it had only been a little over 2 days since he last entered stronghold number 7. He carefully sensed the changes within his body. The 60 level 10 martial acupoints, like 60 eternally burning stars, intertwined within him to form a more complex and stable
energy circulation system.
The quality of his chi and blood also became purer and more refined than ever before, as if it had transformed from an ordinary stream into flowing mercury. He tried to circulate his chi and blood, and without even having to exert any effort, an invisible force field naturally emanated from his body. The dust on the table was gently pushed away, and the air seemed to become a little stagnant.
This sense of power is wonderful.
Su Jia slowly clenched his fist, and a muffled thunderous sound erupted from his knuckles.
However, it's not safe enough yet. He quickly calmed down.
The Zhao family has been entrenched here for many years, and they might still have some trump cards up their sleeve. And then there's the Zhao family of Jinling behind Zhao Bingyun. They sound like formidable enemies. We must raise the remaining 39 martial acupoints to level 10 as soon as possible. With all 99 acupoints at level 10 perfected, I have truly reached the pinnacle of the martial acupoint stage. With that in mind, he immediately connected to the Federation's internal network to check the contribution point exchange list, looking for a way to quickly and massively obtain chi and blood essence. The list is filled with a dazzling array of items, including all kinds of rare and precious materials, divine weapons, and advanced cultivation techniques, but the prices are all outrageously expensive. Pure blood chi, 1 contribution point can be exchanged for 10 points. Centennial blood ginseng contains abundant chi and blood, estimated to yield 5,000 chi and blood points, requires 600 contribution points to exchange. General level monster core, 0.01% chance to learn martial heart, requires 10,000 contribution points to exchange. Su Jia frowned slightly as he looked at the options.
Directly exchanging for chi and blood would be too wasteful.
The century-old blood ginseng looks good, but extracting it into ordinary blood and chi is not very meaningful to him. It would be more worthwhile if it could be directly refined into essence. I never expected that a monster core would cost 10,000 contribution points. Uncle Yang spent a lot of money last time, so I must repay him when I have the chance.
The efficiency is still not high enough.
He stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems the best way is still to hunt high-level demonic beasts myself, or enter the myriad manifestations heavenly palace instance.
Just as he was pondering his next move, deep within the Zhou family mansion on the other side of Linjiang city,
as the head of the family listened to his subordinate's report, his face was so gloomy it was almost dripping with water.
What did you say? The vanguard of the beast tide at Outpost 77 has been repelled? And it was a young man who single-handedly killed dozens of general-level demonic beasts behind the beast tide, including a golden thunder eagle? Zhou Tianfang's voice trembled with disbelief. Master, it's absolutely true.
The information comes from within the military. Although the details are being withheld, the general
situation is accurate. That young man is Su Jia.
The man in black who reported lowered his head, his tone filled with fear. Zhou Tianfang slammed his palm down on the solid wood coffee table beside him, shattering it and sending wood chips flying everywhere.
Su Jia, it's him again. How could he have become so strong? How much time has passed?
He originally thought that Su Jia had only had a lucky encounter and that although his combat power had increased rapidly, his foundation might not be solid. He can venture deep into the beast tide alone and kill dozens of general-level monsters, including elite-level ones. This is no ordinary genius, but a prodigy, a monster.
Father, we must find a way as soon as possible.
Zhou Kuan stood to the side, his face pale, his voice filled with fear. He's already this terrifying. If we let him grow any stronger, our Zhou family. Zhou Tianfang took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock and killing intent in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "This boy has become a force to be reckoned with, and we can no longer deal with him using ordinary methods. Immediately issue an order. All members of the Zhou family are forbidden from provoking Su Jia in the near future. Anyone who disobeys will be expelled from the family.
Father, Zhou Kuan called out urgently. Shut up, Zhou Tianfang shouted sternly. Do you think I don't want to kill him?
But the potential and strength he has shown have already attracted the attention of the military and the martial arts association's top brass.
That old bastard Yang Baichuan is definitely watching too.
If we act rashly again, it'll be digging our own grave. A shrewd glint flashed in his eyes. Temporary hibernation doesn't mean giving up.
The martial arts exam is the perfect opportunity.
When that time comes, geniuses from all walks of life will gather, and on the arena, fists and kicks will be merciless.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Kuan's eyes lit up immediately. What does father mean?
Contact the Zhao family, Zhou Tianfang said coldly. Inadvertently reveal Su Jie's situation, especially the secret that he may have mastered high-level martial arts and can rapidly improve his skills, to Zhao Bingyun and the real genius of the Zhao family.
Understood.
Zhou Kuan's face revealed a sinister smile.
Using someone else to do the dirty work.
During the martial arts exam, someone will naturally eliminate this major threat for us. Inside the rented room, Su Jie was completely unaware of this. He had just made his decision. I'll save the contribution points for now, just in case. The most urgent thing is to contact Uncle Yang and get into the myriad manifestations heavenly palace. That's where the opportunity one truly need lies. He dialed Yang Baichuan's encrypted communication code again. This time, the communication was quickly established.
Yang Baichuan's refined face appeared on the screen.
He looked at Su Jie, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, which then turned into a gratified smile.
Su Jie, it seems you've made quite a bit of progress lately, Yang Baichuan said meaningfully.
Su Jie felt a slight chill, knowing that his changes probably couldn't be hidden from this unfathomable vice president. He bowed respectfully
and said, I've made some progress, thankfully. Uncle Yang, I've made up my mind. I want to enter the myriad manifestations heavenly palace. Yang Baichuan didn't seem surprised and nodded, saying, very good.
Your foundation is even stronger than I expected, so you are indeed qualified to make contact ahead of time. He then changed the subject. There's a dungeon world in the myriad heavenly palace called the Ancient Trial Grounds. Defeating the monsters there will reward you with health points, which will be of great benefit to you.
Ancient Trial Grounds? Su Jie's eyes lit up immediately.
This was practically tailor-made for him. I'll go, he said without hesitation.
Okay. Yang Baichuan nodded. Meet me at the usual place at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow. I'll take you into the myriad manifestations heavenly palace then.
Su Jie clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anticipation.
The ancient trial grounds await me.
I will surely stand out from the crowd and reach the 99 apertures, the 10th level of perfection.
Time flies. The next day, Su Jie did not go out after waking up.
Instead, he stayed in the rented room, familiarizing himself with his surging power while practicing the sky-stepping step and shadow-flowing sword technique to a higher level of proficiency. As for the penetrating void finger, this technique consumes too much energy and can only be reserved as a trump card. It's not very useful for regular practice. During this time, the old bracelet on his wrist kept receiving various messages. There were messages of concern from Li Hang, a teacher at the school, and even some unfamiliar communication requests, which were probably olive branches extended by certain forces or to probe for information.
Su Jie ignored them all.
His eyes were only on the essence of qi and blood and the level 10 martial acupoint. Early on the third day, Su Jie arrived at the abandoned number 7 mine in the east of the city on time.
Yang Baichuan was already waiting there, still wearing his blue robe, as elegant as ever. Uncle Yang. Su Jie stepped forward and bowed.
Yang Baichuan's gaze swept over Su Jie, his eyes filled with even greater admiration. Your foundation is becoming increasingly solid, not bad. It seems that your trip to outpost number 77 has indeed brought you considerable gains.
Su Jie chuckled and did not deny it. Let's go.
Yang Baichuan said no more and led Su Jie onto the black aircraft. The aircraft started up and headed deep into the mine, eventually stopping in front of a seemingly ordinary rock wall.
Yang Baichuan took out a uniquely shaped token and waved it at the rock wall.
The rock face rippled like water, revealing a portal emitting a hazy white light. This is one of the teleportation points leading to the outer perimeter of the myriad manifestations heavenly palace, Yang Baichuan explained.
Follow me. Su Jie took a deep breath filled with curiosity and anticipation, and followed Yang Baichuan into the portal.
After a brief experience of weightlessness and spatial shifts, Su Jie found himself in an unimaginably vast white jade plaza. At the far end of the plaza stood a colossal palace, towering into the clouds and exuding an aura of ancient history. The palace gates were tightly shut, and inscribed upon them were 4 enormous characters, written in a flowing, elegant style, brimming with supreme Taoist wisdom. Myriad manifestations heavenly palace. In front of the palace, thousands of light gates of various shapes and colors floated, like stars adorning the sky above the square. Each gate of light emanates a unique energy fluctuation. Some are as hot as fire, some as cold as ice, some are full of life, and some are lifeless.
On the plaza, all sorts of martial artists moved about.
Some had just emerged from the portal, covered in blood but extremely excited. Others had already formed teams and stepped into the portal without without hesitation. Still others were setting up stalls, hawking the strange items they had brought back from various dungeons. The atmosphere here is completely different from the outside world. It appears more primitive and raw, filled with an aura of opportunity, danger, and powerful energy.
This is the outer plaza of the myriad heavenly palace. Yang Baichuan's voice pulled Su Jie back from his shock.
He pointed to the floating light gates. These are the
entrances to various dungeon worlds.
The stone tablets next to them record the highest achievements of our heavenly star warriors in exploring the corresponding dungeons. Following the directions, Su Jie discovered that next to each gate of light stood a huge stone tablet exuding an ancient aura, with golden characters flowing on it, and names and records could be vaguely discerned. That's the trial monument. Yang Baichuan noticed Su Jie's gaze and slowly explained. It records the progress of the top 100 players in the corresponding
dungeon.
Those who can make it onto the list are all the best among their peers, and it is an important benchmark for measuring a martial artist's potential. His gaze swept over the stone tablets, and his tone was tinged with emotion. When many powerful forces select talents, they not only look at cultivation level, but also pay close attention to the rankings on these trial tablets. Being able to leave one's name on them is itself a symbol of honor and strength. As the words fell, the two walked to a massive portal of light. Beside the portal stood an imposing trial monument, its top adorned with 5 grand characters in a flowing, elegant style. Martial arts heroes ranking. The list is arranged from top to bottom. The top 10 names are in a noble purple gold color, with a shimmering light, like stars. The following 90 names are in a dazzling gold color, shining brightly.
Su Jie's gaze was instantly drawn to the name at the top of the purple gold list.
The top spot is clearly held by first place, Yuwuji, difficulty, hard, rating, is, time, 1 hour 15 minutes. Yang Baichuan pointed to the portal and said, "This is the ancient trial grounds, an extreme challenge instance specially set up for martial artists in the martial aperture stage. The difficulty ranges from easy to nightmare. No one has even managed to complete nightmare mode, let alone nightmare mode. If you're interested, you can start with easy mode to familiarize yourself with it." Before he finished speaking, Su Jie's eyes were already fixed on the top spot on the trial monument, his eyes burning with undisguised ambition and fighting spirit.
No one has completed this in 1,000 years?
Su Jie muttered to himself, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Yang Baichuan shook his head slightly, assuming it was just the boy's arrogance, and paid no further attention. Little did they know, the young man before them had already set his sights on that unassailable peak. Inside is a special single-player challenge dungeon where you can freely choose the difficulty level, from easy to nightmare. Each wave of monsters ranges from 1 to 100. It is divided into 10 waves, with the monster's combat power increasing progressively, reportedly corresponding to the ultimate combat power of martial aperture levels 1 through 10. Each successful defense against a wave will immediately grant a generous reward of health and mana. The higher the difficulty, the more astonishing the reward, especially the legendary nightmare mode. Once you clear it, the amount of health you gain is enormous. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of caution. However, the higher the difficulty, the greater the risk. If the challenge fails, your soul will be scattered, and all your gains will vanish. Therefore, it is essential to act within your capabilities.
Massive amounts of chi and blood? The difficulty level can be chosen independently? Su Jie's eyes lit up instantly.
This was practically a super experience room tailor-made for him.
This is your temporary identity token. You can use this token to enter this instance.
Yang Baichuan handed Su Jie a white jade talisman. Remember, saving your life is the top priority.
After successfully passing one wave, you can choose to continue the challenge or quit.
But if you fail, he shook his head, the unspoken meaning clear.
I understand, Uncle Yang.
Su Jie solemnly accepted the token, his heart already burning with fighting spirit.
Nightmare mode. Nightmare mode is a must. Go ahead.
Yang Baichuan patted him on the shoulder. Without hesitation, Su Jie strode towards the blood-red light gate. Before stepping through the gate of light, he glanced back at the magnificent main hall of the myriad manifestations heavenly palace and silently vowed, "Wait for me, one day I will go in and see for myself." Stepping through the portal of light, a familiar sense of time and space shifting instantly washes over you. When his vision cleared again, Su Jie found himself standing on a vast, ancient land filled with a primitive and desolate atmosphere. The sky was an eerie dark red, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood and a strong aura of demonic beasts. In the distance, chilling roars of beasts echoed.
Entered the instance, Ancient Trial Grounds. Welcome to the Ancient Trial Grounds, exclusive to Martial Aperture Stage. Please select the challenge difficulty. Easy mode, 1 monster per wave. Basic reward X1 upon completion. Normal mode, 5 monsters per wave. Base reward X5 upon completion. Hard mode, 10 monsters per wave. Base reward X10 upon completion. Nightmare mode, 30 monsters per wave. Base reward X30 upon completion. Nightmare mode, 100 monsters per wave. Base reward X100 upon completion. Plus a chance to win hidden rewards. In this mode, the combat power of waves 1 through 10 of monsters are 99, 297, 594, 990, 1584, 2376, 3465, 4945, 4950, 6930, and 9900 respectively. Successfully defeating each wave of monsters will grant a corresponding amount of HP as a reward, 100 times the base reward, not to mention the hidden rewards. Su Jie rubbed his hands together, glanced at his health points which had recovered to 104,300, and said without hesitation, "I choose Nightmare Mode." Nightmare Mode confirmed. Warning, this mode is extremely dangerous. Trial participants, please be prepared. 100 rock monsters with a combat power of 99 points surged forward like a tide. Su Jie didn't even move. His blood and chi trembled slightly, and an invisible shockwave spread out, instantly turning the 100 rock monsters into dust. First wave complete. Nightmare Mode grants 100x reward bonus, gaining 10,000 HP. The second wave, 297 combat power. The third wave, 594 combat power, all the way to the fifth wave, 1584 combat power. Su Jie seemed to be strolling leisurely, sweeping away the entire field with a wave of his hand. He accumulated 310,000 units of chi and blood, but for him, it was just an appetizer. As the sixth wave began, the monster's combat power soared to 2,376 points, and their numbers remained at 100. A dark mass of bronze puppets, enhanced type, formed an army formation and slowly advanced with heavy steps. Finally, a challenge. Su Jie's eyes narrowed, no longer underestimating his opponent. He activated the sky-stepping technique, his body moving like a dragon entering the sea, his blood surging as he swung his fists. Bang, bang, bang. He no longer aimed to kill them all with a single punch, but instead moved precisely among the puppets, each punch hitting the puppets' energy core or joint connections with extremely high efficiency. 2 minutes later, all the puppets were reduced to a pile of parts. Sixth wave complete. Gain 320,000 HP. Current HP reserve, 770,000. In the seventh wave, 100 two-headed chimeras with a combat power of 3,465 appeared. They had the advantage of air, and their venom and icy breath rained down like a barrage. This is troublesome. Su Jie cursed under his breath, fully activating the sky-stepping step technique, rapidly changing direction at low altitude to dodge the dense attacks. At the same time, he pointed his fingers like a sword, unleashing the flowing shadow sword technique for the first time in this dungeon. Sizzle, sizzle. Finger strikes pierce the air with precision. Though no sword is in hand, each finger strike carries the essence of the flowing shadow sword technique with remarkable effect as chimeras fall from the sky with agonizing cries. He adopted a cycle of movement dodging shot tactics and killed all the chimeras one by one within 5 minutes. Seventh wave complete. Gain 640,000 HP. Current HP reserve, 1.41 million. Su Jie was slightly out of breath. Using martial arts techniques continuously was a huge test for both his mind and body. Continue. The eighth wave saw the appearance of 100 Thunder Eagle Kings with a combat power of 4,950. They were faster, surrounded by lightning, and powerfully interfered with perception. A speed type? A cold glint flashed in Su Jie's eyes. A speed contest? I've never been afraid of one. He pushed the sky-treading step to its limit, his figure transforming into an imperceptible afterimage as he charged into the flock of eagles. The penetrating void finger technique, combined with fists and feet, delivers a fatal blow while moving at high speed. In an instant, lightning, finger force, and the power of blood and chi intertwine and collide, and eagle feathers mixed with blood fall continuously. This was a contest of speed and precision. Su Jie pushed his combat power to the limit, and after a fierce battle of 7 or 8 minutes, he finally killed the last Eagle King. Several charred marks appeared on his body, and he had consumed about 10,000 points of his vital energy. Eighth wave complete. Gained HP, 1,280,000. Current HP reserve, 2.68 million. I have 2.55 million units of chi and blood, which can be converted into 268 chi and blood essence, enough to upgrade 10 level 10 martial apertures. Su Jie's spirits lifted. System, convert and upgrade immediately. Consumed 2.5 million chi and blood, converted into 250 essence, upgraded 10 martial apertures to level 10. The power within his body surged 10 times in succession. The 10 martial acupoints completed their transformation. Current martial acupoints, 70 at level 10, 29 at level 9. Combat power, 9,030 points. With his strength increased, Su Jie's confidence soared, and he turned his attention to the ninth wave. The ninth wave, 100 Shadow Dragon Kings with a combat power of 6,930. This batch of demonic dragons is extremely close to Su Jie in combat strength and is even more adept at lurking in the shadows, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Their dragon breath is highly corrosive. The real test has begun. Su Jie was completely focused. The battle had barely begun when he found himself locked in a fierce struggle. The dragons did not charge recklessly, but rather moved in groups of 3 or 5, taking turns to pounce from the shadows and spew dragon breath, their coordination impeccable. Su Jie pushed the stepping into the sky and penetrating the void finger to their limits, frantically dodging and counterattacking within the confined space. Swoosh! A finger pierced the eye socket of a demonic dragon, but the left shoulder was grazed by
the claw of another demonic dragon, causing the protective chi and blood to violently tremble, leaving 3 bloody marks. He used the terrain to his advantage, fighting and retreating in an attempt to divide the enemy ranks. But the dragon was extremely cunning, and after missing its first strike, it vanished into the shadows. The battle reached a stalemate, and Su Jie's energy and spirit were rapidly depleted. He sustained more than a dozen wounds, which, although not fatal, greatly affected his condition.
We can't let this drag on any longer.
Su Jie gritted his teeth, deliberately revealing an opening. When the 3 demonic dragons pounced out from the shadows at the same time, he advanced instead of retreating, his blood surging wildly within him.
Penetrating void finger.
Triple strike.
Puff, puff, puff.
3 condensed finger strikes were released almost simultaneously, accurately hitting the head of the 3-headed dragon. But his strength was exhausted. He was struck on the back by the dragon's breath that came from the side, and his skin and flesh were torn open, causing excruciating pain. Hiss, Su Jie gasped, using the momentum to propel himself forward and quickly create distance. Taking advantage of the precious moment to catch his breath, he continued his stealthy assassination. After a fierce battle lasting 15 minutes, with his body covered in wounds and his health depleted by over 20,000 points, he finally managed to slay the last demonic dragon.
9th wave complete. Gained HP 2,560,000. Current HP reserve 2,720,000.
Su Jie knelt on the ground, panting heavily, sweat pouring down his face. The fierce battle with the 100 Shadow Demon Dragon Kings had almost exhausted his physical and mental strength, consumed 2.5 million chi and blood, converted into 250 essence, upgraded 10 martial apertures to level 10.
Command confirmed. Consuming 500 points of chi and blood essence. Initiating upgrade. Boom, 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 boom.
10 consecutive bursts of immense power erupted within his body. It was as if 10 dormant volcanoes had awakened simultaneously, and an even more terrifying torrent of power surged forth, cleansing and strengthening his limbs and bones. The newly upgraded level 10 martial acupoints resonate with the original 70, forming a stronger energy cycle.
Upgrade complete. Current martial arts acupoints, 80 at level 10, 19 at level 9. Current combat power, 9,330 points. Remaining chi and blood essence, 0 points. Current chi and blood reserves, 220,000.
Although he had not reached perfection, Su Jie felt that his strength, speed, perception, and blood and chi recovery speed had all reached a new level. The fatigue and injuries left from the previous fierce battle were quickly restored under the nourishment of this new force, and the blood and energy were also rapidly replenished. He clenched his fist, the air converging in his palm to create a sonic boom. 80 apertures, 1 more wave. The space of the trial ground seemed to freeze for a moment, and then 100 terrifying auras, as if from the primordial era, erupted simultaneously. 100 ancient behemoth beasts, royal lava cubs. They were much larger than any of their predecessors, their muscles coiled like dragons, their bronze fur shimmered with dark gold patterns, and their scarlet pupils were filled with an aura of destruction and madness. Each of them emitted a combat power fluctuation that steadily reached the limit of 9,900 points. The combined pressure from them is like 100 volcanoes about to erupt, enough to instantly shatter the will of any martial aperture realm cultivator. Roar! The roars of the beasts transformed into tangible shockwaves, causing Su Jie's blood and chi to surge. Instead of charging immediately, they dispersed like a well-trained army, vaguely forming an encirclement and blocking all possible escape routes for Su Jie. Higher intelligence, better at cooperating. Su Jie's pupils contracted slightly, his mood instantly becoming much heavier. This final hurdle was far more difficult than he had anticipated. Without any hesitation, the dozen or so behemoths in front launched the first attack. Their enormous feet slammed heavily onto the ground, causing violent tremors, as if a dozen heavily armored tanks were rolling over side by side. Sky-treading step, ultimate. Su Jie pushed his speed to the limit, his figure transforming into a distorted beam of light, narrowly escaping through the gaps in the giant beast's attacks. Instead of engaging in direct combat, he used his agility to try and penetrate the herd and disrupt their formation. However, the behemoth reacted swiftly. The 2 behemoths on either side immediately swung their house-sized claws to block them, while the behemoth behind spewed out earth-yellow energy blasts containing terrifying power, launching a barrage of attacks. Penetrating void finger. Su Jie pointed his fingers in quick succession, the force of his fingers piercing the air and accurately striking the eye of a giant beast. Thud, blood splattered. The giant beast roared in pain, and its attack immediately slowed down. But at the same time, the attacks of the other 3 colossal beasts were already upon them. Claws tore through the air, accompanied by deathly shrieks. I can't dodge it. Su Jie gritted his teeth, crossed his arms to block the attack, and at the same time, he fully circulated his protective chi and blood. He was slammed away by an indescribable force, crashing into the distant rock wall like a cannonball, leaving a human-shaped crater. His arm bones groaned, his blood and chi surged violently, and a sweet taste rose in his throat, almost causing him to vomit blood. The difference in strength is too great. Su Jie emerged from the rubble, his expression grave. In a one-on-one fight, he could even instantly kill his opponent.
opponent. But when faced with 100 well-coordinated behemoths, their attacks were like a storm, giving him no chance to breathe. He began to change his tactics, using the towering stone pillars and complex terrain of the trial grounds to conduct guerrilla warfare, lure them over. He deliberately slowed down to attract 5 or 6 giant beasts to chase him, then suddenly accelerated and turned, causing them to collide with each other and briefly fall into chaos. Now, he seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from the side, using his Void Insight finger technique to strike the relatively vulnerable ear canal of a behemoth amidst the chaos. Thud, a finger strike pierced through the head. The first royal behemoth fell. However, the price of his success was that he was hit by the aftershocks of energy blasts from several other giant beasts, leaving his back covered in blood and numerous wounds. The battle entered its most brutal phase of attrition. Su Jia pushed his movement techniques, Void Insight finger, and utilization of the terrain to their limits. He was like a hummingbird dancing among a herd of elephants, each seemingly perilous maneuver accompanied by a fatal counterattack. But every successful counterattack also meant that he had to pay the price of injury. His clothes were already soaked with blood and sweat, and his body was covered with crisscrossing wounds, including claw marks that went deep into the bone marrow and charred marks from being burned by energy. Blood and energy are rapidly depleted, and the mind gradually becomes fatigued due to high tension. Half an hour later, he had killed more than 40 royal behemoths, but he himself was already at his limit. The movements began to distort, and the speed decreased significantly. Only the power of the penetrating void finger technique, which relied on the chi and blood in actual combat, remained undiminished. I can't fall. I was so close. Su Jia leaned against a broken stone pillar, breathing heavily, his vision blurring. The remaining 50-odd giant beasts remained an insurmountable barrier. Just then, a thought flashed through his mind. System, can consuming chi and blood essence be used for a temporary burst of power? Can consume chi and blood essence to greatly increase combat power for a short period. The effect is related to the amount consumed. Warning, extremely burdensome to the body. Confirmed consumption. 10 points of chi and blood essence, unleash them. Command confirmed. Consume 10 points of chi and blood essence. Temporary status, chi and blood burning, activated. Duration, 30 seconds. A power even more violent and uncontrollable than when he was improving his martial arts acupoints erupted from every cell in his body like a volcanic eruption. His eyes instantly became bloodshot, fine blood droplets seeped from his skin, and his blood and chi seemed to be burning and boiling incessantly. Combat power surged to nearly 13,000 points. Su Jia let out a low growl that didn't sound human, and charged towards the remaining beasts. His speed, strength, and explosiveness were all enhanced. He stopped dodging and chose the most savage and direct confrontation. Fist clashed violently with giant claw. Finger strikes and energy blasts collided fiercely. One after another, royal behemoths had their heads smashed and bodies torn apart under his frenzied attacks. In just 30 seconds, he was like a demon god descended to earth, slaughtering more than 30 giant beasts. 30 seconds later, the blood and chi burning state disappeared, and an extreme sense of weakness instantly swept over his entire body. He knelt on the ground, barely having the strength to stand up. Only 5 wounded royal behemoths remained on the field. They stared at the human who was almost exhausted but still exuded a terrifying killing intent, and for the first time, fear showed in their eyes. Ha, ha! Su Jia raised his head, his face covered in blood, revealing a ferocious smile. Are you scared? He forcefully extracted the last bit of his vital energy and stood up unsteadily. Piercing finger, the final strike. He concentrated all his remaining 2,550 points of chi and blood, along with his indomitable will, into this one finger. A highly refined finger strike, seemingly piercing through life and death, tore through the void and instantly pierced the head formed by the last 5 giant beasts linked together. Thump, thump. 5 enormous corpses fell to the ground one after another. The entire training ground finally fell completely silent. 100 corpses, like mountains of flesh, covered the earth. Su Jia knelt on one knee, breathing heavily, sweat and blood dripping down his face. He had almost exhausted all his strength, but a smile of immense joy and pride bloomed on his face. He won. With his powerful chi and blood technique and the chi and blood burning state, he defeated the seemingly invincible enemy. Wave 10 complete. Health gained, 5,120,000. Perfectly cleared nightmare difficulty ancient trial grounds. Just as Su Jia was waiting for the notification of the subsequent rewards, a grand voice, as if traversing the long river of time, resounded throughout the entire trial grounds, and even faintly reached the myriad manifestations Heavenly Palace Square outside. Announcement. The nightmare difficulty level of the Martial Aperture Stage Trial Dungeon, Ancient Trial Grounds, has been breached. Time taken by the person who cleared the level, 58 minutes and 28 seconds. Rating, SSS level. A remarkable feat, surpassing the limits. This sudden, nationwide announcement plunged the once bustling outer plaza of the myriad Heavenly Palace into a deathly silence. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared in disbelief at the entrance to the Ancient Trial Grounds, which was radiating a blood-red light. The nightmare difficulty level has been breached? Who is it? Who is this peerless prodigy? My god, no one can even beat the nightmare mode of of this dungeon. How is it possible in nightmare mode?
Immediately afterwards, the grand voice rang out again, this time directly entering Su Jie's mind, carrying a hint of inquiry.
Challenger, you have set a new historical record. Would you like to leave your name on the martial arts heroes list of the Myriad Heavenly Palace and proclaim it to the world?
Su Jie was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his lips.
Leave your name. Use my alias, Jie. Confirmed. Record updated.
As soon as the words were spoken, on the stone tablet next to the huge light gate of the ancient trial grounds in the Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Palace Square, the name and record that had been ranked first on the martial arts heroes list for 800 years were wiped away as if by an invisible hand. The new, crimson characters, imbued with divine might, were imprinted at the very top of the list, radiating brilliance and instantly attracting all eyes.
First place, Z. Achievement, first player to achieve a perfect clear of ancient trial grounds, nightmare difficulty. Rating, SSS rank. Time taken, 58 minutes and 28 seconds.
The square was initially completely silent, then erupted into a deafening roar.
G.A.? Who is he? Which faction's prodigy is he? My god.
He not only cleared the game, but he also broke the record held by the god of war Yu Wuji for 800 years, and he did it in less than an hour.
No one can even pass the nightmare difficulty level, yet he actually passed it directly? How is that possible? How can someone at the martial aperture stage have such strong combat power? Investigate. Find out immediately who this robber is. Jie. This name will likely shake the entire Tiandu province.
At the same time, Su Jie also received his generous reward. Completion reward, first perfect completion of Nightmare Myriad Heavenly Palace Main Hall Teleportation Token X1. Hidden achievement, defying adversity, defeating 100 enemies with perfected martial arts skills while not yet at perfection, achieved.
Bonus reward, Immortal Martial Bone, X1.
Faced with these two rewards that would drive any martial artist mad, Su Jie's smile grew even brighter. He had acquired 2 top-tier treasures.
Could there be anything more satisfying than this?
Of course, because Su Jie is about to unleash his cheat code. His mind raced, realizing that this instance presented an excellent opportunity for a breakthrough, and the external disturbances were temporarily irrelevant to him.
Without hesitation, he immersed himself deeply into his mind.
System 4.75 million Qi and blood have been consumed and converted into 475 points of Qi and blood essence.
Command confirmed.
Consumed 4.75 million points of Qi and blood, gained 475 points of Qi and blood essence. Seeing the 475 points of Qi and blood essence gleaming in the system, Su Jie's weary eyes suddenly shone with a breathtaking brilliance.
Enough. Absolutely enough. System.
Consume these essences of blood and Qi to upgrade my last 19 level 9 martial acupoints to level 10 perfection.
Command confirmed.
Upgrading one level 9 martial acupoint to level 10 requires 25 points of Qi and blood essence.
Upgrading 19 acupoints will require a total of 475 points. Begin upgrading. Buzz. This shock was more profound and immense than any before, like the explosion of a cosmic singularity or the beginning of chaos. The last 19 stagnant and incomplete acupoints in Su Jie's body
were being washed away, connected, and strengthened at an unprecedented speed under the infusion of vast and pure essence of Qi and blood. 19 newly formed level 10 martial acupoints, like 19 eternal and indestructible supreme stars, illuminated with domineering power.
The moment the last martial acupoint completes its transformation,
all 99 level 10 martial acupoints emitted a resonant sound that permeated the entire process, creating a perfect and harmonious resonance. A flawless, supreme, and boundless aura, like an ancient dragon awakening from its slumber, erupted from the depths of Su Jie's body. The bloodstains and filth around him instantly vanished under this aura, and his tattered clothes fluttered and rustled without wind.
The sound of his blood and Qi flowing through his body seemed to transform from the roar of a mighty river into the swirling sound of a vast starry sea, deep and majestic. Power. An endless sense of power filled every corner of his body, and his life level seemed to have been sublimated and leaped in this perfect moment. 99 basic martial arts techniques, level 10 perfected. Supreme Dao Foundation achieved. Basic combat power has broken through the limit. Reward, 100 basic combat power points. Current basic combat power, 10,000 points. Breathing techniques increase blood and Qi generation speed by 3. Ding. Host has achieved Supreme Dao Foundation. Main quest Supreme Dao Foundation complete. Reward, 1,000 martial arts achievement points. Rewards, 1. Unlock the core system function, Arsenal of the Heavens. 2. Obtain the exclusive title, Peerless Foundation Builder. 3. Time Realm entry ticket, once. Arsenal of All Heavens, a mysterious treasure trove where martial arts achievement points can be exchanged for martial arts resources from all realms. Extreme Foundation Builder, base combat power is increased by an additional 20%. Time Realm entry ticket allows you to open a time realm exclusively for the host. The time flow ratio between the realm and the outside world is 100:1. Within the realm, the host can experience 1 day of real time, 100 days within the realm. The martial heart, white, has been nourished
by the perfected Dao Foundation and upgraded to the Martial Heart, Green. Martial Arts Heart, Green, greatly enhances mental resistance, increases control over one's own power by 100% and comprehension by 100%. Once a martial meridian is formed, it does not need to be stabilized before the next one can be formed. As expected of the strongest martial arts system in the universe, the rewards obtained after completing the main quest are truly astonishing.
Has my martial arts heart been betrayed? Su Jie thought to himself, yet he couldn't help but feel overjoyed.
He understood that the strongest martial arts system in the heavens was his true trump card for the future, and compared to that, the immortal martial bone and the exploration permissions of the myriad manifestations heavenly palace seemed ordinary. He quickly composed himself, preparing to leave this place of turmoil that was about to unleash a massive storm.
However, the storm
he had just weathered on nightmare difficulty was only just beginning to brew, and its impact far exceeded his current expectations. The moment Su Jie chose to ascend to the top of the martial arts heroes ranking, under the alias Jie, the news spread like wildfire through various channels at an astonishing speed to every corner of the Tianming star human race. This news has attracted attention far beyond Linjiang City, even reaching Tiandu province, and has now drawn the attention of the central holy city. Several vast and unfathomable thoughts, as deep as stars and as unfathomable as an abyss, intertwined above the holy city. The pressure they unconsciously emitted caused countless warriors at the general level within the city to tremble and almost kneel on the ground. Above the generals, there are even stronger beings. Those whose combat power exceeds 100,000 can be named a one-star war king by the Federation. After condensing their meridians, martial artists enter the bone-tempering stage, tempering their entire skeletal system and fusing it with their martial meridians, resulting in a qualitative leap in vitality, defense, and strength. Each successful tempering of a basic martial bone increases basic combat power by 10,000 points. If a total of 206 basic martial bones can be tempered throughout the body, combat power can soar by 2.06 million based on this foundation. After tempering their bones, they can awaken their martial spirit, perceive the world, undergo a transformation in their spiritual power, begin to interfere with reality, and unleash spiritual secret techniques. The higher one's combat power and the deeper one's realm, the more one can appreciate the importance and difficulty of tempering the basic martial arts acupoints. That concerns the limits of one's martial arts foundation and future potential. That's why Su Jie's clearing of the nightmare difficulty ancient trial arena dungeon was like dropping a nuclear bomb on a lake that had been calm for hundreds of years. Only those peerless geniuses who have forged a level 10 martial acupoint have a certain probability of passing that nightmare level dungeon, and no martial artist with a level 10 martial acupoint has ever appeared on Tianming Star. As the light gate of the ancient trial grounds flashed, Su Jie's figure reappeared in the outer plaza of the myriad manifestations heavenly palace. At this moment, his aura was completely contained, seemingly no different from before he entered, but only he himself knew that the 99 perfect level 10 martial acupoints in his body were like 99 miniature stars, containing terrifying power that could shake mountains.
The base combat power is 10,000 points.
With the 20% bonus from the Extreme Foundation Builder title, the actual combat power is firmly at 12,000 points.
This does not even include burst skills like Piercing Finger. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile.
Su Jie was secretly pleased, but his face remained calm and composed, as if he was not the one who had just caused such a huge uproar. He calmly activated the original breathing technique, concealing his aura even more thoroughly, making him appear even more harmless than before entering the dungeon. As soon as he stood firm, he felt countless gazes on him like searchlights, or more precisely, on the light gate of the ancient trial grounds, where he had just appeared. Various probing mental fluctuations and energy scans faintly swept over his body.
Look, someone's coming out of the portal on nightmare difficulty. Is it him? That Zed who just broke the record? So young. Her aura seems very weak. Could there be some mistake? Fool, you think you can tell someone's aura just by having cleared nightmare? That's mastery of subtle details, a return to simplicity.
The discussion surged like a tide, mixed with shock, curiosity, jealousy, and even more cold and greedy prying eyes hidden in the shadows. Su Jie picked at his ear. Although he was used to being watched, he was still on high alert. He was about to use the stepping into the sky technique to leave silently when a trembling voice filled with disbelief came from behind him. Su Jie? He turned around and saw Zhou Kuan and Zhao Bingyun standing not far away, their eyes wide open as if they had seen a ghost. Their auras surged, revealing that they had already condensed their first martial vein and their combat power had exceeded 2,000 points. They had come to the myriad manifestations heavenly palace full of high spirits to find a suitable instance for trial, but they happened to witness Su Jie walking out of the light gate that triggered the entire domain announcement.
Oh, what a coincidence. Su Jie greeted casually. You two are here to run a dungeon too?
Congratulations on successfully condensing your meridians. Zhou Kuan's face turned pale, then red, as he pointed at Su Jie, his lips trembling. Which door did you come out from?
Just now, the Jie that the system announced. Su Jie blinked, his face full of innocence and lingering smoldering fear. What tribulation? Don't talk nonsense.
I just fought my way to the 5th wave inside, and I was almost torn apart by those monsters.
He patted his chest, still shaken, and said, luckily I ran fast, otherwise you wouldn't be seeing me now. Nightmare difficulty? That's not a place for humans.
Zhao Bingyun retorted shrilly,
you're talking nonsense. You were the only one who came out from inside just now? The timing matches perfectly. You still dare to say you're not the robber?
Su Jie sighed and stared at them with the look of someone looking at idiots. I'm telling you too, don't get your hopes up too high.
What abilities do I, Su Jie, possess to clear that insanely difficult level? Only the reincarnation of the war god Yu Wuji could do that, right? You all overestimate me.
His sincere denial, coupled with his weak and helpless expression, actually made Zhou Kuan and Zhao Bingyun somewhat skeptical.
Could it really be a mistake? But the timing was too coincidental.
Just then, a gentle yet irresistible force enveloped Su Jie, and Yang Baichuan's figure appeared beside him like a ghost, his expression extremely solemn. He first gave Zhou Kuan and his companion a cold glance, the chill in his eyes making them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, all the words stuck in their throats.
No noise or disturbances are allowed in the square. Su Jie, come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he used a gentle force to sweep up Su Jie and disappeared instantly, leaving Zhou Kuan and Zhao Bingyun staring at each other with ever-changing expressions. Yang Baichuan stared at Su Jie for a long while before slowly speaking, his tone carrying a barely perceptible hint of excitement. You brat, you've been hiding it well. Jie? Su Jie knew that simply denying it in front of this old fox was pointless, so he chuckled and touched his nose. Uncle Yang, you have a good eye. I just wanted to keep a low profile to avoid causing trouble. Keep a low profile? Yang Baichuan almost laughed in anger. You call this keeping a low profile? You almost poked a hole in the Federation's sky. First person to perfectly clear nightmare difficulty, SSS level rating, in less than an hour. Do you know what this means?
As early as tomorrow, no, possibly tonight, Linjiang City will become the focus of the entire Tiandu province, and even the Federal Supreme Council.
Su Jie shrugged, appearing relaxed, but his eyes were clear and calm. So what if I'm the focus? I haven't broken any laws or regulations. The Federation can't just arrest me and dissect me for research because I'm too powerful, can they? It's unlikely to involve a slice and examine study.
Federal laws are strict, and no one would dare to touch you openly. Yang Baichuan took a deep breath, his tone extremely serious.
But what about the underhanded tactics? Spying, kidnapping, bribery, even assassination.
You're practically a walking super treasure right now. Compared to you, the Zhou and Zhao families are just minor troubles. As soon as he finished speaking, the Martial Arts Association's special communicator on his body suddenly emitted a piercing crimson light and vibration, indicating the highest priority.
Yang Baichuan's expression changed drastically, and he immediately answered the call. The blurry figure that appeared on the screen was still incredibly powerful, even through the communicator, causing Su Jie beside him to feel a shiver run through his soul, as if he were facing an unfathomable, boundless starry sky. That's Chen Ming Yang, the president of the Tiandu Province Martial Arts Association.
His combat power is as high as 1 million, making him a war god level expert above the war king.
Yang Baichuan.
The illusory voice was icy cold, devoid of any human emotion, and carried an innate pressure.
The person you took away, is that Jia?
Yang Baichuan instantly straightened up, bowed respectfully, and said, reporting to the guild leader, we are verifying his clearance status, and it will take some time. No need to verify, the illusory figure interrupted decisively, its voice resolute.
The myriad manifestations Heavenly Palace ranking is irrefutable. Proof. This boy is of great importance. Your task is to ensure his absolute safety before I and the Federal Parliament's special envoy arrive. If anything goes wrong, you will be solely responsible.
Lord Yu Wuji has also issued a decree. He will be closely monitoring this matter.
You, the god of war? Yang Baichuan's pupils constricted, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Even that legendary human being was alarmed. The communication was cut off instantly, as if every second longer would bring unpredictable risks. A deathly silence fell over the aircraft.
Yang Baichuan exhaled a long, trembling breath, and his gaze toward Su Jie was no longer complicated, but instead held a hint of awe that even he himself hadn't noticed.
Kid, you've really messed up this time.
He rubbed his throbbing temples, his tone heavy. The fact that Lord Yu Wuji personally took notice means you've been placed on the highest level of the human race's chessboard. Tonight, the Federal Envoy and Chairman Chen will both be present. They are the ones who truly hold the power to influence your fate. Su Jie touched his nose, his nonchalant expression gradually fading, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but more so, a burning fighting spirit. He subconsciously sensed the strongest martial arts system in the universe within his body, and his mind immediately calmed down considerably.
Yu Wuji, the god of war? Looks like I need to work even harder, otherwise I won't even have the right to meet the big shot.
He muttered to himself, then smiled at Yang Baichuan and said, Uncle Yang, fortune and misfortune are intertwined.
If they want to know the secret, they have to give me something in return, right? Like a huge amount of blood and chi resources?
Yang Baichuan suddenly lowered his voice, his tone more serious than ever before. The Federation has sent a special envoy.
Do you know know what that means? Su Jie lowered his hand, his nonchalant expression completely vanishing, and nodded. I know.
It means that if I can't come up with a reasonable explanation, I'll likely be protected until they squeeze every secret out of me.
It's good that you understand. Yang Baichuan took a deep breath. But don't worry too much.
Lord Yu Wuji is an upright man, and federal law strictly prohibits forced research on geniuses.
But the overt protection and the covert surveillance will be plentiful. More importantly, you are about to face a problem that no genius can avoid: resources.
He stared at Su Jie and said, word by word, you achieved the Supreme Tao Foundation at the martial aperture stage. I have an defying
existence.
No one knows where your blood and chi resources come from.
The Federation envoy will definitely ask you in detail.
One more thing, although your martial meridians are already perfected, the resources required for further cultivation will be astronomical. The further you refine your martial meridians, the more astonishing the consumption of chi and blood becomes. The first one requires 10,000, the second 20,000, the third 40,000, the fourth 80,000, and by the 7th, 8th, and 9th, each one requires millions or even tens of millions of units of vital energy. Why do the major powers in the Federation, including the military, know so much about the importance of a solid foundation, yet
so rarely cultivate geniuses above the 8th level of martial arts? It's not that they're unwilling, but that they simply can't.
Yang Baichuan's tone was heavy. The chi and blood pills obtained from hunting demonic beasts are currently the fastest source of chi and blood.
However, the chi and blood of demonic beasts are extremely violent, and the chi and blood pills refined from them contain pill poison. Small amounts can be metabolized by the body.
If ingested in large quantities over a long period, erysipelas will accumulate in the body, martial acupoints, and even martial meridians, making it difficult to
eliminate.
At best, it will damage the foundation and ruin one's future. At worst, it will cause the flow of chi and blood to reverse, leading to death by body explosion. Back then, Master Yu Wuji, with his unparalleled physique, withstood the corrosive effects of the poison and was able to successfully refine his martial acupoint into a 9th level one.
But the dangers involved were unimaginable to outsiders.
Your foundation is now stronger than Lord Yu's was back then, but you still need to condense your martial veins, temper your entire body's martial bones,
and awaken your martial soul.
If you don't take chi and blood pills, tell me, where will you find so much pure and flawless chi and blood? This is the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of all human prodigies, and also the biggest bottleneck limiting the number of top experts. After listening, Su Jie remained silent for a moment, but then a smile appeared on his face that left Yang Baichuan puzzled. Erysipelas, that sounds like quite troublesome. His tone was so relaxed, as if they were discussing what to have for dinner. Uncle Yang, I'll figure out the resource problem myself. Su Jie stood up, his eyes clear and firm. Since I've embarked on this path, I have no intention of turning back. I'll meet whatever comes my way. There's always a way to cure the poison. He thought to himself, the essence of chi and blood refined by the heavenly martial arts system is so much purer than those so-called chi and blood pills.
Pill poison? It doesn't exist at all.
Looking into his calm and confident eyes, Yang Baichuan knew that this young man was not as simple as he appeared and must have some amazing trump cards up his sleeve. Before he could finish speaking, the aircraft had already taken them back to the Linjiang City Martial Arts Association. Yang Baichuan sighed. Well, at this point, we can only take it one step at a time.
Don't go anywhere today. Stay in the training room I've arranged for you. I'll personally protect you from outside. Chairman Bai of Linjiang City is also personally overseeing the Martial Arts Association.
We'll discuss everything once the higher-ups arrive.
Thank you, Uncle Yang, Su Jie said sincerely. Thank me your ass. Get back to training.
Before the special envoy arrives, even a slight increase in strength is a bonus.
Yang Baichuan waved his hand and ordered.
Su Jie didn't say much and followed Yang Baichuan to a secret room deep underground in the Martial Arts Association, which was filled with arrays. The stone gates slowly closed, isolating the inside from the outside. Su Jie sat cross-legged, his relaxed expression vanishing, replaced by a sense of urgency.
System, bring up my current status panel. Host, Su Jie. Realm, Martial Aperture Stage, 99 apertures, level 10 perfection.
Base combat power, 10,000 points, plus 20% bonus for Extreme Foundation Establishment users equals 12,000 points.
Chi and blood reserves, 376,000 points, plus 3 per second.
Martial Arts Heart, green, moderate mental resistance, 100% increase in control/comprehension/meridian condensation speed. Mastered Martial Arts, Sky Stepping Step, top tier profound rank, Void Piercing Finger, Chi and Blood Skill, Flowing Shadow Sword Technique, low tier profound rank. System functions, Chi and Blood Furnace, Heavenly Armory. Items, Breath of Time, Fragment, Immortal Martial Bone, Left Hand, Time Realm Entry Ticket X1. With 12,000 base combat power, combined with the Piercing Void Finger, the combat power that can be unleashed in a short period of time should reach 40,000, or even higher.
But that's not enough. Su Jie's eyes flashed. It's time to condense the martial veins.
He sat down cross-legged again and, based on the martial arts knowledge of this world, began to guide the vast reserves of chi and blood within his body to break through his first martial meridian.
With With a supreme Dao foundation of 99 acupoints at the 10th level of perfection, his blood and qi were extremely pure, making the process of condensing his martial veins more than 100 times easier than that of ordinary people. In addition, the 100% increase in condensation speed brought by martial arts heart, green, and the continuous supply of qi and blood from original breathing technique. Consuming 10,000 points of qi and blood, the first martial meridian is being formed. Progress 1%, 2%. The progress bar is increasing rapidly at a visible speed. Condensing a martial meridian doesn't require as much time as tempering a martial acupoint. As long as the body's qi and blood are sufficient, it can be condensed quickly. However, after successful condensation, the body needs a period of time to stabilize and adapt before it can condense the next martial meridian. Less than a minute. Ding! First martial vein successfully formed. Base combat power plus 1,000 points. Current base combat power 13,200 points, 20% bonus from extreme foundation establishment. A surge of power far exceeding that experienced during the upgrade of the martial acupoints coursed through his entire body, as if his very life force had been subtly elevated. The newly formed martial meridians within his body, like transparent conduits, connected to the 99 martial acupoints, allowing for smoother and more efficient circulation of qi and blood. Is it really that simple? I'm actually a little unsatisfied. A stronger desire ignited in Su Jie's heart. Just as he was about to continue, the system notification sounded again, this time with unprecedented solemnity. Ding! Detection indicates the host has begun condensing their martial meridians. The second main quest is now available. 10 meridians extreme realm. Mission requirement: successfully condense the 10th martial vein before the martial arts exam. Task rewards: martial arts achievement points 10,000. Unlock access to the system's core function, Battlefield of the Heavens. Fragment of the laws of random multiverse worlds X1. Failure penalty: the host's potential will be permanently locked, and they will be barred from pursuing the highest martial arts path. Su Jie's pupils contracted slightly. The 10 meridians ultimate realm. This is the only path to the supreme martial arts realm recognized by the system. A flame, more intense than ever before, ignited in his eyes. My path leads to the stars and the sea, to all the heavens and the myriad realms. I will surely break through these 10 extreme realms. A surge of heroic spirit filled his chest. Logically speaking, a martial vein needs a period of stabilization after it has been successfully condensed, but Su Jie felt that with the help of the martial heart, green, this martial vein had been condensed perfectly, and there was no need to wait at all. How about we try the second option? Once the thought popped into my head, it was hard to suppress. To condense the second martial meridian, 20,000 points of qi and blood are required, and all martial acupoints must be at least level 2. Only 20,000? No problem. Keep going. Consuming 20,000 points of qi and blood, the second martial meridian is being refined. Progress 1%. Ding! The second martial vein has been successfully condensed. Base combat power plus 2,000 points. Current base combat power 15,600 points. Consuming 40,000 points of qi and blood. Successfully refined. Base combat power plus 4,000 points. Current combat power 20,400 points. The fourth martial art meridian has been successfully established. Consumed 80,000 HP. Base combat power plus 8,000. Current combat power 30,000 points. The fifth martial meridian is complete. Consumed 160,000 HP. Base combat power plus 16,000. Current combat power 49,200 points. The sixth martial vein is being formed. Requires 500,000 qi and blood insufficient. Condensation progress 15%. As expected, just like when refining martial arts skills, the consumption of qi and blood suddenly increased from the 6th level. However, Su Jie was already very satisfied. In a short period of time, his basic combat strength soared from 12,000 to nearly 50,000, skipping several levels and directly entering the level of a 4th level warrior. Such a cultivation speed is truly astonishing. It's all thanks to the heaven-defying effect of the martial heart, green, that he can break through to the next meridian in one go without spending time stabilizing his newly formed martial meridian. In Tianming Star, those who can comprehend the heart of martial arts at his age are already extremely rare, and those who can upgrade their heart of martial arts to the point of being able to ignore the stabilization period and continuously break through, under the nourishment of a perfect Dao foundation, are even more unheard of. If his blood and qi reserves hadn't been completely depleted, he would have been confident that he could condense the legendary 10 martial veins in one go and create an unprecedented legend. But Su Jie felt the pressure. Even with the system, the enormous demand for qi and blood remained a huge challenge. Relying solely on the origin breathing technique's natural regeneration of 3 points per second was far from sufficient. Sigh, spending money on in-game purchases is fun for a while, but if you keep spending money, you'll never have enough health. Su Jie clicked his tongue. I need to find a way to make some more quick money. Other instances of the myriad manifestations Heavenly Palace? Hunting higher level monsters? Or, perhaps we could have a chat with that important figure then? Just
Just as he was pondering, an unfamiliar number suddenly lit up on the old communicator on his wrist.
He raised an eyebrow and answered the call. As the light screen unfolded, the phantom of an elderly man in a dark gold robe, with completely white hair and beard, appeared.
The old man had a ruddy complexion, deep eyes, and a restrained radiance. Even through the screen, one could feel his profound and unfathomable aura, far surpassing Yang Baichuan's strength. Behind the old man's phantom image, Zhao Bingyun's face with a complex expression could be faintly seen.
"Young friend Su, I apologize for disturbing you."
The old man had a warm smile on his face and spoke in a gentle tone, like an elder who cared for his junior. "I am Zhao Xiankong, the grand elder of the Zhao family of Jinling."
Elder Zhao. Su Jie nodded calmly toward the light screen, showing neither surprise nor nervousness or fear.
A hint of surprise flashed in Zhao Xuankong's eyes. He hadn't expected the young man to be so calm in dealing with his personal communications. "Young friend, you possess extraordinary talent and have achieved astonishing feats in the myriad manifestations heavenly palace. You are truly a prodigy that our human race has only seen once in 1,000 years, Zhao Xiankong said bluntly. "You flatter me, I was just lucky," Su Jie said calmly. "Luck is also a part of strength," Zhao Xiankong said with a smile. "Young friend, do you know that the tallest tree in the forest will be felled
by the wind?
You are currently in the eye of the storm, and without the protection of a powerful force, your future will be fraught with danger."
"So Elder Zhao is here, to protect me?" Su Jie asked, raising an eyebrow. "Exactly."
Zhao Xiankong stroked his beard and smiled. "My Zhao family of Jinling has a 1,000-year-old heritage and profound foundation. As long as you are willing to join us, young friend, the Zhao family will spare no effort
to cultivate you.
Cultivation techniques, martial arts skills, guidance from renowned masters, and even a vast amount of demonic beast blood essence. We will provide everything.
We will also guarantee your personal safety."
His words were full of confidence and allure, especially emphasizing a massive amount of demonic beast blood and energy.
At this moment, Zhao Bingyun's voice urgently interrupted. "Su Jie, my Zhao family is full of sincerity. It's far better than you staying in Linjiang.
As long as you nod, all previous grievances will be wiped clean." Su Jie glanced at her but didn't reply.
Zhao Xiankong continued to press his advantage. "I've heard that you have some conflicts with the Zhou family?
As long as you agree to join, the Zhou family and my Zhao family will definitely make them bow down to you." Su Jie looked at the light screen and suddenly smiled. "The offer is indeed tempting, but I'm used to being carefree and don't like being tied down. Besides, I prefer to rely on myself."
Zhao Xuankong's smile faded slightly. "Young friend, one tree cannot make a forest.
Even the strongest genius needs resources.
Do you know how much blood and energy is required to condense the later martial veins?
Without the support of a powerful force, how will you obtain it?
By hunting demonic beasts?
Moreover, the poison in that qi and blood pill is like a sword hanging over our heads. My Zhao family has a secret method that can reduce the poison in the qi and blood pill by 20%.
Su Jie nodded. "Danpox, that does sound pretty scary."
Just when Zhao Xiankong thought he would waver, Su Jie changed the subject. "However, I still want to try on my own first."
"What if I can solve it?" Zhao Bingyun couldn't help but sneer. "Solve it? Who do you think you are? Even the god of war Yu Wuji suffered greatly back then. How could you possibly do it alone?"
Su Jie shrugged. "You have to have dreams." Zhao Xuankong's eyes turned slightly cold as he lowered himself to recruit people, but this young man was so ungrateful. It's good for young people to be proud, but being too rigid can lead to failure. Some opportunities, once missed, are gone forever. His tone was cold, and even through the communicator, the invisible pressure seemed to penetrate the light screen and spread out. Su Jie felt the pressure, but his heart remained unmoved. He even felt somewhat bored.
"I appreciate Elder Zhao's kindness,
but I don't plan to join any faction for the time being.
If there's nothing else."
He made a gesture to end the call.
Zhao Xuankong's face darkened completely.
He hadn't expected Su Jie to be so stubborn. "Since that's the case, I hope you won't regret it, young friend." Zhao Xiankong stared intently at Su Jie, and the communication was instantly cut off. As the light screen disappeared, the relaxed expression on Su Jie's face also vanished. Trouble has indeed come. The Zhao family is just the first. He rubbed his temples.
Qi and blood resources are indeed a major problem.
Relying solely on the original breathing technique to increase them is far too time-consuming to open up martial meridians in a short period. While pondering, Su Jie suddenly thought of the new All Heavens Armory function that the system had just released, and now was the perfect time to study it. System, activate the Arsenal of All Heavens. An endless starry palace seemed to appear in my mind, with countless orbs of light floating within it, each orb representing a martial arts resource from all the heavens and myriad worlds.
Welcome to the All Heavens Armory.
This is the only treasure trove where you can exchange martial arts achievement points for martial arts resources across the myriad realms. Currently available martial arts achievement points, 1,000, obtained by completing the main quest, Supreme Tao Foundation. Su Jie glanced at the labels next to the orb of light, his mouth almost watering. These items are divided into several major categories: cultivation techniques and supernatural powers, divine weapons and sharp objects, rare and precious materials, bloodline and physique, fragments of laws, rare and secret treasures. With a thought, he first clicked on the techniques and supernatural powers category. The art of transformation, fragment originating from a supreme fantasy world, it can transform into other selves and travel through the heavens.
Exchange requires 100 million martial arts achievement points.
Stellar transformation, fragment originating from a top-tier Xianxia universe, the protagonist transforms into the starry sky and evolves the universe.
Exchange requires 100 million martial arts achievement points.
Devouring heaven demon art, forbidden chapter originating from a dark fantasy world, it devours all things and plunders their origins. Exchange requires 80 million martial arts achievement points. Su Jie gasped, his mouth almost watering, but the long string of zeros at the end instantly calmed him down.
10 million as a starting point? System, are you robbing me? He couldn't help but complain. I only have 1,000 achievement points right now. He reluctantly closed the cultivation techniques section and then opened the divine weapons section.
The 4 swords of Zhu Xian, replica, a set of 4 swords, which can be used together to set up a simplified version of the Zhu Xian sword formation.
Exchange requires 5 million martial arts achievement points.
Thor's hammer, law-based artifact, originating from a certain 9 realms plane, it contains the law of thunder.
Exchange requires 3 million martial achievement points.
Law gloves, blank version, can be inlaid with laurelated gems. Exchange requires 5 million martial arts achievement points. Gems need to be exchanged separately. Su Jie.
Well, another astronomical figure.
He felt like a beggar who had just arrived in the city, wandering through a luxury store. Undeterred, he turned his attention to bloodline constitution, ancient sacred body, invincible physical body, boundless blood and chi. At its peak one can challenge even the great emperor. Exchange requires 30 million martial arts achievement points, and one must bear the risk of bloodline collapse.
Time Demon God bloodline contains a trace of the Time Demon God's power.
Exchange requires 40 million martial arts achievement points.
Void God clan bloodline greatly enhances spatial perception. Exchange requires 8 million martial achievement points. Su Jie was deeply moved. Any one of these bloodlines and physiques could create an unparalleled powerhouse, but their prices were equally unparalleled.
He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and began to look for ways to obtain more martial arts achievement points.
The information is listed in detail on one side of the light screen. How to obtain martial arts achievement points. 1. Complete the main and side quests issued by the system. Rewards depend on the difficulty of the quests. 2. Complete certain hidden achievements. Rewards for first-time completion. 3.
Within the myriad realms, defeat or slay powerful beings possessing a certain level of luck or status.
Assessment is based on the target's strength and status.
For sacrifice items containing high-value rules or energy to the system.
Based on the item's value assessment, defeat a powerful being with good fortune, sacrifice treasures.
Su Jie muttered to himself thoughtfully, a knowing smile appearing on his lips.
It seems that the armory of all heavens is encouraging me to venture into the myriad worlds.
Ever since obtaining the strongest martial arts system of all heavens, and discovering that it could produce pure blood and chi
and optimize martial arts,
Su Jie had a vague feeling that this was definitely not just an ordinary system on the heavenly star.
The rules and power levels it displayed far exceeded his understanding of martial arts civilization.
Now, the methods for obtaining the arsenal of all heavens and martial arts achievement points directly confirmed his conjecture. These 4 words seemed to explode in his mind, unfolding an infinitely vast and magnificent picture.
Tianming Star, Linjiang City, and even the
so-called Human Federation, in the face of this myriad worlds, were probably nothing more than a drop in the ocean, a corner of the world.
I knew it all along. How could this world possibly only have Tianming Star left? An indescribable excitement and anticipation surged within him, a yearning for
the unknown, a longing for a broader stage. Since the system originates from all the heavens, and the armory connects to all the heavens, then my future. His gaze swept over the captivating treasures on the screen once more. What was once an unattainable goal now seemed to have a clear path, though thorny. However, looking at the ancient sacred body and transformation of others, achievements on the screen, each worth tens of millions of achievement points, Su
Jie couldn't help but feel a pang of regret.
The pride he had felt upon achieving the Supreme Tao Foundation was instantly doused with cold water by the system.
System, do you have anything cheaper, like a newbie gift pack or something?
Su Jie stared at his pitiful 1,000 achievement points, earned solely from completing main quests, and felt a blow he had never experienced before. With this purchasing power, he couldn't even afford the cover art of a divine skill, let alone a supreme treasure. The host has been detected to possess 1,000 martial arts achievement points, meeting the random selection criteria.
Would you like to consume 1,000 martial arts achievement points to perform a random item draw from all realms?
Note, the quality of the reward will range from common to chaos treasure.
A lottery? Su Jie's eyes lit up. He was very familiar with this.
Although he was a master of trickery in his previous life, he had been tricked by various minigames many times.
But what if he turned a bicycle into a motorcycle. Draw. I have to draw. Just a single draw. Command confirmed. Consume 1000 martial arts achievement points to begin the draw.
Countless phantom images of objects instantly appeared on the light screen, flashing wildly at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, dazzling Sujia. His heart also tightened to the extreme with those flashing icons. Finally, all the light converged into an extremely complex transparent crystal, seemingly formed by countless tiny spirals of spacetime runes, which floated quietly and emitted a wave that slightly distorted the surrounding space.
Draw complete. Obtained. Time-space path I. Spacetime Dao I?
Sujia's heart pounded wildly. Just hearing the name made him feel a level of power beyond his previous understanding.
Controlling time and space? What an incredible ability. He couldn't wait to open the instructions. Time-space Dao I contains the supreme mysteries of time and space.
Warning, this item's level far exceeds the host's current understanding of the world. Forcibly fusing with it will cause the complete disintegration of the soul and body. One of the prerequisites for initial fusion. Basic combat strength reaches 1000 stars. System notification, a higher level unit of combat power measurement, star, has been unlocked for the host.
Current conversion, 1 star,
equals 10,000 points of regular combat power. The host's current regular combat power is 49,200 points, approximately equal to 4.9 stars. Current status, bound, temporarily stored in the system core space, unusable, and specific capabilities cannot be viewed.
1,000 stars? That's 10 million combat power?
Su Jia was completely stunned when he saw the system notification. He was just feeling proud of his nearly 50,000 combat strength, believing that he was enough to dominate Lin Zhang and even shine in the martial arts exam. But at this moment, the system directly presented him with a goal that he could only look up to 1,000 stars. He hasn't even reached 5 stars yet, and 1,000 stars is as unattainable for him as a mortal looking up at the stars. An unprecedented sense of insignificance welled up in his heart, but then his fighting spirit became even stronger and his vision became even broader. So the true path to becoming a strongman has only just begun. Su Jia took a deep breath, his gaze piercing through the system interface, as if he could see the towering peak in the future that he would have to climb with all his might. Martial aperture, meridian condensation, bone tempering.
Is the path beyond that measured in stars?
He stared at the time-space Dao I crystal, which exuded an alluring yet extremely dangerous aura, and carefully stored it in the safest area of the system space. This is not a power he can covet at this stage, but it is his future direction and a goal he must achieve.
1,000 stars.
Time-space Dao I. Su Jia deeply imprinted these two words in his heart. Just wait, one day I will reach that realm and personally merge with you. Although this lottery did not bring him any immediate power, it opened a door to the world of true powerhouses, allowing him to clearly see his own insignificance and the infinite possibilities of the future. He temporarily shut down the light screen, his consciousness returning to reality. The task is arduous and the road ahead is long. Su Jia sighed, but his eyes burned with an even more intense fighting spirit. With the goal of the arsenal of all heavens, his path of martial arts has become clearer and broader. The resources of all the heavens and myriad worlds will become nourishment for his growth.
However, one must take things one step at a time.
Su Jia composed himself and focused his attention back on the present.
Let's deal with the matter at hand first.
He remembered the immortal martial bone that the myriad manifestations heavenly palace had previously rewarded him with.
Let's study this bone first. He flipped his wrist, and the immortal martial bone, which emitted a faint golden light and had a warm, jade-like feel, appeared in his palm.
The bone is about the length of an arm, covered with intricate and mysterious natural patterns, and inside it seems as if countless miniature stars are being created and destroyed. Holding it in your hand, you can feel its heavy weight, as if it carries the weight of countless ages.
System, scan, ding.
Special external weapon component detected. Immortal bone, left arm armor fragment, 1/30. Item description, a tiny fragment originating from the disintegration of the left arm of an immortal demon god from the primordial heavens. Having endured countless ages, it contains a trace of undying Taoist essence and boundless creative vitality. How to use your own chi and blood and mental will to activate it and attach it to the corresponding body part, left arm, to complete the initial fusion. The degree of fusion slowly increases as the host's strength improves, their blood and chi are nourished, and their understanding of the Tao of immortality grows. Note, more fragments of the left arm are needed to unleash its full power. Estimated integration rate, 0.01%. Immortal trait, passive after fusion, the left arm will gain double the base strength and power, and will have greatly increased resistance to negative rules such as corrosion, aging, and curse. Creation and vitality, passive after fusion, it can greatly increase the growth rate of chi and blood in the host's body.
Unlocked, requires merging more fragments to activate. Warning, the fusion process will be accompanied by intense pain. Please remain conscious, otherwise there is a risk of fusion failure.
Hint, the components of this rule-based weapon are scattered throughout the myriad realms. Please search diligently. Hiss, Su Jie gasped as he looked at the system description.
Innate god demon, immortal Tao body, sounds awesome.
Especially the immortal trait and creation vitality. They are simply divine artifacts that are indestructible and can even regenerate on their own.
In the future, if we get into a fight, can we use our left hand to block a knife and then taunt the other person? Didn't you eat? Is this all you've got? Just thinking about it is exciting. Merge. We must merge. Su Jie decided immediately. So what if it hurts a little? What kind of suffering hasn't Su Wanwang endured?
Okay, he may never have experienced the pain of bone fusion before, but he'll fight for it to become stronger. He sat down cross-legged, placed the immortal martial bone in his left palm, took a deep breath, and mobilized the vast power of his blood and chi in the martial will he had just condensed, slowly enveloping the fragment. The moment his blood and will touched the immortal martial bone, a sudden change occurred. The once tranquil golden skeleton seemed to awaken, suddenly bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. An ancient and vast aura, carrying supreme majesty, quickly spread out. Su Jie's left hand immediately felt an indescribable pain, as if every inch of his bones had been crushed and then reassembled. Su Jie's forehead veins bulged, and cold sweat poured down his face instantly. It felt like someone was carving patterns on his bones with a chisel. He gritted his teeth and desperately circulated the original breathing technique, causing a large amount of blood and chi to surge into his left hand like a burst dam. Supporting this painful reshaping process, his inner vision revealed that the metacarpal bone of his left hand was slowly melting under the golden light, and then intertwined and fused with the fragments of the immortal martial bone, reforming into a more complex, tougher bone structure that emitted a faint golden light. This process is slow and agonizing. After an unknown amount of time, just as Su Jie felt he was about to be overwhelmed by the pain, the intense pain receded like a tide, and his left hand felt an unprecedented fullness and power. The integration is finally complete. Su Jie raised his left hand and examined it closely. His appearance seemed unchanged from before. He was still fair-skinned and slender, but he could sense that this hand contained explosive power, and that its skin toughness and bone density had achieved a qualitative leap. As my fingertips lightly brushed across the air, they produced a faint hissing, tearing sound. With a sudden thought, he tried to circulate his chi and blood. His left hand was immediately enveloped in a faint, almost invisible golden halo, naturally exuding an aura of immovability and invulnerability. Awesome! Su Jie was overjoyed and couldn't resist trying out its power. He looked around, but there were no suitable targets in the secret room. His gaze finally settled on the heavy alloy door of the secret room, which was reinforced with an array. You're the one. Su Jie stood up, walked to the door, and without using any martial arts techniques or mobilizing much of his chi and blood, simply used his left hand, which was fused with the immortal martial bone, to gently tap the door. The movements were as gentle as a lover's caress. A deep, muffled roar, seemingly shaking the entire secret chamber, suddenly erupted. The alloy door, strong enough to withstand a full-force attack from a level 4 warrior, was as if struck head-on by a meteorite. Centered on the point where Su Jie's palm landed, a clear palm print was instantly dented out. The dense cracks spread rapidly like a spider web, covering the entire door panel. Squeak! Boom! The door groaned under the strain, shook twice, and then detached itself from the frame, falling backward and crashing to the ground with a loud thud, raising a cloud of dust. Su Jie. He looked at his left hand, then glanced at the badly damaged door, and blinked. Did I use too much force? In the corridor outside the secret room, Yang Baichuan and Chairman Bai, who had just heard the noise, appeared at the door like startled rabbits. They were both stunned when they saw the collapsed door and Su Jie standing inside with an innocent expression. Su Jie? Are you alright? What was that noise just now? Yang Baichuan stared at the completely destroyed door with a clear palm print on it, his eyelids twitching wildly. He knew all too well how sturdy the door was, even a 5th-level warrior couldn't budge it. Su Jie withdrew his left hand, put it in his pocket, and calmly patted the dust off his body, saying, It's nothing. I was just practicing and used too much force. This door doesn't seem to be of good quality. Uncle Yang, did you get ripped off by the supplier? Yang Baichuan and Chairman Bai looked at each other, staring at the door that had clearly been smashed by brute force. Hearing Su Jie's accusatory words, they were so angry they almost jumped up. This is fucking awful quality. Did you turn into a human monster? Chairman Bai took a deep breath and tried to keep his voice steady. It's alright. We'll replace the broken door with a sturdier one. His heart was bleeding. This specially made secret room door was very expensive, and it would be a real hassle to apply for funding from his superiors. Yang Baichuan stared at Su Jie's left hand, which was tucked in his pocket, with a complicated expression, his heart filled with shock. This kid's strength seems to have increased dramatically since he went in there? That commotion just now was definitely more than just a matter of increased strength. You continue your cultivation. We'll go and deal with this first. Yang Baichuan pulled Chairman Bai, who was about to speak, and hurriedly left the accident scene. Watching the retreating figures, Su Jie stroked his chin, his gaze falling on his left hand, and couldn't help but chuckle. Not bad. You've really struck it rich this time. From now on, if anyone makes you unhappy, just give them a big slap in the butt with your left hand, and they'll never forget it. He felt he had found new enjoyment. After fusing with the immortal martial bone, he clearly felt that that the fragment deep in his left arm seemed to have become the core of a miniature independent world that had been activated. A gentle yet powerful life force is emanating from the very core of the fragment, spreading continuously from the inside out. This is the passive skill inscribed on the fragment, creative vitality. This flow of life opened up a miniature fountain of life within his body, the spring source hidden within that fragment. Activation of creation vitality detected, generating independent life energy. Current additional chi and blood generation rate 5 points per second. 5 points per second. It was generated by this fragment itself? Su Jia was shocked again. This means that he now essentially possesses two vitality engines. One is the original breathing technique, which draws and transforms energy from the external world at a rate of 3 points per second. The other is that immortal martial bone fragments are generated directly from within the body at a rate of 5 per second. The overall recovery rate suddenly surged to 8 points per second. Moreover, this life energy generated by the creation and vitality is purer in nature, closer to the origin of life, and its nourishing effect on the body far exceeds that of ordinary chi and blood. Wherever it flowed, the minor damage and dullness left by the rapid breakthrough and fierce battle were quickly cleared away, and the whole body radiated a clear, jade-like, and vibrant brilliance, and the state was pushed to an unprecedented level of perfection. It contains creation within itself, and energy is generated from within, and this is only 0.01% of the power of the fused fragment. Su Jia felt the newly opened spring in his body and the surging flow of life energy, and his understanding of the fragment of the innate immortal demon god was raised to a new level. This is not only an improvement in combat power and an optimization of the foundation, but also an evolution at the level of life itself, a gift at the level of rules. Looks like I need to find an opportunity to test just how tough the immortal trait really is. Su Jia glanced at the alloy stake used for testing strength in the corner of the secret chamber. Next time, let's find a time when no one's watching. He could almost see the enemy in the future, throwing a powerful blow at his left hand, shattering the weapon instantly, and the enemy's expression of utter disbelief. As night fell, Yang Baichuan arrived outside the secret chamber, his expression grave. Su Jia, the people from above have arrived. It's Lord Chen Mingyang, the president of the Tiandu Provincial Martial Arts Association, and Mr. Nangong Bo, the special envoy of the Federal Central Council. They want to see you. Su Jia's spirits lifted. A big fish had arrived. This time, he was going to fleece it. He straightened his clothes. There wasn't much to straighten, but he couldn't lose face. Here you are, Uncle Yang. He stepped out and followed Yang Baichuan into an elegantly decorated and grand room with a solemn atmosphere. President Bai of the Linjiang City Martial Arts Association stood to the side, looking respectful. Two people were sitting in the center of the room. One of them was Chen Mingyang, the president of the Tiandu Provincial General Association, whom Su Jia had seen in a holographic communication. His aura was even more restrained, but when those eyes swept over, Su Jia still felt his soul tighten slightly, as if he had been thoroughly scanned by an invisible force. The other was a middle-aged man wearing a federal parliamentary suit, with his hair neatly combed and a serious expression. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, scrutinizing Su Jia from head to toe with the cold indifference of someone examining merchandise. This man was undoubtedly the federal special envoy, Nangong Bo. Su Jia, this is President Chen Mingyang, and this is Special Envoy Nangong Bo, Yang Baichuan introduced. Su Jia bowed respectfully, saying, Junior Su Jia greets Chairman Chen and Special Envoy Nangong. Young friend Su Jia, please have a seat. Chen Mingyang spoke first, his voice calm. The record you set at the myriad manifestations Heavenly Palace has alarmed the entire Federation. We are not here to interrogate you, but to conduct a top-level potential assessment of you on behalf of the Federation. Nangong Bo adjusted his glasses and continued, your growth rate has surpassed all records in the Federation. We've come here to understand your uniqueness, as it relates to the level of resource allocation you'll receive in the future. Nangong Bo continued, however, to be honest, in addition to providing you with resources and investment, we also need to assess whether your source of power is stable and whether it poses a potential threat to the Federation and the human race. This is an order issued by the Supreme Council. Facing the gazes of the two powerful figures, Su Jia calmly took his seat, his face showing no fear, but rather a perfectly measured confidence. President Chen, Special Envoy Nangong, Su Jia's voice was steady. Before the test, I want to declare that my power comes from a pure source and is devoted to the human race. Uncle Yang and President Bai can both testify to this. As for the specifics of my experiences, they involve secrets left by my parents and my own personal secrets, which I cannot disclose. His words were neither humble nor arrogant, clearly stating his position and setting a bottom line. Nangong Bo nodded, indicating his understanding. The Federation respects the privacy of every genius, but we need a quantifiable proof of value that can convince the Supreme Council. The Federation is quite puzzled by your growth rate, because according to our investigation, you were just an ordinary student with a combat strength of only 5 points 2 months ago. Yes, Su Jia said matter-of-factly, so I've been working extra hard this past month, barely sleeping at all, just rolling around like crazy. I kept rolling it up,
up and it turned out like this. Maybe I'm just more talented? Nangongbo couldn't help but laugh. Talent? What kind of talent could make your combat power soar from 5 points to this level in just 2 months? Even Master Yu Wuji couldn't do it back then. Su Jie blinked, his expression innocent and sincere. Then maybe I have a tiny bit more talent than Master Yu Wuji? Yang Baichuan, who was standing behind, almost burst out laughing. He quickly coughed to cover it up, and Chairman Bai's shoulders trembled slightly. Chen Mingyang finally couldn't help but let his lips twitch. Nangongbo's lips twitched. He had never seen such a shameless student. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Chen Mingyang finally spoke slowly. Su Jie, although Envoy Nangong's words were blunt, they were not without reason. Your rapid rise has truly surprised us. We need a reason to be included in the report and to convince those old fogies in parliament. He stared intently at Su Jie. For example, did your parents leave you anything? Or did you receive some kind of ancient inheritance somewhere? Su Jie's heart skipped a beat. He knew that Chen Mingyang was secretly helping him. He pondered for a moment and decided to reveal a little bit, half-truthfully. President Chen, you are wise. Su Jie toned down his usual cynicism. Uncle Yang has already mentioned my parents to me. Their sacrifice for humanity is my lifelong pride and motivation. As for the inheritance, he paused, drawing everyone's attention. I have indeed experienced some fortuitous encounters. Please forgive me for not being able to go into the specific details, but I can assure you that my power is based on solid foundations, has a pure source, and originates from the same source as human martial arts, with absolutely no hidden dangers. As for why my improvement has been so rapid, Su Jie spread his hands, revealing that lovable yet infuriating expression on his face. It's probably because I've condensed my martial arts heart, plus a little bit of unparalleled talent, and a little bit of negligible luck. The combination of the three is what makes the effect so remarkable. Nangongbo's eyelids twitched as he listened. After all that talking, he hadn't said anything substantial. He said helplessly, since you're unwilling to say more, in order to rule out the possibility that you're possessed by a demonic beast, we need to conduct a basic test on you. Without asking for his opinion, he directly took out a sophisticated, portable device that emitted a blue light from a silver briefcase. This is the true eye and blood purity detector integrated machine that the Federation just developed this month. Now, stand still, and do not resist. A beam of blue light swept over Su Jie's entire body. Base combat strength 49,200. Upon seeing this number, despite being mentally prepared, Yang Baichuan and Chairman Bai still couldn't help but gasp. Chen Mingyang's eyes also flickered slightly. Nangongbo's expression remained calm, but his fingers, which were controlling the instrument, paused slightly before activating the blood and chi detection module. A soft beam of light enveloped Su Jie. Everyone stared intently at the instrument screen. The numbers are skyrocketing. 80%, 85%, 90%, 95%, 99%. Finally, the pointer landed steadily on a number that made everyone's pupils dizzy with shock. Purity of chi in blood, 100%. Utter silence. Yang Baichuan and Chairman Bai were so shocked their mouths dropped open. Even Chen Mingyang, who had remained calm throughout, finally revealed an undisguised look of astonishment. Nangongbo's hand trembled, nearly dropping the priceless testing equipment. He abruptly looked up, his gaze sweeping across Su Jie like lightning, his tone filled with disbelief and shock. 49,200 points of basic combat power? How many martial veins have you condensed? And this 100% purity is simply impossible. Even relying solely on one's own cultivated blood and chi, it's not guaranteed to achieve such absolute purity. Su Jie, how did you manage to do that? This completely overturns the existing understanding of martial arts. Such a terrifying speed of advancement, coupled with absolutely pure blood and chi free of any elixirs, cannot be explained by ordinary fortuitous encounters. Seeing the shocked expressions on their faces, Su Jie knew the time had come and he had to give a reasonable explanation. At the same time, he also wanted to test the Federation's attitude towards him in order to decide how he would face the Federation in the future. The ease on his face gradually faded, replaced by a perfectly balanced look of reminiscence and heaviness in his eyes. He paused for a few seconds, as if carefully choosing his words, before speaking slowly, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible hoarseness. Special Envoy Nangon, Chairman Chen. He looked up, his gaze candid. Now, I no longer want to completely hide it. The issue of my rapid increase in strength and the purity of my blood and chi may indeed be related to myself. He paused, drawing everyone's attention. 3 years ago, when I received the devastating news that my parents had perished in that beast tide, I was struck hard and fell into a coma. When I woke up, I vaguely felt that something was different about my body. He reached out to feel the flow of chi and blood, his tone uncertain yet firm, but there were no abnormalities in the past few years, until one day, I found that I didn't seem to need to rely entirely on the basic breathing method. My body seemed to be able to slowly and automatically generate the purest chi and blood from nothingness. He looked at the two big shots, his eyes pure but filled with confusion. I don't know what this is. Perhaps it's a special constitution that awakens due to stimulation? My cultivation is more like constantly guided expediting and accelerating this automatic generation process. This, perhaps, is the root cause of what you perceive as unconventional. Special constitution automatically generates pure qi in blood. This explanation exploded in Nangongbo and Chen Mingyang's minds like a thunderclap. If this is true, then everything makes sense. Why did he advance so quickly? Why is his blood and qi so pure? Why does he seem unaffected by the erysipelas? It all stems from this unprecedented, almost heaven-defying, innate constitution. This is beyond the realm of genius. It is a treasure of humanity, a living miracle. The coldness and scrutiny on Nangongbo's face vanished instantly, replaced by fervor and excitement. Chen Mingyang took a deep breath, his eyes blazing with light. The entire room was instantly filled with immense shock and joy. Su Jia looked at the expressions of the two men and nodded inwardly. In any case, the amount of blood and qi that martial artists on this planet can absorb each day is extremely limited, and with powerful enemies like demonic beasts, the Federation attaches great importance to talented martial artists. The Federation will only allocate resources to talented martial artists and will almost never resort to underhanded tactics. The more exceptional one's abilities, the more the Federation will value them. Well, it seems they've accepted the concept of innately generating a pure blood and qi holy body. Nangongbo was the first to recover from his shock, taking a sudden step forward. His previously cold face flushed with excitement, and his voice trembled slightly. Automatically generating pure blood and qi? Su Jia, are you sure? You mean, your body itself is the source of blood and qi? Can it continuously generate qi and blood energy without relying on external demon beast qi and blood pills? This is absolutely shocking. It completely overturns the foundation of human martial arts cultivation over thousands of years. If this is true, Su Jia's value will be immeasurable. Although Chen Mingyang did not speak, the fluctuations of his unfathomable aura were clearly amplified, indicating that his heart was also churning with turbulent waves. His gaze was intense, fixed on Su Jia, as if trying to see through every inch of his soul. Faced with the two men's intense gazes, Su Jia's face showed a mixture of uncertainty and unease, first nodding, then shaking his head. I can't be completely sure, but I do have this feeling. Besides, the automatic generation speed isn't actually that fast. It's only a little bit faster than the basic breathing method. He tried to downplay this fact. A little bit? Nangongbo immediately seized on the keyword and pressed. How much exactly? You need to give us a relatively accurate number. This is crucial. Su Jia's face showed a conflicted expression and a trying hard to remember look. He quickly calculated in his mind, in the future, he will definitely have to be deeply bound to the federal high-level officials. This core data cannot be kept secret. It is better to reveal a part of it now, half true and half false, so as to show its value and keep his trump card. Moreover, he wanted to take a gamble, since he possessed the strongest martial arts system in the entire universe, which ultimately did not belong to this planet, and the Federation's current attitude would determine his future attitude towards the Federation. He spoke with a hint of uncertainty, as if after some difficult calculations, well, if I had to quantify it, it would probably be, maybe, perhaps, about 1 drop per second? 1 drop per second? Nangongbo's voice suddenly rose, almost cracking. He looked sharply at Chen Mingyang, both of them with unbelievable joy and shock in their eyes. Su Jia, you actually dare to call this a tiny bit? Nangongbo was so excited he almost grabbed Su Jia's shoulders and shook him. This is a tiny bit. Do you know what that means? 1 drop per second, that's over 86,000 drops of pure blood and energy per day. Over 30 million drops per year. This number is enough to drive any power crazy. It means that even if Su Jia does nothing, he can get more than 30 million pure blood essences for free in a year. This is no longer a spring, it's practically a ceaselessly flowing river of pure blood and energy. Chen Mingyang also took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart, but the glint in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. There's another crucial question. As expected of a Federation special envoy, Nangongbo's thinking was extremely meticulous. He immediately thought of another possibility, and his eyes became even more fervent. Su Jia, since your physique can automatically generate pure blood and qi, are there any restrictions when you absorb external blood and qi? For example, is there a daily absorption limit? After absorption, can the purity be maintained? This question hits the nail on the head. If Su Jia has no upper limit to absorbing external blood and energy, or if the upper limit is extremely high and he can maintain its purity, then he is practically a human blood and energy purification amplifier. His strategic value will rise again. Su Jia's heart stirred. As expected, the Federation did not disappoint him. The envoy's first reaction was to provide him with blood and qi. He immediately realized that this was an excellent opportunity to demonstrate his value and specialness. He looked thoughtful. I haven't tried absorbing external substances before, so I'm not sure, but it doesn't seem like there should be any particular obstacles. Alright, let's test it on the spot. Nangongbo acted swiftly and immediately used his advanced privileges to connect to the Federation's internal network and directly allocate 100,000 standard blood and qi points from the strategic reserve, instantly transferring them to a portal
portable high-concentration blood and qi storage tank.
Su Jia, absorb it. Go all out and see where your limits are.
Nangong Bo handed the storage jar to Su Jia, his eyes full of anticipation. Su Jia looked at the full jar of vital energy, representing a massive amount of resources, and was overjoyed, but his face showed a hint of reluctance. So much? I'll give it a try, but I can't guarantee I can absorb it all. He took the storage container, sat down cross-legged as if to pretend, and began to absorb. Under the tense gaze of Nangong Bo, Chen Mingyang, and others, the rich blood and qi in the storage tank decreased at a visible speed, surging into Su Jia's body like a whale sucking water.
1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute.
10,000 points of qi and blood were completely absorbed in just a few minutes.
Su Jia slowly opened his eyes, a hint of reluctance on his face. Gone so soon?
Nangong Bo immediately activated the detection device again, and the beam of light enveloped Su Jia.
Purity of qi and blood, 100%.
After a large amount of external blood and qi were absorbed, not only did the purity not decrease at all, but there was no energy disorder, and not even a trace of erysipelas was detected. His body was like a bottomless pit, capable of automatically generating, perfectly purifying, and storing massive amounts of external blood and energy.
A miracle. This is simply a miracle of life.
Nangong Bo stared at the test results, muttering to himself, his eyes filled with shock and indescribable excitement. At this moment, he could not find a more suitable word to express his feelings. Chen Mingyang slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair, his tone firm and powerful.
Su Jia, from today onwards, you are the Federation's top strategic talent.
Your security level has been raised to the highest level, and you will enjoy an S-level resource quota and the highest level of personal freedom protection.
Details of your abilities will be classified as top secret by the Federation. He turned to Nangong Bo. Nangong, draft a report immediately.
All the cultivation resources Su Jia needs, without limit, will be fully guaranteed by me.
Understood.
Nangong Bo nodded solemnly, his eyes burning with fervent anticipation. Rest assured, the Federation will never do anything foolish enough to destroy its own foundation. All you need to do is focus on becoming stronger. Su Jia felt a sense of relief, knowing that he had won this contest, and a smile appeared on his lips. Then, it's a pleasure to cooperate. Chen Mingyang stood up, walked to Su Jia, patted him on the shoulder, and said with earnest expectation, Su boy, all you have to do is keep getting stronger. The Federation will clear all obstacles for you. If the sky falls, these old guys will hold it up for you. Su Jia was secretly pleased, knowing that his confession and the test results far exceeded his expectations. He had successfully created the image of a walking super blood and qi purification generator, and his future acquisition of resources would be smooth and unimpeded. Thank you for your trust, Chairman Chen and Special Envoy Nangong. Su Jia replied sincerely. This junior will definitely work hard in my cultivation and live up to your expectations. He understood that with the Federation as a solid backer and abundant resources, his path in martial arts would surely become wider and wider, and he could perhaps roam more freely in the martial arts exams.
Chen Mingyang and Nangong Bo exchanged glances and instantly reached a tacit understanding.
All previous doubts, interrogations, and investigations now seemed meaningless. They were no longer facing a genius whose risks needed to be assessed, but a living miracle worthy of being recorded in the annals of human history.
Nangong Bo took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement.
His attitude changed abruptly, and his tone became more solemn than ever before, even carrying a hint of barely perceptible respect. Su Jia, please forgive our previous offense and skepticism. Your situation has exceeded the scope of conventional handling. I, Nangong Bo, as the Special Envoy of the Federal Central Council, on behalf of the Council, formally extend to you the highest level of invitation to join the core sequence of the Morning Star Project. The Federation will spare no effort to provide you with all the necessary cultivation resources, the best mentors, and the most comprehensive protection.
Your only task is to grow safely and as quickly as possible. Chen Mingyang also said in a deep voice, Su Jia, Linjiang City, and even Tiandu Province will become your strongest backing.
Your physique will become a top secret of the Federation, known only to a few of us and the top echelons of the Council. To the outside world, we will declare that you are a martial arts genius, 1 in 10,000, a prodigy secretly cultivated by Master Yu Wuji. Yang Baichuan and Chairman Bai listened with great excitement. They knew that from this moment on, Su Jia's fate would be completely changed, and Linjiang City would also come into the spotlight of the highest levels of the Federation because of Su Jia. Seeing the two big shots' sudden change in attitude, Su Jia felt secretly pleased, but on the surface, he still maintained a well-behaved and somewhat bewildered demeanor.
Thank you, Chairman Chen, and thank you, Special Envoy Nangong. It is an honor for me to contribute to the Federation. However, regarding resources,
he revealed a perfectly timed expression that was both shy and expectant. Nangong Bo immediately understood and waved his hand, saying, don't worry about the resources. The first batch of support will be in place immediately. This includes, but is not limited to, a 10 billion credit line from the Federal Bank, unrestricted access to the S-level and below task library, and I will personally coordinate the first wave of resource allocation within 1 day, allocating 10 million points of qi and blood for your priority use. 10 million points of qi and blood. Even though Su Jie was mentally prepared, this number still made him dizzy. And this was only the first wave of resource support. Indeed, it's good to have a powerful backer. Of course, Nangongbo added, the specific resource allocation will still need to be discussed by the parliament, but you will definitely not be disappointed. Now, you need to come back to the federal headquarters with me for a more comprehensive assessment and protection. Su Jie naturally understood that this was both protection and, to some extent, isolation, and he refused without hesitation. I won't go. Why? Nangongbo asked, frowning. The martial arts exam hasn't even started yet, Su Jie said confidently. I'm aiming to be the top scholar. Besides, Linjiang City is pretty good. That barbecue rice place on the street corner smells especially delicious. I haven't had enough yet. Yang Baichuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Roasted meat rice? Just because of this? Nangongbo's lips twitched involuntarily. He felt that his years of self-control had been completely wasted in front of this kid. Does being the top scorer in the martial arts exam still mean anything to you? Nangongbo tried to reason with him. Of course. Su Jie's eyes were clear. The prize money is huge. I heard the top scorer gets tens of millions of star coins. They can also choose a rank earth martial art, and they can freely choose an academy. I'll just start a live stream. I've already thought of a name for it. I'm this year's martial arts exam champion. I'm going to crush you all. The rewards will be incredible. There are so many benefits. Everyone. Ultimately, after a series of friendly yet intense negotiations, the two sides reached a provisional agreement. Su Jie will remain in Linjiang City to prepare for the martial arts exam. The Federation will dispatch a secret guard team to Linjiang City, personally overseen by Chen Mingyang, to ensure his safety. Simultaneously, the federal parliament will send a team of top professionals to conduct a comprehensive test on Su Jie. Nangongbo nodded in satisfaction, his eyes full of expectation. Su Jie, the future hope of humanity may lie in you. Work hard and don't waste this gifted physique. The talks concluded in an extremely harmonious and hopeful atmosphere. After Chen Mingyang accompanied the excited Nangongbo away, Yang Baichuan looked at Su Jie with a complicated expression. Finally, he sighed and patted him heavily on the shoulder. Good lad. I knew you were extraordinary. I never expected you to be so amazing. From now on, my little temple may not be able to accommodate such a great Buddha as you. Su Jie chuckled. Uncle Yang, what are you saying? Without your guidance and protection, I wouldn't be where I am today. Linjiang City will always be my home. As the two were talking, Chen Mingyang returned after dropping off Nangongbo and said in a deep voice, Su Jie, do you know why the major powers in the Federation, even with abundant resources, mostly choose to condense their martial veins and hastily enter the Qi condensation realm when their core disciples are at the 6th or 7th level of martial aperture? Su Jie was taken aback. This was one of his earlier questions. Logically speaking, the descendants of these powerful families had no shortage of vital energy or time, so why didn't they spend decades or even centuries to solidify their foundations? He honestly replied, this junior doesn't know. Please enlighten me, Uncle Chen. Chen Mingyang slowly said, the reason lies within the myriad manifestations heavenly palace, where there is a special secret realm called the Starfall Realm. This secret realm opens once a year in August and only allows martial artists under the age of 18 to enter. Countless opportunities are hidden within, and it is rumored to even contain the most core inheritance of the myriad manifestations heavenly palace and a sacred medicine that can transform a person's body. It is the most coveted place of fortune for the younger generation of the Federation. The Starfall Realm? Su Jie's eyes lit up. A secret realm that Chen Mingyang valued so highly must be no ordinary thing. However, the entrance to the secret realm has limited capacity, and the internal competition is extremely fierce, Chen Mingyang continued. After much negotiation, the Federation finally ruled that only those who rank in the top 300 of the annual martial arts examinations will be qualified to enter the Starfall Realm. He looked at Su Jie with a deep gaze. Now, do you understand? For those talented descendants of powerful forces who aspire to the Starfall Realm, time is the most precious thing. They must possess sufficient combat power before the age of 18 to compete for a spot in the top 300, refining their martial acupoints to level 7 and then condensing 3 to 4 martial veins is, after careful consideration, the best option to maximize their combat power by the age of 18 and have the best chance of qualifying. For example, Zhao Lingxiao of the Zhao family has an innate and extremely strong resistance to elixirs. Last month, he refined his 99 martial acupoints to level 7 and has now condensed 3 martial veins. His combat strength has exceeded 10,000 points, making him one of the top young people in Tiandu province, but only considered good in the entire Federation. Chen Mingyang's words exploded in Su Jie's mind like a bombshell. Starfall Realm, bone age under 18, top 300 in martial arts exams, a direct path to the origin, a miraculous medicine for complete transformation. Connecting all the keywords, Su Jie's biggest question was immediately answered. No wonder those geniuses in powerful factions Federations, despite having superior resources and longer lifespans, are willing to hastily condense their meridians at the 7th or 8th level of martial aperture. They are not abandoning their potential but racing against time. They are vying for the ticket to the Starfall realm, a path to a higher stage. 18 years old, that's a fixed threshold. Once you miss it, there's no going back. The martial arts exam is the final arena for selecting those qualified to participate in this ticket battle. I see. Su Jie's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and all his doubts were instantly cleared up. Therefore, I must participate in the martial arts exam, and I must win first place. Seeing Su Jie's enlightened expression, Chen Mingyang nodded with satisfaction. It's good that you understand. The competition within the Starfall realm is 100 times more brutal than the martial arts exams outside. It's a true battlefield where geniuses clash and prodigies emerge in droves. It gathers the most elite combat power that all forces in the Federation can cultivate before the age of 18. Furthermore, as martial artists condense their martial veins, their ability to metabolize the poison of pills greatly increases. Among them are many peerless geniuses who have condensed 6 or even 7 martial veins. Zhao Lingxiao is considered top tier in Tiandu province, but in the entire Federation, such strength would only rank him outside the top 200, which speaks volumes. He added in a heavy tone, moreover, based on past experience, those who can obtain great opportunities in the Starfall realm and survive will at least be able to govern a region in the future, become high-level war kings, and some may even rise to war gods and enter the Federation's Supreme Council. Master Yu Wuji entered the Starfall realm as the top martial arts examiner and obtained his inheritance from it, which laid the foundation for his later invincible path. Yu Wuji fought his way out of the Starfall realm. This news thrilled Su Jie. It meant that the value of the Starfall realm far exceeded his expectations. I understand, Uncle Chen. Su Jie nodded solemnly. I will do my best in the martial arts exam. I am determined to get the spot in the Starfall realm. His goal is no longer just to be the top scorer in Linjiang City, or even the top scorer in Tiandu province, but to be the first in the federal martial arts examination. Only a high enough ranking can give you a head start and access to better opportunities after entering the Starfall realm. Yang Baichuan listened intently, captivated, while also feeling immense pressure for Su Jie. The entire Federation's prodigies, what an intense battle it would be. Looking at the burning fighting spirit in Su Jie's eyes, Chen Mingyang knew that his goal had been achieved. He patted Su Jie on the shoulder. It's good that you have this ambition. We will provide you with all possible support in the next few months. But how far you go in the end depends on your own destiny. He paused, as if remembering something, and reminded him, however, you must be careful. Your current influence is at its peak, and your refusal to go to headquarters will inevitably attract more attention. I will personally go and talk to the Zhou and Zhao families. The key is that those forces lurking in the shadows, also coveting the opportunities of the Starfall realm, or certain demonic spies who are hostile to human geniuses, are very likely to see you as a target that must be eliminated. I look forward to your performance in the martial arts exam and the Starfall realm. But remember, only by living can you have a future. Accompanied by Chen Mingyang, Chairman Bai personally arranged a top-notch martial arts training room for Su Jie, who stroked his chin with satisfaction. After binding himself to one of the Federation's top-of-the-line portable computers, Su Jie breathed a long sigh of relief as he looked at the massive list of resources and permission notifications that had just arrived on the computer. All done. The persona of automatically generating a sacred body of chi and blood is now established. Next, I just need to wait for these resources to arrive tomorrow, and then I'll go crazy increasing my strength. The martial arts exam champion? There are still 5 months left, so there shouldn't be much pressure then. Su Jie stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with even greater ambition. However, I still can't miss out on the rewards I'm entitled to. Besides, the martial arts exam seems to be a good opportunity to test my strength and make friends. The Federation's efficiency was astonishing. Before dawn the next day, Su Jie's new personal terminal was ringing incessantly. He groggily opened it and saw a long string of zeros in his account. After carefully counting, he realized it was a full 10 billion star coins. Next to it was an retrieval code for an encrypted package, with the note, first batch of chi and blood resources, 10 million points. It seems the Federation has a very sufficient amount of chi and blood. Su Jie instantly woke up and sprang out of bed. 10 million points of chi and blood. I wonder how many martial veins can be condensed from that. Without hesitation, he immediately accessed the dedicated, high-capacity resource transmission channel within the Linjiang City Martial Arts Association via his personal computer. A few minutes later, a silver metal box, about half a person's height and radiating a chilling aura, was steadily delivered to his training room by a robot. Upon opening the box, 10 crystal-clear jade bottles were neatly arranged inside, each brimming with a powerful energy resembling liquid rubies, a total of 1 million points of chi and blood. Original breathing technique, let's get started. Su Jie rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Looking at the gleaming words, chi and blood reserves, 10.325 million, on the system panel, he felt incredibly powerful at that moment. System, help me condense my 6th martial vein. The 6th martial vein is currently at 15% completion, requiring an additional 425,000 points of chi and blood.
Confirm? Confirmed. Start immediately.
Consuming 425,000 chi and blood, the 6th martial meridian is being condensed.
Progress 100%. Condensation successful. Base. Combat power plus 32,000 points.
Current base combat power, 87,600 points, 20% bonus from the Extreme Foundation Establishment stage.
A power far stronger than ever before swept through his entire body.
Su Jie felt as if his body had been expanded anew, his blood and chi surging like a roaring river.
Not enough. Continue. The 7th one.
To condense the 7th martial meridian, 1.5 million points of chi and blood are required.
Confirm?
Consuming 1.5 million points of chi and blood, the 7th martial meridian has been successfully condensed.
Base combat power plus 64,000 points. Current base combat power, 164,400 points. Article 8. To condense the 8th martial meridian, 5 million points of chi and blood are required. Confirm?
Consuming 5 million points of chi and blood, the 8th martial meridian has been successfully condensed. Base combat power plus 128,000 points. Current base combat power, 318,000 points. The condensation of 3 martial veins in succession allowed Su Jie's basic combat strength to break through the 100,000 mark, climbing to a terrifying number of nearly 320,000.
This is already at the level of a 3rd-level battle king, and it's not even time for the martial arts exam yet.
Feeling the 8 martial meridians within his body surging like 8 roaring dragons, intertwined with the 99 level 10 martial acupoints, Su Jie exclaimed with boundless pride, "Ha! I feel like I could shatter an asteroid with a single punch." He glanced at the remaining 3.4 million points of chi and blood, and stroked his chin. The 8th martial meridian requires 5 million, the 9th is estimated to be over 10 million, and the 10th will probably require 50 million.
The remaining vital energy was simply not enough.
However, the fact that I suddenly jumped from a martial aperture stage genius to a level 3 battle king was truly astonishing. Forget it, I don't have enough blood and energy to condense the 9th one anyway. I'll keep the rest as a trump card.
With my current strength, I can easily pass the martial arts exam.
Su Jie nodded in satisfaction. The most important thing right now is to go and try that barbecue rice place on the street corner that I haven't had in ages. I've been cultivating for so long, I'm starving. He tidied himself up and swaggered out of the Martial Arts Association. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped outside, he sensed several subtle yet powerful auras locking onto him. They were clearly a secret guard sent by the Federation. Su Jie didn't care at all, put his hands in his pockets, and walked towards the commercial street while whistling. Upon arriving at the small shop called Old Wang's Secret Recipe Roasted Meat Rice, Su Jie expertly called out, "Boss Wang, the usual, super deluxe roasted meat rice.
Pile up with meat. Pack the rice tightly." The busy boss, Mr. Wang, looked up and saw Su Jie. He immediately beamed, "Hey, little Su, long time no see. I heard you're quite the celebrity in Linjiang City now. Wait, uncle will make you the biggest portion." Su Jie found a seat and sat down, waiting expectantly. Not long after, Boss Wang came over carrying a large bowl that was almost as big as a wash basin. It was filled with fragrant, glistening roasted meat, and the rice was packed tightly together. "Xiao Su, your super deluxe version is here." Su Jie took a deep breath. The rich aroma of roasted meat mixed with the steam from the rice, making him squint his eyes in satisfaction. As expected, Boss Wang's cooking is still the best. He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily, quickly replenishing the energy he had consumed during his secluded cultivation over the past few days. Just then, wah-ah! The piercing alarm shattered the afternoon tranquility of Linjiang City without warning. This alarm was unlike any other drill. Each siren was more urgent and piercing than the last, carrying a chilling sense of urgency that instantly spread to every corner of the city. The diners in the small shop and the pedestrians on the street all stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky in astonishment. Immediately afterwards, a heavy and urgent official announcement sounded simultaneously from the city's broadcasting systems and from the personal computers carried by everyone. Urgent notice! Urgent notice! Outposts 77 and 78 on the northern border are being attacked by an extremely large beast tide. The scale is determined to be super large. Repeat, super large beast tide. The defensive line is under unprecedented pressure and urgently needs support. Linjiang City is now on level 1 combat readiness. All martial artists with a combat power of 500 points or higher, please immediately assemble at the City Hall Square and proceed to the northern border to provide support. Federal troops and reinforcements from surrounding cities are on their way, but the defense line is in imminent danger. The safety of Linjiang City rests on our shoulders. For our homes, for our loved ones, please, all those who are capable, step forward. The voice on the radio trembled almost imperceptibly, clearly indicating that the situation had reached an extremely critical point. The shop fell into a deathly silence. Boss Wang, still clutching the spatula, turned deathly pale and muttered to himself, "A massive beast tide. My God,
3 years ago, half the martial artists in Linjiang City died in that beast tide, and that was a massive one.
Su Jie's hand, which was holding chopsticks, froze in midair.
3 years ago, a sudden and massive beast tide. The original owner's parents, whom he had never met, sacrificed their lives in that battle to defend human territory and became martyrs. A complex emotion welled up in Su Jie's heart, mixed with the original owner's remaining memories and a sense of belonging to this world. This wasn't fear, but a chilling murderous intent, along with a heavy sense of responsibility. The scene that Yang Baichuan had shown him when he took him to the border post flashed through his mind: damaged armor, scorched earth, bloodstains that had not yet dried, and the soldier's tired but determined eyes.
Home, Su Jie repeated the words softly.
Here, there was the Federation that provided resources, Uncle Yang and Teacher Li who cared about him, and Boss Wang who treated him to barbecue rice.
This was already his home.
He gently placed the chopsticks on the edge of the bowl, and his previously relaxed and carefree gaze instantly sharpened like a knife, with an invisible killing intent emanating from his body.
Boss Wang, I'll transfer the money to you first.
Su Jie stood up, his tone calm but with unwavering determination.
We'll eat this meal when I get back.
Boss Wang looked at Su Jie, the child he had watched grow up, who had now become the pride of Linjiang City. His lips moved slightly, but it ultimately turned into a hoarse admonition. Xiao Su, be careful, and make sure you come back. I'll treat you when the time comes. Su Jie nodded without saying a word, then turned and strode out of the shop. The streets were in complete chaos, and people's faces were filled with panic and unease. At the same time, countless figures converged from all directions, rushing towards the city hall square like streams flowing into the sea. There were city defense soldiers in uniform, instructors and students from various martial arts schools, seemingly ordinary company employees, and even many students like Su Jie.
Their faces showed tension, but even more so, a resolute determination.
A veteran with a missing arm, wearing an old military uniform, stood at the street corner, waving a small Union flag with his only remaining arm, shouting hoarsely, "Hold on!
We must hold on! Behind us are our homes, our children!"
A young mother tightly hugged her child, crying out to her husband's retreating figure as he rushed to the front lines, "Come back alive!
We're waiting for you, Dad, Mom! Don't worry, I'm a martial artist now. I can protect you in Linjiang." A martial arts student, about the same age as Su Jie,
shouted to his parents on the other side of the screen with red eyes, then resolutely turned around and rushed towards the assembly point.
Tragic, resolute, protective, a variety of emotions permeated the air above Linjiang City.
Su Jie was deeply moved as he watched these scenes unfold. This was the unity and spirit of sacrifice that the human race displayed in times of crisis.
A massive beast tide.
He touched his left hand, which was fused with the immortal martial bone, and felt the terrifying power surging and roaring within his body from the 8 martial meridians and 99 level 10 martial acupoints.
Today, we'll collect some interest on the revenge for the original owner's parents.
If you dare to invade my homeland, you will all become nourishment for my growth.
System, ready.
Today we're going to unleash a massacre. His goal was not only to assist in the defense, but also to go deep into the heart of the beast tide, hunt down those powerful general-level demonic beasts, and use their blood and energy to forge an even stronger martial vein. Just as he was about to head to the city hall to board a military aircraft, 2 ghostly figures silently appeared beside him. They were the 2 members of the Federal Guard responsible for protecting him, Captain Chen Feng and his deputy.
Chen Feng's expression was extremely solemn.
He stood in front of Su Jie, his tone urgent and serious. "Su Jie, the situation is urgent. A royal-level demonic beast has been confirmed to be present in the super-large beast tide, and the danger level is far beyond what was expected. We have just received a top-level directive jointly signed by Special Envoy Nangong and Chairman Chen, ordering that you be escorted out of Linjiang City immediately at all costs and transferred to the Jinling safe zone. You are a core seat of the Federation. You cannot afford any mistakes." Su Jie paused, looked at Chen Feng, his eyes calm yet firm and unwavering. "Captain Chen, thank you for your kindness, but I'm becoming stronger not to stay in a safe greenhouse, nor to bully anyone in the future." He turned his gaze to the north, where a muffled, thunderous roar could be faintly heard, and the sky was tinged with an ominous dark red. "I train so hard so that I can stand up for those I care about when they need me, instead of just watching them fall helplessly." His voice suddenly rose, filled with unwavering determination. "Right now, my homeland is being invaded by monsters, and my compatriots are fighting a bloody battle.
Every second of delay could mean the sacrifice of innocent people. You want me to leave like a deserter at this time?"
He shook his head, his gaze burning. "I'm sorry, I can't do it.
Linjiang City is the place I care about. The people here are the people I care about. I must go."
After saying that, without waiting for Chen Feng's response, he immediately pushed the sky-treading step to its limit, his figure transforming into a streak of light that tore through the air, rushing towards the city hall square at an astonishing speed, leaving Chen Feng and the others standing there with complicated expressions. Chen Feng stared at Su Jie's resolute back, stomped his foot angrily, and roared into the communicator, "Follow him."
"Damn it, this kid. Notify the higher-ups that the
target has refused to evacuate and is heading to the front lines on his own. Request a change of orders."
And the escort team requests to accompany him into battle. When Su Jie arrived at the city hall square, he was met with a chaotic and tragic scene. Cries, urging voices, and officers' hoarse commands mingled together. Countless martial artists, their eyes red with tears, bid farewell to their families before boarding the rickety, overloaded transport trucks without looking back. The air was thick with sweat and the heavy atmosphere of sacrifice. An old soldier with a broken leg, sitting in a wheelchair, shouted at a young martial artist, "Kid, don't embarrass me, kill a few more beasts." A young girl hugged her lover tightly, sobbing uncontrollably, "You must come back. I'll wait for you. Don't worry, I'll come back and marry you after I've killed all those monsters." The young martial artist forcefully pried the girl's hands away, turned around, and jumped onto the military vehicle, not daring to look back for fear that his tears would burst forth. Su Jie silently observed all of this, a raging fire seemingly burning in his chest. He didn't queue, but went straight to Zhang Tao, the head of the city hall, who was extremely busy. "Manager Zhang, take me to the front line, to the gap where the monsters are most concentrated, with the fastest aircraft." Su Jie's voice was cold, carrying an unquestionable authority. When Zhang Tao saw Su Jie, he felt the almost tangible killing intent in his eyes and the undisguised powerful combat strength fluctuations. He instantly realized that the young man in front of him was terrifyingly powerful. "Alright, follow me." Zhang Tao didn't hesitate and led Su Jie towards the vertical takeoff and landing high-speed attack craft that had already started its engine. Boarding the attack craft, Su Jie looked out the porthole. The city gradually receded into the distance, and to the north, though hundreds of kilometers away, he could almost see flames soaring into the sky, thick smoke billowing, muffled explosions, and the faint roars of monstrous beasts echoing through the air, like the death knell of the Grim Reaper. He slowly closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and his 8 martial meridians and 99 level 10 martial acupoints were about to erupt like volcanoes, accumulating world-destroying power. The immortal martial bone integrated into his left hand was slightly warm, conveying a low hum of yearning for battle. "Today, I will make this beast tide my storehouse of vital energy. Those beasts must understand that violating my homeland will come at a bloody price." The attack craft emitted a sharp whistling sound, tearing through the smoke-filled air, and shot straight towards that hellish place like a sharp arrow. Before the attack craft had even fully landed, a strong, nauseating stench of blood and burnt flesh seeped in through the gaps in the hatches. Mingling with deafening explosions, the frenzied roars of monsters, and the agonizing screams of human warriors dying with resentment. Even Su Jie, who had experienced the battle at outpost number 77, couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart at the sight outside the porthole. Where is this the border he once saw? The once sturdy outposts and fortifications built along the mountainside are now just ruins, with burning debris scattered everywhere. The earth was stained dark red, and viscous blood gathered into streams, flowing freely. The mutilated corpses of humans and monsters piled up, indistinguishable from one another. In the air, swarms of flying monsters swept through like locusts, frequently swooping down to grab warriors or corpses on the ground and tearing them to shreds in an instant. The light from the energy turrets was sparse and brief, and was shattered as soon as it was lit by the breath of more powerful monsters or by the boulders they threw. On the ground, the black tide of monstrous beasts seemed endless. They trampled over the corpses of their companions and humans, frantically attacking the last line of defense built by the human warriors with their flesh and blood. Each attack was accompanied by the partial collapse of the defensive line and the warriors' shrill screams. "Hold on! For Linjiang! For the families behind us!" An officer covered in blood and with tattered armor brandished his dulled sword, his voice hoarse as a broken gong, still desperately giving orders. However, the defensive line continued to crumble. The warriors, blinded by rage, rapidly depleted their strength and vitality. A young martial artist had just slain a wolf-like demon beast when a sharp claw from the side pierced his chest. His eyes widened as he looked up at the sky in despair before slowly collapsing. "Brother!" A comrade beside him roared in grief and anger, rushing forward without regard for anything else, only to be overwhelmed by even more monsters. Despair spread like a plague among the remaining defenders. Just then, call out. The attack craft finally made a forced landing on a relatively intact open area, and the hatch suddenly opened. Su Jie stood like a javelin at the hatchway, his cold gaze sweeping over the carnage. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. His skystep technique was unleashed at full power. His speed was so fast that it was like teleportation, and he rushed straight into the area where the beast tide was most concentrated. He didn't even use any martial arts techniques, he simply clenched his left hand, which was fused with the immortal martial bone, into a fist and then threw a punch. It has no earth-shattering momentum, only pure and overwhelming power. Bang! A dull, loud bang. Centered on his fist, dozens of demonic beasts with combat power of tens of thousands of generals in the fan-shaped area in front of him were as if struck by an invisible giant hammer, instantly exploding into blood mist and pieces of flesh, clearing a large open space. This sudden and domineering clearing of the field left the struggling martial artists stunned. Who is that? One punch and dozens of armored bulls were blown to pieces? My god, this aura, it must be a war king powerhouse from our human race. Reinforcements have arrived. arrived.
People in despair finally saw hope, and the remaining defenses erupted in faint cheers. Su Jie ignored the gasps behind him and didn't even look at the system notification about how much chi and blood essence he had refined. His gaze instantly locked onto several massive figures wreaking havoc at the gap in the distant defensive line, their auras far surpassing that of
ordinary demonic beasts. Those were king-level demonic beasts.
The energy fluctuations emanating from each of them exceeded 300,000 combat power. One of them resembled a giant spider, with 8 segmented limbs like metal spears that easily pierced through a martial artist's protective chi and blood, as well as their alloy armor. With each opening and closing of its mouthparts, it spewed out a highly corrosive web of poison, melting even the ground in its wake. This was none other than the king-level demonic beast, the Abyss Spider, with a combat power of approximately 350,000 points. On the other side was the evolved form of the Lava Earth Dragon that Su Jie had encountered before, several times larger in size, with dark red destructive energy flowing around its body. Each heavy stomp triggered a small earthquake, and the breath it exhaled easily vaporized an alloy fortress. This was the Lava Earth Dragon King, with a combat power of 450,000, its strength comparable to a level 4 War King. Another colossal beast hovered in the air, its wingspan obscuring the sky and its entire body wreathed in destructive lightning, the Thunder-Winged Dragon. Rock! Its sharp eyes swept across the battlefield, and each dive took the lives of a large number of warriors. Its combat strength was close to 400,000. It was these king-level demonic beasts that led the charge, causing the human defenses to collapse rapidly. "It's you guys." Su Jie's eyes were cold. The 8 martial meridians in his body were like giant dragons awakening, and they started to operate with a roar. The vast and boundless power of blood and chi surged and rushed, and his basic combat power exploded to 265,000 points. With the added 20% bonus from the Extreme Foundation Builder skill, his base combat power reached 318,000 points. The terrifying pressure of a level 3 Battle King was released without reservation, instantly drowning out most of the sounds of fighting on the battlefield. Facing these king-level demonic beasts, Su Jie naturally wouldn't easily use the Void Finger that requires tens of thousands of points of chi and blood. He vaguely sensed that, as his strength increased, the amount of chi and blood required to cause significant damage with this move would definitely be far more than 1/10 of what it was before. His strongest weapon is this body, which has been tempered to perfection at the 10th level of the 99 apertures and has condensed 8 martial meridians, as well as his left hand, which has been fused with immortal martial bones and has double the power. "You're the first one." With a clear target in mind, Su Jie moved swiftly, his sky-stepping technique appearing as if by teleportation, directly above the abyssal demon spider that was slaughtering martial artists. Sensing a deadly threat, the demonic spider suddenly raised its 8 compound eyes and opened its ferocious mouth, spewing a torrent of dark green venom mixed with tough spider webs towards Su Jie. This venom was enough to corrode the protective chi and blood of a war king. Su Jie didn't dodge at all, but clenched his left fist and threw a simple punch. There were no fancy moves, only pure, ultimate power. The muscles in his left arm, fused with the immortal martial bone, tensed slightly, and a terrifying force capable of shaking mountains gathered at his fist. Bang! The moment the fist collided with the venomous web, the venom, strong enough to corrode alloys, and the tough web evaporated and shattered instantly, like ice and snow under the sun. The force of the punch remained undiminished, falling like a meteorite and slamming hard into the incredibly hard carapace of the abyss spider's head. Crack! Boom! A sickeningly loud cracking sound of bones shattering and armor breaking filled the air. The abyss spider's head, comparable to high-grade alloy, and its 8 horrifying compound eyes were instantly pulverized by a punch from Su Jie's left hand, amplified by double the power. Dark green blood and brain matter splattered everywhere as the massive headless corpse crashed to the ground, crushing several low-level monsters below that couldn't escape in time. Slay the king-level monster Abyss Spider and refine it to obtain 200 points of blood essence. One punch instantly kills a level 3 king-level monster. Its essence and blood were instantly refined into vital energy and blood essence by the system. Without hesitation, Su Jie moved with lightning speed, his body suddenly turning and lunging at the Lava Earth Dragon King, which was gathering destructive energy and preparing to spew it out again. Sensing a deadly threat, the Lava Dragon King unleashed a torrent of dark red destructive breath like a volcanic eruption, causing the space to distort slightly in its wake. Su Jie's eyes flashed with fierceness. This time, he used his right fist. The blood and chi of the 8 martial meridians in his body surged wildly, and his basic combat power of more than 310,000 was unleashed at full force. A tangible blood-colored aura condensed on the surface of his fist as he punched the breath that was enough to vaporize steel. Boom! The fist's energy clashed violently with the destructive breath, creating a deafening explosion that reverberated throughout the surrounding area. The violet energy shockwave spread out in a ring, sweeping away all the low-level demonic beasts and rubble within a radius of several hundred meters. The stalemate lasted only a moment. Su Jie's fist force crushed the dark red breath with overwhelming force and slammed hard into the Lava Earth Dragon King's jaw. A lava. The lava dragon king roared in pain, its massive body being lifted up by the terrifying punch, its jaw scales shattering, and blood gushing out like lava. Su Jie seized the opportunity and stepped on the air, creating a sonic boom.
He instantly caught up with the unbalanced lava dragon king.
With the sky-stepping step, he clenched his left fist again, activated the power of his immortal martial bone, and doubled his attack. Another punch, as if splitting the heavens and earth, heavily struck the lava dragon king's relatively vulnerable throat. Puff! A terrifying power containing over 600,000 combat strength erupted instantly, blasting a huge bloody hole in the lava earth dragon king's neck, almost breaking it in two by this punch. Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, twitched a few times, and then completely lost all signs of life. Defeat the king-level monster Lava Earth Dragon King and refine it to obtain 250 points of blood essence. Su Jie crashed to the ground like a meteorite, the ground beneath his feet instantly cracking. His icy gaze quickly locked onto the Thunderwing Dragon Rock, in the air that was emitting a cry of alarm and anger. "You're the third one." He bent his knees slightly, and the ground beneath his feet exploded with a deafening roar. He unleashed the full power of the sky-stepping step, and his entire body shot into the sky like a shooting star, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, heading straight for the Thunderwing Dragon Rock. The Thunderwing Dragon Rock clearly hadn't expected Su Jie to be so ferocious. After instantly killing two king-level beasts of the same rank, he still had the strength to launch an attack. It let out a sharp screech, and with a sudden flap of its wings, countless destructive lightning bolts as thick as buckets poured down, blocking all of Su Jie's paths forward like a torrential rain. "A mere trick," Su Jie sneered, and his left fist suddenly shone with a faint golden light of immortality. Without dodging or avoiding, he threw a punch. Wherever the fist struck, the dense lightning was actually forced to create a vacuum channel. His speed did not decrease at all, and he instantly broke through the lightning curtain, appearing in front of the huge head of the Thunderwing Dragon Rock. Fear finally appeared in Lei Yilong Pingfu's eyes. It tried to flap its wings and fly high, but Su Jie was faster. "Get down here." Su Jie spread his left hand with 5 fingers, like an iron clamp, carrying a terrifying power of over 600,000 combat strength, and fiercely gripped the hard beak of the Thunderwing Dragon Rock. Then, under the shocked gazes of countless martial artists, he exerted force from his waist and abdomen, and swung his arm down sharply. Boom! The massive Thunderwing Rock was actually slammed into the air by Su Jie using brute force. It crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust, and the sound of bones shattering rang out like popping beans. Su Jie followed closely behind, stepping on its head with a slight force. His head was smashed like a watermelon. Slayed the king-level monster Thunderwing Dragon Rock and refined it to obtain 230 points of blood essence. In the blink of an eye, 3 powerful king-level demonic beasts perished one after another. Su Jie's overwhelming strength was like a shot of adrenaline, injected into the hearts of the remaining defenders. "Kill! Follow King Su! Slaughter all these beasts!" A general-level officer with a missing arm and covered in blood slammed his sword into the ground and roared furiously, his remaining arm still wielding the sword to slash at the low-level demonic beasts that surged towards him. However, the overall situation on the battlefield was not completely reversed by Su Jie's localized strength. After all, this was a massive beast tide. Ugh! A shrill scream came from afar. Su Jie turned his head sharply and saw a human level 1 battle king being attacked by 3 king-level demonic beasts of the same level. He fought desperately and was severely wounded when he killed one of them, but was then stabbed through the heart from behind by another ghostly, shadow cat, and finally trampled into a pulp by a giant rhinoceros. Before his death, he detonated his martial meridians. The brilliant light took away the shadowy cat, but also illuminated the mountain of corpses of his comrades around him. Old Zhao, another second-level battle king's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He was being entangled by 5 king-level demonic beasts, and was covered in wounds. He was unable to help them and could only watch helplessly as his comrade fell. Such tragedies continued to unfold across the vast front. On the eastern defensive line, a female war queen burned her life force and used powerful methods to temporarily suppress the surging beast tide, but soon she also died from exhaustion, her body frozen in place, like an ice sculpture monument. On the western side of the canyon, 3 war kings formed a battle formation to defend the vital passage, repelling dozens of waves of beast tides, with the corpses of monsters piling up in a thick layer at their feet. However, 2 of them had already died in battle, and the last one, with a broken arm and leg, still managed to detonate all the energy bombs he carried with him with his remaining blood and energy, perishing together with several king-level monsters that charged at him, fulfilling his oath of "the position is ours as long as we are here" with his life. Tragic. Devastating. The human war kings used their lives and blood to hold back the horde of monsters inch by inch. However, the number of king-level demonic beasts was simply too great, seemingly endless, constantly emerging from the depths of the beast tide. With each war king sacrificed, the defense line weakened further, and collapse seemed only a matter of time. Su Jie stared at the horrific scenes before him, his chest feeling as if it were about to explode. He was powerful enough, yet he couldn't instantly cover the entire battlefield. What he could do was to kill as many king-level monsters as possible in his own battle zone zone to reduce the pressure on his comrades in other directions, while rapidly improving his own strength.
System: how much Qi and Blood Essence do I have now? Current Qi and Blood Essence, 680 points. Current average Qi and Blood Reserves, 3.6 million points.
Just a little short. Su Jie's eyes were sharp as he scanned the battlefield. It takes 1140 points of Qi and Blood Essence to exchange for the remaining 11.4 million Qi and Blood needed to condense the 9th martial vein. Just then, the beast tide surged again, and 3 ferocious king-level demonic beasts pounced on him from different directions at the same time. One is the bewitching fox, skilled in mental attacks, another is the mystic tortoise beast, with astonishing defensive capabilities, and the third is the 9-headed hydra lizard, extremely fast with venomous claws and fangs.
Perfect timing. We were just worried we wouldn't have enough.
Su Jie was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he took the initiative to meet him. The stepping heaven technique made him move like lightning, and he locked onto the bewitching fox, who posed the greatest threat to him. The fox demon's eyes glowed with an eerie red light, and an invisible mental shockwave pierced Su Jie's sea of consciousness like a sharp cone. If it were an ordinary war king, he would definitely be caught off guard and fall victim to the attack. However, the martial heart, green, between Su Jie's brows flickered with a faint light, and the effect of his heart being as firm as a rock was activated. The mental impact was like a mud ox sinking into the sea, without causing the slightest ripple. His left hand seemed to pierce through space, crushing the bewitching fox's head right before its horrified eyes. Blood Essence plus 190 points. Immediately afterwards, he turned around, dodging the venom spewed by the hydra lizard, and his right leg swept across like a battle axe, kicking hard into the indestructible carapace of the Shin turtle beast. With a deep, muffled thud, the back armor, which was strong enough to withstand the full force of a level 4 battle king, was dented and cracked by Su Jie's kick. The giant tortoise let out a painful roar, blood gushing from its mouth and nose. The 9 heads of the hydra lizard came at them from different angles, and Su Jie's left hand moved so fast that it left after images as he punched or pointed with his fingers. Each collision was accompanied by a lizard head exploding. In just a few breaths, the 9-headed hydra lizard was reduced to a headless lizard, limp and lifeless on the ground. Qi and Blood Essence plus 210 points. Finally, he charged at the heavily wounded Shin turtle beast once again, his left hand forming a chop with his 5 fingers together. Immortal golden light condensed at his fingertips, and like a hot knife cutting through butter, he stabbed it into the crack in the carapace. Puff! A swift, penetrating strike pierced through to the core. The colossal Shin turtle beast trembled violently, its life force extinguished instantly. Blood Essence plus 220 points. A look of shock flashed in Su Jie's eyes. System: consuming 1140 points of Qi and Blood Essence, I have exchanged them for 11.4 million Qi and Blood.
I will immediately condense my 9th martial meridian. Command confirmed.
Consuming 15 million points of Qi and Blood, commencing the condensation of the 9th martial meridian. An energy far more vast and powerful than any he had ever felt when condensing a martial meridian before erupted within him like the beginning of the universe. The condensation of the 9th martial meridian not only requires a massive amount of blood and Qi, but is also the ultimate test of physical body and will. But Su Jie had a deep foundation, with his Supreme Tao Foundation at the 10th level of the 99 acupoints, coupled with the support of the will of the martial heart, green. The condensation of the 9th martial meridian in his body was progressing at an astonishing speed. His aura began to surge wildly, like a rocket. A terrifying pressure, which made all the surrounding king-level demonic beasts tremble and shocked the human war king who was struggling in the distance, swept out like a storm from the center of Su Jie. The 9th martial vein has been successfully condensed. Condensation successful. Base combat power plus 256,000 points. Current base combat strength 521,000 points. After the 20% bonus for Extreme Foundation establishment users, their actual base combat power is 625,200 points. Su Jie slowly raised his head, his eyes burning as if lightning and flames intertwined. He felt the terrifying power within him that could shatter stars with a single punch, and a cold and cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. At that very moment, a massive and heart-pounding wave, like an invisible tsunami, roared from the depths of the battlefield. It was the aftershock of two forces far exceeding the king level colliding violently. One of them, filled with savagery, chaos, and destruction, carried a nauseating aura of demonic beasts, and its strength far exceeded that of any of the king-level demonic beasts he had just killed. Sensing only a trace of its aura, he was instantly alerted deep within his soul. It was a true royal-level demonic beast. Its combat power definitely exceeded 1 million. Another force also emerged. Su Jie's pupils suddenly contracted. That power was upright, blazing, and contained the familiar, protective will of humanity. It's Chairman Chen. Su Jie instantly understood. No wonder I didn't sense his presence in Linjiang City before. It turns out he had already gone deep into the battlefield and was fiercely fighting this royal-level demonic beast. He wondered why the pillar of Tiandu province hadn't arrived at the most dangerous line of defense immediately. In retrospect, Chen Mingyang's strategy of directly targeting the source of this massive massive beast tide, and attempting to kill this royal-level monster is undoubtedly the most effective yet also the most dangerous. Su Jie immediately focused his senses in that direction. He saw that in his space dyed dark red and blazing white by terrifying energy, Chen Mingyang was engulfed in flames that seemed to be real. He used his martial arts to transform into a 100-meter-tall phantom of a fire god of war, and engaged in a fierce battle with a royal-level demonic beast of the same size, resembling a ferocious demonic dragon, and wrapped in pitch-black destructive energy, Dark Demon Dragon King. Each collision between the flames and the dark energy was like a star exploding, unleashing a devastating impact that leveled the mountains below and even distorted and deformed space itself. Chen Mingyang's strength is beyond doubt. He displayed the power of a war god with 1,000,000 battle strength to the fullest. Every time he thrust out his flaming spear, it seemed to pierce through the void, forcing the Dark Dragon King to roar repeatedly. However, Su Jie keenly sensed that Chen Mingyang's situation was not optimistic. At the edge of the core battlefield, there were more than 10 king-level demonic beasts with combat power ranging from 400,000 to 700,000, like cunning hyenas, roaming among them, waiting for an opportunity to strike. They would sometimes spew out energy breaths to interfere from a distance. Other times they would launch surprise attacks while Chen Mingyang was locked in combat with the Demon Dragon King. Although Chen Mingyang's flame avatar skill could block most of the attacks, he was inevitably restrained by the clone and unable to deliver a fatal blow to the Dark Dragon King. That demonic Dragon King was clearly extremely intelligent, using its king-level demonic beasts to continuously deplete Chen Mingyang's power. You despicable beast! Su Jie's eyes flashed with cold light. Chen Mingyang ventured into danger alone to protect Linjian City and to safeguard Su Jie. Now that he was surrounded, how could Su Jie stand idly by, trying to overwhelm my human race's war god with sheer numbers? Did you even ask me? Without hesitation, the immense power newly generated within him erupted. He pushed the sky-treading step to its limit, transforming himself into a golden red streak of light tearing through the sky. Ignoring the ordinary king-level demonic beasts along the way, he charged straight towards the core of the battlefield and the area where the energy storm was most intense with extraordinary and terrifying speed. The low-level demonic beasts that tried to stop him along the way were shattered and annihilated by the terrifying aura naturally emanating from his body before they even got close. His only goal was to rush to Chen Mingyang's aid, first to get rid of those annoying hyenas, and then work together to kill the Dark Dragon King. President Chen, hold on. Su Jie is here. A long howl, like thunder from the heavens, rolled out and instantly drowned out the noise of the battlefield, clearly reaching the core battlefield. Chen Mingyang, who was locked in a fierce battle with the Dark Dragon King and had his arm slashed by a venomous attack from the side, perked up at the sound of the voice. His tired face lit up with surprise and astonishment. This kid, his aura, how did it improve so quickly? Meanwhile, the Dark Dragon King and the king-level demonic beasts lurking around it also sensed the rapidly approaching, threatening, and terrifying aura. Their icy gazes were all turned towards the golden red streak of light that was tearing through the air. Su Jie's speed was extremely fast, almost in sync with the moment the sound came. His figure, wrapped in golden red blood energy, had already stormed into the outer perimeter of the emperor-level battlefield. The Xianming Turtle King, with a combat power of 680,000 and resembling a giant alligator snapping turtle, reacted the fastest. It suddenly stood up, and its huge front claws, covered with ferocious bone spurs, brought a chilling aura that could freeze the soul, and slammed down on Su Jie's head. Wherever the claw wind passed, the air condensed into ice crystals. Su Jie's eyes were icy cold. He didn't even use his immortal martial bone left hand. The surging power he had just broken through needed to be released. He clenched his right fist, and the powerful blood and chi of the 9 martial meridians in his body instantly condensed. With a simple straight punch, he met the sky-covering tortoise claw. Boom, crack. The clash of fists and claws didn't produce a dull thud, but rather a sickening sound of bones breaking. The Xianming Turtle King's forepaws, capable of withstanding attacks from ordinary level 6 battle kings, shattered like fragile glass the instant they collided with Su Jie's fist. The violent force spread along its arm bones, twisting and exploding its entire forepaw in an instant. A whoa! The Xianming Turtle King let out an extremely shrill scream. Its massive body was violently flung backward by this unparalleled force, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up 100 meters of dust. It was clearly ruined. Refining the king-level demonic beast, Xianming Turtle King yielded 380 points of chi and blood essence. One punch, just one punch, almost instantly killed a powerful king-level monster. This terrifying scene froze the several king-level monsters that were about to attack, their crimson eyes revealing unbelievable fear for the first time. Good. Chen Mingyang, who was locked in battle with the Dark Dragon King, couldn't help but shout, his voice filled with surprise and shock. He originally thought that Su Jie could at most restrain a few king-level demonic beasts, but he never expected that after this kid broke through, his strength would increase to such a terrifying level. This is no mere level 6 battle king. His attack power has already reached the threshold of a war god. Su Jie established his authority with a single strike, without hesitation. His sky-stepping step created invisible ripples in the void, and his figure flickered like a ghost, instantly appearing behind the Shadow Blade Leopard King, a creature skilled in speed that was preparing to ambush Chen Mingyang's flank. The Shadow Blade Leopard King was renowned for its speed and possessed a combat power of 550,000. It felt a fierce wind coming from behind and was terrified, so it tried to turn into a shadow and escape. Too slow. Su Jie's icy voice was like the whisper of death. His left hand moved faster than the other way around, his 5 fingers spread out, seemingly slow but incredibly precise, gripping the neck of the Shadow Blade Leopard King as it tried to become ethereal. With a crisp snapping sound, the Shadow Blade Leopard King's agile body immediately went limp and powerless, and the light in its eyes instantly went out. Refining the king-level monster, Shadow Blade Leopard King yielded 300 points of blood essence. Next, Su Jie charged at the several intimidated king-level demonic beasts like a tiger among sheep. He no longer needed Chen Mingyang to protect him, and instead became the most terrifying scavenger on this battlefield. His fighting style is simple, brutal, and efficient. He uses fists, palms, and legs simultaneously, and each attack contains a terrifying combat power of 600,000, or even more than 1.2 million when he strikes with his left hand. These king-level monsters, who would dominate a region in the outside world, are like chickens and dogs in front of him. They are often severely injured or even killed instantly upon meeting him. The essence and blood of the demon beasts also turned into nourishment for Su Jie. Refining, Qi and Blood Essence plus 320 points. Refining, Qi and Blood Essence plus 290 points. The system notification sounds were almost continuous, and the essence of Qi and blood was accumulating rapidly. Wherever Su Jie passed, the king-level demonic beasts fell down like harvested wheat. The encirclement that had been harassing and suppressing Chen Mingyang was quickly torn apart and eliminated by him with overwhelming force. With the pressure suddenly reduced, Chen Mingyang's spirits lifted, and he laughed heartily. Good lad. Well done. The fiery power around him surged, and he could finally deal with the dark demon Dragon King in front of him with all his might. Dragon, your death is near. Blazing sun. Chen Mingyang's flaming spear shone brightly, transforming into a fiery meteor that traversed the sky, carrying a majestic divine power that could purify everything, and fiercely pierced towards the head of the Dark Dragon King. Seeing his subordinates being slaughtered by Su Jie like cutting melons and vegetables, and witnessing Chen Mingyang unleash his full power, the Dark Dragon King finally let out a roar of shock and rage. It sensed a deadly threat. Dark, destructive energy surged and boiled around it, coalescing into a massive skull shield in an attempt to defend itself. Boom! The fiery meteor collided violently with the skull shield, unleashing a light brighter than the sun. A terrifying energy storm swept across the area. Taking advantage of the moment of stalemate, Su Jie finished off the last king-level demon beast that tried to escape, and his cold gaze locked onto the massive body of the Dark Demon Dragon King. President Chen, I'm here to help you. Instead of using ranged attacks, he pushed the stepping into the sky technique to its limit, transforming his figure into a thin golden thread that almost tore through space, appearing as if by teleportation below the relatively vulnerable neck exposed by the Dark Dragon King as he was fighting Chen Mingyang with all his might. The immortal martial bone's left hand glowed with intense heat, all its power concentrated into a single point. A single punch. Unleashed, its combat power exceeding 1.2 million, simple yet powerful. Its target was none other than the enemy's Achilles heel. This punch was fast, accurate, and ruthless, exceeding the speed of sound and even faster than thought. The Dark Dragon King sensed a deathly aura emanating from below that was even more condensed and deadly than Chen Mingyang's flaming spear. It tried to dodge, but was restrained by Chen Mingyang's full force attack, slowing its movements by half a beat. Put! Like a scorching blade cutting into solidified grease, Su Jie's fist slammed into that dark, gleaming scale with unparalleled precision. The extremely condensed power erupted instantly, destroying everything from within. The Dark Dragon King's massive body stiffened abruptly, its defense against Chen Mingyang's skull shield collapsing instantly. Its pupils, filled with savagery and disbelief, dilated rapidly, and it let out a mournful howl that abruptly ended. Chen Mingyang's flaming spear pierced through its head. Boom! The emperor-level demonic beast, the Dark Demon Dragon King, has fallen. The enormous corpse fell from the sky like a mountain, crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. The battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Whether they were the surviving human warriors or the monsters who had lost their emperor's command and were in chaos, they were all stunned by this shocking scene. Refining the emperor-level demonic beast Dark Demon Dragon King yielded 1,300 points of blood essence. Su Jie slowly withdrew his blood-soaked left hand and met Chen Mingyang's gaze as he slowly descended from the sky. Chen Mingyang looked at Su Jie, his eyes filled with complex emotions, gratification and shock, which finally turned into a long sigh and a heartfelt smile. Good Su Jie. Our human race has finally found an heir. Long life King Su. Chairman Chen. The surviving human warriors erupted in thunderous cheers, their eyes brimming with the joy of surviving the ordeal and the excitement of victory. The once collapsed defenses seemed to see hope for reconstruction. However, the solemnity on Su Jie and Chen Mingyang's faces remained unchanged. Chen Mingyang suddenly looked looked up, his gaze filled with horror as he stared into the depths where the beast tide was surging. There, 3 royal-level pressures, even more terrifying than those of the Dark Dragon King, filled with savagery and deathly stillness, erupted suddenly like a dormant volcano.
Oh no! Chen Mingyang's expression changed drastically. There are more.
And there are 3 of them. As if in response to his words, the darkness was torn apart like a curtain, and 3 enormous, despair-inducing figures slowly revealed their hideous full forms. A skeleton emperor dragon, whose entire body is composed of pale bones, whose eye sockets burn with ghostly blue soul flames, whose wingspan blots out the sky, and which exudes a strong aura of death. A monstrous snake with 9 ferocious heads, its body flowing with murky venom that corrodes the earth and kills all life in its wake. The last one resembled a mountain, with skin as rough as rock, and every step it took caused the earth to shake. It exuded a savage aura. It was the primordial savage elephant emperor. The aura of these 3 royal-level demonic beasts was no less than that of the dark demon dragon king, and the aura of the skeleton emperor dragon was even approaching 2 million.
Combat power.
Their scarlet pupils mercilessly swept across the battlefield, finally locking onto Su Jie and Chen Mingyang, who had just killed the dark demon dragon king.
Behind these 3 royal-level demonic beasts, countless dark, king-level demonic beasts surged forth like a tidal wave, numbering in the tens of thousands.
Their scarlet pupils were filled with nothing but pure bloodlust, which coalesced into terrifying demonic energy, instantly plunging the human race, whose glimmer of hope had just begun to rise, into an even deeper abyss of despair.
Roar! The skeletal emperor dragon let out a soul-piercing roar. With a flap of its bone wings, thousands of king-level demonic beasts behind it, like a destructive torrent that had received an ultimate command, launched a general attack on the crumbling human defense line with 10 times the ferocity and 100 times the madness of before. Despair, utter despair enveloped everyone. However, in this extreme despair, the blood and indomitable spirit inherent in the human race were completely ignited.
A human war king, his legs severed, leaned against the crumbling ramparts. With his last strength, he plunged his halberd into the ground and roared, "My home is behind me.
I will not retreat. A single step. Kill."
He detonated the last high-explosive energy block in his arms, turning it into a dazzling burst of fire that took away dozens of king-level demonic beasts around him. The blood we shed now is to nourish the future of humanity. Our strong bones are to support the heavens for our descendants. Even in death, we will never allow these beasts to devour a single shred of our dignity. A female war king, half her body corroded by venom, still stood tall, her last vestiges of martial bone and meridian burning, transforming into a blood and flesh wall stretching dozens of meters. Although instantly torn apart by the attack of the king-level demonic beast, it briefly halted the advance of the beast tide.
Even if I die, I'll die standing up. Die standing up for humanity. Fight them with all your might. The roars rose and fell, coalescing into an indomitable torrent.
The surviving human warriors, whether war kings, generals, or even exhausted warriors, their eyes bloodshot, unleashed the final brilliance of their lives. They built a barrier with their bodies, stained the earth with their blood, and delayed the advance of the demonic beasts with their self-destruction. The battlefield instantly transformed into a true hell on earth. Every second, warriors were sacrificing themselves, their limbs and internal organs flying everywhere, and their blood staining the land into a dark red swamp.
Su Jie and Chen Mingyang's eyes were bloodshot.
Kill! Su Jie roared, pushing the sky-treading step to its limit. His immortal martial bone left hand danced wildly, and each strike killed one or even several king-level demonic beasts. Like a tireless killing machine, he charged through the beast horde, desperately trying to ease the pressure on the defensive line. He completely ignored the system's notifications about refining his blood essence. Only one thought occupied his mind: kill one more.
Kill one more. Chen Mingyang unleashed his full power, displaying the might of a million-strong war god without reservation.
His flame martial arts transformed into a raging sea of fire, incinerating a large number of king-level demonic beasts into ashes. He had to withstand the main attack pressure from the 3 emperor-level demonic beasts.
But the enemies are too many and too powerful. The skeletal emperor dragon spewed out a grey death breath from afar.
Wherever it passed, whether it was a martial artist or a demon beast, their flesh and blood instantly dried up, and their souls were extracted, turning into part of the vengeful spirits surrounding it. The 9-headed calamity serpent spews out venom, acid, and corrosive energy of different properties from its 9 heads simultaneously, covering a large area and keeping the defenders busy. The primordial barbarian elephant emperor was like a moving mountain range. Every charge had made the human forces tremble violently, resulting in heavy casualties. Although Su Jie was brave, he was also injured when faced with the siege of several king-level demonic beasts with a combat power
of over 700,000, plus the long-range interference from the emperor-level demonic beast.
His blood and chi were rapidly depleted. In a fierce battle with the primordial savage elephant king, after defeating the 3-headed king-level superior demon beast, Su Jie's old power was
exhausted and his new power had not yet been unleashed.
The skeleton emperor dragon's soul fire, which had been looking for an opportunity, locked onto him. It opened its massive bony jaws, and a grey beam of light, extremely condensed and exuding an aura of death and destruction, appeared instantly in front of Su Jie's chest as if it had transcended time and space. This attack contained a deathly power far exceeding all the attacks Su Jie had previously endured. He had nowhere to hide. Su Jie, watch out! Chen Mingyang, who had been keeping an eye on Su Jie throughout the battle, suddenly narrowed his eyes upon seeing this. Without hesitation, this old war god, who had guarded Tiandu province for decades, unleashed the last and most brilliant light of his life. He abandoned his defense against the venom spewed by the nine-headed calamity serpent, and his figure moved as if by teleportation, forcefully squeezing open space to block Su Jie from the beam of death. Boom! The death beam slammed into the flame shield that Chen Mingyang had desperately erected. The shield shattered after only a moment. The remaining force of the beam pierced through Chen Mingyang's chest. At the same time, the venom of the nine-headed calamity serpent splashed down, corroding his war god body. President Su Jie watched as Chen Mingyang used his own body to block this fatal blow, watched the blazing flames quickly dim in the deathly gray light and the corrosive poison, watched his chest be pierced and his body corroded, and let out a heart-wrenching roar. Chen Mingyang staggered backward, turning back to look at Su Jie. His eyes no longer held the former majesty, but only endless entrustment, relief, and a trace of relief. He opened his mouth, blood gushing out, and with his last strength he managed a weak but clear voice that reached Su Jie's ears. The future of humanity is in your hands. Quickly, go. Before he could finish speaking, the last flame on his body went out, and his imposing figure, like a star that had burned out, fell helplessly from the sky. Chen Mingyang, the president of the Tiandu Province Martial Arts Association and a first-class war god of the human race, has died in battle. He resolutely faced death to protect his homeland and the hope for the future of the human race. No! Su Jie's eyes instantly turned blood red. Boundless anger and grief, along with the murderous intent to destroy everything, erupted in his chest like a volcano. He watched Chen Mingyang's body fall, saw the human warriors falling one after another around him, and then looked at the three demonic beasts that exuded terrifying royal-level pressure. An unprecedented power, fueled by extreme grief and rage, surged and grew wildly within him. He would never back down. He would kill, slaughter all these beasts. Avenge Chairman Chen. Avenge all the sacrificed human beings. Anger and killing intent surged and roared within him like magma. His crimson eyes were fixed on the skeletal emperor dragon that had launched the fatal attack, as well as the other two royal-level demonic beasts. You beasts, I'll make you pay with your lives. Su Jie has completely gone mad. He no longer cares about the cost of his efforts, nor does he consider conserving his strength. Stepping into the sky unleashed unprecedented speed. He transformed into a shooting star burning with blood-red flames, ignoring the king-level monsters rushing around him, and charged straight at the skeleton emperor dragon. Roar! The soul fire of the skeletal emperor dragon pulsed violently, clearly not expecting that this human would dare to take the initiative to fight after losing its protection. Its bone wings vibrated, and countless pale bone spears shot towards Su Jie like a torrential rain. Each one contained the power of death that could tear apart mountains and erode souls. Shatter! Su Jie roared, his immortal martial bone left hand shining brightly, and with double the power, he threw a punch. His fist unleashed a violent force, creating a visible shockwave that shattered and annihilated the incoming bone spears. His speed remained undiminished, closing in instantly. Die! 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 Su Jie was as crazy as a demon, using his left hand to alternate between fists, palms, and fingers, bringing his combat power of 620,000 to the extreme. Relying on the terrifying boost from his immortal martial bones, he frantically bombarded the massive skeleton of the Bone Emperor Dragon. Bang 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 dash! A series of explosions, as dense as the beating of drums, resounded all around, bones shattered, and soul flames flickered erratically. The skeletal Emperor Dragon let out a furious roar. Under Su Jie's furious and frenzied attacks, large cracks appeared on its indestructible bones. On the other side, two royal-level demonic beasts rushed to the rescue upon seeing this. The nine-headed calamity serpent spewed a torrent of venom, and the primordial savage elephant king raised its giant foot and stomped down heavily like a pillar of heaven. Su Jie seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He used the stepping heaven technique with consummate skill, precisely dodging the poison and trampling. At the critical moment, his body was like a bone-deep leech, tightly entwining the skeletal emperor dragon, and all his attacks were poured onto it. He was trading injury for injury, risking his life for his life. He withstood the aftershocks of energy several times, his internal organs trembled, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. If his body hadn't undergone numerous temperings and been constantly nourished by his immortal martial bones, it would have long since shattered into pieces. But he didn't care. Only one thought occupied his mind: tear this skeleton apart. Avenge Chairman Chen. He desperately sought an opportunity to unleash that ultimate technique, powerful enough to threaten or even kill a royal-level demon beast, the void-piercing finger. This thought flashed through Su Jie's mind instantly. Only this extremely energy-consuming yet incredibly powerful blood-chi technique could possibly create a miracle in this desperate situation. The severe injuries and exhaustion allowed a sliver of clarity to flash through Su Jie's mind immediately. amidst the madness. He understood that no matter how frantic the conventional attacks were, with the interference of the other two royal-level demonic beasts, it would be difficult to completely destroy this skeletal emperor dragon in a short period of time.
We must create an opportunity.
An opportunity for the void-piercing finger to strike its core soul fire. Su Jie's eyes were bloodshot, his offensive momentum undiminished, but his mind was racing. Just then, the skeletal emperor dragon, which had been suffering greatly from his fierce close-quarters combat, suddenly let out a soul-shaking roar. The dark blue soul fire in its head suddenly burst forth with a blinding light, and the enormous death energy gathered frantically into its giant maw at an unprecedented speed. It was thoroughly enraged and prepared to disregard the cooperation of the other two emperors and forcefully unleash its primal breath to completely annihilate this annoying insect. In order to concentrate this powerful breath, the soul fire defense on its head inevitably weakened and stagnated for a very slight moment. With all our strength focused on offense, gaps naturally appeared in our defense. That brief moment of gap was precisely captured by Su Jie, who had been keeping a close eye on the fluctuations of the soul fire.
Now, die!
Su Jie roared and unleashed the void-piercing finger that he had been secretly preparing. A massive amount of blood and energy rushed towards his left index and middle fingers at an astonishing speed.
500,000, 1 million, 2 million.
With bloodshot eyes and bulging veins on his forehead, Su Jie relentlessly squeezed every last drop of blood and energy from his body.
Not enough, still not enough, pour it in.
He roared inwardly, pushing his blood and chi to an unprecedented 3 million points. This was already the limit that his body and meridians could withstand. Any more and he would probably destroy himself before even harming his enemy. Such terrifying vital energy was instantly drained away, causing his left arm meridians to emit a tearing wail, his skin to be instantly covered with fine blood droplets, and his face to turn as pale as paper, as if his life had been hollowed out by this one finger. As 3 million units of vital energy were injected, an extreme darkness quietly appeared at his fingertips. That was not nothingness, but a phenomenon where energy was condensed to its extreme, even swallowing up light. A destructive wave that distorted space and made souls tremble spread out from his fingertips. The skeleton emperor dragon, the nine-headed calamity serpent, and the primordial savage elephant emperor, who were charging forward, all sensed this deadly threat. Their momentum faltered instantly, and for the first time, a look of seriousness appeared in their scarlet beast eyes. The destructive power contained in that finger strike sent shivers down their spines. Su Jie roared, pouring all his grief and power into this one finger. He pointed out with a fierce swift motion. Laugh! A tiny, almost imperceptible black finger strike silently tore through space, seemingly ignoring the distance barrier, and instantly appeared in front of the massive head of the skeleton emperor dragon, which was burning with soul fire.
Too fast, faster than you can imagine.
The skeletal emperor dragon only had time to condense its immense death energy in front of its head, forming a thick gray bone shield. A soft sound, like a hot knife cutting into solidified fat. The bone shield, which contained the powerful death energy of the skeletal emperor dragon, was as fragile as paper in the face of this extreme black finger force, and was instantly pierced. The force of his finger strikes remained undiminished, precisely targeting the ball of ghostly blue soul fire in the very center of the head.
Boom! Like an explosion deep within the soul.
The soul fire of the skeletal emperor dragon, representing life and power, was instantly
twisted and expanded violently when struck by the fingertip of this nearly 3 million combat power, and then exploded with a bang. Terrifying destructive energy was released from within, instantly engulfing the massive skeleton. Crack! Boom!
The seemingly indestructible pale skeleton shattered into pieces, turning into bone dust that scattered across the sky, along with its furious and resentful soul fluctuations, all of which were annihilated at the center of the explosion.
Refining the emperor-level monster skeleton emperor dragon yielded 1950 points of blood essence. One strike. Instant kill.
The void finger, containing nearly 3 million units of combat power, completely destroyed a near second-tier royal-level demon beast.
The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence in an instant.
Whether it was the frenzied attacking monsters or the blood-soaked human race, they were all stunned by this earth-shattering finger strike. However, Su Jie, who launched this earth-shattering attack, was in extremely poor condition. The sudden consumption of 3 million units of vital energy concentrated at the fingertips of the left hand caused a tearing pain throughout the entire left arm, as if the meridians were breaking inch by inch.
My left arm hangs limply, temporarily numb. The backlash from the void-piercing finger was terrifying. If his left hand hadn't already been integrated with that immortal martial bone,
making it far more resilient than other martial artists of the same level, his left arm would probably have been crippled after that one strike. Roar! The remaining nine-headed calamity serpent and the primordial savage elephant king snapped out of their shock and roared in extreme rage.
This human actually killed one of their companions right in front of them. Absolutely unforgivable.
The two royal-level demonic beasts abandoned all restraint and charged towards the obviously weakened Su Jie with a ferocious aura that could crush everything. The nine-headed calamity serpent's 9 heads danced wildly, unleashing a net of venom, acid, and corrosive energy. The primordial barbarian elephant emperor was like a moving mountain, each step causing the earth to tremble.
Its huge trunk was like a divine whip, lashing heavily at the human warriors who stood in its way.
At this moment, Su Jie was in a low state and could not use his left hand, which could exert twice the combat power.
He could only rely on his right hand
to cooperate with stepping the sky. It was impossible for him to resist two enraged and rampaging second-tier royal-level monsters at the same time. At this critical moment, a squad of war kings appeared. It was Qin Feng, an 8th-tier war king who was ordered by the Federation to protect Su Jie and his 12 war king teammates. Facing the expectant gazes of the crowd, Qin Feng brought news that chilled everyone to the bone. I just received a message that the southern border fortress is also being fiercely attacked by a royal-level beast tide. Our human race's war gods are mostly holding the martial arts Great Wall in the Eastern Territory, while the others are currently trapped in the deep dungeon world of the myriad manifestations Heavenly Palace and unable to escape. Furthermore, some war gods are currently guarding several crucial secret realms within the human race's territory that absolutely cannot be lost, and they simply cannot spare the time to support this place.
Therefore, there will almost certainly be no reinforcements here. Now, we can only fight alone. We can only rely on ourselves.
His words were like a biting wind, blowing away the last glimmer of hope in everyone's hearts, but at the same time igniting their most resolute will to die. Qin Feng led his squad to Su Jie. He didn't shout, but amidst the deafening battle cries, he gave this genius, whom he was ordered to protect, a deep look.
Time seemed to stand still. He said in a deep voice, though not loud. It was exceptionally clear.
Su Jie, live on.
The future of humanity depends entirely on you.
Immediately, he turned around resolutely, raised his battle sword high, and let out his final battle cry, gentlemen, charge with me. 12 figures followed closely behind, without hesitation.
Protect him. Hold them off. By that human prodigy time to recover. The surviving human war kings and warriors also erupted in a desperate cry.
Although they did not know Su Jie, he was their only hope at this moment. He proved with that earth-shattering finger strike that he had the ability to threaten or even kill a royal-level demon beast. On the battlefield, Qin Feng roared to the sky, his blood, martial veins, and martial bones completely reversed and boiled. He merged with 12 equally resolute warriors, transforming into a blazing and massive pillar of energy, like a second sun rising, over the blood-red battlefield, relentlessly crashing into the ancient barbarian elephant king that was accelerating its charge.
Boom! A deafening roar engulfed everything.
A devastating energy storm erupted before the primordial savage elephant emperor, instantly engulfing the mountain-sized body. The shockwave, powerful enough to level hills, slammed into the incredibly tough barbaric leather armor of the primordial barbarian elephant king, causing its unstoppable momentum to abruptly halt, and it let out a roar mixed with pain and rage. Its body, covered with a skin as thick as rock, was charred and cracked, and dark golden blood gushed out from the cracks like lava. Although this desperate attack failed to kill it, it successfully halted its advance.
After the deafening roar of the self-destruction, the surroundings seemed to fall into a brief vacuum.
The primordial savage elephant king shook its head, which was shattered by the explosion, and let out a deafening roar. The beast horde behind it also paused for a moment due to the sudden and terrifying explosion of life, and dared not advance in fear. The light ignited by Qin Feng's team with their lives not only briefly halted the most ferocious attack of the beast tide, but also struck the heart of every survivor like a heavy hammer.
For the sake of humanity, kill!
Several war kings charged forward again without hesitation, using their bodies to form the final barrier in an attempt to stop the advance of the royal-level monster.
Boom! Thud! Ah!
The light from the self-destruction burst forth once more, and the screams of the warriors rose and fell. They risked their lives to buy Su Jie even a moment's respite. Seeing Qin Feng's squad's self-destructive charge and the compatriots who kept falling, using their flesh and blood to buy themselves time, Su Jie's eyes almost burst. He frantically activated the original breathing technique, and the system instantly converted the 1200 points of qi and blood essence he had just acquired into true qi, which was then injected into his parched martial meridians. The excruciating pain in his left arm was slightly relieved by the nourishment of his abundant blood and qi, but it was clear that he would not be able to use the Dongxu finger again for a short period of time. The two royal-level demonic beasts had already broken through the fragile defenses built with their lives, and their attacks were within arm's reach.
A desperate situation.
A truly desperate situation. Su Jie gritted his teeth, channeling his remaining strength into his left arm. The light of his immortal martial bone burst forth once more, preparing for a final, all-out attack.
At this critical moment,
buzz! A grand and solemn sword cry, seemingly from the heavens above, suddenly resounded throughout the entire battlefield. A mighty sword aura, as dazzling as the Milky Way, stretched across the sky like a divine punishment, slashing down from the distant horizon and pointing directly at the nine-headed calamity serpent charging ahead. The righteous energy and unparalleled sharpness contained in that sword energy made both royal-level demonic beasts feel a deadly threat. Laugh! As the sword energy swept past, one of the venomous heads of the nine-headed calamity serpent snapped off, and dark green venomous blood gushed out like a waterfall. Who goes there? The ancient barbarian elephant emperor was furious and suddenly stopped, looking warily towards the source of the sword energy. Su Jie also looked up suddenly and saw a figure shrouded in a hazy glow on the distant horizon. The figure's aura was as deep as the sea, and its combat power far surpassed that of President Chen Mingyang. The figure walked steadily towards him, step by step through the void. He held an ancient longsword in his hand, its blade gleaming with a sharp light that could eclipse the heavens and earth. Finally, the strongest human has appeared. That majestic sword aura that stretched across the sky and the terrifying pressure that followed instantly reversed the situation on the battlefield. The nine-headed calamity serpent, having lost one head, hissed in pain and rage. Its remaining 8 heads thrashed wildly, staring intently at the figure approaching through the air. The primordial barbarian elephant king also halted its charge, its massive, mountain-like body lowering slightly as it emitted a deep, thunderous warning growl, brimming with vigilance. The newcomer wore a simple blue robe. Although his face showed signs of middle age, his eyes seemed to hold the weight of countless years, deep and sharp. The ancient sword in his hand trembled slightly, emitting a clear and melodious sword sound, causing subtle ripples to spread through the surrounding space. Sword Venerable. A surviving human war king recognized the newcomer, his voice trembling with excitement. This is the Sword Venerable who guards the tomb of 10,000 swords. He has actually emerged from seclusion. Swordmaster, a renowned war god-level expert of the human race, possesses unfathomable combat prowess and is particularly skilled in swordsmanship. He has been guarding an important secret realm of the human race for many years and will never easily reveal himself unless it concerns the survival of the human race. Swordmaster's gaze swept across the battlefield strewn with corpses and rivers of blood. He paused briefly at the spot where Chen Mingyang had fallen, a hint of sorrow and chilling killing intent flashing in his eyes. Finally, his gaze settled on Su Jie, whose face was pale and whose left arm hung limply. He nodded slightly and said in a clear voice, "Young friend, please take a moment to calm your mind. Leave these two beasts to me." As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly slashed with his long sword. Zhang, a silver sword aura, even more condensed and dazzling than before, split into two like a reversed Milky Way, slashing towards the nine-headed calamity serpent and the primordial savage elephant emperor respectively. The sword energy appears slow, yet it is incredibly fast, containing the supreme sword intent to sever rules and destroy all things. The remaining 8 heads of the nine-headed calamity serpent simultaneously spewed forth torrents of energy of different attributes in an attempt to resist. The primordial savage elephant emperor roared, and a thick, earth-yellow energy shield materialized around his body, resembling armor of the earth. Sizzle, sizzle. Wherever the sword energy passed, the torrent of energy was cleaved in two, like tearing silk. The thick, earthen yellow shield could only withstand the unparalleled sharpness for a moment before being torn apart. Put, roar. 2 more heads of the nine-headed calamity serpent were severed at the root, spewing out venomous blood. A huge wound, deep enough to reach the bone marrow, was slashed into the tough skin of the primordial barbarian elephant king, and dark golden blood flowed down like a stream. With just 2 casual sword strikes, he severely injured these 2 second-tier royal-level demonic beasts. The power of the sword master is evident from this. The 2 royal-level demonic beasts were both shocked and furious, but even more so, they were terrified. They realized that the human before them was far more dangerous than the boy they had seen before. They roared in defiance and began to retreat. Their massive bodies slowly retreated into the depths of the beast tide, while simultaneously driving countless king-level demonic beasts around them to surge forward like a tide, attempting to block the Sword Venerable and buy themselves time to escape. Sword Venerable frowned slightly. Although he was strong, it would not be easy to stop these 2 royal-level beasts that were desperately trying to escape from the obstruction of thousands of demonic beasts. He brandished his long sword, unleashing sharp sword energy like the scythe of death, reaping the surging king-level demonic beasts. However, his view was completely obstructed by the layers upon layers of the beast tide. Su Jie took in everything, his mind racing. He naturally hoped to keep these 2 royal-level demonic beasts to prevent future troubles, and he also coveted the massive amount of blood essence contained within their bodies. However, he was also aware of his current condition. His left arm was in excruciating pain, and his vital energy was severely depleted. Forcing himself to use the void finger again would be extremely risky. Now that the Sword Venerable had made his move, the primary task was to repel the beast tide and stabilize the battle. Don't be impulsive. Su Jie tried hard to suppress the urge to immediately pursue, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic battlefield below. The Sword Master's 2 astonishing sword strikes not only severely injured 2 royal-level demonic beasts, but the sharp sword intent and terrifying energy emanating from them also killed and tore apart a large number of king-level and general-level demonic beasts within a radius of several miles. At this moment, that area seemed to have transformed into a forbidden zone for life, but at the same time, it left behind the corpses of countless high-level demonic beasts. Their essence and blood energy had not yet completely dissipated, permeating the air and condensing into a dense field of blood and blood energy. To ordinary martial artists, this blood energy, imbued with the ferocious will of demonic beasts, is like poison. Improper absorption absorption could
lead to qi deviation.
But for Su Jia, who possesses the blood furnace system, this is undoubtedly a treasure delivered to his doorstep.
System.
Activate the blood furnace at full power to absorb and refine the blood energy of all the unclaimed demonic beasts on the battlefield, prioritizing the refinement of the remnants of king-level demonic beasts.
Su Jia immediately issued the order in his mind. Command confirmed. The qi and blood furnace is operating at full capacity.
A large amount of free blood and qi energy detected. Absorption begins. Refining the remains and blood of a king-level demon beast, gaining plus 15 points of blood essence. Refining the remains and blood of a king-level demon beast, gaining plus 22 points of blood essence. Refine the remains and blood of a general-level demon beast to gain 3 points of blood essence. System notifications rang out incessantly, like a screen being flooded with notifications. Although the essence provided by a single demon beast was far less than that from personally slaying
1, the quantity was enormous.
In the area cleared by the Sword Venerable's 2 sword strikes, there were at least 100 king-level demon beast corpses and thousands of general-level ones. The qi and blood furnace was like an invisible black hole, frantically devouring the residual qi and blood energy on the battlefield,
purifying it into pure qi and blood essence.
Su Jia could clearly feel the numbers on the system panel jumping rapidly at a visible speed. At the same time, the Sword Venerable's profound gaze pierced through the layers of beast tide, locking onto the backs of the 2 royal-level demonic beasts that were fleeing at high speed, and then casted into the deeper darkness in the direction they were fleeing. There, he clearly sensed at least 3 or 4 other royal-level beings whose auras were in no way inferior to the 2 before him, or even more secretive and powerful, lying dormant like rocks, coldly watching this place.
Decisive indeed. So be it.
The Sword Venerable sneered inwardly, instantly weighing the pros and cons. Forcibly breaking through the beast tide to pursue them is not impossible, but it is highly likely to lead to being surrounded and could prematurely trigger a full-scale conflict with more royal-level beings in the darkness, which is too risky. The most important thing at this moment is to stabilize the defense line and ensure the safety of Su Jia and the remaining human forces. Having figured this out, he stopped trying to break through the beast tide to chase the 2 royal beasts. Instead, he spread out his sword light, transforming it into a dense and magnificent sword curtain, efficiently clearing out the remaining demonic beasts on the battlefield, especially those that were used as expendable pawns to block the way, relieving the pressure on the human warriors and completely cutting off the possibility of the enemy's counterattack. Su Jia seized this precious moment to catch his breath, circulating his cultivation technique to recover from his injuries and replenish his blood and energy, while simultaneously pushing the system to absorb and refine the essence. After the last wisp of valuable battlefield blood essence was absorbed and refined, Su Jia's system panel showed that the amount of blood essence had steadily reached 12,200 points. This number has already far exceeded the 100 million points of qi and blood required to condense the 10th martial vein. Feeling the surging energy within his body and the encouraging numbers on the system panel, Su Jia let out a long breath.
With this enormous resource, reaching the 10th meridian is a foregone conclusion. Ding! Host's qi and blood have exceeded 100 million points. Do you wish to immediately begin condensing the 10th martial meridian? Note, the 10th martial vein is the ultimate martial vein. The condensation process will trigger unusual phenomena in the energy of
heaven and earth, and there is a very small chance of awakening a martial vein supernatural power.
Please choose your location carefully.
At this moment, the beast tide had completely receded and disappeared into the darkness in the distance, leaving behind only a devastated battlefield and a lingering stench of blood. With a flick of his sleeve, the Sword Venerable dispelled the remaining energy fluctuations and flashed to Su Jia's side. He glanced at Su Jia and keenly sensed that his aura was more stable and powerful than before. Although his left arm was still slightly uncomfortable, it was no longer a major problem, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. This child's recovery ability was truly astonishing.
It's good that you're all right, young friend.
The Sword Venerable nodded slightly.
This place is not safe to stay for long.
Although the beast tide has temporarily receded, there may be unforeseen changes in the depths.
Follow me to leave. You need to fully heal your wounds and digest what you've gained this time.
Su Jia nodded slightly. He also sensed that from the dark depths of the source of the beast tide, an even more powerful gaze seemed to be sweeping over the battlefield, filled with scrutiny and indifference. However, he suppressed the urge to immediately go into seclusion, and his gaze unconsciously turned to the direction where President Chen Mingyang had fallen.
Senior, please wait a moment.
Su Jia's voice was low and heavy with unresolved sorrow.
President Chen perished while saving me.
I must bring him back to the headquarters of the Tiandu Provincial Martial Arts Association. A hint of approval and the same sorrow flashed in the Sword Venerable's eyes. He nodded and said, "Of course, I will go with you." The two figures blurred as they swiftly arrived at the spot where Chen Mingyang had fallen. The sight before them caused Su Jia's pupils to contract sharply, and an uncontrollable rage instantly surged within him. Beside Chen Mingyang's body, two elegantly dressed, spotless young men were seen squatting. Their brocade robes and jade belts stood out starkly against the bloody and desolate desolate battlefield around them. They showed no signs of having been through a bloody battle, clearly indicating that they had arrived from a safe rear after the beast tide had subsided. At this moment, they were frantically groping around on Chairman Chen's body, their faces showing a mixture of tension, greed, and excitement. One of them held a jewel-encrusted dagger and was trying to pry off the priceless Crimson Sun crystal from Chen Mingyang's breastplate, while the other half removed the antique storage ring from Chen Mingyang's finger.
Hurry! This old man is covered in treasures. Stop talking nonsense and take it. This place is bad luck.
They urged him on in hushed tones, showing no respect for the hero's remains at their feet.
What are you doing?
Su Jia roared like thunder. The two richly dressed young men were startled and turned around abruptly. Upon seeing that the newcomers were a young man with tattered clothes and a restrained aura, and an old man who looked ordinary, their panic was quickly replaced by anger and arrogance.
Where did this bumpkin come from? Daring to meddle in my business? The young man holding the dagger stood up and waved his hand impatiently. Get lost, you can't touch the things here.
He clearly mistook Su Jia for a rogue martial artist who also wanted to take advantage of the situation. Another man stood up, dusted off his fancy clothes, which weren't even there, and said arrogantly, "Kid, open your dog eyes and see clearly. We are direct descendants of the Li and Zhao families of Jinling. If you know what's good for you, get lost and don't cause trouble for yourself." They didn't know Su Jia at all, nor had they seen his battle just now. They looked down on him based solely on his clothes and age, and were incredibly arrogant. Looking at their ugly faces, and then at the remains of Chairman Chen Mingyang, Su Jia laughed in anger. The Li family and the Zhao family? Very well. The hero's body is barely cold, and you parasites are already eager to devour it? His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he approached step by step. The two men were intimidated by Su Jia's gaze and murderous aura, and reflexively took a step back, but still said defiantly, what do you want to do? If you dare to touch us, the Li family, Zhao family, will never let you off.
What are you doing?
Su Jia's voice was like it came from the deepest hell.
I'm sending you to apologize to Chairman Chen.
Before he finished speaking, he vanished like a ghost and reappeared in front of the two of them in the next moment. With his left hand, imbued with immortal martial spirit, shrieked as he tore through the air, swatting at the left and right like swatting flies.
Bang! Bang! Two muffled thuds rang out, and the two richly dressed youths didn't even have time to react before their protective light shattered instantly.
Their heads, like fragile clay pots, were smashed to pieces by palms containing terrifying power. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The headless corpse swayed a few times, and then fell heavily to the ground. Su Jia didn't look at the two filthy corpses for long. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the murderous intent surging in his heart. He slowly knelt on one knee beside Chen Mingyang's body, his movements gentle and solemn. He carefully put the half-removed storage ring back on his finger and gently pressed the loosened Crimson Sun crystal back into place on the heart-protecting mirror. Then, he took off his tattered outer robe, gently covered Chen Mingyang's body, and slowly lifted him up. This old war god, who has guarded Tiandu province for decades, still has a heavy body, as if he carries the hopes and expectations of countless people. "President Chen, let's go home," Su Jia said softly, his voice choked with emotion. Holding Chen Mingyang's body in his arms, he and the sword Venerable transformed into streaks of light and silently departed towards Jinling City. Two streaks of light pierced the sky and landed in the square in front of the headquarters building of the Tiandu Provincial Martial Arts Association. Su Jia appeared alongside the sword Venerable, carrying the lifeless body of Chen Mingyang, which was covered by robes. News of their return had already spread, and the square was now filled with countless people, survivors of the disaster, government officials, citizens who had rushed to the scene, and longtime subordinates of Chairman Chen Mingyang. When they saw the imposing figure in Su Jia's arms, the clamor in the square instantly fell silent. Then, suppressed sobs and cries of grief surged forth like a tide.
"President Chen, how so?"
Many martial artists, especially members of the Martial Arts Association, had tears in their eyes at this moment, and some even knelt down and wept bitterly. Chen Mingyang was not only the pillar of Tiandu province, but also a mentor and role model in the hearts of many martial artists.
His sacrifice was an unbearable blow to everyone.
Lord Li and Chairman Jin, vice chairman of the Martial Arts Association from Tiandu province, strode over, their faces filled with grief and disbelief. Young friend Su Jia, senior sword venerable, this, President Jin's voice choked with emotion as he looked at the familiar figure, tears welling up in his eyes. Su Jia carefully handed Chen Mingyang's body to Chairman Jin, his voice hoarse and heavy. "Chairman Chen was trying to save me and protect the defense line when he was ambushed by a royal-level monster. He fought to the death." He didn't mention the sordid affairs of the two wealthy scions. At this moment, the most important thing was to let the hero rest in peace and for the world to remember his sacrifice. Sword Venerable added in a deep voice, "Fellow Daoist Chen shed his last drop of blood for the human race and died a heroic death. His funeral should be handled with the highest honors and announced to the entire Federation to comfort his spirit and inspire future generations." Lord Li nodded solemnly, wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and said solemnly, "Please rest assured, we will definitely handle it well. Chairman Chen is a hero of Tiandu province, and even more so a hero of the entire human race." Soon after, Chen Mingyang Mingyang's body was respectfully placed in a makeshift mourning hall in the Martial Arts Association's main hall, surrounded by pure white flowers.
A huge federal flag draped over his body. The news spread like wildfire throughout Tiandu province and even further afield.
Countless condolences poured in, with major powers, martial arts masters, and even the federal central government sending their deepest condolences.
The mourning hall was open to the public, and long lines of people came to pay their respects.
There were elderly veterans with white hair, young martial artists who had received guidance and kindness from Chen Mingyang, and many
more ordinary citizens.
They came spontaneously to offer flowers and bow deeply to express their respect and sorrow for this guardian.
Su Jie did not immediately go into seclusion.
He changed into a clean set of black clothes and stood silently in a corner of the mourning hall like an ordinary mourner. Looking at the figure lying quietly among the flowers, the image of Chen Mingyang shielding him from a fatal blow kept replaying in his mind, and he recalled Chen Mingyang's last words.
The Zhao family also arrived. The elder leading the group looked rather uneasy.
After offering the sacrifices, he hurriedly left, clearly aware of the fate of his good-for-nothing son.
However, under these circumstances, they dared not say anything.
Su Jie coldly watched their performance, his heart unmoved. He knew that some people were genuinely grieving, some were just putting on an act, and some were secretly plotting something.
But none of that mattered at the moment.
He stood there for a whole day and night, like a silent guard. Sword Venerable did not leave either. He sat in a quiet room outside the mourning hall, both guarding Su Jie and seeing off his old friend. The following day, a solemn and grand memorial service was held in the central square of Nanjing, with sirens blaring throughout the city in mourning. Chairman Jin, with tears streaming down his face, fondly recalled the life of Chairman Chen Mingyang, while countless citizens spontaneously gathered, their cries echoing through the air. When Chen Mingyang's ashes were placed at the highest point of the hero's cemetery, Su Jie faced the brand new tombstone and bowed deeply 3 times, respectfully and solemnly.
President Chen, may you rest in peace.
I will continue to walk the path you did not finish. As long as I, Su Jie, have a breath left, I will never allow demonic beasts and those parasites to trample on this oath to protect the human race. He solemnly swore an oath in his heart. Su Jie stood in front of Chen Mingyang's grave for a long time, until the setting sun cast a long shadow of him. He slowly straightened up, the lingering sense of frustration still weighing on his mind.
The sword master appeared silently beside him and spoke calmly. Uneasy in your heart?
Yes, Su Jie replied in a low voice, his tone heavy. If I weren't so weak, Chairman Chen wouldn't have had to take that fatal blow for me.
Foolish.
The sword master's tone was calm, yet it revealed a world-weary wisdom. Chen Mingyang saved more than just you. He saved the future hope of humanity, and it was the belief he upheld throughout his life. If you indulge in this, you will truly be letting him down. Su Jie's body trembled slightly, and his tightly clenched fist gradually loosened. Just then, a girl's voice, filled with suppressed grief and indignation, rang out from behind them.
You're Su Jie?
Su Jie and the sword venerable turned around and saw a thin girl standing there, dressed in plain white mourning clothes with red and swollen eyes. She was about 15 or 16 years old, and her features resembled Chen Mingyang's. At this moment, she stared intently at Su Jie, her small fists clenched until they turned white, and her body trembled slightly with excitement. A staff member from the Martial Arts Association nearby quickly explained in a low voice, Lord Su Jie, Senior Sword Venerable, she is Chairman Chen's granddaughter, Miss Chen Xiaoyu. The president's son and daughter-in-law sacrificed their lives for the Federation in their early years, leaving her as the only remaining bloodline in the family. Ignoring everyone else, Chen Xiaoyu walked step by step to Su Jie, looked up at him, tears welling up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused
to let them fall. My grandfather, in the end, was he in a lot of pain?
Her voice was trembling with sobs, but it was unusually clear. These words, like needles, pierced the softest spot in Su Jie's heart. He seemed to see again the last look President Chen Mingyang gave him as he turned back, his eyes filled with entrustment and relief. Su Jie remained silent for a moment, then shook his head slowly and solemnly. President Chen left with a smile. He protected everything he wanted to protect, including me and the Federation. Chen Xiaoyu finally couldn't hold back her tears, which rolled down her cheeks in large drops. She wiped her face hard and asked stubbornly with a heavy nasal voice, they all say that Grandpa died to save you.
Is that true?
Yes, Su Jie readily admitted, looking at her with clear and firm eyes. President Chen did it to save me, to repel the royal-level monster, for the sake of millions of people, and for the sake of this land beneath our feet. He is a true hero. I'm so sorry I didn't have enough power sooner. I don't want to hear any apologies. Chen Xiaoyu suddenly interrupted him, her voice rising sharply, filled with the sharpness and sorrow unique to a young girl. Grandpa promised me that he would watch me get into martial arts university and teach me even stronger martial arts skills. He broke his promise. She could no longer hold back, squatted down, buried her face in her arms, and cried uncontrollably, her thin shoulders heaving violently. The cries echoed through the silent cemetery, filled with helplessness and despair at losing loved ones. Su Jie looked at her, his heart aching with unspeakable sorrow. He didn't say anything to comfort her, but simply stood silently by her side, like a wordless guardian. The sword master sighed softly and turned his head away. After a long while, while, Chen Xiaoyu's crying gradually subsided. She stood up, her eyes red and swollen, and took out an antique silver ring from her bosom. The ring was engraved with the Federation emblem and was the storage ring that Su Jia had personally given to Chen Mingyang on the northern frontier battlefield. She clutched the ring tightly, as if holding onto the last warmth of her grandfather, and walked up to Su Jia, saying in a hoarse voice, "This is Grandpa's storage ring.
The Federation people will be coming to take it back soon, but until then, I will handle the things inside."
As she spoke, with a slight thought, a strange crystal, about the size of a fingernail, with an interior resembling a nebula, appeared in her palm. She handed the crystal to Su Jia, her fingertips turning slightly white from the force she applied.
"This is what my grandfather got during his martial arts exam.
He said that there might be a huge secret hidden in this crystal, but he was unable to fully unravel it." Chen Xiaoyu sniffed and tried to make her voice louder. "He once said that if he was gone, he wanted me to give it to someone he could trust." She looked up at Su Jia through teary eyes. "I don't know if you are that person, but Grandpa believes in you, so I'll believe in you this once. If you dare to let Grandpa down, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go." As she finished speaking, she seemed to use all her strength to give Su Jia a deep look. Her gaze was extremely complex, filled with sadness, resentment, and a heartbreaking loneliness. Finally, she clutched the storage ring tightly, turned and ran away without looking back, her white figure appearing particularly lonely in the sunset. Su Jia gripped the crystal in his hand, which still carried the warmth of the girl's body and had a slightly cool touch. He felt its weight, as if it were pressing on his heart. The swordmaster beside him slowly spoke up and explained, "The Federation issues a special storage ring to each officially certified war god level expert, which is both an honor and a way to facilitate mission execution. The god of war has fallen, and the ring was recovered by the Federation, but the personal belongings within went to his descendants.
This crystal should be fellow Taoist Chen's private possession."
Su Jia gazed in the direction where Chen Xiaoyu had disappeared, then looked down at the black crystal in his hand that resembled a sea of stars.
Finally, his gaze fell on President Chen Mingyang's tombstone, and he bowed deeply. "President Chen, may you rest in peace.
The human race you protect, the granddaughter you cherish, as long as I, Su Jia, have a breath left, I will never let them suffer any injustice. I will walk the path you did not finish for you, until the moment I truly shoulder this sky." His voice was not loud, but it sounded like a solemn vow, drifting on the evening breeze and scattering across the place where heroes rest in peace. Sword Venerable gazed at the flame that had reignited in Su Jia's eyes, a flame more resolute than before, and nodded slightly. "This child's mind is already settled." After bidding farewell to the swordmaster, Su Jia returned to Linjiang City, but did not immediately return to the Martial Arts Association's training room. The sacrifice of President Chen Mingyang, Chen Xiaoyu's sorrowful eyes, Chen Feng, and his 12 teammates, and countless other martial artists who perished on the northern frontier. All of this weighed heavily on his heart like a boulder, making him feel heavier than ever before. Even though he had already made a vow before Chairman Chen's tombstone, the excitement of about to condense the 10th meridian was temporarily overshadowed by this heavy feeling, and he needed time to calm his mind. He walked on unconsciously, and when he came to his senses, he found himself standing in front of the familiar old Wang's secret recipe roasted meat rice shop. The enticing aroma of grilled meat still wafted through the shop. Mr. Wang, the owner, wielded a wok, his clothes soaked with sweat as he worked tirelessly. Upon seeing Su Jia at the door, he paused for a moment, then gave a simple smile, wiped his sweat with the towel around his neck, and greeted him. "Little Su, come in and sit down. Is the battle over?" "I'm so glad you're alright. I'm so glad you're really alright." Su Jia silently walked into the store and sat back in his usual spot by the window. There were a few scattered diners in the restaurant, and they all stopped eating at that moment. Their gazes were fixed on Su Jia, their eyes filled with indescribable awe and heartfelt gratitude. News of the fierce battle on the northern border swept through Linjiang City like a storm as the surviving warriors returned. Everyone knows that this seemingly ordinary young man is the one who turned the tide of battle on the battlefield, slaying king-level monsters and even killing multiple emperor-level monsters. He saved countless lives, protected the city, and became a legend. At this moment, he looked somber, his brows furrowed with an inescapable weariness and sorrow. People watched him silently, knowing the unspoken truth, and no one disturbed him. Boss Wang quickly brought out a super deluxe version of roast meat rice, piled high to the brim, and placed it in front of Su Jia. He then sat down opposite him and asked with concern, "What's wrong, kid? You look terrible. Didn't we win the battle? I heard you made great contributions, even killing several royal-level demonic beasts. Now, who in all of Linjiang doesn't know your name?" Su Jia picked up his chopsticks and took a couple of bites of the fragrant roasted meat rice. The delicious food that used to make his mouth water now taste bland. He put down his chopsticks, sighed, and said in a low voice, "Uncle won. Although we won, the price was too high." He gazed at the bustling crowd outside the window and said softly, "Many people bravely sacrificed their lives to save me, including Chairman Chen Mingyang." The smile on Boss Wang's face froze instantly. After a moment of silence, he sighed heavily. Chairman Chen was a good man, and even more so, a guardian angel of our Tiandu province. It's such a pity. He turned to look at Su Jia. "So, your
blaming yourself? Su Jie didn't deny it, clenching his fist. If I could be stronger, maybe. Nonsense.
Boss Wang suddenly interrupted him, his voice not loud but with the straightforwardness unique to ordinary people. Do you think that,
just because you can kill a royal-level monster, you've become a god, and you have to shoulder everything without making the slightest mistake? Su Jie was stunned and looked at Boss Wang.
Boss Wang picked up the teapot on the table, poured Su Jie a cup of water, and softened his tone. Little Su, Uncle Wang is a rough man and doesn't understand the grand principles of martial arts like you who can fly and escape.
But I know that everyone has their limits. Those martial artists in Chairman Chen chose to save you because they thought you were worth it.
They felt that you were more worthy of staying than their own lives, to do greater things, and to protect more people.
He pointed out the window. Look at all those people outside me, the guests who came to eat, the neighbors.
We can sit here peacefully, eating and working, all because of people like Chairman Chen, you, and those martial artists who sacrificed their lives, all holding the line.
Sacrifice, it's very painful, Uncle Wang. I know. Boss Wang's voice was a little hoarse.
My brother didn't make it back from that beast tide 3 years ago.
But what's the use of feeling sad?
It's useless. Those who are alive must take over the strength that those who left behind, and protect what they wanted to safeguard even better.
That's the right path.
Chairman Chen entrusted his hopes to you, not to see you here dejected and blaming yourself.
He wants you to stand tall, carry his strength, and keep moving forward. Go higher and farther, so that those damned monsters will never dare to invade again.
Mr. Wang's simple, even somewhat rough, words struck Su Jie's heart like a heavy hammer.
Indeed, wallowing in self-blame and grief will not change any facts.
Chairman Chen sacrificed himself not to cause internal strife. He, Su Jie, possesses the strongest martial arts system in all the heavens, with unlimited potential. What he should do is turn his grief and anger into strength, become stronger as soon as possible, strong enough to protect everything and prevent such sacrifices from happening again. Having figured all this out, Su Jie felt as if most of the boulder in his chest had been lifted. His eyes regained their sparkle, and he picked up his chopsticks, shoveling large mouthfuls of rice into his mouth, saying indistinctly, Uncle Wang, you're right. This rice is really delicious.
Seeing Su Jie wolfing down his food, Boss Wang smiled with satisfaction. That's more like it. You need to eat well to have the energy to work. Uncle will give you more if you're still hungry.
After devouring the barbecue rice in a whirlwind, Su Jie was full of energy and solemnly said to Boss Wang, Uncle Wang, thank you.
I understand.
Mr. Wang waved his hand. No need to thank me, just come and patronize my business more often in the future.
Go on and get back to your work.
Su Jie nodded vigorously, turned and left the shop, walking firmly toward the Martial Arts Association.
It's time to condense the 10th martial vein.
He must use even greater power to fulfill his promises to Chairman Chen, to the martial artists who sacrificed their lives, to Qin Xiaoyu, and to everyone on this land. Back at the top-tier training room of the Martial Arts Association, Su Jie closed the door tightly and had Yang Baichuan send extra people to guard outside, ostensibly to prevent the breakthrough from making too much noise and scaring the kids.
Yang Baichuan looked at Su Jie.
Although there was still a trace of heaviness in his eyes, he had rekindled his fighting spirit and was eager to fight.
His lips twitched. You kid, you adjust your emotions really quickly. What tricks are you planning this time?
Let me tell you, if you demolish this training room again, the repair costs will be deducted from your future resource allocation.
Su Jie revealed a long-lost smile, showing off his white teeth.
Uncle Yang, don't worry, I'll try my best to control it this time, and try to only shatter a few floor tiles.
I absolutely won't demolish the house. Yang Baichuan.
He muttered to himself that the little bit of comfort he had just received was probably too early. This kid was still a real worry.
After seeing Yang Baichuan off, Su Jie sat cross-legged, took a deep breath, and his expression immediately became extremely focused.
He brought up the system panel and looked at the 122,000 points of chi and blood essence shining brightly. A strong sense of security welled up in his heart. System, exchange 100 million points of chi and blood to prepare for condensing the 10th martial vein.
Command confirmed.
Consume 10,000 points of chi and blood essence to exchange for 100 million points of chi and blood. Current chi and blood reserves, 100,520,000 points. Looking at that enormous number, Su Jie felt like a millionaire who had suddenly become rich.
Begin. Open the 10th martial meridian.
With a thought, the vast and boundless energy within his body was immediately activated, like 9 roaring dragons rushing straight towards that last, most mysterious, and most difficult point.
The 10th martial vein is being refined. Progress 1%, 2%. The process of condensing the 10th martial vein was very different from the previous ones, and was exceptionally slow and difficult.
Every step forward, even by just 1%, consumes an astonishing amount of vital energy and blood, accompanied by violent energy fluctuations, as if opening up a completely new world within the body. Outside the training room, the sky suddenly changed color. The originally clear night sky was suddenly filled with a powerful vortex of energy, with colorful rays of light intertwined with deep thunder. The terrifying pressure made all the martial artists in Linjiang City feel terrified. This kid, Yang Baichuan, stood outside the cultivation room, looking up at the strange phenomenon, feeling the
soul-shaking pressure, his face full of shock and disbelief. What level is he breaking through to? Inside the cultivation room, Su Jie was enveloped in a rich aura of blood and qi. Mysterious patterns appeared on his skin, and his bones crackled and popped. He held fast to his mind, guiding the surging energy to crash against the final barrier. Progress 98%, 99%, 100%. Boom! A deafening roar, like the dawn of the universe, exploded within Su Jie's body. The 10th martial meridian, brimming with domineering power. The 10th martial vein has been successfully condensed. Base combat power increased by 512,000 points. Once the 10th martial meridian is formed, the 99 level 10 martial acupoints and 10 martial meridians that connect heaven and earth within Su Jie's body seem to construct a flawless cosmic model, bursting forth with an unprecedented ultimate resonance. Boom! A profound power far exceeding a mere increase in combat strength surged forth from the depths of his very being like a primordial torrent. This was a precious gift bestowed upon him by the breakthrough in his life level. His bones made a clear, ringing sound like jade striking each other, his blood surged like a roaring river, and every cell was jubilant, undergoing its final sublimation and transformation. Congratulations, host, on breaking through the shackles of life and achieving the 10 meridians ultimate realm. Your life essence has been sublimated, and your basic combat power has undergone an ultimate transformation. Current combat power, 1,500,000 points. 1.5 million combat power. After the 20% bonus for Extreme Foundation establishment users, their actual base combat power is 1.8 million points. The original breathing technique absorbs the energy of heaven and earth, greatly improving the efficiency of qi and blood transformation. Current effect, automatically increases pure health by 10 points per second. The Heart of Martial Arts, green, has been upgraded to the Heart of Martial Arts, blue, under the nourishment of the 10 meridians extreme realm. Martial Arts Heart, blue, greatly increases mental resistance, increases control over one's own power by 150% and comprehension by 150%. Once a martial vein is formed, it can be renewed without stabilization, greatly improves the efficiency of martial bone tempering. Ding! Successfully awakened the martial meridian divine power, reflection of all heavens, fragment. Reflection of the heavens, fragment, manifests a blurry phantom of the heavens behind the user. Within the phantom's coverage area, the host's all attributes, strength, speed, defense, health regeneration, comprehension, etc., are temporarily increased by 100%, and the user exerts a strong mental deterrent on enemies. The duration and cost depend on the solidity of the phantom and its coverage area. Breakthrough successful. Not only did he successfully advance to the God of War realm, but his martial heart was upgraded once again, and he also awakened a powerful martial vein divine ability. He slowly stood up, and the scabs all over his body peeled off, revealing skin underneath that was as clear and translucent as glass and jade, yet contained explosive power. The previous listlessness vanished, replaced by a terrifying pressure as deep as the sea and as powerful as a primordial beast awakening. The injury to his left arm had also been completely healed by the immense vitality unleashed during the breakthrough. He gently clenched his left hand, and the surging, roaring power within him, like a vast starry sea, gave him an unprecedented sense of strength. That power filled his heart and was exhilarating. 1,800,000 combat power. This is the true power of the God of War. With a thought, a blurry phantom appeared behind him, as if countless stars were born and died within it, and the world floated and sank within the phantom. Although the phantom was extremely dim and its range only covered a few dozen meters around him, the moment it appeared, he felt his strength, speed, and perception were all enhanced. This was the power of the reflection of the heavens, divine ability. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the second main quest, 10 Meridians Ultimate Realm. Task evaluation, perfect. All rewards have been paid in full. Rewards being distributed. Reward 1, Martial Arts Achievement Points plus 10,000. Reward 2, Unlock access to the system's core function, Battlefield of the Heavens. Reward 3, 1 Random Fragment of the Laws of Various Worlds. Fragment of Law, originating from an unknown high-level universe, it contains the most primordial power of laws. Absorbing it can greatly enhance one's affinity and comprehension of that law, and give one the opportunity to comprehend the basic application of the relevant law. Comprehensive prompt, the host has acquired the initial qualifications to explore the myriad realms. Please make good use of existing resources to improve your strength as soon as possible and prepare for entering the battlefield of the myriad realms. At the same time, an option emitting a dark gold light and labeled Battlefield of the Heavens was lit up on the system interface. Through this option, Su Jie's perception was instantly enhanced, penetrating the barrier of the training room, as if he saw in the dark an incomparably vast battlefield phantom filled with endless slaughter and ancient aura. Countless powerful auras collided and annihilated within, a fleeting glimpse that shocked his very soul. Battlefield of the Heavens. Fragments of laws. Su Jie's eyes shone brightly as he gazed into the void. It seems that after the martial arts examination, my stage will truly no longer be limited to this heavenly star. He seemed to see a magnificent road leading to the highest heavens slowly unfolding beneath
beneath his feet.
Just then, the communicator in the training room rang urgently. It was Yang Baichuan's voice. Outside the training room, Yang Baichuan, barely able to contain his excitement and trembling slightly, shouted, "You brat, come out here."
The emergency communications from federal headquarters are practically blowing up this old man's communicator. Su Jie suppressed his surging aura, and the illusory images of the heavens behind him quietly dissipated. He pushed open the door to the training room, his face still carrying the arrogance that hadn't quite subsided after his breakthrough, and said with a smile, "Uncle Yang, what you're saying is just a slight breakthrough, basic stuff, don't be so smug." Looking at the unfathomable aura emanating from Su Jie, which even made him feel uneasy, and sensing the lingering energy in the air,
Yang Baichuan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. A slight breakthrough? You actually call this a slight breakthrough? The entire city of Linjiang just witnessed your extraordinary cultivation.
Hurry and come with me to connect to the communication line. It's Special Envoy Nangongbo's private line.
Upon arriving at the communications room, a ghostly image of Nangongbo appeared on the light screen. Su Jie. Nangongbo spoke first, his face revealing unprecedented solemnity and fervor.
According to data from the Linjiang City Energy Monitoring Station, it has been confirmed that you have successfully condensed your 10th martial vein, breaking the limits of the human race and entering the 10 veins extreme realm. By decree of the Federal Supreme Council and the Joint Conference of War Gods, you are officially granted the title of Federal War God. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light pierced through the void and landed in front of Su Jie. It was an ancient-looking, dark gold badge, engraved with a pattern of intertwined stars and fist imprints, radiating a faint energy fluctuation. At the same time, a more ornate storage ring, with a significantly larger internal space than Chen Mingyang's, slowly appeared. This is your War God badge and special storage ring, which are bound to your life force and soul fluctuations. Nangongbo's tone carried a hint of envy. The ring contains a basic resource package that the Federation gave to the newly promoted God of War, including 100 million star coins, 100,000 contribution points, and some items that you might find useful. Su Jie accepted the badge and ring, scanned the inside of the ring with his divine sense, and immediately beamed with joy.
100 million star coins.
Might not seem like much, but 100,000 contribution points were definitely solid currency, enough to exchange for quite a few good things. More importantly, there were even several bottles of medicine labeled experimental high-concentration pure qi and blood mixture hidden inside. Although this supply was insignificant to him, he still appreciated the sentiment. "Thank you, Federation, and thank you, Special Envoy Nangong."
Su Jie smiled and bowed.
Nangongbo gave a few instructions on the key points regarding the duties and authority of the God of War, and then cut off the communication. Yang Baichuan let out a long sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and watched Su Jie playing with the War God badge. He couldn't help but ask, "How does it feel? Federation War God, you're a real big shot now." Su Jie casually pinned the badge to his chest and pursed his lips, feeling, "It feels like heavy responsibility, and even poorer."
What? Yang Baichuan was taken aback. Su Jie sighed, his face full of worry. "Uncle Yang, you don't know.
Although my physique automatically generates a lot of qi and blood every second, think about it, it took me 100 million qi and blood to condense the 10th meridian.
Next, I still need to temper my martial bones.
I heard that just tempering a basic martial bone requires at least 100,000 units of qi and blood, and then you need to further temper and refine it for advancement.
There are 206 bones in the whole body. How much qi and blood does that take? I estimate even 2 billion wouldn't be enough. My automatically generated qi and blood would take forever to accumulate. The resources the Federation provides aren't even enough to fill a gap in my teeth." Yang Baichuan's lips twitched as he listened, and he really wanted to slap this Versailles bastard to death. A little over 100 million points of qi and blood a year? You call that poor? Other War King level experts work themselves to death hunting demonic beasts, and refining them into demonic beast pills.
If they can absorb hundreds of thousands of points of pure qi and blood a year, they are considered geniuses.
Stop complaining about being poor.
Think about those ordinary martial artists who can only increase their qi and blood by a fraction of a second a day using basic breathing techniques.
Yang Baichuan scolded irritably.
His words pierced Su Jie's heart like needles, instantly triggering those suppressed images in his mind. On the northern battlefield, President Chen Mingyang turned back with a resolute glance, shielding him from the deadly breath of the skeleton Emperor Dragon with his own body, his eyes filled with entrustment and relief. Captain Chen Feng and his 12 teammates, facing the primordial barbarian Elephant King, did not hesitate to reverse their qi and blood,
transforming into the most dazzling yet tragic pillars of light, using their lives to buy him a moment to breathe. That desperate charge. And then there were those warriors whose names he didn't even recognize, who were repeatedly overwhelmed by the beast tide, yet they built a defensive line with their own flesh and blood, just to buy him this hope. One more second. Was their sacrifice merely to leave Su Jie here to calculate whether it's 1 or 200 million units of vital energy each year, to haggle over personal gains and losses, and to remain aloof? An indescribable weight and sense of responsibility erupted in his chest like a volcano, scorching his soul. His
life was bought with the lives of countless others. The system he possesses is a godsend, but this opportunity should also be used to help those who truly deserve it.
Su Jie's mind sank back into his body.
He tried to guide a wisp of pure blood and qi within him, intending to condense it into a blood and qi pill, or directly transfer it to someone else. However, once that vital energy leaves the body, its inherent characteristics immediately dissipate, becoming no different from the
vital energy cultivated by ordinary martial artists.
Although it remains pure, it loses the ability to be absorbed and refined at will.
As expected, it won't work.
Su Jie stroked his chin. The blood and qi essence produced by the system seem to be bound to my soul origin, making it impossible to directly grant others the same ability to absorb and refine them without side effects.
This is troublesome.
He thought of those martial artists who, due to insufficient resources or the torment of poisoning, were unable to deepen their foundation during the martial aperture stage. Even though they metabolized the poison after condensing their martial veins and their ability to absorb the blood and qi of others increased, the foundation laid during the martial aperture stage still determined their upper limit. It seems that simply providing blood and qi resources is a poor strategy, practically lazy governance.
Su Jie's eyes flashed with a sudden realization. I must solve the problem at its root and find a way
for them to break free from their constraints, even at the martial aperture stage, relying on themselves or at least on more readily available resources. Thinking of the 10,000 martial arts achievement points he had just obtained, and the hundreds of times larger monsters on Tianming Star than humans, Su Jie had already formed a preliminary plan in his mind. System: activate the arsenal of all heavens. Filtering criteria: suitable for humans in low-energy worlds, capable of cultivating from the lowest level, not relying on pills, preferably combining cultivation methods with hunting demonic beasts to unlock one's own potential.
Price range: 1,000 to 300 achievement points.
The light screen flickered rapidly, countless names of cultivation techniques from all the heavens and myriad realms flashing by, finally settling on a few.
Su Jie's gaze was immediately drawn to one of them.
Martial Soul Awakening Method, originating from a low martial arts world where martial soul is the core of power.
It allows qualified
humans, usually those who are at least 12 years old and mentally stable, to awaken their own martial soul ahead of time.
Martial spirits take many forms, including objects, beasts, elements, and even abstract concepts, representing the host's potential and essence.
Characteristics: awaken first, then nurture. In the early stages of awakening, the martial spirit has no direct attack power, but it can rapidly grow and transform by absorbing the original spirit of slain monsters. Each time a martial spirit grows to a higher level, it will nourish the host, comprehensively strengthening both the soul and the physical body. Once a martial spirit reaches a certain stage of growth, it can manifest as a combat support form, greatly enhancing the host's overall abilities.
Value: 2,000 martial arts achievement points.
Warning: absorbing a demonic spirit carries the risk of mental shock. The host must possess unwavering willpower. The quality and growth potential of a martial spirit are closely related to the host's own potential and subsequent efforts.
Awaken first, then nourish. You can become stronger by hunting monsters.
An unprecedentedly sharp light flashed in Su Jie's eyes. This is simply a brand new path tailor-made for Tianming Star, for those martial artists who lack resources and are plagued by pill poison. Tianming's current martial arts path begins with tempering the physical body, opening martial acupoints, condensing martial meridians, and refining martial bones, until the body is strong and the qi and blood are abundant. Only then can one naturally condense a martial soul in their sea of consciousness. This martial soul is more of a powerful combat tool and energy core. The Martial Soul Awakening Method first illuminates the martial soul, which represents one's personal characteristics. Then, using the martial soul as a guide, one can absorb the pure spiritual energy of demon spirits by hunting demonic beasts, which in turn promotes the coordinated evolution of the soul and the body.
This is equivalent to equipping yourself with a highly growth-oriented external core at the very beginning of your martial arts journey.
Although the martial spirit is fragile at the beginning and has no direct attack power, it opens up another clear path of growth, which is especially suitable for martial artists who come from poor families but have a strong will and decent mental strength.
More importantly, hunting demonic beasts would make one stronger. Considering the number of demonic beasts in the Heavenly Star Sect, Su Jie immediately issued the order. Successfully exchanged 2,000 martial arts achievement points for the Martial Soul Awakening Method. The profound information flow entered Su Jie's mind, and he immediately mastered the secret method of guiding others to awaken their martial spirits, as well as the method of assisting in absorbing demon spirits. Having obtained the cultivation technique, Su Jie did not intend to promote it immediately. He still needed to confirm its suitability for the Tianming Star humans. Without delay, he immediately connected with Federal Envoy Nangong Bo through the highest-level communication channels. On the light screen, Nangong Bo's illusory figure appeared, tinged with weariness. War God Su Jie, congratulations on your advancement. What brings you here at this hour? Su Jie's expression was solemn, and he said directly, Special Envoy Nangong, based on my own cultivation experience and the inspiration from my special physique. A completely new plan was conceived and refined, aiming to fundamentally optimize the foundation of human martial artists and open up a new, low-threshold, high-potential path to martial arts, named the Martial Soul Awakening Method. He clearly articulated the core concepts of awakening one's own martial spirit in advance, absorbing demonic spirits to grow by hunting demonic beasts, nourishing the soul and body, and getting rid of dependence on elixirs. At first, Nangong Bo seemed nonchalant, but as he listened, his expression grew increasingly serious, and he involuntarily sat up straight. As a high-ranking official in the federal government, he knew all too well what this theory would mean if it became feasible. It was almost a revolutionary breakthrough. War God Su Jia, are you sure this theory is feasible? Nangong Bo's voice trembled slightly. The theory is complete, but only practice can verify it. Su Jia said firmly, I request authorization from the Federation to allow me to form a Martial Soul Awakening Development Experimental Class with no more than 50 people within Linjiang City. This is specifically for verifying and perfecting the Martial Soul Awakening method. I need absolute autonomy and corresponding resource support. Nangong Bo took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. I understand. This matter is of great importance, and I must immediately report it to the Supreme Council. Please send me the detailed plan, and I will do my utmost to push it forward. In less than half a day, Nangong Bo arrived in Linjiang City and looked at Su Jia with a serious expression, saying, War God Su Jia, in view of your grand vision of the Martial Soul Awakening method and the enormous potential shown by your special physique, the Federal Supreme Council, after emergency consultations, has decided to provide you with a second round of unprecedented resource allocation. First, the Federation will unconditionally grant you access to the vast majority of non-top secret research materials from the Federal Advanced Martial Arts Research Institute, including cutting-edge papers and data in fields such as martial acupoint structure, blood and chi purification, and mental power guidance and tempering. Secondly, I hereby grant you a special 7th biological laboratory located on the outskirts of Linjiang City, originally used for research on War King-level monsters, along with supporting equipment and personnel for you to conduct relevant research. Third, allocate 100 billion star yuan to the Special Talent Cultivation Fund, as well as 100,000 contribution points, which you will have full authority to use for preliminary exploratory work. Fourth, and most importantly, Nangong Bo emphasized, the Federation allows you to independently recruit and form a Martial Soul Awakening Development Experimental Class of no more than 50 people within Linjiang City as its special instructor. The Federation will provide all trainees with basic training resources during the experiment and promises that, as long as it does not endanger Federation security, it will never interfere with your teaching and experimental methods. Hearing the generous terms, Su Jia was deeply moved. The Federation's investment this time was substantial, practically giving him an independent small team and unlimited trust. Of course, Nangong Bo changed the subject. The Council also has a requirement. Before the martial arts exam begins, you need to submit a feasibility report to the Federation on the teaching methods and preliminary results, which will determine the level of subsequent resource investment. Su Jia took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. I understand. Please convey to the Council that Su Jia will not let them down. He looked at Yang Baichuan, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Uncle Yang, did you hear that? A laboratory, funding, and an experimental class. Yang Baichuan looked at him with a complicated expression. Kid, this is really a hot potato. If you succeed, you will become a hero of the human race and go down in history. But if it fails, wasting massive amounts of resources is a minor issue. If something unexpected happens, or it proves ineffective, you, the newly crowned war god, will likely face immense pressure and criticism. Su Jia grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, but his eyes were sharp as knives. Pressure? Criticism? Do you think I, Su Jia, am afraid of these? As for the experimental class, a hint of mischievousness flashed in his eyes. The first batch of students will be selected from Linjiang No. 1 Middle School and the surrounding martial arts schools. The criteria don't necessarily require exceptional talent, but a resilient character is essential. Ideally, the child should come from a poor family or have encountered a bottleneck in martial arts training, yet still persevere and refuse to give up. Thinking of the original owner's experiences and those martial artists struggling at the bottom, a sense of determination welled up in Su Jia's heart. I want them to know that even if they start from a low point, as long as they use the right methods, plus a little luck and my small help, they might still be able to defy fate. Su Jia's Martial Soul Awakening Development Experimental Class program has officially launched. At the same time, news about the establishment of the Martial Soul Awakening Development Experimental Class spread rapidly throughout Linjiang City, as if it had sprouted wings. With official federal backing and newly crowned war god Su Jia personally serving as instructor, this new experimental class aims to break down the barriers of talent. The news sent shockwaves through the entire Linjiang region and even the entire Tiandu province. Countless young people with dreams but uncertain futures were excited, and long queues formed at the registration point. The audition site was bustling with people and incredibly lively. Yang Baichuan and Li Hong strictly strictly followed Su Jie's selection criteria. They didn't look at the current martial arts level but rather focused on the gleam in the eyes, the performance under pressure, and the resilience shown in past experiences. A few days later, 500 boys and girls who had passed the preliminary selection arrived at the huge training ground outside the 7th Biological Laboratory on the outskirts of the city, filled with excitement and trepidation. Su Jie stood on the high platform, his gaze sweeping over the young and eager faces. "The fact that you can stand here shows that none of you are willing to be mediocre." His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. "But I must tell you, joining my experimental class is not paradise. Here, you will face unprecedented suffering, and your lives will be in danger." A slight commotion immediately arose in the audience. "I'll emphasize again, once you become a member of the experimental class, you are responsible for your own life and death. Now, if you're afraid, you can choose to leave." Su Jie's tone was icy cold. After a brief silence, no one chose to back down. Each person's gaze hardened. "Very good." Su Jie nodded. "Then let's begin the final test, the path of inquiry." With a wave of his hand, countless mysterious runes lit up the training ground, converging into a long, shimmering passage. This was a temporary setup he made using equipment from the Federal Laboratory, which greatly amplified the fear, exhaustion, and hesitation in the hearts of the trial participants. "Embark on this path and walk to the end. If you can hold on, you can crush the distress talisman in your hand, but once crushed, it means giving up." The boys looked at each other and then resolutely stepped onto the path of self-examination. Instantly, a barrage of illusions descended. Inner demons whispered, exhaustion gripped the body, fear materialized. People turned pale, chose to withdraw, and crushed their SOS talismans. Su Jie stood quietly on the high platform, his gaze focused on those figures who, despite the immense pressure, still had resolute eyes and moved forward step by step. Among them was a boy named Taiju, whose muscles were bulging and whose eyes were as stubborn as a bull's. No matter how frightening the illusions were, he only muttered to himself, "I want to become stronger, to protect my sister." Another boy named Shurhai had a calm expression and a steady gait, like a rock in a raging torrent, with clear eyes at all times. There was also a girl named Tang Shouwu, whose face was pale and body was trembling, but she bit her lip tightly and refused to back down even though she was staggering. Finally, when the light faded, only 47 people remained, drenched in sweat but with bright eyes, standing at the end of the corridor. They were the members of the first cohort of the experimental class. Su Jie walked up to them and looked at the 47 tired but spirited faces. "Congratulations on successfully passing my test. From this moment on, you are officially members of the Martial Soul Awakening Development Experimental Class. Here, I will teach you an unprecedented path, the Martial Soul Awakening method. This path may be difficult, and it may be full of danger, but it gives you an opportunity to surpass your limits and take control of your own destiny." He gazed at the group of youths who were about to awaken their martial spirits, as if he saw a glimmer of hope for the future of humanity. 47 students passed the quest for the heart assessment and officially became the first batch of members of the Martial Soul Awakening Development Experimental Class. Without a moment's rest, Su Jie led them into a meditation area inside the laboratory, entirely made of alloy and filled with monitoring arrays. "Sit cross-legged, concentrate your mind and focus your will on the sea of consciousness between your eyebrows." Su Jie's voice was calm yet carried a strange penetrating power, echoing in the silent arena. "Next, I will guide you to awaken the power dormant deep within your souls, the martial soul." The participants followed instructions, feeling both nervous and expectant. They could feel a gentle yet vast power enveloping the entire retreat area. Su Jie moved among the students, his fingertips swirling with a faint silver light, and touched each person's forehead in turn. As he moved, strange energy fluctuations began to appear in the meditation area. Suddenly, Taiju's whole body trembled, and a solid, metallic, gleaming hammer phantom appeared above his head. The hammerhead rippled with subtle power, perfectly matching his resolute and formidable temperament. Above Shurhai's head, a heavy, rock-textured shield-like phantom quietly materialized, exuding an aura of steadfastness and immovability. Behind Tang Shouwu, a vibrant, verdant vine wriggled out, its tendrils swaying slightly, seemingly particularly sensitive to the surrounding wood elemental energy. The martial spirits of the other students also awakened one after another. A lithe phantom of a wind leopard stirs the air currents. A faint phantom of a crimson sparrow, burning with a weak flame, brought a touch of warmth. The seemingly ordinary phantom of books made the host's vision clearer. Some students even awakened a blurry, misty phantom, possessing the qualities of concealment and changeability. 47 people, 47 completely different martial spirits. Although these martial spirits are only in their initial, illusory form, so weak that they can hardly affect reality, their very existence signifies a revolutionary possibility. Can you feel it? This is your martial spirit, the embodiment of your potential. Su Jie's voice rang out. They are still very weak, and need food to grow, and their food is the original demonic spirit emitted when the demonic beasts in the wilderness die. Over the next few days, Su Jie personally led the 47 trainees into the E17 wilderness area on the outskirts of Linjiang City. A student who had
had awakened the tusked boar martial spirit faced off against an iron-skinned warthog head-on. The moment he killed the opponent, he immediately activated the technique taught by Su Jie. A wisp of almost imperceptible earth-yellow demonic spirit was absorbed by his martial soul, and the wild boar phantom seemed to solidify slightly, feeding back a faint sense of power, which made his subsequent collision even more violent.
Another student who awakened the sharp-eyed eagle martial soul was responsible for scouting from a high vantage point.
His eyesight seemed to have improved slightly, making it easier for him to spot hidden monsters. Although Tang Xiao's green vine martial soul cannot attack directly, it has an extremely keen sense of the surrounding plant environment and has given early warnings of dangers from underground or grass on several occasions. The students began to spontaneously form teams, with different martial souls cooperating with each other. Defensive martial souls were in the front row, offensive martial souls provided damage on the flanks, and support martial souls were responsible for reconnaissance or providing minor buffs. The hunting efficiency is significantly higher than that of hunting alone. More importantly, with each successful absorption of a demon spirit, the growth of the martial soul is clearly visible and will be immediately fed back to the host. Whether it's a subtle strengthening of the physical body, an enhanced perception of a certain element, or improved mental concentration, this immediate and visible feedback greatly ignites the trainees' enthusiasm and fighting spirit. The news simply cannot be contained. The experimental class students' performance art like fighting style in the wilderness, as well as their bizarre and unprecedented martial spirit phantoms, were quickly witnessed by other adventurous warriors and spread rapidly through their quantum computers. Shocking! Mysterious power appears in Su Jie's War God experimental class. Strange phantoms appear above the students' heads. Is it a new martial arts technique effect or some unknown inheritance? Unveiling the mystery of martial spirit awakening. Hunting monsters to become stronger? A seemingly brand new cultivation system that can free you from the torment of pill poison. Public opinion exploded instantly. The entire martial arts world of the Federation was shaken. Major families, martial arts schools, universities, and research institutions all turned their attention to this inconspicuous little laboratory in Linjiang City. Questioning, curiosity, greed, fear, all sorts of gazes intertwined. A day later, the atmosphere in the laboratory was heavy. Standing before Su Jie were 39 students, their faces pale and their eyes filled with fear and lingering dread. Just moments ago, they were still basking in the joy of their martial spirits growing rapidly, but now, the team that originally had 47 members is now forever missing 8 spots.
While absorbing the demonic spirits of powerful monsters, 8 students were unable to withstand the onslaught. The remaining violent will within the demonic spirits overwhelmed their spirits, causing their consciousness to collapse instantly, and they perished. Su Jie closed their eyes with his own hands, his heart heavy. He hadn't expected absorbing demonic spirits to be so dangerous. The demands on willpower from the martial soul awakening method far exceeded his expectations. Although the growth of a martial spirit can be reflected in the physical body, the risk is too great. Before we understand the limits of human impact on demon spirits, we cannot promote it lightly. He made up his mind. Blindly promoting something before fully understanding all the details would be tantamount to harming people. After a moment of silence, he picked up the communicator and dialed Yang Baichuan. Uncle Yang, Su Jie said in a low voice, 8 students did not survive when absorbing demon spirits. In my name and in the name of the laboratory, let's send 3 million to each of their families as compensation. Yang Baichuan was taken aback for a moment. Kid, this isn't your fault. The federal compensation standards. I know, Su Jie interrupted him, but they embarked on this path because they trusted me. Their sacrifices serve as a warning of the risks, and their families should not be mistreated. Okay, I'll take care of it, Yang Baichuan replied solemnly. After hanging up the communication, Su Jie looked at the remaining trainees. The lingering fear on their faces was still evident, but their eyes were even more determined. You've all seen it, Su Jie said. You're standing here because you're lucky, and also because you're resilient. Don't waste this life. Absorbing demonic spirits is a battle against the residual will of demonic beasts. If you are not strong enough, you will die. From today onwards, everyone must strictly adhere to the level of their own martial spirit's growth when absorbing demonic spirits. Operating beyond one's level is strictly prohibited. The trainees nodded emphatically. This painful lesson had made them deeply aware of just how dangerous this path was. I'm giving you one last chance to choose. Those who want to quit, you can turn around and leave the lab now. I will erase your memories of martial soul awakening and let you return to your original lives. This path ends here, and it is not shameful at all. Those who choose to stay represent that you are voluntarily embarking on this thorny path, taking full responsibility for your lives, and will never regret it. I'll count to 3, and then you'll make your decision. The room was deathly silent, save for the heavy breathing that echoed through the air. Some people unconsciously clenched their fists, while others Adam's apples bobbed. Taiju's eyes were resolute as he took a step forward, demonstrating his stance through his actions. Hai followed almost immediately, his gaze as firm as ever. Of the 39 people, not a single one chose to withdraw. Su Jie gazed at the resolute faces
and slowly nodded. Very good.
Now that you've made your choice, don't look back. Let's go, I'll take you to hunt demonic beasts.
3 martial artists have been detected to have reached the die-hard level of loyalty to the host. The mental connection has been firmly established. The special module of the strongest martial arts system in all realms, Martial God's Descent, is now unlocking.
Martial God Descends, core functions.
1. Faith Point Collection. Each disciple who reaches the die-hard level automatically provides the host with 1 faith point per day.
Currently, there are 3 die-hard disciples. Daily faith points gained automatically. 3. 2. Martial God Avatar. When the host accumulates 1 million faith points, the first-tier Martial God Avatar summoning permission will be unlocked. 3. Unlocked after reaching 100 million faith points. Su Jie's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained expressionless as his consciousness quickly sank into his mind. System, what exactly is going on? What exactly is a Martial God Avatar?
The Descent of the Martial God is a special module automatically unlocked by the main system based on the host's behavior pattern of spreading martial arts and cultivating strong individuals. Die-hard loyalty signifies absolute trust, worship, and dedication. Its spiritual power is pure and strong, and can be transformed into a special kind of faith point energy. The Martial God Avatar is a special avatar formed by fusing the host's original will and soul fragments with a large number of faith points as its framework. Consuming 1 million faith points summons a Tier 1 Martial God Avatar. Combat power is constant at the Divine Realm. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 3 days. Su Jie gradually digested this massive and shocking information, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. The strongest martial arts system in all realms is so thoughtful. He originally trained these students with a sense of responsibility and experimentation, but he never expected that the strongest martial arts system of all heavens would hide such heaven-defying functions. As long as you cultivate truly loyal disciples, you can not only reliably provide faith points, a new type of energy, every day, but also eventually condense a powerful martial god avatar. Although the strength of the divine treasure realm is unknown, his existence for even a minute is enough for him to sweep through the heavenly star monster beast empire, entering and exiting 7 times in 8 times.
Who can stop him?
All the previous efforts, the investment of 2,000 martial arts achievement points, and the mental and physical exertion now seemed incredibly worthwhile. The reward far exceeded his expectations. Su Jie's lips curled into a deep smile as he glanced at the 39 students before him once more, his mindset now completely different. They are no longer simple experimental subjects or seedlings in need of protection, but rather the solid foundation upon which he will condense his martial god avatar in the future. 2 days later, Su Jie sat cross-legged in the private cultivation room at the deepest part of the 7th biological laboratory, his blood and chi boiling and burning like a furnace. He looked inward and could clearly see the faint golden light emanating from the metacarpal bone deep within his left arm, which was fused with the fragments of the immortal martial bone, creating a stark contrast with the surrounding ordinary bones.
System, bring up my martial arts panel. Host, Su Jie.
Extreme Foundation Building, 10 Meridians Extreme Realm, current progress in tempering basic martial bones, 50/206 pieces. Base combat power, 2 million points, actual base combat power, 2.4 million points, 20% bonus for Extreme Foundation establishment users. Current chi and blood reserves, 5.88 million, chi and blood essence, 2,200 points. Martial arts heart, blue greatly enhances mental resistance, increases power control and comprehension by 150%, significantly improves the efficiency of martial bone tempering. Martial vein divine power, reflection of all heavens, fragment manifests illusory images of all heavens, temporarily increasing all attributes within range by 100% and generating a powerful mental deterrent. Immortal martial bones, left arm gains double base strength and power bonus, significantly increased negative resistance, automatically regenerates 5 points of pure health per second. Primal breathing technique, supreme level automatically increases pure health by 10 points per second. Martial arts mastery, sky stepping step, top tier profound rank, void piercing finger, chi and blood skill, flowing shadow sword technique, low tier profound rank.
System functions.
Chi and blood furnace, can convert chi and blood into chi and blood essence, current conversion rate 1:10,000. The armory of all realms, allows you to exchange martial arts achievement points for resources from all realms.
Current achievement points, 2,000. Battlefield of the heavens, access granted.
Inventory, time-space Dao law fragment, time realm entrance ticket, unknown nebula crystal, special storage ring, Federation war god badge.
Currently being refined, right finger bone. Refining progress, 1%. Estimated completion time, 3 hours.
Consumes 100,000 points of chi/HP per unit. 3 hours for 1 piece, consuming 100,000 units of chi and blood.
Su Jie muttered to himself, this efficiency is indeed impressive.
It would take an ordinary martial artist a whole day to temper 1 piece of martial bone, but with the blessing of the martial heart, blue, the time has been directly shortened to 2 hours.
Theoretically, I can temper 8 pieces a day, but I can't temper my bones without sleeping all the time, can I?
Adding to the consumption of chi and blood, if it weren't for the Origin breathing technique increasing chi and blood by 10 points per second, plus the Immortal Martial Bones chi and blood recovery of 5 points per second, it simply wouldn't be able to support the consumption of martial bone tempering. He felt his blood and energy slowly seeping into that small finger bone, bringing a slight tingling and strengthening sensation. The progress was so slow it was almost boring. Luckily, my mental strength is strong enough and my martial heart, blue, has precise control over power, allowing me to multitask. I can automatically temper my martial bones while handling matters in the experimental class without any delay. Otherwise, just sitting here waiting would drive me crazy. With this thought in mind, he gently moved his mind, and dozens of small light screens appeared in front of him, displaying in real time the vital signs, blood and chi fluctuations, and the growth of martial spirits of the 39 students in the E17 area of the wilderness. That kid Taiju, his martial spirit is about to break through to the second level? He even hunted down a claw cat with a combat power of 200 points. That's ruthless. Hai remained steady, keeping his eyes fixed on targets with strong defenses. His martial spirit solidification was the highest among everyone. This team's teamwork is quite interesting. 3 people actually managed to surround a rock golem with 250 combat points. They've got guts. While refining his basic martial arts skills, Su Jie also kept an eye on the students' activities. Just then, the war god's dedicated quantum computer on his wrist vibrated. It was an encrypted communication from Nangong Bo. Su Jie answered the call lazily, and Nangong Bo's serious yet slightly tired face appeared on the screen. War god Su Jie, the council's senior leadership has completed reviewing your preliminary practical report on martial soul awakening. But, oh, pretty efficient, huh? What's the conclusion? Su Jie asked, while simultaneously checking the progress of his finger bone tempering. 2%. Nangong Bo took a deep breath, his eyes filled with complex emotions. The conclusion is astonishing, but also highly controversial. He paused, then continued. Proponents believe that this cultivation method fundamentally overturns the existing cultivation system's sole reliance on chi and blood. To grow stronger, one must fight against demonic beasts, thus cultivating true combat warriors with limitless potential. What about the opposition? Su Jie raised an eyebrow, unsurprised. The opposition believes the mortality rate is too high. These are all people you carefully selected with strong wills, yet they died from the mental attacks of demonic spirits. The risks of hunting demonic beasts afterward are also very high. They believe this is building strength with human lives, which does not conform to the Federation's principle of people-oriented. Moreover, the growth of a martial spirit requires the constant hunting of demonic beasts. Will this exacerbate the war between the Federation and the demonic beasts? Some people also question the origin of this technique and whether you can fully control the risks it may bring. The lawmakers also suggested that perhaps you could submit this technique to the federal government so that Congress could send someone to study it personally. Su Jie sneered, using human lives to build this up? What a joke. Without the martial soul awakening method, those students with average talent and scarce resources might only be able to condense 2 martial veins in their entire lives. Now at least they've been given a chance to fight to the death. Can a greenhouse raise an eagle that soars through the sky? His words were full of confidence and dominance. Special Envoy Nangong, go back and tell those gentlemen in the council that my Su Jie's experimental class is not a charity, but a furnace for forging sharp blades. If you're afraid of dying, don't come. Furthermore, this is the first time I've heard that there are actually people within the Federal Council who are afraid of the monster invasion. Although the number of Tianming star monsters is more than 100 times ours, and they treat us humans as food, it was our ancestors who built the Great Wall of martial arts with their lives. It's utterly ridiculous that those counselors in the central holy city are now afraid of escalating the war to the demonic beasts. There is only hatred between us and the demonic beasts. There is absolutely no possibility of peaceful coexistence. As for the origin and control of the cultivation technique, Su Jie's eyes suddenly sharpened, and a chilling pressure emanated from him, making Nangong Bo's heart tighten even through the communicator. I know what I'm doing, they don't need to worry about it. As for whether the cultivation technique should be handed over, I have my own arrangements. Nangong Bo was intimidated by this imposing manner. He remained silent for a moment before smiling wryly and saying, I knew you would react this way. Well, the council has ultimately decided to take a cautious observation approach to your experimental class plan and will not expand its scale for the time being, but you are allowed to continue to move forward. At the same time, I hope you will submit a quantitative report on the improvement of the trainees' combat capabilities as soon as possible, especially their performance in the martial arts exam, as this will directly affect subsequent decisions. Also, the federal military is very interested in your technique. Perhaps you could talk to them. Su Jie simply smiled faintly and hung up the phone. This call only solidified some of his preconceived notions. After ending the communication, he glanced at the progress of the finger bone tempering. 3%. He had previously thought the efficiency was pretty good, but now he felt it was too slow. Just as he turned his attention back to the student monitoring screen, his brow suddenly furrowed. On one of the screens, the vital signs had abruptly become extremely weak and a maximum level danger alarm had been triggered.
We're in danger? Su Jie's divine sense instantly spread out, sweeping across the E-17 area like an invisible radar. The next second, his expression changed drastically. It's not a demonic beast. Someone has applied energy interference and shielding. Someone is attacking my students.
He snorted coldly, and his figure vanished from the training room in an instant.
Inside an abandoned factory in the E-17 wilderness area,
Taizhu and Shihai's team had just hunted down a shadow cat, and one of the team members was guiding the demonic beast spirit.
Suddenly, several
specially made paralyzing beams shot out from the shadows, accurately hitting the 3 team members, who collapsed to the ground without a sound. 5 masked men in black quickly appeared, dragging the unconscious student in pairs with swift and efficient movements. The leader, the most imposing, wore a mocking expression and said in a hoarse voice to Taizhu and Shihai, "Target confirmed, take him away."
"What do you want to do?" Taizhu roared.
"Come with us, or have your legs broken and be dragged away," the leader of the men in black coldly replied, signaling his men to speed up their actions. At that moment, Yang Baichuan stormed into the factory like a whirlwind, knocking back a black-clad man who approached the trainees with a
single punch and tightly shielding Taizhu and Shihai. His face was ashen. "You dare to kidnap people in Linjiang? Who exactly are you?"
When the leader of the men in black saw Yang Baichuan, his eyes narrowed, clearly indicating that the plan had taken a turn for the worse. He made a gesture, and the 5 men in black immediately abandoned their dragging and instead slowly approached Yang Baichuan in a fan shape. "Yang Baichuan, you're blocking our way," the leader said coldly.
"Killing you and taking these kids with us is the same."
Sensing the aura of the 5 opponents, especially the leader's powerful presence which was no less than his own, Yang Baichuan's heart sank, but he still refused to give an inch. The battle erupted instantly. 5 black-clad men at the Qi Condensation realm joined forces to attack, while Yang Baichuan fought alone. He was quickly injured in multiple places, and his blood and Qi were rapidly depleted, but he still held his line of defense. Just as he was about to be struck by a fatal attack, a terrifying pressure that made one's soul tremble suddenly descended, and all the men in black froze in their movements, their faces turning deathly pale.
"Whoever messes with me, does they want their entire family wiped out?"
A voice as arrogant as thunder from the heavens resounded within the abandoned factory. Immediately afterwards, the pale purple energy shield, like fragile glass, shattered with a crack sound.
A figure suddenly appeared before Yang Baichuan like a ghost.
Facing the simultaneous attack of 5 Qi Condensation martial artists, he simply raised his right hand.
That hand was fair and slender, and looked harmless. However, it was this very hand that gently pressed forward. Buzz! An invisible yet immense power, as vast as a raging torrent, erupted instantly.
The attacks of the 5 men in black were like ice and snow meeting the sun, melting and vanishing in an instant before this power. Along with them, they were like a high-speed starship crashing head-on. The 5 figures were thrown back even faster by the recoil, crashing heavily into the concrete wall of the factory. The sound of bones breaking was as crisp as popping dried beans. The 5 men collapsed to the ground, their masks shattered, revealing expressions of terror and despair. They were severely injured and completely incapacitated. Su Jie slowly withdrew his right hand, the movement casual, as if he had merely swatted a few flies. He didn't even glance at the 5 men in black, but turned to look at the dumbfounded Taizhu and Shihai, his brows furrowing slightly. "Are you alright?" Taizhu snapped back to reality, his voice trembling with excitement.
"No, it's nothing. Instructor, you're amazing."
Yang Baichuan also breathed a heavy sigh of relief, looking at Su Jie with awe in his eyes. Su Jie nodded, his cold gaze sweeping over the unconscious team members on the ground, his heart growing even colder. He walked up to the leader of the men in black, looking down at him.
"The Zhao family?"
Su Jie's voice was cold and ruthless. The man in black coughed up blood, his eyes filled with fear, yet he clenched his teeth and remained silent.
"Not going to talk?" Su Jie's lips curled into a cruel sneer.
"It's alright, I have plenty of ways to make you talk." He extended his right index finger, emanating a chilling aura, and slowly touched the black-clad man's brow. "Perfect, I'll use you guys to test the hardness of my tempered finger bones, and while I'm at it, I'll search your souls." The man in black's pupils suddenly contracted, and he let out a desperate roar. No.
Su Jie's fingertips did not actually touch his brow, but the
blood and Qi that had been fused with the mental pressure of a war god was like an invisible needle, piercing into the other's sea of consciousness. "Ah!" The man in black let out a shrill scream, his body convulsed violently, his eyes rolled back, and fragments of his memory were forcibly flit through by Su Jie like a flood breaking through a dam. A moment later, Su Jie withdrew his finger, his eyes as cold as a deep, icy pool.
"The Zhao family of Jinling. Zhao Xiankong.
Very well, you dare to covet the cultivation techniques I teach my students?" He muttered to himself, his killing intent almost tangible.
"You think you can test my bottom line by hiding behind the scenes and sending a few small fry?"
He glanced at the black-clad leader, who lay on the ground like a rag doll, his mind completely broken, and turned to the leader of the Linjiang City Defense Army patrol team who had rushed over, instructing him, "Take these good-for-nothings back and cripple them, pry their mouths open, and get all the evidence clear. Then,
Then, invite them back to Jinling alive and personally deliver them and their confessions to the Zhao family's doorstep.
The person in charge sensed the chill in Su Jie's words and trembled.
He immediately bowed and replied, "Yes, War God Su Jie, I guarantee to complete the mission."
Su Jie nodded, ignoring these minor characters, and turned to look at Taizhu, Shihai, and the other 3 team members who had just been revived by his blood and chi and were still somewhat weak.
"How are you feeling?" Su Jie asked calmly.
Taizhu clenched his fist, feeling the martial spirit within him that had unexpectedly broken through to the second tier due to the life-or-death crisis.
He excitedly said, "Instructor, I broke through.
Second tier martial spirit. It feels twice as strong as when I was at the first tier.
Now my combat power is at least 400 points."
Although the other 3 team members were still shaken, their eyes were resolute. Having experienced this life-or-death ordeal, they truly understood the cruelty of martial arts and Su Jie's unfathomable power, and their desire for power grew even stronger.
3 new disciples have been detected, bringing the current number of disciples to 6. Daily faith points increased by 6. Very good. Su Jie nodded in satisfaction. Remember how you felt today.
The path of martial arts is never smooth, and enemies will not let you go just because you are weak.
You can only rely on your own fists and martial spirit.
He waved his hand, and a gentle yet powerful aura enveloped the 5 of them. Go back and rest first, and digest what you've gained.
The battles to come will be even more exciting.
After sending the trainees back to the laboratory base to treat their injuries, Su Jie did not immediately seek revenge on the Zhao family. He wanted to deliver a swift and decisive blow and exact his revenge thoroughly, but right now, he had more important matters to attend to. He returned to the training room, where he continued to refine the martial bones while simultaneously connecting to the quantum computer and directly contacting Nangong Bo. As the light screen illuminated, Nangong Bo saw Su Jie's calm yet murderous gaze, and his heart tightened instantly.
"What happened to War God Su Jie this time?"
"It's nothing serious," Su Jie said calmly, as if he were talking about the weather. "A few rats sent by the Zhao family of Jinling almost bit my students, so I just took care of them."
Nangong Bo's eyelids twitched. "The Zhao family? They actually dare to."
"Of course they dare," Su Jie interrupted him, "because I was too amiable before. Envoy Nangong, please pass on my message to the Zhao family, or tell Zhao Xinkong directly." Su Jie leaned forward slightly, and through the light barrier, the terrifying pressure of that war godlike aura seemed to pierce through space. "First, immediately hand over all members of the Zhao family who participated in this attack and send them to the northern front to atone for their sins. Secondly, the Zhao family shall compensate my students for mental distress, nutritional expenses, lost wages, etc., totaling 10 billion star dollars plus 100,000 federal contribution points. Third, Zhao Xinkong himself knelt down and kowed out to me and my students to apologize.
The above 3 conditions are set for a deadline of 24 hours.
Failure to meet the conditions within the deadline, or failure to meet any one of them." Su Jie's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. "I wouldn't mind personally going to Jinling, demolishing the Zhao family's ancestral hall, and helping them clean house.
Nangong Bo gasped in shock. This condition was tantamount to taking advantage of the Zhao family and even asking them for tissues.
The third point, in particular, requires the Zhao family's eldest elder to kneel and apologize. This is even more painful than killing Zhao
Xinkong.
If the Zhao family agrees, they will lose face in Jinling, Tiandu province, and even the entire upper echelons of the Federation."
Su Jie, isn't this too radical?
"There's an ancestor of the Zhao family who was honored as the god of war of the Federation. They have a deep foundation, and the internal relationships within the Federation are intricate and complex."
Nangong Bo tried to persuade him. "Radical?" Su Jie sneered. "Weren't they radical when they attacked my people?"
"Envoy Nangong, I'm not discussing this with you, but informing you and the federal parliament behind you." His tone was resolute. "This is how I, Su Jie, conduct myself. If someone treats me with respect, I will treat them with even greater respect. If someone offends me, I will repay them 100-fold. Since the Zhao family has chosen to be my enemy, they must bear the consequences."
"As for federal rules?"
A hint of disdain flashed in Su Jie's eyes.
"My fists are the rules."
He cut off the communication as soon as he finished speaking, giving Nangong Bo no chance to persuade him. Nangong Bo stared at the disappearing light screen, his expression complex. Finally, he sighed and reported Su Jie's words and attitude to his superiors, word for word.
He knew that a huge uproar was about to erupt in Tiandu province and even the entire Federation.
Su Jie was completely unconcerned about the shockwaves caused by the Federation's higher-ups.
After issuing the ultimatum, he acted as if nothing had happened and continued with his multi-threaded operations.
"Once this finger bone is finished being tempered, the next one, well, let's start with the tip of the right ring finger. Sigh, one after another, it's so tedious."
Fortunately, the experimental class is progressing smoothly. It's quite rewarding to see these kids making such a big improvement.
"After the Zhao family matter is settled, I need to go and explore the myriad manifestations Heavenly Palace instance world.
Relying solely on automatic health regeneration will definitely be far from enough to upgrade my basic martial bones to spiritual bones rounds later on.
While monitoring the progress of the martial arts bone tempering, he also observed the students' recovery and training through the light screen.
Having survived the attack, the remaining 39 trainees were not intimidated.
Instead, they became like polished gems, their eyes sharpening and their training becoming even more relentless. On this day, almost everyone upgraded their martial soul to the second tier, and the feedback from their physical bodies caused their combat power to surge.
Taiju was even able to hunt down monsters with a combat power of about 500 points on his own. Although the process was still thrilling, the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter.
Su Jie looked at all this and nodded in satisfaction. This was more like what his Su Jie class should look like.
The 24-hour deadline has passed in the blink of an eye. The Zhao family of Jinling did not respond at all.
They neither handed over the murderer nor offered compensation, let alone an apology. Clearly, the Zhao family chose a direct confrontation. Perhaps they believed Su Jie wouldn't dare to actually march on Jinling. Perhaps they were waiting for the Federation's higher-ups to mediate, or perhaps they had other motives. Inside the cultivation room, Su Jie slowly opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them.
Time is up.
He stood up, his blood and chi trembling slightly, and a clear resonance came from the bone at the end of his right ring finger, which had just been tempered.
The tip of the right ring finger has been successfully tempered.
Base combat power increased by 10,000 points. Actual base combat strength 2.472 million points.
Perfect. Let's use the Zhao family's newly tempered finger bones to test if they're hard enough.
He took a step, and his figure instantly disappeared from the training room. The next moment, a golden red streak of light tore through the clouds above Linjiang City and shot toward Jinling City at an astonishing speed that exceeded the speed of sound.
Enraged, Su Jie personally descended upon Jinling.
All the powers in Tiandu province are turning their attention to that ancient city with a history of thousands of years, and a storm is about to sweep in. Su Jie transformed into a golden red streak of light, resembling a meteorite tearing through the sky, unabashedly unleashing its terrifying pressure of 2.472 million points, and forcefully descended upon the skies above Jinling City. The entire city of Jinling was instantly enveloped by this almost tangible pressure, causing every martial artist to tremble in fear, as if the end of the world had arrived.
The city's defense system sounded a piercing alarm, but no one dared to raise their energy shields, who would dare to intercept a Federation war god who had arrived in a fit of rage. Zhao Xiankong, get out here!
Su Jie's voice boomed like thunder, resounding throughout Jinling City. Every word contained immense spiritual pressure, crashing down on the direction of the Zhao family mansion. Deep within the Zhao family mansion, in an ancient and quiet cultivation room, an old man with a withered face but sharp, eagle-like eyes suddenly opened his eyes, and his aura suddenly surged. He was none other than Zhao Qiankuan, the patriarch of the Zhao family, whose combat power reached 1.5 million points.
His face was extremely grim. This junior actually dared to come, and how could his aura be so strong?
He originally thought that even if Su Jie was exceptionally talented and had just advanced to the god of war, his combat power would be at most 1.2 to 1.3 million points.
With his profound foundation of 1.5 million points, coupled with his
mastery of formations learned from the myriad manifestations Heavenly Palace dungeon world, he would be able to force the other party to back down, or even detain him and force him to reveal the secret of the martial soul awakening method. This is the real reason why the Zhao family took the risk and sent people to arrest the students in the experimental class. What they coveted was the core inheritance that those students might possess, which could change the fate of their families. But at this moment, feeling Su Jie's terrifying pressure that far exceeded his expectations, Zhao Qiankuan felt an ominous premonition for the first time.
Activate the 10,000 trees supporting the sky formation.
All members of the Zhao family formed the Azure Wood battle formation to meet the enemy. Zhao Qiankuan's aged yet resolute voice instantly resounded throughout the Zhao family. In an instant, the Zhao family mansion shone brightly, and countless thick, cyan energy tree phantoms rose from the ground, intertwining to form a massive cyan light shield covering an area of several miles.
Runes flowed across the light shield, emanating a tough and profound aura.
At the same time, hundreds of elite members of the Zhao family, led by their respective leaders, formed a battle formation with their blood and chi linked
together.
Their auras intertwined and faintly merged with the 10,000 trees supporting the sky formation, causing their momentum to surge suddenly. This is precisely where the Zhao family's confidence lies. Su Jie hovered in midair, coldly gazing at the Zhao family below who were on high alert, a slight, disdainful smile playing on his lips.
A turtle shell and a bunch of small fry? Is that what gives you the audacity to mess with my people?
He didn't even use his left hand, which had double the power of the immortal martial bone, but simply slowly raised his right hand, which was composed of 56 pieces of martial bone that had just been tempered. With fingers slightly spread, gently pressed down on the seemingly indestructible 10,000 trees supporting the sky formation below.
Boom!
An invisible and intangible force, yet containing 2.47 million points of basic combat power, crashed down like the sky collapsing. The towering array, composed of countless giant cyan energy trees, emitted a teeth-grinding groan the moment it came into contact with this power. The light flickered shattered violently, the runes fading and remaining undiminished for less than 3 seconds.
Crack, bang.
Like shattered glass, the 10,000 trees supporting the sky formation, which covered several miles, along with the azure wood battle formation formed by hundreds of elite members of the Zhao family below, collapsed with a single, effortless press from Su Jie. In the backlash of energy, the Zhao family members who had formed the array fell like wheat being harvested, spitting out blood.
At least half of the martial artists died instantly. A deathly silence descended.
All the representatives of the forces who witnessed this scene through remote observation were shocked and speechless.
One strike,
a mere casual punch, destroyed the Zhao family's protective formation, which had been built up over hundreds of years, as well as the battle formation composed of hundreds of elites.
Just how terrifying is this power? Is this really something someone who has only been a war god for a few months could achieve?
Inside the quiet room, Zhao Qianquan suffered a backlash from the formation, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face turned deathly pale, and the shock and fear in his eyes could no longer be concealed.
Impossible.
His combat strength definitely exceeds 2 million.
The intelligence must be wrong. Absolutely wrong.
Just as his mind was in turmoil, Su Jie's voice rang out again, like the arrival of death.
The Zhao family's war god? You come out here too.
As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jie's figure blurred, and he used the sky-stepping step to its fullest extent, appearing above the Zhao family mansion as if he had teleported. His left hand clenched into a fist, fused with immortal martial bones and tempered several finger bones.
With a simple punch, he slammed it towards the quiet room area where Zhao Qianquan was.
The fist was thrown, accompanied by a deafening roar of wind and thunder.
Space itself was distorted. This junior is going too far.
Greenwood longevity fist. Zhao Qianquan roared, filled with shock and anger, and suddenly soared into the sky. The withered body suddenly erupted with a dazzling azure light, and a punch was thrown forward. The fist's intent was vast, containing the essence of endless life, and it was none other than the low-grade earth-rank martial skill that the Zhao family had passed down for 100 years. He was full of confidence. Although he knew that his opponent might be slightly stronger, he believed that with his century of honed martial skills and solid foundation, he might not be unable to fight back.
Bang!
The thunderous roar of their fists colliding was like the collision of two stars. However, the seemingly vast and powerful Greenwood longevity fist was as fragile as paper in the face of Su Jie's pure and tyrannical power, and was instantly torn apart and shattered. The sound of bones cracking is so loud it makes your teeth ache.
Zhao Qianquan let out a terrible scream.
His right arm, which was used to meet the attack, broke and twisted inch by inch like rotten wood the moment it made contact with Su Jie's left fist. The terrifying force of the punch penetrated his body, wantonly ravaging his internal organs and meridians. He was slammed into the air like a broken sack by the punch. With a loud crash, the severed limbs and mangled body smashed through a side hall below, embedding themselves deep into the ground and raising clouds of dust. Zhao Qianquan, the patriarch of the Zhao family with a base combat power of 1.5 million points, has perished. Su Jie hovered in midair, slowly retracting his left fist, his cold gaze sweeping over the Zhao family mansion, which was as desolate as if the end of the world had arrived.
Who else? No one dared to answer.
All the surviving members of the Zhao family looked at this demon-like figure with boundless fear and despair in their eyes. Su Jie's gaze finally fell on Zhao Qianquan, who was ashen-faced and slumped in front of the main hall. It seems you didn't choose any of the 3 paths I gave you. He took a step forward, shrinking the distance to an inch, and instantly appeared in front of Zhao Qianquan. As Zhao Qianquan watched Su Jie approach like the Grim Reaper, his crotch instantly became soaked with sweat. He screamed in terror, "No, Su Jie, War God Su, spare me, I'll pay. Our Zhao family will pay. 10 billion, 10,000 contribution points. I'll give them all. I apologize. I'll publicly kneel and kowtow to you. It's too late." Su Jie's voice was calm and indifferent. "I've already given you a chance." He stretched out his right hand and gripped Zhao Xuankon's throat like an iron clamp, lifting him off the ground. "Those who covet my skills, harm my people, and remain unrepentant must be prepared to be uprooted." With a crisp crack, Zhao Xuankon's neck snapped, and the light in his eyes dimmed instantly. This elder of the Zhao family in Jinling had met his end. Su Jie casually tossed Zhao Xuankon's corpse onto the ground, as if discarding a piece of trash. He looked around, his voice resounding throughout Jinling. The Zhao family's attempt to seize the Federation's war god inheritance and their attack on a key Federation talent development project are irrefutable. From this day forward, the Jinling Zhao family is expelled from the Federation. All assets will be confiscated and used to compensate the soldiers who died in the north and support grassroots warriors. If you're not satisfied, come find me, Su Jie. After he finished speaking, the whole city fell silent. Su Jie exchanged a few words with Vice President Jin of the Provincial Martial Arts Association, who had rushed over, and then disappeared into the horizon as his figure transformed into a streak of light. Only the Zhao family remained, utterly crippled, with its core members dead or wounded, destined to be removed from the ranks of the Federation's top families. Su Jie used the most direct and domineering methods to demonstrate his rise and his untouchable nature to the entire Federation. Su Jie was furious and the Zhao family was expelled. Ding!
king. The number of disciples has increased significantly. Current number of disciples, 39, daily faith points increased by 39. Su Jie eradicated the Zhao family with swift and decisive action, killing the god of war Zhao Qiankuan, causing a huge uproar among the federal high command. The hundreds of war gods are the cornerstones upon which humanity stands firm on this celestial star, and each one is invaluable. Chen Mingyang's heroic sacrifice to save Su Jie is regrettable, but it is a soldier's glory and a selfless dedication. Zhao Qiankuan, on the other hand, was personally killed by Su Jie, which was a completely different matter. This was practically a slap in the face to the Federation. Despite Su Jie's presentation of irrefutable evidence that the Zhao family coveted the cultivation technique and attacked the experimental class, and that the Zhao family was deeply sinful, the fall of a war god still caused many federal elder counselors to feel a tightness in their hearts and an unbearable pain and unease. Su Jie's demonstrated strength and unconventional style of doing things instilled fear in a group of politicians who were used to weighing the pros and cons. A few days later, carefully edited insider information and com-analysis quietly circulated in certain anonymous corners in specific circles of the federal virtual network. The headline is highly provocative. Hero or butcher? Analyzing the bloodstained past behind the rising god of war, Su Jie. Was it worth it to wipe out a provincial-level martial arts family and kill a federal war god for a few ordinary students? The power of uncontrolled development? On the importance of imposing necessary restraints on super geniuses. The report claims that Su Jie's cultivation technique is extremely strange and suspected to be related to certain taboos, suggesting that the Zhao family may have discovered some secret. These statements downplay the seriousness of the Zhao family's crimes, instead focusing on exaggerating Su Jie's brutality and loss of control, even subtly suggesting that the source of his power is mysterious and unpredictable. Like venomous snakes lurking in the shadows, they quietly sow seeds of doubt and division among the unsuspecting civilians and some lower and middle-class martial artists. The masterminds behind the scenes were several self-proclaimed moderate and traditional federal lawmakers. They were wary of Su Jie's potential and even more afraid that he would shake up the existing power structure. They dared not openly challenge this rising war god who was currently enjoying great popularity, so they resorted to intrigue and trickery, taking advantage of the undercurrents of public opinion to weaken Su Jie's reputation and pave the way for possible sanctions or incorporation in the future. Linjiang City, 7th Biological Laboratory. Su Jie had just finished a round of martial bone tempering, progress 63 out of 206, and was watching intently as the remaining 33 students in the experimental class fought against the holographic projection of monsters in the simulated training field, honing their skills. Yang Baichuan, standing to the side, looked worried and was carefully reporting the rumors circulating online. Kids, these bastards are starting to play dirty tricks. Yang Baichuan was furious, his beard standing on end. They're turning black into white. It's utterly despicable. Should I call my old buddies to launch a media counterattack? As Su Jie watched the students' increasingly skillful hunting movements and the steadily growing martial arts flame on the light screen, there was no anger on his face, but rather a faint smile. Uncle Yang, why bother with those rats that lurk in the gutter and bite people? He said calmly. That's all they can do. Fight back? That's giving them face. Are we just going to let them smear us? No matter how much you pour water on me, you can't extinguish the brilliance of a true giant. Su Jie's eyes were deep. They want to use public opinion to blackmail me? What a joke. I have my own power, my own path. Why do I need to explain myself to these ants? He paused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. However, they did remind me of something. I've actually had a bit of free time lately. Su Jie stroked his chin. There are still 5 months until the Federation martial arts examination, and the tempering of martial bones is a slow process. The experimental class is also gradually getting on track. It's time to go to the Myriad Manifestation's Heavenly Palace for a visit. He had long been curious about the main hall of the Myriad Heavenly Palace and the dungeon worlds behind those portals. Previously lacking in strength, now as a war god level expert and in dire need of a large amount of blood and energy to temper his bones, the Myriad Manifestation's Heavenly Palace is undoubtedly the best choice. You're going to the Myriad Heavenly Palace? Yang Baichuan was taken aback. It's good to lay low for a while and let those clowns perform their solo act. With your current strength, you'll be safe in the dungeon world. Avoid the limelight? Su Jie chuckled and shook his head, saying, Uncle Yang, you've misunderstood. I'm not going to avoid the limelight. He stood up, his restrained aura seemingly concealing a terrifying power capable of tearing apart the starry sky. I'm telling them, the noise of ants can never stop the dragon's advance. As for me, Su Jie, I have no time to play those political games with them. My goal has long surpassed the stars and reached the pinnacle of all heavens. Just then, his personal computer, dedicated to the god of war, received a high-priority communication request. The sender was none other than Nangong Bo. After the connection was established, Nangong Bo's expression on the screen was more solemn than ever before, even carrying a hint of barely perceptible awe. War god Su, Nangong Bo's voice was unusually serious. The news about the
Zhao family has spread throughout the Federation's upper echelons.
Su Jie leaned back in his chair, his expression calm. So what? Are they planning to present me with a banner, or send a few more counselors to have a friendly exchange with me?
Nangongbo was taken aback, then said with a wry smile, now no one dares to test you easily. The strength and decisiveness you have shown have already exceeded many people's expectations and control. He paused, lowered his voice, and revealed a crucial piece of information. I have just received a top-secret message from the Central Holy City. In 7 days, Master Yu Wuji will end his seclusion and officially emerge. Su Jie's eyes flickered slightly. Yu Wuji, a legend of the human race, the pillar of the Federation, and the strongest being he knew on the surface. His emergence from seclusion would inevitably shake up the entire Federation's Geju, a term referring to the overall structure or dynamics of the Federation. Nangongbo continued, on the day Lord Yu emerges from seclusion, the Federal Supreme Council will immediately convene an emergency meeting. One of the important topics of the meeting is Yu, War God Su Jie. According to what I've heard, the Council will likely use the pretext of receiving a report and discussing the future of humanity to formally summon you to the Central Holy City to attend a hearing attended by all Council members and several war gods.
A hearing? Su Jie sneered. That name sounds grand and imposing. Is it a trial or a coup?
On the surface, it's about getting you to explain the Zhao family incident, as well as the martial soul awakening and experimental class projects, Nangongbo said gravely. But in reality, those congressmen, led by Robert E. Lee and Zhou Wenchang, will definitely use this opportunity to attack you. They will question your dangerousness and the source of your cultivation techniques in front of Lord Yu and the higher-ups, and may even propose restrictions or supervision on you.
They dare?
Su Jie's eyes turned cold. You might not have dared to do it before, but things are different now.
Your killing of Zhao Qiankuan and the destruction of the Zhao family have shocked many people.
Some centrist members of parliament have therefore developed doubts and fears. Furthermore, with Lord Yu about to emerge from seclusion, they may feel they have found the key to suppressing you, so they have become bolder, Nangongbo analyzed.
This hearing is very likely a trap.
Su Jie remained silent for a while, his face showing no worry, but instead a meaningful smile.
Central Holy City? Hearing? Meeting Yu Wuji? How interesting. I'll definitely go there in person and bring you a gift.
He looked firmly at Nangongbo's illusory figure, his tone forceful. Tell them to wait patiently for me to arrive.
Su Jie, Nangongbo said urgently, you must be careful.
That's the center of federal power. The rules there are completely different from those in Linjiang.
And Lord Yu, perfect timing.
Su Jie interrupted him, a sharp glint in his eyes. I also want to meet Yu Wuji, the strongest expert in Tianming Star, in person. By the way, let those scheming old guys in the council understand one thing. He stood up, and an invisible aura seemed to be gathering around him. Only I, Su Jie, can decide my own path. Anyone who wants to put shackles on me will have to see if my fists agree first.
7 days from now? I'll be there on time.
After saying that, Su Jie hung up the communication. He looked out the window, his gaze seemingly piercing through space, fixed on the distant and mysterious Central Holy City.
A hearing? A trap?
In his eyes, this might be the perfect stage for him to gain a clearer understanding of the upper echelons of the Federation and even to test the weight of the so-called human legend. After ending the call, Su Jie did not immediately go to the myriad manifestations heavenly palace. Instead, he returned to the deep cultivation
room of the 7th biological laboratory in Linjiang City and immediately focused his mind on the system light screen in his mind.
The dark gold battlefield of the heavens option, like a lighthouse in the abyss of the universe, exuded a deadly allure, firmly attracting his gaze. The battlefield of the heavens. It sounds like a great place to quickly acquire resources and fight to the death. Su Jie's eyes blazed with fervor, his 10 meridians surged, and his blood and chi rushed
like a tide.
With my current combat power of over 2.4 million, even if I can't sweep through thousands of troops, I can at least stand firm, right? System, open the passage to the battlefield of the heavens. He issued the order with confidence and a touch of anticipation.
However, the anticipated space-time tunnel did not appear.
Instead, a warning box that was flashing violently and had its borders burning with crimson flames dominated the entire field of vision.
Top warning.
Host detected attempting to connect to an extremely dangerous dimension, battlefield of the heavens.
Overall assessment, host life form level, ant, body tempering realm incomplete.
Energy quality, impure, untreated by source power. Rule resistance, none, unable to withstand the impact of basic battlefield rules, but survival probability calculation in progress. Calculation result 0%. Conclusion, entry results in annihilation. Connection forcibly terminated. The host is advised to abandon unrealistic fantasies, be grounded, and solidify their foundation. Su Jie was stunned, the excitement on his face instantly froze.
Ants? Miscellaneous? Nothing?
He could hardly believe his ears, a surge of suppressed anger welling up inside him.
System, are you mistaken?
I'm at the peak of the 10 Meridians realm, with a base combat power of 2,556,000 points. My left hand can break through 5 million with full power.
In Tianming Ming star, I'm a Federation certified war god. And you're telling me I don't even have the qualifications to go in and take a look? Go in and you'll die? He couldn't accept such an evaluation. It was tantamount to completely negating his efforts over the past 2 months, rendering them utterly worthless. The host's understanding is limited to this small pond, Tianmingxing.
The system's voice was cold and indifferent, carrying a sense of detachment that looked down upon all living beings.
Do you know that your so-called god of war is, in the true path of cultivation across the heavens, nothing more than a toddler just learning to walk? Do you understand what the beginning of cultivation is? What is the foundation of longevity? To correct the host's narrow-minded understanding, the core database of the strongest martial arts system in all realms, the 10 realms of martial arts cultivation, is now unlocked. These 10 realms are the foundation of martial arts for traversing the heavens and pursuing transcendence. May the host remember them well.
You are currently in the first realm of martial arts, the body tempering realm. This realm is divided into 4 steps according to your cultivation method: opening the acupoints, condensing the meridians, tempering the bones, and nourishing the soul. You have completed the first 2 steps, and the evaluation is acceptable. You are now in the 3rd step, the bone tempering stage. Once your bones are tempered to their peak, you can enter the final step, the soul nourishing stage, and condense your original martial soul.
What happens after you condense your martial soul? Su Jia asked eagerly.
At that time, your martial acupoints, martial veins, martial bones, and martial spirit will resonate, and your life essence will undergo a transformation, condensing into your own martial arts battle body. Depending on the depth of your foundation, your battle experience will be divided into different ranks: mortal, spirit, earth, heaven, saint, and god. The higher the rank, the greater the potential and the higher the ceiling for future achievements. Only by successfully condensing the martial arts battle body can one reach the pinnacle of the body tempering realm and qualify to advance to the next realm.
The next realm? Su Jia's mind was firmly gripped. The second realm is called Origin Awakening.
It involves drawing upon the power of the endless starry sea through the martial spirit within the body, transforming one's vital energy into a higher dimensional energy, source power. At this point, a leap in life level occurs. The physical body can traverse the starry sky, escaping the gravitational pull of stars, and lifespan also increases dramatically. After the Origin Awakening, one must use the origin power as a key to unlock the corresponding divine treasury within the body, thus entering the 3rd realm, the divine treasury realm. Each time a divine treasure is unlocked, a primal power awakens, whether it be the strength to shatter stars or the divine will to overturn the world.
This is the beginning of excavating one's own immortal foundation. The 4th realm is the celestial phenomenon realm.
Your inner divine essence resonates with the outer universe. Your own source power draws upon a vast cosmic energy to create unique celestial phenomena that belong only to you. At that time, the place you are in will become a realm of rules, either transforming into an eternal lightning prison or a domain of absolute zero, where the power of heaven and earth will be at your disposal. Therefore, host, recognize the path you are on. The power you are so proud of is merely the beginning of building an unparalleled foundation. Temper your bones, condense your primordial martial spirit, and forge the martial Dao battle body that will determine how far you can go in the future. The battlefields of the heavens are still too early for you. Su Jia took a deep breath, his eyes filled with a mixture of shock and sudden realization. It turned out that what he considered the peak was merely the starting point on the path to heaven.
Martial arts battle body. Origin. Divine treasure.
He murmured repeatedly, and an unprecedented power surged from the bottom of his heart, filling his entire body. The resentment and frustration in my heart seemed to be extinguished by cold water, replaced by an indescribable shock and an even more intense desire. So this is what the path of martial arts is: vast and boundless. What he was pursuing was merely the starting point for achieving immortality and transcendence. Body tempering, origin, divine treasury, celestial phenomena, weaving techniques, world, dominator, supreme, eternity, transcendence. Su Jia murmured to himself, each realm's name seemingly containing endless mysteries and immense power. Lifespan of 500, 1000, 3000, 10,000, until one lives as long as heaven and earth, and even transcendence. He had once been troubled by the infighting within the Federation, and had been proud of his title as the God of War. Now, it all seems so laughable and insignificant.
System, I understand. Su Jia took a deep breath, his eyes clear and even more determined than before.
I was short-sighted and narrow-minded. I am indeed not qualified to enter the battlefield of the heavens now.
Shame breeds courage. Good.
The system's voice carried a hint of gentleness. The host's primary task is to break through to the body tempering realm. After bone tempering, you must quickly unlock the soul nourishing stage. The soul is the foundation of life, while divine sense is the key to exploring the rules. Since I can't enter the battlefield of the heavens, I'll go to the Myriad Manifestations Palace first and explore the dungeon worlds behind those portals. I haven't used the Myriad Manifestations Palace main hall teleportation permission I obtained earlier. A flash of light, and Su Jia's figure disappeared from the cultivation room. With a flash of light, Su Jia was already standing on the vast and boundless boundless teleportation plaza of the myriad manifestations heavenly palace. People still come and go, as if the aftermath of the previous beast tide has passed. The huge portal shimmers with various lights, and warriors move back and forth, searching for suitable dungeons.
Let's go check out the main hall of the myriad manifestations heavenly palace first.
Perhaps we can find an opportunity to accelerate bone tempering or unlock the soul-nourishing stage.
With a thought, Su Jie took out the ancient token.
He gripped the token, preparing to activate the teleportation permission.
Just as the token emitted a faint glow.
Buzz! A deep, indescribable thud didn't come from his ears, but exploded directly into the depths of his soul. The entire myriad manifestations heavenly palace trembled violently, as if it had been gripped and shaken by an invisible giant hand.
All the shimmering portals instantly dimmed and went out. The plaza floor cracked, and the stone pillars supporting the dome emitted a teeth-grinding snapping sound. What's going on? Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. An enemy attack? Impossible.
This is where the Federation's war gods are the most numerous.
Who would dare to come?
The martial artists who managed to get here were all exceptionally powerful, and they instantly realized that this could not be explained by an ordinary enemy attack.
Panic spread rapidly like a plague. The once orderly square instantly descended into chaos.
Some rushed to the emergency exits only to find that all the teleportation arrays had malfunctioned. Some looked around in panic, and some were so frightened by the sudden turn of events that they collapsed to the ground. Su Jie abruptly withdrew his hand, looked up, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Beyond the dome of the myriad manifestations heavenly palace, which was reinforced by countless runes and was theoretically indestructible, the place that should have been an endless void was now shrouded in an indescribable pure darkness, as if it were being oppressed by an incomparably enormous existence, blocking out all light and perception.
That was not ordinary darkness, but the absolute domain of some extremely vast being. Immediately afterwards, the darkness began to writhe.
5 dark golden claws, like pillars supporting the sky, wrapped in destructive power, slowly and with a cold indifference that could crush stars, pierced through the barriers of the myriad manifestations heavenly palace and probed in.
Crack! Boom!
The seemingly unbreakable barrier crumbled like paper, and a violent void current surged in instantly, tearing dozens of warriors near the edge, who had no time to react, into the most basic particles without even letting out a scream.
Emperor's might. It's an emperor-level demonic beast.
A seasoned war god, experienced in many things, screamed in terror, his voice filled with
disbelief and a deep-seated fear.
How did it find this place? The coordinates of the myriad manifestations heavenly palace are a top secret of the Federation.
An atmosphere of despair quickly spread.
The generals and kings who were usually high and mighty were now no different from ordinary people in the face of this incomprehensible terror. Some tried to rush to the still usable emergency teleportation array, only to find that the space had been completely sealed off. Others desperately tried to raise their protective true energy, but under that pressure, they were like candles in the wind, collapsing and dissipating in an instant.
Form ranks.
Protect the younger generation, roared a war god belonging to the military, attempting to organize an effective resistance. Several powerful auras soared into the sky without hesitation. They were human war gods, guardians.
Sky-splitting slash. Ninefold blazing sun force. A vast expanse of ice.
Various powerful martial arts techniques, imbued with a do-or-die spirit, slammed into the slowly descending dark golden giant claw.
Any
one of these attacks would be enough to unleash a catastrophe in the outside world, and would undoubtedly slay a royal-level demon beast. However, the force that struck the dark gold giant claw was not even enough to make it pause for a moment.
The dark gold giant claw merely trembled slightly. Put.
The war gods, along with their attacks, vanished without a trace, as if erased.
Absolute crushing defeat. They couldn't even put up the slightest resistance.
Standing in the crowd, Su Jie felt as if his heart was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand. He looked at the fear and despair written on the unfamiliar faces around him. His newly tempered martial bones creaked in his body, but he gritted his teeth and kept thinking of various ways to deal with the situation.
Just then, a powerful aura descended upon the chaotic square like a stabilizing force.
The man was dressed in simple blue clothes, his face was calm, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. His appearance calmed the panicked crowd below somewhat.
Everyone, evacuate. Quickly.
Yuwuji's voice clearly reached everyone's ears, and then he focused all his attention on the dark gold giant claw. He slowly raised his hand, his body radiating endless lifelight, and behind him appeared the phantoms of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers, which finally coalesced into a divine will containing an aura of destruction. He uttered a single word, and his divine will slowly spun, carrying an unwavering and resolute momentum as as it met the dark golden giant claw. This was his path, and also the last and strongest light he ignited for humanity. Everyone held their breath, placing their last hope on this. However, under the watchful eyes of countless people, the dark golden giant claw casually flicked its finger, striking the divine will that contained Yu Wuji's life's cultivation. Bite! A crisp, heartbreaking ringing sound rang out. The divine will stopped, then shattered like broken glass, dissipating into countless points of light. Yu Wuji's figure gradually became transparent along with the light, eventually disappearing completely, as if it had never existed. Lord Yu! Lord Yu! Someone murmured, their voice hollow, their faith crumbling in an instant. Even the strongest guardian deity fell so easily. Lord Yu is dead. It's over. It's all over. The cries of despair rose and fell, some collapsed to the ground, while others wept bitterly. Just then, the demonic beasts will resounded in the minds of all the martial artists. Submit, or die. Offer your loyalty, and this is your only chance to live. When the strongest human also fell, some people's mentality began to waver. I'm willing to submit. A young martial artist suddenly knelt down, tears streaming down his face. Don't kill me. I'm willing to pledge my loyalty. I'm willing. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything. After the first one, then the second, the third, in the blink of an eye, a large number of people knelt down in the square. Faced with absolute power and death, not everyone can uphold their integrity. Su Jia looked at the people kneeling and begging for mercy, then looked towards the place where Yu Wuji had disappeared. Remembering Chairman Shen Mingyang's entrustment, he felt his bones creaking under the oppressive force and his soul trembling. The fear of death was so real and heavy. However, when he saw the people with their heads bowed, a strange anger overwhelmed his fear. He gritted his teeth, bracing himself against the overwhelming pressure, and took a sudden step forward, straightening his spine and roaring. Stand up, all of you. The backbone of our human race will rather break standing than live on our knees. Listen up, you beasts over there. Even if we shed our last drop of blood today, you will never make us bow our heads. Ha! The demonic beast high in the sky seemed to have discovered an interesting toy. Strange insect. Your life structure is very interesting. How can such a weak body contain such potential? A terrifying pressure, far exceeding anything seen before, was directed at Su Jia alone. The space around him froze instantly, a painful creaking sound came from his knees, and his soul screamed wildly, urging him to kneel down and submit to this irresistible force. Hand over your secrets, the will commanded directly. Otherwise, release your soul defenses and offer your mark of loyalty. Surrender is your only way out. The surrounding martial artists stared in horror at Su Jia, who was being targeted alone. Some showed sympathy, some seemed numb, and many more had complex emotions flickering in their eyes. Su Jia felt as if every inch of his flesh and every bone was wailing, as if he were being mercilessly crushed. The shadow of death had never been so clear. He even saw the flame of his own soul flickering under that oppressive force, about to be extinguished. A way out? Surrender? These two words, like sparks, fell into the oily sea within his heart, which had already been ignited by countless sacrifices, the despair before him, and the raging fire. He suddenly raised his head, his face contorted by extreme pressure, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes shone brightly like a ferocious beast making a desperate counterattack. He strained with all his might, resisting the almost suffocating pressure, and squeezed out his answer, word by word, through clenched teeth. My secret, he took a deep breath and let out a hoarse roar, is called hard bone. You want me to kneel? His eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at the blood-red star-like pupils deep within the void. Fine. After I die, you can do whatever you want with me. As for submission, a crazed and ferocious smile appeared on his face. My knees, Su Jia's knees, will only kneel to my parents, my teachers, and the righteous spirit of heaven and earth. What the hell are you, you bastard? You dare to challenge me? Look, are your claws harder, or my bones? He said no more, gathering all his will, resentment and anger, and pouring them into his left arm, which was now fused with immortal martial bones. Facing the source of destruction, he fearlessly unleashed a strike. This was his final struggle against fate. The being deep within the starry sky fell silent. The scene changed abruptly in the next instant. Su Jia found himself standing in a stone hall. Inside, there was only an ordinary futon and a hazy painting hanging on the stone wall. Just as he was wondering, a mechanical voice rang out from an unknown place, echoing clearly throughout the hall. Congratulations to the test taker for passing the myriad manifestations heart refining array test. Su Jia suddenly looked up, his sharp gaze sweeping around, his muscles instantly tensing. The voice continued calmly. Everything you just experienced was an illusion, designed to test the test taker's character, will, and integrity in dire situations. What? Su Jia blurted out, his face showing disbelief for the first time. The scenes were so real that he thought he was really on the verge of death. Then he smiled and said, so, there were no monsters invading, and those people are still alive? That's good. He let out a long breath, his tense shoulders finally relaxing. I almost really thought we were all going to die. The mechanical voice continued, the myriad manifestations refining heart array points directly to the heart, and all trials arise from the heart. You previously obtained the qualification to enter this place, and you were able to uphold your heart in dire straits, remaining unyielding. You have passed the test. Congratulations, you have officially become a prospective disciple of the Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Sect.
Myriad Manifestations Celestial Sect? Prospective disciple? Upon hearing the words Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Sect, Su Jia was startled and couldn't help but ask, Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Sect? What is its relationship with the Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Palace?
The mechanical voice seemed prepared, calmly explaining. The Myriad Phenomena Heavenly Palace you see is not a physical entity, but one of the millions of projections of the Myriad Phenomena Heavenly Palace itself, the supreme treasure of our sect. And I am the spirit that maintains the operation of this Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Palace projection.
You can call me Palace Spirit.
The Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Palace has countless avatars scattered throughout the starry seas, traveling across the myriad realms.
On one hand, it leaves behind martial arts traditions
for the human race in the starry sky, spreading martial arts across the starry sky. On the other hand, it seeks out and assesses disciples with extraordinary potential like you for the sections.
Upon hearing this, Su Jia was deeply shaken.
He had always believed that this mysterious and unpredictable Myriad Manifestations Palace, which contained countless opportunities and was highly valued by the Federation, was a fixed and powerful secret realm or ruin.
Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a projection of a priceless treasure. Even more astonishing is that there were tens of millions of such projections scattered throughout the starry sky. What kind of awe-inspiring divine artifact is the true body of the Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Palace? And how terrifying must the Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Sect be to possess such a divine artifact? No wonder I can only be a prospective disciple.
After all, my current cultivation level is only at the half-step body tempering realm. As his thoughts raced, a flash of light appeared in the stone hall, and an ancient jade tablet engraved with the words prepare suddenly appeared on the
futon in front of Su Jia.
Next to it were 3 bottles of liquid with a jade-like luster, and the ancient character quench was engraved on the bottles. This is a top-grade bone-tempering liquid specially prepared by the Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Sect for prospective disciples in the body-tempering realm.
It can help you accelerate
bone tempering, the mechanical voice calmly explained. The stone hall you are in is the exclusive place for prospective disciples of the Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Sect.
This meditation cushion can calm the mind and accelerate the absorption of energy. The scroll on the wall is a visualization diagram of the first volume of the sect's
core inheritance, the myriad manifestations of gods and demons suppressing prisons. Visualizing it can nourish your soul and greatly benefit your soul cultivation. From now on, with your prospective disciple token, you can teleport to this stone hall at any time, and also to any place on this planet you have ever set foot on. Only then did Su Jia fully realize that the prospective disciple token and the simple stone hall were actually priceless treasures. He sat cross-legged on the futon, his eyes filled with curiosity and solemnity as he gazed at the first volume of the Myriad Gods and Demons Suppressing Prison map on the wall, which was said to contain supreme inheritance. The Myriad Gods and Demons Suppressing Prison map.
The name itself sounds incredibly powerful. I wonder what kind of earth-shattering scene of gods and demons it depicts.
He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and slowly immersed his consciousness into the painting, preparing to be bombarded by the overwhelming information. However, the magnificent scene of gods and demons roaring as envisioned did not appear. Before his eyes, or rather, within his conscious perception, there was only an empty darkness.
In the center of that darkness, suspended, a curved hair?
That hair was inconspicuous, grayish, even somewhat dry, with a natural curve floating there all alone, as if it had existed there since the beginning of the universe.
Su Jia's mind went completely blank.
He was stunned, his mind blank.
Myriad gods and demons? Prison suppression? This? Just a single hair?
This was a world apart from the world-destroying divine and demonic scroll in his mind.
Just as he was filled with doubt. Boom!
An indescribable, terrifying pressure, seemingly emanating from the very source of life, like the weight of the entire universe, suddenly crushed his soul along the image of that hair. That wasn't a simple energy clash, but an absolute crushing defeat in terms of realm, like an ant facing the sky, or a drop of water encountering the vast ocean.
Puff!
Before Su Jia could even react, he felt his soul being suddenly gripped by an invisible giant hand and then crushed violently.
The excruciating pain instantly overwhelmed his thoughts.
His vision went black, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt as if all his strength had been drained away, and he abruptly snapped out of his meditative state, collapsing heavily onto the meditation cushion, panting heavily.
Just 1 second.
He only saw that hair for a second, and didn't even see what it looked like, but his soul almost collapsed. His face was as pale as paper, sweat instantly soaked his entire body, his heart was pounding wildly, and his eyes were filled with horror and disbelief.
What was that thing?
His voice was hoarse, trembling with lingering fear.
A single hair. Just the image of a single hair almost destroyed my soul?
This myriad manifestations of gods and demons suppressing prison diagram, this is only the first volume. Just what level of inheritance is it? He no longer dared to underestimate it in the slightest. His gaze toward the painting was filled with unprecedented solemnity and awe.
Even a single hair is so terrifying. If I could truly succeed succeed in visualizing it, to what extent would my soul be elevated? However, every time you watch it in the future, you must be extremely careful and the viewing time must not be too long. After calming himself down, he turned his attention back to the 3 bottles of bone-tempering liquid. Let's try this one first. He opened a bottle, felt the gentle yet surging energy within, and thinking it should be fine, tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. The jade-colored liquid entered his throat, initially bringing a warm current, but the next moment, that warm current suddenly became violent. Like a river bursting its banks, or like countless red-hot steel needles, they frantically pierced his 206 bones. Hiss! Su Jie gasped sharply, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. He felt as if his bones had been thrown into a furnace, and enormous energy was tearing and melting them. Damn it, that was so reckless. They didn't even explain anything when they gave me the reward. This energy is too overpowered. Just when he felt his bones were about to give way and were about to fall apart, a warm and vibrant current surged out from the part of his left arm that had fused with the immortal martial bone, quickly circulating throughout his body. This life force continuously repairs the tiny cracks caused by the violent energy, while guiding most of the energy to prioritize tempering the bones that have not yet taken shape. Although the process was still painful, with the support and guidance of the immortal martial bone, it finally stabilized slowly. After an unknown amount of time, the raging energy, like a tidal wave, finally subsided. Su Jie exhaled a long, hot breath, his entire body already soaked in sweat. He closed his eyes and looked inward, then froze in shock. Inside his body, the 206 bones that were not yet fully tempered now all radiated a lustrous sheen, reaching the perfect level of basic martial bones. They only used less than a tenth of the bottle of bone-tempering liquid? Su Jie's feelings were complicated. On one hand, he was still afraid. If it weren't for the protection of his immortal martial bone, something terrible would have happened. On the other hand, he was overjoyed. The effect of this bottle of bone-tempering liquid was simply heaven-defying. It not only helped him complete the tempering of his entire body's basic martial bones in one go, but also left a large amount of residual energy in his body. When a martial artist tempers all the bones in his body into basic martial bones, the entire skeleton becomes as one, but this is only the beginning. Based on the number of martial veins condensed, there are 4 higher-level martial bones that can be tempered: yellow, 7 martial veins; profound, 8 martial veins; earth, 9 martial veins; and heaven, 10 martial veins. However, unlike the previous method of tempering basic martial bones piece by piece, once you attempt to break through to the yellow-level martial bone, your entire skeleton will be tempered simultaneously. This process is irreversible, and with each level up, the pain you endure will be several times greater than before, while the energy requirements will skyrocket. Several times the pain? Compared to the despair and the illusion, that's nothing. Without hesitation, he activated the remaining bone-tempering fluid energy within his body. Boom! The energy erupted violently in an instant, like a volcano exploding inside the body. It felt as if all the bones in the body were being crushed and reassembled at the same time, and the pain was far greater than ever before. Ugh! Su Jie groaned, blood seeping from his skin and his body trembling violently, but he gritted his teeth and held on. Quench! He concentrated all his will, guiding this violent energy to impact his bones. The heart of martial arts, blue, allowed him to precisely control the flow of energy, while the vitality of his immortal martial bones continuously repaired the damage. Time slipped away slowly amidst the pain. Suddenly, a crisp resonance came from all the bones in his body, and the violent energy was completely fused together. The excruciating pain subsided, replaced by a powerful sense of strength filling my entire body. He looked inward again and saw that his bones radiated a warm, jade-like luster, and subtle, mysterious textures appeared on their surface. Yellow-level martial bone, success. Ding! Detected that the host has tempered their entire body's martial bones to the yellow rank. The third main quest is now issued: heaven rank martial bones. Mission requirement: before the martial arts exam, temper your entire body's martial bones to a heavenly level martial bone. Mission rewards: 50,000 martial arts achievement points. Mysterious reward X1. Failure penalty: the host's potential will be permanently locked, and they will be barred from pursuing the highest martial arts path. Current base combat power, 7 million, after the 20% bonus for Extreme Foundation Establishment users. Actual base combat power, 8.4 million. Su Jie suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze flashing with a sharp light that caused ripples to spread through the air inside the stone hall. He slowly clenched his fists, feeling the terrifying power within him that seemed capable of shattering stars with a single punch, and couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Su Jie felt the qualitative change brought about by the yellow-level martial bone, and his heart was filled with heroic spirit. But he was not satisfied, because the remaining energy of the bone-tempering liquid in his body was still immense, plus the 10 million chi and blood and 2,200 points of chi and blood essence stored on the system panel. The yellow rank has been formed, but half of the energy in the bone-tempering liquid is still left. I currently have 10 million chi and blood and 2,200 points of chi and blood essence, plus 2 bottles of bone-tempering liquid that I haven't used yet. A mad glint flashed in his eyes. After the basic and yellow levels,
comes the profound level.
Several times the pain? A skyrocketing energy demand? I have the resources to do that. Let's first refine and absorb these remaining energies completely, and see what level we can achieve.
Energy flowed in gently, and the bones emitted a faint humming sound, the tempering process slowly but steadily improving. Su Jie meticulously sensed every change within his body, as if the most sophisticated instrument were making precise measurements. After an unknown amount of time, when the last trace of residual energy was completely refined, he clearly saw that boundary. The remaining energy has been completely refined, accounting for approximately 17.2% of the total energy required to break through to the Xian-level martial bone. Without hesitation, he grabbed another brand new bottle of bone-tempering liquid, tilted his head back, and gulped it down in one go. A cool yet powerful energy burst forth instantly, rapidly merging with the 17.2% base, and the energy level began to climb rapidly.
57.2%.
Just one bottle of bone-tempering liquid directly replenished 40% of the progress. Without pausing for a moment, he grabbed the last bottle of bone-tempering liquid and poured it in again. The torrent of energy surged even more fiercely, charging wildly toward perfection.
97.2%.
The second bottle of bone-tempering liquid has added another 40% to the progress. At this moment, his body was surging with energy, and he only needed 2.8% more to achieve perfection.
Only one last step left. Su Jie's mind raced, and he unleashed his full computing power.
On the system panel, his chi and blood essence instantly
decreased by 400 points.
At the same time, he didn't hesitate to activate and burn his stored 10 million points of chi and blood reserves. A massive amount of energy, totaling nearly 14 million units of chi and blood, was precisely injected into the critical energy surge that had already reached 97.2%.
100%. Energy complete.
The final rebirth to break through to the Xian-level martial bone has officially begun.
Boom! This shock far surpasses anything seen before.
If breaking through to the yellow rank is like a volcanic eruption, then breaking through to the profound rank is like the entire star field collapsing and being reborn within his body. The pain suddenly intensified more than tenfold. It was an extreme torment, as if one's soul had been thrown into an eternal furnace to be forged. Every bone disintegrated amidst screams, yet, supported by boundless energy and immortal vitality, it reformed into an even more profound form. Su Jie's body twisted violently, his skin cracked inch by inch, and blood gushed out like a spring. In an instant, he turned into a blood gourd, only able to utter wild, beast-like groans from deep in his throat. His consciousness was adrift in an endless sea of pain, almost completely lost. It was only thanks to his martial arts heart, blue, that he managed to hold on to the last vestige of clarity in his mind, and the immortal vitality emanating from the immortal martial bone in his left arm, that he was firmly holding on to the life force that was about to collapse, like the strongest rope.
Time seemed to stand still. How much time had passed was unknown. It could have been a moment, or it could have been eternity.
When the excruciating pain that could shatter one's soul receded like a tide, Su Jie collapsed to the ground as if all his bones had been removed, unable to move even a finger. Only the faint rise and fall of his chest proved that he was still alive. He lay on the ground like a lump of mud, and it took him a long time to gradually regain his senses. He struggled to look inward at himself.
His entire skeleton underwent another transformation, turning a faint dark gold color.
The natural patterns on his bones became more complex and profound, as if they contained some kind of rule of heaven and earth.
The Xian-level martial bone is finally complete. Ding!
Detected that the host has tempered all his martial bones to the Xian level. Base combat power plus 6 million points. Current base combat power 13 million points. After the 20% bonus for extreme foundation establishment, the actual base combat power is 15.6 million points. Su Jie felt the power within his body, like that of a sleeping ancient beast. Although his body was still weak, his eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance.
Profound level martial bone. 15.6 million combat power. Ha ha ha. Federal Parliament? Hearing?
You Wuji, the first war god?
I wonder if my combat power will scare you then.
I wonder if Yu Wuji, who has been venturing into the dungeon world, has reached a combat power of 10 million.
What is the Federation's honorific title for a martial artist with a combat power of over 10 million? Is that the War Emperor? From now on, let's see who dares to mess with me, the War Emperor Su, on this starry sky.
Su Jie sat up cross-legged and began to fully circulate the origin breathing technique, absorbing the rich energy within the stone hall to restore his greatly depleted body. I only have 1,800 essences of chi and blood left to reach the Xian-level martial bone.
How much massive amount of resources will be needed to reach the earth level and heaven level?
Su Jie felt solemn, but even more excited and expectant. If resources aren't enough, then go rob them, go fight for them. This myriad manifestations heavenly palace instance world, and those unknown myriad realms, are all my hunting grounds, Su Jie's hunting grounds. Since he could come here anytime in the future, Su Jie adjusted to the surge in power for a while, and with a thought, used his preparatory disciple token to teleport back to the training room of the 7th Biological Laboratory in Linjiang City. The moment he appeared, before he could even check checked the information on his personal terminal. Yang Baichuan rushed in, his face filled with unprecedented anxiety and anger.
You brat, you're finally back. Something terrible has happened. Su Jie frowned, concealed his aura, and calmly asked, "What's wrong, Uncle Yang? Is it another monster invasion? It's even more infuriating than the invasion of monsters." Yang Baichuan's beard trembled. Robert E. Lee and those old guys, Zhou and Shang, launched their attack before Lord Yu even came out of the instance world. They have joined forces with more than a dozen members of Congress to launch an emergency impeachment proceedings against you on charges, including endangering federal security, unexplained origins of your cultivation technique, and indiscriminate killing of federal war gods. Oh, Su Jie's eyes turned cold. And then?
They invoked emergency privileges, bypassed routine procedures, and directly dispatched the federal enforcement team. Leading the team was Zhao Han, a second-tier war god with a combat power of 2.1 million and a confidant of Robert E. Lee. They've arrived in Linjiang and are heading to the lab, saying they want to invite you to the central holy city to cooperate with the investigation, but in reality, they just want to forcibly detain you. Yang Baichuan said urgently, they want to convict you before you see Lord Yu. Think of something quickly, or you could hide in the myriad manifestations heavenly palace first. Instead of panicking, Su Jie revealed a contemptuous smile.
Hide? Why should I hide?
He patted Yang Baichuan on the shoulder, his tone calm yet carrying a chilling undertone. Uncle Yang, don't worry, these are just a few flies. They're perfect for testing how tough my tempered martial bones really are. No sooner had he finished speaking than a loud shout and the roar of colliding energy came from outside the laboratory.
Federal law enforcement is on duty. All irrelevant personnel, get out of my way. Where is Su Jie? Come out immediately for investigation. Otherwise, you will be charged with treason. The door to the training room was kicked open. A tall, stern-faced middle-aged man in a federal law enforcement uniform barged in with a team of menacing officers. The middle-aged man at the head of the group was none other than Zhao Han, the god of war with a combat power of 2.1 million. He arrogantly glanced around before finally fixing his gaze on Su Jie. You're Su Jie?
Zhao Han slightly raised his chin, his tone carrying a clear command. By emergency order from the Federal Supreme Council, come with us.
You'd better not resist, otherwise.
Before he could finish speaking, Su Jie slowly interrupted, his tone tinged with amusement. Otherwise what?
Zhao Han's eyes narrowed, and the aura of a second-tier war god erupted from his body, attempting to subdue Su Jie. Otherwise, I have the right to kill you on the spot.
The oppressive aura made it difficult for Yang Baichuan to breathe, but Su Jie remained unmoved, like a gentle breeze. He picked at his ear, as if he'd heard a joke.
Kill them on the spot? You? Where were you when the monsters invaded? Now you're here to lord it over everyone.
Enraged by Su Jie's attitude, Zhao Han sneered, looks like you're going to have to suffer the consequences.
Take him down.
The two law enforcement officers behind him immediately stepped forward, holding specially made energy shackles, and were about to put them on Su Jie's hands. Su Jie didn't even look at the two men, but calmly stared at Zhao Han and said indifferently, I'll count to 3, then take your men and get out of my laboratory.
1. Su Jie began to count. You're asking for death.
Zhao Han roared, his blood surging, ready to take action himself. Su Jie remained standing steadily, even casting a faint smile at Yang Baichuan.
The moment the count reached 3, Su Jie finally moved.
He simply raised his hand, which had just been tempered into a shin-level martial bone, and gently pressed it down, pointing directly at Zhao Han and all the law enforcement officers he had brought. It was as if they were simply brushing off the dust. Buzz! An invisible and intangible, yet heavy and terrifying force, as if the entire sky were collapsing, suddenly descended. The sinister smile on Zhao Han's face froze instantly, replaced by endless horror and fear. He felt as if a planet had crashed down on him. Splash! 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 Including Zhao Han, all the law enforcement officers who broke into the training room didn't even have time to utter a groan before their knees buckled as if struck
by an invisible giant hammer, and they all knelt down on the hard special alloy floor.
Their knees actually smashed the ground, creating spiderweb-like cracks. They struggled desperately, trying to mobilize their internal energy, but found that the space around them seemed to be frozen, and they couldn't even
move a finger.
The terrifying pressure was like a tangible thing, firmly suppressing them, and they didn't even have the strength to lift their heads. Zhao Han knelt on the ground, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes filled with disbelief, terror, and humiliation. He was a second-tier war god of the Federation, with a combat power of 2.1 million.
How could he be unable to withstand even a casual press from the opponent? Was Su Jie's strength really that great? Su Jie slowly walked up to him, looking down at him with a piercing gaze. Now, do you know how to get out of here?
Zhao Han's lips trembled incessantly, unable to utter a single word under this terrifying pressure.
Su Jie coldly surveyed the kneeling law enforcement officers. Now that I've made my move, I have to leave something behind. Each of you, cut off an arm.
Everyone's faces turned pale, but no one dared to resist. Zhao Han gritted his teeth, his right hand clenched into a knife shape, and slashed fiercely at his left shoulder. With a crack, his left arm fell to the ground. Seeing this, the others could only grit their teeth and follow suit. Blood instantly stained the ground red, head, and severed arms were scattered all over the ground.
Su Jie frowned slightly. Clean up your things, don't dirty my territory. Zhao Han's face was deathly pale.
Enduring the excruciating pain, he trembled as he picked up his severed arm with his only remaining right hand. The other law enforcement officers followed suit, bending down one by one, and scrambling to clean up the mess under Su Jie's oppressive presence. Go back and tell those old geezers that if they dare to cause any more trouble, I'll go to the central holy city and chop off their dog heads.
Now, get out of here.
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Han and the others felt as if they had been granted a pardon. They scrambled out of the laboratory, clutching their severed arms, without even daring to look back. Su Jie turned around and smiled at the dumbfounded Yang Baichuan. Uncle Yang, look, the problem is solved.
Yang Baichuan swallowed hard, his voice barely concealing his anger. Resolve? You call this a resolution?
You made them lose an arm and send them back with those kinds of words.
Su Jie shrugged indifferently. What else? Invite them for tea?
Uncle Yang, some people only learn to use their brains when they've been hurt and scared. Yang Baichuan stared at the nonchalant Su Jie for a long time before finally managing to squeeze out a sentence. Just how strong are you now, kid?
Su Jie grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Not that strong, maybe just a little bit stronger than I used to be.
The news that the federal law enforcement team had suffered a crushing defeat at Lin Jiang, and that even the war god Zhao Han had lost an arm, spread like wildfire throughout the federal leadership. The virtual meeting room was deathly silent. Congressman Robert E. Lee's face was ashen as he stared intently at the report on the screen about Su Jie's nonchalant suppression of
Zhao Han and his associates.
Congressman Zhou Wenchang, on the other hand, was so gloomy he looked like he was about to burst into tears.
How is it possible to easily suppress war god Zhao Han? A counselor from their faction exclaimed in shock. He only recently advanced to war god, and Zhao Jianquan's 1.5 million combat power was no match for him. Now he can suppress a second-tier war god with ease. This rate of advancement is simply illogical. Besides that martial soul awakening method, he must have an even more secret inheritance. Robert E. Lee gritted his teeth. We must control him before he fully matures and Yu Wuji emerges from seclusion. Otherwise, the council will have no place for us. No one has ever dared to threaten us like this. Control?
How can we control him? Another counselor said bitterly.
Zhao Han's elite law enforcement team couldn't even withstand a single move from him. Are we old guys supposed to step in ourselves? Or should we mobilize the Legion to besiege a war god who has rendered meritorious service to the human race and just repelled a super-large beast tide? What will the public think? What will the other war gods think? Silence fell over the meeting room once again.
Su Jie's overwhelming strength had delivered a resounding slap to their faces, making their conspiracy appear both laughable and futile.
Linjiang City, 7th Biological Laboratory.
With the Shen-level martial bone reaching 10%, the speed of blood circulation has increased dramatically, and the efficiency of the origin breathing technique has also increased
to 20 points of blood per second. However, relying solely on automatic recovery, it will still take too long to refine the Shen-level martial bone into the Earth-level one.
With a thought, the space-time Dao-Ai crystal containing the mysterious nebula instantly appeared in his palm. Previously, he couldn't fuse with it due to insufficient combat power. Now, his base combat power has
reached 15.6 million points.
According to the system's star-level conversion, 1 star is approximately equal to 10,000 combat power. He is already at 1,560 stars, far exceeding the minimum requirement of 1,000 stars.
It's time to study you properly.
Su Jie probed the crystal with his divine sense. Instantly, more information flooded into his mind.
Updated conditions for initial fusion of the timespace Dao-Ai. 1. Basic combat power reaches 1,000 stars. Meeting requirement. 2. Soul power level has reached level 10. Not met. Current soul power level, level 5. Soul power level 10? Su Jie frowned.
He had previously improved his soul power by condensing his martial arts heart and then experienced many battles and life and death illusions, but his soul power was still only level 5. It seems I must go to the stone hall of the myriad manifestations heavenly sex perspective disciples and use the myriad manifestations gods and demons suppressing prison diagram to temper my soul power. Another thing surfaced in his mind, the law fragment he had condensed using the rewards from the 10 martial veins system. He carefully brought a wisp of soul power close to the law fragment in the system space. The moment they made contact, an indescribable torrent of laws and information, seemingly containing the ultimate truths of heaven and earth yet wild and chaotic, suddenly surged forth, impacting Su Jie's consciousness, causing his head to vibrate violently as if it were about to explode. Su Jie quickly cut off the contact, still feeling lingering fear.
No, this thing is too high level. With my current cultivation level and soul power, I can't even get close enough to observe it, let alone comprehend it.
Forcing contact would probably annihilate my soul. With a grave expression, Su Jie secretly realized, it seems that the most urgent task right now is to increase my soul power. Without enough soul power, it's like having a treasure trove but being unable to access it. Without hesitation, he immediately used his preparatory disciple disciple token to teleport back to that simple yet mysterious stone hall. Sitting cross-legged on the futon, Su Jie took a deep breath and fixed his gaze firmly on the first volume of the Myriad Gods and Demons Suppressing Prison map on the wall. Having learned from his previous experience, he was more cautious this time, slowly immersing himself in the task at hand, not daring to make any rash moves. Even so, the immense will and endless information carried by that curved hair still pressed down like the collapse of the universe. Su Jie felt as if his soul was being pierced by billions of steel needles, and then torn apart by a raging ocean of laws. He held fast to his mind, and the martial heart, blue, emitted a stable light, helping him maintain his meditative state as he tried to capture the nourishing and soul-refining essence emanating from the hair in the picture. This time, he held on for 2 seconds. It lasted a full second longer than last time. He abruptly broke free from his meditation, his face deathly pale, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, and a wave of weakness washing over him. 2 seconds is still too short, Su Jie panted. But it's been effective. I can feel my soul power slightly increasing and condensing under that extreme pressure. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. He closed his eyes to rest, and once the weakness in his soul subsided, he turned his gaze back to the visualization image. And so, Su Jie began his self-torturing soul power training. Time and again he would fall into meditation. Time and again he would break free from the brink of soul collapse, relying on the restorative effects of the futon to painstakingly increase his soul power. With a resolute look in his eyes, he closed his eyes and regulated his breathing. Once the weakness subsided, he prepared to immerse himself in that torturous visualization once more. Half a day later, Su Jie collapsed onto the futon like a dead fish, his eyes rolling back. It took him a long time to regain his senses due to the exhaustion of his soul. This kind of forced endurance is still too inefficient. He rubbed his pale face, his consciousness sinking into his mind. System, bring up the arsenal of all heavens, and filter for cultivation techniques that can assist in soul recovery or cultivation, with a price not exceeding 8,000 martial arts achievement points. The light screen flickered, and countless items flashed by, eventually settling on a few. Su Jie scanned the screen and locked onto a cultivation technique called the Spirit Nourishing Technique. The Spirit Nourishing Technique, beginner's guide, a top 100 basic soul cultivation method across all realms. It gently nourishes and rapidly restores soul power, and significantly increases the speed of soul power cultivation. Requires 8,000 martial arts achievement points to exchange. This is it. Su Jie chose to exchange without hesitation. Successfully redeemed the Spirit Cultivation Technique, Beginner's Edition, using 8,000 martial arts achievement points. A cool and gentle flow of information entered his consciousness, and he instantly grasped the operating method of this technique. Wonderful! Su Jie's eyes lit up. This Spirit Nourishing Technique can not only accelerate the recovery of soul power, but also continuously and actively operate to gradually increase the upper limit of soul power. As expected, it ranks among the top 100 of the countless soul cultivation techniques across the myriad worlds. Although this is only the introductory chapter, it's the only introductory chapter one can afford right now. He immediately began circulating the Spirit Nourishing Technique, and a cool, refreshing energy slowly spread through his sea of consciousness, like sweet dew nourishing parched land. The fatigue and weakness in his soul from the previous visualization quickly dissipated, and his spirit was instantly invigorated. After recovering to his peak condition, Su Jie once again turned his gaze to the myriad manifestations of gods and demons suppressing prison diagram and continued to contemplate that hair. The overwhelming will pressed down like a boulder, but this time, he felt as if his soul had gained a resilient buffer. The Spirit Nourishing Technique spontaneously circulated within his sea of consciousness, helping him better withstand the terrifying information onslaught. He held on for a full 3 seconds before being forced to quit. As soon as he withdrew, he activated the Spirit Nourishing Technique with all his might. The fatigue in his soul receded like a tide, and his soul power recovered at least 3 times faster than before. It really worked. Su Jie's spirits lifted. Thus began an even more efficient yet more frantic cycle, visualizing the myriad gods and demons suppressing prison diagram to temper his soul power to its limit, circulating the Spirit Nourishing Technique to quickly recover, visualizing again. Time flies by in these cycles. I don't know how much time passed, maybe a day, maybe a few days. Suddenly, something seemed to open up within Su Jie's sea of consciousness. His soul perception instantly became much clearer, its range significantly expanded, and his control over his own power became increasingly refined. The pressure emanating from the visualization seemed to have lessened somewhat. Ding! Host soul power breakthrough detected. Current soul power level, level 6. Level 6. Su Jie's eyes gleamed, feeling a sense of fulfillment emanating from the depths of his soul. Indeed, having a cultivation technique makes all the difference. He did not stop, continuing to immerse himself in the cycle of visualization and recovery, completely unaware of the passage of time. Each time his consciousness was crushed by the immense will of that hair, it was rebuilt under the nourishment of the Spirit Nourishing Technique. His soul, like refined steel that had been forged through countless trials, became even more solid and resilient. Finally, after countless
countless trials and tribulations that pushed him to his limits. A thunderous roar seemed to resound in my mind. A feeling of sudden enlightenment surged through my entire body. The soul perception spread rapidly in all directions like a tide, instantly covering the entire stone hall, and even faintly penetrating the stone walls to sense the vague aura on the myriad phenomena heavenly palace square outside. The speed at which his thoughts moved far exceeded that of the past, and his control over the immense blood and chi of 15.6 million combat power in the Shen-level martial bone within his body also reached an unprecedented level of subtlety. The pressure from the hair and the visualization, though still heavy, no longer felt unbearable to him. Ding! Host soul power breakthrough detected. Current soul power level, level 8. Level 8. Su Jie suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze deep and restrained. He let out a long sigh of relief, his face unable to hide his joy. Breaking through 3 levels in such a short time. The combination of the myriad manifestations of gods and demons suppressing prison diagram and the spirit nourishing technique is truly heaven-defying. He felt the power and fullness emanating from his soul, and his heart was filled with excitement. Just then, a thought struck him, and through his preparatory disciple token, he sensed someone anxiously searching for him outside. It was Yang Baichuan. Su Jie calmed his mind and stopped cultivating. Improving one's soul power is not something that can be achieved overnight. Although there are only 2 levels between level 8 and level 10, the accumulation required is far greater than before. Next, he still needs to find a way to improve his martial bone level. He flashed and used the token to teleport back to the training room in the laboratory of Linjiang City. As soon as it appeared, Yang Baichuan, who had been waiting anxiously for a long time, rushed forward. "My little ancestor, you're finally out. The special spaceship sent by the federal headquarters has been parked at Linjiang Airport for half a day. The hearings have supposedly already started, but Robert E. Lee and his cronies kept the entire parliament sitting there waiting for ages, and they were so angry they almost blew the roof off." Su Jie remained calm, even casually adjusting his sleeves. "What's the rush? Let them wait. If they can't wait any longer, just adjourn the meeting." Looking at his stubborn expression and sensing the increasingly profound and unfathomable aura emanating from him, Yang Baichuan couldn't help but ask, "Have you made another breakthrough?" He was, of course, referring to Su Jie's strength. After all, the improvement in Su Jie's soul power wasn't outwardly apparent. Su Jie smiled slightly, not responding directly, but instead patting his stomach and saying, "Uncle Yang, don't rush. Let's go first. I'll treat you to a barbecue rice. You'll have the energy to argue with those old foxes if you're full." After saying that, he took the lead and walked out, his steps leisurely and carefree. As Yang Baichuan watched his retreating figure, he vaguely saw a peerless divine weapon about to be unsheathed, its sharpness fully revealed, ready to stir up a monstrous wave in the center of the Federation's power. "This kid," he muttered to himself, quickly quickening his pace to catch up. Central Holy City, Federal Supreme Council hearing room. The dome soared high, solemn and imposing. Hundreds of federal congressmen sat in the circular seating area, the air thick with barely suppressed anxiety and anger. They had been waiting here for a full half-day. Observers and media representatives from various factions were already restless, their whispers echoing like mosquitoes in the hall. All eyes were focused on that lone seat in the center of the hall. At the head of the table, Congressman Robert E. Lee's face was ashen, his fingers gripping the gavel so tightly they were slightly white. Beside him, Congressman Zhou Wenchang's face was even more somber, his eyes filled with a sinister glint. They originally planned to use this carefully arranged hearing to suppress Su Jie, this uncontrollable factor, in full view of the public, with the help of the parliament and public opinion. They also wanted to use the greater good of humanity to force him to hand over the specific cultivation method of the martial soul awakening technique and the secret of his rapid improvement. The main character was nowhere to be seen, and these big shots just sat there like fools for ages. This was undoubtedly a huge embarrassment for them. Suddenly, as if sensing something, everyone's eyes turned to the entrance. The gate slowly opened, and a figure walked in against the light. Su Jie was dressed in a simple black training uniform, with his hands in his pockets and a blade of grass he had pulled out of nowhere dangling from his mouth. He walked with a leisurely gait, as if he were strolling in his own backyard. He walked to the seat in the center of the hall, but did not sit down immediately. Instead, he looked around the solemn hall, and when he did not see the person he wanted to see, he suddenly grinned. "Oh, so many people? You gentlemen counselors are quite free, aren't you? You don't have to go to the front lines to fight monsters, nor do you have to study how to improve the strength of the human race, so you've all come here to see me? Do I have flowers growing on my face, or do I have the words invincible written on it?" Someone in the audience couldn't help but laugh out loud, but was immediately silenced by the eyes of those around them. However, the suppressed laughter still spread in the corner of the hall. Robert E. Lee's face darkened, and he slammed his gavel down heavily. "Silence. Su Jie, watch your manners. This is the hearing room of the Federal Supreme Council, not a place for you to cause trouble." "Attitude?" Su Jie picked at his ear and said casually, "My attitude depends on whether the person sitting opposite me is a human or a dog. I speak human language to humans, but do you expect to reason with a barking dog?" "You!" Zhou Wenchang's face turned passion as he pointed angrily at Su Jie. Arrogant, lawless, law, heaven?
Su Jie sneered, finally pulling out a chair and sitting down casually, crossing his legs. In my Su Jie's eyes, my fist is law, and my will is heaven.
You disagree? Keep it to yourself.
Robert Lee suppressed his anger and decided to proceed according to the plan. Su Jie, let's begin the interrogation.
First, what explanation do you have for your unauthorized killing of the Federation's war god Zhao Qianquan and the annihilation of the Zhao family? Do you admit that this was a blatant violation of federal law? Explanation?
Su Jie seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. The Zhao family sent people to kidnap my students in an attempt to seize my cultivation technique inheritance.
The evidence is conclusive.
According to Article 7 of the Federal Wartime Emergency Regulations, anyone who endangers federal strategic personnel and core successors is considered a traitor
and can be executed on the spot. I haven't even investigated your council's negligence and oversight and condoning of traitors, and you're already questioning me?
He leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharp as a knife, sweeping over Robert E. Lee and Zhou Wenchang. Or is it that the Zhao family has some shady old foxes backing them up, which is why they dare to be so unscrupulous?
You're talking nonsense.
Zhou Wenchang suddenly stood up.
Did I call you out?
Why are you so eager to take it personally? Su Jie leaned back lazily in his chair, a hint of disdain in his voice.
Counselor Zhou, are you feeling guilty?
Second, Robert E. Lee quickly changed the subject, determined not to dwell on the Zhao family issue any further. The martial soul awakening method you taught has an unknown origin, an extremely high mortality rate during its cultivation, and has been accused of being an evil art. Have you used federal resources to conduct
inhumane live experiments? Evil magic? Su Jie sneered. A few deaths make it evil magic? What about the soldiers who sacrifice themselves on the battlefield every day? Do you guys sitting in air-conditioned offices know that the path of a martial artist is about defying the heavens and fighting against fate?
His voice suddenly rose, carrying a fierce and ruthless aura. My martial soul awakening method has given those children whom you judged as useless, who were plagued by pill poison and whose path to martial arts was almost ruined, a chance to fight. They're willing to risk their lives for a future.
And what can you do besides spout empty talk and label people?
His gaze swept across the audience, and his voice resounded throughout the hall. I, Su Jie, will say it right now. The martial soul awakening method
is in my hands.
It may be cruel, but it forges true warriors, not those useless cowards who hide in the safe zone and only know how to talk big.
As for the source,
Su Jie stood up, and his aura suddenly leaked out. A terrifying pressure as vast as the sea of stars and as heavy as an ancient divine mountain swept through the entire hearing hall like a storm. Buzz! The alloy walls of the council chamber groaned under the strain, and the energy lights flickered violently.
All the counselors, including Robert E. Lee and Zhou Wenchang,
felt an invisible mountain pressing down on their chests, making it difficult to breathe, and their faces turned ashen. Those gazes that were originally scrutinizing or hostile were instantly replaced by boundless fear and shock. What kind of power is this? A veteran war god counselor exclaimed in shock. He was as insignificant as an ant in the face of this power. Su Jie hovered 3 feet off the ground, his body shimmering with dark golden light, the oppressive aura of his Shin-level martial bone unleashed. He looked down at the counselors below, trembling like quails, his voice like thunder from the heavens, shaking the very depths of each person's soul.
The origin of my cultivation technique? You think you're worthy to know?
My strength, Su Jie's strength, comes from countless life or death battles, from the sacrifices and entrustments of my compatriots,
from my own indomitable spirit. You want to know why I've improved so quickly? I'll tell you.
He suddenly threw a punch into the air above the hearing room. He didn't use any martial arts techniques, just pure, extreme power.
Boom!
The specially made dome of the council hall, which was strong enough to withstand the attack of a royal-level demon beast, was blasted, open like paper, leaving a huge hole tens of meters in diameter. The sunlight from outside poured in, mixed with broken energy runes. The power of that punch was terrifying. Su Jie withdrew his fist and stood beneath the hole, the sunlight illuminating him like a god. He coldly surveyed the entire scene. Now, who still has doubts about my strength and my techniques? Robert E. Lee and Zhou Wenchang slumped in their chairs, their faces deathly pale and drenched in cold sweat. All their calculations and schemes had become a laughable joke in the face of Su Jie's absolute power.
Just then, a faint voice came from the corner.
It was a reporter from a small media outlet.
He raised his recorder with trembling hands,
his voice brimming with barely suppressed excitement. Su Jie, the god of war. What are your thoughts on this hearing? Su Jie glanced at him, then suddenly withdrew all his oppressive aura, reverting to his lazy demeanor, and patted off non-existent dust from his body.
Thoughts?
The venue is nice, but the dome isn't very sturdy. I suggest you contact the Zhao family.
Oh, sorry, the Zhao family is gone. In that case, contact the Zhou family to reimburse the repair costs. They have plenty of money anyway.
He paused, then gave the reporter a smile. Furthermore, tell everyone in the Federation for me, why do I, Su Jie, need to explain my actions to you? The Tianming star is too small a pond to contain a true dragon. My goal is the stars in the sea, the myriad worlds. As for you, his gaze swept over the pale-faced members of parliament again, and he casually uttered a remark. Watch carefully, learn well, and don't mess with me again. Otherwise, I don't mind giving the Federal Council a fresh batch of blood. After he finished speaking, he ignored the still dumbfounded crowd, and with a flicker of his figure, he disappeared instantly from the hole in the dome, leaving only his dashing back view, the mess in the hall, and the shock. After a long silence in the hearing room, a tremendous uproar finally erupted. Su Jie's last words, along with the live broadcast signal, spread throughout the entire Federation, becoming a new motto in the hearts of countless young martial artists. I, Su Jie, have no need to explain my actions to you. Su Jie blasted through the dome of the Federal Parliament hearing hall with a single punch, leaving behind a scene of chaos and shock, before leisurely returning to Linjian City. To him, it was nothing more than a minor incident, like casually swatting a few buzzing flies. However, the storm that this punch stirred up in the upper echelons of the Federation far exceeded everyone's expectations. In the virtual conference room, Robert E. Lee's face was ashen as he stared at the huge hole in the Parliament dome on the screen, his fingertips trembling. Zhou Wenchang's face turned ashen. Su Jie's last words, "get reimbursed by the Zhou family," and the implied threat within them, were like a sharp knife, stabbing viciously into his heart. Outrageous! Utterly outrageous! Robert E. Lee roared. We must use ultimate force. Activate the divine punishment system. We cannot allow him to continue growing. Activate divine punishment? A relatively rational member of parliament advised with a wry smile. Robert, calm down. Let alone whether the heavenly punishment system can lock onto and kill a powerful individual whose strength is unfathomable and who is suspected to have reached the battle emperor level. Even if we succeed, how will we explain this to the people? How will we face those young martial artists who idolize Su Jie and place their hopes in him? Moreover, the northern defense line still needs a strong leader to hold it together. Are we just going to let him run wild on our heads? Zhou Wenchang roared hoarsely. A deathly silence fell over the meeting room once more, a sense of powerlessness gripping everyone's hearts. Faced with absolute power, all schemes and calculations seemed utterly futile. At that very moment, a vast and peaceful will, seemingly containing the power of the entire starry sky, quietly descended upon the virtual conference room. All the counselors were simultaneously shocked, their faces showing disbelief. On the light screen, a figure dressed in a simple blue robe, with a gentle face and eyes as deep as the universe, slowly condensed into form. Lord Yu, Lord Yu. Robert E. Lee was the first to react, his voice filled with excitement and awe. You've emerged from seclusion? This person is none other than Yu Wuji, who is hailed as the strongest in Tianming Star and the pillar of the human race. His gaze calmly swept over each member of parliament present, finally settling on Robert E. Lee and Zhou Wenchang, and he spoke softly. I just finished my seclusion and immediately sensed the fluctuations of that power above the Federation. His tone was unreadable. It seems that quite a lot has indeed happened during my seclusion. Robert E. Lee, as if given a lifeline, immediately burst into tears and exclaimed, Lord Yu, you've finally come out of seclusion. That Su Jie is utterly reckless, slaughtering his own clan's war god and openly attacking the council hearing hall. His actions are no less than those of a traitor. We implore Lord Yu to intervene and suppress this scoundrel to set things right. Zhou Wenchang quickly chimed in, indeed, Lord Yu, this boy's strength has increased strangely, and the source of his cultivation technique is unknown. He is truly a major threat to the human race. The other counselors cast expectant glances, awaiting Yu Wuji's decision. In their view, as long as Yu Wuji took action, Su Jie, no matter how strong, wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. However, Yu Wuji's reaction surprised everyone. After hearing the accusations, instead of anger, he revealed a meaningful smile. Su Jie, not bad, indeed not bad. Yu Wuji nodded slightly. This boy is resolute and decisive in killing. What's even more remarkable is that he harbors a sense of injustice and is extremely dissatisfied with the current state of the human race, yearning to break free from its shackles. He turned his gaze to Robert E. Lee and Zhou Wenchang, his tone still calm, yet exuding an undeniable authority. As for the laws and discipline you speak of, when the old laws and disciplines have become shackles binding the progress of humanity, it is only a matter of time before they are broken. What? Robert Lee and Zhou Wenchang were struck dumb, unable to believe their ears. Yu Wuji is actually defending Su Jie? But Lord Yu, he killed war god Zhao Qianquan. He ruined the prestige of our council. Zhou Wenchang shouted unwillingly. Zhao Qianquan? Yu Wuji's eyes turned slightly cold. When the monster tide broke out in the northern territory, he pretended to be in seclusion and stayed at home. Did he really think he could hide it from the Federation's surveillance? Their family abuses their power, monopolizes resources, and suppresses talented individuals from humble backgrounds. Their corruption has reached its very core. Even if Su Jie doesn't intervene, I will personally resolve this matter after I emerge from seclusion this time. As for the authority of the parliament, Yu Wuji paused, his words tinged with sarcasm. Authority is not maintained by a sturdy building and cumbersome rules and regulations. It stems from strength, from the contributions made to humanity. You might as well ask yourself
yourselves, in recent years, how many truly beneficial things has the Council done that have boosted the morale of the human race? These words left Robert E. Lee, Zhou Wenchang, and others blushing and speechless. Yu Wuji ignored them, his gaze seemingly piercing through the virtual space, looking towards Linjiang City, his tone filled with anticipation. Order: the Federal Parliament shall immediately cease all investigations and crackdowns against Su Jie and his associates. The Martial Soul Awakening Development Experimental class he created was listed as a top priority strategic project of the Federation, with resources doubled. His presence was equivalent to my personal presence. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, I will meet with him at the martial arts Great Wall to discuss the future of the celestial star human race. As for you, Yu Wuji's lips curled into a cold smile. Think carefully about what you should do in the future, and don't drag me down. If you dare to cause trouble, I won't be as lenient as Su Jie. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Wuji's illusory figure slowly dissipated, and the room fell into a deathly silence. Robert E. Lee and Zhou Wenchang slumped in their chairs, their faces ashen. They knew perfectly well that with Yu Wuji's emergence from seclusion and Su Jie's rise to power, their era had come to a complete end. The skies over the Federation have changed. Linjiang City, 7th Biological Laboratory. Just as Su Jie was instructing Taizhu and the others on how to absorb the essence blood of general-level demon beasts more efficiently, the quantum computer on his wrist transmitted news of Yu Wuji's emergence from seclusion and the latest resolution of the Council. He raised an eyebrow slightly, looking somewhat surprised. Yu Wuji actually didn't come looking for trouble with me, but instead stood up for me? Su Jie stroked his chin. Interesting. This #1 strongest is much smarter than those senile old fogies in the Council. Yang Baichuan rushed over, his face full of excitement and disbelief. Kid, did you see that? Lord Yu has come out of seclusion. He supports you. Those old guys in the Council are completely dumbfounded now. Ha ha ha. Su Jie smiled, not surprised at all. I expected it. A true strongman's vision is not limited to one time or place. Yu Wuji has reached this point, so his vision must be quite broad. He invited you to the martial arts Great Wall for a chat. Yang Baichuan said with a hint of worry. Yes, of course I'll go. Su Jie's eyes flashed with a sharp light. I was just thinking of talking to him about the myriad manifestations Heavenly Palace, about the myriad realms, and the future of the human race. He felt the surging power within him and the restless soul within him, knowing that the pond of Tianming Star was indeed no longer a place for him. The Great Wall of Martial Arts, winding like a giant dragon, stretches between the eastern border of the human race and the endless wilderness. It is the front line against demonic beasts and the burial place of countless heroic souls. Every deep claw mark and every dark stain of blood on the Great Wall bears witness to the relentless invasions of demonic beasts. The massive demonic beast tides that once ravaged the northern territory are now commonplace here. For this reason, more than 100 human war gods take turns guarding the martial arts Great Wall, protecting this territory. Together with their generals and warriors, they formed the most solid flesh and blood Great Wall in the eastern border of the human race, firmly keeping the surging tide of demonic beasts outside the Great Wall. As the sun rose, it bathed the Great Wall in golden light. Su Jie, dressed in black, stood on the battlement, gazing at the vast land beyond the Great Wall, his heart filled with a mixture of pride and sorrow. The atmosphere here is a mixture of a profound sense of history and the chilling atmosphere of blood and fire. Su Jie. A calm voice came from behind. He turned around and saw that Yu Wuji had quietly stood not far away, dressed in a blue robe, his aura restrained, as if he had become one with the Great Wall. Yu Wuji looked to be no more than middle-aged, but his eyes were deep, as if they contained the birth and death of stars. Congratulations, Senior Yu, on reaching the realm of 10 million battle power. Su Jie could clearly feel the surging power within Yu Wuji's body, which was in no way inferior to his own. Yu Wuji stared at Su Jie, his eyes filled with undisguised shock. I have cultivated diligently for hundreds of years, and only with the help of the myriad manifestations, Heavenly Palace, was I able to break through. And you are still young, yet you can already stand shoulder to shoulder with me. Young friend Su, your talent is unprecedented. Su Jie grinned. Maybe I really do have higher talent? Yu Wuji chuckled and shook his head, saying nothing more. Then, with a serious expression, he asked, do you know why I specifically asked to meet you here? You can't possibly have invited me to just look at the scenery, can you? Su Jie raised an eyebrow. Is it for those old fogies in the council? Or for my little experimental class? Those are just trivial matters. Yu Wuji's gaze turned to the Great Wall, to the endless mountains and deep forests. Look at this Great Wall, so majestic, protecting the human race for nearly 1,000 years, but it is also a shackle. Su Jie's heart skipped a beat. Shackles? That's right. Yu Wuji said solemnly, it locks the demon beasts in place, but it also limits the vision and ambition of our human race to some extent. Too many people have become accustomed to relying on the Great Wall for protection, engaging in internal power struggles and infighting, forgetting that beyond the Great Wall lies a far wider world. Though teeming with monsters, it is also a world brimming with boundless opportunities. He turned to look at Su Jie. Your appearance is like a boulder thrown into stagnant water, breaking the old pattern and forcing those who are addicted
subjected to power struggles to open their eyes. Your martial soul awakening method, no matter how controversial, has paved a path for forging true warriors without relying on elixirs.
That's excellent. Yuwuji abruptly changed the subject, his tone turning cold. However, those like Robert E. Lee and the Zhao family are nothing but parasites clinging to the body of the Federation. You don't need to take them too seriously. Su Jia raised an eyebrow and retorted, since you know they're parasites, why didn't you clean them up sooner? Were you keeping them for the new year? Yuwuji shook his head, a shrewd smile playing on his lips. If the water is too clear, there will be no fish. Some parasites are actually useful to keep around.
They can help me draw fire from the shadows and also put those old monsters hiding deep within the Federation at ease.
Moreover, the Federation is internally complex, and a single move can have far-reaching consequences.
The timing of the purge must be carefully considered, and a sufficiently swift and sharp tool is needed.
His gaze fell on Su Jia, his expression meaningful. Su Jia sneered, I understand. I'll do all the dirty work and take the blame. You can sit in the center and relax. The capable should do more, Yuwuji said without any hesitation. Besides, I believe you'd be happy to do this job, wouldn't you? Let's wait a while longer.
I just hope that by then, the hand holding the knife won't be too soft when you're about to kill. Su Jia thought to himself, this number one person in the Federation is even more bloodthirsty than me.
Brothers and sisters, come and report on the battle.
This book has been dragged down by some malicious ratings. Its rating was only 6.0 yesterday, but thanks to your 5-star reviews, it has climbed to 6.2.
This is far from enough.
6.2 is not worthy of our passionate martial arts. The goal is to reach Martial God Realm 9.0.
Please infuse your primordial soul power. Thank you everyone. Su Jia chuckled and didn't refute. He would definitely let Yuwuji see how tough he was. However, those are ultimately frogs in a well.
Yuwuji's tone shifted, his expression becoming serious. The pond of Tianming Star
is indeed too small for you and me.
The real stage is in the myriad manifestations heavenly palace, behind those gates of light. He looked at Su Jia, his tone enticing. My seclusion this time isn't just for cultivation, but to challenge a newly discovered dungeon world, the true martial realm.
True martial realm? Su Jia's heart skipped a beat.
This name sounded much more prestigious than Tianming Star. That is a world where martial arts civilization far surpasses our Tianming Star. Its realm divisions cannot be measured by our superficial standard of combat power.
Yuwuji's eyes gleamed with longing and awe.
What we call tens of millions of combat power is nothing more than the level of a body-tempering realm, martial artist in the true martial world. At even higher levels, there are major realms such as the Origin Realm and the Divine Treasury Realm, each possessing boundless and all-encompassing abilities. Upon hearing this, Su Jia was not discouraged at all. Instead, his eyes blazed with intense passion. The 10 realms of martial arts mentioned by the system truly existed. The path beyond body tempering was long and arduous.
Body tempering realm, above. He clenched his fist, feeling a long-lost excitement. That's right. Yuwuji nodded.
In the true martial realm, even at the Origin Realm level, a cultivator's life level has already been transcended, and they can control origin power, which is far superior to the blood and chi of the body tempering realm.
Oh, Su Jia asked with interest. Then how do we get there?
The portal to the true martial realm is behind the light gate of the myriad manifestations heavenly palace, but that light gate requires a martial artist to reach a basic combat power of tens of millions to activate. Yuwuji explained, I just stepped into that threshold and explored it. I gained a lot, but I almost suffered a great loss.
Seeing Su Jia's eager expression, his expression turned serious, and he added,
our Tianming Star martial arts, in fact, are only based on the basic techniques passed down from the myriad manifestations heavenly palace, and have been developed for about 1,000 years. As for the true martial realm, its martial arts have been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and its foundation is unfathomable. When you go there, you must keep a low profile and try your best to remain discreet.
Upon hearing this, Su Jia grinned and said, understood, Senior Yu. Please rest assured.
He paused, his tone brimming with self-assured confidence. I'll observe the situation discreetly for now.
As for how long I can remain discreet, I can't say for sure.
Yuwuji looked at him with a hint of emotion in his expression. There is something I must remind you.
Our Tianming Star martial arts have been developed and inherited for
1,000 years based on the foundation of the myriad manifestations heavenly palace. The cultivation path is actually very different from that of the native Jinwu realm. He explained in detail, the first major realm of the true martial realm, although it also involves tempering the body, has a more holistic cultivation method. They divide the body tempering realm into 9 levels, each of which involves a comprehensive and simultaneous tempering and enhancement of the physical body, blood and chi, bones, and meridians. More importantly, the martial artists there begin to strengthen their bodies from the age of 12. After laying a foundation, they will choose a body strengthening technique to cultivate, progressing from the first level of the body tempering realm to the 9th level, and finally awakening their martial soul. And we, Yuwuji pointed to himself and Su Jia, the myriad manifestations heavenly palace guides us on a more meticulous, even more difficult, path to the extreme realm. We subdivide divide the body tempering realm into opening martial acupoints, condensing martial veins, tempering martial bones, and nurturing martial soul. Ultimately, we perfectly integrate these, and through quantitative change, we trigger qualitative change, condensing into a unique martial Dao battle body. A hint of pride flashed in his eyes. Like me, I was originally a level 9 martial acupoint, 9 martial veins, earth rank martial bone, and level 12 soul power. In the end, I transformed and condensed into an earth rank top grade martial arts battle body. With this, I am considered a top genius among the body tempering realm martial artists in the true martial world, no less than those strong individuals who have awakened top tier physiques. He stared intently at Su Jie. And you, Su Jie, you have reached the legendary 10 meridians extreme realm, and your foundation in martial acupoints, martial meridians, and martial bones far surpasses mine. This means that if you can successfully condense a martial arts battle body in the future, its grade will definitely be higher than mine, and its potential is limitless. Once we succeed on this path, the martial arts battle body we forge will have even greater potential than many physiques that rely on innate awakening. Su Jie's eyes gleamed brightly, and he immediately understood Yu Wuji's meaning. People in the true martial realm are like adding various armors to the frame of a vehicle. Their body tempering realm is about learning how to better arm this vehicle. The people of Tianming Star, on the other hand, are like building a car from scratch. Although the process is more difficult, if it is built, the performance limits and adaptability of this car may far exceed many inherently good cars. He possesses a system and follows the path of the strongest foundation. What kind of car will he create? I understand, Su Jie said with a smile, his confidence growing. It seems that my foundation in handcrafted craftsmanship might bring them a masterpiece making all over there. Looking at his confident demeanor, Yu Wuji smiled and said, that's right. So when you get there, there's no need to underestimate yourself. Our path may not be any worse than theirs. Of course, we should still keep a low profile in the early stages. After all, your car is not fully built yet. Don't worry, Su Jie clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. Before the car is finished, I'll show them what it means to have excellent, basic performance. At this moment, Yu Wuji changed the subject, his tone carrying a complex meaning. However, Su Jie, I've been thinking about a problem. Our cultivation method, which places extreme emphasis on the foundation and detailed steps, has too high a threshold and the process is too difficult. Although the myriad phenomena Heavenly Palace has been here for 1,000 years, I am the only one in Tianming Star who has reached the first realm of perfection. I think this is more like the ultimate martial arts cultivation method used by the myriad phenomena Heavenly Palace to select and cultivate truly top-notch prodigies. He looked into the void, as if examining the entire Tianming Star clan. Otherwise, more than 1,000 years later, countless martial artists of Tianming Star would still be struggling in the first realm of martial arts. Perhaps, for the entire race, the more holistic and universal cultivation method of the true martial realm is the true solution, relying on overall tempering to quickly form combat power. While its potential may not reach the level of the ultimate path, its stability and widespread accessibility allow more people to embark on the path of martial arts, thereby enhancing the overall strength of the human race. Perhaps this is the right path that is more suitable for our celestial star human race. Like me, although I am considered top among the body tempering realm martial artists in the true martial world, I have been cultivating for hundreds of years and am still stuck at the first realm of martial arts. Yu Wuji looked intently at Su Jie. Your appearance has made me even more convinced of this. You are a genius among the Tianming stars who can walk the path to the extreme realm, but not everyone can be like you. I'm thinking, should we try to introduce the cultivation methods of the true martial world so that ordinary people also have the opportunity to climb to a higher realm, instead of being stuck at a low level forever? Now, there's another method for awakening your martial spirit that you've been researching. It uses the martial spirit as a guide and grows through hunting. Although this method demands extremely high levels of mental fortitude and willpower, the growth rate is fast, and it can also bring various special abilities. Yu Wuji stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the starry sky, sketching out a grand blueprint in his mind. Perhaps in the future, the human race of Tianming Star will be able to embark on 3 parallel and mutually compatible paths of cultivation. Those with exceptional talent and unwavering will, like you and me, can walk the path of ultimate realm. Pursue the ultimate in martial arts acupoints, martial meridians, and martial bones, condense the strongest martial spirit, break through laws with force, and become the pinnacle of human combat power and pillars of strength. Those with strong willpower and outstanding spirit can choose the path of martial soul. Awaken your martial soul early, use battle to sustain your strength, quickly build up your combat power, and become the backbone of the human race and special ability users. Those with ordinary talent but tireless diligence should take the path of body tempering. Cultivating the 9 heavens of body tempering with steady progress and gradual accumulation can also make them a solid foundation for protecting humanity. The 3 paths each have their own focus and complement each other. Let everyone with different talents and temperaments find the path that suits them. In this way, the foundation of our human race can become more solid and truly usher in a great and prosperous era. After
After listening, Su Jie pondered for a long time, then nodded solemnly. Senior Yu, what you say makes a lot of sense. Our path, with its 99 acupoints at level 10, 10 meridians at their peak, and martial bones at the 5th rank, is indeed too difficult, destined to be suitable only for a very small number of people. If the entire human race is stuck on this narrow path, it will not go far. He looked at Yu Wuji with clear eyes. I support your idea. We can first select a group of core members with both good character and talent within the Martial Arts Association and secretly try to switch to the methods of the true martial world. Observe the effects and explore improvement plans suitable for Tianmingxing people. Even if it fails, the losses will be within a controllable range. Hearing these words, Yu Wuji's eyes showed a look of satisfaction. Su Jie not only possessed outstanding talent, but also a vision and sense of responsibility beyond his years. He patted Su Jie's shoulder heavily. Let's do it your way. I'll push for the pilot program at the association, and you, go and explore the true martial realm to your heart's content. I won't go with you. I still need to process what I've learned this time. I'll look after your students for you. Go on your own, and be careful. After parting ways with Yu Wuji, Su Jie used his personal computer to explain a few things to Yan Baichuan, and then returned directly to his private stone hall using his prospective disciple token. He was pondering a crucial question. Gong Ling, he said to the empty stone hall. A familiar mechanical voice immediately responded. Preparatory disciple Su Jie, do you have any questions? Su Jie went straight to the point. I want to confirm whether the extreme cultivation path of the Tianming Star Sect, which subdivides martial acupoints, martial veins, martial bones, and martial souls and ultimately condenses into the martial Dao battle body, is the special training method used by the myriad manifestations heavenly sect to select and cultivate prospective disciples? Gong Ling affirmed Su Jie's guess without hesitation. Correct. This is the sect's foundation building secret record, which aims to solidify a martial artist's foundation to the greatest extent, stimulate life potential, and pave the way for the supreme path of subsequent cultivation. It then provides a set of data for comparison. According to the sect's long-standing statistics, the 9 heavens of body tempering realm cultivation system, which is popular in this starry sky, is easy to popularize, but it has its limits. Under this system, an ordinary martial artist who cultivates the basic body tempering techniques to the perfection of the 9th heaven of body tempering realm can theoretically have a maximum combat power of about 1,000 stars, 10 million combat power. Even if a top-tier genius cultivates the best body tempering techniques in this system, without considering the bonuses from special physiques, upon reaching the 9th level of the body tempering realm, their basic combat power would at most reach 2,000 stars, which is the 20 million combat power value you mentioned over there. Through the cultivation method of the foundation building secret record, one can undergo extreme tempering from the martial acupoints, martial veins, and martial bones in sequence, and one's basic combat strength can reach at least 4,000 stars at its peak. Ultimately, one will transform into a martial arts battle body, and its potential is immeasurable. More importantly, it's not just about the improvement in data, but the degree of tempering of the essence of life. The martial arts battle body achieved through this method far surpasses the level of ordinary body tempering realm martial artists in terms of physical strength, blood quality, and soul resilience. This means that at the body tempering realm stage, with the martial Dao battle body, one is able to confront and even defeat martial artists at the origin realm. A terrifying glint flashed in Su Jie's eyes. Their basic combat strength at its peak can reach at least 4,000 stars. Their physical body is enough to withstand attacks from the origin realm. This completely confirmed his feelings and Yu Wuji's speculation. The path they were taking was indeed a path of extraordinary talent that led straight to the pinnacle. Although it was extremely arduous, once they succeeded, they would be able to crush those so-called geniuses among those of the same realm. I understand. Su Jie took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. All his doubts vanished instantly, replaced by an unwavering belief. He would no longer allow himself the slightest hesitation on this path. He not only had to make it through, but he had to take it to an unprecedented extreme. The resources he currently possesses are far from sufficient to continue tempering his martial bones, and he still cannot fuse with the time-space Dao I. Furthermore, the process of increasing his soul power level is becoming increasingly lengthy. He also has a time realm experience voucher, which Su Jie plans to keep for now, as it's not the right time to use it. For now, it would be better to first explore the true martial realm. Just as Su Jie was about to leave the stone hall, Gong Ling's mechanical voice sounded again. Preparatory disciple Su Jie, you possess the Wanxiang Heavenly Sect's preparatory disciple token, which will make traveling to and from the true martial realm much easier than for others. You can activate the true martial realm teleportation permission within the token, and the token will teleport you to a safe location in the target world. Once you arrive there, you can set a teleportation coordinate. After that, you can travel back and forth by simply activating the token, which will allow you to teleport directly back to this stone palace or to the coordinates you set. With a thought, Su Jie grasped the ancient token in his palm, and sure enough, a coordinate point named True Martial Realm appeared.
disappeared. After he locked onto that coordinate point, a barely perceptible ripple spread through the space inside the stone hall, and his figure vanished without a trace, as if erased by an eraser. A slight sense of spatial dizziness washed over Su Jie, and he found himself in a desolate valley. The token in his hand was slightly warm, perfectly concealing the fluctuations in his blood and chi, making him appear like an ordinary mortal. This prospective disciple token can even conceal my aura. It's incredibly useful. Su Jie nodded in satisfaction and began to sense this world. The dense, almost tangible, energy of heaven and earth rushed towards him, causing all the pores on his body to involuntarily open, greedily absorbing it. The origin breathing technique surged through his body with unprecedented efficiency, and on the system panel, the growth rate of his chi and blood reserve suddenly soared from plus 10 points/second to plus 50 points/second, as expected of the great martial world. Just based on this basic environment, it can be called a blessed land. Su Jie's spirits lifted, and his eyes shone with excitement and anticipation. Senior, you once said that martial arts are flourishing in this world, and there are many strong people. Perfect, let's first investigate this area and see what the martial artists in the true martial world are like. Before the words were finished, a violent roar came from the side. A dark golden beast resembling a giant lion with a single horn on its head suddenly leaped out, its aura fierce, having reached the perfect level of the body-tempering realm in this world, with a combat power close to 3,000 stars. A first-tier peak demonic beast, the golden armored lion rhinoceros? Su Jie's mind quickly flashed with the basic information from the True Martial Myriad Demon Manual that he had read in the Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Palace. This monster has thick skin and immense strength. The single horn on its head can unleash a sharp golden aura, enough to tear apart the defenses of an ordinary body-tempering realm martial artist. Not only was there no fear in Su Jie's eyes, but rather an expression of excitement. Perfect, I'll use you to test the strength of this true martial realm's demonic beast. The golden armored lion rhinoceros paid no attention to Su Jie's thoughts. Its scarlet eyes were fixed only on its prey. With a powerful push off the ground with its hind legs, its massive body charged forward like a golden chariot, its single horn gleaming with cold light, aiming straight for Su Jie's chest. Its speed and power far surpassed those of the royal-level monsters of the Heavenly Star. Su Jie remained calm, his chi and blood contained, quietly awaiting the attack. Just as the unicorn was about to pierce through, he suddenly swung his left arm. The arm, fused with the immortal martial bone, unleashed double the power, and his fist slammed into the unicorn. Bang! Crack! The fist collided with the unicorn horn, producing a deafening roar like thunder. The seemingly indestructible unicorn horn was shattered into pieces by Su Jie's punch. The force of the punch penetrated through the air, instantly cracking the lion rhinoceros's skull. Woo! The enormous monster collapsed to the ground with a thud, twitched twice, and then completely lost its life. One punch instantly killed a first-tier peak demonic beast with combat power comparable to a 3,000-star monster. Su Jie shook his slightly numb left fist, somewhat satisfied with the result. However, he had a vague feeling that the power of this attack, which combined with the power of the immortal martial bone, did not seem to have reached the expected double. Without giving it much thought, he glanced around at the demon beast's corpse, and Gong Ling's earlier words resurfaced in his mind. His lips twitched involuntarily, and he silently cursed inwardly. A safe place? Gong Ling, you call this a safe place? A gift package of 3,000 stars of combat power given to me upon landing almost made me eat my fill as an appetizer. Does your Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Sect have some misunderstanding about the word safety? Or is it that the mortality rate of your Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Sect's prospective disciples is actually quite high? With a swift movement, he floated up to the peak on one side of the valley like a wisp of smoke, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings as he prepared to head towards a more populated area. Just as he was gazing into the distance, planning his route, from the dense forest below, a startled scream and a lewd, wild laugh suddenly shattered the tranquility. You little wench, you think you can escape? Hand over the dragon blood grass you just got, and have some fun with us brothers. Maybe we'll spare your life. Looking down, Su Jie saw a slender but disheveled girl dressed in a light yellow outfit being teased by three burly men with ferocious faces and menacing auras in the forest. The girl looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, with a combat strength of about 10 stars, but the three burly men who attacked her were clearly much stronger. The girl was struggling to stay afloat, surrounded by danger, with a trace of blood still hanging from the corner of her mouth, clearly indicating that she was injured. TSK, I've already run into this cliché hero saves the damsel in distress scenario on my first day here. Su Jie stroked his chin, a playful smile on his face. However, this script is a bit too outdated. Although he complained, his eyes turned cold when he saw the three burly men's lewd smiles and their bullying behavior. Just as the burly man, a half-step bone-tempering realm cultivator, grinned and reached for the girl's chest, Su Jie's lazy voice descended from the sky. Hey, a bunch of grown men bullying a little girl, have you no shame? The sound wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. The four people below were startled and looked up at the same time. A strangely dressed young man, whose aura, well, was completely imperceptible,
table, stood on an ancient tree, looking at them with disdain.
The burly man was initially startled, thinking a powerful martial artist was passing by. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that Su Jia had no energy fluctuations and appeared to be just an ordinary person. Where did this wild brat come from, playing tricks? Daring to meddle in the affairs of our Black Wind Three Fiends, you're asking for death. The burly man lowered his guard and shouted sternly.
The Three Black Wind Fiends? Quite a resounding name. Su Jia picked at his ear, landed slowly, and happened to be standing in front of the girl. Unfortunately, their strength doesn't match their name.
The girl was startled when she saw the figure suddenly appear and block her way. She hurriedly said, "Young master, you must leave quickly. They are martial artists at the 5th level of the body tempering realm." Su Jia turned around, revealing a smile with white teeth. "It's okay, I just like fighting strong opponents."
Arrogant.
The burly man at the 5th level of the body tempering realm was completely enraged. With a roar, his blood and chi erupted, and he punched Su Jia in the face. The wind from the punch was howling, and it was faintly mixed with black chi. He had obviously used a killing move. Faced with a punch powerful enough to shatter a small mountain, Su Jia didn't even lift an eyelid. Just as the fist was about to strike, Su Jia casually but perfectly tilted his head slightly. The fist, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, grazed past his ear without even touching a hair. The big man froze, not yet reacting, when Su Jia seemed to be frightened, cried out ouch, stumbled, and accidentally bumped his knee forward.
A whoa!
A shrill, distorted scream echoed through the mountains and forests. The burly man curled up on the ground like a boiled shrimp, his hands tightly covering his groin.
His face turned from red to blue, then
from blue to white, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets, and he was making intermittent gasping sounds, clearly in extreme pain. The other two burly men and the girl in yellow were all stunned, their mouths agape, unable to close them for a long time. Su Jia patted off the dust that wasn't even on his trousers, and stared innocently at the convulsing man on the ground, saying, If you're going to hit someone, why did you have to bump into my knee?
Are you trying to scam me?"
He turned to look at the two remaining burly men who were frozen in terror, beckoned with his finger, and wore an innocent smile.
"Come on, you two. I'm in a hurry, so come at me together.
After all, being hit by my knee is probably the most glorious moment of your lives. P.S. The minimum combat power star rating for each level of the body tempering realm is as follows. Level 1, 1 star, Level 2, 5 stars, Level 3, 10 stars, Level 4, 20 stars, Level 5, 50 stars, Level 6, 100 stars, Level 7, 200 stars, Level 8, 500 stars, Level 9, 1000 stars. The remaining two members of the Black Wind Three Fiends looked at their leader, who was curled up on the ground like a shrimp with tears streaming down his face, and then glanced at Su Jia, who had an innocent expression. A chill suddenly ran through them, from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads.
What kind of tactic is this? A casual knee strike crippled a leader with over 50 stars of combat power? You must be joking.
The two men exchanged a glance, both seeing fear in each other's eyes, but they were ruthless characters who had lived on the edge, and their
ferocity was instantly ignited.
With a roar, they pounced on Su Jia from the left and right, unleashing their respective special skills. One man's palms glowed crimson, radiating a scorching heat, as he struck Su Jia's back. The other moved with ghostly speed, his short sword silently piercing Su Jia's ribs. Their coordination was impeccable, each move swift and deadly. "Young master, be careful," the girl in yellow couldn't help but exclaim. Su Jia seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, with his terrifying soul power perception, which far surpassed that of ordinary body tempering. Realm cultivators in the true martial world, he easily detected the flaws in the two people's movements, which were as slow as snails crawling. He barely used any of his vital energy, yet his body was as light and supple as a willow catkin. Just as the scorching palm wind and the insidious short sword were about to strike, he swayed slightly and dodged the attack. Whoosh! Sizzle! The palm strike grazed his clothes, scorching the large tree behind him. The short sword pierced through his clothes without even tearing a thread. The two men, having exerted too much force, were horrified and were about to change their moves when they saw Su Jia stagger and alternately step out with his left and right feet, as if he were unsteady on his feet. Bang! Bang! Two muffled thuds were followed by a crisp cracking sound. "Ah, my foot!" The two burly men screamed and fell to the ground, writhing frantically while clutching their ankles. Their ankles had been accidentally crushed by Su Jia. Su Jia stood firmly, dusted off his sleeves, and sighed. "Tell me, if you're going to fight, then fight.
Why did you have to come right under my feet? Can you blame me for that?"
Three thugs lay on the ground, groaning in pain, creating an extremely awkward scene. The girl in yellow stared in disbelief at the scene before her mouth agape in an O shape. She had never witnessed such an unbelievable fighting style. Despite not showing any particularly strong energy fluctuations, he was able to easily cripple three notorious villains with a mere gesture.
Su Jia walked up to the burly man, squatted down, and looked at him with a smile. "Can we talk properly now?
Who are you people? Why are you chasing this young lady?" The burly man was in so much pain that he was covered in cold sweat. Seeing Su Jia's warm yet chilling smile, he no longer dared to be arrogant and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Brother, spare our lives.
We were blind.
We are from Black Wind Stronghold, ordered to search for spiritual herbs in this area. When we saw this little girl pick 100-year-old dragon bloodgrass, we had wicked thoughts.
Black Wind Stronghold? Never heard of it.
Su Jie curled his lip, then turned to look at the girl in yellow.
Miss, is what they're saying true?
The girl in yellow then came to her senses and quickly took out a crimson, scaly spiritual herb from her bosom, radiating a rich aura
of blood energy. She nodded and said, yes, young master.
I discovered this dragon blood grass first.
Thank you for saving my life.
She bowed deeply to Su Jie, and her exquisite figure made Su Jie secretly marvel.
It was nothing.
Su Jie waved his hand, his gaze lingering on the dragon blood grass for a moment. He could sense that the energy contained in this herb was extremely pure. Although it had little effect on his current Shen-level martial bone, it was an absolute treasure for the body-tempering realm martial artists of this world. Su Jie walked up to the burly man in the lead, looking down at him with a cold gaze.
What do you want to do?
The burly man, enduring excruciating pain, retreated in terror.
We've given you everything, and we're already useless.
Don't worry, I won't kill you. Su Jie's tone was calm, but it carried an undeniable chill. But if I keep your cultivation levels, you'll probably harm others in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his fingers like a sword and swiftly tapped the three of them several times. The three of them simultaneously coughed up a mouthful of blood, clearly feeling their years of hard-earned cultivation collapse instantly. Their meridians were like dried-up riverbeds, unable to muster any strength at all. Their faces were deathly pale, and they collapsed to the ground. Their cultivation had been destroyed, which, in this dog-eat-dog world, was tantamount to being dead.
Get lost, just be a normal person.
Su Jie waved his hand, as if shooing away a few annoying flies. The three dared not say a word, and supporting each other, they staggered and disappeared into the depths of the dense forest, their expressions dazed. Having dealt with this troublesome matter, Su Jie clapped his hands and turned to Lin Jingyu, who was standing to the side. Only then did he have time to carefully examine the girl before him. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and an elegant demeanor. Although she looked slightly disheveled, there was a natural air of heroism about her. Having witnessed Su Jie's decisive and ruthless methods, Lin Jingyu, recalling their past experiences, was filled with gratitude. She stepped forward and bowed solemnly once more.
My name is Lin Jingyu.
I am very grateful to you for saving my life, young master.
May I ask your honorable name?
Su Jie said,
giving his name.
Su Jie. Lin Jingyu murmured the name softly, deeply engraving it in her heart. She looked at Su Jie, her eyes filled with curiosity and gratitude.
Young Master Su, judging from your attire and, well, your style of doing things, you don't seem to be from the vicinity of Tianyu City?
Su Jie nodded in agreement and began to probe for information. Well, Miss Lin, to be honest, I have lived in seclusion with my parents since I was a child. Just a month ago, they suddenly disappeared.
I've been wandering aimlessly around here, and I'm not familiar with this area.
I overheard those small fry mentioning something about dragon's blood grass, which sounds quite interesting. Lin Jingyu believed it to be true, thinking that Su Jie was like her, having lost both parents, and they shared the same fate.
So she
explained, in our Tianyu City, people usually start strengthening their bodies and becoming martial arts apprentices after the age of 12. When one's physical training reaches a certain level and combat strength reaches the 1-star standard, one officially enters the first level of the body tempering realm and is qualified to join various academies to systematically learn body tempering techniques.
Su Jie raised an eyebrow. 1 star is the first level of body tempering?
Then you're currently at 12-star combat power. I reached the first star level last year when I was 16 and entered the Qingyun Academy in Tianyu City. As Lin Jingyu said this, a hint of bitterness flashed across her face. I just broke through to the 3rd level of the body tempering realm 5 days ago, and now I am stable at 12-star combat power. Within the academy, everything is determined by cultivation level. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the authority, and the more generous the tasks and rewards one can accept.
It sounds like the competition in the academy is fierce? Is there some kind of ranking system?
Su Jie asked casually, like a young man full of curiosity about the outside world.
It's more than just intense.
Lin Jingyu sighed, subconsciously tightening her grip on the dragon blood grass in her hand. It's
downright cruel.
I don't have any cultivation resources provided by my family, so I have to rely on my own desperate efforts. This adventure to the Black Wind Mountains was undertaken in search of spiritual herbs and fruits, hoping to soon be listed on the Qingyun Academy's honor roll, but unexpectedly, I encountered the villains of Black Wind Stronghold. Lin Jingyu then briefly explained to Su Jie that the yellow list symbolizes the strength of students under the age of 18 at Qingyun Academy, and the ranking determines the allocation of resources and rewards. Su Jie suddenly realized and continued to ask, my parents mentioned occasionally that true powerhouses seem to possess a power called
martial soul? It sounds very powerful. I wonder if there are any opportunities to come into contact with these in the academy?
Yes. Lin Jingyu nodded firmly, her eyes filled with longing. When a martial artist trains their body to the limit of their current stage, that is, the peak of the 9th level of the body tempering realm, the academy will use the Soul Awakening Array to help the student student awaken their own martial soul. Only after awakening a martial soul can one use the martial soul to guide the power of the endless starseed, transform one's own blood and chi into higher dimensional energy source power, and thus step into the second realm of martial arts, the origin realm. Once someone reaches the origin realm, they will be noticed by major sects and instantly become a key figure in their cultivation. The academy will also receive generous rewards from the sects for this. Su Jie stroked his chin, his thoughts suddenly becoming active. This Qingyun Academy, isn't it just a university where various sects train their laborers? It really should be called a beginner's village. No, it's an excellent place to understand the true martial world and quietly accumulate resources. Miss Lin, I have a favor to ask. Su Jie smiled sincerely. I have just arrived here and know nothing about this place. I have heard that Qingyun Academy is renowned and I am eager to go there to cultivate. I wonder if you could help me with an introduction. As he spoke, he deliberately circulated his aura slightly, controlling it to a level of approximately 45-star combat power and the 4th level of body tempering, thinking that with this strength he should be able to smoothly enter the Qingyun Academy. If he revealed too high a combat power, probably no one would be willing to give him any benefits. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingyu's face showed a hint of difficulty. Young Master Su, to tell you the truth, the Academy's regular enrollment period is in the spring, and that has long passed. If we follow the normal procedure, we'll probably have to wait until next year. Seeing the disappointment in Su Jie's eyes, she felt a pang of pity. Remembering that he had once saved her, she changed her tone, adding a glimmer of hope. However, the Academy maintains a special recruitment channel for exceptionally talented students year-round. Especially for students under the age of 18 with a soul power level exceeding level 5, they can be directly admitted through special recruitment. This is because students with higher soul power typically awaken higher quality martial souls with greater potential. The rewards from the sect are also more generous. She became more and more excited as she spoke. If she could recommend a genius with strong soul power to enroll in the academy, she would receive a substantial reward from the academy as the recommender, which would be enough to alleviate her immediate crisis. Su Jie secretly praised himself. Here comes the character setting, but his face showed a look of reminiscence and a little hesitation. Soul power. My parents mentioned it before, saying that I seem to be stronger in this aspect than in body tempering talent, but I don't know the specific level, and I've never tested it. Stronger than body tempering talent? Lin Jingyu's eyes lit up immediately. Combined with Su Jie's performance of almost reaching the 5th level of body tempering, she was almost certain that Su Jie's soul power was definitely not bad. A genius with solid cultivation and potentially outstanding soul power is practically a perfect candidate for special recruitment delivered to our doorstep. That's great. Lin Jingyu's voice was filled with undisguised excitement. Young Master Su, as long as your soul power is indeed above level 5, you fully meet the special recruitment criteria. The regular enrollment period has passed, so that's no problem at all. If you don't mind, I can temporarily introduce you to the special recruitment test as my distant cousin. Once you pass, you can immediately become a student of the academy. Distant cousin? Su Jie readily cupped his hands and laughed. If it could really be so, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much, cousin, for making this possible. Lin Jingyu blushed slightly and quickly waved her hand. Young Master Su, you're too kind. You're my savior, and this is just what I should do. Shall we head back to Tianyu City now? The special recruitment test requires an application to a special steward. Okay, cousin, please lead the way. Tianyu City, Qingyun Academy, special recruitment test site. The person in charge of the test was a middle-aged deacon with an expressionless face, surnamed Wang. He glanced at Su Jie, then looked at Lin Jingyu, who was looking on with nervous anticipation, and lazily pointed to a black stone tablet covered with mysterious patterns next to him. Place your hand on it and inject a trace of soul power. If your bone age is over 18 or your soul power is below level 5, leave immediately and don't waste my time. Several students who were waiting to see what would happen pointed and whispered at Su Jie and Lin Jingyu. Tisk, it's Lin Jingyu? She's only at the 3rd level of body tempering, yet she dares to recommend someone? Look at the guy she brought. So ordinary, what talent could he possibly have? He's probably trying to rack up some referral rewards again, but it's a shame that he's not so easy to fool. Steward Wang. Lin Jingyu listened to the gossip around her, her fists clenched, but her eyes remained fixed firmly on Su Jie. Su Jie ignored the buzzing of the flies, slowly placed his hand on the soul-testing stone tablet, controlled his soul power output, and carefully maintained it at a level that was just over level 5, but without being ostentatious. The black stone tablet trembled slightly, and 6 soft white lights shone from its top. Bone age 17, soul power, level 6. Deacon Wan's eyes instantly sharpened from languid. He sat up straight, a look of surprise on his face. Not bad, meets the standards for special recruitment. What? Level 6 soul power? Really? Lin Jingyu actually let me see that she found a genius? The students who had just been making sarcastic remarks were suddenly stunned, their cheeks turning bright red. Lin Jingyu was so excited she almost jumped up. Level 6 soul power. Even better
better than she had expected. Deacon Wang's attitude became noticeably warmer. He took out the register and asked, "What's your name? Where are you from?"
Su Jie replied calmly, "I come from a very far place, the specifics of which you might not know." Deacon Wang didn't ask any further questions. It was normal for geniuses to have quirks. He casually made a few strokes in the register, then handed Su Jie a wooden token engraved with the words Qingyun and a standard set of science student uniform. "Congratulations, Su Jie. From now on, you are a student of Qingyun Academy.
This is your identity token and uniform.
In addition, you will be awarded 1,000 academy points as a reward for your exceptional talent. Accommodation will be arranged.
As for Lin Jingyu, you
have rendered meritorious service in recommending you and will be awarded 100 academy points, which you can collect from the Hall of Merit later."
"Thank you, Deacon Wang."
Lin Jingyu quickly bowed in gratitude. 100 points was a considerable fortune for her. Su Jie took the wooden token and the science student uniform, casually weighed them in his hand, his face remaining calm.
1,000 points?
It sounded like a lot, but he had no idea about the prices here. Seeing Su Jie's calm and composed demeanor, Deacon Wang was even more impressed with him, feeling that this child was steady and had a promising future. He rarely said more than a few words. "Su Jie, you're new here. Go to the Hall of 10,000 Things to learn about the rules of the academy and the uses of points. Points are extremely important in the academy. They are essential for exchanging cultivation techniques, martial arts skills, elixirs, weapons, entering the cultivation tower, and even consulting with instructors."
"Thank you for the reminder, Deacon."
Su Jie nodded, appearing quite pleased with himself. Lin Jingyu, her face beaming with excitement, pulled Su Jie towards the door. "Su, cousin, let's settle in first, then I'll take you to the Hall of 10,000 Things. 1,000 points is enough for you to exchange for a decent low-grade Shen rank martial skill." The students who hadn't yet dispersed watched Su Jie and Lin Jingyu's departing figures with complex and unreadable expressions. There was envy, jealousy, and disdain. Humph, although his soul power has reached level 6, his body tempering realm is only level 4. Among the students under 18 years old in our Qingyun Academy, he can only be considered to be at the middle to lower level. Those at the bottom of the yellow list, aren't they all top talents in the 5th level of body tempering? High soul power doesn't mean you can beat someone in a fight. Yes, judging from his appearance, he probably only knows how to cultivate soul power. In actual combat, he would probably be knocked down by a ruthless person like Zhao Yi with one punch.
Zhao Yi, that mad dog?
He just broke 3 legs of the freshman who stole his mission last month. His combat power is close to 90 stars, and he's ranked 98th on the yellow list. If this kid runs into him, the whispers weren't deliberately hushed, they reached Su Jie's ears clearly. He slightly pursed his lips, his expression indifferent.
Zhao Yi, 90 stars?
Sounds impressive. It almost startled him.
Lin Jingyu had obviously heard them too.
She glanced at Su Jie with concern and said in a low voice, "Cousin, don't pay attention to them. The competition in the academy is fierce, but we should just keep a low profile and not cause trouble." Su Jie smiled slightly, offering no response.
Keep a low profile?
Those 2 words didn't seem to exist in his dictionary, especially when the other party dared to push their luck. The 2 arrived at the student living area, a row of small courtyards in a quiet and secluded environment. Su Jie's assigned courtyard was in an ordinary location, but for him, having a place to stay was enough. After putting down their luggage, Lin Jingyu eagerly pulled Su Jie towards the Hall of 10,000 Things. It was a magnificent hall, bustling with people, with walls covered with light screens that scrolled through various tasks, rankings, and exchange lists. Su Jie immediately spotted the 2 most prominent lists, the yellow list and the mysterious list. The yellow list records the top 100 students of the academy under the age of 18. The number 1 ranked student is named Chen Xing, with a combat power of 300 stars. The note below says, mid-stage of the 7th level of body tempering realm. 7th level of body tempering, 300 stars of combat power. Su Jie stroked his chin. It seems that the body tempering realm cultivation path in the true martial world is indeed easier to improve combat power than the extreme realm path of the heavenly star. The mysterious ranking is a list of students under the age of 20. The top 10 are all at the 9th level of the body tempering realm, with combat power between 1,000 and 1,500 stars. The top spot is held by Luo Qingyi, whose combat power has reached 1,500 stars.
Did you see that, cousin? That's one of our academy's top geniuses.
Lin Jingyu pointed at the list, her eyes full of longing. It said that senior sister Luo has already cultivated this realm to its peak and may awaken her martial soul at any time.
Su Jie nodded in agreement. Yeah, really impressive.
But in his heart, he was thinking, she's only a little over 1,000 stars. If I were to use my left hand to give her a big beating, I'd probably obliterate her. I have to control myself. I absolutely have to control myself.
He then scanned the points redemption list.
Basic body forging techniques, low yellow rank 10 points. Flowing cloud steps, mid-grade yellow rank body technique 50 points.
Mountain crushing fist, high-grade yellow rank attack skill 150 points.
18 forms of body tempering, lower grade, mystic
800 points.
Low-grade body tempering pill. Accelerates body tempering realm cultivation 10 points / pill. Entering the low-level cultivation tower. Cultivation speed increased by 50% 200 points / day.
Tisk, these 1000 points are really hard to use. Su Jia couldn't help but click his tongue. Lin Jingyu echoed this sentiment. Yes, it's so hard to earn points.
Completing a regular cleaning task only earns a few points, and a task to hunt a level 1 monster usually earns no more than 10 points. Students like us, at the 3rd level of body tempering, only receive a fixed 10 points per month from the academy. She pointed to the mission screen. Look, those missions with high reward points are either extremely dangerous or require special skills.
For example, this one.
Assist the alchemy room in refining body tempering pills, requiring precise control of the heat, soul power level 5 or above, reward 200 points / mission. But there's also this, hunting the level 2 monster blood fawn boar deep in the Black Wind Mountains to obtain tusks is a reward of 100 points, but level 2 monsters generally have a combat power exceeding 100 stars, making them extremely dangerous. Just then, a sarcastic voice came from the side.
Hey, isn't this our specially recruited junior brother Su? What, getting ready to take on a task of cleaning outhouses?
Su Jia turned his head and saw a richly dressed, arrogant young man walking over with several followers. His gaze swept over Su Jia and Lin Jingyu, full of contempt. Lin Jingyu's expression changed slightly, and she whispered a reminder. Cousin, be careful, he is Zhao Yi, ranked 98th on the yellow list.
Su Jia suddenly realized, so this was the mad dog. He put on a harmless smile.
So it's senior brother Zhao.
I just wanted to earn some pocket money. Could it be that you're also interested in odd jobs, senior brother Zhao?
Zhao Yi was speechless, his face darkening instantly. You're really quick-witted. Kid, I heard you're at level 6 in soul power.
Is that so great?
In the martial arts world, it all comes down to fists in the end. No matter how high your soul power is, if your combat strength is lacking, you're nothing but a bunch of trash. He stepped forward, approaching Su Jia, his 90-star aura subtly suppressing Su Jia. Kid, I don't want to bully a newcomer.
I'll give you a chance. Kneel down now, call me grandpa, and hand over all your points.
From now on, avoid me whenever you see me, and I'll let you go. How about it? His followers burst into laughter, and more students gathered around, each with a gloating expression. Lin Jingyu turned pale with anger and was about to step forward to argue when Su Jia gently pulled her back. Su Jia looked at the arrogant Zhao Yi, sighed softly, and shook his head, saying, I originally wanted to keep a low profile.
Zhao Yi sneered, keep a low profile?
Now you know the Xian ranking is specifically for students under 20 years old.
The top 10 are all at the 9th level
of the body tempering realm, with combat power ranging from 1000 to 1500 stars. The top spot is Luo Qingyi, with a combat power as high as 1500 stars.
See that, cousin? Those are the top geniuses in our academy.
Lin Jingyu pointed at the list, her eyes full of longing. I heard that senior sister Luo has already cultivated this realm to its peak and may awaken her martial soul at any time.
Su Jia nodded in agreement. Yeah, impressive.
But in his heart, he was thinking, only a little over 1000 stars.
If I use my
left hand to give her a big shield, I could probably blow her up. I have to restrain myself. I absolutely have to restrain myself. He then turned to the points redemption list. Basic body forging techniques, low yellow rank 10 points. Flowing cloud steps, mid-grade yellow rank body technique 50 points.
Mountain crushing fist, high-grade yellow rank attack skill 150 points.
18 forms of body tempering, lower grade, mystic 800 points. Low-grade body tempering pill, accelerates body tempering realm cultivation 10 points / pill. Entering the low-level cultivation tower, cultivation speed increased by 50% 200 points / day.
Tisk, these 1000 points are really hard to accumulate.
Su Jia licked his lips.
Lin Jingyu deeply agreed. Yes, it's so hard to earn points.
You only get a few points for completing a regular cleaning task, and hunting level 1 monsters usually doesn't even give you 10 points. Students like us, at the 3rd level of body tempering, only receive a fixed 10 points per month from the academy. She pointed to the mission screen. Look, those high reward missions are either extremely dangerous or require special skills.
For example, this one, assist
the alchemy room in refining body tempering pills, requiring precise control of the heat, soul power level 5 or above, reward 200 points / mission. And this one, hunting the level 2 monster blood fawn boar deep in the Black Wind Mountains to obtain its tusks will reward you with 100 points, but level 2 monsters generally have a combat power exceeding 100 stars, making them extremely dangerous. Just then, a mocking voice came from the side.
Hey, isn't this our specially recruited junior brother Su? What, planning to take on a task of cleaning outhouses?
Su Jia turned his head and saw a richly dressed, arrogant young man approaching with several followers. He glanced at Su Jia and Lin Jingyu, his eyes full of disdain. Lin Jingyu's expression changed drastically, and she whispered a warning. Cousin, be careful, he is Zhao Yi, ranked 98th on the yellow list. Su Jia suddenly realized that this was the mad dog. He wore a harmless smile. So it's senior brother Zhao.
I'm just earning some pocket money. Senior brother Zhao also likes doing odd jobs?
Zhao Zhao Ye's face darkened as he was speechless. You're really quick-witted. I heard you're at level 6 in soul power. So what? In the martial arts world, it all comes down to fists. No matter how high your soul power is, if your combat strength is lacking, you're nothing but trash. He took a step forward, his aura subtly pressing down on Su Jia, as if the pressure of a 90-star was descending. Kid, don't say I'm bullying a newcomer. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down now, call me grandpa, and hand over all your points. From now on, avoid me whenever you see me, and I'll let you go. How about it? The followers couldn't help but laugh out loud, and more students gathered around, each with a gloating expression. Lin Jingyu turned pale with anger and was about to step forward to argue when Su Jia gently pulled her back. He looked at the arrogant Zhao Yi, sighed, and shook his head. I originally wanted to keep a low profile. Zhao Yi scoffed. Keep a low profile? Now you're scared? Too late. Su Jia looked up, his gaze still calm, but his words shocked everyone. What I mean is, he began slowly, I originally wanted to keep a low profile and deal with you after I was listed on the yellow list. But since you're in such a hurry to come to me, he beckoned with his finger, his tone languid yet provocative. Is that the martial arts arena over there? Senior brother Zhao, do you dare to go up and have a match? The kind where you bet all your points. Perfect. I'll also teach you a lesson. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Why exert all your strength to beat a dog? Su Jia's words caused an uproar at the entrance of the Hall of 10,000 Things. What did he say? He wants to have a martial arts match with Zhao Yi? And he's betting all his points on it? Are you crazy? Having high soul power at the 4th level of body tempering doesn't mean you can win. Zhao Yi is a formidable character with nearly 60-star combat power. I think he's been blinded by the alchemist's praise and is completely overestimating himself. Lin Jingyu stamped her feet anxiously. Cousin, you're confused. Zhao Yi is ruthless, you'll definitely get hurt. Zhao Yi was stunned for a moment, then burst into a deafening laugh, laughing so hard that tears were almost streaming down his face. Ha, good, very good. Kid, you have guts. I, Zhao Yi, have been at Qingyun Academy for a year, and this is the first time I've seen someone so eager to die. He grinned maliciously, fearing that Su Jia might change his mind, and immediately shouted loudly. Everyone heard that. He challenged me voluntarily, betting all his points. Steward Wang, please be a witness. He shouted loudly into the Hall of 10,000 Affairs. Hearing the commotion, Deacon Wang, who had previously registered Su Jia, came out and looked at Su Jia with a slight frown. Su Jia, are you sure? Although the martial arts arena prohibits causing disability or death, fists and feet have no eyes, and injuries are inevitable. You can still back out now. Su Jia remained calm and even yawned. Confirmed. Hurry up, I want to exchange for something after we finish. This attitude of completely disregarding Zhao Yi infuriated him. You've got a sharp tongue. Let's see how you talk back later. Let's go. The group marched in a grand procession toward the nearby martial arts arena. The news spread like wildfire, attracting a large crowd of students, and even some of the top-ranked experts on the yellow list became interested, wanting to see what made this newcomer with a level 6 soul power so arrogant. The training platform was built of solid bluestone, and a simple array was set up around it for protection. Su Jia and Zhao Yi stood facing each other. Zhao Yi cracked his knuckles and ankles, his bones popping and popping. His 90-star qi and blood circulated at full power, emanating a subtle pressure. His eyes were as fierce as a hungry wolf's. Kid, kneel down and beg for mercy now. Cut off your own arm, and hand over your points. It's not too late. Su Jia picked at his ear and said lazily, enough with the nonsense. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. You're asking for death. Zhao Yi roared, refusing to waste any more words, and suddenly darted out. He unleashed the yellow rank high-grade martial skill, Mad Wolf Fist, a fierce punch with a bloodthirsty, mad momentum, aimed straight at Su Jia's face. This punch used 80% of his strength, enough to severely injure an ordinary 4th-level body tempering cultivator. The audience seemed to already see Su Jia being beaten until he coughed up blood and flew backward, and Lin Jingyu even closed her eyes in tension. However, faced with this fierce punch, Su Jia seemed to be stunned and stood motionless in place. Oh no, I'm terrified. I told you long ago that soul cultivation is no good in actual combat. Just as Zhao Yi's fist was about to strike Su Jia's nose, Su Jia moved. He didn't dodge, didn't block, and didn't throw a punch in response. He simply raised his right hand and gently pressed it against Zhao Yi's head as he rushed towards him. The movements were neither swift nor slow, but rather somewhat leisurely and casual, as if the person simply wanted to pat the other's head. However, this seemingly casual press contained immense power, and the air instantly froze. Zhao Yi's ferocious momentum came to an abrupt halt. His punch, which contained the power of 90 stars and was powerful enough to split rocks, stopped abruptly just an inch away from Su Jia's nose, unable to go any further. He felt as if he had crashed into an invisible but indestructible wall, remaining in the comical pose of throwing a punch forward until Su Jia pressed his head down with one hand, freezing him in place. Zhao Yi was stunned. He felt as if his head was being clamped tightly by iron clamps. No matter how hard he tried to exert his qi and blood to struggle, he couldn't make a sound. The hand pressing down on his head exerted an immense force that he couldn't comprehend, obstructing the flow of his blood and energy throughout his body, rendering rendering him unable to move even his fingers.
The audience fell into a deathly silence.
All the mocking words stuck in their throats, all the gloating expressions froze on their faces. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape in disbelief at the bizarre scene on stage, as if they had seen a ghost. A newcomer at the 4th level of body tempering actually used one hand to press down on the head of Zhao Yi, who was at the peak of the 5th level of body tempering and ranked 98th on the yellow list, freezing him in place like a stop-motion animation.
What the hell is going on here?
Lin Jingyu opened her eyes and saw the scene, her mouth opening into an O shape that could fit an egg. Su Jie pressed Zhao Ye's head down with one hand, even yawning out of boredom, while casually picking at his ear with the other hand.
He then said to the stunned crowd below, "See, I told you, you don't have to go all out when beating a dog. You let me go."
Zhao Yi was shocked and furious, overwhelmed with shame and indignation, feeling that he had never been so humiliated in his life. He wanted to roar, but found that his voice was distorted by the oppressive feeling. Su Jie looked down at Zhao Yi, whose head was being held down in a comical position, and a kind smile appeared on his face. "Senior brother Zhao, do you still think I'm useless?" I. Zhao Yi's face turned red, and he swallowed the words back.
"It seems you're not completely convinced yet." Su Jie nodded, gently pressing down on Zhao Yi's head with his palm.
Zhao Yi was completely unable to resist this force. His knees buckled, and he knelt directly on the hard blue stone platform. The sound of his knees hitting the ground was dull and painful. Zhao Yi couldn't help but cry out in pain, the humiliation and pain almost making him faint.
The audience gasped. Kneeling? Zhao Yi, ranked 98th on the yellow list, was actually forced to kneel by a newcomer? Su Jie released his grip as if it were a trivial matter, brushed the dust off his hands, looked down at Zhao Yi kneeling before him, his face ashen, and said calmly, "Transfer your points here. Remember to avoid me if you see me in the future. And one more thing, let me give you.
When the sky is arrogant, it will rain. When people are arrogant, disaster will follow. Before you try to show off next time, consider how tough you really are." Zhao Yi collapsed to his knees, looking into Su Jie's calm, still eyes. A chilling coldness rose from the bottom of his heart, instantly overwhelming all anger and humiliation. He had no doubt that if he dared to be stubborn again, the other party would really cripple him. Trembling, he took out his identity token and transferred all his points to Su Jie. Su Jie looked at the score on the token, which had jumped to 2,300, and nodded in satisfaction. Then, without even glancing at Zhao Yi, he turned around and slowly walked off the training platform. Wherever he went, the crowd automatically parted to make way, all eyes filled with awe, shock, and disbelief. Lin Jingyu stared at Su Jie walking towards her, her gaze complex, as if she were truly seeing this person for the first time. She muttered softly, Cousin, what martial arts technique did you just use?" Su Jie tilted his head and pondered for a moment, then seriously made up a story. "Oh, that move, I call it the carrying head pat of a spirited young man."
Lin Jingyu, everyone.
Just as Su Jie stepped off the arena, 3 urgent and loud bell tolls suddenly rang out above the academy, each one more urgent than the last, instantly suppressing all the noise within the academy.
The biggest alarm bell? What major event has occurred? Go out and see. A murmur of discussion immediately arose in the square.
Lin Jingyu also looked up abruptly, her face filled with confusion and unease.
Su Jie frowned slightly.
He saw several powerful divine senses sweeping across the entire academy like an invisible net, carrying a sense of killing intent and urgency. In the square and on the roads, countless trainees looked up at the sky or whispered among themselves, their faces filled with tension and curiosity.
"Have you heard?
Apparently, something big has happened in the Starfall Wasteland."
Starfall Wasteland? Isn't that the ruins of an ancient battlefield? Could it be?
"My cousin works in the Hall of Affairs of the Jibwa sect. He secretly sent a message saying that the space over there has cracked open.
An entrance to a secret realm that has never been seen before has appeared." A secret realm? My God, how powerful must a secret realm be to trigger the highest alarm bells at the academy?
Various speculations and bits of information spread rapidly among the trainees, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Soon, the academy master and the class instructors appeared in the square, sternly silencing the commotion, but their faces also betrayed their excitement and solemnity. They began gathering their respective classes and giving brief explanations. Standing in the crowd, Su Jie listened to the instructors' largely similar explanations and the students' barely suppressed gasps, gradually piecing together the whole picture. A secret passage suddenly opened up in the sky above the Starfall Wasteland. After an emergency investigation by the high-ranking members of several major sects nearby, it was basically confirmed that this was the core battlefield, where, 10,000 years ago, martial ancestor Jiang Hengyu led thousands of divine realm warriors from the true martial world in the final battle against 3 extraterrestrial demons, resulting in their mutual destruction. Over the millennia, the divine treasures, undying fighting spirit, and even the divine weapons they carried after the fall of those supreme beings did not completely disappear. Instead, under the influence of some mysterious force, they condensed and settled, forming a desolate place known as the Land of 1,000 Stars Slumber. That place contains endless divine treasures, ancestral inheritances, and even the celestial secrets left left behind by the martial ancestor. The divine source. I've heard that obtaining even a wisp of it can cause a qualitative leap in our foundation. And there's a legacy. That's the legacy of experts at the divine treasure realm or even the celestial phenomenon realm. The crowd erupted in cheers, and countless trainees' eyes gleamed with a red light. However, the palace master's next words were like a bucket of cold water poured over him. Quiet. The greater the opportunity, the greater the danger. That secret realm is formed by the intertwining of the will and origin of a celestial phenomenon realm expert and over 1,000 divine treasure realm experts. Its spatial structure is extremely unique and fragile. Any energy exceeding the body tempering realm that enters will be like a spark falling into a powder keg, instantly triggering an energy riot throughout the entire secret realm, resulting in certain death. Our Qingyun Academy has secured 10 exploration slots. All body tempering realm students are eligible to compete for these slots. Representing the academy, we will join tens of thousands of body tempering realm prodigies from other academies and sects under Starfall City to explore the mysteries together. The news caused an uproar throughout the entire Qingyun Academy. The divine source, the inherited opportunity, and the chance to compete on the same stage with tens of thousands of geniuses. Such a huge temptation made almost all the body tempering realm students' eyes turn red, and they were eager to fight with all their might in the selection 3 days later. How do we get a spot? Someone asked eagerly. The palace master's gaze swept over the crowd, his tone resolute. The rules are simple. The final battle will take place in the Central Martial Arts Arena 3 days from now. Whether you are on the yellow ranking, the black ranking, or an unknown nobody, as long as you haven't broken through to the 9th level of the body tempering realm and believe you have the strength, then go up on stage. The 10 who stand at the very end will qualify. Remember, once you enter the secret realm, you represent not only yourselves, but also the Qingyun Academy. There are not only dangers within the secret realm itself, but also countless powerful enemies from other sects and academies. It will be a true battlefield. Those who want to go, hurry up and prepare. As soon as the instructor finished speaking, the crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a frenzy. Some were eager to try, some looked timid, and many more rushed frantically towards the training rooms and the Hall of All Things for a final push. Lin Jingyu excitedly grabbed Su Jie's arm, her voice trembling. Cousin Su, did you hear that? The divine treasure origin, the martial ancestors battlefield. This is simply an unprecedented opportunity. I really don't know who will reap the greatest rewards. Su Jie stood rooted to the spot, his gaze piercing through the excited crowd, as if he could see that ancient battlefield stained crimson with blood and glory. His internal energy surged slightly, and his Xian rank martial bones emitted a yearning hum. The land where 1,000 stars slumber, the source of the divine treasury. He murmured softly, a slow smile spreading across his lips. I never expected to encounter such a fate so soon after entering the true martial realm. It seems I am truly destined to be the protagonist. He glanced in the direction of the Hall of 10,000 Things, where a huge crowd had already gathered. I must secure this spot, Su Jie said without hesitation. The rules were clear. All students of Qingyun Academy competed on an equal footing, with no special privileges. This meant he had to make a public appearance and demonstrate strength sufficient to crush the vast majority of Xian ranking experts. The central training ground of Qingyun Academy was bustling with activity, a dense, surging crowd. The 3-day deadline had arrived, and the battle for the 10 spots in Starfall Wasteland, land of 1,000 stars slumber, was about to begin. On the high platform, the palace master and numerous academy instructors sat upright. Below, almost all the elite students of the body tempering realm were gathered together, their auras powerful and their fighting spirit soaring. Luo Qingyi, Yen Feng, and others, who were among the top 10 on the profound ranking, stood out like cranes among chickens, surrounded by countless admiring and awe-inspiring gazes. Lin Jingyu stood beside Su Jie, nervously clutching the hem of her clothes, her face pale. Cousin, look over there. All the top 10 students on the Xian ranking have arrived. Are you really going to compete for a spot? Su Jie yawned. Last night, he used his prospective disciple token to teleport back to the stone hall of the myriad manifestations heavenly sect and took the opportunity to admire 4A. While the hair that was supposedly from a certain part of the myriad manifestations demon god, his soul power had subtly increased again, and he was feeling a little sleepy at the moment. It was precisely because he held the token of the myriad manifestations heavenly sect's prospective disciple that Su Jie planned to make a big splash today. Cousin, don't be nervous. Just think of it as watching a monkey show. Look at those guys, their nostrils are practically pointing to the sky, as if they're afraid others won't know how awesome they are. His voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the tense atmosphere around him. Several Xianbang students nearby immediately glared at each other angrily. Humph, sharp-tongued. Once you're on stage, let's see if your bones are as hard as your mouth. A burly man ranked in the 30s on the Xian ranking said with a cold snort. Su Jie glanced at him indifferently and nodded seriously in response. Yes, my bones are indeed quite hard. Ordinary dog teeth can't gnaw through them. You! The burly man was so angry that his face turned red, and he almost lost control and attacked, but fortunately his companion held him back tightly.
Silence.
The palace master's majestic voice resounded throughout the hall from the high platform.
You are all surely already familiar with the selection rules. The battle will be a free-for-all to determine the winner. Anyone who falls off the platform or loses their fighting ability will be eliminated. The last 10 remaining on the platform will secure a spot. Now, all participants, come forward. Hundreds of figures shot up onto the enormous blue stone martial arts arena like arrows released from a bow.
Su Jie walked unhurriedly, as if strolling leisurely in a garden, and was the last to step onto the stage.
He even tidied up his slightly oversized cyan student uniform. A chaotic battle erupted instantly.
The roar of clashing blood and chi, the explosions of martial arts clashes, and the muffled groans and screams of the injured filled the entire arena.
Almost as soon as the battle began, dozens of figures were ruthlessly blasted off the stage.
Su Jie, like a stubborn rock in a torrent, moved nimbly through the chaotic battle. His steps seemed chaotic, yet he always managed to dodge attacks from all directions at the last second. Occasionally, an uncooperative opponent would attack him, but he would simply deflect or guide the attack, causing the opponent to inexplicably hit their own people or slip and fall off the stage. He was like an eel, slippery and impossible to handle, making it impossible to get a hold of him. On the high platform, an instructor murmured, this child's footwork seems disordered, but it actually conforms to some profound principle, always managing to avoid attacks in seemingly impossible places.
Interesting. Which sect does he belong to?
The teaching assistant quickly checked the roster and replied, Teacher, this person is Su Jie.
He was a special recruit introduced by student Lin Jingyu 3 days ago.
He has a level 6 soul power and is registered as a 4th level body tempering cultivator.
Body tempering level 4? Soul power level 6?
The instructor frowned slightly. His soul power is decent, but he definitely has hidden strength. He couldn't have survived this long in this chaotic battle by chance. Offstage, Lin Jingyu's heart was in her throat as she watched Su Jie face danger amidst the flashing swords, her palms sweating profusely. However, as time went on, the number of people on the stage dwindled dramatically, and the battle became increasingly fierce and clearly defined.
The true powerhouses began to clear the field.
Yan Feng, ranked second on the Xian ranking, descended like a fire god, his crimson blood coursing through his body. Wherever he went, no one could withstand a single punch. As the wind from his punch swept past, several people screamed and flew backward. His gaze was arrogant as he charged straight at the weaker students on the Xian ranking. Luo Qingyi, ranked first on the Xian list, moved with the lightness of a startled swan. Her swordsmanship was fierce and unparalleled. With a flash of swordlight, enemy weapons broke and blood splattered. Her cool, aloof gaze swept across the entire arena, finally locking onto a few opponents who were slightly weaker, and she prepared to clear them out. Those weaklings like Su Jie who luckily survived began to be targeted by people who considered themselves quite strong but were unable to compete with the top geniuses.
Kid, your luck's over.
The burly man in the 30s on the Xian ranking who had been insulted by Su Jie earlier grinned maliciously, and surrounded him with 2 companions.
With such a foul mouth, let's see where you can hide now.
The 3 unleashed their auras. All were experts at the 8th level of body tempering or above, forming a pincer movement to block Su Jie's retreat.
Boos erupted from the audience. It's over, that newcomer has been targeted by Black Bear Zhang Mang.
Serves him right for being so foul-mouthed.
Zhang Mang is notorious for his ruthlessness. It's already quite impressive that we've managed to hold on this long. It's a pity.
Lin Jingyu closed her eyes in despair. Su Jie looked at the 3 people who were attacking him, sighed, and finally stopped his seemingly chaotic steps.
Sigh, I wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but instead I've been met with estrangement and an attack. Fine, I'm not pretending anymore. Zhang Mang was stunned for a moment, then burst into wild laughter. Not pretending anymore? What else can you do? Lie down.
His large, fan-like hand, accompanied by a fierce wind, grabbed at Su Jie's shoulder. The other 2 also attacked at the same time, their fists and feet aimed straight for vital points. Just when everyone thought Su Jie would be defeated in an instant, he simply raised his left hand. Then, gently, he slapped Zhang Mang's grinning face. The movements still appeared slow, even somewhat sluggish, but Zhang Mang felt as if the air around him had solidified. His all-out burst of energy was as fragile as paper before that palm. He wanted to dodge, but his body was completely out of his control. Smack! A crisp, deafening slap resounded like a thunderclap in the noisy training ground. Zhang Mang's nearly 200-pound muscular body seemed to be hit head-on by a heavy truck rushing at high speed. His whole body twisted and spun, stirring up a cloud of blood mist mixed with broken teeth. It flew in a graceful parabola, flying dozens of meters away from the training platform, before crashing heavily to the ground with a loud thud. After convulsing twice, it lost consciousness. The other 2 students who tried to attack Su Jie froze in midair, their sinister smiles instantly turning to rage, their eyes filled with endless fear and bewilderment.
Su Jie withdrew his hand and gave the remaining 2 a bright smile. Would you like to try my great compassionate palm? The 2 men were terrified and fell to their knees with a thud, crying out, No, we won't do it again. Brother, spare our lives. We'll get off ourselves. With that, they screamed
scrambled off the martial arts stage. Su Jie shrugged helplessly.
You chickened out already? How boring.
He looked around and found that the previously chaotic battle had somehow come to a standstill. With fewer than 30 people remaining on the stage, almost all of their eyes were fixed in shock on the student who had reached the 4th level of body tempering. Luo Qingyi sheathed his long sword, and the elites of the Xian ranking all looked at him with solemn expressions.
One slap and Zhang Mang, a level 8 body tempering cultivator, is sent flying?
And this is only level 4 body tempering cultivator. On the high platform, the mentor who had once suspected Su Jie of hiding his strength suddenly stood up, his eyes gleaming. This boy is indeed hiding his strength.
Palace Master, should we investigate his background in detail? Palace Master Mu Chen raised his hand to interrupt. Instructor Yen, let me ask you, what does the opening of the Land of 1,000 Stars mean for our Qingyun Academy? Instructor Yen was taken aback, then solemnly replied, it means an opportunity.
If we can gain something, the Academy's reputation and strength will greatly increase, and we will be able to get a larger share when the sect allocates resources next time.
That's right.
Palace Master Mu Chen nodded, his gaze once again locking onto the light screen where Su Jie had disappeared, his eyes sharp as knives.
The sects only care about the results, not the process.
They care about the quality of the geniuses we send up and how much glory and benefit they can bring. He leaned forward slightly, and an invisible pressure spread out. A mediocre talent with a clean background and who behaves properly, and a
prodigy with an unknown background who is expected to win opportunities for the Academy in the secret realm. Who do you think the sect prefers? The mentors remained silent.
Palace Master Mu Chen smiled knowingly. As long as he is now a student of my Qingyun Academy, as long as he makes a name for our academy in the secret realm, as long as he is eventually chosen by a powerful sect.
Su Jie, the stronger the better, the more monstrous the better.
He turned to the deacon in charge of intelligence. The investigation into Su Jie ends here. There is no need to delve any further, and we must not reveal any doubts. Then, he looked at the crowd and spoke in a firm and resolute tone. No matter where he comes from or what secrets he holds,
now, he is a sharp knife in the hands of our Qingyun Academy.
What we need to do is not question why this knife is so sharp, but find a way to make it earn enough merits for us in the secret realm.
As for his background, once he joins the sect, higher-ups will naturally take care of that. We just need to accept the generous rewards bestowed upon us by the sect. The mentors exchanged glances and finally nodded slowly.
The Palace Master's words, though blunt, were incisive.
In this dog-eat-dog world, strength and self-interest are the only true principles. After a brief silence on the stage, the melee resumed, and the number of people on the stage quickly dwindled. Su Jie continued to move through the crowd using this stepping into the sky technique, occasionally taking action but only casually resolving threats. When only about 20 people remained on the stage, the battle reached its climax. Luo Qingyi's sword flashed like a rainbow, and Yan Feng's fists were fierce and powerful, sweeping away the surrounding enemies. A Shenbang disciple, blinded by rage, saw Su Jie constantly wandering and thought he had found an opportunity. He roared and slashed at Su Jie from behind. Without turning his head, Su Jie flicked out a finger with his left hand. The disciple felt an immense force strike him, and his steel longsword was snapped in two by a single finger. He felt as if he had been struck by a heavy blow, and he coughed up blood as he flew off the stage. This move drew the attention of several top geniuses once again. Yan Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and Luo Qingyi also revealed a scrutinizing look. The strength Su Jie displayed was no ordinary opponent. Only 11 people remained on the stage. The atmosphere suddenly became delicate, as the final elimination would be decided among several slightly weaker contestants. One of them, his eyes gleaming, suddenly pointed at Su Jie and shouted to the referee, "Mentor, this person has been avoiding battles. His strength is questionable. I request to fight him. The winner advances." He reasoned that although Su Jie was strong, he might still have a chance if he went all out, which was better than fighting head-on with the other injured players. The referee turned to Su Jie and asked, "Do you accept the challenge?" Su Jie yawned, walked calmly into the arena, and beckoned to the challenger with his finger. "Come on, stop dawdling." The student was enraged, his blood and chi erupted to their peak, and he unleashed his strongest martial skill, transforming into a streak of light as he pounced forward. Su Jie neither dodged nor evaded, and only threw a simple punch to preemptively strike at the very moment the attack was about to arrive. The force of the punch precisely penetrated the opponent's martial arts flaw, striking him hard in the chest. The student's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, his eyes bulging, and he collapsed limply to the ground. Although not seriously injured, he was no longer able to fight. Su Jie wins, the referee announced immediately. On the stage, only 10 people remained. The referee mentor breathed a sigh of relief and announced loudly, "The spots have been decided. Luo Qingyi, Yin Feng, Su Jie, and 10 others will be qualified to go to the Starfall Wasteland, Land of 1,000 Stars in 2 days." After Su Jie obtained the exploration qualification, the Academy provided him with a great deal of support in terms of resources. Not only did it reward him with a large number of academic credits for him to exchange for what he needed, but it also opened a small body tempering pool for him to cultivate.
Su Jie sat cross-legged in the small body tempering pool specially approved by the academy.
The pure energy, requiring almost no further
refinement, flowed into his limbs and bones like rivers converging into the sea, greedily absorbed and fused by his Xian-level martial bones. Absorbing high-purity stellar tempering fluid, the tempering level of Earth-grade martial bone has increased by 0.02%. Absorbed the essence of dragon blood or Earth-grade martial bone tempering level increased by 0.015%. The system notifications were almost constant, and although the percentage increase was small each time, the continuous feedback was incredibly efficient. No wonder the disciples of the middle-level academies in the true martial realm have such solid basic combat strength. Su Jie endured the stinging pain of tempering his martial bones, feeling the clear progress of their strengthening.
He realized this kind of resource foundation
is truly incomparable to Tianming Star, where martial arts are just beginning. Here, as long as you have talent and opportunity, even mortals can soar. He exchanged most of the points he had received in advance from the academy for high-level body tempering resources and invested them into this body without hesitation. Under the terrifying devouring power of the Xian rank martial bone, massive resources were rapidly consumed, and the tempering progress bar steadily advanced towards 99% perfection at an unprecedented speed. At this rate, I'll definitely be able to advance to Earth-level martial bone before entering the land of 1,000 stars. Su Jie's face showed even more pain, and his eyes grew increasingly fierce. At that time, with the Earth-level martial bone plus the divine treasure source in the secret realm, heaven-level martial bone will not be out of reach. Despite the near-numbing pain, Su Jie still guided this extravagant torrent of energy with all his might, continuing to temper the increasingly brilliant Xian rank martial bone. Late the night before his departure, the dark gold patterns on the 206 bones in his body were already extremely brilliant, and only one last thread was needed to merge them into one and achieve perfection.
The time has come.
With a thought, Su Jie instantly burned all the blood and chi essence in the system space, transforming it into a vast, extremely pure energy torrent that surged into his entire body. Buzz! The resonant sound of the source of life, which only he could hear, rang out. His entire body trembled violently, and a dark golden light emanated from his body, illuminating the cultivation rune brilliantly. The mysterious patterns on the bones were finally completely connected, forming a flawless whole. A sense of power, more vast and profound than ever before, like an ancient, slumbering beast, awakens from every inch of its bones. Ding! Earth-grade martial bone tempering complete. Current base combat power, 25 million points. After the 20% bonus for extreme foundation establishment, the actual base combat power is 30 million points. A qualitative change has been detected in the host's martial bone. The fusion degree of the immortal martial bone has increased. Current fusion degree, 0.02%. Immortal martial bone, additional combat power bonus, 2,000 stars. The surging power within his body was relentless. Su Jie clearly felt that the palm bone deep within his left arm, fused with fragments of the immortal martial bone, was resonating more deeply with his newly acquired Earth-grade martial bone. The faint light became increasingly solid, and the power bestowed upon his left arm increased significantly. As expected, with the surge in my own basic combat strength, the double basic power boost from the immortal martial bone cannot be maintained forever.
Perhaps it's because my fusion level isn't high enough?
Su Jie's mind raced, and he immediately understood. It seems that it is more inclined to provide a fixed additional power boost that increases with the degree of fusion. However, this fixed boost of 2,000 stars is too amazing, isn't it? He felt the terrifying power in his left arm, as if he could crush stars with his bare hands, and a big smile couldn't help but spread across his face.
This smells amazing. With such an effect at a fusion rate of only 0.02%, what would happen if it were increased to 1% or even 10%? As expected, a life of extraordinary talent needs no further explanation.
At this moment, his actual combat strength without using any martial arts techniques had already reached 5,000 stars. Unless he encountered a monstrous genius with an extremely special physique, he would be able to sweep away all the top geniuses in the body tempering realm of the true martial world. Now, I can really roam freely in the land of 1,000 stars. Su Jie clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unprecedented confidence and anticipation. The next morning, 10 enormous and magnificent azure feather eagles circled and soared above the Azure Cloud Academy, each exuding a powerful aura comparable to the peak of the body tempering realm. Su Jie, Luo Qingyi, Yan Feng, and 6 other qualified students, led by Palace Master Mu Chen and several instructors, successively boarded the eagles back. At the command of Palace Master Mu Chen, the 10 azure-feathered eagles let out a deafening cry, spread their wings, stirred up a gale, and transformed into 10 streaks of azure light, speeding towards the distant horizon. A fierce wind whipped through the crowd, making their robes flutter loudly. The mountains and rivers below receded rapidly, the city shrank like a chessboard, and the population gradually thinned out. The azure-feathered eagle was incredibly fast, easily covering tens of thousands of miles a day. Even so, they still flew for a full day, the surrounding environment growing increasingly desolate. The the air filled with an ancient and desolate aura. The following afternoon, a vast, dark red wasteland suddenly appeared on the horizon. The land was cracked, vegetation was sparse, and a faint smell of blood and a chilling sense of oppression permeated the air. This is the Starfall Wasteland, the site of the decisive battle between the true martial realm and 3 extraterrestrial demons 10,000 years ago. Before he even got close, Su Jie felt his blood and chi stirring slightly, his earth-level martial bone emitting a yearning hum, and even the system in his sea of consciousness seemed to become more active. The remaining will and energy of the powerful beings in this place are undoubtedly a great tonic for his body, which has been tempered to the extreme. A good place. A glint of light flashed in Su Jie's eyes. Further in, they witnessed a breathtaking scene. In the heart of the wasteland, a colossal spatial rift, stretching across the heavens and earth, floats in midair like a hideous scar. The space around the rift was distorted, and turbulent energy currents raged, emanating terrifying fluctuations that sent chills down one's spine. In front of the crack, on a relatively flat and open area, there was already a huge crowd of people. Banners fluttered, and a powerful aura filled the sky. Tens of thousands of young geniuses from various forces and academies of the true martial realm each occupied a territory, their numbers likely exceeding 100,000. The aura of the body-tempering realm converged into a mighty torrent, stirring up the winds and clouds.
Some rode in magnificent flying boats, some rode ferocious beasts, and others, like the members of the Qingyun Academy, rode flying mounts.
Everywhere one looked, geniuses gathered, and powerful figures were everywhere. Look, those are disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. It's said that their chief disciple, Sword Without Trace, has awakened his sword body, and his combat power is unfathomable. And the members of the Overlord body sect are all physically powerful, comparable to ferocious beasts. That is Fairy Luo of the Purple Cloud Academy, truly living up to her reputation. A cacophony of voices and exclamations arose. Compared to this vast scene, the 10 people from Qingyun Academy appeared exceptionally small.
Go down.
Palace Master Mu Chen's expression was solemn as he directed the Azure Feather Eagle to slowly land in a relatively secluded corner. As soon as they landed, they felt countless pairs of eyes sweeping over them, most of which were scrutinizing, indifferent, or even undisguised contempt. Qingyun Academy is considered respectable in the Tianyu City area, but within the entire Qingyun City jurisdiction, it is at best a second-rate power. Yan Feng and the others straightened their backs, their expressions tense, feeling an immense pressure. Luo Qingyi remained aloof, but her grip on her sword tightened slightly, as if she were silently gathering strength. Only Su Jie seemed curious, looking around and muttering, "TSK, there are so many people, like dumplings being boiled in water.
I wonder if they provide meals in the secret realm."
His relaxed attitude immediately drew the attention of a disciple from a major sect, dressed in brocade robes. The man sneered, "Where
did this country bumpkin come from? Do you think this secret realm is a place for you to eat? You really don't know your place."
Su Jie turned to look at him and said seriously, "Brother, it looks like there's a piece of vegetable stuck in your teeth." The disciple in the brocade robe instinctively covered his mouth, then suddenly realized he had been tricked, and his face flushed red. "You." At that moment, a grand and majestic voice resounded deep within everyone's soul like a great bell, instantly suppressing all the noise. Several blurry figures appeared in front of the spatial rift at some unknown time. They were shrouded in starlight, making it difficult to discern their true appearances, but the aura they exuded was as unfathomable as a vast sea of stars, making all the geniuses present feel insignificant.
Origin realm?
No, this aura is probably even stronger, at least at the Divine Treasure realm. The entrance to the secret realm is about to stabilize, one of the figures said indifferently.
The rules are reiterated. Within the secret realm, life and death are determined by fate.
Those whose cultivation exceeds the body-tempering realm are not allowed to enter, and those who disobey will be annihilated. It's a battle for opportunity, and everyone has to rely on their own abilities. Now, prepare to enter. As soon as he finished speaking, the enormous spatial rift trembled violently, and the distorted energy gradually subsided, forming a stable, rotating, dark blue light gate about 100 feet in diameter. Through the portal, one can vaguely see shattered mountains and rivers, crumbling palaces, and a soaring crimson aura. Suddenly someone shouted, and then, the 100,000 geniuses burst forth like a flood, transforming into countless streams of light, rushing headlong toward the azure light gate.
"Let's go too!" Palace Master Mu Chen shouted.
The 10 members of Qingyun Academy dared not be negligent. They stretched out their figures, blended into the huge crowd, and rushed into the light gate. The moment Su Jie entered the portal, he felt a strong spatial tearing force, and at the same time, it seemed as if some kind of scanning force swept over his entire body. However, all his belongings were hidden in the system space of the strongest martial arts system in the heavens, so he didn't have to worry about being discovered and passed through smoothly in no time. In a flash, time and space shift. The dizziness from the spatial shift gradually dissipated, and Su Jie landed steadily, the scene before him leaving him in awe. They were in a boundless void, with a strange, mirror-like surface beneath their feet that reflected starlight and stretched to the horizon. Most striking are the thousands of colorful bubbles suspended in this void. These bubbles, emitting a white and blue glow, floated and sank slowly, like a dreamlike nebula in the universe. universe.
Some bubbles crackled with lightning, some were frozen solid, some were teeming with life and lush greenery, and some were deathly black, seemingly capable of swallowing light.
Even more astonishingly, some contained figures practicing mysterious martial arts techniques. A series of spiraling steps, outlined by illusory light, extend upwards from beneath everyone's feet, leading directly to the suspended bubbles. The steps were incredibly wide, enough for 10,000 people to walk side by side, but each step emanated an invisible spiritual pressure, and the higher one went, the more terrifying the pressure became. The entire space was filled with a vast, ancient, and awe-inspiring pressure that originated from the very source of life.
What is this?
Yan Feng, who had been teleported along with them, exclaimed in surprise. The scene before him was completely beyond his comprehension. Luo Qingyi's beautiful eyes also widened, her usually cold face unable to hide her shock. Su Jie silently asked in his mind, "System, analyze." Ding! High concentration and high purity of divine essence aggregate detected, stable in form and exhibiting regular shape. Based on database comparison, this is a special inherited entity formed by the combination of the divine treasury opened within the body of a martial artist who has fallen at the divine treasury realm and their own will.
Supplementary information: the divine treasury realm ranks above the origin realm. Martial artists use origin power as a key to open the secret apertures within their bodies,
corresponding to the power of heaven and earth, which is called opening the divine treasury. Each time a divine treasury is opened, a primal authority can be awakened.
Due to limitations in talent and foundation, ordinary martial artists can typically only open one divine treasure in the divine treasure realm.
Their divine treasure powers are categorized from lowest to highest: mortal, spiritual, earthly, heavenly, and saintly, based on potential and quality.
However, the universe is vast, and there are always exceptions.
They can defy convention and open up multiple divine treasures within the divine treasure
realm.
Each additional treasure they open grants them control over another primal power, causing their strength and potential to increase exponentially. Note: the light, size, and internal phenomena of the bubble before the host are closely related to the quality and attributes of the divine treasure it represents. Blue bubbles usually symbolize the host's great strength or high-quality divine treasure in life, but the difficulty and risk of obtaining it also increase accordingly.
An unprecedented glint flashed in Su Jie's eyes.
These floating bubbles are the core legacy left behind by the thousands of fallen divine treasure realm experts, the inheritance formed from the primordial power they controlled in the divine treasure realm. If an ordinary martial artist obtains even one of these, they will inherit a powerful primal power. Upon reaching the origin awakening realm, they will be able to comprehend this primal power and advance to the divine treasure realm. According to the strongest martial arts system, the vast majority of these thousands of bubbles are white mortal level divine treasures, with only a few dozen emanating blue phantoms and being spirit level divine treasures.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
As Su Jie digested this shocking information, many of the tens of thousands of geniuses who had entered the secret realm had witnessed
the remains of a divine treasure realm expert.
After a brief moment of shock, they were overcome with boundless greed and fervor. At this moment, tens of thousands of geniuses have already rushed to the steps, but the situation is quite different. Most people feel a violent tremor in their bodies and turn pale when they step onto the first or second step, as if they are carrying a heavy
burden, making it difficult to walk.
Less than half of them can climb 10 steps, and those who can climb 30 steps are extremely rare. Only a very few people, with calm auras, firm steps, and a faint spiritual radiance flowing around them, were able to withstand the ever-increasing pressure of soul power and quickly climb up, heading straight for those blue spirit-level bubbles that emitted even stronger fluctuations. "This is the soul power steps," someone exclaimed. "Only those with soul power reaching level 10 can ignore the pressure and directly
access the inheritance.
Those of us with insufficient soul power don't even have the qualification to approach the inheritance."
Damn it, did I come all this way for nothing?
No, this ruin is vast. Besides the core legacy, there must be other opportunities. Let's search elsewhere.
Instantly, the crowd split up.
Those whose soul power was clearly insufficient and who could hardly move an inch on the steps, though unwilling, could only grit their teeth and give up, transforming into streaks of light and exploring other directions of the void ruins, searching for possible secondary treasures, divine weapons, or the remains of predecessors. The steps quickly thinned out, with only about 100 people persisting in their climb. These individuals were all true prodigies from their respective factions, possessing solid foundations in soul power, at least reaching the peak of level 9, with some even radiating a faint glow of soul power, clearly having already entered level 10. Su Jie stood still, looking up at the spiraling steps and the tempting bubbles at the top, his eyes burning with desire. After several days of frantic contemplation of that hair, his soul power had reached the peak of level 9, just one step away from level 10.
But this barrier was exceptionally strong.
He could feel that although the soul power pressure emanating from the steps was heavy, it was like a whetstone, constantly refining his soul power and making it more condensed.
150 levels in total.
Su Jie stared at the steps. At this moment, Luo Qingyi and the others had only just reached
around level 50.
The pressure of level 150 was terrifying, but in order to break through, he was determined. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the first step. An invisible mental pressure instantly struck, crashing against his mind like a tidal wave. But for Su Jie, who was at the peak of the 9th level of soul power, this pressure was almost negligible. He continued his ascent without stopping, and began to climb upwards at a steady pace.
Level 10, level 20, level 30.
The higher you go, the greater the pressure becomes, increasing exponentially. By level 50, the pressure feels almost tangible,
like countless needles piercing your soul, accompanied by chaotic roars and whispers, the interference of your remaining will.
Some geniuses, whose soul power had reached level 9 but whose refinement was insufficient, slowed down significantly here, sweating profusely, and found each level extremely difficult to advance. Su Jie maintained a steady pace. His soul power, refined by the myriad manifestations of gods and demons suppressing prison diagram and nourished by the spirit nourishing technique, was already several times stronger than others of the same level, possessing extremely high resilience. The pressure before him could not shake his mind at all. His unusual behavior quickly attracted the attention of a few outstanding individuals who were still climbing.
Who is that person? Is he wearing the Qingyun Academy's uniform? I've never seen him before. His soul power seems quite strong. It's actually able to keep up with our speed?
All pretense.
He'll get what's coming to him later.
Su Jie ignored it all, focusing all his attention on resisting the pressure and tempering his soul power.
He could clearly feel that under the
compression of the pressure, his soul power was becoming more solid and pure, and the barrier leading to the 10th level was gradually loosening.
Level 70, level 80, level 100.
When he reached level 100, the pressure suddenly increased. It was as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on his soul. Even those geniuses whose soul power had reached level 10 had to slow down and take a short rest. Su Jie finally felt immense pressure, his face paled slightly, and his steps became heavy. But his eyes gleamed with excitement. This was exactly the feeling. His soul power surged, and his protective barrier trembled. He took a deep breath and, instead of stopping, suddenly increased his speed. He used the stepping into the sky technique in his soul power attack, and the image of that hair in his sea of consciousness reappeared. Although he could not use its power, his indomitable will supported him.
Level 120, level 130. Crack. Deep within the soul, a faint cracking sound seemed to echo.
The solid barrier, ranging from level 9 to level 10, was finally covered with cracks under the combined pressure from within and without.
Almost there,
Su Jie roared, his gaze fixed on the 150 steps, and with all his might, he stomped up.
Boom! It exploded in my mind like a thunderclap.
The soul power barrier that had troubled him for so long shattered. His sea of consciousness expanded instantly, his soul's perception became incredibly clear, and his sensitivity to surrounding
energy more than doubled.
A power called divine consciousness began to sprout and germinate within his sea of consciousness.
Soul power level 10, success.
Almost at the moment of breakthrough, the immense mental pressure around him suddenly lessened. Although it still existed, it could no longer form an absolute suppression. Standing on the 150 steps, Su Jie slowly opened his eyes, his gaze seemingly shimmering with divine light. Looking down at the figures below who were still struggling to climb, a sense of self-control and keen insight welled up within him. He withdrew his gaze and sharply swept it across the floating ocean of bubbles above. The vast majority of the bubbles emitted white light and fluctuations, belonging to the mortal level divine treasures. Only a few dozen blue bubbles, lively and pure, were spiritual treasures, the targets of the top geniuses below the stage. Su Jie's soul power was like a precise radar, scanning rapidly, trying to find the source power that could help him temper his martial bones. Suddenly, he stopped, his gaze fixed on an inconspicuous bubble higher up the steps. It was entirely grayish-white, its surface lustrous like jade, emanating a deep, heavy, and strange aura that seemed to resonate with his bones and marrow. The moment his gaze focused, the notification from the strongest martial arts system in all realms sounded. A target divine bubble with a high compatibility with the host's constitution has been detected. Analysis: this bubble contains the essence of integrity and spirit.
A hidden spirit of integrity?
Su Jie was stunned for a moment, almost thinking he had misheard.
He subconsciously thought to himself, there's such a hidden spirit? Does it make someone exceptionally principled, the kind who would rather break than bend? System explanation: no, this integrity is not the same as that integrity.
This divine treasure concerns the tempering of a martial artist's entire skeletal system, the vitality of the bone marrow, and the resonance between blood and bones. Those who unlock this divine treasure will possess bones harder than refined gold, marrow as pure as nectar, and a significantly enhanced flow of qi and blood, resulting in an incredibly solid physical foundation. Its primordial power has an excellent effect on strengthening the host's martial bones.
Analysis of acquisition methods.
1. Inheritance. Follow the steps, resonate with its soul power, gain recognition, and inherit the power of this divine treasure. Advantages: relatively safe, can quickly master some bone strengthening abilities. Disadvantages: limited future potential, its range is restricted restricted by its original owner. Its highest martial arts realm can only reach the divine treasure realm. 2. Stealing. By using special means, bypassing the inheritance process, directly seizing the purest backbone source power within the bubble and turning it into one's own. Advantages: it does not consume one's own potential, and the power gained is pure and unadulterated, which can be perfectly used to temper one's own martial bones. Disadvantages: extremely risky, requiring the caster to withstand the backlash from the divine essence and the impact of the original owner's residual will. Demands are extremely high from the caster. There's absolutely no need to hesitate. Steal it. Su Jie made the decision without hesitation. With the support of the strongest system in the heavens, how could he rely on traditional inheritance and allow his martial path to be blocked by the divine treasure realm? He intends to regard this bone spirit treasure as top-grade bone tempering fuel to help upgrade the earth-level martial bones in his body into heaven-level martial bones. He ignored all other bubbles and leaped up the steps with lightning speed, heading straight for the gray-white hidden spirit of integrity bubble. The closer he got, the more he could feel that calm and profound aura, like a powerful life force that could nourish the foundation of all things, which made his earth-level martial bone even more attractive. He did not hesitate for a moment, nor did he intend to try any gentle resonance. The light of the immortal martial bone in his left arm flickered faintly, and his 5 fingers stretched out like sharp claws, carrying a savage and predatory intent, directly grabbing at the seemingly warm bubble. Buzz! Just as his palm was about to touch the bubble, a sudden change occurred. The surface of the bubble, which was as smooth and warm as jade, suddenly burst forth with a dazzling gray-white light. A terrifying will, heavy as a towering mountain and hard as tempered steel, mixed with the immense power of the backbone primordial force, suddenly struck Su Jie's mind and body like a sleeping ancient beast. Su Jie felt as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. His face instantly turned deathly pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt as if his soul had been smashed by a mountain of bones. The pain was unbearable, his sea of consciousness was violently shaking, and his newly broken through level 10 soul power was on the verge of collapse. The left arm that was grabbing at the bubble made a crunching sound, as if it would be crushed by the backlash at any moment. This is not only an energy backlash, but also contains a portion of the will of the original owner of the bubble, that mysterious powerhouse, the one who perfectly cultivated the Bone Chi divine treasury source power. That will was filled with majesty and anger, as if it were angrily rebuking Su Jie, this thief, for his great disrespect. Warning: you are suffering a severe backlash from the divine essence and its residual will. Your soul power has been damaged by 3%. A minor crack has appeared in your left arm bone. The backlash is stronger than expected. The risk of failure in forcibly absorbing the resources has increased dramatically. The host is advised to abandon the plan immediately. The system's warning alarm rang urgently in my mind. A ruthless glint flashed in Su Jie's eyes. There's no turning back now. This little bit of danger and you think he'll back down? He won't allow it. It's just a bone. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? He roared, not backing down, but instead sinking his mind deep into the depths of his consciousness. One of the biggest changes brought about by breaking through to the 10th level of soul power is that he can barely maintain a trace of clarity in his soul with his powerful soul power and try to actively simulate that meaning that is less than 1 in a billionth of a hair. Faced with the remnant will that was crushing down like a mountain of bones, he did not choose to confront it head-on. Instead, he concentrated his consciousness and made his soul power operate in an unprecedented way, outlining and simulating the existence of that hair in his sea of consciousness. Su Jie did not visualize and temper his own soul power, but instead simulated borrowing power. Consciousness seemed to be assimilated by that supreme Taoist aura, and a tearing pain shot through the soul. But he gritted his teeth and, with the support of his martial arts heart, blue, and level 10 soul power, managed to extract a wisp of extremely weak divine thought from the immense meaning of that hair, a thought that carried the meaning of supreme suppression and overlooking all the heavens and myriad worlds. This simulated divine thought is extremely illusory, with almost no substantial power. It is more like a projection of a status, a natural contempt of the highest level of life for lower beings. Then, he guided this simulated meaning of hair that was of indescribably high status, fused it with all his level 10 soul power, and condensed it into an invisible and intangible spear of will, which pierced straight into the crushing mountain of bones will. The original majestic, heavy, and almost irresistible remnant will of spirit and integrity reacted as if ice and snow were meeting. The blazing sun when it came into contact with this wisp of meaning of hair, emitting a shrill and extremely fearful cry. Crack! Bang! The illusory image of the bone mountains will instantly shattered and disintegrated, and its control over the divine treasure's origin also froze and became blank. The immortal martial bone on Su Jie's left arm erupted with an unprecedented suction force, and his 5 fingers pierced fiercely into the bubble barrier that had become fragile and unstable due to the collapse of his will. Suck it! Barrier breach detected. Forced absorption initiated. Guide your innate moral character and forge your martial spirit. That grayish-white bone energy source, pure and profound, full of vitality and strengthening power, surged wildly into Su Jie's left arm like a flood breaking through a dam, and was then guided to flow to all 206 bones in his body. Below the the steps, numerous prodigies from the true martial realm witnessed this scene and were all dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost.
He didn't choose to inherit the divine treasure's origin, instead, he forcibly plundered it, and it seems he succeeded. What method did he use to instantly shatter the remaining will of the divine treasure? Boom!
The pain from this tempering of the heaven-level martial bone far exceeded any of Su Jie's previous experiences. Ugh! Unable to bear it any longer, he finally let out a suppressed roar of pain, and his whole body instantly turned into a blood-soaked figure. His skin cracked inch by inch, all the capillaries burst, and blood gushed from all 7 orifices. He could clearly feel that every bone in his body was completely shattered at the most minute particle level, and then forcibly reassembled in a mysterious way that he could not understand and was even more difficult to control. This pain transcended the physical realm, tearing at the very depths of his soul. It was as if a billion red-hot carving knives were etching an eternal mark of agony onto his soul.
Consciousness was adrift in an endless ocean of suffering, on the verge of complete loss and collapse.
My vision blurred, and all I could hear was the cracking sound of bones breaking and reforming, and the roar of blood rushing through my veins. It was utterly terrifying. Relying solely on the newly broken through level 10 soul power to fiercely protect the last vestige of clarity in his soul, the martial heart blue burst forth with an unprecedented azure light, and the spirit-nourishing technique was fully activated, soothing the violent trembling of his soul. The immortal martial bone creation vitality on his left arm was operating at an unprecedented speed, repairing his constantly collapsing and reconstructing body, and stubbornly holding up his almost extinguished flame of life.
Bone tempering, heavenly level. Give it to me. Success!
Su Jie roared defiantly in his heart, pouring all his will and belief into it.
Click, buzz.
A deafening roar, as if the heavens and earth were splitting apart, came from the deepest part of his body. The overwhelming, intense pain receded suddenly, as if the tide had receded. An indescribable, powerful force, like the awakening of the very essence of life, instantly filled every corner of his body, as if a slumbering ancient god or demon had awakened.
His entire skeleton underwent a complete transformation. It displayed a warm and restrained yet boundless chaotic color, with bone
patterns that were naturally formed, as if engraved by the great Zhao, subtly resonating with his blood and energy, and even the void. Heavenly level martial bone, achieved.
Ding!
Detected that the host's entire body has been tempered to the heavenly level. Base combat power plus 25 million points. Current base combat power, 50 million points. After the 20% bonus for extreme foundation establishment, the actual base combat power is 60 million points. Host's martial bone quality has changed. Immortal martial bone fusion level has increased.
Current fusion level, 0.1%.
Immortal martial bone bonus, 10,000 stars. A surge of immense power coursed through his body, and Su Jie couldn't help but roar to the sky. His roar was like a dragon's cry, shaking the void and even causing the surrounding floating bubbles to tremble slightly. Below the steps, all the prodigies stared in terror at the direction from which the howling sound came, feeling the terrifying aura that made their souls tremble. Su Jie clenched his fists, feeling the terrifying power within him that seemed capable of shattering stars with a single punch. All the pain and adventure he had endured suddenly felt worthwhile. In the feedback of this ultimate physical sublimation, he felt that something deep within his soul also resonated and transformed.
Ding!
Detected a synchronized leap in host's life level and martial arts will. Martial arts heart blue has advanced to martial arts heart purple. Martial arts heart purple power control and comprehension increased by 250%. Mental resistance greatly enhanced. Soul power cultivation speed increased by 100%, and perception of the power of heaven and earth greatly improved.
My martial heart has actually upgraded,
and my soul power cultivation speed has also increased.
Su Jie was overjoyed.
After tempering his heavenly rank martial bone, soul nourishment became the key to improving his soul power level. He was just struggling with the difficulty of further improving his soul power, and this sudden 100% acceleration effect was like a godsend. However, just as he was gradually getting used to the surge in power, the origin breathing technique, which had been operating autonomously within his body and constantly providing him with vital energy, slowly stopped. It's not that it's failed, but rather, it's reached saturation. The total amount and quality of his qi and blood have reached the limit that this basic breathing technique can support. Just like a glass that's already full, not a single drop more can be poured in. This cultivation technique, which accompanied him on his rise to power and made great contributions, finally completed its historical mission temporarily after he finished tempering his heavenly martial bone. My qi and blood are overflowing, and my breathing technique has stopped on its own.
Su Jie instantly understood his situation. It seemed that his subsequent cultivation would require a more advanced technique.
Thinking of this, a thought suddenly occurred to him. Wait, I've already broken through to the heavenly martial bone level. The mission this system issued earlier. The moment the thought crossed his mind, the familiar system notification sounded in his head as expected. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the main quest heavenly rank martial bone. Task requirement. Before the martial arts exam, temper your entire body's martial bones to a heavenly level martial bone.
Completed. Task evaluation, excellent.
The host completed the tempering process with a speed and foundation far exceeding expectations.
Task rewards are being calculated.
Reward 1, 50,000 martial arts achievement points have been awarded. Reward 2, mysterious reward, Martial Soul Ascension Aura X1. Already stored in system space. Martial Soul Ascension Aura, when used, it can greatly enhance the potential and growth of the martial soul during condensation.
The spiritual light of martial soul sublimation?
A glint flashed in Su Jie's eyes. It sounded incredibly precious.
Significantly enhancing the potential and growth of a martial soul. Isn't this a powerful tool for improving the quality of a martial soul?
This undoubtedly provides a strong guarantee for his future martial soul condensation. And 50,000 achievement points is a huge fortune, enough to exchange for many rare items in the heavenly armory.
Overjoyed, Su Jie couldn't help but think about the problem of subsequent cultivation techniques. He immediately asked the system in his mind. System, the origin breathing technique can no longer be used?
My martial bones are complete. Next, I need to nurture my soul and condense my martial spirit.
After that, I need to break through to the origin realm. As a diligent novice martial artist, do you have any plans for my future training methods? You can't just leave me without any progress, can you? The system's response carried a hint of irony. The current host status has been detected and meets the criteria.
The original breathing technique is no longer sufficient to meet the host's subsequent cultivation needs. Given the host's positive performance in completing the main quest, the next stage's core main quest, Supreme Martial Soul, is being released ahead of schedule.
Main quest updated. Mission name, Supreme Martial Soul.
Mission requirements, successfully condense a martial soul of at least saint-level quality before the martial arts exam. Task hint, the quality of martial souls, from lowest to highest, is mortal, spirit, earth, heaven, saint, and God.
During condensation, factors such as soul power level, one's own foundation, and opportunities all affect the final quality.
Task rewards.
1. Martial arts achievement points, base 100,000 points.
An additional 300,000 points are awarded if you condense your martial soul to the divine level. 2. Core cultivation techniques for the origin realm, matched to the quality of the final condensed martial soul. Mortal/spiritual martial soul, basic source power technique.
Earth level martial soul, 100 rivers return to the source technique. Heavenly level martial soul, Zhou Tian Xingyin technique.
Saint level martial soul, general outline of the origin power of all stars.
God level martial soul, Chaos Star God path.
Failure penalty, the host's potential will be permanently locked, and they will be barred from pursuing the highest martial arts path. Looking at the list of cultivation techniques rewards matched according to the quality of the martial soul, Su Jie read through the descriptions of each technique and his breathing suddenly became heavy. The difference between basic source power technique and chaotic star god path is simply heaven and earth. In particular, the general outline of the origin power of all heavens and stars can steal the power of all heavens and stars and forcibly seize the origin of stars. Just imagining this power makes his blood boil. This is the cultivation method he has been dreaming of. And the chaos star god path, which requires a god-level martial soul to unlock, is even more tempting.
Excellent.
What a clever scheme to determine rewards based on the type of martial soul. Su Jie's eyes blazed with unprecedented fire and fighting spirit.
How can a mere saint-level martial soul be my ultimate goal?
With the martial soul sublimation aura, a saint-level martial soul is just the minimum.
My goal is god-level.
It's the legendary Chaos Star God Path. Su Jie gazed at the chaotic star god path, which could only be unlocked by a god-level martial soul, his heart filled with longing. At the same time, he was aware of
the difficulties involved, so he asked, System, what determines the quality of a martial soul? And how can I ensure that I can condense a high-grade martial soul?
The strongest martial arts system in all realms responded. The core of a martial soul's quality depends on the martial artist's soul power level during its formation. One's own foundation is the hull that carries the martial soul, determining its stability and lower limit of potential, but the soul power level is the soul power flame that ignites the martial soul and determines its essential height. Based on the universal rules of the endless cosmic sea, the quantification standards are as follows.
Mortal level martial soul can be condensed when soul power reaches level 10. Spirit level martial soul power must reach level 12, and there is a relatively high chance of condensing it.
Earth level martial soul, one must reach level 14 in soul power to have a small chance of obtaining it. Heavenly level martial soul power must be at level 16 to have even a sliver of a chance. Saint level martial soul, in addition to having a soul power level of 18, one must also meet the stringent condition of having a bone age of 18 years or less. The source of life must be young, vibrant, and malleable enough to bear the vast potential of a saint level martial soul.
God level martial soul power must reach level 20, and the user must also be under 18 years old in terms of bone age.
Even so, the probability of successfully condensing it remains as slim as finding a needle in a haystack, occurring only once every 1,000 years. It requires not only only soul power and bone age, but also an irreplaceable stroke of fate and unparalleled luck. The system paused for a moment, its tone carrying a hint of solemn emphasis. It should be noted that after reaching level 10 in soul power, each subsequent level up represents a small leap in the level of life and a transformation in the essence of the soul, making it far more difficult than before. Throughout the myriad realms, countless geniuses, even if they dedicate their entire lives, often only manage to cultivate to the divine treasury realm.
Only through the feedback from this realm
and the accumulation of countless years can they possibly push their soul power to level 20. Those who achieve this within the body tempering realm are extremely rare throughout history. Upon hearing the system's words, Su Jie instantly felt immense pressure. His soul power has just reached level 10, and his bone age is 17. He is still 8 levels away from the 18th level of soul power required for a saint-level martial soul. As for the 20th level of soul power required for a god-level martial soul, it seems as unattainable as a mirage.
The system's voice sounded again.
The host currently possesses level 10 soul power, a bone age of 17, and a solid foundation, a rarity in the world. The host possesses the martial soul Ascension aura, which can at least raise the final martial soul quality by one minor tier. This is a significant advantage. The host should be grounded and make achieving a saint-level martial soul a realistic goal. If achieved, with the general outline of the origin power of the celestial stars, the future will be limitless. The path to godhood, though elusive and difficult to find, is something one can only hope to encounter. Once in a million years, a speck of dust in the starry sea, Su Jie took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart caused by the vast difference in their abilities, his eyes becoming even more determined and sharp.
At least I'll reach the saint level, which is the path to the heavens. As for the god level,
a slight smile appeared on his lips, revealing a fighting spirit in his eyes. How can I know I, Su Jie, am no match for you if I don't give it my all? Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I, Su Jie, can't. I have the inheritance of the myriad manifestations heavenly sect, and that hair is my ultimate visualization.
Object.
Furthermore, I have the strongest martial arts system in all the heavens possessing me, and a god-level martial soul, the Chaos Star God path. I want it all. He suppressed the turmoil in his heart, sat cross-legged, and began to circulate this spirit-nourishing technique to repair the damage to his soul. After the repairs are complete, he must be in the best possible condition to break through to the peak of his soul power, laying the most solid foundation for condensing a supreme martial soul that is at least at the saint level or even at the god level. He was willing to risk everything for that domineering technique that could steal from the star sea and perhaps even surpass imagination. The cool and gentle soul power flowed slowly, like sweet spring water nourishing parched land, quickly repairing the subtle cracks and vibrations in Su Jie's soul caused by the extreme pain when he forcibly attacked the heavenly martial bone. Just as he was adjusting his breathing, several geniuses below, whose soul power had reached level 10, climbed to the area with more than 150 steps. They had witnessed firsthand Su Jie's successful plundering of the divine treasure bubble, and their eyes became incredibly fervent and filled with greed. Forcibly seizing means no inheritance is needed, no one is restricted by the paths of their predecessors, and the future potential is limitless.
Who wouldn't
want to break through the divine treasures, achieve celestial phenomena, and roam freely across the starry sea, just like the legendary martial ancestor?
If he can do it, why can't I?
A proud and arrogant prodigy from a major sect roared, decisively selecting a spirit-level bubble that emitted a sharp golden light.
Following
Su Jie's example, he concentrated all his soul power and blood energy and launched an attack without hesitation, attempting to forcefully break through the barrier.
Puff! However, the results were completely different.
The moment his soul power and blood energy touched the golden bubble, the golden light on the bubble's surface suddenly intensified, and a highly refined golden blade containing an indestructible will swept out, slashing down like a heavenly sword.
No!
The prodigy only had time to let out a short scream before his soul power was cleaved apart by the golden blade, instantly annihilating his body and soul without leaving a trace.
Following that, 7 or 8 more skeptical geniuses chose to try different bubbles.
Some were swallowed up by the raging floodwaters surging from the bubbles, some were corroded by invisible poisonous miasma and turned into pus and blood, and some were struck by violent lightning and turned into charred remains. In a short period of time, these 7 or 8 top talents in the true martial world all perished due to the forced plunder. Their deaths were so tragic that even the bubble barrier was barely shaken. This harsh reality was like a bucket of cold water, waking up those who were still eager to act.
They finally understood that Su Jie's success could not be replicated.
He must possess some trump card or special method that they couldn't comprehend. For them, plundering by force was a dead end leading to their demise. Helplessness, resentment, jealousy, a variety of emotions flashed across the face of the remaining prodigies, but in the end they all turned into a bitter sense of helplessness. Without further hesitation, they focused their minds and began searching for bubbles that resonated with their own aura, honestly releasing their soul power to engage in gentle resonance and inheritance. In an instant, beams of soul power connected with bubbles in the area above the steps, and the inheritance process quietly began.
Su Jie took in the entire scene without any disturbance disturbance in his heart. After he finished adjusting his breathing, his soul injuries healed, and he returned to his peak condition. Just then, the system's voice, unusually tinged with a hint of mockery, rang in his mind.
Host, have you looked at those who chose to inherit?
Directly inheriting the divine power of a remnant of will, while granting rapid power and an advantage in the early stages of cultivation, also has a little-known side effect.
Su Jie's heart skipped a beat. Side effects? Is there any danger? Dangerous?
In some ways, it's more troublesome than a direct fall. The system spoke calmly, as if it knew the secrets. Those residual wills, like parasites, have always existed within the original powers of the inheritors. As the inheritor continues to integrate and cultivate, these memories, emotions, and even parts of their personality will gradually merge and permeate with the remaining fragments of memories of the fallen divine treasure realm warriors.
Su Jie frowned slightly. Memory fusion? It sounds like gaining the experience of a senior? This was indeed the case initially, accelerating the understanding of powers.
However, over time, as the integration reached a certain level, the inheritor would find it difficult to distinguish which memories were their own and which were others.
One's personality, preferences, and even obsessions can be subtly distorted or obscured.
In more extreme cases, one's core memories may gradually dilute or even be forgotten, eventually becoming a copy with most of the original owner's memories and personality.
Of course, this process is lengthy, taking decades or even centuries.
Su Jie gasped,
isn't this possession?
No, it's more like a slow personality replacement.
That's one way to put it.
However, in the world of advanced martial arts, this is not an unsolvable problem.
Some powerful sects possess
special secret techniques that allow their successors to gradually purify these residual wills, retaining only pure, original power. Unfortunately, the true martial world seems to lack such methods. More accurately, no one there knows these secrets at all. Su Jie gazed at the prodigies immersed in the joy of inheriting the legacy, his eyes filled with complex emotions. They thought they had embarked on a shortcut to heaven, unaware that their feet might be on a wrong path leading to non-self.
Luckily, I chose to plunder.
Su Jie felt relieved, but he wouldn't forcibly interfere with other people's fates.
After all, they were from two different worlds and didn't know each other.
He could only put aside his desire to help others and respect their choices. His gaze once again fell upon the spirit-level bubbles in the void that emitted alluring fluctuations. He has already achieved the heavenly rank martial bone, but he still needs to continue accumulating experience to make full preparations for the future soul-nourishing stage and the condensation of the martial Dao battle body. Having solidified the immense power derived from his heavenly level martial bone, Su Jie's gaze once again swept over the sea of
bubbles in the void.
His cultivation foundation had been greatly enhanced. The next step would undoubtedly be to strengthen his soul.
Although his soul power had reached level 10, it was far from enough.
Based on the system's recent hint, he understood that the quality of condensing a martial soul was closely related to his soul power level.
Level 10 is just the starting point.
The higher the level of soul power, the greater the potential of the condensed martial soul, and the more powerful the cultivation technique rewards given by the system will be. Soon, his gaze locked onto a target, a bubble that was translucent, with starlight flowing inside, emanating a pure and gentle soul-stirring energy.
Target detected. Starlight Divine Treasury.
This treasury is geared towards nourishing and strengthening the soul's origin. Its primal power has a significant effect on enhancing the host's soul power. Without hesitation, Su Jie used the same technique again. Relying on the trace of hair essence simulated by his level 10 soul power, he once again forcefully broke through the barrier of the starry sky divine treasury. The pure and gentle power of his soul, like a warm tide of starlight, surged into his sea of consciousness. He immediately activated the nourishing spirit technique to guide this power to nourish and strengthen his own soul power.
However, problems arose.
As the system stated, after reaching level 10 in soul power, each subsequent level requires massive accumulation and a deeper refinement of the soul's essence.
This is a qualitative leap, far more difficult than before.
Although the original power of the Starlight Divine Treasury was extremely pure, Su Jie's soul could not digest it as fast as he could absorb it. A large amount of soul essence accumulated in the sea of consciousness, which caused the soul power to increase slowly, but the efficiency was far less rapid and direct than when tempering the martial bones before. If things continue like this, it will probably take a very long time and involve a lot of waste if I try to raise my soul power to level 11 using this bubble.
Too slow.
Su Jie frowned, looking at the swirling pure soul power in his sea of consciousness that he hadn't been able to absorb in time. He felt as if he were facing a Manchu Han imperial feast but could only slowly drink the soup with a straw. Just as he was pondering how to improve the efficiency of digestion, an extremely bold, even evil thought suddenly flashed through his mind. That single hair could easily crush the remnants of a divine realm cultivator's will. Its level of significance was beyond imagination.
Since I can simulate its significance to achieve level suppression, is it possible to go even further? Could you take the phantom image of that hair that I initially visualized and simulated as a whip? Use it to whip this seemingly gentle but actually structurally stable soul power?
They are extracted from their stable energy structure and broken down down into the most primitive, basic, and easily absorbed debris, soul energy particles.
The moment the idea popped into his head, even Su Jie himself was taken aback. Using the image of that supreme being as a whip to lash something? That was practically a desecration of that hair. But why not? Make the most of it.
His consciousness sank deeper into his sea of consciousness once more, this time with even greater focus. Using his level 10 soul power, he condensed and compressed it in an unprecedented way, attempting to outline the extremely blurry and illusory contours of that hair. This process was far more difficult than simulating the meaning. Soul power poured out like a flood, and waves of stinging pain came from the sea of consciousness. Finally, a faint, almost imperceptible phantom of hair, which seemed on the verge of disintegration yet carried a chilling aura, coalesced in his sea of consciousness. A mad light flashed in Su Jie's eyes. He manipulated the illusory hair whip and lashed it fiercely at the massive, unabsorbed starlight divine treasury source in his sea of consciousness. There was no sound, but his mind was violently shaken. That stable and gentle source of soul essence, the moment it was struck by the phantom of Mao, was like a calm lake surface tossed with a stone, first suddenly paused, and then exploded with a bang.
This is a complete structural collapse. The pure soul power was instantly shattered by that supreme intent, transforming into countless tiny, active, and non-repulsive basic
soul power particles that were indistinguishable to the naked eye, spreading like stardust throughout Su Jie's sea of consciousness. The spirit-nourishing technique operated wildly and spontaneously with astonishing efficiency. The soul power particles that had been broken down to their most basic state were absorbed and fused by Su Jie's soul greedily and rapidly, like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea, requiring almost no refining. With the martial heart, purple, soul power cultivation speed increased 100-fold. His soul power began to surge wildly at an unprecedented speed.
Level 10, beginner, level 11, peak, level 12, advanced. The efficiency is more than 100 times faster than before.
Ha ha ha,
it works, it's so effective. Su Jie was overjoyed.
This was no longer a whip, it had become the ultimate soul power crusher and accelerator. He no longer held back, forcibly absorbing the primal power of the starry divine treasury while continuously condensing the illusory hair whip, relentlessly lashing at the primal energy surging into his sea of consciousness.
Disperse, absorb, disperse again, absorb again. His soul power level skyrocketed like a rocket.
On the steps below, the geniuses who were inheriting the divine treasure occasionally glanced at Su Jie, only to see the soul fluctuations around him surging violently like a raging tide. The aura grew increasingly profound and terrifying at a visible speed, leaving them all dumbfounded and their worldviews constantly being challenged.
What on earth is this guy up to now? Why is it that increasing his soul power is easier for him than eating and drinking?
With the simple, brutal, yet highly efficient assistance of the whip of hair, Su Jie absorbed the essence of the starlight divine treasury at an astonishing speed. That immense power of the soul's origin seemed to encounter the most efficient crusher and absorber, and was quickly transformed into the purest soul power, merging into the depths of Su Jie's soul. His soul power level was unstoppable, and he easily broke through layer after layer of barriers.
Peak level 13, mid-level of level 15.
Feeling his soul power soar like a rocket, he seemed to foresee himself standing at the critical juncture of martial soul condensation. With level 20 soul power, and breaking into the extremely rare supreme realm and the strongest martial arts system of all heavens. Although the hope was as faint as stardust, this longing stirred his heart. Su Jie's soul power could surge wildly for a simple reason. Starlight Divine Treasury is already a top-tier resource for replenishing soul power, but the whip of hair he visualized is even more monstrous. It directly extracts the soul power origin that requires a long time to digest into the most basic particles, skipping the digestion process and absorbing it directly. Combined with the soul power cultivation method that ranks among the top 100 in the heavens, the three elements created this unprecedented miracle of soul power enhancement. When the entire starry sky divine treasury bubble was completely absorbed by him and quietly dissipated, Su Jie's soul power had stabilized at an astonishing level, the peak of level 19, just one step away from entering the level 20 realm, a symbol of miracles. Feeling the soul power surging more than 10 times stronger in his sea of consciousness, and the qualitative change in its range and subtlety, Su Jie felt a surge of pride.
Level 19 peak.
He has reached the pinnacle of saint-level martial soul, truly touching the threshold of the legendary god-level realm. However, he frowned slightly when faced with the formidable barrier leading to level 20. That barrier was far thicker than ever before, as if it separated him from the entire starry sea. Ordinary accumulation, even with an opportunity like the starry sky treasure, makes it difficult to break through. Su Jie's gaze swept across the void where 1,000 stars slumbered, sensing the chaotic mental field that was omnipresent, mixed with the undying
fighting spirit of more than 1,000 divine realm experts, their fallen resentment, and even the eerie aura left behind by extraterrestrial demons.
He saw those geniuses from the true martial realm, surrounding the mortal level bubbles or establishing connections with the relatively gentle spiritual level bubbles, their faces filled with the joy of receiving powerful inheritances. For them, being able to safely obtain some kind of divine power is already an incredible opportunity, enough to make their path in martial arts bright. They no longer dared to try Su Jie's plundering methods, and found it even harder to understand the crazy plan he was currently devising. In the more distant Void Ruins, those geniuses who left due to insufficient soul power are also exploring their own opportunities in their respective areas.
The entire secret realm seemed to be divided into 3 worlds.
One world is where numerous geniuses of the true martial realm follow the established path, accepting the gifts of their predecessors and steadily walking the predetermined path to becoming a powerful figure. In one world, many ordinary geniuses toil away in the ruins, striving with all their might for even a little bit of resources. In that final world, only Su Jie stood alone high in the void, determined to break through the insurmountable barrier of level 20 soul power. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind as Su Jie opened his personal martial arts panel. Host, Su Jie. Extreme Foundation Establishment, 10 meridians at their peak. Heavenly Martial Bone, level 19 peak soul power. Base combat power, 5,000 stars. Actual base combat power, 6,000 stars. Extreme Foundation Establishment level enjoys a 20% bonus. Martial Arts Heart, purple power control and comprehension increased by 250%. Mental resistance greatly enhanced. Soul power cultivation speed increased by 100%, and perception of the power of heaven and earth also improved. Martial Vein Divine Power, reflection of all heavens. Fragment manifests illusory images of all heavens, temporarily increasing all attributes within range by 100%, while also generating a powerful spiritual deterrent. Immortal Martial Bones, 0.1% fusion additional combat power bonus of 10,000 stars, indestructible, and significantly increased negative resistance. Arsenal of all realms, can be used to exchange martial arts achievement points for resources from all realms.
Current martial arts achievement points, 50,000.
Battlefield of the Heavens, access granted, but insufficient combat power to explore at this time. Inventory, Law Fragment, Time Realm Entrance Ticket, Time-Space Dao-I, Unknown Nebula Crystal, Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Sect Perspective Disciple Token. Now that my soul power has reached the peak of level 19, I should be able to fuse with the Time-Space Dao-I.
However, it is definitely not appropriate to do so while I am in the secret realm. I will wait until this secret realm ends before doing so.
With a thought, Su Jie focused his mind on the crystal that Chen Xiaoyu had given him, which seemed to contain tiny nebulae inside. Since obtaining this item, he had kept it in the system space without studying it in detail, and now was the perfect time to ask the system about it.
System, what exactly is this crystal? Will it help me with my upcoming breakthrough to my soul power barrier? System reply.
This item is called the Soul Suppressing Stone, a rare and precious artifact formed through countless ages of sedimentation at the core of a cosmic nebula, condensed by a fortuitous encounter.
It can stabilize the sea of consciousness, smooth out fluctuations in soul power, and suppress the invasion of external evils. The Soul Suppressing Stone, what a wonderful thing. A glint flashed in Su Jie's eyes. He hadn't expected that Chen Xiaoyu would give him such a treasure when she was dealing with Chen Ningyang's belongings.
Thinking that the girl is almost 16 years old, I will definitely repay President Chen Ningyang for saving my life back then when she starts cultivating. Just then, an extremely faint yet ineffably ancient and majestic thought, as if traversing millennia, suddenly resounded deep within his consciousness.
Those who come after me, please help me. Su Jie's heart trembled violently.
This was definitely not the chaotic remnant will of those in the secret realm. Although that will was weak, it carried a sense of oppression from the very source of life.
Who are you?
Su Jie immediately responded with his soul power, his vigilance rising to the extreme. The purple light of his martial arts heart flowed, and he began to visualize the phantom of that hair in his sea of consciousness.
I am Jiang Hongyu.
The thought was broken and intermittent, yet it carried a weight that made one's soul tremble.
The martial ancestor of the true martial realm?
Su Jie's pupils contracted sharply.
Hadn't he already perished? Don't be surprised.
A celestial realm warrior can transform into a saint's soul once their soul power reaches level 30. In my final battle with that extraterrestrial monster, my body shattered and my soul nearly disintegrated, leaving only a fragmented saint's soul essence, which has been entangled and eroded for over 10,000 years. As the remnant soul's will was transmitted, fragmented images and information flooded into Su Jie's mind. 10,000 years ago, martial ancestor Jiang Hongyu broke through to the celestial phenomenon realm, triggering a celestial phenomenon. Its light was like a torch in a dark forest, revealing the cosmic coordinates of the true martial realm and attracting 3 celestial phenomenon realm demons from other realms who were wandering in the nearby star field.
3 evil spirits sought to enslave this world. To protect their home, Jiang Hongyu led all the divine treasure realm warriors of the true martial realm in a desperate resistance, relying
on their home advantage and unwavering will, and at the cost of the deaths of all their divine treasure realm warriors, they finally repelled the 2 extraterrestrial evil spirits. The last demon perished together with Jiang Hongyu, its body disintegrating and even its holy soul being shattered.
However, the celestial realm saint soul already possessed a trace of immortality.
The fragmented origins of both
both souls did not immediately dissipate, but instead remained intertwined, eroding, and obliterating each other in this core battlefield for tens of thousands of years. The martial ancestors' will was to protect, while the demons' will was to devour and escape. By now, both of their remnant souls have weakened to the extreme, with their soul power reduced to approximately level 23, resulting in a final stalemate. With his last remaining will to protect, the remnant soul of the martial ancestor managed to seal the remnant soul of the evil spirit in this place. If it breaks free and its remnant soul escapes, seeking a vessel, the true martial realm will have no power to resist and will be enslaved for eternity. The remnant soul of the martial ancestor was filled with deep weariness and urgency. I sense that your soul power has reached the peak of level 19. Your foundation is unprecedented. Help me to completely annihilate it. In return, I can help you refine that demonic remnant soul and break through to level 20 soul power. The amount of information was enormous. Su Jie was shocked and instantly understood the truth about the land of 1,000 stars slumber, and the reason why no one in the true martial world had dared to break through to the celestial phenomenon realm for 10,000 years. This is not just a secret realm of inheritance, but a prison, a sealed battlefield that has lasted for tens of thousands of years. Helping the martial ancestor means facing a remnant soul of an extraterrestrial demon with soul power comparable to level 23, a risk that is immeasurable. But the reward is equally astonishing, the opportunity to break through to level 20. Su Jie's eyes flickered as he quickly weighed the situation. While the words of the martial ancestor's remnant soul might not be entirely true, their logic was basically consistent, and the oppressive aura emanating from the level of life itself was definitely not false. However, in Su Jie's view, who possesses the strongest martial arts system in the heavens, the so-called extraterrestrial demons are nothing more than celestial phenomenon realm martial artists from other realms. If what the martial ancestor said is true, then wouldn't he, Su Jie, also be an extraterrestrial demon? In a flash, the remnant soul of the martial ancestor's request and reward carried immense weight. Just as he was about to agree, another, completely different, chilling, and piercing thought suddenly invaded like a venomous snake, forcefully resounding in his sea of consciousness. Zhang Hengyu, you old ghost, you're about to die and you still want to find help? This thought was highly corrosive, sending a chill down Su Jie's spine. Kid, don't believe this hypocrite. You think he's truly protecting this world? How laughable. 10,000 years ago, I and two fellow Taoists followed the strange phenomena and discovered this world. We do not wish to destroy this world, but only to control it, guiding it to integrate into our Black Fiend realm, and together we will cultivate the great Tao. The resources and techniques there are far superior to those of this remote little world. It's this Zhang Hengyu. Driven by selfish motives, he couldn't bear to be subordinate to others, and he was even more reluctant to give up his supreme position in this realm. He actually incited all the Divine Treasure Realm warriors to obstruct the path in the name of protecting their homeland. They dragged the top forces of the true martial world down with them, just to preserve his own transcendent status and so-called freedom. He is the culprit behind the break in the transmission of the true martial arts world's top lineage and its stagnation for millennia. The remnant soul of the extraterrestrial demon's tone suddenly changed, carrying a mixture of alluring arrogance and threat. Listen up, you ant. I come from the Black Fiend realm, a middle thousand world that is countless times more powerful than your crumbling true martial realm. My ancestor was a powerful being at the weaving law realm, surpassing even the celestial phenomenon realm. He wielded the power of laws and possessed immense supernatural abilities. If you know what's good for you, help me destroy Zhang Hengyu's stubborn remnant soul and rule this realm together with me. Once I recover some of my power, I can take you back to the Black Fiend realm. With your qualifications, I can recommend you to become a disciple of the ancestor, his last disciple. At that time, the resources, cultivation techniques, and status you'll enjoy will be incomparable to what this poor, remote place can offer. The remnant soul of the martial ancestor surged violently, burning with rage, seemingly tinged with shame and annoyance at being exposed. You wicked creature. Stop talking nonsense. Those who are not of our kind are bound to have different hearts. You wolfish foes, how could you possibly have good intentions? To be incorporated into your ranks would be no different from enslavement. Enslavement, the remnant demonic soul sneered. It's better than being dragged down with him. Kid, see clearly, the one who truly hinders your path is this hypocrite who drags the entire world down with him for his own selfish gain. The truth is so absurd and subversive. Su Jie was shaken to his core and instantly understood. This was not a simple battle between good and evil, but rather a tragedy caused by two celestial beings with completely different ideologies and choices, whose selfishness and stances triggered a catastrophe that affected the entire world. To preserve his supreme status, the martial ancestor was willing to perish along with everything. The extraterrestrial demons used extremely ruthless methods to expand their resources. Neither of them are benevolent. Their promises are full of exploitation and uncertainty. Su Jie remained silent for a moment, then a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. He looked into the void, and also at the two intertwined thoughts in his sea of consciousness, slowly and clearly conveying his thoughts. Gentlemen, the price you've offered
is quite interesting. However, I, Su Jie, have always preferred to control my own destiny. Whom should I help? How should I help? Perhaps I should follow my rules. However, as soon as he sent out his thoughts, he was met with the thunderous methods of two celestial realm warriors.
You are ignorant of your own limitations. The remnant soul of the demon struck first, its cold intent suddenly transforming into countless sharp black threads, like a malignant sword that it directly coiled around his soul core. It actually attempted to forcibly corrupt Su Jie, planting a demonic seed and turning him into a puppet under its control. Trying to negotiate with me? Once you become my servant, you'll naturally learn the rules.
Almost simultaneously, the remnant soul of the martial ancestor also launched an attack. A pale golden light, like a gentle spring breeze and rain, silently penetrated into Su Jie's sea of consciousness, directly targeting his memory and cognitive areas. It tried to forcibly instill in Su Jie the belief of loyalty to this world and to the martial ancestor, distorting Su Jie's
self-awareness. Young friend, the survival of this world depends on you. Do not make a mistake. Accept the glory of protecting it. The two ancient beings knew they couldn't fool Su Jie and didn't bother to haggle with an ant.
As powerful beings at the celestial realm, they possess an inherent arrogance and ruthlessness, and their first instinct is to choose the most thorough means of control. Su Jie's meager soul power defense appeared riddled with flaws in the face of their exquisite use of soul power. However, faced with this ultimate move that could instantly corrupt any origin realm or even divine treasure realm martial artist, Su Jie's eyes showed no panic whatsoever, but rather a mocking, as expected look.
This is the moment he's been waiting for them to willingly extend their power in. We're just waiting for you to lose your temper and make your move.
With a cold laugh in his heart, Su Jie teleported the soul-suppressing stone, which existed in the system space, to the center of his sea of consciousness. The soul-suppressing stone immediately burst forth with unprecedentedly brilliant starlight. The starlight transformed into countless incredibly strong star chains, which, as if possessing a spirit, actively coiled around and bound the two golden and black foreign wills that had invaded the sea of consciousness. These two external wills were firmly imprisoned. At the same time, he pushed the myriad gods and demons suppressing prison diagram to its limit, creating the image of that hair that seemed to contain the ultimate truths of the heavens. Using all of his soul power as the handle, he forcibly shaped it into an incomparably condensed gray whip shadow that exuded an aura of supreme suppression and destruction. I, Su Jie, will naturally not stand on ceremony with such generous gifts delivered to my door. With a sudden sharpness in his gaze, Su Jie manipulated the illusory whip, which was more than 10 times stronger than before, and lashed it fiercely at the two foreign sources that were imprisoned by the soul-suppressing stone cage. Smack! Although there was no tangible sound, it was perceived in the mind as if the whip had exploded like thunder. The illusory whip lashed at the two imprisoned holy soul origins.
The martial ancestor's pale golden origin trembled violently and
emitted a mournful cry. The demon's pitch-black origin seemed to be scorched, emitting hissing black smoke and emitting a piercing shriek. This lash not only shattered their will to struggle and resist, but also directly loosened and shattered the stable structure of their sacred soul essence.
No! What kind of power is this?
The two celestial realm beings were utterly horrified, feeling their own portion of their sacred soul origin being forcibly shattered by a force beyond their comprehension. Su Jie ignored him, his eyes fierce, and raised the illusory whip again. Slap, slap, slap. One lash after another, mercilessly whipping like the most powerful crusher. The two celestial realm saintly soul origins were forcibly pulverized from solid ore into the finest, most active, and most easily absorbed soul power dust. The vortex of the spirit nourishing technique was frantically devouring these high-quality primordial dust particles with unprecedented efficiency. Deep within the void, the remnant souls of the martial ancestor and the demon lord trembled violently, their auras suddenly weakening as their connection to that part of the origin was completely severed and devoured. Meanwhile, within Su Jie's sea of consciousness, his soul power surged wildly like a rocket. The barrier of the peak level 19 melted instantly under the infusion of this soul power belonging to the saint's soul level, like ice and snow under the sun.
Level 20. Success!
Because the quality of the source he absorbed was extremely high, his soul power instantly stabilized at the late stage of level 20, just one
step away from the peak. His soul perception, the range of his divine sense, and his control over power all experienced a qualitative leap.
He felt a powerful energy surging from the depths of his soul. His gaze was fixed on the two remnant souls in the void, their auras weakened by the continuous damage to their origins, their expressions a mixture of shock and anger, yet unable to conceal their fear. A sinister smile appeared on Su Jie's face. System, he said, connecting with the strongest martial arts system in the universe through his thoughts, search for currently available offensive techniques that can directly annihilate or severely injure such soul entities.
Instruction received. Filtering based on the host's current soul power level and martial arts achievement points balance. Recommended exchange, 3-star soul skill Annihilation Star Vortex. Requires soul power level 20 and consumes 50,000 martial arts achievement points.
This technique originates from the Black Abyss Great World and is a high-level soul soul-destroying art. It condenses the intent of
annihilation, transforming it into a star-like form capable of obliterating souls.
Upon exchange, it can be directly mastered and infused. The Silent Star Vortex. A cold glint flashed in Su Jie's eyes. That's it.
Exchange it. Command confirmed.
Consume 50,000 martial arts achievement points to exchange for the 3-star soul skill Silent Star Vortex.
Inheritance infusion begins.
A flood of information and insights instantly surged into the depths of his soul, as if he had undergone countless arduous practices. A terrifying power capable of causing the annihilation of the soul was immediately grasped by him. We can talk again, he thought with a playful, cat-and-mouse quirk. Before the smile on his face had completely faded, it turned into extreme greed and ferocity.
My rule is survival of the fittest, souls and spirits scattered. Without any warning, Su Jie's soul power core suddenly boiled over. His level 20 soul power, like a spark ignited, began to operate wildly in an unprecedented way. All heavens reflect, open.
A low roar exploded deep within his soul. In an instant, a vast aura, seemingly from the primordial starry sky, enveloped his sea of
consciousness.
His soul power fluctuations, divine sense intensity, and even the essence of his soul all surged dramatically at that moment. He broke through his limits and briefly entered the terrifying realm of level 21 soul power.
This is his hidden trump card, reflection of the heavens, fragment. All attributes, including soul power, are instantly multiplied. Facing these two remnant souls of the celestial realm who had once overlooked the starry sea, he did not test them at all, and immediately launched a crushing and fatal attack. It's over.
Su Jie's eyes seemed to shimmer with the ebb and flow of stars, cold and ruthless. The profound meaning of the 3-star soul skill, Silent Star Vortex, that the system had previously instilled in him was instantly ignited.
The terrifying soul power transformed into a hand of annihilation, grasping at the two remnant souls who were terrified by his sudden change in aura. Silence, starfall.
The space in his mind suddenly darkened, and then, at the core of the martial ancestor and the remnant soul of the evil demon, a point of extreme darkness was born.
The darkness rapidly expanded, transforming into two miniature, rotating vortexes of stars. Within these vortexes emanated a destructive power that made even the very essence of the soul tremble. No, what kind of power is this?
A 3-star soul skill?
That's impossible.
How could such a soul skill exist in this world? The martial ancestor's shock and anger, along with the demon's fear, erupted simultaneously. They desperately activated their remaining source energy, and pale golden divine light and pitch-black demonic energy soared into the sky in an attempt to resist. However, in the face of a 3-star soul skill driven by level 21 soul power, their rootless, floating remnant souls were like ice and snow exposed to the scorching sun. The Silent Star Vortex slowly rotated, and wherever it passed, the pale golden divine light silently vanished, and the pitch-black demonic energy instantly dissipated. The two remnant souls let out their final desperate wails, their forms were distorted, their consciousness was obliterated, and their most primal holy soul power was forcibly stripped and devoured by Xingxuan, turning into the purest nourishment. The starlight slowly dissipated. The terrifying level 21 soul power aura surrounding Su Jie receded like a tide, and the effect of reflection of the heavens ended accordingly. However, under the nourishment of those two remnant soul origins of the celestial phenomenon realm, his soul power level has broken through the barrier with unstoppable momentum. From level 21, straight up to level 22 mid-stage.
Soul power finally stabilized at the peak of level 22.
Su Jie slowly opened his eyes, feeling an unprecedented strength and fullness in his soul, as well as the two fragmented memories in his mind that only retained pure knowledge and experience imprints.
He gently exhaled. Gazing at the now empty void, Su Jie's lips curled into a cold yet satisfied smile.
It doesn't feel like it's being crushed, it's much cleaner and more efficient. He stood high in the void, his soul power contained within. At this moment, his peak level 22 soul power allowed him to perceive the entire land of 1,000 stars slumber at an unprecedented microscopic level. He clearly sensed that the core supporting the existence of this void ruin, the fragile balance woven from the wills of thousands of divine realm
cultivators and the remnants of two celestial phenomena, was groaning in pain because he had removed the most crucial load-bearing wall. Crack! Boom! As if confirming his perception, the void ruins suddenly trembled violently.
Fine cracks began to appear on the smooth, mirror-like ground beneath his feet, which reflected starlight. The thousands of divine bubbles floating above rippled and trembled violently, as if they had been thrown into the water with pebbles.
What's going on? Earthquake? No, it's spatial instability. How could the secret realm be collapsing so quickly? Run! After a brief silence, panicked screams and commotion erupted.
Whether it was the people on the steps or the geniuses searching for treasures in other corners of the ruins, their faces turned ashen as they sensed the collapsing aura emanating directly from the very origin of the world. Buzz! Those who were receiving the inheritance were the first to be affected. The connection between their soul power and the bubbles was forcibly severed, and the backlash caused them to cough up blood and their aura to weaken instantly. A genius from Zhao Academy, who had just inherited the blazing divine treasure and was feeling quite pleased with himself, was caught in the energy energy turbulence caused by the spatial shock before he could even enjoy the joy of his increased power. Half of his body was instantly charred black, and he fell down the steps with a scream.
No, my inheritance.
A disciple of the Overlord sect, who had been struggling to establish a resonance with the mysterious ice divine treasury, watched helplessly as the icy blue bubble rapidly dimmed in the violent tremors, and cracks even appeared on its surface. He desperately tried to stabilize the connection, but was backfired by an even more violent icy wool, instantly freezing his entire body into an ice sculpture, and then shattering into countless ice blocks in the shock. The other prodigies' expressions changed drastically. They barely managed to stabilize themselves with their powerful strength, but when they looked at the fluctuating divine treasure bubbles, their eyes were filled with resentment and horror. Just then, another unexpected event occurred.
Put.
Like a chain reaction, some of the lower quality and more fragile mortal level divine treasure bubbles were the first to succumb to the pressure of spatial collapse and exploded one after another. The pure yet chaotic power of the divine treasure scattered like fireworks, further exacerbating the disorder in space.
Boom!
The entire land of 1,000 stars slumber emitted a mournful cry of impending death.
Vast swaths of the void collapsed, and the
eerie blue portal, like a candle flickering in the wind, swayed violently and rapidly contracted, on the verge of closing completely.
The secret realm is about to completely collapse. Run! If we don't leave now, we'll be stuck here forever. Panic spread like a plague.
All the surviving prodigies, whether they had just received the inheritance or had gained nothing, had
no time to care about anything else.
They all turned into streaks of light and rushed towards the only exit with all their might. What divine treasures, what opportunities, all become insignificant in the face of life and death. Su Jie's gaze swept over the thousands of divine treasure bubbles that shimmered with various colors of light, and a thought suddenly appeared in his mind.
System, with my current soul power, can I suppress and collect all these bubbles without triggering a severe backlash? Ding. Analyzing.
Target, divine treasure bubble, mortal/spiritual level, containing a faint residual will.
Host's current soul power level, level 22, peak. Conclusion, this method can perform indiscriminate suppression and forced absorption of soul power across an entire area. Success rate, 99.9%.
Very good. Su Jie's lips curled up slightly.
Tianming Star's foundation is too weak.
These bubbles are just right to give a few to Yang Baichuan and Chen Xiaoyu as gifts.
Side effects?
As long as the residual will is erased before absorption, there will naturally be no after effects. In a flash, Su Jie quickly devised a plan. While everyone was fleeing in panic, Su Jie went against the current and rushed straight to the vicinity of the collapsed core, to the purple heaven thunder treasury bubble that was emitting a violent thunderous aura.
What on earth is that kid doing? Has he gone mad?
He's willing to risk his life for a spirit-level divine treasure.
Amidst the fleeing crowd, several surprised shouts suddenly rang out. In their eyes, Su Jie's actions were tantamount to courting death. Su Jie's face displayed a perfect blend of extreme unwillingness and a desperate determination.
His blood surged like wildfire within him, and he pressed his hands tightly against the lightning-shimmering bubbles, roaring, "Just a little bit more. This Rezo is resonating with me. You guys go first." His voice sounded hoarse and desperate amidst the deafening roar of the collapse, filled with the madness and desperation of people die for wealth, birds die for food. They're really courting death. What good is a talent for soul power if you're not clear-headed? You're just a skeleton in a grave. Seeing Su Jie's greed-blinded appearance, those geniuses who originally held him in awe or even envy suddenly felt a surge of pleasure and contempt. They firmly believed that this arrogant and ignorant brat was doomed to die. No one stopped, and no one offered a helping hand. At this critical moment of life and death, watching a self-inflicted genius perish seemed to offer a twisted form of solace to their failed journey through the secret realm. At the last moment before rushing into the light gate, Yen Feng turned back and saw Su Jie still struggling in front of the thunderclap bubble. A mocking smile appeared on his face without any attempt to hide it. Trash is trash. He forgets his own worth after having a little bit of luck. Finally, amidst countless gazes filled with mockery, indifference, or schadenfreude, the eerie blue portal flashed, closed completely, and vanished. The connection between the true martial realm and the land of the 1,000 stars slumber has been completely severed. Within the secret realm, only the void constantly returning to chaos, the raging energy storms, and Su Jie, the insatiable dying man who, in their eyes, was about to be crushed by all of this. However, the moment the portal closed, all the resentment and madness on Su Jie's face vanished without a trace, replaced by an extreme calm and mockery. He slowly released his hand, and the purple lightning, which was powerful enough to seriously injure an ordinary body-tempering realm cultivator, didn't even shake the hem of his clothes. His acting was so realistic, and his emotions were spot on. "I have to give myself an award," he said casually to himself. After confirming that there were no more prying eyes around, Su Jie looked around at this rapidly disappearing world and the thousands of divine treasure bubbles floating like ownerless duckweed in the wave of destruction, and a bright smile bloomed on his lips.
"Alright, audience members, time to pack your bags."
The next moment, the vast soul power of the level 22 peak silently spread out, like an invisible net covering all the divine treasure bubbles.
Those thousands of divine bubbles, whether mortal or spiritual, seem to be drawn by invisible threads, gradually transforming into gentle streams of light.
Like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, they surged into Su Jie's body in a mighty yet orderly manner, and were absorbed one by his system space. In the blink of an eye, the collapsed secret realm, which still retained some starlight, was completely cleared and swept away by Su Jie alone.
A great harvest.
Su Jie nodded in satisfaction, as if it were just a trip to the supermarket.
At this moment, the spatial collapse had entered its final stage, and devastating turbulence swept towards him.
Su Jie calmly took out the Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Sect Perspective Disciple token. With a gentle touch of soul power, the token flashed with a faint light, and a sturdy spatial portal quietly opened, behind which lay the incomparably safe and secure stone palace of Myriad Manifestations. Just as the raging destructive energy behind him was about to engulf the place where he was, Su Jie easily stepped into the portal. The figure disappeared, and the portal immediately closed. Only his smiling whisper seemed to still echo in this desolate place that had returned to nothingness. My trick is called the golden cicada shedding its shell, making a fortune in silence. Inside the stone hall, Su Jie couldn't help but feel a surge of pleasure as he imagined the reactions of those who thought he was gone forever. He once again sensed the thousands of densely packed, star-like spheres of light within the system space and nodded in satisfaction.
Well, the quality is a bit low, but there's enough quantity.
We can take our time picking through them and find a few that suit them.
As for the minor troubles,
with a thought, his vast level 22 soul power instantly split into thousands of fine threads, precisely invading the core of each divine treasure bubble. Those fragments of will that originally belonged to the fallen divine realm experts could not even put up a basic resistance in the face of this majestic and awe-inspiring soul power. They were like snow under the sun, melting away in an instant and being completely wiped away. From this moment on, only the purest and safest to inherit primordial power remains in these divine treasure bubbles. After completing all this, Su Jie acted as if he had only done a trivial thing, clapping his hands lightly as if brushing dust off the corner of his clothes. This move not only made him a fortune, but also successfully kept everyone in the true martial world in the dark. Inside the stone hall of the Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Sect, Su Jie sat cross-legged, recalling the system's explanation of martial soul quality. A saint-level martial soul requires a soul power level of 18 and a bone age below 18. A god-level martial soul requires a soul power level of 20 and a bone age also below 18.
The probability of success is like finding a needle in a haystack.
And now my bone age is 17. My soul power has reached the peak of level 22. My foundation is also at an unprecedented level of extreme foundation building, with all 10 meridians perfected, and I possess a heaven-level martial bone.
Ambitious glints flashed in Su Jie's eyes. If this is all I can do to condense a standard divine-level martial soul, then wouldn't I, the host of the strongest martial arts system in the heavens, have cultivated in vain? An even crazier idea sprouted in his mind and quickly grew.
The system only mentions 6 levels: mortal, spirit, earth, heaven, saint, and god.
But what about above the god level? The path of martial arts has no limits, but is there really an absolute limit to the quality of a martial spirit?
If we are to forge an unparalleled martial spirit, then we must achieve something truly unprecedented and unmatched. He remembered the trump card he had always treasured, the ticket to the secret realm of time.
One day in the outside world is equivalent to 100 days in the secret realm.
With my peak level 22 soul power as a foundation, I can go all out and fight the Myriad Manifestations God and Demon suppressing prison diagram to the death.
Let's see just how far my soul power can go.
Without further ado, Su Jie turned his gaze to the visualization diagram on the stone hall wall that he both loved and hated, a diagram containing supreme mysteries. He carefully used his soul power to completely replicate its essence and artistic conception into his sea of consciousness, which was enough to support him in conducting the deepest level of contemplation within the secret realm. System, activate the Time Realm Admission Ticket.
Command confirmed. Consumed 1 Time Realm Entry Ticket.
The secret realm of time, exclusively for the host, is now opening. Time flow ratio, 100 to 1, 100 days in the secret realm, 1 day in the outside world. The space around Su Jie suddenly distorted, and the next moment, he found himself in a mysterious, chaotic space where only the rules of time were clearly perceptible. In the center of Su Jie's sea of consciousness was the first volume of the Myriad Manifestations of Gods and Demons Suppressing Prison map, which he had copied using his powerful level 22 soul force. The image of that terrifying hair that seemed to support all the heavens and worlds and suppress endless gods and demons reappeared vividly before his eyes.
Let's begin.
Su Jie cleared his mind of all distractions, sat cross-legged, and unleashed his full level 22 peak soul power, crashing into the visualization diagram. During the initial impact, his soul seemed to be crushed by that supreme Taoist aura, far more dangerous and intense than any previous
visualization.
But with his level 22 soul power, he managed to withstand the first wave of impact, standing like a rock amidst the raging waves. He did not back down, but instead actively immersed his soul perception in it, enduring the endless endless crushing of will and the baptism of Taoist charm. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days. Within the secret realm of time, Su Jie forgot everything, his mind completely focused on the life-or-death struggle against the myriad manifestations
of gods and demons suppressing prison diagram. Under immense pressure,
his soul power was frantically tempered, compressed, and purified.
Level 23. Level 23 peak.
When exactly 100 days had passed in the secret realm, and 1 day had passed in the outside world, Su Jie suddenly opened his eyes. Buzz! 2 beams of condensed, almost tangible chaotic divine light shot out from his eyes, causing the entire time realm to ripple slightly. The soul power emanating from his body had reached a new level, enough to shock even a divine treasure realm expert.
Level 24 soul power.
Peak. After 100 days of arduous training, teetering on the brink of life and death, he relied on his unparalleled perseverance and solid foundation to push his soul power up by a full 2 levels.
Su Jie exhaled a long breath.
He felt the vast, star-like, and divinely refined soul power in his sea of consciousness, and a feeling of control over everything rose from the bottom of his heart.
Now, the time has come.
With a thought, his figure vanished from the time realm and returned to the stone hall of the myriad manifestations heaven sect. Without the slightest pause, Su Jie began to condense his martial soul. This time, he was full of confidence, and his foundation was unparalleled.
He let out a low shout and was the first to activate the reflection of all heavens, remnant, divine power.
Inside the stone hall, it seemed as if countless illusory images of the heavens flashed, and Su Jie's aura suddenly surged. All his attributes instantly doubled, and with the blessing of the divine power, his soul power level briefly broke through a certain limit, stepping into a mysterious and unpredictable realm. His soul power level jumped directly to level 25. At this peak moment, Su Jie began to condense his martial soul without hesitation. The heavenly martial bone roared, providing the most solid vessel for the martial soul. The chi and blood of the 10 meridians extreme realm roared like 10,000 dragons, bringing the most magnificent energy. The level 25 soul power, amplified by the illumination of the heavens, acted like the greatest craftsman, guiding all of this, meticulously outlining and weaving it in the sea of consciousness. A ball of light, far larger, more complex, and more profound than an ordinary martial soul when it is condensed, gradually appeared. Within it, the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind seemed to be evolving, as if the primordial universe had been reopened. The fluctuations emitted caused the ancient runes throughout the entire Wanxiang Tianzong stone hall to light up on their own, as if in response to something.
Not enough.
Unleash your full potential. Martial soul ascension light, merge.
Su Jie activated the final catalyst, the martial soul sublimation aura.
The moment that ray of light merged into the dazzling ball of light was like a drop of cold water being poured into a boiling oil pan, or like a singularity being cast into a silent universe.
Boom! Su Jie's sea of consciousness seemed to explode completely.
His consciousness was thrown into an endless sea of chaos and rules, where countless vague and vast fragments of laws that transcended the god-level crashed into his cognition like a torrent.
Warning! Unknown high-dimensional rule information detected. Host soul overload.
Warning! An unpredictable mutation has occurred during the martial soul condensation process.
Analysis. Data overflow. Redefining quality levels.
The system's warnings became urgent and chaotic, as if Su Jie's actions of using his peak soul power of 24 to enhance reflection of the heavens, and then merging it with martial soul sublimation aura, had touched some unseen boundary, triggering an incredible response. Faced with this flood of information, Su Jie remained calm and focused, his martial heart, purple, shining brightly. He no longer tried to understand those intricate fragments of rules, but instead poured all his will, foundation, and desire into guiding and shaping them. What he pursues is not a powerful martial spirit as defined, but a source that belongs entirely to him and can bear all his potential. After an unknown amount of time, the terrifying torrent of rules gradually subsided. In the center of his consciousness, all the brilliance and strange phenomena were completely gathered and finally condensed into a lightning bolt that was extremely refined, just like the first wisp of energy that had been formed at the beginning of the universe. This lightning bolt was chaotic in color, yet within its subtle details it seemed to create and destroy countless worlds.
It exuded supreme
majesty, bearing the power of judgment and the destruction of all laws, yet it also contained a terrifying implication of endless vitality. It floated silently, as if it were the absolute core of the entire sea of consciousness, and even of Su Jie's own existence. Su Jie gazed at the martial spirit that belonged to him, his heart surging with emotion, a sudden realization washing over him. Any name bestowed upon him by his predecessors seemed pale and powerless at this moment.
I am you, and you are me. My name is Su Jie, and you are Jie.
As he named it with his will, the primordial lightning trembled slightly, as if it had fully awakened and merged with his soul, becoming one with him.
Ding! Host has successfully condensed a martial soul.
Martial soul quality assessment in progress, affected by higher dimensional rules, benchmark reconstruction.
Ding!
Congratulations, host.
You have successfully surpassed the limits of cognition and condensed a god-level martial soul. Calamity.
Z, godlike. Source power dominator, increase Increases the cultivation speed of source power in the origin realm by 100 times. Source power attribute, primordial calamity power, extremely high rank with a natural suppression and destruction effect on other source powers. All things return to their source. The affinity between heaven and earth energy is increased by 100-fold. Soul power ascension, the speed of soul power cultivation is increased by 100-fold, and the essence of the soul is imbued with the power of calamity, giving it absolute resistance to mental erosion such as inner demons and evil arts. Foundation of divine treasures, at least 7 divine treasures can be opened in the divine treasure realm, and the minimum quality is heaven level. Law affinity, maximizes affinity with higher laws such as thunder, destruction, and judgment. Just as the martial soul was fully formed, a pure and vast soul power containing the primordial chaos suddenly emerged from the martial soul calamity, like a warm torrent, sweeping through Su Jie's sea of consciousness. Under the feedback of this super god level martial soul origin, his soul power level, which had already reached the peak of level 24, was easily broken through like a thin sheet of paper. His soul power finally stabilized at the peak of level 26. It was stronger and more refined than before. Perfect. My martial soul has been replenished, and my soul power has increased by 2 levels. Su Jie was filled with pride, feeling an unprecedented surge of power in his soul. At that moment, a system notification sounded immediately. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the main quest, Supreme Martial Soul. Mission evaluation. Breaking limits. Unprecedented. Mission rewards are being calculated. Based on the host achieving the God level hidden achievement, an additional 1 million martial arts achievement points have been awarded. Reward 1, 1.4 million martial arts achievement points. Already distributed. Reward 2, a supreme level cultivation technique for the origin realm, the primordial myriad transformations technique. It has been sent to your system space and you can comprehend it at any time. The primordial myriad transformations technique. The core essence is transformation. It can ignore energy attribute barriers, forcibly devour and refine all energy in the world, the power of stars, the primordial energy of heaven and earth, the evil energy of earth veins, the spiritual power of pills, the blood and chi of demon beasts, and even the source power attacked by others, etc., and transform it into the purest source power. Due to the dominant source power characteristic of the god-level martial soul Jie, the transformed source power can be derived into Wang Mang Jie power, which has unparalleled destructive power and infinite evolutionary potential. Primordial transformation technique. Devouring all energy? That's awesome. This is worthy of my chaos martial soul. Su Jie was overjoyed. This technique was practically tailor-made for him, bringing out his strengths to the fullest. The system notification sounded again. Ding! Host has met all prerequisites. The final main quest for the first realm of martial arts is now issued. Martial Arts Battle Body. Mission name, Martial Arts Battle Body. Task requirements, achieve perfect resonance of the 4 foundational elements, martial aperture, martial vein, martial bone, and martial soul, to condense your own supreme martial arts battle body and forge the ultimate foundation of the body tempering realm. Mission prompt, the quality of the battle body depends on the strength and resonance depth of the 4 foundations, which will directly determine the host's future potential limit. Task rewards, 1. Martial arts achievement points, determined by the quality of the martial arts battle body that the host ultimately condenses. 2. The mysterious reward X1. System, you're amazing. Su Jie exclaimed with boundless pride. I'm determined to condense this martial battle body in its strongest form. System, watch closely. With a thought, the 99 perfect level 10 martial acupoints in his body first shone brightly, like the stars in the sky lighting up. The 10 extreme martial veins transformed into dragon shapes, connecting the stars. The heaven level martial bone emitted a heaven-shaking Dao sound, providing an indestructible foundation. In his sea of consciousness, the super god level martial soul Jie hung high, ruling over everything. Su Jie's physical body seemed to have transformed into a chaotic furnace, where all his foundations were tempered, shattered, and then reassembled in a higher form. His life essence was undergoing its ultimate transformation. An aura of majesty that transcends the mundane, seemingly existing alongside the primordial Dao, slowly spread out. Congratulations, host. Your life essence has undergone a transformation, successfully condensing into the supreme battle body, the Battle Saint Body. Battle Saint Body, God level current awakening level 0.1%. Super God Foundation, base combat power plus 500,000 stars. Unyielding fighting spirit, level 1, increases base combat power by 100% during battle. Fighting spirit level can be increased through battle, and for each level increase, base combat power increases by an additional 100%. Unlocked when the base combat power reaches 10 million stars. Pathways to increase awakening level, realm breakthrough, defeat and devour other top-tier physique origins. Increasing awakening level will strengthen the divine foundation bonus and unlock more exclusive traits. Host detected to have condensed a god-level martial arts battle body. The fusion rate of the immortal martial bone has greatly increased. Current fusion rate, 5%. Immortal martial bone bonus, 500,000 stars. An unprecedented sense of power, like a volcano that had been
been dormant for ages, suddenly erupted from the deepest part of his body. He could even clearly hear the sound of his blood surging through his veins, as powerful as a mighty river. Each heartbeat was steady and strong, like a god beating a drum. Su Jie unconsciously clenched his fist slightly. The air around his fist was directly crushed by his pure physical strength, producing a deafening explosion. An invisible wave of energy rapidly spread from him, stirring up the ancient dust on the stone palace floor. This is the battle saint body? I only awakened 0.1%, yet the Super God Foundation has increased my basic combat power by 500,000 stars. A terrifying glint flashed in Su Jie's eyes as he carefully sensed the new and violent power within his body. At this moment, he clearly felt that with this physical body, he was fully capable of destroying any demonic beast on the heavenly star. And this is merely his basic, normal state. With a slight thought, he tried to activate the characteristic called unyielding fighting spirit. A surge of intense heat seemed to ignite from the depths of his soul, instantly engulfing his entire body. His eyes sharpened like an eagle's, and an invisible pressure emanated from him, making one's heart tremble. The power within his body surged once again, fueled by this fighting spirit. It's doubled. If the force just now was like a surging river, then this moment is like a towering tsunami. Battle intent level 1, basic combat power increased by 100%. Su Jie felt the surging power within his body almost overflowing, and a heroic spirit of wanting to compete with the heavens arose spontaneously. What would it be like if my battle intent level increased tenfold or 100-fold? In my current state, ordinary origin realm cultivators are nothing but chickens and dogs in my eyes. If I unleash my full fighting spirit, coupled with my monstrous soul power, I can be considered invincible below the divine treasure realm. He even had a vague feeling that if he could reveal all his trump cards, he might even be able to kill a true early-stage divine treasure realm expert. His gaze returned to the sealed feature on the system panel. Reaching a basic combat strength of 10 million stars, Su Jie's lips curled into a smile full of fighting spirit. I really don't know if I can achieve it before the martial arts exam. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the first stage main quest, Martial Arts Battle Body. Mission evaluation, perfect. Unparalleled in history. Mission rewards are being settled. Based on the host's condensation of the Super God level Martial Arts Battle Body, the Battle Saint Body, an additional 1 million martial arts achievement points have been awarded. Reward 1, 1 million martial arts achievement points. Already issued. Reward 2, Soul Devouring Pearl, a special soul treasure. Effect, devours the remnants of living beings' souls, transforming them into the purest source of soul power to nourish the host. As the system notification sound faded, a bead the size of a pigeon egg, completely black and seemingly capable of absorbing all light, quietly appeared in Su Jie's system space. Soul Devouring Bead? Su Jie's consciousness sank into the space, staring at the seemingly ordinary bead. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, which then turned into deep joy. It's actually a treasure that can directly enhance soul power. He immediately realized the immense value hidden behind this bead. Now that his foundation is in place, his Battle Saint body focuses on physical combat. Once he breaks through to the origin realm, the origin power of the primordial calamity attribute will become even more domineering and unparalleled. The only way to quickly improve one's soul power is through the rare and gradual opportunities of visualizing the myriad manifestations of gods and demons, suppressing prison diagram and cultivating the spirit nourishing technique. And this soul devouring pearl perfectly fills his last and most crucial weakness, absorbing souls and converting them into soul power. This is practically tailor-made for me. Su Jie's lips curled into a cold smile. The souls of those demonic beasts on the celestial star, and certain damned people, will become the first batch of nourishment for this pearl. His mind raced, and he instantly devised a plan for the bead's purpose. It would become the ultimate accelerator on his path to enhancing his soul power, a feat that would leave all other geniuses in the dust. However, after waiting quietly for a moment, the system in his mind did not immediately issue the next stage of the main quest as usual. No new missions? Su Jie frowned slightly, then relaxed his face, revealing a knowing look. By the way, the martial arts battle body is already the peak of the body tempering realm. The next realm, Origin Awakening, is a huge leap in the level of life. One must completely transform one's blood and chi into a higher dimensional source power. This path is irreversible, and the energy required must be enormous. Su Jie realized that he needed to digest this sudden leap first. His combat power had increased so dramatically in just a few days, he needed to solidify his foundation before attempting another breakthrough. Moreover, he had been away from Tianming Star for 7 whole days, and it was time to go back and take a look. Su Jie's heart stirred, and he left without hesitation, his figure slowly dissipating in the stone hall of the myriad manifestations heavenly sect. Su Jie's divine sense surged like mercury, instantly enveloping the entire territory of the Tianming Star Federation. In a short while, he took in mountains and rivers, cities and wilderness, and the auras of powerful figures, but found no noteworthy anomalies. The communicator only carried a few routine greetings from Yang Baichuan and Yuwuji, so Comet was somewhat monotonous
and boring. He summoned Yang Baichuan. Looking at this elder who had been helping him from the very beginning, who was both his mentor and friend, Su Jie's heart stirred,
and he asked directly, "Uncle Yang, do you dare to take a gamble? If you succeed, you'll soar to the sky. If you fail, I'll keep you safe and sound." Yang Baichuan was taken aback at first, then a bold and magnanimous air rose on his face, and he laughed heartily. "I, Yang Baichuan, have wasted half my life and am just a 6th level warrior who has condensed 6 martial veins. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be lucky if I can even touch the threshold of the War King. What's there to be afraid of? Show me what tricks you have up your sleeve." "Alright," Su Jie said no more.
With a thought, a bubble that was entirely green and exuded a powerful vitality and the fragrance of plants appeared in his palm. It was the spirit-level divine treasure of plants.
Under Su Jie's control, the bubble, which had been completely purified and had no remaining will, slowly merged into Yang Baichuan's brow. The process went remarkably smoothly.
There was no backlash or conflict. The pure primordial power perfectly merged with Yang Baichuan's martial spirit and blood. His body radiated a bright green light, and his previously stagnant blood and energy, like withered trees coming back to life, began to surge and transform wildly. The profound techniques belonging to the divine treasure realm naturally surfaced in his mind, as if they were innate. After recultivating his skills, he broke through to the first level of the body-tempering realm in the blink of an eye, his aura rapidly rising, and finally stepping into a brand new realm, the 4th level of the body-tempering realm. As the light gradually faded, Yang Baichuan opened his eyes, feeling the power surging several times over within him, as well as the strange power that seemed to connect with the life force of heaven and earth, plants, and trees. He trembled with excitement. He slightly circulated his power, and the testing equipment emitted a piercing alarm. Combat power, 20 stars, 200,000 points. This,
Yang Baichuan looked at his hands, almost unable to believe it.
In just a short moment, he had gone from a level 6 battle general with a combat power of over 60,000 points to a level 2 battle king. Moreover, he could sense that this was far from the end. The divine source was still continuously transforming his body, and his strength would increase rapidly in the next month.
"How are you feeling, Uncle Yang?" Su Jie asked with a smile. "Incredible skill. It's simply defying the very creation of heaven and earth."
Yang Baichuan was so excited he could hardly contain himself. "Su Jie, your skills." Su Jie waved his hand, his expression serious. "This method cannot be replicated and requires special conditions."
"It's good that Uncle Yang knows."
A thought suddenly struck him. Yang Baichuan's success proved that the purified divine treasure bubbles were both safe and incredibly effective for the martial artists of the Heavenly Star Sect.
So, what about Chen Xiaoyu, the girl who gave him the most precious soul-suppressing stone among her grandfather's belongings, the descendant of the hero who saved his life?
Su Jie instantly made a decision. He would give her an opportunity to protect herself and even rise to power. His divine sense quickly locked onto Chen Xiaoyu's location, the junior high school branch of the first middle school of Tiandu province. However, the next moment, Su Jie's smile suddenly froze, his eyes instantly turned icy cold, and the temperature in the entire laboratory seemed to drop several degrees. In his divine sense, Chen Xiaoyu was surrounded by several well-dressed, arrogant young men and women in the back alley of the school. The tall boy in the lead had his finger almost poking Chen Xiaoyu's forehead, his face full of mockery and contempt, spitting as he spoke.
"Chen Xiaoyu, you really think your grandfather is that Chairman Chen? Wake up, he's dead. He gave his life to save some nobody named Su Jie. How stupid is that?" "Exactly. Without your grandpa, what are you at school? Who do you think you are?"
A heavily made-up girl next to her chimed in, her tone sarcastic.
"I heard you're all alone now? Why don't you kneel down and kowtow to our young master Wang?
If he's in a good mood, maybe he'll let you join our little circle of descendants of the god of war," another follower chuckled. The boy, referred to as young master Wang, proudly raised his head and said in a condescending tone, "How about it? Chen Xiaoyu, my grandfather is a level 3 war god.
I'm giving you this opportunity.
Kneel down, and I'll protect you at school from now on." Chen Xiaoyu bit her lip tightly, her petite body trembling slightly with anger and humiliation, but her eyes were unusually resolute as she stared intently at the other person, desperately trying to hold back her tears. A hero sacrificed his life to protect humanity, yet his descendants were insulted by their own traitors.
An indescribable rage erupted in Su Jie's heart like a dormant volcano.
The death of President Chen Mingyang in saving him was his greatest regret since transmigrating into this body.
He once swore to protect the chairman's granddaughter with his life, and now how dare an insignificant ant humiliate the descendant of a hero like this?
"Uncle Yang, you stay here and stabilize your cultivation level." Su Jie's voice was so calm it was chilling, and it contained a cold,
killing intent.
Even Yang Baichuan, who had just broken through and made great progress in strength, couldn't help but feel his heart race.
"Su Jie, what happened?" Yang Baichuan asked anxiously.
Su Jie did not answer. His figure had already become blurry and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, in the back alley of Tiandu Province No. 1 Middle School, young Master Wang remained arrogant, shouting, "Stop pretending to be so high and mighty. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't kneel down, don't blame me for being impolite." light. As soon as he finished speaking, an indescribable and terrifying pressure swept over us like a galaxy pouring down from the heavens. Splash, splash, splash. Those arrogant young masters who were just moments ago didn't even utter a sound.
As if struck by an invisible giant mountain, their knees buckled and they all knelt down on the ground.
Their knees hit the hard ground, making a piercing sound of bones cracking. Their faces turned pale instantly, completely suppressed by the overwhelming pressure, which was as vast as the starry sea. They didn't even dare to look up, their eyes filled with extreme fear and confusion.
Only Chen Xiaoyu stood there blankly, feeling no pressure whatsoever.
She looked up in bewilderment, and a familiar yet unfamiliar figure appeared at the alley entrance. Dressed in black as ink, with an upright posture, it was Su Jie whom she had seen at her grandfather's funeral. Su Jie didn't look at the few good-for-nothings kneeling on the ground like maggots, but his gaze fell on Chen Xiaoyu's stubborn little face that was holding back tears. He felt a mixture of anger and guilt. He walked in step by step, his footsteps silent, yet it seemed as if he were stepping on the heartbeats of everyone. Approaching Chen Xiaoyu, he knelt down and said in a gentle but heavy voice, "Xiaoyu, I'm sorry I'm late." Chen Xiaoyu finally lost control of her tears, which rolled down her cheeks, but she shook her head vigorously. Su Jie gently wiped away her tears, then slowly stood up, his gaze falling for the first time on the trembling young Master Wang. His gaze was calm, yet as cold as ancient ice. "You just said Chairman Chen is stupid?" Su Jie's voice was soft, yet it resonated like thunder deep within Wang Xiao's soul. Wang Xiao felt his heart being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, almost stopping its beating. I. Wang Xiao's teeth chattered, and he was covered in cold sweat. Faced with the almost tangible killing intent, he couldn't even utter a complete sentence.
Su Jie glanced at the other men and women kneeling and trembling. "And you guys, you were laughing so happily just now?"
There was no response, only suppressed sobs and the grinding of teeth. Su Jie said in a deep voice, "Little fish, tell your brother Su, did they hurt you? Did they touch you?" With tears welling in her eyes, Chen Xiaoyu shook her head and choked out, "No, brother Su, they didn't hit me.
But they insulted Grandpa.
They said Grandpa was stupid, and that I was the only one left in our family." Su Jie's gaze swept over the three kneeling men. "You should be thankful that you didn't harm a single hair on her head.
Otherwise, today we would not only be dealing with you, but your entire clan, leaving no one alive." The heavily made-up girl didn't seem to fully realize the terror of the person in front of her.
Perhaps her usual arrogance gave her a glimmer of hope, and she cried out in a shrill voice, You dare. My grandfather is the war god Zhao of the Eastern Theater Command. The ancestral masters of the Wang and Li families were also war gods. If you dare touch us, the Federation will never let you get away with it." "Oh," Su Jie's lips curled into a smile, but there was no real smile, only boundless killing intent. "So you are a descendant of the three war gods. Very good, very good." He nodded, as if confirming something. "If a child is not taught, it is the father's fault. The fact that you were raised to be such beasts who insult human heroes and bully the descendants of heroes shows that the foundations of your three families, whether at the top or the bottom, are already rotten to the core. In that case, there is no need for you to exist." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jie's powerful soul force acted like an invisible shackle, instantly imprisoning the souls and bodies of the three people, making it impossible for them to utter a sound. They could only stare wide-eyed, filled with extreme fear. He took Chen Xiaoyu's hand and said gently, "Xiaoyu, close your eyes, what's coming next isn't very nice." However, Chen Xiaoyu stubbornly shook her head and refused. Although her face was pale, her eyes were exceptionally firm. She stared at the men on the ground who had once so vehemently insulted her grandfather, her voice choked with sobs yet unusually clear. "Brother Su, I won't close my eyes. The way they spoke about my grandfather, they are bad people. What you did was to seek justice for my grandfather, and I want to see it with my own eyes." Su Jie's heart stirred slightly, and he said no more. He understood the hatred and pain deep in the child's heart. "Okay, then you just watch." Before he could finish speaking, Su Jie gave the three people on the ground no chance to beg for mercy again. With a thought, his soul power, like an invisible blade, swept past them in an instant. Splash, splash, splash. The three heads, which had just been filled with fear, arrogance, or pleading, drooped down simultaneously, their eyes instantly losing their light, their breath fading, and their bodies collapsing limply to the ground. Chen Xiaoyu trembled slightly, biting her lower lip, but didn't look away. She knew this was the price these people had to pay for insulting her heroic grandfather. She looked up at Su Jie, her large eyes glistening with tears and boundless trust. "Su Jie, thank you." Immediately afterwards, Su Jie contacted Yu Wuji via his personal terminal. The communication was established instantly, and Yu Wuji's illusory figure appeared. "Young friend Su, what are your orders?" He was slightly surprised, not expecting Su Jie to return from the true martial realm so quickly. "Senior Yu, please grant me the highest level of access to the Federation database. I need to query information on everyone in the Federation." Su Jie's voice was calm, but the icy killing intent surging in his eyes made Yu Wuji tremble even through the quantum computer. Yu Wuji was about to ask a question, but he forcibly suppressed it. He understood that there must be some reckless fool who had offended this fiend, and Su Jie was clearly about to launch a major purge. urge. Okay, Yu Wuji replied without hesitation, his fingers moving rapidly through the air. Within moments, the personal terminal on Su Jie's wrist emitted a soft beat, indicating that access had been granted. The genetic information and real-time location data of all registered citizens of the Federation are now fully accessible to you. The moment the communication ended, Su Jie's divine sense, combined with the highest authority he had just acquired from the Federation, instantly enveloped the entire globe like an invisible and intangible net. Information on all the direct blood relatives of the Zhao, Wang, and Li families, along with their precise current locations, appeared before his eyes instantly, like clear points of light. The next moment, he moved his mind again, and his vast soul power at the peak of level 26 transformed into countless invisible and intangible depth threads, following the countless light spots locked by his authority, crossing space, ignoring obstacles, and descending at the same time. Silently, at a base of the Eastern Theater Command in Tiandu Province, Zhao Zhanhua, who was presiding over a meeting, suddenly stopped speaking, his eyes went vacant, and his body went limp. At the Wang family mansion, the old patriarch surnamed Wang, who had just smashed the table and angrily rebuked his grandson, instantly lost his life. The same was true for the Li family. The three war god ancestors of the three major families and all family members, no matter where they were, all perished at the same moment. Su Jie withdrew his divine sense, as if this were just a trivial matter. He took Qin Xiaoyu's hand. Come on, little fish, all the bad guys have been taken care of.
Brother Su will take you home and give you a gift that will make your grandfather proud of you in heaven.
Before the words were even finished, the two disappeared into the alleyway, which was filled with a faint smell of blood. Only 3 corpses remained, along with a family massacre that shocked the entire Federation. Su Jie took Qin Xiaoyu back to the 7th Biological Laboratory in Lingjian City. Looking at the girl beside him, whose eyes were red with tears despite her efforts to remain calm, Su Jie felt a surge of guilt for President Chen Mingyang once again. If it weren't for my poor planning, those scoundrels probably wouldn't have dared to be so brazen. Su Jie originally intended to give her a spirit-level divine treasure bubble so that she could cultivate step by step, but now he has changed his mind and decided to pave the way for the descendants of his savior in the most powerful way, and there must be no more mistakes. System, he thought, his mind reeling, recruit a martial arts physique and matching techniques suitable for women to cultivate, with great potential and the ability to quickly develop self-defense capabilities. The light screen swirled, and countless items flashed by. Su Jie's gaze quickly locked onto one item. Innate spiritual body, prototype, naturally close to the energy of heaven and earth, with extremely fast cultivation speed, a solid foundation, and strong resistance to inner demons and evil spirits. After fusion, it can automatically absorb the energy of the universe to grow slowly and greatly enhance its comprehension. Exchange requires 400,000 martial arts achievement points.
Attached technique, innate star visualization method, guides innate power and the celestial radiance to temper the body and soul,
resulting in a balanced and peaceful state of mind, boundless potential, and perfect harmony with the innate spiritual body.
Current martial arts achievement points, 2.4 million points. Without hesitation. Command confirmed.
400,000 martial arts achievement points consumed to successfully exchange for the innate spiritual body, prototype, and its accompanying cultivation technique, innate star visualization method. A pure stream of light, imbued with the sounds of the great Tao and seemingly composed of countless subtle runes of law, emerged from the void and slowly merged into Qin Xiaoyu's body.
Qin Xiaoyu's body trembled slightly as she felt a warm and refreshing power cleanse her entire body.
Her mind, which had been somewhat sluggish due to shock and grief, instantly became clear and transparent.
The surrounding energy of
heaven and earth seemed to come alive and actively converge towards her, and a warm, spiritual light faintly emanated from her skin. Little fish, Su Jie looked at her with a serious expression. What I just gave you was an extraordinary opportunity, a secret known only to the two of us. From today onwards, you will live here and focus on your cultivation. You also know Uncle Yang Baichuan. You can ask him for help if you need anything. There are also 39 older brothers and sisters here. They are all my disciples.
They will protect you and accompany you in your cultivation.
Here, you will no longer suffer any injustice.
Remember, from now on, this is your home.
Just focus on becoming stronger and make your grandfather proud. Brother Su will protect you from all the storms outside. Feeling an unprecedented lightness and comfort within her body, Qin Xiaoyu looked at the solemnity in Su Jie's eyes and nodded heavily. Her previously tense face finally relaxed, revealing a hint of dependence and reassurance appropriate for her age. Su Jie arranged accommodations for Qin Xiaoyu and entrusted her to Yang Baichuan and several disciples who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Seeing the little girl gradually calm down under the concerned gazes of everyone, Su Jie finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to meet Yu Wuji, he suddenly saw Yang Baichuan with a strange expression, pointing outside. Outside the laboratory gate, dozens of core members of the Zhou family, led by Zhou Wenshang, knelt down in unison. Their faces were all pale and their bodies were trembling.
The area was crowded with onlookers and reporters, who were discussing the incident. Emperor Su, Lord Su.
Upon seeing Su Jie, Zhou Wenchang immediately prostrated himself on the ground, his voice shrill. My Zhou family knows.
Our mistake. We were blinded by greed and offended you. We are willing to offer all of our family's assets, just to beg you to spare our lives.
As he spoke, he raised both hands above his head, holding a storage ring and a stack of documents. This contains all the property contracts of my Zhou family, Star Yuan deposits, resource warehouse keys, and a complete chain of evidence showing that Congressman Robert E. Lee colluded
with us to plan multiple actions against you,
including irrefutable evidence of his embezzlement of military funds and his secret dealings with certain demonic beast forces in the secret realm.
Su Jie was stunned for a moment, then laughed.
He hadn't expected these old forces to be so cowardly. They probably already knew that he had destroyed 3 powerful families with unparalleled methods, and were afraid that he would come to collect the debt. So they knelt down and begged for mercy, and even offered this gift. He took the ring and the documents, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he found that they were indeed the Zhou family's wealth accumulated over hundreds of years, as well as irrefutable evidence that could bring Robert E. Lee to his doom.
Wow, you've really gone all out, Su Jie said, staring at Zhou Wenchang with amusement. What? You think you can buy your life like this? Zhou Wenchang trembled all over, tears streaming down his face. We dare not.
We only beg Lord Su to give us a chance.
We are willing
to leave the central holy city and go to the frontier outposts to atone for our sins.
We only ask to preserve our bloodline.
Su Jie stroked his chin, looked at the Zhou family members kneeling on the ground, then glanced at the indignant crowd around him shouting kill them, and suddenly smiled.
Kill you? That's too easy, and it would make me,
Su Jie, seem petty. He abruptly changed the subject, his voice resounding throughout the room. Since you have genuinely repented, I will give you a chance.
First, all of the Zhou family's assets will be confiscated.
They will be used to compensate the families of the soldiers who sacrificed their lives in the northern border and to subsidize civilian martial artists.
This fund will be jointly supervised by Uncle Yang Baichuan and Vice President Jin.
Secondly, you people who love infighting, report to the newly built outpost number 77 in the Northern Territory.
Unless you receive my order, you are not allowed to leave
there for the rest of your lives. Use the rest of your lives to hunt monsters to atone for your sins. If you survive, that's your skill. If you die, you deserve it.
Third, Su Jie coldly surveyed them. We will publish all of Robert E. Lee's dirty deeds through all media outlets.
If we miss a single one, I will personally come to the outpost to settle accounts with you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenchang and the others were not in despair, but rather felt as if they had been granted a pardon, and kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you, Emperor Suzhan, for sparing our lives.
We will certainly comply. We will certainly comply.
They would rather face the demons on the front lines than confront Su Jie, the demon god, again.
Given the example of the 3 powerful families, who would dare to provoke him?
Soon, news of the Zhou family's financial ruin and the exile of its core members to the north, along with a series of shocking scandals involving Robert E. Lee, swept across the entire Commonwealth like a storm. Robert E. Lee was arrested on the spot inside the capital. Faced with overwhelming evidence, he was ashen-faced and had no strength to even defend himself. The federal government was shaken, and the public was in uproar. No one expected that the 2 major cancers that had plagued the federal government for years would be eradicated by Su Jie in such a dramatic way, with such ease.
Emperor Su Jie is mighty. The sky over the Federation has finally cleared. Cheerful crowds could be seen everywhere in the streets and alleys.
Looking at the report on the screen, Yang Baichuan said to Su Jie with emotion, "You've really become the uncrowned king of the Federation now." Su Jie curled his lip, looked at the meager resources contributed by the Zhou family in his hand, and sighed. Whether I'm a king or not doesn't matter. The key is, we're still poor. What can these resources do?
You should handle them. After dealing with the unexpected interlude involving the Zhou family and properly settling Qin Xiaoyu, Su Jie's heart stirred
slightly as he recalled the tragic scene on the northern frontier battlefield and Chairman Chen Ningyang, who had died to save him. A long-dormant killing intent ignited in his eyes. It's time to settle Chairman Chen's blood debt, he muttered to himself, his divine sense instantly locking onto the depths of the demon beast territory, where the 2 royal-level demon beasts that had once attacked them alongside the skeleton Emperor Dragon and ultimately fled in disarray under the sword Venerable Sword were the 9-headed Calamity Serpent and the primordial Savage Elephant Emperor. After the 2 demonic beasts retreated, they had been healing their wounds in the depths of the wilderness, far from the human territory. However, under Su Jie's now vast and star-like divine sense scan, their hiding place was like a torch in the darkness, with nowhere to hide.
We've found you. Su Jie's eyes turned cold.
Across tens of thousands of miles, 2 divine senses, condensed to their extreme and containing destructive power, collided and descended instantly like an invisible sword of divine punishment. Deep in the wilderness, the 9-headed Calamity Serpent and the primordial Savage Elephant King, who were licking their old wounds in their respective lairs, almost simultaneously felt that terrifying will that froze their souls. Before they could even utter a terrified roar, their massive bodies suddenly stiffened, and their scarlet beastly eyes dimmed and went out instantly. Although the surface of the incredibly tough royal-level monster's body, which was strong enough to withstand missiles colossal bombardment, was intact. Its soul core had been completely crushed and annihilated by the divine power that crossed space.
Thump, boom.
Two enormous, lifeless corpses fell heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. The resentment that had been building up in Su Jie's heart due to Chen Mingyang's death in battle was finally completely relieved.
President Chen, I have eliminated all the enemies from that day. I have also made proper arrangements for Chen Xiaoyu.
You can rest in peace now. He looked towards the northern border and said silently in his heart. With a flash, Su Jie appeared in Yu Wuji's meditation room in the central holy city.
Yu Wuji seemed to have a premonition as he was brewing a pot of tea.
Upon seeing Su Jie, he gestured for him to sit down and sighed with a complex expression. Your return this time has certainly caused quite a stir. The bloodlines of the three great warlord families have all been severed. The Zhou family has been destroyed, bankrupted, and exiled to the frontier. Robert E. Lee has been imprisoned. You have thoroughly cleaned up the upper echelons of the Federation. Su Jie picked up his teacup, his expression remaining calm. Some people block their own path, so they can't blame others.
I just helped them speed up the process.
Yu Wuji shook his head and smiled bitterly, no longer dwelling on the past, and said instead, the basic body tempering technique I brought back from the true martial realm. Last time, I had a group of loyal and reliable core members of the Martial Arts Association select to switch to it these past few days, and the effect was better than expected.
The improvement in combat power for ordinary martial artists far exceeds our existing system.
His tone was excited, yet tinged with regret. Unfortunately, what I brought back seems to be only the most basic body tempering method, lacking cultivation methods for subsequent realms. It's far from enough to make the strength of all humanity leap forward. After pondering for a moment, Su Jie raised a crucial question. Senior Yu, with my current abilities, it would be no difficult task to wipe out all the truly threatening human demons on Tianming Star.
Do you want me to take direct action and eliminate the external threats to humanity once and for all, or do you want to leave them behind as subjects for refinement? Upon hearing this, Yu Wuji's expression immediately turned serious.
He remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking.
The scourge of demonic beasts claims the lives of countless human sons every year. I wish I could personally exterminate them all.
But, he then changed the subject, his gaze becoming profound. A race without external pressure often decays, fights, and ultimately perishes more quickly from within. What I desire is not for one side to completely annihilate the other, but for humanity to possess power truly equal to that of the demonic beasts.
Through continuous confrontation and rigorous training, we must maintain our fighting spirit and drive.
While this may be cruel to those warriors who sacrifice their lives, it is the only way for the Federation to achieve long-term, healthy development. A hint of approval flashed in Su Jie's eyes.
Yu Wuji's vision was indeed far superior to that of Robert E. Lee and his ilk. I understand.
Su Jie put down his teacup and leaned forward slightly.
In that case, I will give the human race a great gift.
Senior Yu, please help me select 200 warriors of general rank who are resolute, of impeccable character, willing to switch to the true martial body tempering technique, and willing to become my disciples and pledge their loyalty to me. Yu Wuji's gaze sharpened as he gave Su Jie a deep look. He clearly sensed the ambition hidden in Su Jie's words. He was building his own core power. But he understood even more clearly that with the strength and resources Su Jie had demonstrated, his vision had already surpassed that of Tianming Star, and what he was pursuing was definitely not power within the Federation. As long as Su Jie cares about the human race, the stronger this force becomes, the more beneficial it will be to the human race.
Alright, Yu Wuji agreed without hesitation.
Give me a day, and I will select the 200 most suitable people for you from the Martial Arts Association.
One day later, on the outskirts of the central holy city, in a heavily guarded, super-large martial arts training ground, 200 elite warriors, their auras sharp and their gazes resolute, stood in neat rows. They already knew the purpose of their journey. Their eyes held both trepidation about the unknown and reverence for Su Jie, as well as a thirst for power. Su Jie stood before the crowd, uttering no unnecessary words.
With a thought, 200 divine treasure bubbles of different colors and attributes floated in the air, emanating a powerful and awe-inspiring aura. These are all carefully selected mortal-level divine treasures, with relatively mild attributes, suitable for building a foundation. Before bestowing the bubbles upon everyone, Su Jie's peak level 26 soul power quietly spread out, and in the core of each bubble, an extremely subtle yet tenacious will of loyalty was incorporated. This is not a forced control of the mind and a brand of enslavement, but a kind of guidance and contract originating from the soul level, which makes them naturally develop a sense of belonging and loyalty to Su Jie while gaining power, and place his will in the highest priority.
Relax your mind and accept it. This will be the beginning of your transformation.
Su Jie's voice resounded like a great bell deep into everyone's soul. The next moment, 200 divine treasure bubbles transformed into streams of light, precisely entering the brows of each martial artist.
Boom, boom, boom.
The continuous bursts of energy echoed throughout the training ground. The immense power of the divine treasure began to transform their bodies, and the cultivation methods of the true martial world were imprinted into their minds. Their strength skyrocketed at a visible speed, breaking breaking through the barrier of warrior generals and reaching higher levels.
Amidst shouts of pain and ecstasy, a team utterly loyal to Su Jia and wielding the power of another martial arts civilization was finally born. Ding! The number of disciples has increased significantly. Current number of disciples, 239, daily inheritance points, 239. Su Jia watched the 200-plus people before him whose auras were constantly changing and secretly planned in his heart. Once they had fully mastered their respective cultivation techniques, he would ask Yu Wuji to assist them in opening a martial arts school in Tianming Star, let them serve as schoolmasters, widely recruit disciples, spread different body tempering techniques, and fundamentally improve the martial arts foundation of the human race. Yu Wuji stood quietly to the side, his gaze deep, his heart churning with complex emotions. He understood that from this moment on, the future of the Tianming Star race was inextricably linked to the young man before him, and was heading onto a promising fast track. Su Jia first handed over a cultivation technique to Yu Wuji, which was a cultivation secret that he obtained from the memory fragments of martial ancestor Jiang Hengyu, directly leading to the celestial phenomenon realm. Next, he entrusted the cultivation affairs of the 200 newly recruited disciples to Yu Wuji for supervision and guidance. With a thought, he used his pre-disciple token to return to the ancient and mysterious stone hall of the myriad manifestations heavenly sect. The stone hall remained silent, the first volume of the myriad gods and demons suppressing prison map on the wall exuding an ancient and unchanging aura of grandeur. But upon his return, Su Jia's state of mind and strength were completely different. With the initial formation of the battle saint body, the primordial calamity power surged endlessly through his meridians, and his peak level 26 soul power was like a deep starry sea, mysterious and unpredictable. It's time to deal with that treasure we've already obtained, but have been putting off due to insufficient strength. He sat cross-legged on the futon, and with a turn of his hand, the crystal of the time-space Dao, which seemed to contain endless nebula vortexes and emitted hazy space-time fluctuations, appeared in his palm. Previously, his soul power was insufficient, and his physical body and source power were not yet perfect. Forcing a fusion would be tantamount to courting death. However, now that his four foundations are complete, he has entered the origin realm, condensed a super god-level martial soul and a fighting saint body, and has the initial qualifications to control this time-space treasure. Let's begin. Primarily composed of immense level 26 peak soul power, supplemented by a vast and boundless body of chi and blood, the two forces intertwined, like cautious tentacles slowly probing into the time-space Dao crystal in the palm. Buzz! The crystal suddenly burst forth with dazzling light, and an even more bizarre impact than when fusing with the immortal martial bone erupted. This time, the impact was not only on his body and soul, but also on the very foundation of his understanding of distance, speed, and sequence. He felt his thoughts sometimes as swift as lightning, as if everything around him were sinking into a quagmire. At other times, he was as slow as a snail, watching the energy fluctuations but unable to react in time. The sense of space also becomes disordered. The futon that is clearly right in front of you feels like it is far away. The intense dizziness and nausea caused by cognitive disorientation constantly challenged his will. Fine silver patterns appeared on the surface of his body, as if he was struggling to synchronize with the laws of space and time around him. It was only thanks to the powerful foundation of the battle saint body firmly anchoring the physical body, the martial heart, purple, stabilizing the spirit, and the naturally emanating meaning of the god-level martial soul calamity that surpassed ordinary rules, that they were able to barely resist this essential assimilation. This is a gradual process that cannot be rushed. He fully activated the nourishing spirit technique to keep his soul clear, guiding his soul power and blood to refine the space-time power overflowing from the crystal little by little, imprinting it into the origin of his life. Inside the stone hall, time passed silently. When the last wisp of violent space-time fluctuation was tamed and brought under control, the crystalline light completely subsided, eventually transforming into a gentle silver stream of light that silently merged into Su Jia's brow. The moment the space-time Dao completely merged into his brow and perfectly combined with the source of life, a surge of pure space-time power burst forth like a flood, cleansing his soul. His sea of consciousness expanded and solidified at an unprecedented speed, and his soul power level broke through the barrier with unstoppable force under the nourishment of the vast origin of time and space. Level 28, early stage. Soul power finally stabilized at the early stage of level 28. Perception range, divine sense accuracy, and control over one's own power have once again taken a huge leap forward. This leap in life level, along with the clearer understanding of the rules brought by the space-time Dao, also stirred a deep resonance in Su Jia's martial will. Ding! Detected that the host's life essence and understanding of rules have simultaneously sublimated. Martial heart, purple, has been promoted to martial heart, orange. Martial arts heart, orange. Power control and comprehension increased by 400%. Mental resistance greatly enhanced, almost immune to mental attacks and illusions of the same or lower level. The speed of soul power cultivation has increased by 300%, and the perception and affinity with the rules of heaven and earth have been significantly enhanced. A feeling of greater clarity and complete complete control instantly filled his body.
Su Jie felt his mind become sharper, and the previously obscure and difficult aspects of cultivation now became clear.
His understanding of the newly acquired spacetime Dao ability also deepened in an instant. Soul Power Level 28, Martial Heart, Orange.
Su Jie felt the surging power within his body and slowly opened his eyes. As his eyes opened and closed, a barely perceptible silver glint flashed, and the depths of his pupils seemed to grow even more profound, as if they could discern truth from falsehood.
A very faint silver-gray vertical line appeared and disappeared completely between his eyebrows. Ding!
Host has successfully achieved initial fusion with Spacetime Dao I.
Fusion percentage, 1%. Current fusion level unlocked capabilities.
Spacetime teleportation allows for short-distance spatial movement within the range of one's own divine sense by consuming soul power. Time Stop can instantly freeze spacetime within a radius of 100 meters centered on itself for 1 second, real-world perceived time. During this time, only the caster, Su Jie, can move and think freely.
This ability consumes a huge amount of soul power and can only be used once a day.
The effect may be weakened or even fail against targets that far exceed the host's strength or have special spacetime resistance. With a slight thought, Su Jie's body vanished from the futon and reappeared in another corner of the stone hall. The process was silent and seamless, as if he was meant to be there.
Not bad. Su Jie nodded in satisfaction.
These two abilities, one enhancing mobility and the other granting absolute control, are both extremely practical and powerful.
The Time Stop ability, in particular, is simply phenomenal. Although it can only be used once a day, which is a big limitation, it works amazingly well in critical moments.
Su Jie carefully sensed the newly added spacetime teleportation and time-stopping abilities and observed the degree of soul power consumption. Then, his gaze turned again to the myriad gods and demons suppressing prison map on the wall of the stone hall, which seemed to contain the ultimate truth of the universe. This time, his feelings were completely different. After successfully fusing with the timespace Dao I, his soul power soared to the early stage of level 28, and his martial heart leaped to orange. Su Jie's perception of the entire world was elevated to a new dimension. Although the system did not explicitly state that the spacetime Dao I directly enhances visualization, he had a clear intuition: I can see through the essence of all things. Around that seemingly ordinary hair that seemed capable of suppressing all the heavens and myriad worlds, Su Jie, with his enhanced perception of spacetime fluctuations granted by his spacetime Dao I, vaguely saw an extremely subtle, almost primordial, ripple of rules. This perception made him feel that he was no longer simply using his soul power to crash into that supreme meaning as before, but rather as if he had found a gap to leverage and gain a deeper understanding. In addition, the vast and boundless soul power at the beginning of level 28 serves as a solid backing, and the 400% comprehension boost brought by the orange martial heart.
This time, we will definitely be able to persevere longer and see more deeply.
A sharp light flashed in Su Jie's eyes. Without further hesitation, he calmed his mind completely, gathered his level 28 soul power, and resolutely crashed into the visualization diagram in an unprecedented state. Boom! It was that familiar, terrifying impact, as if the will of the universe was crushing down upon us. The endless Taoist principles, the overwhelming will, and the complex and incomprehensible rules and information, like a destructive torrent, instantly engulfed his consciousness. The pain remained intense, as if the soul had been thrown into an eternal furnace to be forged. But the difference immediately becomes apparent. The soul power at the beginning of level 28, in terms of both quantity and quality, is more than 10,000 times greater than before. The spacetime power integrated into the origin of life formed an exceptionally tough spacetime membrane around his soul, which to some extent smoothed out the most violent impacts of the rules, making the incoming information much more orderly.
This subtle difference was magnified infinitely in such a high-level competition.
The 500% increase in comprehension brought by the orange martial arts heart allowed him to maintain a sliver of clarity even when his soul was being crushed, enabling him to actively capture and understand the subtle fragments of laws concerning the essence of suppression, power, and existence hidden within the torrent.
5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds.
Time ticked by, and Su Jie kept his mind focused, veins bulging on his forehead, his body trembling slightly, but his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He held on for far longer than ever before. As he approached the 20-second limit, he felt as if his soul was about to be assimilated and completely disintegrated by the meaning of that hair, yet he clearly captured a more core essence. That wasn't a specific technique or move, but rather a starting point about how to resonate one's own will and power with the rules of heaven and earth, thereby drawing upon an even greater power.
Now's the time to retreat.
At the critical point when his soul was about to give out, Su Jie, with his strong will, suddenly severed the connection with the visualization diagram. His body swayed, and he spat out a small mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale, and a strong sense of weakness washed over him. But there was no trace of fatigue in his eyes. Instead, they were filled with the light of excitement. Immediately activate the nourishing spirit technique to nourish your soul. A moment later, as the weakness subsided, Su Jie savored the gains he had made in those 20 seconds.
I see.
key. Visualizing this image is not just about tempering one's soul power. The deeper purpose is to comprehend the momentum that triggers the rules and empowers oneself. If I could grasp that fleeting aura just now, my combat power would skyrocket, giving me another powerful trump card. He felt that his control over his own power and his understanding of the rules had reached a new level. His soul power became increasingly condensed under extreme pressure. This first volume of the Myriad Gods and Demons Suppressing Prison diagram is indeed a supreme treasure. At my current pace, as long as I persevere, I might be able to truly glimpse a trace of its true meaning. Su Jie clearly felt that an invisible barrier had been broken between him and the Myriad Gods and Demons Suppressing Prison map, and an unprecedented opportunity for enlightenment was right before his eyes. He decided to stay within this stone hall, ignoring all external affairs, and devote himself entirely to comprehending the supreme visualization diagram. He had a premonition that if he could truly master the basics, his skills would definitely reach a new level. Time flies, and the years have passed unnoticed within the stone hall. Su Jie was completely immersed in the profound meaning contained in that single hair. With the enhanced perception of rule fluctuations brought by the spacetime Dao-I, coupled with the terrifying comprehension boost from the orange martial heart, he no longer passively endured the impact, but actively analyzed and understood the fragments of laws contained within that overwhelming will. His consciousness seemed to transform into a tiny probe, navigating the destructive torrent of information with difficulty and determination, trying to capture the essential meaning of suppression, power, binding, and existence. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days. Through continuous high-pressure training and feedback, his soul power steadily increased, progressing step by step from the early stage of level 28 to the middle and late stages.
Our understanding of that hair is deepening. It is no longer just an incomprehensible and terrifying image.
Its outline, its curved arc, and every ripple it emitted gradually corresponded to some kind of universal principle in Su Jie's perception. He seemed to see that with a gentle press of this hair, a world would be born or destroyed. With a slight tremor, time and space would be reversed.
A nascent concept called the true meaning of all things sprouted and coalesced in his heart.
This is a kind of momentum that transcends pure power. It is the key to invoking rules and mastering all laws.
Su Jie, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes.
Buzz! The entire stone hall trembled. He did not exude a powerful aura, yet he naturally revealed an invisible power that seemed capable of suppressing all heavens and stabilizing the universe. As the eyes open and close, the left eye seems to contain layers of space, while the right eye seems to hold the flowing river of time. Deep within the eyes, a chaotic, all-encompassing meaning serves as the core, unifying the power of time and space.
Ding!
Detected that the host has successfully comprehended the first volume of the Myriad Manifestations of Gods and Demons Suppressing Prison diagram, grasping a trace of the true meaning of Myriad Manifestations.
Soul power level increased to peak level 29.
Ding! Detected that the host has comprehended the true meaning before reaching the celestial phenomenon realm.
Reward, 1 million martial achievement points.
True meaning of all things. Beginner. When used in battle, it can increase basic combat power by 100%, greatly enhance one's own aura, and greatly improve resistance to mental and soul attacks. It can also initially influence the rules of the surrounding environment, enhancing oneself and suppressing opponents. The specific effects increase with the depth of understanding and the improvement of strength.
He succeeded.
In just 1 month, with the help of the Timespace Dao-I and the Orange Martial Heart, he managed to decipher the first volume of the Supreme Visualization Diagram of the Myriad Manifestations heavily sect at the age of not yet 18. At the very moment he achieved his goal. Inside the stone hall, the Myriad Gods and Demons Suppressing Prison map suddenly burst forth with unprecedented brilliance, and the ancient runes on the walls revived and flowed endlessly. The entire stone hall, no, the entire Myriad Manifestations heavenly palace, emitted a deep, grand, and far-reaching hum. A vast, boundless, and immeasurably majestic will, as if dormant for countless epochs, has now suddenly awakened, traversing endless time and space, and descended upon this place with a thunderous roar. Under the weight of this will, Su Jie felt as insignificant as dust, but the true meaning of all things that he had just comprehended operated spontaneously, protecting his mind and allowing him to barely remain conscious under this terrifying pressure. Gazing up at the source of the will's arrival, a grand voice, indistinguishable in gender and seemingly woven from countless rules, resounded directly within his soul, carrying an undisguised astonishment and scrutiny. Under 18, having deciphered the first volume of the Prison Suppression Diagram, and awakened a trace of the original true meaning, that overwhelming will, like the most sophisticated scanner, instantly enveloped Su Jie's entire body. Before this will, he felt as if he had been thoroughly seen through from the inside out, from the past to the future, with no secret left to hide.
Will let out a soft exclamation that contained even greater surprise. The god-level martial arts battle body, though only in its initial awakening, is the purest primal imprint, a martial soul of this quality. God level, soul power, peak level 29.
His bone age is only 17 years or so.
Each piece of information seemed to be directly read and analyzed.
The fluctuations of that will were noticeably more active. perspective, even carrying an air of disbelief. So that's how it is. Such innate talent. Not even 18 years old, yet possessing a divine martial soul and a divine physique, with soul power approaching level 30. No wonder he could comprehend the first volume of the prison suppression diagram. Even across all the heavens and myriad realms, he is a rare talent. A booming voice rang out again, its tone tinged with the joy of finding a treasure. Su Jia, your talent is truly astonishing. With your foundation and potential, you are qualified to inherit the legacy of our myriad manifestations celestial sect. Now, you are officially granted the status of prepared divine child. However, you now have two options. First, we can be directly teleported to the Wanxiang Heavenly Sect's Mountain Gate. However, within the sect's domain, the laws are as solid as steel, and the energy is as turbulent as a tide. Only those at the celestial phenomenon realm can survive. If you choose this path, upon arrival you must reside in the spirit-gathering secret realm provided by the sect, where you will undergo secluded cultivation under its protection until you break through to a higher realm before emerging to officially begin your journey. Second, you will be teleported to the mysterious Heaven Great World. Martial arts flourish in this world, and although the energy level is high, you can roam freely, obtain opportunities through your own means, and hone your skills. Once you break through to the celestial phenomenon realm on your own, return to the Mountain Gate to complete the final verification. Once you pass the test, you will be our sect's official divine son. At that time, the sect's resources will be provided to you without limit. All secret techniques and unique skills will be available for you to cultivate. The vast heavens and myriad worlds will all be your stage. In the future, you will also have the opportunity to represent our myriad manifestations celestial sect and compete with the most outstanding geniuses from all the heavens and myriad realms, together pursuing the ultimate secrets of martial arts. A surge of emotion welled up within Su Jia. He had never imagined that his comprehension of the true meaning of all things in this stone hall would attract the utmost attention from such a colossal entity who would bestow upon him the status of a prospective divine son and a promise of unlimited resources. This is undoubtedly a shortcut to the highest level of martial arts. He quickly suppressed his excitement, naturally unwilling to become a caged bird. His gaze fell upon the void where the will had descended, and he responded in a deep voice. I choose the second path to the Xian Tian Great World. That will seem to appreciate his decisiveness. Now that you have made your choice, I have inscribed the coordinates of that great world into your prospective disciple token, so you can teleport there at any time. Finally, I will use this wisp of divine soul power that carries my will to condense a treasure for you to help you protect your path. As soon as he finished speaking, the vast power began to gather, gradually shrinking into a single point, and finally transforming into a semi-transparent longsword, hovering in front of Su Jia. Within the sword's blade, a galaxy seemed to flow, with countless fine runes faintly visible, flickering and endlessly regenerating. This sword is called Godslayer. It is not a physical weapon, but a top-grade heavenly soul artifact formed from the power of the soul. With your current soul power, you cannot drive it even slightly. Once you have formed a sacred soul in the future, it will naturally become your supreme weapon to slay all evil and pierce through illusion. I have also imprinted the inheritance of the second volume of the Myriad Gods and Demons Suppressing Prison diagram into it, so you can comprehend the subsequent secrets through it. In addition, I left a small gift inside this Godslayer sword. It may be helpful for your early growth when you arrive in the Xian Tian Great World. The illusory longsword named Godslayer slowly drifted down, as if merging into water, silently sinking into Su Jia's brow and into the deepest part of his sea of consciousness, where it quietly nurtured him. Then, the last imprint of will completely dissipated, and the stone hall returned to silence. As the bestowal of this will ended, a warm fluctuation emanated from the preparatory disciple token in Su Jia's hand. With a thought, he noticed that the internal access information had been updated. Identity, prospective divine child of the myriad manifestations celestial sect. Available permissions, teleportation coordinates, Xian Tian Great World, under seal. As for the option to return directly to the headquarters of the myriad manifestations heaven sect, it has been turned grayed out and is no longer selectable. The myriad manifestations celestial sect, a prospective divine son. He murmured to himself, a sharp glint in his eyes. This sudden opportunity had completely broadened his horizons. The heavenly star was indeed nothing more than insignificant dust. Before that, we must make thorough arrangements for Tian Ningxing's matter. With a thought, Su Jia used the preparatory disciple token to send a message back to the 7th Biological Laboratory in Lingjian City. He scanned the area with his divine sense and a satisfied expression immediately appeared on his face. The atmosphere in the entire laboratory and even in Lingjian City has changed dramatically. Yang Baichuan's aura grew increasingly powerful and majestic, clearly indicating that he had entered the 8th level of the body-tempering realm. Within the Federation, this was already a top-tier warrior among the war gods. The 200 disciples who merged into the divine treasury bubble made even faster progress. They were scattered throughout the laboratory or in designated training areas, each possessing a powerful, surging aura and refined energy. The weakest, highest among them had reached the 5th level of the body-tempering realm, while the most outstanding had even touched the threshold of the origin realm. If this power were released to the outside world, it would be enough to sweep away any force except Su Jie and Yu Wuji. What pleased Su Jie even more was Chen Xiaoyu. Her aura has reached the peak of the body-tempering realm, and she is only one step away from activating source power and stepping into the origin realm. The compatibility between the innate Dao spirit body and the innate star visualization method is almost perfect, resulting in an astonishingly fast cultivation speed. At the same time, Su Jie sensed a familiar yet more profound and vast aura emanating from the direction of the central holy city, carrying the flavor of controlling the winds and clouds and glimpsing the rules of heaven and earth.
Yu Wuji has also officially entered the origin realm.
He must have cultivated the technique that Su Jie extracted from the fragments of martial ancestors' memories, which directly leads to the celestial phenomenon realm.
Excellent.
Su Jie felt completely at ease. With his assistance, the top-tier power of the celestial star human race had achieved a qualitative leap. With Yang Baichuan, 200 inheritors of the divine treasure bubble, the infinitely promising Chen Xiaoyu, and Yu Wuji who has just entered the origin realm, the human race has a solid foundation and is able to gain an absolute advantage in the fight against demonic beasts and expand its territory. He summoned Yang Baichuan, Chen Xiaoyu, and the 239 disciples before him. I'm leaving for a while, going to a more distant place, Su Jie said bluntly, without any concealment. Although everyone had expected it, they still couldn't help but tense up when they heard this.
Brother Su, will you be gone for a long time?
Chen Xiaoyu looked up at him, her eyes full of reluctance.
My return date is uncertain.
Su Jie gently patted her head, his tone gentle yet firm, but I will definitely come back. During my absence, you must protect this place and protect the human race. He turned to Yang Baichuan, Uncle Yang, I'm entrusting the safety of Chen Xiaoyu and those disciples who cultivate the martial soul technique to you. You can handle all other routine matters.
Don't worry, as long as I'm still alive, no one can touch a single thing here.
Yang Baichuan patted his chest as he assured him. Now he had enough confidence and strength to say this. Su Jie's gaze swept over all the disciples present. After I leave, you must cultivate diligently, support each other, and follow the arrangements of Hall Master Yang and Chairman Yu in all matters. Remember, you represent not only yourselves, but also the future of humanity under the stars.
Yes, Master Su. The crowd responded in unison, their voices thunderous, their eyes filled with unwavering determination.
Then, he handed a jade slip to Yang Baichuan. This contains the complete inheritance of the martial soul awakening method, as well as some cultivation techniques and martial arts skills that I obtained from other worlds. He looked at Yang Baichuan and said solemnly, Uncle Yang, after I leave, you will be in charge of establishing the Martial Soul Temple in Linjiang City, responsible for selecting and training martial artists suitable for the martial soul path.
Everything here is in your hands.
Yang Baichuan solemnly accepted the jade slip and replied in a deep voice, rest assured, as long as I am here, the Martial Soul Temple will surely become a new backbone of the human race. Finally, Su Jie and Yu Wuji had a remote communication session. It seems you've decided to leave. Yu Wuji stared at Su Jie on the light screen, feeling the increasingly unfathomable aura emanating from him, and sighed.
Things here are settled. It's time to move on to a wider stage. Su Jie nodded.
The celestial star human race is now in your hands. I will certainly live up to your trust.
Yu Wuji solemnly promised, then paused and asked, that place, is it the world after the myriad manifestations heavenly palace?
That's one way to put it. Su Jie didn't go into details about the myriad manifestations heavenly sect but simply smiled. After all, the heavens are so vast, I want to go and see them. Everything was arranged, and I had no worries. Su Jie stood at the top of the laboratory, taking one last look at the land where he had risen, fought, and changed his destiny. His gaze swept over the disciples below who were looking at him with reverence, over Chen Xiaoyu whose eyes were slightly red, and over Yang Baichuan whose face was resolute. He smiled gently, his hesitation gone. With a thought, the teleportation coordinates of the Xian Tian Great World within the Divine Child token were activated. Buzz! A dazzling, seven-colored beam of light, imbued with supreme power, descended from nowhere, completely enveloping Su Jie's figure. The light flashed and disappeared in an instant. The top of the laboratory was now empty. This concludes the first volume. Su Jie is about to step into the increasingly prosperous Xian Tian Great World of martial arts. Here, we provide a complete summary of his recent advancements to help you identify any omissions or gaps in your knowledge. The strongest martial arts system in all realms. Personal panel. Host, Su Jie.
Martial arts realm, body tempering ultimate realm, soul power level, peak level 29.
Physique, battle saint body, super god level, awakening level 0.1% base combat power plus 500,000 stars, level 1 battle spirit, upgradable base combat power increased by 100% during battle, under ceiling, unlocked at 10 million base combat power. Martial soul, tribulation, super god level increases the cultivation speed of source power and soul power and the affinity with the energy of heaven and earth by 100-fold. Source power and soul power are accompanied by primordial tribulation power. The affinity entity with superior laws such as thunder, destruction, and judgment reaches the extreme. Time-space path I, 1% fusion, possesses the ability to teleport, can pause time for 1 second each day, more features to be unlocked. Immortal martial bones, 5% fusion, additional combat power bonus of 500,000 stars, indestructible, and greatly increased negative resistance. Myriad manifestations, beginner, when used in battle, it can increase basic combat power by 100%, greatly enhance one's own aura, provide strong resistance to mental and soul attacks, and initially influence the rules of the surrounding environment to enhance oneself and suppress opponents. Martial vein divine power, reflection of all heavens, fragment, manifests illusory images of all heavens, temporarily increasing all attributes within range by 100% and generating a powerful spiritual deterrent. Martial arts heart, orange quality, power control and comprehension increased by 400%, mental resistance greatly enhanced, almost immune to mental attacks and illusions of the same or lower level. Soul power cultivation speed increased by 300%, perception and affinity with the rules of heaven and earth greatly improved. Cultivation techniques and martial arts, primordial myriad transformations technique, a transcendent level cultivation technique at the origin realm, capable of absorbing external energy and converting it into one's own source power. Silent star vortex, a 3-star soul skill. Inventory, god-slaying sword, heavenly rank supreme sacred soul weapon, soul-devouring bead, absorbs remnant souls and converts them into soul power. Law fragment, myriad manifestations, heavenly sex preparatory divine child token.
Martial god descends, 790 faith points.
Arsenal of all realms, can be used to exchange martial arts achievement points for resources from all realms.
Current martial arts achievement points, 3 million.
Battlefield of the heavens, entry permission granted, insufficient combat power to explore. The 10 realms of martial arts, body tempering, origin awakening, divine treasure, celestial phenomena, weaving techniques, world, dominator, supreme, eternity, and transcendence. The Xian Tian Great World, Zhao Daozhou, is a public star platform under the jurisdiction of the Wan Fau Gu. The light barrier cracked open, and Su Jia, dressed in white, stepped out. He was overwhelmed by a pure energy of heaven and earth that was dozens of times more concentrated than that of the true martial realm, causing every cell in his body to involuntarily emit a joyful buzz. On the star platform, several disciples of the divine treasure realm were on duty. Their gazes swept over Su Jia and then froze.
Ha ha ha, not even at the origin realm. What kind of trashy little realm did this come from? A disciple couldn't help but laugh. A body-tempering realm cultivator dares to use a cross-realm star platform to come to Zhao Daozhou?
I bet he won't last 3 days. Another person scoffed, shaking his head in disdain. With such qualifications, they are not even qualified to be a handyman in our Wanfei pavilion. But behind Su Jia, extraordinary martial artists continuously emerged from the light screen. In comparison, his body-tempering realm cultivation seemed particularly out of place, and he was soon overlooked by everyone. He ignored the mocking laughter and strode aside. To him, the clamor of these ants was like a gentle breeze. When he truly became powerful, he would see who dared to ridicule him to his face. According to the information left to him by that will, the top experts in the Xian Tian Great World are masters of the 7th level of martial arts, while he is
currently just a nobody.
His only option now is to live a life of ignominy, secretly accumulate strength, and wait for the opportunity to soar to the heavens. Su Jia looked up at the sky, which was a deep and boundless cosmic curtain dotted with countless stars. In the distance, a huge nebula slowly rotated, emitting a brilliant halo. Closer by, strangely shaped flying boats and ships sped by, and even martial artists crossed the sky naked, turning into streaks of light and shuttling back and forth. The clamorous sounds, fluctuating energy, and powerful or subtle auras intertwined to create a vibrant yet oppressive scene.
This is the Xian Tian Great World? It is truly extraordinary. Su Jia praised inwardly.
The teleportation platform on the border of Zhao Prefecture alone was far more impressive than the Qingyun Academy in Tianyu City of the true martial realm. He sensed his own condition. The god-level martial soul Jia in his sea of consciousness trembled slightly, and the battle saint body seemed to be more active here, greedily absorbing the rich energy around it. With his aura concealed, he was seen by others as nothing more than a useless little brat who had not yet stepped into the origin realm.
Su Jia urgently needs to understand the basic situation of this world, such as currency, power distribution, and cultivation knowledge.
As he scanned the area, he finally spotted a hall not far from the star platform with a plaque that read Wan Fai Yuga Information Consulting. This is the place. He entered the palace, and the interior space was much more spacious than it appeared from the outside, clearly due to the use of spatial arrays. Semi-transparent light screens floated in the air, displaying various information. A few martial artists were checking information in front of these screens. A middle-aged man dressed in a uniform robe, who looked like a staff member, approached with a professional smile. This martial artist, have you just been teleported
from the lower realm to Zhao Daozhou?
We specialize in popularizing martial arts knowledge for martial artists from the lower realm.
What information do you need? Su Jia nodded. That's
That's right. I'm new here and want to learn about Zhixiao Daozhou, or better yet, the basic situation of the entire Xiantian Great World. Okay. The middle-aged man's smile remained unchanged as he led him to an empty light screen.
Fellow Daoist, you can use your divine
sense to connect to the light screen and query basic public information. The fee is 1 low-grade source crystal per quarter of an hour. Source crystals? Su Jia was slightly taken aback. This should be the common currency of the Xiantian Great World. He touched his nose, somewhat embarrassed. Excuse me, where can I exchange for source crystals?
I'm new here and don't have any on me.
The middle-aged man's smile faded slightly, but he remained polite. Fellow Daoist can go to the exchange bureau over there and exchange your resources, spiritual herbs, ores, or cultivation, techniques and martial arts skills for an evaluation. However, he looked Su Jia up and down. Items from the lower realms are usually not very valuable, so fellow Daoist should be prepared. Su Jia thanked him and headed towards the exchange bureau.
He wasn't too worried.
Putting everything else aside, he still had over 800 purified divine treasure bubbles in his system space.
Any one of them, even at the mortal level, would be a hot commodity in the true martial world. Surely it would be worth something here?
Behind the currency exchange counter sat an expressionless old man. Su Jia waited in line for a while, and when it was his turn, he had a thought and took out a bubble that emitted a soft, earthy yellow glow. It was a mortal-level divine treasure, the thick earth divine treasure. Sir, please help me assess the value of this.
Su Jia handed over the bubble.
The old man took the bubble, probed it with his divine sense, and immediately said, "Oh, this is a pure earth attribute primordial energy?
There's no residual will within it."
He looked up at Su Jia and said, "This thing can be used as a one-time inheritance item to help people comprehend the earth attribute divine treasure. Unfortunately, although such things are very valuable in your lower realm, here, only some useless martial artists would inherit this kind of mortal-level divine treasure, which is worth 100 low-grade source crystals."
100 low-grade source crystals?
Su Jia did the math in his mind. The information he had just checked only said 1 crystal per quarter of an hour, so 100 crystals didn't seem like much.
He nodded and said, "Okay, let's exchange them."
The old man put away the bubbles and handed Su Jia a small cloth bag containing exactly 100 fingernail-sized crystals that shimmered with a soft glow. They felt warm to the touch and contained pure source energy. With this first pot of gold in hand, Su Jia returned to the consultation screen, paid with a low-grade source crystal, and began to connect his divine sense. Suddenly, a flood of information rushed into my mind. The Xiantian Great World is vast and boundless, with 9 immortal forces dominating the central sacred domain and controlling the overall situation. It is divided into 3,000 provinces, each of which is vast and contains countless sects, dynasties, and aristocratic families.
Zhixiao Daozhou occupies a middle to upper level position among them, and is governed by Zhixiao Divine Mountain.
Besides this main continent that stretches across the vast starry sky, there are billions of realms surrounding the 4 poles, and countless realm powerhouses who yearn for a stronger path of martial arts are constantly being teleported to the 3,000 Dao states. The information being provided to Su Jia at this moment comes from a small branch of the Wanfa Yuga organization. Its core is a vast commercial organization,
spanning multiple provinces, mainly engaged in teleportation, intelligence gathering, auctions, and hiring. It has an excellent reputation and a powerful background.
9 immortal forces, 3,000 Dao states, a vast force composed of countless powerful martial artists, world realm Dao masters, the ruling power of the 9 immortal forces, a huge currency system, various secondary professions. A magnificent and grand picture slowly unfolds before his eyes. Su Jia was deeply moved, but also felt a sense of pressure. In terms of foundation alone, even the holy sons and goddesses of those immortal forces in the entire Xiantian Great World might not be able to compare with him. But thinking about his current martial arts cultivation, he could only silently mutter to himself, a newbie like him should focus on developing his strength cautiously. First, after all, in Zhixiao Daozhou, those geniuses of his age had already begun preparing to open their divine treasures and awaken their primordial powers. The road ahead is long and arduous. I will live a life of quiet desperation, he murmured to himself, which strengthened his resolve to become stronger by keeping a low profile. A quarter of an hour passed quickly, and the light screen gradually dimmed. Su Jia was still not satisfied, but looking at the 99 low-grade source crystals remaining in his hand, he decided to be more careful with his spending. The most urgent task is to find a place to settle down and figure out how to earn more source crystals.
In a private cultivation room in the southern district of Luyun City,
Su Jia sat cross-legged on the hard stone bed. The rent for this room cost him 24 yuan a day, and he spent another 5
yuan buying those jade slips that recorded local customs and traditions.
Now he only had 70 low-grade source crystals left.
I need to find a way to get some money.
He rubbed his temples. This wasn't the true martial realm he was familiar with, where he could always teleport back to the stone hall with his reserved disciple token if something happened. But until he found a powerful enough backer, he had to be careful. Thinking of the more than 800 divine treasure bubbles in the system space, Su Jia's eyes hardened. His immediate priority was was to improve his strength and break through to the origin realm so that he could have basic self-defense capabilities in this world. He decided to first select several divine treasures related to source energy affinity and energy transformation as carriers, serving as the starting point and foundation for his breakthrough. With a thought, 3 divine treasure bubbles emitting different glows emerged from the system space and floated in front of him. One is a chaotic color, with countless energies surging and flowing inside, that is the source power treasure. Another is as blue as a clear sky, radiating light and swift fluctuations, that is the new wind treasure. The last one is heavy and steady, with an earthy yellow light hidden within, that is the earth treasure. These 3 elements represent the source of energy, the flow of speed, and a solid foundation, respectively, which is the perfect combination he carefully selected. With a thought, Su Jie sent 3 bubbles into his body, which instantly transformed into streams of light. A tremendous force surged wildly into his flesh and blood. Now, Su Jie silently urged himself on, immediately immersing himself in comprehending and practicing the primordial transformation technique awarded by the system. With the almost heaven-defying comprehension boost from the god-level martial soul Jie and the heart of martial arts, Orange, he instinctively and quickly understood and mastered the profound principles of this god-level cultivation technique as if he had already practiced it thousands of times. Then, without hesitation, he began to break through to the origin realm. The martial soul, Calamity, trembled slightly, as if it had transformed into the center of a cosmic vortex. The primordial transformation technique, capable of absorbing and converting all energy, was operating violently. The 3 primordial powers he had carefully selected were frantically refined within his body, using the primordial transformation technique as a furnace in his abnormally powerful battle saint body. Under the pull of this strange power that merges with the divine treasures, the vast and boundless chi and blood within the body begins to rapidly collapse, purify, and transform. This is an essential leap in the level of life. A trace of new power with a chaotic hue, seemingly containing the birth and death of the world at its beginning, was born and flowed in his martial veins. This was his exclusive primordial calamity power source. With the boost of the tribulation martial soul's 100-fold cultivation speed, not long after, the last wisp of blood and chi in Su Jie's body was completely transformed into the surging primordial tribulation power. His aura and martial soul, tribulation, merged perfectly, and his life level achieved a qualitative leap. Origin realm, successful. Moreover, Su Jie's martial arts cultivation has been directly stabilized at the peak of the first level of the origin realm, and the primordial tribulation power within his body is surging and abundant, only one step away from the second level. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the primordial calamity power within his body, which far surpassed that of ordinary origin realm cultivators and carried the aura of destruction and creation. A pleasant smile appeared on his lips. Ding! Host detected breakthrough to the first level of the origin realm. Base combat power increased by 10,000 stars. The source power attribute is primordial calamity power, providing an additional 100,000 stars to combat power. Current base combat power, 510,000 stars. Additional combat power, 600,000 stars. Su Jie was slightly surprised. He thought that breaking through to the origin realm would greatly increase his combat power, but he did not expect that his basic combat power would only increase by 10,000 stars. This is understandable, given that his battle saint body already provided him with a base combat power of 500,000 stars, making the difference seem somewhat stark. Compared to ordinary martial artists, advancing from the body tempering realm to the origin realm with a combat power increase of several thousand stars is normal. Moreover, his source power attribute is primordial calamity power, which directly grants him an additional 10-fold boost to his base combat strength. Once he breaks through to the second level, this additional combat strength boost will increase to 200,000 stars. If he were to advance further and reach the 9th level of the origin realm, most divine treasure realm cultivators would be insignificant in his presence. However, the energy required to enhance the primordial tribulation power far exceeds that of ordinary people. He absorbed 3 divine treasure bubbles when he broke through from the body tempering realm to the first level of the origin realm. He simply cannot estimate how much energy he needs to break through to the 9th level of the origin realm. Su Jie withdrew his thoughts and continued to search for the primal power related to the source force within those divine treasure bubbles. His divine sense, like the most sophisticated scanner, rapidly traversed among the more than 800 orbs of light. This tidal treasure contains the rhythm of the ebb and flow of source energy, which helps to broaden the depth and resilience of source energy reserves. And there's this forged treasure, which simulates the furnace of heaven and earth and can efficiently purify and compress source energy to improve its quality. The Zhou Tian Divine Treasury is not bad either. It emphasizes the continuous circulation of source energy, enhancing sustained combat and recovery capabilities. Su Jie screened them one by one, and finally selected more than 100 divine treasure bubbles that were closely related to the cultivation, refinement, and control of source power. These bubbles are numerous and have complementary properties. Their combined effect is bound to be amazing. Resources are meant to enhance our strength. Hoarding them and not using them is the biggest waste.
Su Jie's eyes were firm, without a trace of heartache.
He sat down cross-legged again, a thought forming in his mind. The chosen divine treasure bubbles flew out of the system space, transforming into streams of colorful yet equally pure and powerful energy, flowing into his body like rivers converging into the sea.
Refine the primordial transformation technique.
Su Jie silently shouted in his heart, fully circulating his cultivation technique. The chaotic lightning transformed from his martial soul Jie violently, vibrated in his sea of consciousness, radiating a pressure that controlled all laws, efficiently sorting and guiding the vast power energy to flow into him. The primordial calamity power was like a ravenous beast, frantically devouring and merging these divine powers. The primordial calamity power within his body became increasingly powerful and pure at a visible speed.
His martial arts realm began to rise unstoppably. The second level of the origin realm,
the third heaven of the origin realm,
the fourth heaven of the origin realm.
With each breakthrough, the primordial calamity power within him grew stronger and its quality improved, and the additional combat power boost from the calamity martial soul also increased layer by layer. After the last trace of divine power was completely refined and absorbed, Su Jie's surging aura gradually subsided, eventually stabilizing at a new level. He opened his eyes, and a chaotic light flowed within them, like the birth and death of nebulae, making them seem unfathomable.
Sixth level of the origin realm.
Su Jie felt the boundless power of the primordial calamity force within his body, which surged like a vast galaxy and contained infinite strength, and nodded in satisfaction. This seclusion consumed over 100 divine treasure bubbles, directly propelling his cultivation level to the 6th level of the origin realm, an astonishingly efficient feat.
Ding!
Host's martial arts realm has been detected to have advanced to the 6th level of the origin realm. Current base combat strength 120,000 stars. The source power attribute is primordial calamity power, granting an additional 1.2 million stars to combat power. Host's cultivation level has been detected to have increased significantly. The awakening level of the battle saint body has increased greatly.
Current awakening level 0.16%.
The base combat power bonus has been increased to 800,000 stars. Host's physical condition has improved, and the fusion rate of the immortal martial bone has greatly increased.
Current fusion rate 8%. Immortal martial bone bonus 800,000 stars.
Current base combat power 920,000 stars. Additional combat power 2 million stars.
2 million extra combat power.
Su Jie looked at the system panel and couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. The tenfold boost from the primordial calamity power is simply too tempting. Although it consumed a large number of divine treasure bubbles, the improvement is definitely worth it. With his current strength, he can definitely be called invincible in the origin realm. Although my primordial transformation technique can convert all energy into primordial calamity power, converting non-source energy attributes like divine treasure bubbles will waste at least half of the energy.
Su Jie planned to see if there were any other ways to obtain resources.
If all else failed, he would have no choice but to convert these bubbles into his own martial arts cultivation. Moreover, his soul power had reached the peak of level 29, so even the divine treasure bubble with soul power was of little use to him.
Suddenly, Su Jie remembered that before the will representing the myriad manifestations heavenly sect dissipated, it seemed to have
casually mentioned that it had left him some little gadgets in the god-slaying sword, which might be helpful in the early stages. In his sea of consciousness, the illusory little sword called Godslayer floated quietly, emanating an aura that made even him feel a chill. He spared a wisp of almost imperceptible soul power, as if lightly touching the surface of water, to cautiously brush against the phantom of the small sword. A slight vibration resounded in his mind, followed by a flood of jumbled information. Su Jie was stunned for a while before he gradually processed it all. The myriad manifestations soul forging technique. It's actually the complete inheritance of a soul forger.
Su Jie's heart involuntarily accelerated.
He immediately recalled the captivating profession he had glimpsed in a fleeting moment while researching the Xin Tian Great World. Along with alchemists and battle formation masters, they are among the three most prestigious and rarest professions in the Xin Tian Great World. They are capable of forging soul weapons that directly affect the soul, possessing incredible effects whether used for combat, defense, or aiding cultivation, and thus hold an extremely high status. A powerful soul weapon is enough to drive any martial artist mad, making them willing to sacrifice their dignity to obtain it. Its extraordinary status is beyond words. Soul weapons are related to the very essence of a martial artist's soul. They are the true trump card for survival and destruction. In the Xin Tian Great World, a soul forger needs to spend countless efforts to find specific soul materials and experience countless failures before he can possibly forge a soul weapon. This lineage, in addition to the most basic skills of a soul forger, also includes a core forging technique. It taught Su Jie that without relying on any external materials, he could use his own powerful soul force to use those pure divine treasure bubbles as raw materials to shape and forge various powers. So that's how it is. This is transforming power into a soul weapon, he murmured to himself, his mind suddenly clear. This is not only a technological advantage, edge, but also an absolute crushing on the cognitive level. Once Su Jie masters the myriad manifestations soul forging technique, the soul forging methods of the Xin Tian Great World are like a primary school student's arithmetic problem to him, which he can see through at a glance.
Moreover, the inheritance not only includes the secret method of soul forgers using divine treasure bubbles to forge soul weapons, but also the
inheritance of Saint Forgers and Divine Forgers, which correspond to the three major levels of soul power, Saint Soul and Divine Soul respectively. However, Su Jie's current soul power is only level 29, so he can only learn the special secret techniques of soul forging masters to forge soul weapons. He exhaled a long breath, forcibly suppressing his inner elation and shock.
The myriad manifestations heavenly sex move was truly astonishing.
This little gift is like sending charcoal in snowy weather. No, it's more like receiving a mountain of gold. His gaze suddenly burned with intense heat.
The resources have finally arrived.
Without hesitation, he completely immersed his consciousness into the inheritance of the myriad manifestations soul forging technique. The inherited information is complex and profound, but thanks to his peak level 29 soul power and the 400% comprehension bonus brought by the orange martial arts heart, it is not difficult to understand. He quickly grasped the key to getting started visualizing the soul forging fire and the mind concentrating hammer. The so-called soul forging fire is not a real flame, but a form of soul power that is formed by visualizing one's own soul power according to a special method and contains the meaning of forging and melting. Similarly, the concentration hammer is a form of soul power that embodies the meanings of shaping and establishing a foundation.
Su Jie held his breath and focused his mind.
His vast sea of consciousness and soul power began to slowly circulate, compress, and shape according to the methods of the myriad manifestations soul forging technique.
Time passed second by second.
Deep within his sea of consciousness, a faint, yet eternally indestructible, pale gray flame quietly emerged, swaying gently. The soul forging flame was complete. Immediately afterwards, a blurry, yet seemingly capable of setting rules and shaping forms, condensed beside the flames. The concentration hammer, nascently formed. Having only completed this most basic visualization and condensation, Su Jie felt that his peak level 29 soul power had been almost 1% depleted, and mental fatigue followed. The soul power consumption of a soul forger is indeed astonishing. Ordinary martial artists simply have no chance of even entering the field.
Success! Su Jie's eyes gleamed with undisguised excitement. With fire and hammer in hand, the next step was real combat.
His divine sense immediately swept across the system space, locking onto the more than 800 divine treasure bubbles. These are all extremely pure primordial powers, the most ideal basic materials for forging soul weapons. He selected a mortal level divine treasure bubble that emitted a faint aura of sharp metal golden edge divine treasure, perfect for practicing his skills. With a thought, the pale golden bubble floated in front of him. Su Jie's gaze sharpened, and he shouted in a low voice, "Soul forging fire, ignite!" A pale gray flame suddenly shot out from the sea of consciousness, instantly enveloping the golden edge divine treasure bubble. The bubbles softened and deformed rapidly in the flames, and the sharp metal energy inside became more active and docile.
Concentration hammer, fall.
The illusory hammer, with its mysterious trajectory, struck the softened bubbles again and again. With each strike of the hammer, Su Jie's soul power was precisely injected and shaped by his will. The bubble's shape began to change, and the sharp metal energy was continuously purified and compressed, gradually imprinting itself with Su Jie's unique soul mark. This was an extremely meticulous and mentally taxing process. Su Jie was completely focused, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, his soul power being consumed like a torrent. As the final hammer fell, a soft ringing sound echoed in the quiet room. The pale gray soul forging flame suddenly retracted, and the golden edge divine treasure bubble disappeared without a trace.
In its place
was a flying needle about 3 inches long, dark gold in color, with an ancient shape and a sharp, cold light flowing across its surface. It hovered silently in the air, exuding a sharp aura that sent shivers down one's spine, and seemed to be inextricably linked to Su Jie by blood.
Mortal rank supreme soul weapon, golden edge soul piercing needle.
Effect: upon activation, it instantly releases a sharp golden soul force that pierces the enemy's soul, with power equivalent to a full force attack from a peak level 18 soul force.
It can be recharged and used repeatedly. It's done. It's really a success.
Su Jie stared at the first soul weapon he had forged with his own hands, feeling the sharp power contained within it, and a strong sense of accomplishment welled up in his heart. This golden-edged soul-shattering needle may not mean much to those top experts, but for martial artists in the divine treasure realm or even the origin realm, this method that can directly attack the soul is an absolutely inescapable weapon. A scrap mortal-level divine treasure bubble that could only be sold for 100 low-grade source crystals has been transformed into a powerful weapon for soul attacks through his skillful craftsmanship. How many times can its value increase? 50 times? 100 times? Su Jie hardly dared to imagine. Knowledge is power. The ancients were right. No, it is the soul forger's legacy that is the real power. After the excitement, fatigue washed over him like a tide, and his soul power was almost exhausted. but his spirit was unusually high. His identity as a soul forger is his strongest weapon for establishing himself and plundering resources in this Xian Tian great world.
However, possessing a treasure is a crime.
It's too conspicuous for a boy who looks only 18 to frequently sell soul weapons. He pondered for a moment, then focused his mind on the system. System, help me search the martial arts shop for items or techniques that can change appearance, hide physical age, and are not easily detected. The screen flickered, and a message popped up quickly. 1,000 illusions, a shape-changing item that can perfectly alter the user's appearance, height, and temperament, and simulate any energy fluctuations not exceeding the peak of the divine realm. Those who are not at the dominator realm or do not possess special eye techniques are almost unable to detect it.
Exchange requires 1 million martial achievement points. Current martial arts achievement points, 3 million points. The price was exorbitant, consuming almost half of his achievement points. But Su Jie only hesitated for a moment before decisively deciding. Exchange.
Command confirmed. 1 million martial arts achievement points consumed to successfully exchange 4,000 illusions. A colorless mask, as thin as a cicada's wing and cool to the touch, appeared in his hand. Su Jie gently placed it on his face, and the mask instantly blended into his skin. With a slight creaking sound, the somewhat immature boy in the training room disappeared, replaced by a young martial artist of about 28 years old, with an ordinary face but sharp eyes and a hint of ruthlessness. Even his aura remained stable at around the 9th level of the origin realm, neither high profile nor attracting attention. Su Jie leaped up, carefully put away the golden-edged soul-breaking needle, pushed open the door, and strode towards the Wan Fayuga in the city center.
Wanfei Pavilion, the goods trading hall.
An expressionless old man sat behind the counter, while a long line of people waited. Su Jie patiently waited in line, and when it was finally his turn, he slammed the golden-edged soul-breaking needle directly onto the counter, making a crisp smack sound.
Give me a valuation, he said succinctly.
The old man slightly raised his eyelids and glanced at it casually, but his gaze suddenly sharpened. He stretched out his withered fingers and carefully picked up the dark golden needle, then channeled a stream of pure soul power into it. A moment later, the old man's cold expression vanished completely. He suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief.
This is a soul weapon? A top-grade mortal-level soul weapon? An offensive one? Which master from Flowing Cloud City crafted it?
His excited voice trembled slightly, drawing the attention of those queuing around him.
A Horcrux?
What Horcrux? It seems to have been taken out by that martial artist from earlier.
An offensive, top-grade mortal-level soul weapon? Really? Are we Origin Realm warriors qualified to see something like this?
A murmur of discussion immediately arose from the surrounding crowd. Su Jie nodded calmly. Not bad. The golden-edged soul-breaking needle is equivalent to a strike of peak level 18 soul power, and it can be recharged. Regardless of who crafted it, give me a price first. The old man took a deep breath, suppressing his inner turmoil, and carefully checked again to confirm that everything was correct. He spoke with unprecedented respect. Young brother, the craftsmanship of this item is extremely exquisite. Its soul power transmission efficiency is extremely high, and its power
is among the best in its class.
It is a top-grade mortal-level soul weapon, and our Wanfei Pavilion is willing to offer to purchase it for 50,000 low-grade source crystals.
50,000? My god, just one mortal-grade soul weapon, and it costs so many source crystals? This is a top-grade mortal-level soul weapon.
Our Flowing Cloud City only has a dozen or so soul forgers, and the soul weapons we forge are almost entirely monopolized by those powerful forces.
Someone nearby swallowed hard, their eyes gleaming with fervent light. A soul forger? That's a secure job.
The surroundings immediately became lively, with everyone's eyes fixed on Su Jie and the small needle. Su Jie hadn't expected his forged soul weapon to be so valuable, but he feigned deep thought, tapping the counter lightly with his fingers, seemingly somewhat dissatisfied. 50,000? The price is fair, but he had barely uttered the word however when the old man immediately became anxious and hurriedly replied, Master, the price is negotiable.
55,000. No, 60,000. 60,000 low-grade source crystals. This is the highest level of authorization I can grant.
This thing will be extremely useful to the son of one of our stewards. The speed at which he went from being a young brother to a master is astonishing. Su Jie was secretly pleased with himself, feeling that the time was right, so he nodded. All right, since you were so sincere, let's settle on 60,000.
Thank you, master. Thank you, master.
The old man was overjoyed. He quickly completed the formalities and handed Su Jie a storage bag containing 600 glittering source crystals. His attitude was even more respectful than towards his own father. Su Jie took the storage bag and casually weighed it in his hand. The source crystals clinked together, producing a crisp, pleasant sound. He scanned it with his divine sense and found 600 mid-grade source stones, equivalent to 60,000 low-grade source stones. The number was accurate. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the old man hurriedly came out from behind the counter, smiling broadly as he handed over a purple gold token.
Master, this is our Wanfei Pavilion's VIP token.
With this, you can enjoy a 10% discount on purchases at all our branches and receive priority service. Please accept this as a token token of my appreciation, Master. If you acquire any other soul artifacts in the future, please be sure to give priority to Wanfei Yuga. Su Jie accepted the token without hesitation, put it in his pocket, and said with a faint smile, no problem. Amidst the envious, jealous, and shocked gazes of the crowd, Su Jie strode away. As Su Jie walked out of the Myriad Lost Pavilion, the heavy source crystals in his arms swept away all his previous frustration and embarrassment. He looked up at the bustling sky of Luyun City, and a sense of pride welled up in his heart. This is what they call the tide turns, right? But a mere 60,000 source crystals is just the beginning. I used to be so poor I could only sell my blood. Now I'm definitely rolling in money. With a sigh, Su Jie headed straight for the best restaurant in Luyun City, Zuexianju. Sitting by the window, Su Jie enjoyed his meal while planning for the future. A mortal-level divine treasure bubble sells for 100, while a soul weapon sells for 60,000, making a profit of 600 times. I still have more than 700 bubbles, which is, hiss. Su Jie did the math and was shocked by the enormous number. However, we can't make all of them into these low-level soul-breaking needles. It's too conspicuous to always produce offensive soul weapons. We need to make some defensive and nurturing ones, so that we can produce them slowly and steadily. Once my soul power has recovered sufficiently, I'll try forging an even higher-level soul weapon using the spirit-level divine treasure bubble. At that time, the price will increase several hundred times without any problem. Thinking of this, Su Jie couldn't help but chuckle. The diners around him all turned to look, but he didn't care at all. Working? That's impossible. I'll never work in my life. Only by forging souls can I maintain my luxurious lifestyle. He took a delicious sip of the spirit wine, which cost 100 low-grade source crystals, feeling the surging soul power and source power within his body, and his eyes were filled with a bright future. Xiantian Great World, your cheat code is officially online. After eating and drinking his fill, Su Jie, with the remaining 500 mid-grade source crystals in his pocket, felt like a small-time millionaire. He walked confidently toward the core area of the city, which was said to have the most abundant source energy and was occupied by various top-tier inns and cultivation clubs. He chose the most magnificent place, 9 heavens embracing the moon pavilion, where 2 rows of imposing guards stood at the entrance. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. The interior is extremely luxurious, and the spiritual atmosphere is so rich that it almost overflows, making you feel refreshed as soon as you take a deep breath. A middle-aged steward in a brocade robe with an arrogant face came forward. His gaze swept over Su Jie's ordinary blue clothes, and he asked in a cold tone, "What brings you here, sir?" Su Jie stood with his hands behind his back, mimicking the air of the powerful figures he remembered, and asked in a seemingly casual tone, the environment is nice. How much is the best detached cultivation villa here for a month? Upon hearing this, the manager's lips curled into a barely perceptible sneer, but with his professional demeanor, he calmly replied, "Sir, you're asking about the moon viewing platform, right? That's our establishment's prized possession, possessing the core of a miniature high-grade source vein. Monthly subscription fee, 100,000 mid-grade source crystals. No bargaining. How much? How much? 100,000 mid-grade source crystals, that's tens of millions of low-grade source crystals. The price for a month?" Su Jie's composure froze instantly, and he almost doubted that he had heard correctly. He had just thought that 500 mid-grade source crystals was a huge sum of money, enough for him to live a carefree life for a while, but he never expected that he couldn't even afford to rent the most luxurious villa for a day here. Ahem. Su Jie coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment and forced himself to remain calm as he said, "Oh, not bad. Let me take another look. Let me take another look." Having said that, he turned around and left the 9 heavens moon-embracing pavilion almost in a disheveled state. Once outside, feeling the wind blowing in, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. "Looks like I'm still a penniless wretch." He touched his nose, gave a wry smile, and his newly inflated confidence was instantly shattered, causing him to completely adjust his mindset. He stopped being overly ambitious and honestly returned to his previous area, choosing a mid-range but well-regarded restaurant called Luyanju. "Boss, how much is your best detached cultivation villa per day?" This time, his tone was noticeably more sincere. The waiter looked at Su Jie, who was dressed plainly, and said lazily, "Sir, our best restaurant, Luyangshuan, costs 200 low-grade source crystals a day, no bargaining." This price sounds much more reasonable, so Su Jie took out 20 mid-grade source stones directly from his storage bag. "Rent for 10 days first, and I'll show you the way." The waiter's eyes lit up immediately, and his attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. He said respectfully, "All right, this way, esteemed guest. I'll arrange it for you right away." Sitting in the spacious, bright, and spiritually rich Luyangshuan quiet room, Su Jie leisurely sipped his spiritual tea. This feels pretty good." He nodded in satisfaction. "Next, I'll go into seclusion for a few days and use the myriad manifestation soul forging technique to refine those 700+ raw materials into hard currency. Once I have enough soul weapons, I can go and slap in the face. Oh no, I mean go and live on the moon viewing platform." Su Jie couldn't help but chuckle as he imagined those self-important geniuses and big shots swallowing their pride to beg for a soul weapon from him. Soul forgers of the Xian Tian Great World, prepare to face
against my dimensional reduction attack.
Over the next 3 days, Su Jie recovered his soul power while continuing to forge soul weapons. He not only forged offensive soul weapons but also attempted to create defensive and support types. The soul-suppressing seal was forged using the thick earth divine treasure, which can resist soul attacks. The tranquil mind pendant was crafted using the pure mind treasure, which can stabilize the mind and assist in the cultivation of soul power. When Su Jie arrived at Wanfei Pavilion again with nearly 100 different soul weapons, he found the familiar steward Wang and entered a secret room. Manager Wang's eyes lit up and his breathing became rapid as he looked at the dazzling array of soul artifacts on the table, especially the 3 spirit-grade soul artifacts that emitted unique and powerful fluctuations.
These are spirit-rank soul weapons? There are 3 of them?
Manager Wang's voice trembled as he carefully picked up one of the
spirit-rank soul weapons, feeling the vast and pure soul power fluctuations within it. The shock on his face was hard to hide. This is a top-grade spirit-rank item, Your Excellency. Did you forge this yourself, or was it crafted by one of your elders? Could it be a 9-star spirit-rank soul forger?
Being able to consistently forge top-grade spirit-level soul weapons, this is no ordinary soul forger. At the very least, he is a high-star spirit-level soul forger. It's not appropriate for me to pry into matters concerning my elders. Su Jie, disguised as a young man, remained mysterious, his tone calm. The same old rules apply. Put everything up for sale and name your price. Manager Wang took a deep breath, forcibly calmed his emotions, and summoned the other 2 senior appraisers in the pavilion. The 3 of them conducted a careful appraisal and intense evaluation of this batch of soul artifacts for a long hour. Finally, Manager Wang announced the price with a hint of awe. Your Excellency, this batch of soul artifacts is of excellent quality, especially these 3 top-grade spirit-level artifacts, which are truly rare. Our Wanfei Pavilion is willing to offer 200,000 mid-grade source stones, which is equivalent to 2,000 high-grade source stones.
What do you think? 200,000 mid-grade source crystals.
That's equivalent to 20 million low-grade source crystals.
This price far exceeded Su Jie's expectations. Clearly, those 3 top-grade spirit-level soul artifacts brought a huge premium.
Su Jie's heart was churning with emotions, but his face remained calm as he nodded gently and said, "Okay." After the transaction was completed, holding a storage ring containing 2,000 high-grade source crystals, Su Jie felt his wallet finally bulge.
What was the monthly rent for the top-tier courtyard of 9 Heavens moon-embracing pavilion again? Well, I can now rent it for 2 months straight, can't I?
However, he quickly suppressed the thrill of sudden wealth. He knew that while this amount of money might allow him to live comfortably in Flowing Cloud City, it was nothing more than a drop in the ocean compared to the entire Purple Cloud Dao state and even the profound Heaven Great World. Strength was the foundation of everything.
My wealth has skyrocketed, perfect for boosting my strength.
I'll go into seclusion first and transform these resources into a true realm.
Without
hesitation, he immediately returned to Luyun Pavilion, activated the strongest protective formation, and prepared to enter seclusion for cultivation. Sitting cross-legged in the center of the quiet room, Su Jie took out the 2,000 high-grade source crystals he had just obtained. The rich and pure source energy immediately spread out, almost liquefying into mist. He activated the primordial transformation technique and his body seemed to transform into a bottomless abyss, frantically devouring the primordial energy and refining it into his own primordial calamity power. With the support of abundant resources, he had already reached the peak of the 6th level of the origin realm and began to strive for the 7th level.
Time flies when you're in seclusion. 3 days passed quietly in the midst of frantic training.
When the mountain of source crystals in the quiet room turned into ordinary rocks, Su Jie's surging aura suddenly subsided. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with a deep, chaotic light, and his aura was even heavier than it had been 3 days ago. 8th level of the origin realm, achieved. Ding! Detected that the host's martial arts realm has advanced to the 8th level of the origin realm.
Current base combat power, 500,000 stars.
The source power attribute is primordial calamity power, granting an additional 5 million stars to combat power.
Host's cultivation level has been detected to have increased. The awakening level of the Battle Saint body has greatly increased. Current awakening level, 0.2%.
The base combat power bonus for the godlike character has been increased to 1 million stars. Host's physical condition has improved, and the fusion rate of the immortal martial bone has greatly increased.
Current fusion rate, 10%.
Immortal martial bone bonus, 1 million stars. Current base combat power, 1.5 million stars. Additional combat power, 6 million stars. Feeling the surge of primordial tribulation power within his body, Su Jie nodded in satisfaction. He had less than 100 of the 2,000 high-grade origin crystals left, but this upgrade was truly substantial.
It seems it's time to take the formal soul forging master exam. With my current level, performing those ordinary soul forging techniques is a piece of cake.
Su Jie had already made up his mind.
In the Xin Tian Great World, any secondary profession must be certified.
Having a formal soul forger identity not only makes selling soul weapons more convenient but also allows one to enjoy numerous privileges. privileges. For example, purchasing rare information, entering specific locations, or even obtaining visa-free access to certain regions. More importantly, by passing the assessment to enter this circle, he can better conceal himself and have the opportunity to meet those high-ranking peers.
When the time comes, with his mastery of the myriad manifestations soul forging technique, wouldn't it be wonderful to have those so-called genius soul forgers willingly run errands and do his bidding?
Thinking of this, Su Jia revealed a meaningful smile. He put on the Thousand Illusion mask, again, transforming into an ordinary teenager of about 20 years old, and pushed open the door to go out.
Su Jia headed straight for the teleportation plaza in the city center.
After all, Luyun City was just a small city on the border of Zhao Daozhou, and it was impossible for it to establish a prestigious soul forging master guild. According to information previously found at Wanfei Pavilion, the city closest to Luyun City and with a branch of the soul forging master guild is Shenlu City, millions of miles away, which is the true regional center. After paying a hefty teleportation fee, accompanied by intense spatial fluctuations, Su Jia's figure disappeared from the teleportation array in Luyun City. Stepping out of the magnificent teleportation hall, Su Jia immediately sensed a vast and imposing atmosphere completely different from that of Flowing Cloud City. Here, the energy of heaven and earth was much denser, the streets were incredibly wide, and pedestrians thronged the streets, each exuding a powerful aura.
Su Jia didn't linger.
After making some inquiries, he strode towards the Soul Forger Guild in the west of the city. Half an hour later, a magnificent and spectacular building, entirely constructed of some kind of dark soulstone, came into his view. Atop the building hangs a phantom hammer emblem formed from radiant soul light, its brilliance emanating an invisible majesty that inspires awe in all who behold it.
This is the symbol of the Soul Forger Guild.
A large crowd surged in front of the guild gate, with most of the people entering and leaving wearing Soul Forger robes that highlighted their status, their expressions revealing the confidence and arrogance of top-tier secondary professions. Even the young people who were still in the apprenticeship stage had a hint of arrogance in their eyes. Su Jia calmly observed for a moment, straightened his ordinary blue robe which was slightly wrinkled from the long-distance transmission, and stepped steadily inside. The guild's interior was spacious and divided into several areas.
He went straight to the front desk marked Assessment Registration.
A young woman in a guild uniform sat at the reception desk. She glanced up at Su Jia, sensing his ordinary aura and unremarkable appearance, and mechanically asked, "How can I help you?" Su Jia replied calmly, "Hello, I want to participate in the Soul Forger Qualification Assessment." A barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed in the young woman's eyes, as if she felt that Su Jia's appearance was somewhat different from that of the soul forging apprentices who usually participated in the assessment. However, she maintained her professional demeanor and handed over a jade slip. "Please fill in your basic information and pay the assessment.
Fee of 1,000 mid-grade source stones. The assessment will be conducted in 2 hours in Soul Refining Chamber Number 3, Class C. 1,000 mid-grade source stones. This cost is enough to make many ordinary Origin Realm martial artists feel heartbroken."
Su Jia remained expressionless, paid the fee decisively, and quickly filled in the alias Su Xian and some unimportant information in the jade slip.
"This is your assessment certificate. Please be on time."
The young woman handed him a token engraved with a number.
After accepting the token, Su Jia nodded in acknowledgement.
Without lingering, he turned around and found a quiet corner in the rest area of the guild hall to sit down, close his eyes to rest, and wait for the assessment to begin.
2 hours passed quickly. Following the token's guidance, Su Jia arrived at Soul Refining Chamber Number 3, Class C.
This is a spacious stone chamber, with runes engraved on the walls to reinforce and isolate energy fluctuations, and a standard soul forging platform placed in the center. 3 people were already seated inside the stone chamber. In the main seat sat an elderly man dressed in a black robe with silver trim, his expression stern. He wore a badge on his chest, engraved with a hammer, with 6 stars floating above it, indicating that he was a spirit rank 6 soul forger. On either side sat a middle-aged man, whose badge also featured a hammer, but with only 3 stars. They were clearly the other 2 spirit rank 3-star soul forging master examiners. Before coming here, Su Jia had already learned about the advancement rules for soul forgers. The hammer on the badge represents a spirit rank soul forger, signifying the ability to forge spirit rank soul weapons, while the star rating symbolizes the success rate of forging spirit rank soul weapons. The success rate is only 10% for a 1-star rating and 30% for a 3-star rating. Each level up represents an extremely difficult challenge. The 3 examiners' gazes all fell on Su Jia as he entered. Seeing his ordinary face and the fact that he was at the 8th level of the Origin Realm, their brows furrowed slightly in unison. Most of the young people who came to participate in the assessment were from prestigious schools and had extraordinary temperaments. It was rare to see someone as ordinary as Su Jia. "Candidate Su Xian," the old man in the main seat asked in a deep voice. "Yes," Su Jia replied calmly, his attitude neither humble nor arrogant. "I am Yin Song, the chief examiner for this examination," the old man introduced briefly. The examination consists of 2 steps. The first step is a soul power test. Soul forgers have extremely
high requirements for soul power. The minimum threshold is level 20 to participate in the examination. Su Jie was already familiar with this process. His soul power level had reached the peak of level 29, so this assessment was just a formality for him. However, for the vast majority of martial artists, only after advancing to the divine treasure realm can their soul power level break through level 20. Yen Song pointed to one side of the stone chamber, where a black stone tablet nearly as tall as a person stood. The tablet was covered with mysterious patterns, and a transparent crystal ball was inlaid at the top. This was the soul testing tablet used for testing soul power. Place your hand on the crystal ball and unleash your full soul power. Only when the crystal ball lights up with 20 patterns will you be qualified to enter the second step of the practical assessment. Yen Song's expression was serious. If your soul power is insufficient, you can withdraw now, and half of the assessment fee will be refunded. This junior understands. Su Jie nodded calmly and slowly walked towards the soul testing steel. The three examiners' gazes all fell upon him. How could a seemingly ordinary young man, whose cultivation was only at the 8th level of the origin realm, have a soul power that reached level 20? Their hearts were filled with doubt. Su Jie calmly extended his right hand and gently pressed it onto the cool crystal ball. With a slight thought, he precisely controlled the strength and quality of his soul power, making it appear as if it had just broken through to level 20 and was not yet fully condensed. Almost the instant his palm touched the crystal ball, the soul testing tablet emitted a deep ringing sound. The crystal sphere suddenly lit up, and the patterns on the monument seemed to be ignited, lighting up rapidly in waves. 1, 2, 3. The light rose extremely quickly, almost without any pause, instantly surpassing 10 patterns, and its momentum remained strong. 15, 18, 19. Immediately afterwards, the 20th line lit up, steadily emitting its light. Level 20. They really reached it. The examiner on the left exclaimed in a low voice, his face showing disbelief. To possess level 20 soul power with a cultivation level of the 8th level of the origin realm was already an extremely rare talent. However, just when everyone thought the test was about to end, the soul testing steel trembled slightly, and even the 21st rune flickered. Although the light was not as stable as the previous 20, sometimes bright and sometimes dim, it was indeed illuminated. 2, 21? The examiner on the right almost bit his tongue off, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yen Song's pupils suddenly contracted. Level 21 soul power. Although it's not very stable, and it seems like he's barely reached it, it means that the young man in front of us has not only met the standard, but has even exceeded everyone's expectations. Such a performance is extremely rare in the origin realm. The crystal sphere's light gradually dimmed. Su Jie withdrew his hand at the opportune moment, a hint of fatigue from excessive consumption of soul power appearing on his face, and turned to look at the three examiners. A brief silence fell over the stone chamber. Yen Song stared intently at Su Jie, as if trying to re-evaluate this seemingly ordinary young man. He spoke slowly, his tone more solemn than before. Soul power test, passed. Score, level 21. He paused briefly before announcing the next step of the assessment. Next, you will have 4 hours to independently complete a soul weapon of low-grade mortal quality or higher. Materials must be purchased at your own expense. The refining method is unrestricted. You have 10 chances. If you succeed just once, you can become a mortal rank 1-star soul forger. Su Jie nodded, his face showing little pride, as if the extraordinary soul power test he had just undergone was nothing out of the ordinary. He walked toward the shelf of common materials provided by the guild next door. The shelf displayed various common soul forging materials: Een soul wood, soul condensation stone, 100-year corpse moss, etc., all of which are basic materials commonly used by soul forgers. He casually picked up a few of the most ordinary soul condensing stones and a small piece of Een soul wood. When the two middle-aged examiners saw that he had chosen such basic materials, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. It would be extremely difficult to successfully forge a mortal-grade soul weapon with such materials. Su Jie walked to the soul forging platform, but did not rush to process the materials. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and seemed to be adjusting his state. A moment later, he opened his eyes, his gaze calm and serene. He extended a finger and gestured in front of him. A wisp of pale gray soul fire, radiating a strange melting power, rose from his fingertips. The moment the soul fire appeared, the expressions of the three examiners changed slightly. This soul fire is truly extraordinary, the examiner on the left murmured. Its quality is extremely pure, and its operating method is unlike anything I've ever seen before. Yen Song's gaze narrowed slightly, and he remained silent, but leaned forward slightly, showing great interest. Su Jie casually tossed the most ordinary soul condensation stone into the soul fire. A shocking scene then unfolded. Under the scorching light gray soul fire, the soul condensing stone melted and purified at a speed visible to the naked eye, with impurities precisely stripped away and vaporized, leaving only the most essential transparent droplets of soul power. The entire process was smooth and efficient, far exceeding the usual level. This refining technique, I've never heard of it before, the examiner on the right exclaimed in amazement. Immediately afterwards, Su Jie threw the Een soul wood into the soul
soul fire. The same spectacle unfolded once again. The Yin's soul would rapidly decompose, and the Yin attribute's soul power was perfectly extracted, beginning to merge with the previous soul power droplets. Su Jie's will was like the most precise carving knife, accurately guiding the two soul forces to intertwine and entwine within the soul fire. Every movement he made contained an indescribable Taoist charm, as if it were not ordinary forging, but an artistic creation. He's reshaping the essence of soul power. Yensong finally couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, he's directly restoring the basic materials to the most fundamental soul power, and then reconstructing it according to his own will. Is this an ancient technique, or a completely new soul forging method? Time passed slowly, and the three examiners were completely captivated by Su Jie's amazing skills. They could see very clearly that although the materials Su Jie chose were ordinary and unremarkable, he managed to maximize their potential with this almost effortless technique. Finally, with half an hour left before the end of the assessment, Su Jie abruptly stopped. The pale gray soul fire slowly receded. A ring, entirely black yet shimmering with deep starlight, floated silently above the soul forging platform. The ring emitted a steady and subtle fluctuation of soul power, faintly forming a small soul force field. This is. Yensong stepped forward quickly and cautiously used his soul power to investigate. A moment later, he gasped, his voice trembling with barely concealed excitement. Test passed. Result: mortal grade top tier soul weapon, soul fixing ring.
Effect: greatly enhances soul defense, grants immunity to soul power attacks of level 19 and below, stabilizes the soul source, and assists in soul power cultivation. What? A top grade mortal item? A top grade mortal level soul weapon was forged using the most ordinary soul condensing stones and Yin soul wood? The other two examiners stood up in astonishment, their faces filled with disbelief. Using the lowest quality materials and employing an unheard of back to basics method, a top grade mortal level soul weapon was created within the assessment time. This is beyond genius. This is simply the potential to become a grandmaster who will establish his own school of thought. Yensong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and looked intently at Su Jie, whose expression remained calm. His tone was more solemn and respectful than ever before. Su Xian, may I ask your master's name? And from which reclusive sect do you come? To be able to cultivate such a disciple, one's lineage must be terrifying beyond imagination. Su Jie observed the shocked expressions on the three examiners' faces and already understood what was going on. He maintained his low-key and mysterious demeanor, slightly cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, his tone calm. Master, you flatter me. My master is a recluse, and I cannot reveal his name. I merely brought out the potential of the material itself. It's just about bringing out the potential of the material itself, is that all? The three examiners exchanged glances, staring at the dazzling, top-grade mortal ring. When they thought back to how it was originally just an ordinary soul condensing stone and Yin soul wood, their lips twitched involuntarily. Your so-called unleashing potential is simply turning stone into gold. Yensong took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the turmoil surging within him. As an experienced examiner, he looked intently at Su Jie, whose expression remained calm, his tone filled with unprecedented anticipation. Su Xian, your skills are truly admirable. According to the assessment rules, you have 10 forging opportunities. That last time was enough to qualify you as a first-star mortal level soul forger. Are you willing to continue? Let us witness your true limits, and also to confirm your soul forger level. The other two examiners also held their breath, staring intently at Su Jie. One success might be luck, but if it could be sustained. Upon hearing this, Su Jie remained calm and simply nodded. Okay. Without pausing, he walked back to the materials shelf and once again selected only the most common soul forging materials. The second forging begins. The pale gray soul fire rose again, materials were added, smelting, purifying, shaping. The whole process was smoother than the first time, as if it had been rehearsed 1,000 times. In less than half an hour, the second soul artifact was completed, the Tranquil Heart Jade Pendant, a high-grade mortal item. Its effects include calming the mind and slightly increasing the speed of soul power recovery. The three examiners nodded slightly. Although they were not as impressed as the first time they produced a top-grade soul weapon, the fact that the examiners could consistently produce high-grade soul weapons made them outstanding among mortal-level soul forgers. The third one is the Evil Slaying Cone, a top-grade mortal weapon focused on attacking the soul with unparalleled power. The fourth item is the Soul Power Bracelet, a high-grade mortal-level item that passively enhances soul power. The fifth item is the Spirit Snuff Bottle, a high-grade mortal item. Once activated, it can greatly enhance the perception of energy and soul fluctuations for a short period of time. The sixth item is the Substitute Puppet, a top-grade mortal item which can withstand one soul attack of level 19 soul power for the wearer. Inside the stone chamber, only the faint sound of soul fire and the increasingly heavy breathing of the three examiners remained. Su Jie's movements were always incredibly steady, his control over his soul power was exquisite, and each forging was like a perfect artistic performance. He had 10 chances, and he succeeded 9 times. Among them, he even forged 3 top-grade mortal-level soul weapons. His
his success rate reached 100%. What's most shocking is that he always used those basic materials that other soul forgers considered waste. This method of turning waste into something magical has long exceeded their understanding of the term soul forging.
The last set of materials.
Su Jie picked up a soul condensing stone and a small clump of ghostly soil.
The 3 examiners' hearts leaped into their throats. What would he forge on the 10th attempt?
This time, Su Jie's movements were slightly slower than before, and his expression was more focused. The pale gray soul fire seemed to come alive, entwining the material and sculpting it at a deeper level. He didn't even deliberately shape it into a specific form, but rather guided the soul power in the origin of the materials to create a wonderful resonance. The soul fire eventually dissipated, leaving behind on the soul forging platform an inconspicuous, dusty ring with no luster on its surface, resembling an ordinary stone ring. This, a middle-aged examiner looked puzzled.
Could it be that he failed?
Yensong suddenly stood up, quickly walked to the soul forging platform, stared intently at the gray ring, and reached out a slightly trembling hand to carefully probe in a wisp of soul power. A moment later, he stood frozen in place as if under a spell, his face turning pale instantly, but quickly flushed with excitement. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no sound came out. After a long while, he finally uttered in a hoarse voice, almost a groan, filled with shock.
Mortal grade, exquisite quality. Return to truth soul ring.
Effect, conceal soul aura, perfectly simulating any soul power fluctuation not exceeding 5 levels above one's own. Undetectable to anyone but a Saint Soul expert.
A masterpiece? The legendary, perfect quality?
The other 2 examiners completely lost their composure and almost collapsed to the ground.
A top-grade mortal artifact.
This means that this soul weapon has reached theoretical perfection within the mortal realm, without a single flaw. Its value and significance far surpass that of a superior artifact. Using the worst materials, 10 forging attempts, and a perfect 100% success rate, resulting in 3 top-quality items and 1 exceptional item. This is no longer a potential grandmaster, but a complete and utter prodigy descended upon the world.
Yensong suddenly turned to Su Jie, his eyes burning with an almost explosive intensity, his voice dry and solemn, even carrying a hint of awe. Master Su.
I am Yensong, representing the Soul Forger Guild of Qianlu City. I humbly request that you stay.
A 1-star mortal rank badge is an insult to you.
We will directly apply for a 9-star mortal rank badge for you.
No.
We will immediately initiate a special procedure to apply for the mortal rank 10-star certification for you. This is the highest honor a mortal rank soul forger can obtain, symbolizing absolute perfection and the ultimate achievement in the mortal rank realm.
10 stars in the mortal realm?
The other 2 examiners were also utterly shocked by this suggestion, but looking at the top grade, Return to Truth soul ring, they felt it was only natural. An excited middle-aged examiner added, Master Su, you achieved the mortal 10-star achievement with only 21 levels of soul power. This is unprecedented in the history of our 1,000 Streams City Guild. If your soul power level were higher, say reaching level 25, you'd probably have a good chance of directly becoming a spirit rank soul forger.
Unfortunately, the first hurdle for spirit rank certification is a mandatory soul power requirement of level 25. 25 levels of soul power? Su Jie couldn't help but smile slightly upon hearing this condition.
His true soul power was at its peak at level 29, just 1 step away from the level 30 transformation into a Saint Soul. Level 25 was no problem for him at all. However, now was clearly not the time to reveal his full strength. He maintained his nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unconcerned about the coveted spirit rank title, and simply cupped his hand slightly, saying,
You flatter me, Master. The certification process will proceed according to the rules. I have merely completed the assessment. As for the spirit rank, I will leave it to fate.
Seeing Su Jie's calm and composed demeanor, seemingly unconcerned about even the spirit rank soul forger qualification, the 3 examiners were once again deeply impressed by his detached attitude.
This is the true demeanor of a master.
In their minds, they had already imagined the mysterious master behind Su Xian as a reclusive expert, at least a heaven-rank soul-forging giant above the earth rank. Yensong took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement, and said solemnly, Master Su, please wait a moment. We will process your certification and badge for the 10th star of the mortal rank. Please rest here for a while. As soon as the words were spoken, the 3 examiners, with almost a sense of pilgrimage, carefully escorted the 10 soul artifacts and quickly left the examination room to report to their superiors this momentous news that was enough to shake the entire 1,000 Streams city and might even attract the attention of higher-ups. The examination room suddenly became empty, leaving only Su Jie. He walked to the window, gazing at the bustling scene of Qianlu City outside, and a faint smile finally appeared on his lips.
10 stars in the mortal rank, that's a decent starting point. Barely. Spirit rank? Perhaps I can reveal a little more of my strength now.
He muttered to himself, already planning how to leverage this new identity to more easily acquire resources in the Xiantian Great World and climb to even greater heights in martial arts.
This soul-forging master guild would undoubtedly become an excellent springboard support and cover for him. Not long after, the door to the assessment room was pushed open again.
The people who entered were not only Yensong and the other two examiners, but also an elderly man with a dignified demeanor, wearing a purple gold soul forger's robe. He wore a badge on his chest, engraved with two crossed hammers and two glittering stars suspended above them. That's the badge of a second-star Earth-rank soul forger.
The seemingly simple badge carries a weight that could cause a huge uproar in Xiao Dojo.
It not only represents that the soul forging technique has gained authoritative recognition, but also means that the soul of the soul forger in front of us has been transformed into a sacred soul. The soul is the foundation of all things, martial arts is the path to power, and top-tier secondary professions like soul forger are the pinnacle of skill achieved by combining the two. Most cultivators condense their source power in the origin realm and unlock their potential treasures in the divine treasury realm. At the same time, their soul power, or soul strength level, steadily increased, and before level 30, they belong to the mortal realm. At this stage, as long as one has talent and inheritance, one can become a mortal or spirit level soul forger. The soul weapons they forge mainly focus on guiding and amplifying the characteristics of soul power. However, when the soul power breaks through the level 30 bottleneck, the soul will undergo a transformative change, condensing into a more essential and powerful form, the Holy Soul. The sacred soul itself is an extremely crucial milestone and a chasm that distinguishes true celestial phenomena from false celestial phenomena. Only by condensing the sacred soul can a cultivator transcend the perception of pure energy, using it as a bridge to clearly sense and communicate with the fragments of the law power that are omnipresent yet formless and intangible in the world. This allows one to draw upon the vast power of heaven and earth to empower oneself, manifesting an incomparably solid and infinitely powerful celestial form. Conversely, if one has not condensed a sacred soul, even if one forcibly pushes their realm to the threshold of the celestial phenomenon realm with resources, it is only considered a pseudo-celestial phenomenon. These pseudo-celestial realm warriors cannot truly communicate with the laws of heaven and earth. The Dharma forms they manifest are merely phantoms barely supported by their own source power, similar in form but different in spirit. Not only is their power vastly different, but they are also difficult to sustain and are extremely prone to collapse in high-intensity battles.
In competitions between similar phenomena, true celestial phenomena often have an overwhelming advantage over false celestial phenomena.
This is why the celestial realm has become the longest and most time-consuming hurdle on the path of cultivation for countless martial artists. This is not only because condensing a sacred soul requires a massive accumulation of soul power and a rare opportunity, but also because one of the prerequisites for breaking through from the celestial phenomenon realm to the weaving law realm, a realm where one can control the complete laws, is that the soul must reach the fourth order sacred soul. The difficulty of cultivating the holy soul increases exponentially with each advancement in rank, making it difficult for anyone without great perseverance and exceptional opportunities. Countless exceptionally talented martial artists, after reaching the celestial phenomenon realm, may spend their entire lives trapped below the third-tier saint soul, wasting their years and unable to reach the weaving technique realm. It can be said that the core of the entire celestial realm cultivation is a history of the growth and transformation of a sacred soul. On the path of a soul forger, condensing a holy soul is the only passport to becoming an earth-rank soul forger. Only by using the holy soul as its eyes and hands can the soul forger accurately capture and guide those mysterious and unpredictable fragments of the power of law, and ultimately successfully fuse them into the soul weapon. From then on, soul weapons became not only carriers of soul power, but also creations of the rules, possessing unimaginably powerful abilities such as absolute sharpness and conceptual protection. The president of the association in front of us is a prime example of someone who has successfully walked this path. His soul has transformed to the level of a saintly soul, and his martial arts are at the peak of the celestial phenomenon realm. The realms above the earth rank are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Each being there can cause the heavens and earth to change color, and is regarded as an honored guest by a powerful force, receiving utmost respect. Legend has it that when a sacred soul grows to the fourth rank or higher, its comprehension of the laws reaches a new level, allowing it to control the complete laws of heaven and earth as if they were its own limbs. Those who can reach this level are the esteemed heavenly rank soul forgers, and those who can temper their souls to this extent are almost certainly top experts in the weaving law realm, capable of weaving laws and dominating the world. A heavenly rank soul forger's status far surpasses that of a weaving realm martial artist because they can forge soul artifacts that carry and enhance complete laws. If a saint's soul ascends to the 7th rank or above, it means that the owner has touched the power of the world's origin that constitutes all things, and that the owner is a world realm overlord who can evolve a real inner world within their body. Only soul weapons forged with this supreme realm and primal power can be revered as the work of a holy soul forger. Their works are no longer simple objects, but sacred objects containing the prototype of a world capable of evolving and growing on their own. Every holy soul forger is a living legend, a world-class overlord standing at the pinnacle of the great world. Their revered status stems from their unparalleled absolute absolute strength and unparalleled skills.
As for soul forgers, that's a mythical realm of transcendence.
Their very existence is the embodiment of rules, dominating a vast world far beyond the comprehension of ordinary realms.
Yensong respectfully stepped back half a step and introduced, Master Su, this is Master Han Mo,
the president of our Thousand Streams City Soul Forger Guild. Han Mo's sharp gaze, imbued with the oppressive aura of a holy soul, immediately fell upon Su Jia, sharp as a hawk, as if trying to see through him from the inside out. However, beneath the cover of the thousand illusions and Su Jia's own profound spiritual foundation, what he saw was still just an ordinary and unremarkable young man. But this did not dampen Han Mo's excitement. His gaze swept over the 10 soul artifacts on the tray beside him, especially lingering on the dusty, Return to Truth soul ring. For a long time, his eyes flashing with an uncontrollable gleam.
Excellent! What a wonderful return to truth. Returning to simplicity. The great way is the simplest.
Han Mo's voice was loud and clear, full of praise.
Young friend Su Xian, I am Han Mo,
the esteemed president of the Soul Forgers Association of Thousand Streams City. Yensong's words are true. With your abilities, reaching the 10th star of the mortal realm is well deserved. He personally handed Su Jia a sandalwood box. Inside was a badge made of a special material, shimmering with 10 tiny stars, symbolizing the highest honor in the mortal realm, a mortal rank 10-star soul forger.
This is my guild's highest level VIP token.
With this token, you can enjoy the highest treatment in all soul forger guilds and their properties in Zhixiao Daozhou.
Han Mo handed over another dark gold token, his tone full of sincerity in making friends. Young friend Su, I have another request.
The 10 soul artifacts you forged during this assessment, especially this, Return to Truth soul ring, are of extraordinary
significance.
They not only represent the pinnacle of your skills but also symbolize a brand new possibility of turning the ordinary into the extraordinary. I, in the name of the guild, would like to contribute 10,000 high-grade source crystals to purchase them all and permanently display them in the Soul Forger Guild's exhibition hall in Thousand Streams City to inspire future apprentices and showcase the guild's profound heritage to the outside world. What do you say, young friend?
10,000 high-grade source crystals?
Upon hearing this, even Yensong and the other two gasped in shock. These soul weapons, even with the premium for the top-grade one, would only be worth about
15,000 mid-grade source crystals at market price.
10,000 high-grade source crystals, on the other hand, is equivalent to 1 million low-grade source crystals, a premium of at least 10 times. Su Jia's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly understood Han Mo's deeper meaning. This wasn't just about buying a soul weapon, it was clearly an investment in him personally, a gesture of goodwill, and, more importantly, an opportunity to create a resounding brand for the Thousand Streams City branch, certified mortal rank 10-star soul forger branch. For the guild, the long-term benefits of this deal far outweigh the value of these 10,000 high-grade source crystals.
Master Han's kindness is an honor for me.
Su Jia quickly suppressed his inner turmoil, showing just the right amount of surprise and gratitude on his face, and cupped his hands, saying, It is truly an honor for these rudimentary works to be favored by the guild. I will follow Master Han's arrangements. He agreed without hesitation. This windfall would greatly benefit his martial arts journey, and there was no reason for him to refuse.
Seeing Su Jia's straightforwardness, Han Mo's smile became even more genuine. The more he looked at this young man, the more he admired him. His skills were superb, yet he remained humble and composed, his mind clear and insightful. This child's future achievements were absolutely limitless. Young friend Su is so straightforward. Han Mo clapped his hands and laughed, then instructed Yensong, Master Yen, immediately go and get
the land deed and key to Luyun Garden, and also get 2 sets of our guild star pattern soul forged robes and give them to Master Su. Yensong's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing this, but he quickly accepted the order and left.
Luyun Garden was the best property
under the guild's name, and many retainers who had made significant contributions to the guild or held extremely high positions coveted it.
Soon, Yensong returned, carrying an exquisite tray.
On it were 2 sets of robes neatly folded, a communication bracelet exclusive to the Soul Forger Guild, an ancient-looking jade key, and a contract that shimmered with spiritual light.
Han Mo personally picked up the robe and unfolded it.
The robe was not only magnificent and noble, but also an extraordinary treasure for protecting one's soul power. Young friend Su, this is my guild's master-level standard robe, star pattern soul forged robe, Han Mo introduced. It is woven from starry sky silk and soul silk, impervious to water and fire,
and untouched by dust.
Moreover, it can passively absorb the surrounding scattered soul power, slowly nourishing the wearer's soul and providing slight assistance to soul power cultivation. More importantly, it symbolizes the identity of a soul forger. Seeing this robe is like seeing the guild, which can save you a lot of unnecessary trouble. Then, he picked up the jade key and the contract and handed them to Su Jia. This flowing cloud garden is located on the shore of Azure Wave Lake in the east of the city, where the source energy gathers. The environment is quiet and secluded, and it is heavily guarded with multiple arrays. Even a martial artist in the divine treasure realm would find it difficult to spy on or break in. The garden is equipped with an independent top-notch top-notch soul refining room, a herb garden, and a reception courtyard. It is a small gift from the guild to you, Su Xiaoyu, to express our gratitude. We hope you will not refuse. There's also this exclusive communication bracelet, Soul Link, which not only has basic functions such as ultra-long-distance communication and querying guild tasks, but also blocks all junk messages. Looking at the shimmering star-patterned robe, the exclusive communication device, and the jade key representing top-tier real estate, Su Jia couldn't help but marvel at the wealth and power of the Soul Forger Guild and also felt their sincerity in attracting talent. With this combination of moves, probably few Soul Forgers could resist. He accepted it readily, bowing slightly and saying, Master Han, and the guild's kindness is deeply appreciated by Su Xian. If the guild ever needs my assistance in the future, I will do my duty without hesitation, as long as it does not violate my principles. He gave a subtle yet firm promise. Han Emo was delighted by this attitude, thinking that Su Jia might have a Saint Soul Forger backing him. He repeatedly praised, Good, young friend, Su, you flatter me. We are equals, there's no need for you to order me around. We'll visit each other more often in the future and exchange techniques. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Su Jia left the Soul Forger Guild and headed to his new residence, Flowing Cloud Garden, under the respectful guidance of a guild steward. Holding the jade key, he opened the fine bronze gate inscribed with arrays and stepped inside. There, he saw a small bridge over a flowing stream, pavilions and towers scattered in a well-ordered manner, and the rich energy of heaven and earth almost condensed into a thin mist, which was many times better than the courtyard he had rented before. Most importantly, this place belongs entirely to him, and his privacy and security are greatly guaranteed. Standing in the tranquil courtyard, Su Jia stroked the star-patterned soul-forged robe he had just changed into, feeling the cool soul power emanating from it. Looking at this elegant yet powerful residence, a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. However, the most important thing right now is to convert those 10,000 high-grade source crystals into real strength. He went straight to the top-level meditation room in the garden, which was equipped with multiple arrays. The meditation room is built with soul-separating stones, and a large energy-gathering array is engraved on the ground. Its effect must be far superior to the previous cultivation room that was deterred by the price. Soul Forger, indeed a useful identity. Su Jia sat cross-legged on the futon in the center of the quiet room and first took out the storage ring containing tens of thousands of high-grade source crystals. With a thought, a corner of the quiet room was instantly filled with high-grade source crystals that emitted astonishing source energy fluctuations. The energy concentration of the entire space soared instantly, and even tiny droplets of source energy condensed in the air. 10,000 high-grade source crystals are equivalent to 1 million low-grade source crystals, which should be enough for me to break through to the peak of the origin realm. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the primordial transformation technique. The god-level martial soul calamity trembled slightly in his sea of consciousness, emanating an aura that commanded all laws, bringing the technique's efficiency to its peak. The massive amount of high-grade source crystals in the quiet room seemed to be ignited, and the pure and powerful source energy surged wildly towards Su Jia like a flood breaking through a dam. His body was like a bottomless black hole, greedily devouring all energy. The primordial transformation technique is extremely domineering, ignoring the barriers of energy attributes, refining and purifying all the incoming source energy, and transforming it into primordial calamity power that is unique to him and contains the essence of destruction and creation. His internal energy began to grow, compress, and undergo a qualitative change at an unprecedented speed. Early stage of the 8th level of the origin realm. Mid-stage of the 8th level of the origin realm. Peak of the 8th level of the origin realm. The 9 heavens of the origin realm. His breakthrough was swift and unstoppable. Abundant resources, coupled with god-level cultivation techniques and martial spirit, made the barriers to his realm as fragile as paper. When his cultivation stabilized at the 9th level of the origin realm, nearly half of his origin crystals had been consumed. Su Jia did not stop, continuing to devour and refine them, launching an attack on the peak of the 9th level of the origin realm. More of the source crystallizes into powder, and vast energy is continuously injected. The primordial power within his meridians surged like the Yangtze River, becoming increasingly condensed and profound, faintly emitting a thunderous sound. After an unknown amount of time, nearly 80% of the source crystal mountain in the quiet room disappeared. Su Jia's surging aura suddenly reached its peak, then slowly receded, like a calm yet unfathomable sea after a storm. He slowly opened his eyes, a chaotic light swirling within them, as if a fleeting glimpse of the world's birth and death had vanished. The 9th level of the origin realm, at its peak. Just one last step away from condensing the divine treasure and stepping into a brand new realm, the divine treasure realm. Feeling the vast, boundless primordial tribulation power within his body, which moved at will, and the powerful sense of control brought about by the perfect fusion of his soul and body, Su Jia nodded in satisfaction. This seclusion consumed nearly 8,000 high-grade source crystals, but the effects were immediate. Ding! Detected that the host's martial arts realm has advanced to the peak of the 9th level of the origin realm. Current base combat power, 1 million stars. stars. The source power attribute is primordial calamity power, granting an additional 10 million stars to combat power.
Host's cultivation level has been detected to have increased. The awakening level of the Battle Saint body has greatly increased. Current awakening level 0.3%.
The base combat power bonus for the godlike character has been increased to 1.5 million stars. Host's physical condition has improved, and the fusion rate of the immortal martial bone has greatly increased.
Current fusion rate 20%.
Immortal martial bone bonus 2 million stars. Host detected to have reached the peak of the origin realm. New unit of combat power measurement unlocked. Origin.
1 origin power equals 1 million stars.
Current base combat strength 2.5 source. Additional combat strength 12 source.
The fusion rate of the timespace Dao has been increased to 2%.
Source. I didn't expect that reaching the peak of the origin realm would unlock a new unit of measurement for combat power.
1 source of power is equivalent to the strength of an ordinary peak origin realm martial artist?
Su Jie thought to himself.
So, my ordinary attack, imbued with the power of the primordial calamity, is equivalent to the power of 14.5 peak origin realm warriors? What if I use my trump card?
He clenched his fist, and a powerful surge of energy stirred up a spatial vortex. Having reached the pinnacle of his cultivation in the origin realm, Su Jie now needed to delve deeper into the divine treasure realm to advance. He focused his mind, accessing the detailed information about the divine treasure realm from the system. The divine treasury realm requires source power as the key and the soul as the guide to unlock the human body's treasure trove of potential. Each divine treasury corresponds to a unique primal power and is crucial for a martial artist's path to becoming a powerful being. Ordinary martial artists, limited by their foundation, can usually only open one divine treasure. The quality is divided into 5 grades. Mortal, White Phantom, increases combat power by approximately 1 source. Spirit, Blue Phantom, increases by 2 sources. Earth, Purple Phantom, increases by 5 sources. Heaven, Golden Phantom, increases by 10 sources, and Saint, Red Phantom, increases by 30 sources. Those who can open up Earth-grade divine treasures are already among the best of the geniuses. The universe is vast and boundless, and there are always some extraordinary geniuses who can open up dual divine treasures, or even more. Each additional divine treasure they control grants them access to another primal power, significantly increasing their combat strength. These beings are all protagonists of their generation, their power unmatched by their peers. Upon reading this, Su Jie's eyes gleamed with an unprecedented light. His foundation and abilities far surpassed the scope of the word prodigy. He thought of a special attribute bestowed upon him by his god-level martial soul. Divine Treasure Foundation Establishment. The host can open at least 7 divine treasures in the divine treasure realm, and the minimum quality of the divine treasures opened is heaven level. The 7 great divine treasures, at least at the heavenly level.
What does this mean?
It means that once he enters the divine treasure realm, even if he only opens the 7 most basic heaven-level divine treasures, he can reach an astonishing strength of 70 million stars just by relying on the combat power bonus brought by the divine treasures themselves. This does not even include other terrifying amplifications such as primordial calamity power, battle saint body, and immortal martial bone. This completely shattered the limits of ordinary people's understanding of a martial artist's combat power.
An ordinary martial artist would be lucky to
spend his entire life trying to open up a single earth-level divine treasure, but he possessed 7 heaven-level divine treasures from the very beginning.
If the opportunity is right, it might even be possible to reach the legendary saint level, or even higher.
Su Jie felt the surging primordial tribulation power within his body, which had reached the pinnacle of the origin realm, and his mind was immersed in the depths of his brain. System, he asked with a hint of anticipation. My foundation is now solid, and the primordial calamity power is abundant.
Can I now attempt to open up the 7 heavenly divine treasures foundation bestowed upon me by my god-level martial soul?
He could almost see the 7 heavenly level divine treasures opening up, their combat power surging, and their might sweeping across the divine treasure realm.
Ding! Host question detected. Theoretically, it's possible.
However, this system strongly recommends that the host first break through to level 30 in soul power and condense a holy soul before attempting to open up the divine treasury.
Su Jie raised an eyebrow. Oh, what's the reason? Is it possible that my current peak level 29 soul power is insufficient to control a heavenly level divine treasure?
The sacred soul represents the first leap in the essence of the soul. Using the sacred soul as a guide to connect with the hidden potential of the human body may bring unexpected surprises.
This is an optimization suggestion from the system based on the host's current god-level foundational potential. A surprise?
Su Jie asked with great interest.
Tell me, is it to improve the quality of the divine treasures, or to open more of them?
Insufficient permissions, the host may need to explore independently. The system did not provide an answer, and no matter how much Su Jie pressed for an answer, it was like throwing a stone into the sea, with no further response.
Damn it, they're using this trick on me again.
Su Jie muttered, but his heart felt itchy as if it had been scratched by a cat's claw. The system's ambiguous words surprise made him even more eager to find out more than if they had just told him the reward directly. Su Jie may not care about anything else, but he absolutely cannot miss this surprise that can clearly strengthen his foundation and enhance his potential. He then thought of another crucial question. Alright, let's put the surprise aside for now. What resources are needed to open up these 7 heavenly level divine treasures? We can't just rely on love to generate electricity, can we? Calculating energy requirements based on the host's 7 celestial level divine treasures potential model. Calculation complete. Preliminary estimate indicates that at least 700,000 top-grade source crystals of pure energy are needed to meet the initial development and stabilization requirements of the 7 celestial level divine treasures. This is a conservative estimate. The possibility of additional consumption due to an excessively strong host foundation cannot be ruled out.
How much? 700,000? And top-grade source crystals?
Su Jie almost jumped up from the futon.
Opening up the divine treasure is practically robbery.
I spent nearly 10,000 high-grade source crystals to break through to the 9th level of the origin realm.
700,000 top-grade source crystals, that's how many high-grade source crystals?
At a 100x exchange rate, that's at least 70 million high-grade source crystals. Even with his composure, everything almost went black before his eyes. This exertion had completely exceeded the limits of a regular martial artist's understanding. An ordinary martial artist would be incredibly fortunate to spend their entire life pursuing even a single Earth-level divine treasure, and the resources they would expend
would likely be less than a fraction of what he's doing. Yet he's embarking on a journey with 7 heaven-level treasures. The resource consumption is simply astronomical. System reminder, on the path of martial arts, wealth is a companion, and it comes first.
The saying, the poor study literature, the rich study martial arts, holds true throughout history.
Without money, what makes you think you have a foundation far beyond ordinary people? What makes you think you can surpass the prodigies of your generation? What makes you think you should pursue the strongest martial arts?
The system's voice carried an almost mocking tone. Su Jie was speechless for a moment, and after a while he said in frustration, "What you said makes so much sense, I have no words to say." He finally understood the weight of the saying, the poor don't even have the right to access high-level divine treasures. The little bit of source crystals he had earned by selling soul artifacts was utterly insignificant in the face of this enormous demand.
It seems I must make good use of this soul forger identity.
Su Jie stroked his chin, his eyes sharpening again. Not only do I need to increase my soul power, but I also need to find ways to make a fortune.
He refocused his attention on increasing his soul power.
Although the system was known for its sharp tongue, its advice was often correct.
Condensing a holy soul before exploring the divine treasury would definitely bring greater benefits. Fine, it's just a saint's soul, isn't it?
Su Jie suppressed the turmoil in his heart, his eyes hardening again.
Then let's rush to level 30 first.
He immediately thought of the second volume of the myriad manifestations of gods and demons suppressing prison diagram he had previously obtained. Before his will dissipated, that great figure had deeply imprinted the subsequent inheritance into the god-slaying sword in his sea of consciousness. Just as Su Jie was about to touch the god-slaying sword, the system notification sounded in his mind.
Ding!
Detected that the host has reached the limit of the origin realm, touching a key barrier in martial arts. The core main quest is now available, Supreme Divine Treasure. Mission name, Supreme Divine Treasure.
Task requirements, successfully enter the divine treasure realm and unlock at least 7 heavenly level divine treasures. The final quantity and quality of the divine treasures will determine the task's evaluation and rewards. Task prompt, the path of divine treasures is the foundation of celestial phenomena. The number 9 represents the pinnacle, 8 the supreme, and 7 the emperor. Quality is categorized as mortal, spiritual, earthly, heavenly, and sacred. May the host not fail their foundation and bravely climb to the highest realm. Task reward settlement rules.
Basic reward, successfully unlocking the 7 heavenly level divine treasures will grant you 5 million martial arts achievement points. Unlock the 8th divine treasure and receive an additional 5 million martial arts achievement points. You will also gain 1 chance to participate in the Arsenal of the Heavens limited draw. Unlock the 9th divine treasure and receive an additional 10 million martial arts achievement points.
Unlock unknown and mysterious rewards. If any divine treasure reaches the saint level quality, the reward is 1 baptism of a designated law.
If a divine treasure of God quality, a heaven-defying opportunity, appears, an unknown and mysterious reward will be unlocked. Additional rewards based on comprehensive evaluation. Final rewards will be distributed based on a comprehensive evaluation of the total number of divine treasures finally opened and their average quality. Seeing this extremely detailed and rewarding task list that made one's heart race, Su Jie's breathing became even heavier. In particular, the ultimate realm of the 9th divine treasure and the heaven-defying opportunity of divine quality ignited his endless fighting spirit and ambition. 9 is the ultimate, sainthood is the pinnacle, godhood is beyond words. Su Jie's eyes seemed to burn with chaotic flames. System, this mission of yours is forcing me to work tirelessly and to break through to that legendary peak that that may not even exist. However, this suits me perfectly. He clenched his fist, a surge of soaring ambition reaching the heavens.
7 heavenly level beings? That's just the minimum. My goal is the 9 divine treasures, a fully equipped Sate level. And if there are any god level beings, I'll fight for them too.
Su Jie's thoughts sank into his sea of consciousness, where the illusory yet supremely powerful small sword hovered silently. He carefully channeled a wisp of his soul power to touch the god-slaying sword. A powerful flow of information surged in. It was the complete visualization diagram of the second volume of Myriad Gods and Demons Suppressing Prison diagram.
Su Jie focused intently on the visualization diagram.
He was stunned. The first volume is a single, vaguely shaped hair that seems capable of suppressing all the heavens and myriad worlds. He originally thought the second volume would present more complex and grander imagery, such as a star field, a god or demon, or at least a close-up of the owner of that hair. However, what entered his consciousness was still an extremely simple image.
That was a finger. A solitary finger, seemingly reaching out from the endless void.
The fingertips were swirling with chaotic energy, the knuckles were distinct, and they exuded an indescribable, timeless Taoist charm.
That in itself isn't a big deal. The key lies in the posture of this finger.
It wasn't pointing anything out, nor was it pressed down, it simply stood upright.
In the darkness, a clear thought entered Su Jie's mind. It was an upright metal finger. Even with a firm will, Su Jie couldn't help but curse in his heart. What kind of freak is the founder of the Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Sect? The first volume instructs you to visualize a single hair, but the second volume forces you to visualize a middle finger? Can this still be considered a proper visualization chart?
He suppressed his inner complaints and tried his best to observe and understand the profound meaning contained in this middle finger.
The instant his soul power touched the visualization diagram, boom!
An indescribable power, seemingly emanating from the pinnacle of life, carrying boundless arrogance, swept in like a tsunami, suddenly surging into the depths of his soul. This implication, compared to the simple sense of suppression brought by that hair in the first volume, is filled with an incomparably extreme and undisguised arrogance and contempt.
It was as if it were mocking the rules of heaven and earth, the gods and demons of the heavens, the cycle of reincarnation. Before me, they are all worthless. In just a second,
Su Jie felt as if his soul had been thrown into the core of a star and torn apart by countless invisible blades of arrogance. The intense pain was accompanied by an instinctive sense of insignificance, making him almost want to kneel down. He abruptly severed the connection, his face turning deathly pale. His throat tightened, and he coughed up a small mouthful of blood. The weakness and stinging pain in his soul indicated that the shock was far from mild.
Ding!
Host's soul has been damaged.
Warning!
The artistic conception of Volume 2 of the Myriad Gods and Demons Suppressing Prison diagram far exceeds the current soul's tolerance limit. The system notifications sounded at the appropriate time. It is recommended that the host condense their holy soul before attempting to visualize this image. With the host's current peak soul power of level 29, forcibly visualizing this image carries the risk of the soul being assimilated by arrogance and completely lost. Su Jie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, still shaken, and cursed, "You should have said so earlier.
Is this thing even meant for humans to practice with? Just 1 second, and I almost got killed by it."
He finally realized that the Myriad Gods and Demons Suppressing Prison diagram was a trap, with each scroll more perverse than the last. The first volume will make you understand what evil is, while the second volume will let you experience what madness is.
The host did not raise any questions.
The system responded indifferently. Currently, the host has 2 paths to choose from. 1. Continue to contemplate the contents of the first volume. Proceed step by step and rely on the martial heart, orange, and the spirit nourishing technique, and it is expected that you can achieve your goal of condensing a holy soul in about a year. 2nd, seek external opportunities that can significantly enhance soul power.
A year?
Su Jie curled his lip. Too slow. He had just experienced a rocket-like leap in his cultivation. How could he possibly stay in seclusion and meditate for a year? Looks like I need to find out if there are any treasure lands or opportunities in this Xin Tian Great World that can quickly improve soul power. Su Jie stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming, preferably the kind that allows me to legitimately gain some benefits. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and a familiar, somewhat calculating smile appeared on his face. The Soul Forger Guild, shouldn't they be the most well-informed place here? In his mind, a vague plan was slowly taking shape. In order to successfully obtain the 10-star mortal rank certification, he had previously kept a low profile. However, if he wants to earn a large amount of source crystals through soul forging and access resources or secret realms that can quickly improve his soul power, he needs a more substantial stepping stone.
It's time to let them see my potential more clearly.
Su Jie's lips curled up slightly. With a thought, he subtly adjusted the Thousand Illusions mask on his face, quietly raising his external soul power fluctuations from the original level 21 to level 26. At the same time, he maintained his cultivation aura at the peak of the 9th level of the Origin Realm. A martial artist at the Origin Realm possesses 26 levels of soul power, which is already strict strange and intimidating enough in the Xian Tian Great World. Just as he was about to take the initiative to visit the guild, the mystic soul connector on his wrist vibrated slightly. A quick scan with his divine sense revealed a message from Steward Wang, the tone of which was more respectful than usual.
Master Su, I wonder if you could grace the guild with your presence today?
President Han has important matters to discuss concerning an opportunity and hopes to speak with you in person.
Su Jia raised an eyebrow. It was just like someone delivering a pillow to your door when you wanted to rest. Reply to Steward Wang, Su will arrive shortly.
He straightened the star-patterned soul-forged robe that nourished his soul power, instantly switching into the composed yet somewhat aloof demeanor of Su Xian, the disciple of a reclusive master. A shift in time and space silently brought him to an alley near the Soul Forger Guild, where he calmly walked over. The aroma of tea wafted through Han Mo's quiet room.
Master Su, please have a seat. Upon seeing Su Jia, Han Mo was still full of enthusiasm and personally got up to greet him. However, when he habitually swept his divine sense over Su Jia and sensed the deliberately exposed soul power fluctuation of level 26, the smile on his face froze instantly, his hand holding the teacup trembled violently, and a few drops of scalding tea splashed out, but he was completely unaware. 26th level soul power?
Han Mo's voice trembled with disbelief, his eyes wide as saucers as he stared intently at Su Jia, as if trying to see right through him.
Master Su, you.
He hesitated for a long time, unable to finish his sentence. Having lived for hundreds of years and seen countless geniuses, he had never seen a young man whose bone age looked no more than 20 years old, whose cultivation was still at the origin realm, yet who possessed level 26 soul power. This completely overturned his understanding. In the Xian Tian Great World, cultivating soul power is far more difficult than cultivating source power.
Many so-called prodigies, around the age of
20, although they have already embarked on the path of opening up divine treasures, are already rare in breaking through to level 20 in soul power. Only the legendary holy sons and goddesses cultivated by the 9 immortal forces can reach level 26 soul power by the age of 20. Seeing Han Mo's flustered state, Su Jia felt secretly pleased, but his face remained calm, as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. He even casually reminded him, his tone tinged with concern, Master Han, your tea. Han Mo suddenly snapped out of his daze, hurriedly put down the teapot, and, disregarding his composure, leaned closer and lowered his voice, his tone filled with surprise and unprecedented solemnity. Master Su, please forgive my lapse in composure. You before. Su Jia had already prepared his explanation. He smiled slightly, his smile carrying just the right amount of helplessness and frankness. I am a newcomer here.
My master taught me that I should always leave room for maneuver.
However, Master Han and the guild treated me with sincerity, so I naturally stopped holding back.
As for my cultivation, my master warned me that my foundation was not yet stable, and it was not advisable to attempt to break through to the divine treasury realm too early, so I had been suppressing it at the origin realm to hone my skills. This statement was half true and half false, explaining both his previous low profile and his current high profile, as well as the reason for his low cultivation level, perfectly matching the image of a reclusive genius with a profound background that he wanted to create. So that's how it is. Master Su is indeed a man of integrity.
Han Mo suddenly realized, and a grand scene of a hidden sect testing the character of its disciples immediately played out in his mind. His gaze towards Su Jia completely changed. His initial appreciation for talent has turned into awe of a future giant. The lineage of a teacher capable of producing such a disciple is likely far more formidable than he imagined. He rubbed his hands excitedly, his attitude becoming even more respectful than before. Master Su is truly a peerless genius. With your current level 26 soul power, you could have already gone to Xiao City to be certified as a spirit rank soul forger. Back when I was 100 years old, I was only certified as a spirit rank soul forger. Compared to Master Su, you really feel like you've lived like a dog. You're already 300 years old, yet you're still only a 2nd star earth rank soul forger. But I believe that Master Su, you will definitely be able to condense a saint's soul and be certified as an earth rank soul forger within 100 years. Su Jia waved his hand modestly. Master Han, you flatter me. Soul power cultivation becomes more and more difficult as you progress. I was just lucky to have a little more talent. He added to himself, I was lucky to have a system, and I can also visualize a hair and a middle finger. Han Mo, however, took this humility as true magnanimity, and his regard for Su Jia grew even stronger. Without further hesitation, he cut to the chase. Master Su, the reason I invited you here today is because of a tremendous opportunity. The secret realm 10,000 Souls Tower, controlled by the Soul Forger headquarters of Xiao Daozhou, is about to open. It is an exclusive training ground for soul forgers under the age of 30 in our Soul Forger Guild. This time, my Thousand Streams City branch has 3 spots. I was still considering how to secure one for you, but with the soul power you've displayed, Master Su, who dares to utter a single word against it? One of these spots is definitely yours. Su Jia's face showed appropriate surprise and gratitude. The Tower of 10,000 Souls? I have indeed heard of it. It is a sacred place that we soul forgers dream of.
of. However, the quota is so precious, I am unworthy of it. Master Su, please don't refuse, Han Mo said firmly. Strength is the most powerful qualification. I'm in charge of this matter. 3 days from now, you will come with me to Xiao City. Su Jia nodded and said calmly, that I'll have to trouble Master Han. Back in the backyard, Su Jia didn't rest either. For the past 3 days, he had been nourishing his soul with the spirit nourishing technique while repeatedly studying the visualization diagram of the middle finger. Each time, he would cautiously touch it, feeling the overwhelming arrogance wash over him, before immediately withdrawing. Although it was still uncomfortable, after several attempts, he vaguely felt that his soul power seemed to have undergone a slight change. This thing, although it's weird, it's actually pretty good as a whetstone? Su Jie stroked his chin, gradually figuring out the correct way to open the second volume. You can't confront it head-on, you can only gently rub it from the outside. 3 days later, Han Mo personally came to wait outside Lu Yun Garden. Upon seeing Su Jie appear, his smile widened, and his attitude carried a hint of barely perceptible respect. He waved his hand, and a beautifully designed flying boat, entirely crafted from soul wood, flew out. Master Su, please use this cloud-piercing shuttle. The journey to Xiao City is long, but with this, we can arrive in a day. The flying boat soared through the air at incredible speed. Its hull was protected by arrays that shielded it from the biting winds. The interior was elegantly decorated, and several spiritual fruits that could nourish the soul were laid out on the table. After Han Mo arranged for the other 2 soul forgers to rest in a secret room inside the flying boat, Han Mo chatted with Su Jie along the way, asking for advice and probing him in his words. Su Jie maintained his image as a genius with a powerful background, occasionally revealing his master's strict requirements for him, which left Han Mo stunned and further convinced that Su Jie had an extraordinary background. A day later, the vast and imposing outline of Xiao City appeared on the horizon. The closer one got, the more one could feel the majestic aura of that sleeping behemoth. The massive city walls seemed to blend seamlessly with the mountains, their surfaces shimmering with subtle runic light, and even a mere glance at them could instill a sense of oppression in one's soul. Inside the airport, various magnificent flying ships and powerful airships came and went in an endless stream, creating a scene of prosperity and grandeur. Han Mo led Su Jie in a carriage arranged by the guild and pulled by soul-powered shadow horses, heading towards the Soul Forger headquarters, which seemed to float in midair like an insurmountable barrier. Passing through a huge arched light gate, the pure and gentle soul energy inside enveloped me like a warm current, instantly invigorating my spirit. The people coming and going exuded a calm aura and a long, lingering soul charm. Spirit-rank soul forgers were everywhere, and one could also faintly sense the soul pressure of earth-rank experts. Every time I come to the headquarters of the Soul Forger Guild in Xiao Dojo, I can't help but feel insignificant. Han Mo sighed softly. Su Jie nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the 9 towering pagodas that pierced the clouds in the center. He felt the massive array that drew upon the power of the Zhou Tian soul, and gained a more intuitive understanding of the profound foundation of the Xin Tian Great World. The 2 completed their registration procedures in the magnificent main hall and received jade tokens engraved with the mark of the Tower of 10,000 Souls. Just as they were preparing to head to their assigned suites to rest, the conversation of several soul forgers nearby reached their ears clearly. Have you heard? In 2 months, it will be the once-in-a-century battle of the 3,000 prodigies of Daozhou. A young man dressed in a 3-star spirit rank robe spoke with a mixture of excitement and solemnity. Another person beside him sighed. Yes, it's a once-in-a-century event that gathers the most outstanding prodigies under the age of 30 from all 3,000 provinces. Just thinking about it makes one's heart race, but it also makes one despair. Last time, my Zishou Daozhou's overall ranking was only 357. Sigh, I really don't know when I'll be able to squeeze into the top 100 and finally have a chance to hold my head high. It's difficult as ascending to heaven. The young man shook his head. The 3,000 provinces are vast and boundless, with powerful provinces as numerous as clouds. Which of those provinces that consistently rank in the top 100 doesn't have inexhaustible resources and profound heritage? Those who emerged from this world cannot be judged by ordinary standards, they are monsters among monsters. Changing the subject, he lowered his voice, speaking with an air of inside information. However, I heard that the Soul Forger headquarters of Zishou Daozhou is in a hurry to open the Myriad Soul Tower this time. This is all to help our Soul Forgers under the age of 30 in Daozhou achieve better results, earn more points, and improve their overall ranking in the Soul Forger Sub-Profession League of the Heavenly Pride Battle. That's right. Another person chimed in, their expression also turning serious. The pressure isn't just limited to us Soul Forgers. It is said that the Martial Peak Hall is also making intensive preparations to open several divine treasure realms under their control in the near future, specifically for qualified young martial artists in Daozhou to enter and seek opportunities. The goal is very clear, to encourage top martial arts geniuses to create a high-quality treasure trove within it. He paused, looked around, and lowered his voice further, as if sharing a secret. I've also heard that not only us in the Martial Peak Hall, but the Alchemist Guild seems to be planning to open the 100 Herbs Universe realm, and the battle array
Array Master Guild is also hinting at holding an internal selection for the Star Luo Battle Array. These usually rare, major moves have all come together now. All of this is preparation for the Heavenly Pride battle 2 months from now. They're all striving to improve Daozhou's overall ranking this time. The two did not deliberately avoid being seen. Many young soul forgers participating in the Tower of 10,000 Souls heard the conversation, and their faces showed expressions of sudden realization, anticipation, and even increased pressure. Standing to the side, Han Mo listened to these discussions, a knowing look on his face. As the soon-to-be vice president, he had naturally heard about this matter concerning the honor and disgrace of the entire Daozhou. He turned slightly to the side and whispered to Su Jie beside him, his tone solemn, "Master Su, you've heard about this too." The Battle of 3,000 Prodigies of Daozhou is an extremely wide-ranging competition, encompassing all aspects of the contest. Martial arts prowess, secondary profession skills, and even intelligence and resources are all being compared. With everyone fully engaged in preparations, our Soul Forger Guild naturally cannot lag behind. This trip to the Tower of 10,000 Souls is of extraordinary significance, both professionally and personally. I hope you gain something from the tower, which may help Xiao Daozhou improve its ranking in this grand event of the past century. Su Jie's expression remained calm, as if he had only heard ordinary news, but deep within his eyes, it was as if a galaxy was flowing, and a flame called ambition was quietly igniting. Battle of 3,000 Prodigies from Daozhou. These 7 words unfolded before his eyes, a vast and boundless panorama, a grand tapestry teeming with extraordinary talents. This was precisely the stage he had longed for. The news about the Divine Treasure Realm was even more closely related to him. The system suggested that he open the Divine Treasure Realm with the Saint Soul Realm, and if he could first condense his Saint Soul in the Tower of 10,000 Souls before entering the Divine Treasure Realm, the surprise the system mentioned would probably far exceed his imagination. Top 100? Su Jie's lips curled up slightly, thinking to himself, with me here, Xiao Daozhou's goal is definitely more than just the top 100. However, he didn't utter any grand words, but simply replied, I am also a member of Xiao Daozhou, and I will definitely do my part when the time comes. Let's go, Master Han. We still need to enter the tower tomorrow. Looking into his calm yet sharp eyes, Han Mo felt an even stronger sense of anticipation. The next day, in front of the Tower of 10,000 Souls, over 1,000 young soul forgers, all under the age of 30, from various cities in Xiao Daozhou, gathered together. Their soul power fluctuations were mostly between level 25 and 27, and each of them had a sharp expression and extraordinary aura. The crowd's gazes frequently swept towards Su Jie, who stood at the front of the Thousand Streams Cities group, and they whispered among themselves, "Look, that's Su Xian from Qianlu City. He's said to be only 20 years old, but his soul power has already reached level 26. A soul forger from another city said with envy. His companion scoffed, level 26 is indeed impressive, but it's nothing compared to the geniuses at headquarters. Look over there, Li Yuan from headquarters is level 27. Senior sister Xuewu is at the peak of level 26. They are the real favorites to break into the higher levels this time. Indeed, soul power level is just the foundation. The Tower of 10,000 Souls tests comprehensive strength. Senior brother Li Yuan has mastered several powerful attack soul skills, and senior sister Xuewu's control over soul power is even more meticulous. Li Yuan and Xuewu stood at the front of the crowd, their expressions displaying the composure unique to geniuses from headquarters. That's Su Xian from Qianlu City? He's only 20 years old and he's already reached level 26. Li Yuan glanced calmly at Su Jie not far away, his tone revealing no emotion. Xuewu's cool gaze lingered on Su Jie for a moment before she nodded slightly. To reach level 26 at the age of 20 is indeed a peerless prodigy. If the 3,000 Daozhou Prodigies tournament is postponed for a few more years, we will be far from being able to compare with him. The soul forgers of Xiao Daozhou will all be proud of him. It can only be said that they were born at the wrong time. Moreover, the Tower of 10,000 Souls tests not only soul power level, but also resilience, control, and the ability to deal with soul demons in actual combat. Clearly, they have come to regard Su Jie as a formidable competitor. Su Jie seemed oblivious to the gazes directed at him, standing quietly as if he were an ordinary participant. After an elder announced the rules, the tower gates slowly opened, and the crowd rushed in. Upon entering the first level of the tower, the howls of the soul demons echoed through the hazy, gray space. Most soul forgers immediately became cautious, engaging in fierce battles with soul demons, capturing them, and painstakingly refining their soul cores. Su Jie, however, strolled leisurely towards the upper entrance. Occasionally, some low-level soul demons would rush over without him even raising his hand. He would simply focus his gaze, and his terrifying soul power, which was at the peak of level 29, would slightly leak out a trace of pressure. The soul demons would scream in terror as if they had encountered their natural enemy and would scatter in all directions. This scene left the several soul forgers who were struggling nearby speechless. How did he do that? Soul power deterrence? This effect is too strong. Outside the tower, a huge light screen lit up, displaying displaying the general structure inside the tower and the light spots representing the many contestants. The brightness of the light spots roughly reflects the strength of the soul power, while the movement of the light spots represents their movement trajectory within the tower. At the beginning, everyone's light spots were concentrated in the first 3 levels, indicating that most people were fighting hard and refining the soul demons on these levels. Look, senior brother Li Yuan's light spot is moving so fast, he's already broken through to the 4th level.
Senior sister Shuewu is not slow either, following closely behind.
The geniuses in the other headquarters are also rising rapidly.
The light representing Su Jie was initially inconspicuous, steadily rising amidst the crowd.
That Su Xian is quite fast too. He's already on the 3rd floor. Not bad, considered one of the best in the branch, but still not as good as those monsters at headquarters. At this moment, Su Jie had already entered the 4th level. The soul demons here were generally above level 25, and their numbers were extremely dense.
Let's start here.
Su Jie stopped and fixed his gaze on the group of soul demons that looked like hungry wolves in front of him. A slight smile appeared on his lips. Soul-devouring pearl, time to eat. With a thought, he locked onto the pack of at least a dozen wolf demons ahead. An invisible, terrifying suction force, striking directly at the very core of his soul, suddenly erupted from the center of him.
A chorus of mournful, desperate howls instantly erupted.
The dozen or so ferocious soul wolves were like fallen leaves caught in a whirlpool, their bodies twisted and deformed. The pure essence of soul power was forcibly stripped away, turning into streams of gray energy that surged wildly into Su Jie's body, where it was instantly transformed into the gentlest nutrients by the soul-devouring pearl. In the blink of an eye, the entire pack of soul wolves was wiped out. Su Jie felt as if his soul power had met with sweet rain on parched land. Although this was only a small increase for his massive soul power at the peak of level 29, it brought unprecedented smoothness and efficiency, far exceeding what ordinary people could imagine.
That feels great.
This is much more comfortable than visualizing that tangled hair and that annoying middle finger.
Su Jie felt extremely pleased and began to actively seek out areas where soul demons were concentrated.
He was like a walking black hole of soul power, swiftly traversing the 4th and 5th levels. Wherever he went, soul demons disappeared in droves, leaving behind a series of dumbfounded soul forgers.
What the hell? How did that soul tiger I just locked onto suddenly disappear? It's that Su Xian.
Wherever he goes, all the soul demons disappear.
What kind of evil method is this? Doesn't refining take time? Even the soul forgers outside the tower noticed the anomaly. Wait, look at Su Xian's light spot.
He stopped on the 4th floor for a moment, and several other light spots around him suddenly went out.
No way? Is there a mistake in the display? He was able to instantly kill the soul demon on the 4th floor as soon as he went in? Doesn't refining take time? Doubts began to arise.
As Su Jie's light spots ascended at an almost illogical speed, the faint light spots representing the soul demons disappeared in patches wherever they passed, and this doubt gradually turned into astonishment.
5th floor, 6th floor. He's already on the 6th floor. That's incredible speed. My god, is he treating the soul demons like leeks to be harvested? How did he even manage that?
Even senior brother Li Yuan has to be careful on the 6th floor. Refining a soul demon is not an easy task. The news spread quickly, and even Li Yuan and Shui Wu, who had just reached the 6th floor, heard about it. Li Yuan had just managed to subdue a level 27 soul demon single-handedly after much effort, and was sitting cross-legged refining its core when he heard the news.
His brows furrowed. Su Xian? He's clearing the area, and he's doing it so fast?
Shui Wu's eyes were full of doubt and surprise. Even if his soul power control is extremely exquisite, the refining speed could not possibly be this fast. He must be hiding some unknown treasure or secret technique. Ignoring the crowd's discussions, Su Jie swept through everything and swiftly arrived at the entrance to the 7th level. 5 people had gathered there, including Li Yuan and Shui Wu, who were meditating and preparing to team up to challenge the 7th level. The soul demons on the 7th floor are generally between level 28 and 29, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Seeing Su Jie approaching with a stable aura and relaxed steps, everyone's expressions changed immediately.
Li Yuan couldn't help but speak, his tone inquiring. Junior brother Su Xian, you're really fast. It seems you have a unique skill in refining soul demons?
He deliberately emphasized the word refining. Su Jie glanced at him and casually replied, nothing special, maybe just that my soul power is a bit thicker, so it's faster to
refine.
His words were understated, but combined with his level 26 soul power fluctuations, they sounded particularly unpleasant.
Li Yuan's lips twitched. Thick soul power? How thick could level 26 soul power be?
He was certain that Su Jie was hiding something, but he didn't press the matter. Shui Wu said coldly, the 7th level is no small matter.
The soul demon is very powerful.
Junior brother Su should be cautious and not be greedy for merit and act rashly.
Thank you for the reminder.
Su Jie nodded in response, and then, to their astonishment, stepped into the 7th layer of the vortex and disappeared.
He just went in like that? Didn't he get ready? How arrogant. The soul demons on the 7th floor are not to be trifled with.
The crowd buzzed with discussion. Li Yuan Yuan and Shuewu exchanged a glance and quickly followed him inside, eager to see just how capable this Su Xian really was. In the 7th level, the soul pressure suddenly increased, and the wandering soul demons became more solid, even able to unleash simple soul skills. As soon as Su Jie appeared, a 3-headed giant soul puppet with an aura comparable to level 29 roared and pounced, its soul power turning into sharp blades to slash down. A glint flashed in Su Jie's eyes. Perfect timing. Just the opponent I've been looking for. He still didn't dodge, and with a thought, he activated the soul-devouring pearl. Swallow it. With an even stronger suction force erupting, the 3 ferocious soul puppets' charge came to an abrupt halt. Amidst their terrified roars, their massive soul bodies collapsed and dissolved like sandcastles encountering water. The purest and most potent soul power surged into Su Jie's body like rivers flowing into the sea. Li Yuan and Shui Wu, who had just stepped into the 7th floor, happened to witness this shocking scene. Su Jie was like a bottomless abyss, easily melting the 3 powerful soul puppets that had been giving them a headache. The whole process took no more than 3 breaths. Impossible! Li Yuan exclaimed, his face full of shock. Even his master, a heavenly rank soul forger who condenses a 4th-order saint soul, could never refine such a soul demon so easily and quickly. Shui Wu's beautiful eyes widened, her aloof temperament vanished, her red lips parted slightly as she stared at Su Jie as if he were a monster. Su Jie clapped his hands, as if he had accomplished something insignificant, then turned to the 2 stunned stares with a mocking smile. It seems the spirit demons here are quite enthusiastic. You two, I'll go up first, you can have fun. After saying that, he flashed and rushed straight towards the vortex in the center of the 7th floor that led to the 8th floor. The 8th level. Only those with a soul power of level 30 or a saint soul, or those with special abilities, dare to set foot here. On the light screen, the light spot representing Su Jie suddenly lit up the 8th floor in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn after entering the 7th floor. The 8th floor. He actually went in. The exclamation almost lifted the roof off the plaza. He's insane. That place is guarded by a saint-level soul general. He's just throwing his life away by going in with only mortal soul power. Even the 5-person team consisting of Li Yuan and Shui Wu can only barely hold on the 7th floor. Outside the tower, Han Mo, who had been staring at the light screen, suddenly clenched his fists, trembling with excitement. He roared in his heart, the 8th floor. He actually made it in, and so easily. His true soul power is definitely more than level 26. This kid, he's been hiding it too well. On the 8th floor of the tower, Su Jie faced 3 ancient battle spirits that were almost solidified and exuded a sense of oppression. Instead of being afraid, he excitedly licked his lips. Soul-devouring bead, the feast has arrived. Whether you can break through to level 30 Saint Soul with this surge depends on you. 3 towering soul generals, clad in shattered soul armor and wielding massive blades, stood like sculptures in the center. The fluctuations they emitted actually reached the level of a Saint Soul. Although they were only at the initial stage and their intelligence was still chaotic, their essence had already transcended the mortal realm. One of the soul generals ignited eerie flames in its eye sockets, its gaze fixed intently on Su Jie. It did not roar, but silently raised its giant blade, and a soul pressure carrying a fierce killing intent pressed down like a mountain. Finally, something real has arrived. Su Jie remained expressionless, secretly delighted. He unleashed his full level 29 peak soul power, steadily resisting the pressure. With a thought, he connected with the soul-devouring pearl within his body and charged forward. The soul general's giant blade slashed down, its sharpness tearing through souls. Su Jie didn't take it head-on. Instead, his figure slid to the side like a ghost, simultaneously activating the soul-devouring pearl with all his might. The invisible devouring power transformed into shackles, fiercely binding the soul general's soul. Roar! The soul general roared in anger, its soul body trembling violently as it struggled desperately to break free. It could feel its power rapidly draining away. The other 2 soul generals were alarmed and, with heavy steps, surrounded Su Jie from the left and right, their giant blades slashing towards him with a shrill sound. Su Jie was suddenly caught in a 3-pronged attack. While maintaining his devouring of the first soul general, he also had to dodge the attacks of the other 2. His soul power was greatly depleted, and he struggled to dodge through the gaps in the giant blades, looking utterly disheveled. Outside the tower, the light spot representing Su Jie on the light screen flickered violently on the 8th floor, while the crystal monitoring soul power fluctuations next to it jumped wildly, emitting a piercing alarm. 8th floor. 3 Saint Soul level soul generals. He's being besieged. The guard elder's voice was tense. This is too reckless. How could he possibly handle 3 at the same time? Everyone was in an uproar, their hearts in their throats. Han Mo clenched his fists, staring intently at the light screen, and murmured, "Hold on, you have to hold on." Inside the tower, Su Jie's face was deathly pale, his soul constantly reverberating from the aftershocks of the giant blade. Damn it, these 3 guys are even more troublesome than I expected. He gritted his teeth, knowing he couldn't delay any longer. Take care of one first. He made up his mind, abandoning the attempt to dodge the attacks of the other 2 soul generals. The phantom of the hair in his sea of consciousness trembled slightly, and an aura of suppressing all heavens merged surged into his soul power.
Stay still. Just as that battle spirit was frozen by the supreme intent,
Su Jie poured most of his soul power into the soul-devouring pearl, focusing all his efforts on devouring the first soul general.
At the same time, relying
on his strong soul power foundation and martial spirit, he forcefully used his soul power shield to withstand the two heavy blows coming from the side.
He neither dodged nor avoided.
The heavy blow to his soul made his throat taste sweet, but his eyes were fierce as he locked onto the first soul general. The soul struggle grew weaker and weaker, its massive body gradually becoming transparent, and finally, with a mournful cry filled with
unwillingness, it completely disintegrated, transforming into a pure golden soul force that was devoured by the soul-devouring pearl.
A strong warm current surged into Su Jie's sea of consciousness, greatly invigorating him and restoring most of his depleted soul power.
However, he was still not close to breaking through. The attacks from the other two soul generals came again. Su Jie roared, repeating the same method, and locked onto the second soul general.
Having learned from his first experience, he handled the situation with slightly more composure, though it was still fraught with danger.
Relying on
a ruthless willingness to trade injury for life, he managed to withstand the attack of the third soul general while forcibly devouring the second.
A second, even thicker torrent of golden soul power surged in.
His soul power was instantly pushed to the limit of level 29, and the barrier leading to the holy soul trembled violently, but it was still just a little short. At this moment, only one soul general remained on the 8th floor.
It seemed to sense its impending death, its ghostly blue soul flames flickering wildly as it let out a final roar.
Its entire soul ignited, transforming into a massive blue blade of light that lunged at Su Jie. This was a strike that concentrated all its essence.
Perfect timing. All that's needed is this final blow.
A terrifying light flashed in Su Jie's eyes. Without dodging or avoiding, he poured all the soul power he had just absorbed, along with his own reserves, into the soul-devouring pearl.
Swallow it.
As if sensing its master's madness, the soul-devouring pearl unleashed an unprecedented devouring power, transforming into an invisible vortex to meet the self-sacrificing blow head-on. The blue blade of light collided fiercely with the devouring vortex. There was no loud noise, only a silent annihilation and plunder at the soul level.
The blade of light shattered inch by inch, greedily absorbed and transformed by the vortex. When the last glimmer of blue light was completely consumed, boom!
Something seemed to suddenly erupt in Su Jie's sea of consciousness. That indestructible barrier collapsed in an instant. His soul, as if freed from its shackles, leaped into a completely new and vast world. The essence of the soul underwent a complete transformation, and an aura of power that transcended the mundane naturally spread out. Level 30 soul power converted into a Tier 1 Saint soul.
Success!
He felt his senses become exceptionally sharp, and the turbulent soul energy around him became gentle.
He could even vaguely see the tiny specks of light representing different attributes of the laws in the air.
Outside the tower, the values of the monitoring crystals first soared to an alarming level, then suddenly dropped to zero, meaning that the three powerful Saint soul level fluctuations had completely dissipated. Immediately afterwards, the brightness of the light spot representing Su Jie on the light screen surged, emitting a unique and stable radiance that only a holy soul possesses.
A sacred soul. He has condensed a sacred soul.
Su Xian has successfully condensed a sacred soul on the 8th level.
Dead silence. The entire square fell into a brief silence. Then, like a volcanic eruption, a deafening uproar and screams suddenly exploded. My God!
He broke through 7 levels in a row, and even broke through the 8th level with the help of the pressure from 3 Saint Soul level soul generals, achieving a first-tier Saint Soul at the age of 20.
Has such a monster ever appeared in the history of Xiao Daozhou? Not just in Xiao Daozhou.
Such talent would be enough to shake the entire central sacred domain. The youngest Earth-rank soul forger. Once certified, he will break all records in the entire Xian Tian Great World. With this young man here, the soul forging master championship in this 3000 Dao Prefectures tournament is practically a foregone conclusion for our Xiao Dao Prefecture. Han Mo was moved to tears and too excited to speak, only able to wave his arms vigorously. At this moment, no one had any doubts. Everyone was filled with boundless awe and anticipation. They understood that they were witnessing the birth of a legend.
And this legend comes from Xiao Daozhou, from Qianlu City, and is named Su Xian.
Inside the tower, Su Jie slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power of the holy soul within his body. An unprecedented sense of power filled his entire being. He glanced at the empty 8th floor, then turned his gaze to the final entrance to the 9th floor.
Let's go check out the 9th floor.
When the golden light representing Su Jie's holy soul powerfully illuminated the final level of the Tower of 10,000 Souls, the 9th level, the commotion and awe on the plaza outside the tower reached their peak.
The 9th floor. He really went in.
The 9th level of the Tower of 10,000 Souls has never been entered before.
What exactly is hidden inside?
I don't know. Ancient records are vague, only saying that only those with great fortune and perseverance can enter.
Going in is a 9 out of 10 chance of death. Everyone's hearts were in their throats once again.
Su Jie had created a miracle, condensing a holy soul, but the unknown of the 9th level still filled them with dread. dead. If he were to perish on the 9th level shortly after achieving sainthood, it would be an enormous loss that Zhao Daozhou would find difficult to bear.
The moment I stepped into the 9th floor, the surrounding scenery suddenly transformed into an endless starry sky.
Su Jie floated in the starry sky, with a slowly rotating nebula beneath his feet and stars twinkling in the distance. The place was eerily quiet, devoid of any of the violent aura of the demonic spirits, only a grand, ancient, and almost eternal silence.
Is this the 9th level of the Tower of 10,000 Souls?
Su Jie looked around warily. His saint's soul level perception spread rapidly like mercury spilling onto the ground, but it was as if he had been thrown into the sea by a mudox. He could not sense any life or energy fluctuations, only the purest and coldest cosmic vacuum. Just as he was wondering, the starry sky in front of him distorted slightly, and a blurry humanoid silhouette formed from starlight slowly appeared. It has no specific facial features, only a rough human shape, exuding an ancient aura that shares the same origin and roots as this starry sky. Another guest has arrived. A gentle yet profoundly weathered voice resounded deep within Su Jie's sacred soul, its gender indistinguishable.
Su Jie's heart tightened.
The being that could directly communicate with his holy soul was no ordinary being.
He cupped his hands and said in a humble,
yet respectful manner, Junior Su Xian has stumbled upon this place by mistake.
If I have caused any disturbance, I hope Senior will forgive me.
The starlight figure seemed to look at him, its voice tinged with surprise. Your bone age is not yet 20, your holy soul is just
beginning to form, and your foundation is incredibly strong.
Little guy, you did not stumble in, but are qualified to come here. It paused, then continued, you are not currently in Zhao Daozhou, but have been teleported to the core of the 10,000 Souls Tower, the starting point of the ancient starry road.
This is also the place where I, the Tower Spirit Stardust, lie dormant. Tower Spirit? Ancient Starry Sky Road?
Su Jie caught the key words and his heart stirred.
That's right. Stardust's voice rang out leisurely. The Tower of 10,000 Souls is not unique to Zhao Daozhou.
As long as it is a great world occupied by the human race, the Tower of 10,000 Souls will exist. It is not only a testing ground for soul forgers under the age of 30 to acquire soul power resources, but more importantly, it serves as a selection process. Select those seeds that are qualified to embark on the ancient star road and have the potential to expand the human race's territory across the myriad worlds. The ancient starry road connects countless great worlds, realms, and secret realms, containing opportunities and dangers beyond the imagination of this world.
Su Jie's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, the 9th level held a great secret.
This ancient starry road sounded far more grand than any heavenly pride battle.
Why are you telling me all this, Senior?
Su Jie asked directly.
Stardust emitted a soft, chuckle-like mental fluctuation. I'm telling you because you're qualified to know.
Only those prodigies under 30 years of bone age who enter this place. Everyone will receive a spot in preparation for embarking on the ancient path of the stars in the future, but you are more special. Its gaze seemed to penetrate Su Jie's physical body, seeing the illusory, god-slaying sword in his sea of consciousness, as well as the original imprint of his super god-level martial soul and fighting saint body deep in his soul.
You carry the scent of those above you, Stardust said meaningfully. Though faint, it is of extremely high rank. You are qualified to obtain an ancient road token ahead of time.
After saying that, a dazzling starlight flew out from Stardust's body, slowly drifting towards Su Jie, and finally transforming into a palm-sized token that was neither gold nor jade, engraved with complex star maps and profound runes, which fell into his hand.
The token felt cool to the touch, and Su Jie could sense faint fluctuations in spatial coordinates within it.
This is the Star Path Guide. Once you reach the Celestial Realm, you can use this item to activate the ancient star path on any of the 9th levels of the Myriad Souls Tower and begin your journey. Stardust cautioned, remember, do not attempt this lightly before reaching the Celestial Phenomenon Realm.
The ancient road is
fraught with danger, and you cannot withstand it solely with the power of your sacred soul.
Your current realm is still too low.
Su Jie carefully put away the token.
Thank you for your generous gift, Senior.
No need for further words, this is what you deserve. Stardust's figure gradually faded away.
Alright, this place is not safe to stay any longer.
As a reward, in addition to the Star Path Guide, I will also give you a wisp of Star Soul Essence to help you stabilize your nascent holy soul and experience the wonders of the Holy Soul. A highly refined point of light, radiating pure starlight, merged into Su Jie's brow. In an instant, he felt as if his holy soul was immersed in an ocean of warm starlight. The minor damage caused by the forced breakthrough and battle was instantly healed, and his holy soul became more solid and transparent, raising his control over power to a new level. He even developed a vague affinity for the laws related to stars.
Go ahead, those little guys outside are probably getting impatient.
Stardust's voice carried a hint of laughter before finally fading away completely. The starry sky around Su Jie shattered, and a gentle repulsive force emanated from him. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the golden dot on the screen that remained on the 9th floor. Time seemed to stand still.
How long has it been? Almost an incense stick's time has passed, hasn't it? What exactly is hidden on the 9th floor? Why hasn't he he come out yet? Could it be?
Just as all the speculation and worries reached their peak, the golden light spot on the ninth layer of the light screen suddenly flashed and then disappeared. The next moment, the gates of the Tower of 10,000 Souls slowly opened, and Su Jie appeared at the entrance. He looked no different from when he went in, except that his clothes were slightly wrinkled. The dark mass of people outside fell silent instantly, all eyes fixed on him, their expressions a complex mix of emotions: admiration, jealousy, doubt, and above all, shock at whether this guy was even human. That was the unique aura of the Holy Soul. Although he deliberately restrained it, the oppressive feeling brought about by the leap in life level still made all those whose soul power had not reached the Holy Soul realm feel a tremor in the depths of their souls. A Holy Soul. It really is the pressure of a Holy Soul. He did it. He really made it out of the ninth floor alive. Su Xian, Su Xian, Su Xian. No one knows who shouted it first, but then the entire square erupted in deafening cheers. Inside the Tower of 10,000 Souls, Su Jie, who had condensed a saint's soul at the age of 20, became the pride of the soul forgers of Zhao Daozhou. Han Mo rushed forward, his face flushed with excitement, and tightly grasped Su Jie's hand, his voice trembling. Master Su, you really condensed your holy soul inside? Su Jie lightly patted the dust off his sleeves, his tone as relaxed as if he had just finished shopping. Yeah, it was quite lively inside. I played with them for a bit, and I don't know how I managed to condense a holy soul. The words, though small, were exceptionally clear in the quiet square. Just playing around. The soul forger next to him, who had just been knocked out of the fifth floor, twitched at the corner of his mouth and almost choked. My sacred soul is complete. Next, I need to figure out how to make money and open up my supreme divine treasury. The battle of 3,000 Dao provinces prodigies? Perfect for testing my skills. Looking at the excited faces before him, Su Jie seemed to see himself in the battle of the prodigies, punching the holy sons of various Dao states, kicking the goddesses of all walks of life, and incidentally using soul weapons to make his opponents suffer unbearable pain. Yes, keep a low profile, Su Jie murmured to himself, his smile becoming even more amiable. Just then, an irresistible pressure suddenly descended. The crowd seemed to be cleaved apart by an invisible hand, and three elderly men dressed in purple gold soul-forging robes appeared before Su Jie in an instant. The leader had white hair and beard, an ancient face, and above the three crossed hammers on his chest badge, 7 stars were clearly visible. Celestial 7-star Soul Forger, one of the deputy hall masters of the Soul Forging Hall of Zhao Daozhou, a powerful expert in the weaving law realm who controls at least one complete law. The two behind him were top-tier experts at the 5th and 6th level of the heavenly rank, respectively. As soon as the three appeared, the previously noisy square fell silent. Everyone subconsciously held their breath, bowed, and dared not utter a sound. Han Mo quickly stepped back and respectfully said, "Greetings, Vice Hall Master Ling, Elder Chen, Elder Wu." Vice Hall Master Ling's gaze was fixed on Su Jie as if it were a physical object, his eyes not only scrutinizing but also filled with a burning expectation. He didn't care about Su Jie's ordinary appearance. The connection between their holy souls allowed him to clearly perceive the nascent but infinitely potential holy soul origin within the young man's body. "So you are Su Xian?" Vice Hall Master Ling's voice was calm yet authoritative. "You are not yet 20 years old, yet you have already condensed a saint's soul within the Tower of 10,000 Souls and stepped onto the 9th level. Good, very good." He didn't give anyone around him a chance to interrupt, and said directly to Su Jie, "This is not the place to talk. This concerns the ranking of the Zhao Daozhou prodigy battle. Come with me to the main hall for a detailed discussion. Han Mo, I will record your contribution." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful spatial force enveloped Su Jie. In a flash, the surrounding scenery changed, shifting him from the bustling square to an ancient and solemn hall with countless profound soul patterns engraved on its walls. The other two Earth-rank elders followed closely behind. Only 5 people remained inside the hall. Vice Hall Master Ling waved his hand, setting up a soundproof barrier. He stared intently at Su Jie and said bluntly, "Su Xian, stop talking nonsense. Now that you have condensed your saint's soul, you are qualified to be certified as an Earth-rank soul forger according to the rules. However, the difference between Earth-rank and spirit mortal is like heaven and earth. The key lies in the law fragments." His tone was heavy. Ordinary celestial phenomenon realm martial artists, after condensing their sacred soul, need to spend several years, decades, or even longer to comprehend and condense a fragment of law power within their sacred soul, and then attempt to fuse it into their soul weapon in order to achieve Earth rank. And the 3,000 Dao provinces heavenly pride battle is imminent, and the battle will begin in less than 2 months. Elder Chen, standing nearby, eagerly chimed in, "Time is too tight. Even if you are exceptionally talented and your saint's soul is far more stable than that of ordinary people, condensing fragments of laws cannot be achieved simply by accumulating soul power. The fate of our soul forging lineage in Zhao Daozhou, whether we can break through in this soul forging master professional league of the heavenly pride battle and surpass our old rivals, now largely rests on your shoulders." Elder Wu said in a deep voice, "Headquarters resources will be tilted towards you to help you comprehend the laws. laws. However, whether you can touch the threshold of the laws
within 2 months and forge even the lowest level Earth rank soul weapon is still unknown.
Su Xian, you need to be mentally prepared. This path is extremely difficult. The three Earth rank giants focused their gazes on Su Jie, their eyes filled with both high hopes and undisguised worries. They witnessed the birth of a miracle, but they were well aware of how difficult it was to comprehend the laws.
For a newcomer who
had just advanced to the Saint Soul realm, forging an Earth rank soul weapon in less than 2 months was an almost impossible task. Su Jie felt the gazes of the three big shots, but he did not show the solemnity or tension they expected. He looked directly at the three hall masters and elders, and calmly said, "Within 2 months, provided there are sufficient resources, I will do my utmost to condense a fragment of the power of law and contribute my share to the Soul Forger Guild of Zhao Daozhou." Although he didn't finish his sentence, the composure and confidence in his eyes sent a shiver down the spines of the three, including the well-informed Vice Hall Master Ling.
After a moment of contemplation, Vice Hall Master Ling decided to put even more pressure on Su Jie. "Su Xian, it's good that you have such aspirations,"
he said solemnly. "According to our intelligence, among the 3,000 Dao states participating in this Heavenly Pride battle, the top 3 Dao state soul forger teams have each trained a soul forger who condensed a Saint Soul before the age of 30 and successfully certified as a Earth Rank 1 star. Su Jie knew that becoming a Earth Rank soul forger before the age of 30 was extremely prestigious, and each of them was a peerless genius who caused a sensation. Elder Chen added, Gu Huang of Xuanqiang Daozhou, Yu Xianzi of Wanfa Daozhou, and Zhang Wuji of Bushuo Daozhou. These 3 individuals were all nearing the age of 30, and it took them almost 2 years to comprehend the laws and condense fragments of those laws before they recently succeeded in forging a low-grade soul weapon imbued with the power of the laws, thus completing the certification process. Elder Wu looked at Su Jie with a complicated expression. "Su Xian, your greatest advantage, and also your greatest disadvantage, is your youth.
To be able to condense a Saint Soul at the age of 20 is unprecedented and your potential is limitless.
But precisely because you are young, the time you've had to condense your holy soul is far too short. Compared to opponents who have cultivated their skills for many years, you are inherently at a disadvantage, both in terms of the stability of your holy soul and your perception and control of the laws." Vice Hall Master Ling summarized, 2 months is not only a time for you to complete the mental transformation from mortal soul power to holy soul, but also a time to overcome the most difficult step to comprehend the power of the law and condense a fragment of the law within the holy soul. Your competitors, however, have already taken solid steps down this path.
Time is your biggest weakness at present.
The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy once again. The 3 powerful figures made their meaning clear. Su Jie was a once-in-a-millennium genius, but even geniuses need time to grow, and the battle of the prodigies would not wait for anyone. Su Jie listened quietly, his face remaining calm.
Gu Huang, Moon Fairy, Zhang Wuji, approaching 30 years old, Earth Rank 1 star, fragments of the power of laws.
He possesses the god-level martial soul, Jia, in his sea of consciousness, and is naturally highly compatible with the laws of thunder, destruction, and judgment. He has the time-space Dao, and although the fusion degree is only 2%, he can already intuitively perceive the laws of time and space. Not to mention the orange quality martial heart, which boosts comprehension by 400%, and the recently comprehended true meaning of all things. Any one of these resources, if used, would be enough to make all experts at the celestial phenomenon realm take notice.
2 months? For Su Jie, that's more than enough time.
Of course, he also needs to open up at least 7 celestial-level divine treasures in the next 2 months.
Is age a disadvantage? Is time running out?
For him, it was more like a driving force. He slightly raised his head, glancing at the 3 solemn-looking palace lords, a faint, almost imperceptible smile appearing at the corner of his lips.
Palace Master, Elder.
Precisely because time is of the essence, we should not be discussing the strength of our opponents here.
Please tell me directly what resources headquarters can provide to help me comprehend the laws?
Also, when can I start the certification process for Earth Rank Soul Forger?
2 months is enough.
His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable certainty, as if the formidable barriers of law and the 3 renowned opponents were merely stepping stones he had to tread on his path forward.
The 3, including Vice Hall Master Ling, exchanged glances, seeing shock and a surge of fervent passion in each other's eyes. This child has an iron will.
Perhaps, a miracle really will happen. Meeting the expectant yet worried gazes of the 3 heavenly rank soul forgers, Su Jie suddenly changed the subject, his face displaying a perfectly timed difficult expression. Palace Master Ling, Elder Chen, Elder Wu, I will certainly do my utmost in comprehending the laws.
However, he paused, then pointed to himself, have you seniors overlooked my martial arts level?
The 3, including Vice Hall Master Ling, were all taken aback, and subconsciously scanned Su Jie's entire body again with their divine senses. Previously, their attention was almost entirely drawn to the newly born, infinitely potential holy soul. Coupled with Su Jie's calm demeanor, they subconsciously assumed that the person who could condense a holy soul at this moment was at least at the peak of the divine treasure realm and martial arts, and might even have touched the threshold of the celestial phenomenon realm. He was an unparalleled genius who cultivated both soul and martial arts. However, at this moment, reminded by Su Jie, they suddenly woke up and clearly felt that the source energy fluctuations in Su Jie's body were still at the peak of the 9th level of the origin realm.
The origin realm? Elder Chen couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, his face full of shock.
Elder Wu was also stunned, his hand stroking his beard immediately stopping.
This, Saint's soul and origin realm, this. Even the seasoned Vice Hall Master Ling couldn't help but twitch his eye.
A Saintly soul linked to a Qi refining realm martial artist, this combination was simply too bizarre, unheard of. The power of the Holy Soul is astonishing. How could an ordinary origin realm physical body withstand it without collapsing? The secrets hidden within this child are far deeper than they imagine. Looking at the fascinating expressions on their faces, Su Jie was secretly delighted, but his face became even more sincere. That's right, my martial arts level is indeed low. The seniors must know that comprehending and condensing fragments of laws, especially fusing them into soul weapons, not only requires extremely high soul power, but also places a huge burden on the physical body.
With my current origin realm physique, I'm afraid my physical body won't be able to withstand the backlash before I can even truly activate the laws.
He sighed, looking rather helpless. Therefore, I'm afraid I'll have to spend some time breaking through to the divine treasure realm first and strengthen my physical foundation by taking advantage of the primordial baptism when opening the divine treasure. Only in this way will I have the confidence to try to come into contact with the laws. These words were so reasonable that the three heavenly rank experts were immediately speechless. That's right, the power of laws is no child's play. Without a sufficiently strong physical body as a vessel, blindly trying to comprehend it is tantamount to self-destruction.
But the problem is time. Vice Hall Master Ling couldn't help but smile bitterly.
He had originally hoped that Su Jie could create a miracle within these 2 months and touch the threshold of the laws.
Now, he has to focus on breaking through to the divine treasury realm. Opening up the divine treasury is not something that can be done overnight. It requires
finding a power that suits oneself, accumulating strength, and cultivating in seclusion.
With all this going on, how much time is left to comprehend the laws? Elder Chen and Elder Wu exchanged a glance and shook their heads, their fervent anticipation visibly cooling.
They both thought in unison. This young man's talent in the Soul Dao is unparalleled, but his weakness in martial arts cultivation has become a fatal bottleneck.
2 months is too short.
It's already extremely difficult for him to successfully open up the divine treasure, let alone try to comprehend the laws at the same time.
Difficult, extremely difficult.
Vice Hall Master Ling took a deep breath, his tone tinged with undisguised disappointment, yet he maintained his composure. It was my impatience.
You are absolutely right. A solid foundation is indeed important.
In that case, you should focus on breaking through to the divine treasury realm. As for the battle of the prodigies, do your best. With your saint soul aptitude, even if you fail to forge an earth-rank soul weapon, as long as you can break into the top 5 in the soul forging master competition and earn points for my purple cloud Dao state, that will already be an earth-shattering achievement. The meaning of these words is quite clear. They no longer hold much hope for Su Jie to compete for the top 3, or even challenge those 3 earth-rank 1-star prodigies.
Making it into the top 5 is a huge victory for Zhixiao Daozhou.
Seeing their almost give-up expressions, Su Jie felt anxious.
Top 5? Are you kidding me? Su Jie's goal has always been to be number 1.
What's more, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to grab. No, to secure resources. Let him earn the 700,000 top-grade source crystals needed to open the 7 heavenly-level divine treasures himself.
How many soul artifacts could he sell for that? When will that happen?
He immediately stepped forward, the difficulty and helplessness on his face vanishing instantly, replaced by a sharp and compelling confidence, his gaze fixed intently on Vice Hall Master Ling and the other 2.
Palace Master, Elder.
Opening a divine treasure simply takes a long time. But what if I said, there's no need to wait, and I'm confident I can open the divine treasure right now? Before the 3 could recover from the shock of his words, Su Jie no longer concealed his intentions and directly stated his conditions. As long as you can provide me with enough top-grade source crystals right now, I will immediately go into seclusion to break through to the divine treasure realm.
Moreover, I am confident that the divine treasure I open will be no ordinary one.
He deliberately emphasized the words top-grade source crystal and extraordinary, his eyes shining brightly, as if he had seen a mountain of gold and silver. Well, a promising young man full of fighting spirit.
How much? Vice Hall Master Ling asked the question almost reflexively, somewhat bewildered by Su Jie's sudden turn of events and astonishing confidence.
Su Jie smiled slightly, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, and announced a number, at least 1 million top-grade source crystals.
The more the better.
He was prepared to negotiate. Unexpectedly, when Vice Hall Master Ling heard this number, his originally solemn expression relaxed, and he even exchanged a glance with Elder Chen and Elder Wu, a hint of amusement flashing in their eyes.
1 million top-grade source crystals? Vice Hall Master Ling said with a hint of sarcasm.
Boy Su, you really have the nerve to ask us for something.
I thought you would want some rare treasure containing the essence of laws.
Elder Chen smiled as well, casually tossing Su Jie a storage ring with an antique design, his tone as relaxed as if he were tossing a handful of candy. Take it. There are 10 million top-grade source crystals inside. Consider it your appearance fee from the Soul Forging Master headquarters. We have plenty of top-grade source crystals in our headquarters warehouse, they're just taking up space. Su Jie subconsciously took the ring, and upon probing it with his divine sense, he was immediately dazzled by the mountain of top-grade source crystals, radiating immense and pure energy.
10 million.
10 times more than he had expected. Elder Wu stroked his beard, staring at him with interest. Kid, you have enough resources. I'd like to see what level of divine treasure
you can open up after making such a boast.
Don't let this appearance fee of 10 million top-grade source crystals go to waste. Holding the incredibly valuable storage ring, Su Jie felt the surging energy fluctuations within it, and his heart involuntarily quickened its pace.
It's done.
The energy needed to open up the 7 celestial level divine treasures is now completely secured. He forcibly suppressed his inner elation, striving to maintain composure on his face, and solemnly bowed to the 3 powerful figures. Palace Master, Elders, please rest assured, Su Xian will live up to your expectations. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: breakthrough.
Immediately. Right now.
Let these big shots witness firsthand what truly cheat-like cultivation speed looks like. Today, let them see just how powerful this peerless genius who opened up the 7 heavenly treasures really is. Vice Hall Master Ling personally led Su Jie, and in an instant, they arrived at an extremely large cultivation room deep within the main hall. This cultivation room is entirely constructed of soul-suppressing stones that isolate divine consciousness, and the ground is engraved with intricate, spirit-gathering array patterns. It is large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people cultivating at the same time without feeling crowded.
It's absolutely safe here, and no one will disturb you. You can focus on your breakthrough.
After saying this, Vice Hall Master Ling retreated to a corner with Elders Chen and Wu, casually setting up several layers of protective barriers, and prepared to observe with great interest. They also wanted to see for themselves what kind of trouble this kid, who had spent 10 million top-grade source crystals to open up the divine treasure, could cause. Looking at the overly empty cultivation room and feeling the mountain of source crystals piled up in his storage ring, Su Jie gritted his teeth and said, whatever, it's not mine anyway, might as well spend it. With a thought, he poured out those 10 million top-grade source crystals like dumping garbage. In an instant, the entire training room was almost filled with dazzling top-grade source crystals. The extremely pure source energy was so concentrated that it turned into a tangible mist and even gathered into small puddles of source liquid in the low-lying areas of the ground.
The 3 Heavenly Realm experts' lips twitched slightly.
This kid, this isn't cultivation, he's clearly swimming in the source crystal sea. Su Jie paid no attention to their expressions, sitting cross-legged in the center of the source crystal sea, his mind sinking into his body.
System, are you ready?
10 million source crystals are plentiful. Charge.
Command confirmed.
Using the God-level martial soul calamity as the core, the power of the Holy Soul as the guide, and the power of the primordial calamity as the foundation, the primordial transformation technique is activated to construct the origin furnace and begin forcibly opening the divine treasury. The energy supply interface is fully connected. In an instant, the chaotic lightning-shaped martial soul Jie in Su Jie's sea of consciousness suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. His newly born holy soul power was like the most precise probe, guiding the surging primordial tribulation power within his body to break through the barrier of the hidden potential of the human body.
The first divine treasure barrier was easily breached.
A surge of energy poured into it, gradually forming a nascent form radiating a sharp golden light, the golden element divine treasure, mortal level.
Just at the mortal level?
Elder Chen, standing in the corner, frowned slightly. Then, the second, third, fourth, and fifth ones were activated in succession.
Wood element divine treasure, mortal level.
Water-based divine treasure, mortal level.
Fire element divine treasure, mortal level.
Earth element divine treasure, mortal level. The 5 elements divine treasury was opened one after another, and all of them were mortal level white phantoms. Although Vice Hall Master Ling was shocked that Su Jie was able to open up 5 unprecedented divine treasures in Zhixiao Daozhou, the expectation on his face had dissipated, replaced by a look of doubt. With Su Jie's foundation and this massive amount of resources, even if he can't directly unlock a heaven-level treasure, surely getting a few earth-level divine treasures shouldn't be a problem, right? Why are they all at the bottom level, the mortal level? What's the use of a mortal-level divine treasure? 5 mortal-level treasures combined can't even compare to the power of 1 earth-level treasure. The 6th divine treasure is unlocked, the soul divine treasure, mortal level. The 7th divine treasure is unlocked, the bloodline divine treasure, mortal level. The 7 divine treasures, encompassing the 7 most fundamental areas of the human body, the 5 elements, the soul, and the bloodline, have all been successfully opened. However, the 7 faint white specks of light floating around Su Jie clearly revealed their quality. All of them were of the mortal level. Inside the cultivation room, the millions of top-grade source crystals that had been piled up like mountains had lost their luster and spiritual energy, turning into stubborn stones scattered all over the ground.
The corner fell into dead silence. The three Heavenly Realm experts exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions incredibly complex. To open up the 7 divine treasures. This was an unprecedented feat, showcasing Su Jie's profound foundation and boundless potential. But what on earth are these 7 mortal-level divine treasures? They're like pearls covered in dust, or precious swords rusted. This huge contrast left them momentarily at a loss, wondering whether to be shocked by the quantity or to lament the poor quality. Su Jie himself was also dumbfounded. He felt the 7 divine primordial sources within his body, which, although successfully opened, offered only a negligible increase in power. The extra combat strength boost was a paltry 7 sources. Looking at the 7 shabby white light phantoms, the muscles on his face twitched. This isn't how the script was written. What happened to the promised 7 heavenly treasures that would astound the entire audience? What happened to the promised submission of the powerful figures? He was even wondering whether he should be humble or reserved when receiving worship later. And then, this? 7 mortal-level beings? It was like smearing mud on his face. System, you've ripped me off. Su Jie roared inwardly. 10 million top-grade source crystals. And all I got were 7 blank items? What happened to the surprise? Ding. Host question detected. Surprise delivered. Ding. Host's martial arts realm has been detected as advancing to the divine treasure realm. 7 mortal-level divine treasures have been unlocked, resulting in an additional combat power boost of 7 sources. 1 source equals 1 million star levels. The power of the divine treasures will feed back to the user, providing 20% of the base combat power, increasing basic combat power by 1.4 sources. PS, mortal level, white phantom, increases combat power by 1 source. Spirit level, blue, increases combat power by 2 sources. Earth level, purple, increases combat power by 5 sources. Heaven level, gold, increases combat power by 10 sources. Saint level, red, increases combat power by 30 sources. The host has condensed a sacred soul, and the essence of life has leaped forward. Although the initial grade of the divine treasure he opened was mortal, its foundation has been reshaped by the characteristics of the primordial transformation technique, the origin of the sacred soul, and a massive amount of top-grade source crystals, transforming it into a growth-type divine treasure. Currently, divine treasures can increase their own grade without side effects by absorbing divine treasure essences of the same attribute or origin, regardless of quality, up to surpassing the saint level, with unlimited potential. Host, are you satisfied with this surprise? A growth-type divine treasure? It can even devour other people's divine treasures to level up, and there are no side effects? It can even surpass the saint level? The feeling of being plunged into an ice cellar was instantly ignited by this huge surprise, and my emotions soared like a rocket. He looked up at the 3 big shots whose eyes were filled with complex emotions and regret. The embarrassment and disappointment on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a strange smile that he tried hard to suppress. His eyes were like those of a hungry wolf eyeing a fat sheep. Ahem. Su Jie cleared his throat and asked Vice Hall Master Ling and the 2 elders in a tentative tone. Palace Master Elder, are the resources abundant in our soul-forging master headquarters, or in our Zhao dojo, in the prisons where demonic beasts or hostile martial artists are held? Su Jie's question was so abrupt that the 3 heavenly rank soul forgers, who were already filled with regret and confusion, were all stunned. Prison? Vice Hall Master Ling frowned slightly, looking somewhat puzzled. Our soul-forging master headquarters has its own prison, specifically for detaining those fools who are blind and cause trouble. The various prisons in Zhao dojo also imprison countless ferocious demonic beasts and human scum. Why would you ask about this? Su Jie's strange smile grew even more pronounced. He pointed to the 7 pitiful white mortal-level divine phantoms beside him, his tone carrying an indescribable excitement. Palace Master Elders, do you think that my 7 mortal-level divine treasures are already useless? Elder Chen sighed, his tone full of regret. Young Su, being able to open up the 7 divine treasures already proves that you have a profound foundation. It's simply heaven-defying. But this grade, alas, it's truly a case of heaven being jealous of talent. He couldn't help but use a colloquialism. Elder Wu shook his head and sighed. What a pity, what a pity. No, no, no. Su Jie quickly waved his hand, his eyes gleaming. It's not a pity at all. Seniors, please take a closer look. With a thought, he activated one of the metal element divine treasures. The white phantom trembled slightly, but did not emit any strong metallic aura. However, deep within its core, a chaotic vortex, extremely small yet with an exceptionally complex structure, faintly emerged, emitting a barely perceptible yet subtly trembling presence that caused the 3 heavenly rank expert saint souls to tremble slightly, a devouring intent. This is... Vice Hall Master Ling's pupils suddenly contracted. As a heaven-rank soul forger, his perception of energy and rules was extremely keen. Su Jie stopped keeping them in suspense, chuckled, revealing his neat teeth, and uttered a truth that left the 3 experienced bigwigs speechless. Thanks to the massive resources provided by my predecessors and the assistance of my holy soul, my 7 mortal-level divine treasures, they are alive. No, they can grow. Su Jie gestured excitedly. Although they are currently at the mortal level, they are not picky eaters at all. As long as it is a divine source of the same attribute, whether it is mortal, spirit, earth, or heaven level, they can devour it. They can level up by devouring it. And there are no side effects. Theoretically speaking, as long as there is enough feed and it is good enough, my little darlings can eat their way up to the saint level. A deathly silence. The three heavenly realm experts were completely stunned, their expressions shifting from regret and confusion to utter shock and absurdity. The discovery of the 7 great divine treasures is unheard of. The 7 mortal level divine treasures are truly bizarre among bizarre. But these 7 mortal level divine treasures are actually growth type treasures that can be devoured and upgraded? This is far beyond their comprehension. Ancient texts don't record it. Legends don't mention it either. This is simply defying all reason.
Vice Hall Master Ling took several deep breaths to barely suppress the turmoil in his heart. He looked at Su Jie with an extremely complex expression, which finally turned into a sigh tinged with amusement and rebuke.
Good lad, you really scared this old man to death. I thought that the once-in-a-millennium genius of my Zhixiao dojo was just ruined like this.
Elder Chen also realized what was happening and clapped his hands, laughing loudly.
Ha! A divine treasure that can devour and upgrade. Excellent! Excellent!
This has even greater potential than a fixed-grade heavenly level divine treasure.
It just consumes more feed.
Elder Wu's eyes lit up, and he immediately grasped the key point. So, you just asked about the prison.
Su Jie nodded vigorously, his eyes burning as if he were staring at a mountain of gold. That's right, Palace Master. Don't those imprisoned demon beasts and prisoners all have divine treasures on them? Since they're just wasting resources anyway, why not make use of them? Use them as appetizers for my 7 little darlings?
He rubbed his hands together, his face full of anticipation. Our soul-forging Master Hall has a profound foundation, so we shouldn't lack this kind of feed, right? The three, including Vice Hall Master Ling, exchanged glances and saw the same light in each other's eyes, the excited light of discovering a supreme treasure and finding the correct way to cultivate it.
Missing?
Vice Hall Master Ling waved his hand, his heroic spirit soaring.
I will immediately issue an order to register all prisoners and demonic beasts
with the 5 elements, soul, and bloodline attributes in the main hall's prison and the major prisons in dojo, and transfer them to you with priority.
Elder Chen added, that's right. This is a perfect opportunity to clean up a bunch of stubborn fools. Kid Su, go ahead and eat. Swallow as much as you can. I want to see just how far you can go with these 7 mortal level divine treasures.
Su Jie was overjoyed, feeling like a national treasure being nurtured and developed, and he was extremely excited.
Thank you, Palace Master. Thank you, Elder.
In his mind, he seemed to see countless divine treasures flying towards him like candy beans. The 7 small white divine treasures were gradually turning into top-grade divine treasures that were glittering with gold, filled with purple aura, and even soaring with red light at a speed visible to the naked eye.
However,
Vice Hall Master Ling changed the subject, looking at Su Jie with a sly smile. Su boy, we've invested so much, the feed is
definitely plentiful.
If you don't get first place in the Soul Forger project at the Heavenly Pride Battle 2 months from now, humph.
Su Jie's chest heaved violently, brimming with confidence.
Don't worry, Palace Master. I'll not only bring back the top spot, but I'll also take the top spot in the martial arts tournament. Anyone who dares to block my way, I'll dazzle them with my divine treasures. Inside the meditation room, the knowing chuckles of an old man and a young man could be heard.
Deputy Hall Master Ling was extremely efficient.
Shortly after the soul message was sent, there was a commotion outside the cultivation room. Several powerful celestial realm warriors, dressed in the robes of the main hall's law enforcement officers, escorted hundreds of specially made cages and shackled prisoners into the room.
These prisoners and the demonic beasts in the cages all appeared weak, but the residual energy fluctuations on their bodies indicated that they indeed possessed divine treasures with attributes of the 5 elements, soul, or bloodline.
Palace Master Ling, this is the first batch, mainly consisting of some divine treasure realm prisoners who have committed serious crimes and are stubbornly unrepentant, as well as several ferocious and
untamed demonic beasts. Their divine treasure attributes have been preliminarily screened and meet your requirements.
The head of the enforcement team respectfully reported to Vice Palace Master Ling.
Vice Hall Master Ling coldly surveyed the prisoners and demonic beasts filing in, then waved for the enforcement captain to lead his men out of the cultivation room.
After everyone left, his smile returned, and he said, although you can devour the divine treasures within other people's bodies, the divine treasures of the celestial phenomenon realm have
already transformed into the foundation of the Dharma aspect. Forcibly devouring them will trigger a backlash from the laws, which would be a loss. These are your current resources. This junior understands. Su Jie nodded, his gaze sweeping over the batch of resources.
Among the hundreds of prisoners and demonic beasts before him, there were quite a few with the aura of earth-level divine treasures, and he could even vaguely sense the fluctuations of 1 or 2 heaven-level divine treasures. Clearly, the main hall went to great lengths to cultivate him, even providing him with prisoners from the heavenly divine treasury for him to absorb.
Let's begin.
Vice Hall Master Ling and Elders Chen and Wu stepped aside, ready to witness this unprecedented breeding process. Su Jie first approached approached a prisoner who possessed the sharp metal divine treasure, mortal level.
This person's cultivation level was not high, and he looked terrified.
With a thought, a chaotic vortex quietly appeared at the core of the golden element divine treasury, and an invisible devouring force enveloped the target. The prisoner felt a certain source within his body being forcibly stripped away, and a faint white gold elemental source flowed into Su Jie's golden element divine treasury. The white phantom solidified slightly, and its light intensified a little, but it was still some distance away from advancing to the spirit level. As expected, the effect of a mortal devouring another mortal is negligible. Su Jie understood this and immediately turned to a sword cultivator who possessed the Dingjin divine treasure, earth grade. The power of devouring erupted once more.
Ugh! The sword cultivator groaned as a thick, blue-glowing strand of metal elemental essence was extracted and quickly merged into the metal element divine treasury.
The effect was remarkable. The white divine phantom changed color at a speed visible to the naked eye, from pure white to light blue, and finally stabilized in dark blue.
Golden element divine treasure has successfully advanced to the spirit level.
A sharper force than before surged forth, and Su Jie felt a significant increase in his affinity for the metal element.
Great, it really can upgrade.
Elder Chen smiled excitedly.
Su Jie's spirits lifted, and he unleashed his magic once more.
He found the tree spirit possessing the azure wood divine treasure, spirit level, and devoured it. The wood element divine treasure instantly transformed from white to light blue. Immediately following, a stone ape possessing the thick earth divine treasure, heavenly level, devoured it. The powerful earthy yellow primordial energy was infused, causing the earth element divine treasury to vibrate violently.
Its color surged from white, passed through blue, and finally settled on deep purple. Earth element divine treasure has successfully advanced to earth rank.
A profound and steady sense of power spread throughout his body, and Su Jie felt that his foundation had become more solid.
Tisk, that's a leap of a whole level.
Elder Wu commented with great interest. Su Jie, like a greedy glutton, roamed through this vast canteen, devouring everything in sight. The prisoner's curses and the monster's howls mingled in the background, while streams of colorful divine essence flowed into the sea, nourishing his 7 greedy vortexes. As he continued to devour, he increasingly felt that as the quality of the divine treasure improved, the required experience also increased exponentially. Golden element divine treasure. He devoured 5 earth-level golden element divine treasures to advance from the spirit level to the earth level.
After remaining at the spirit level, the wood element divine treasure devoured 3 earth-level wood element divine treasures before emitting a purple glow and successfully advancing to the earth level.
The progress of the soul treasure and bloodline treasure is slow due to the scarcity and generally low quality of their corresponding feed, with both treasures only advancing to the spirit level. When this batch of over 100 resources was completely exhausted, Su Jie's 7 fundamental divine treasures were now completely renewed.
Golden element divine treasure, earth level, purple. Wood element divine treasure, earth grade, purple. Water element divine treasure, earth level, purple. Fire element divine treasure, earth grade, purple. Earth element divine treasure, earth level, purple. Soul treasure, spirit level, blue. Bloodline divine treasure, spirit rank, blue.
Although it is still some distance from the goal of the 7 heavenly realms, it is a world of difference compared to the initial 7 shabby white dots. Su Jie clearly felt that the surging primal power within his body far exceeded that of others of the same level, and the potential of the 7 divine treasures was initially stimulated.
Ding!
Detected that the host possesses 5 earth-level divine treasures and 2 spirit-level divine treasures.
The additional combat power bonus from these divine
treasures has been increased to 29 source. The power of these divine treasures is fed back to the host at a rate of 20%, increasing base combat power by 5.8 source. Current base combat strength 8.3 source, additional combat strength 41 source. Vice Hall Master Ling said calmly, with each increase in the divine treasury's origin, your foundation becomes more solid.
How do you feel now compared to before?
After carefully experiencing it, Su Jie replied earnestly, reporting to the palace master, the feeling is very obvious.
The source power I can
mobilize far exceeds that of others of the same level, and my perception of various elemental energies in the world is also several times more acute, especially the 5 divine treasures of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, which have reached the earth level. I feel that if I were to fight someone now, relying solely on the enhancement of these divine treasures, without even using my sacred soul, I could easily crush an ordinary celestial phenomenon realm martial artist.
This is the terrifying aspect of a solid foundation.
Quantitative changes have finally led to qualitative changes, and the potential brought by the 7 growth-type divine treasures is gradually being transformed into real combat power.
Vice Hall Master Ling nodded in satisfaction.
Very good. The more solid the foundation, the greater the advantage when condensing the Dharma image and comprehending the laws of the future.
Keep going.
Don't worry about the supplies, we have plenty. I want to see what a magnificent sight it will be when all 7 heavenly divine treasures are gathered in one body. Just imagining a soul forger sitting on the throne of the chief martial artist of the 3,000 Dao provinces.
Just thinking about that scene makes me feel feel excited. Upon hearing this, Su Jie's spirits lifted once more. He looked at the second batch of supplies that had arrived, his eyes once again burning with fervor and hunger. Absorb as much as you like. Vice Hall Master Ling waved his hand, indicating, the next batch of resources is already on its way, with even more prisoners possessing heavenly-level divine treasures. Young Su, eat as much as you want. I want to see just how much your 7 bottomless pits can hold. Su Jie's gluttonous journey continues. The second and third batches of resources are continuously being sent into the cultivation room. As the number of divine treasures he devours increases, he clearly feels that the appetite of the earth-level divine treasures is exceptionally large. Each time a single earth-level divine treasure origin is invested, it's like a stone sinking into the sea, only causing a faint flicker of purple light. After 2 or 3 are invested, the illusory image of the divine treasure begins to solidify slightly. Advancing from earth level to heaven level seems to be separated by an insurmountable chasm. It's so difficult to go from earth level to heaven level. Su Jie looked at the almost unchanged purple light of the fire element. Divine treasure, after he had just devoured a blazing sun divine treasure, earth level, and couldn't help but complain again. He had lost count of how many earth level divine treasures he had devoured. Ah, kid, now you know how powerful it is, right? Elder Chen laughed from the side. For an ordinary martial artist to be able to open up a level 1 divine treasure is already a stroke of luck from heaven, enough to make them a dominant force in a region. You want to upgrade all 7 basic divine treasures to the heavenly level? The resources required would be astronomical. Fortunately, my soul forging master's hall has a deep foundation and can support you, you little glutton. Looking at the 5 stable purple divine treasures and 2 blue divine treasure phantoms surrounding Su Jie, Vice Hall Master Ling said, in a deep voice, there's no need to be impatient. The more solid the foundation, the more limitless the future development will be. At the current pace, upgrading all 7 divine treasures to the heavenly level before the heavenly pride battle begins should be no problem. However, attempting to reach the saint level will be somewhat more difficult. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4th batch of supplies was brought in. This batch of prisoners and demonic beasts was small, only a dozen or so, but each of them exuded a fierce aura, and the sealing runes on their shackles were noticeably more complex. The divine energy emanating from them was all at the heavenly level. It's here. Su Jie's eyes lit up, as if he had spotted a delicacy. He immediately approached a ghost-like creature bound by heavy chains, its form ethereal, and discovered that it possessed the soul-devouring divine treasure, heavenly rank. He. Junior, you want to devour my divine treasure? I'm afraid you can't digest it. The ghost let out a piercing mental shriek, making a desperate last struggle. Enough with the nonsense. Su Jie ignored it and activated the chaotic vortex of the soul treasury at full power. No! The ghost let out a desperate wail as an extremely condensed soul essence, radiating a deep, eerie light, was forcibly extracted. Its quality far surpassed any soul attribute treasure it had previously devoured. This primordial energy was injected into the soul treasury. The blue phantom trembled violently, as if it had been parched for a long time and now received timely rain. The blue light deepened and underwent a qualitative change at an astonishing speed, finally breaking through and transforming into a noble deep purple. Soul treasure has successfully advanced to earth level. A cool and vast spiritual power returned to him, and Su Jie felt as if his holy soul had been thoroughly cleansed, becoming more transparent and refined, and his control over his soul power had also improved to a higher level. Excellent! A heavenly level origin, truly extraordinary, exclaimed Vice Hall Master Ling. Su Jie's confidence soared, and he immediately pounced on his next target, an ancient barbarian war spirit possessing the undying blood treasury, heavenly level. The absorption process went smoothly as well, and the powerful bloodline essence was injected into the bloodline divine treasury, causing it to leap from blue to purple. Su Jie immediately felt his blood and qi surging like the Yangtze River. His vitality was exceptionally strong, and his physical strength was significantly enhanced. At this point, all 7 basic divine treasures had been upgraded to the earth level. 7 deep purple phantoms surrounded Su Jie, emanating a terrifying and overwhelming pressure. Ding! Detected that all 7 of the host's basic divine treasures have been upgraded to earth level, increasing the additional combat power bonus of the divine treasures to 35 source. The power of the divine treasures is feeding back to the host, with 20% being fed back to the foundation, increasing basic combat power by 7 source. The power of the 7 earth level divine treasures has been detected feeding back into my body, greatly increasing the awakening level of the battle saint body. Current awakening level 1%. The base combat power bonus for the godlike system has been increased to 5 sources. Host's physical condition has improved, and the fusion rate of the immortal martial bone has greatly increased. Current fusion rate 50%. Immortal martial bone additional combat power bonus 5 source. The fusion rate of the timespace Dao has been increased to 5%. Current base combat strength 13 source, additional combat strength 50 source. Base combat strength bonus of 1 source from the origin realm, and additional combat strength of 10 sources from the primordial calamity power. The third character
characteristic of the Battle Saint body, is beginning to be unlocked, binding to the host's base combat power growth rate.
The faster the combat power increases, the faster the unlocking process will proceed.
Feeling the almost explosive power within his body, Su Jie's heart stirred, as if he could shatter the space of this training room with just one punch.
7. Earth-level divine treasures. Elder Wu exclaimed in astonishment as he looked at the breathtaking scene before him. Such a foundation has never been recorded in the annals of my Xin Tian Great World. It is truly unheard of.
However, Su Jie did not stop. His eyes swept intently over the remaining few top-grade feed that possessed heavenly-level divine treasures. Although the 7 basic divine treasures are already at the earth level, continuing to devour these heaven-level origins can still bring significant improvements, accumulating power for future breakthroughs to the heaven level. He strode toward the remnant soul of a powerful swordsman who possessed the Gengjin divine treasure, heavenly level.
Devour.
The pure, incomparably pure heaven-level metal elemental essence merged into the golden element divine treasury, causing the deep purple light to fluctuate violently. Although it failed to break through to the heaven level, gold, the purple became increasingly profound and restrained, and the breakthrough point seemed to be closer. Subsequently, he devoured a plant spirit possessing the Azurewood divine treasure, heavenly level, and a dragon blood descendant possessing the mysterious water divine treasure, heavenly level. After this batch of top-tier resources was completely exhausted, Su Jie's 7 basic divine treasures, although still at the earth level, emitted a far
more profound and powerful aura than any previous earth-level divine treasures, like 7 purple star vortexes suppressing infinite power shining brightly. How do you feel? Vice Hall Master Ling asked again, this time with unprecedented anticipation in his voice.
Su Jie slowly opened his eyes, a 7-colored light flashing in them.
He gently clenched his fist. The air around the fist was instantly crushed and exploded with a loud bang.
An invisible wave of air swept out, causing the divine treasure realm prisoners on the ground, who had lost their source, to stagger and fall.
I feel.
Su Jie grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. The current me could probably beat 100 of my past selves. Upon hearing this, the 3 heavenly realm experts not only did not find him arrogant, but also showed smiles of satisfaction and even excitement.
Excellent, excellent, excellent,
Vice Hall Master Ling exclaimed repeatedly. With such a foundation, the title of martial arts champion in the Heavenly Pride battle 2 months from now is firmly in Zhixiao Daozo's grasp. Elder Chen clapped his hands and laughed. Now I firmly believe that young Su will be able to comprehend the power of the laws and condense fragments of the laws within 2 months. At that time, he will be the champion in both soul forging and martial arts. Just thinking about it is incredibly exciting. Elder Wu reminded him, young Su, your divine treasury power has been initially perfected.
From now on, you should return your focus to the path of soul forging.
The certification as an Earth-rank soul forger and a profound understanding of the laws are your top priorities for the next 2 months. Vice Hall Master Ling nodded and said, yes, you can focus on comprehending the power of the laws and condense a fragment of the laws as soon as possible. We will continue to prepare more divine treasures for you. Su Jie nodded solemnly, suppressing the emotions surging within him due to the sudden increase in power. He knew that the path of cultivation had to be taken one step at a time. Now that my martial arts foundation is as solid as a rock, it is time to turn around and focus on the highest hall of soul forging masters, Earth-rank soul forging, and those mysterious and powerful fragments of laws.
This junior understands.
Next, I will begin to try to comprehend the laws and attempt to break through to the Earth-rank soul forger. Su Jie's eyes were firm, and his fighting spirit was high. With such a solid foundation, he was filled with unprecedented confidence in comprehending the laws and condensing law fragments. The 3 palace masters led Su Jie to a secret chamber entirely made of wood soul jade, which was as warm and smooth as jade and exuded a rich life force. The aura of the wood element is extremely active here, making it an excellent place to comprehend the laws of wood.
Young Su, stay here and calmly comprehend it.
The wood element law is full of vitality and relatively gentle, making it most suitable for beginners. If you need anything, feel free to contact me through the soul connection. After giving his instructions, Vice Hall Master Ling quietly left with Elders Chen and Wu, leaving this peaceful space entirely to Su Jie. Inside the secret chamber, Su Jie sat cross-legged, not in a hurry to achieve results, but first closed his eyes and concentrated his mind, using his newly born holy soul to carefully perceive everything around him. In an instant, the world before his eyes became completely different. With the blessing of the wood soul jade, countless tiny emerald green light spots seemed to float in the air, leaping and intertwining.
Containing the meaning of growth, nourishment, and tenacity, this is the manifestation of the fragment of the wood law. Even ordinary celestial realm martial artists, after condensing their saint soul, would need months or even years to clearly perceive these fragments of laws. However, thanks to Su Jie's saint soul foundation, which far surpasses that of his peers, and the terrifying affinity of the god-level martial soul, Jie, for the energy of heaven and earth, he detected their existence almost instantly. These are fragments of the laws. Su Jie suddenly understood.
He attempted to guide a wisp of sacred soul power, like nimble fingers, to capture and entwine a wisp of emerald green law fragment, slowly introducing it into his body, trying to imprint it on his sacred soul and form a seed of wood law that belonged exclusively to him.
The process went more smoothly than expected.
The fragment of law offered almost no resistance and was successfully captured by him, beginning to slowly merge with his holy soul.
At this rate, Su Jie estimated,
at this efficiency, it would take about 10 days to successfully condense a fragment of the law of wood in the holy soul.
If this news were to spread, it would surely make those celestial phenomenon realm warriors who have spent years barely comprehending.
A sliver of the law is so jealous they would vomit blood. To condense a fragment of a law in 10 days is simply the height of genius.
However, Su Jie frowned slightly. 10 days?
That's still too slow. The top 3 formidable enemies of Daozhou flashed through his mind: Gu Huang, Feiyu, and Zhang Wuji. They had already passed the certification of Earth-rank soul forgers, meaning they possessed at least one fragment of a law and could skillfully apply it to soul forging. In contrast, I wasted a full 10 days on the initial introduction to a single law, which was a huge waste of time.
No, I have to find a way to speed it up. Su Jie's mind raced, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him, and he remembered something. System space.
I remember that when I completed the 10 Meridians Extreme Realm mission, the system rewarded me with a law fragment.
He immediately immersed his consciousness into the system space. Sure enough, in the corner, a fragment emitting a chaotic luster floated quietly.
Although its specific attributes were unclear, it contained extremely pure law fluctuations.
That's it. Su Jie was overjoyed.
Although he couldn't determine the attributes of this fragment, as long as it was a complete law fragment, he could instantly possess a
law fragment, saving him the long process of comprehension.
This would undoubtedly greatly accelerate his progress towards becoming a certified Earth-rank soul forger. Without hesitation, he thought to himself, "System, use the fragment of law."
Command confirmed. Use law fragment X1.
The chaotic fragment vanished from the system space in an instant, and the next moment it appeared at the core of Su Jie's holy soul, merging with him without any hindrance, just like ice and snow melting into a clear spring. His holy soul seemed to have been completed with the most crucial piece of the puzzle, and countless mysteries about a certain law naturally surfaced in his mind: the true meaning of sharpness, indestructibility, and cutting. He slowly raised his hand, and a wisp of extremely condensed golden light quietly appeared at his fingertips, as if it could cut through space and emit a faint humming sound. The fragment of the law of gold has been successfully condensed. Feeling the complete and gentle fragment of the law of gold within his holy soul, and the sharp metallic aura containing the power of the law at his fingertips, Su Jie revealed a satisfied smile.
Excellent.
The metal element is best suited for offense and is also easier to integrate into offensive soul weapons.
I've finally obtained the first stepping stone to becoming an Earth-rank soul forger.
The process, which was originally estimated to take a full 10 days to master, was completed instantly with the help of the system's tools.
The strongest martial arts system in all realms is indeed incredibly powerful. 10 days? Ha!
Su Jie's lips curled slightly, suppressing the little bit of smugness in his heart. He knew that this was just the beginning. Mastering the fragments of laws was merely obtaining the key. The real challenge lay in how to apply this key to soul forging and create an Earth-rank soul weapon imbued with the power of laws. Next, we'll try to truly apply this power of law to the soul forging process. Without delay, he immediately walked toward the soul forging platform in a corner of the secret chamber. On the platform were several pieces of star iron, a metal with excellent conduction of the power of laws, which was prepared for him by the main hall to be suitable for forging Earth-rank soul weapons.
Earth-rank soul forging is fundamentally different from mortal rank and spirit-rank soul forging.
It is not simply about shaping and imprinting runes with soul power, but about using one's own holy soul as a furnace and using the fragments of laws at one's disposal as a carving knife to directly fuse the concept of the laws into the origin of the material. Su Jie took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Within his sea of consciousness, the power of his holy soul slowly surged forth, enveloping a piece of star iron. At the same time, he activated the fragment of the law of metal that he had just mastered. The moment the holy soul power, imbued with the essence of the law of metal, touched the star iron, Su Jie felt as if his consciousness had been pulled into a microscopic world. He saw the tight metallic structure inside the star iron, and the faint energy flowing between the structures. He tried to guide that sharp concept of law, like the finest carving knife, carefully onto those energy flows. With a soft sound that only the soul could hear, the energy flow was instantly severed. Its structure underwent a subtle change, and it acquired an indelible sharp attribute. At the same time, Su Jie also felt that his holy soul power had been slightly depleted, and he felt a wave of fatigue. This process is far more delicate and mentally taxing than simply manipulating soul power. It requires an extremely refined grasp of the laws. Otherwise, one might accidentally fail to imprint the mark or directly damage the material structure, resulting in a forging failure. Su Jie was not discouraged. He focused intently, like the most patient craftsman, using his holy soul as his hand and the laws as his blade, carving bit by bit into the internal structure of the star iron. Time slipped slowly through his fingers. He failed 3 times. The first time, time, due to the excessive injection of the power of the laws, the internal structure of the entire piece of star iron collapsed and it eventually became ordinary mortal iron. The second time, his control was not precise enough and the imprint of the law failed to blend perfectly with the material, so he had to give up halfway. The third time, his soul power ran out of steam and he failed at the last moment. Each failure deepened his understanding and mastery of the laws. The astonishing comprehension granted by his god-level martial soul, coupled with the enhancement of his orange martial arts heart, provided tremendous assistance at this moment.
He learned and adapted to the rhythm of earth-rank soul forging at an almost inhuman speed.
Finally, on his fourth attempt, he found that delicate balance. The power of the holy soul, like warm flowing water, enveloped the concept of the sharp law and slowly seeped into the core of the star iron. This time, he no longer forced the carving, but guided the laws to resonate with the properties of the metal itself, allowing it to naturally accept this sharpness and become a part of its body. As the last trace of the power of law was perfectly imprinted into it, the originally dull and lackluster star iron suddenly burst forth with a
dazzling golden radiance.
Countless fine and mysterious natural patterns appeared on its surface, and a sharp aura that stung even the soul spread out.
Success!
He successfully fused the power of the fragments of the law of gold into this piece of star iron. This is no longer an ordinary material, but a rank 1 earth embryo containing the power of laws.
Su Jie didn't stop.
He struck while the iron was hot, using the earth rank embryo as the core and supplementing it with other materials to begin shaping it.
This time, the process went much more smoothly.
His soul power guided the embryo, which naturally condensed into a 3-inch long, dark gold, and simple, ancient-looking shuttle shape. When the final soul power rune was infused into it, completing the final foundation, a clear, resonant sound shook the secret chamber.
The dark gold shuttle instantly lit up, transforming into a golden streak of light that swirled and danced within the chamber, leaving faint cutting marks in the air that lingered for a long time. It emitted a stable yet sharp fluctuation of law, closely connected to Su Jie's holy soul. Low-grade earth-rank soul weapon, void-piercing golden light shuttle.
Effect, contains a wisp of the golden law's true meaning of sharpness, which, once activated, is extremely fast and can directly penetrate and damage the holy soul. Gazing at the golden shuttle that was flying on its own, and feeling the power of the golden law that shared the same origin as himself, Su Jie let out a long breath, a tired but triumphant smile on his face.
Earth-rank soul forger.
He, Su Jie, is only in his early 20s, and his saint soul has just been formed. He has already successfully stepped into this realm. Although this is only the lowest grade earth-level soul weapon, it is of extraordinary significance. It proves that his path is correct and that he has the potential to climb to the peak in the path of soul forging. With a thought, the void-breaking golden light shuttle transformed into a stream of light, disappearing into his brow and nourishing his sacred soul.
Ding!
Detected that the host successfully became a level 1 soul forger before the age of 20, entering the ranks of high-level secondary professions in the myriad realms. Congratulations, host, on comprehending the true essence of martial arts, wealth, companionship, methods, and environment, with wealth being paramount.
Without resources, one cannot practice martial arts. Without wealth, one cannot cultivate the Tao.
Congratulations, host, on achieving the hidden achievement, Craftsman of the Heavens. Achievement reward, 1 million martial arts achievement points. Special item obtained, Bloodline Advancement Stone X1. Item description, a strange crystal containing the power of creation. After the host awakens their own bloodline, they can use this stone to directly upgrade their bloodline rank, ignoring some advancement barriers. Su Jie was stunned at first, then a huge joy and fervor welled up in his heart. 1 million martial arts achievement points. That's enough for him to exchange for a lot of urgently needed precious resources in
the Heavenly Armory.
And this, Bloodline Advancement Stone, although its specific use is still unclear, is definitely a treasure.
System, this craftsman of all heavens. Su Jie laughed inwardly, but he's right.
To become the strongest martial artist in all heavens, just being good at fighting isn't enough. You also have to know how to make money. Being a soul forger has indeed made my path in martial arts much easier. Even if I go to other worlds in the future, as long as I participate in competitions and help out, I will never lack origin stones. Yes, martial arts should be the main focus, with soul forging as a secondary approach. Both should be grasped firmly and vigorously, with one being more important than the other, working together perfectly.
Successfully forging a low-grade earth-rank soul weapon did not make Su Jie complacent or lose his way.
He knew that merely mastering a single law of metal to forge a low-grade earth-rank soul weapon was far from enough.
Those renowned earth-rank soul forgers, which one of them hasn't condensed more than 3 types of law fragments and is skilled at forging various types of earth-rank soul weapons? What's more, his goal is to become the number 1 in the Heavenly Pride battle. The law of metal focuses on offense, and I have already grasped its basics. Next, I need a law that leans towards defense or control to complement it in order to cope with more unpredictable battle situations. His gaze swept across the secret chamber, which was entirely constructed from the wood soul jade, sensing the incredibly active and vibrant emerald green fragments of law in the air. The wood element here is incredibly dense, making it the perfect
perfect place to comprehend the laws of wood. The wood element contains the meanings of growth, entanglement, and tenacity, making it extremely suitable for defense, control, or support.
This is an opportunity not to be missed.
Su Jie immediately sat cross-legged again, and the power of his holy soul quickly spread out. With the strong resonance and blessing of the wood soul jade, the process of comprehending the law this time was several times smoother than when I comprehended the law of metal before. The emerald green fragments of the law of wood in the air were no longer fish that needed to be caught with great effort.
Instead, they seemed to be attracted and happily gathered towards his holy soul.
They possessed an inexhaustible vitality, an unwavering will, and a flexible nature that could entwine and bind, seamlessly integrating into the depths of his sacred soul.
The terrifying comprehension brought by the god-level martial soul, Jia, and the orange martial arts heart erupted once again.
With the help of the earth-level wood god's treasure in his body, he absorbed the mysteries of the wood law like a sponge. The comprehension process, which was originally estimated to take 10 days, was greatly shortened thanks to the unique environment and his own extraordinary talent. Just 7 days later, at the core of Su Jie's sacred soul, the second fragment of law slowly condensed and took shape. Fragment of the law of wood. Feeling the vibrant, verdant fragment of law within the holy soul, and the profound truths of entanglement and tenacity contained within it, Su Jie opened his eyes with satisfaction.
Excellent! The law of wood is complete. Combined with the sharpness of the law of metal, one for offense and one for control, they complement each other perfectly.
He didn't stop there. Striking while the iron was hot, he walked back to the soul forging platform. This time, he chose a vibrant Millennium Spirit Vine core as the main material. By invoking the laws of wood, the concepts of entanglement and binding are carefully forged into the essence of the Spirit Vine core. With the experience from his previous 2 attempts, his technique was even more refined this time. Although the laws of wood favor continuity and control, requiring more patience during forging, he still succeeded on his second try. Finally, a slender, emerald green vine, wriggling slightly as if alive, with natural runes flowing across its surface, hovered on
the soul forging platform.
It exuded a strong binding aura, as if it could entangle the soul and slow down the enemy's movements.
Low-grade earth-level soul weapon, soul binding vine, effect, contains a wisp of the wood element's laws of entanglement and binding. Once activated, it transforms into a spirit vine to
bind enemies, greatly restricting their movement and soul power circulation, and has a significant suppressive effect on holy souls. With this, he mastered the laws of metal and wood, successfully forging 2 earth-rank soul weapons that were both offensive and defensive. His strength reached a new level. Feeling the ever-growing power within his holy soul, Su Jie finally felt he was ready to emerge from seclusion. He straightened his robes. Although he was tired from continuous seclusion and forging, his eyes were still as bright as stars, full of high spirits. He pushed open the door to the secret chamber and walked out. The 3 people, including Vice Hall Master Ling, who had been silently observing the situation, immediately appeared. Their gazes instantly locked onto Su Jie. At this moment, he exuded a gentle yet resilient aura of law. That rich vitality and entwining characteristic are unique fluctuations of the law of wood. It is completely different from the purity of his newly born holy soul before his seclusion. What shocked the 3 big shots even more was the newly forged earth-rank soul weapon in Su Jie's hand, which contained the law of wood.
The law of wood? And it even forged a great earth soul weapon?
Elder Chen's voice was filled with undisguised shock.
How long has it been?
Vice Hall Master Ling clapped his hands in praise. Excellent. To successfully condense the fragments of the law of wood in such a short time and forge the corresponding earth-rank soul weapon, Su Boy, you have once again impressed me. Elder Wu nodded repeatedly, gazing at Su Jie as if he were looking at a rare treasure. In the Battle of the Prodigies, the soul forger lineage of our Zhao Daozhou will surely shine brightly. Seeing the 3 delighted seniors, Su Jie smiled appropriately, though a hint of fatigue lingered. His inner excitement was undeniable.
I have successfully completed my mission.
I have made some progress during my seclusion and have managed to master the law of wood. I also managed to craft a small vine whip. I apologize for keeping you waiting, seniors. He did not reveal the fragment of the law of metal. After all, to condense a fragment of the law of metal in a secret room filled with the atmosphere of the law of wood was no ordinary genius, but an anomaly. Vice Hall Master Ling waved his hand and said with great pride, such progress after only 10 days of seclusion.
Young Su, you can focus on improving.
The main hall has already prepared all the resources you need, and the quantity and quality this time far surpass those of the past. When Su Jie followed the 3 palace masters to the much larger and more heavily guarded devouring training ground that had been prepared specifically for him, he was still shocked by what he saw, even though he was mentally prepared. The training ground was divided into several restricted areas, which were filled with figures bound by special shackles and runes. At a glance, there were more than 1,000 of them. The vast majority of them emitted divine treasure fluctuations that had reached the earth level, and there were even more than 100 powerful and vast fluctuations that clearly belonged to the heaven level of divine treasures. Moreover, Su Jie keenly sensed that a considerable number of people among this batch of resources were emanating more than one type of of divine treasure origin fluctuation. Some possess 2 different divine attributes within their bodies, while others even possess 3.
These individuals were once
geniuses or prodigies with extraordinary talents or fortuitous encounters in a particular field, but now they have become prisoners.
Su Jia couldn't help but gasp. The power of the main hall was truly terrifying.
It was as if they had almost emptied the entire stock of high-quality prisoners in Daozhou.
So, Su boy, are you satisfied with this arrangement?
Elder Chen stroked his beard and smiled smugly, looking at his astonished expression. Elder Wu pointed to the prisoners who possessed multiple divine treasures and gave them a special reminder. Young Su, be careful of those who possess multiple divine treasures. When you devour them, your evolving divine treasure can absorb the essence of multiple attributes simultaneously, making it more efficient and effective. However, the backlash may be greater, so please proceed with caution.
Su Jia nodded solemnly, his eyes blazing with fury. This was practically a buffet tailor-made for him. This junior understands.
I will certainly live up to the Grand Master's high expectations. Without hesitation, he stepped into the center of the training ground. With a thought, 7 purple divine treasure phantoms that had advanced to the earth level
reappeared and surrounded him.
The 7 chaotic vortexes seemed to sense the temptation of the delicious food, and their rotation speed increased rapidly. Su Jia immediately identified a prisoner with 2 divine treasures, the Dingjin divine treasure, heaven level, and the Hota divine treasure, earth level, a once renowned body cultivator.
The power of devouring descended. No! The body cultivator roared in unwilling anger. 2 extremely condensed sources were forcibly extracted, the heaven level metal source, and the earth level earth source, which flowed into Su Jia's metal element divine treasury, and earth element divine treasury, respectively. The power of the heavenly origin is indeed astonishing.
The purple light of the golden element divine treasure became deeper and more restrained at a speed visible to the naked eye, taking another small step towards the legendary golden color. The earth element divine treasure also benefited greatly, with its purple color becoming even more intense.
That's great. Su Jia's spirits lifted, and he pounced on the next target without hesitation.
That was a genius of the demon race who possessed 3 divine treasures, the mysterious water divine treasure, heaven level, the frost divine treasure, earth level, and the pure heart soul treasure, spirit level.
Devouring.
The water element divine treasury shone with a brilliant purple light. The soul divine treasury was also nourished, and the purple light accelerated its transformation into a deep purple. Next up is a dual-level celestial elf elder who possesses both the azure wood divine treasure, celestial level, and the life divine treasure, celestial level.
Devouring.
The wood element divine treasury trembled violently, a barely perceptible trace of gold emanating from its purple light. The bloodline divine treasury was also nourished by the source of life, its purple color deepening greatly. Su Jia transformed into the center of the devouring storm, moving at high speed across the vast training ground. One after another, colorful and of extremely high quality, divine essences surged wildly into his 7 seemingly bottomless divine treasures like rivers flowing into the sea. The 3 temple masters were dazzled by the exterior.
This kid, his devouring speed is several times faster than before. Elder Chen exclaimed in amazement.
Vice Hall Master Ling's eyes shone brightly. The heavenly level divine treasure is confirmed, but I don't know if we can reach the saint level in just over a month. Time flies by in a frenzied rush. Su Jia clearly felt that his 7 fundamental divine treasures were undergoing a qualitative transformation. The purple light grew increasingly profound, gradually approaching a certain critical point. Especially after devouring multiple heavenly level origins, the golden wisps within the purple radiance of the golden element divine treasury and the wood element divine treasury became increasingly conspicuous. When nearly half of these thousands of high-quality resources were consumed, Su Jia's holy soul suddenly trembled. Ding! Detection indicates that the host's golden element divine treasury source accumulation has reached its limit. Quality upgrade is now possible.
Ding!
Detection indicates that the host's wood element divine treasury has reached its limit in terms of primal energy accumulation. Quality upgrade is now possible. In an instant, among the 7 illusory divine treasures surrounding Su Jia, the metal element divine treasure and wood element divine treasure on the left side suddenly burst forth with dazzling golden light. The light was noble and dazzling, containing a pure and powerful primordial force far surpassing that of the earth level. Golden treasure has successfully advanced to the heavenly rank gold.
Wood element divine treasure has successfully advanced to the heavenly rank gold.
The immense and vast power of metal and wood essence returned to him, and Su Jia felt as if his sacred soul and physical body had undergone a complete baptism.
Strength, perception, and even control over the corresponding attributes instantly leaped to an astonishing level. Ding!
Detected that the host possesses 2 heavenly level divine treasures and 5 earthly level divine treasures.
The additional combat power bonus from these
divine treasures has been increased to 65 source. The power of the divine treasures is feeding back into the host, increasing base combat power by 13 source. The surging, tumultuous power within him, like a galaxy bursting its banks, made Su Jia unable to resist resist letting out a long, exhilarating roar. The roar was filled with joy and pride. 2 of the divine treasures have already reached the heavenly level. The remaining 5 divine treasures are hovering at the peak of the earthly level, just 1 step away from reaching the heavenly level. Vice Hall Master Ling and the other 2 felt the 2 golden divine light pillars soaring into the sky, as well as the sudden surge of aura emanating from Su Jie that made them feel a slight unease.
At the same time, smiles of immense excitement and relief appeared on their faces. Heavenly level.
2 divine treasures have advanced to the heavenly level.
Ha ha ha. Excellent, excellent. My Zhixiao Daozhou will surely prosper in this generation.
Su Jie calmed his turbulent emotions, his gaze sweeping over the remaining half of the resources in the training ground, his eyes burning even more intensely.
Keep going.
Let's push the remaining 5 to the heavenly level in one go. Without hesitation or pause, Su Jie devoured the remaining half of the resources. He continued to devour, and then he devoured even more. After devouring 5 heavenly level water-type origins, the purple light of Water Element Divine Treasure gradually faded, turning into a dazzling gold. Fire Element Divine Treasure followed closely behind, and after devouring 4 heaven-level fire elements and 1 earth-level peak fire element, it successfully advanced to the heaven level. The Earth Element Divine Treasure was slightly inferior in foundation, having devoured 5 heavenly level Earth Element origins. Finally, with a roar, it unleashed a thick golden radiance. The special origins required for the Soul Treasury and Bloodline Treasury are quite scarce, but thanks to the main hall's relentless plundering efforts, Su Jie eventually absorbed several prisoners who possessed heaven-level soul treasures and top-tier bloodline treasures, forcibly pushing these 2 treasures to the heaven level as well. When the last prisoner's divine essence was drained and he collapsed limply to the ground, the 7 basic divine treasure phantoms around Su Jie simultaneously erupted with golden beams of light that pierced through the dome.
Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, soul, bloodline.
The 7 celestial-level divine treasures, like 7 golden suns, slowly rotated around Su Jie, radiating a vast and boundless primal pressure that seemed to crush the void. The entire training ground trembled slightly due to this power, and the inscribed reinforcement array flickered on and off.
Ding!
Detected that all 7 of the host's basic divine treasures have advanced to the heavenly level.
The additional combat power bonus from these divine
treasures has increased to 70 source. The power of the divine treasures is fed back to the host at a rate of 20%, increasing basic combat power by 14 source. Detected feedback from the host's 7 heavenly divine treasures primal power, greatly increasing the awakening level of the battle saint body.
Current awakening level 2%.
The base combat power bonus for the godlike being has been increased to 10 source. Host's physical condition has improved. Immortal martial bone fusion rate has reached 100%. Additional combat power has been converted into basic combat power. Base combat power increased by an additional 10 source.
The fusion rate of the time-space Dao has been increased to 8%.
Current base combat power 35 source. Additional combat power 80 source. PS Origin Realm base combat power is 1 source. Primordial tribulation power adds 10 source. A surge of power coursed through his body, and Su Jie felt as if he could tear through the void and shake the heavens with every move he made. This unprecedented sense of power made him feel as if his life had been elevated to a new level.
7 heavenly level beings. Ha 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 ha.
Even in the central sacred domain, it would be hard to find a second one like them. Vice Hall Master Ling was so excited that his hair and beard stood on end, and he laughed loudly, his laughter filled with the exhilarating joy of triumph. Elder Chen and Elder Wu blushed as they gazed at Su Jie, who was surrounded by 7 golden beams of light, as if admiring a flawless work of art.
Good, good.
With this foundation, you are invincible before the celestial phenomenon realm.
Elder Chen's voice boomed.
Elder Wu added, moreover, the resonance of the 7 heavenly divine treasures will greatly help you comprehend more laws and condense a stronger Dharma form in the future.
Its benefits are immeasurable.
The laughter of Vice Hall Master Ling gradually subsided, and a sly glint flashed in his eyes. He patted Su Jie on the shoulder and said, Boy Su, the foundation of your martial arts is so solid now that it is probably even more impressive than that of the holy sons of the Holy Lands who specialize in martial arts. It would be a waste to rely solely on seclusion to absorb it. Su Jie suppressed the strange phenomena surrounding him, and the brilliance of the 7 divine treasures became more subdued, but their unfathomable majesty remained.
He looked at Vice Hall Master Ling and asked, What does the Hall Master mean?
Vice Hall Master Ling chuckled. Those old guys from the Martial Peak Hall, relying on their control of the pool of myriad laws, whose water is extremely effective for comprehending laws, usually show off a lot in front of us. They say that soul forgers find it difficult to comprehend the laws, unlike martial artists who directly grasp the essence.
Now that you, as a soul forger, possess such a solid foundation in martial arts, wouldn't it be a waste not to pay a visit to these 7 heavenly treasures? Elder Chen immediately understood, clapped his hands and laughed. Brilliant. Take Su Boy to the Martial Peak Hall and let them see what a true prodigy is. Let's see if they still dare to look down on our soul-forging master lineage. Elder Wu also revealed a meaningful smile. Moreover, if you can use the myriad
myriad law's source pool, Su Boy, your comprehension of the second
and third laws will definitely be twice as effective, and your realm as an Earth-rank soul forger will be consolidated more quickly.
Su Jia immediately understood that this was clearly a plan to take him to cause trouble and incidentally gain resources. Now that his strength had increased dramatically, he desperately needed a deeper foundation in the laws, and the purple pool of myriad laws was exactly what he needed. I'll leave it all to the palace master's arrangements. Su Jia readily agreed. Vice Hall Master Ling nodded in satisfaction, and the two of them were enveloped by spatial power and disappeared instantly. Inside the main hall of the Martial Peak Hall, a vast palace, Vice Hall Master Wu Patian was discussing matters with several elders.
From outside came the voice of Vice Hall Master Ling. Old man Wu, come out quickly. I've brought a little friend to exchange ideas with you. Wu Patian frowned, led the group out, and saw Vice Hall Master Ling and Su Jia, who had a calm aura, beside him. Old Ghost Ling, what are you up to? Bringing a little kid here for a chat? Wu Patian said impatiently. Vice Hall Master Ling replied with a smile, Old Wu, don't be in such a hurry.
My young friend Su Xian has some talent in martial arts, and I've come today specifically to ask you for some guidance. He then turned to Su Jia and winked. Su Boy, stop hiding your secrets and show them to Hall Master Wu and the elders.
Su Jia understood immediately.
With a thought, he first revealed the first golden divine treasure phantom surrounding his body, the fire element divine treasure, and a scorching aura immediately spread out.
Upon seeing this, an elder from the Martial Peak Hall scoffed, a golden heavenly grade divine treasure? Not bad, but which of the holy sons of this generation in the Martial Peak Hall doesn't have one or two heavenly grade divine treasures? Is this something that you, Old Ghostling, are personally showing off?
Vice Hall Master Ling smiled without saying a word. Su Jia looked fearful and then cautiously revealed the second golden divine treasure phantom, golden element divine treasure, its sharp aura intimidating. Wu Patian nodded slightly, his tone still calm. Yes, 2 heaven-level divine treasures, that's enough to make them top geniuses. However, our holy son possesses 3 heavenly-level divine treasures, supplemented by 2 top-tier earthly-level divine treasures. His foundation is still superior to this young man's. Su Jia nervously looked at Vice Hall Master Ling. Encouraged by the latter's gaze, he mustered his courage and revealed the third golden divine treasure phantom, wood element divine treasure. The elders of the Martial Peak Hall wore slightly solemn expressions.
3 heavenly realm experts.
This child's talent is indeed astonishing, already not much inferior to our hall's holy son, one elder commented. Then, Su Jia timidly revealed the 4th golden divine treasure phantom, water element divine treasure.
The expressions of everyone in the Martial Peak Hall froze instantly. 4 heavenly level divine treasures?
This already exceeded the number of their holy sons.
Wu Potion's expression changed slightly, and he sat up straight.
Before they could process this shock, the 5th golden divine treasure phantom, the earth element divine treasure, slowly emerged.
5 heavenly realm experts?
An elder couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, his tone changing. The scene fell into complete silence. You could hear a pin drop.
5 elements of celestial level divine treasures gathered in one person?
This was practically a legendary foundation.
Fine beads of sweat began to appear on Wu Potion's forehead. However, Su Jia's demonstration was far from over.
He seemed to have used his full strength, and the 6th golden divine treasure phantom radiating soul fluctuations, the soul divine treasure, and the 7th golden divine treasure phantom, the wood bloodline divine treasure, appeared one after another.
7 heavenly divine treasures.
7 dazzling golden phantoms, radiating vast primal energy, surrounded Su Jia like 7 blazing suns.
A deathly silence. Utter silence.
Wu Patian and all the elders of the Martial Peak Hall seemed to be frozen in place. Their eyes were wide open like copper bells, their mouths were agape enough to fit a fist, and their expressions changed from initial disdain to indifference, then to surprise and shock, and finally to utter horror and blankness.
7 heavenly level divine treasures? Is this even human? Which bastard author wrote this wish-fulfillment novel?
Seeing the expressions on Wu Patian and the others' faces, as if they had seen a ghost, Vice Hall Master Ling finally couldn't help but slap his thigh and burst into laughter, his laughter filled with a triumphant joy. Ha 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 ha.
Old man Wu, how about that? Our slightly talented Earth-rank soul forger, do these 7 heaven-ranked divine treasures even meet your standards? Perhaps you could offer some guidance?
Wu Patian stared intently at Su Jia, then glanced at the smug Vice Hall Master Ling, and said with a dry throat, Old Ghostling, this kid, is someone from your soul forging master headquarters? Vice Hall Master Ling slightly raised his chin, glanced at him with his nostrils, and said slowly, What?
Is it not allowed? Who says a soul forger can't achieve divine martial arts prowess?
My young friend Su Xian, while casually practicing, accidentally created 7 heavenly level divine treasures for fun.
Old man Wu, does your Martial Peak Hall have such an accidentally talented young generation?
Su Jia, Palace Master, I admire your suave demeanor. The elders of the Martial Peak Hall.
Just practicing casually? An accident? Playing around? Have we been living a life of misery? Absolutely not. The other side must be too powerful. Wu Potion's face turned pale and then red.
Looking at Su Jia's overly young face and the genuine genuine, unfaked fluctuations of the 7 heavenly level divine treasures, he finally let out a long sigh filled with endless sorrow.
Old ghostling, you're ruthless. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. Speak, what do you want with this kid?
Vice Hall Master Ling's smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression.
Old Wu, enough with the nonsense.
This prodigy has just broken through and
needs to comprehend more laws to solidify his realm. It wouldn't be unreasonable to borrow your myriad laws source pool for a few days, would it? Wu Padian and the elders' lips twitched.
The pool of myriad laws.
That was one of the core secret realms of the Martial Peak Hall,
and each opening required enormous resources.
Even their own holy son had only stayed inside for 2 days.
But looking at Su Jia's 7 heavenly level divine treasures, and considering the heavenly pride battle in a little over a month, if this kid could advance further in the myriad laws source pool and represent Zhao Daozhou in the battle, the benefits would be.
Wu Padian took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the resentment and shock in his heart,
and glared fiercely at Vice Hall Master Ling.
Fine, but no more than 5 days. In addition, he must represent my Zhao Daozhou Martial Extreme Hall in the martial arts competition of the 3000 Daozhou Prodigies battle.
Deal. Vice Hall Master Ling readily agreed, his face beaming with joy.
Su Jie stood aside, watching the 2 big shots decide his bathing itinerary and combat mission for the next 5 days with just a few words.
He felt no ripples in his heart, and even couldn't help but chuckle.
Successfully obtained the beggar's gift.
Next, we'll go to the myriad laws source pool to see if we can advance these 7 heavenly divine treasures to the next level. Although Wu Padian felt a pang of heartache, he gritted his teeth and personally led Su Jie and the others to open the secret passage to the origin pool of myriad laws. A portal shrouded in 7-colored light appeared before everyone, emanating an intense and pervasive aura of law that made even a single breath feel refreshing and invigorating.
Go in, kid. Remember, you only have 5 days.
Wu Potion's voice was deep, and he glanced at Su Jie with a complicated expression. He really couldn't understand how a soul forger could hone his martial arts foundation to such an extraordinary level.
Thank you, Hall Master Wu.
Su Jie politely cupped his hands in thanks, and with Vice Hall Master Ling's encouraging gaze, stepped into the portal. The scene before him changed rapidly, and he found himself in a not-so-spacious natural cave. In the center of the cave is a pool, about 10 feet square. The water is a chaotic color, and countless tiny runes of laws seem to float on it, sometimes appearing and disappearing, sometimes sinking and rising. Just standing by the pool, Su Jie felt his holy soul become exceptionally active, and his perception of the various laws of the surrounding world became several times clearer. It really is the pool of 10,000 laws. Su Jie thought to himself, not daring to delay for a moment. He took off his outer robe and stepped directly into the pool. The cool pool water invigorated him. The 7 golden celestial level divine treasures manifested spontaneously, and the 7 pillars of light resonated with the pool water. Instantly, he felt his sacred soul's perception amplified tenfold, even 100-fold.
A great opportunity. Su Jie was overjoyed.
He quickly composed himself and devoted all his strength to circulating his sacred soul.
With his god-level martial soul, calamity, and orange martial arts heart fully activated, his comprehension rapidly soared to an unbelievable height.
Su Jie's mind sank into the fragments of the metal and wood laws that he had already mastered. Nourished by the pool of myriad laws, the 2 fragments became increasingly solid and brilliant at a visible speed, and the sharpness and entwined vitality contained within them became increasingly profound. At the same time, he spared a sliver of his attention to try and capture fragments of the law of water. With the heavenly foundation of the water divine treasure and the support of the source pool environment, the process went surprisingly smoothly.
Countless blue fragments, symbolizing flexibility and inclusivity, spontaneously converged.
By the end of the first day, a complete fragment of the law of water had begun to take shape within his sacred soul. The next day, the fragments of the law of fire were successfully condensed. On the third day, the fragments of the earth law were also successfully condensed. At this point, all the fragments of the 5 elements' fundamental laws have been collected. The 5-colored radiance shone brightly within his sacred soul, forming a delicate balance and cycle that made his sacred soul foundation exceptionally stable, and his perception and control over the basic energy of heaven and earth reached a completely new level. In less than 3 days, he successfully condensed 3 fragments of the laws of water, fire, and earth. Full of confidence, Su Jie turned his attention to the soul laws and bloodline laws related to his divine treasure. He activated the soul treasury and bloodline treasury, attempting to attract the corresponding profound laws. After most of the day had passed, there was very little progress. Although the profound laws representing the mysteries of the soul and the power of bloodline can be vaguely sensed, it is like looking at an object through frosted glass. They can never be clearly captured, let alone activated and integrated.
Strange, why is it so difficult even with the blessing of the divine treasure?
Su Jie was full of doubts and turned to use the time-space Dao to sense the fluctuations of time and space. The results were still disappointing. The laws of time and space were like slippery fish, which could be sensed but difficult to grasp. Unwilling to give up, he then attempted to wield the laws of judgment and destruction, which had an extremely high affinity with his tribulation martial soul. However, the difficulty of condensing them remained astonishingly high.
I understand. Su Jie slapped his forehead. The problem lies in the level of the laws.
Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are all basic laws. And what I just tried to sense, soul, bloodline, time, space, judgment, destruction, are all higher laws.
He instantly understood.
No wonder the ancient texts recorded that those who could condense fragments of superior laws at the celestial phenomenon realm were all unparalleled geniuses. The difficulty was simply incomparable. Legend has it that the 9 immortal rulers of the central sacred domain each comprehended the ultimate secret of a superior law when they were in the weaving law realm, which enabled them to stand out and ultimately achieve the ruler realm. There are only 2 days left. Su Jie gazed at the myriad radiant lights floating in the pool, and then tried to sense the unreachable higher laws, which would take more than a month, and was not something he could consider at the moment. Adhering to the principle of not wasting the precious opportunity of the myriad laws source pool, Su Jie secretly pondered, since there is no hope of obtaining a higher level law for the time being, I might as well condense another fragment of a basic law, such as wind or lightning, which can also enhance my strength. Just as he made up his mind and prepared to guide the fragments of the wind law, the notification sound from the strongest martial arts of all heavens system suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host is about to embark on an inefficient or even incorrect path of cultivation. Out of a sense of responsibility to the strongest martial arts in the heavens, the system is issuing this mandatory warning.
Note, the number of law fragments that a holy soul can stably hold is limited, not unlimited. The maximum is 9.
These 9 fragments of law will serve as the foundation for the host's future path of law. The host can only focus on comprehending and improving these 9 fragments of law until finally mastering all 9 complete laws.
Su Jie was taken aback, thinking to himself, there are still restrictions?
The system continued, its tone tinged with disdain. A basic law fragment provides a base boost of approximately 100 source points to combat power, while a superior law fragment provides a base boost of up to 1000 source points. The two are 10 times different in energy level. Are you sure you want to use your precious Saint Soul slot to load those basic items that will be obsolete sooner or later? What? Upon hearing this, Su Jie nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, roaring inwardly, why didn't you say so sooner?
I had already condensed 5 basic law fragments. The system's electronic voice seemed to carry a hint of sarcasm. Why should this system interfere if the host doesn't ask? Even
basic martial arts knowledge like the Holy Soul has an upper limit to the laws it can bear needs to be reminded by this system.
Can't you spend some martial arts achievement points to exchange for books like Introduction to Martial Arts Fundamentals and Sacred Soul Maintenance Guide and actually study them? Don't you use your brain at all?
Speechless after being countered by the system, Su Jie suddenly realized a question and immediately asked, wait, something's not right.
When I
condensed the 5 basic law fragments of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, why didn't I receive any combat power boost notifications from you?
The system replied with a, are you stupid?
tone. The power of a fragment of law must resonate with heaven and earth and undergo the baptism of rules before it can truly enhance combat strength. This process can only be initiated after breaking through to the celestial phenomenon realm, where the sacred soul communicates with heaven and earth, thus triggering the baptism of rules.
You are currently only at the
divine treasury realm. Your sacred soul is just beginning to form, and you haven't even condensed your dharma form yet.
What can you use to trigger the baptism of rules? Naturally, you won't receive any combat power boost. Su Jie was stunned. Then what use is it for me to condense these fragments of laws now?
Use, the system replied slowly. The biggest use is simply to let you forge some gadgets to participate in that heavenly pride battle, right? Aside from that, it's simply about familiarizing oneself with the profound mysteries of the laws in advance, laying the foundation for the baptism of laws in the future celestial phenomenon realm. Only then, with the baptism of the power of heaven and earth, will the increase in combat strength be even greater. This made Su Jie suddenly realize. So that's how it is. The fragments of laws are like keys. Before reaching the celestial phenomenon realm, they can only be used to open doors, forging soul weapons. The real treasure, combat power boost, can only be obtained all at once after breaking through to the celestial phenomenon realm and completing the law baptism.
Now you understand, the system said sarcastically. Brainless, never mind.
The tone shifted abruptly, as if she were too lazy to argue with him. Considering your potential is still considerable, I'll make an exception and give you detailed
guidance this time.
The host doesn't need to worry about the 5 basic law fragments of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth that have already been condensed. Once the host advances to the celestial phenomenon realm, the 5 divine treasures will automatically resonate and merge.
At that time, these 5 basic
law fragments will also fuse and transform, becoming one, and advancing to a single 5 elements law fragment. It will only occupy 1 sacred law slot.
Su Jie breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, so that's how it is.
However, the system's tone turned serious. The remaining 8 sacred law slots must be used with extreme caution.
Do not waste them on other fundamental fundamental laws.
They must be reserved for future higher-level laws, or even. The system's voice paused here, tinged with solemnity.
Does the host know that above the fundamental and higher-level laws, there exist 10 supreme laws that surpass all other laws? Su Jie's heart skipped a beat. He tried to calm himself, his mind racing with the question, which 10?
The system's voice seemed to be chanting ancient proverbs. Its name should not be spoken lightly. Its weight has been felt for eternity. Chaos, fate, spacetime, cause and effect, origin, end, creation, nothingness, reincarnation, battle. As the words battle were uttered, Su Jie seemed to hear a battle roar from the primordial wilderness, which shook his holy soul violently.
Now, clear your mind of all distractions and carefully feel which law resonates most with you. Upon hearing this, Su Jie immediately did as instructed.
He completely emptied his mind, as if returning to the womb, to capture the most primal throbbing of his own life force. Gradually, amidst the complex and chaotic noise of the laws, three extremely obscure yet ancient and magnificent meanings, like the cornerstones of the universe, clearly emerged.
P.S. Can you guess which 3 supreme laws they are?
A single, formless and intangible thread, seemingly able to perceive the entanglement and trajectory of countless threads of fate, carrying a sense of destiny's weight and mystery, the law of fate. 1. Empty yet encompassing all things, is the ultimate destination and the origin of all things, carrying a heart-palpitating loneliness and emptiness, the law of nothingness. A battle intent soared to the heavens, as if it had condensed the ultimate secrets of all conquests, battles, and victories throughout history, pure, direct, and domineering, destroying all obstacles, the law of battle. Su Jie suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils filled with disbelief and shock.
Fate, nothingness, and battle? He still found it hard to believe that the ones most compatible with you were not the common higher laws, but these 3 terrifying beings that ranked among the 10 strongest laws. In particular, the battle law resonated strongly with the essence of his battle saint body, as if it were destined to belong to him from birth. As for fate and nothingness, do you understand now? The system's voice sounded again, carrying a hint of you finally figured it out. Do you think this system would just randomly grab anyone from any of the myriad realms and bind them to you? The reason you have such a high affinity for the 2
supreme laws, fate and nothingness, is because a rare and unique physique, unparalleled since ancient times, lies dormant within you, the fate/nothingness being.
The void of fate? Su Jie's mind was violently shaken. That's right.
The system continued to explain, this constitution makes you naturally detached from the river of fate, difficult to predict, while at the same time having a primal affinity with the power of nothingness. This is precisely the true source of your resonance with these 2 supreme laws.
Otherwise, given your meager cultivation and knowledge at the beginning, why would this system have chosen you?
Su Jie. Although he was a little annoyed at being called an idiot, he couldn't refute it for a moment.
However, the system's tone suddenly changed. Is your gaze only drawn to these 3 supreme laws? Do you still remember the true meaning of all things that you once comprehended?
Upon hearing this, Su Jie subconsciously activated the true meaning of myriad phenomena that he had comprehended in the stone hall of the myriad phenomena heavenly palace. An invisible force capable of suppressing all heavens and establishing the order of the universe naturally emerged. At the very moment the true meaning of all things was actively activated, a sudden change occurred. Su Jie clearly saw that the myriad manifestation's true meaning, which was originally just about enhancing combat power and increasing pressure, actually resonated with an unprecedentedly strong meaning of chaos that seemed to be able to evolve all things, encompass all things, and eventually devour all things and return to the beginning. The level of its meaning is on par with fate, nothingness, and battle, and even more ancient and magnificent, like the source and destination of all existence.
This is another supreme law, resonating with my myriad manifestations' true meaning?
Su Jie was astonished. He never expected that the power he had already mastered would hide such an amazing secret. That's right, the system affirmed. This is precisely one of the 10 most powerful laws, the law of chaos, and the true meaning of all things that you have comprehended is the prototype of the core superior law under its command, the law of all things, which governs the powers of evolution and encompassing. The 5 elements, as the most stable foundation for the material world, are also one of the important pillars of the chaos law in the evolution of all things. Therefore, once you break through to the celestial realm, unify the 5 great laws, condense the fragments of the 5 elements laws, and then use the myriad manifestations God and demon prison suppression diagram to transform the true meaning of myriad manifestations into fragments of the myriad manifestations laws, combined with the source power characteristics of the primordial calamity force in your calamity martial soul. In the future, you might actually be able to condense a fragment of the most powerful law, the law of chaos, at the celestial realm.
Shocking, absolutely shocking.
At this moment, Su Jie finally understood just how terrifying the opportunity he was carrying was.
He counted on his fingers, his voice even trembling slightly. Chaos, destiny, nothingness, battle. My spacetime Dao corresponds to spacetime, and the tribulation martial soul is compatible with ending. These are 6 of the 10 supreme laws, aren't they? Could it really be possible for me to condense 6 fragments fragments of the laws?
This is hardly the chosen one of destiny. He is clearly the darling favored by the most powerful laws.
If he can successfully condense these 6 law fragments and comprehend them,
all the way to complete mastery of these 6 most powerful laws, at that time, even the so-called world realm powerhouses might not be able to withstand a casual strike from me.
Ha!
The system sneered, mercilessly pulling him back to reality from his daydream.
Idiot, wake up. Possibly, this system might even unbind itself from you right now.
Potential doesn't equal strength.
Have you considered the time cost?
The difficulty of condensing a supreme law far exceeds that of a superior law by hundreds or even thousands of times.
Even here, with your current foundation and extremely high affinity, it would be absolutely impossible to condense any fragment of a supreme law without hundreds of years of enlightenment.
Su Jie's blood, which had been boiling with excitement at his own power, cooled considerably in an instant.
Hundreds of years? Could he really endure that? Therefore, don't be discouraged, and don't be greedy. Focus on one thing first, and then seek out other opportunities.
After all, this system is the strongest martial arts system in
all the heavens.
Since you have the potential to master the 6 supreme laws, you will naturally be allowed to try them one by one in the future, but now is definitely not the time. A glint flashed in Su Jie's eyes, and his fighting spirit was reignited. Understood, I am the king of scrolls, who am I afraid of?
Then let's take the first solid step.
Good. The system's tone carried a hint of approval. Your next Saint Soul level should prioritize condensing the laws of myriad manifestations, as that is the shortest path to the laws of chaos. Other supreme laws can be preceded by related higher level laws, such as the time and space corresponding to the spacetime Dao I, and the judgment associated with the tribulation martial soul. Before you possess a long lifespan, focus is the fastest shortcut.
Su Jie took a deep breath.
Although the system reminded him that the supreme laws were extremely difficult to comprehend, he still decided to give it a try, at least to have a better understanding of them. He poured all his holy soul power into his body, trying to comprehend the vast meaning that resonated with the true meaning of all things, and originated from chaos.
This process is millions of times more difficult than capturing fragments of fundamental laws.
The meaning of the laws of chaos is profound and extensive, seemingly encompassing all possibilities in the world, with evolution and decay coexisting, and creation and destruction being one. His sacred soul was like a small boat adrift in a boundless, chaotic sea, trying to understand the will of the ocean itself, but only felt as insignificant as dust, his consciousness almost being swept away by the endless torrent of information.
No, it's too abstract. I can't understand it at all.
Cold sweat beaded on Su Jie's forehead as he felt his holy soul power being consumed rapidly, yet he made no progress.
It seems that we still need to transform the true meaning of all things into fragments of the laws of all things first, and proceed steadily and step by step.
With a thought, his consciousness sank into his sea of consciousness once more, cautiously approaching the illusory, god-slaying sword, touching the second volume of the myriad gods and demons suppressing prison diagram imprinted within it, that solitary middle finger standing upright, swirling with chaotic energy.
Boom!
That unbridled, arrogant, and disdainful aura swept over him instantly, violently impacting his holy soul. Compared to the pain of his soul being almost crushed during their first encounter, this time, with his holy soul condensed and his soul essence undergoing a leap, Su Jie felt that his endurance had increased considerably. Compared to before, Su Jie was quite satisfied. He could now barely maintain a sliver of clarity under the impact of this arrogance.
Hiss! What kind of temper does the founder of the myriad manifestations heavenly sect have? Even his legacy is so unique. Su Jie endured the impact on his soul. While mentally ranting, the first volume is "You're too weak, kneel down," and the second volume directly becomes "Everyone here is trash." This style is too unique.
He endured the embarrassment of being looked down upon by millions of eyes and feeling as insignificant as dust, and tried his best to analyze the deeper mysteries hidden in this arrogance. In the holy soul's perception, he vaguely saw that the area around the raised middle finger was not empty.
Invisible threads of rules were wrapped around it, but once
they came into contact with the artistic conception contained in the middle finger, they broke, disintegrated, and scattered as if they had encountered their nemesis. That is a power that transcends the rules, regarding all laws as nothing, the true meaning of breaking the law. It is an absolute confidence, a firm belief that one's own will is the rule, capable of crushing all established order.
I understand. Su Jie's heart trembled.
This second volume is not about cultivating form or strength, but about this momentum.
A momentum that breaks the rules and makes one the only one who is supreme.
This is similar to the power of that hair in suppressing all heavens and stabilizing the universe, but it is even more extreme and domineering.
That
hair makes you the controller and suppressor of the rules, while the true meaning of this second volume is to make you the destroyer and creator of the rules. No wonder the system said that the true meaning of all things is the first step on the long journey to the law of chaos.
Chaos inherently includes the establishment and subversion of order. Su Jie's understanding deepened.
He tried to guide the nascent understanding of the true meaning of all things, cautiously touching and imitating that arrogant aura of breaking the law. This process remained painful and arduous, once, his sacred soul seemed to be being torn to pieces while simultaneously learning the executioner's swordsmanship. Every touch of his will was accompanied by a tremor of his soul and a shock to his understanding. Once again, he was forced to sever the connection, his face turning pale, and a wave of weakness washing over him. But this time, however, his eyes gleamed with excitement, because he felt that in that brief confrontation, his own myriad manifestations' true meaning seemed to have been thoroughly polished by a whetstone.
Although its volume
seemed to have shrunk a bit, it became more condensed, and its resonance with the myriad manifestations laws in the myriad laws source pool also had a fainter clarity. It works. Although visualizing that broken middle finger seems like courting death, it's extremely effective in honing my momentum and
true intent. Su Jia exclaimed as if he had discovered a new continent. I can't confront it head-on, but I can use it as a whetstone.
He no longer pursued prolonged meditation, but instead adopted a guerrilla tactic, perceiving for a while, experiencing for a while, and immediately withdrawing when he felt he couldn't hold on any longer. At the same time, he would circulate the nourishing spirit technique to comprehend the myriad laws of phenomena, which were like heavenly books, and then go back in to cram for a while after recovering. In this torturous cycle of repeated scratching and retreating, his understanding of the true meaning of all things, and his appreciation of the power to break the law were slowly but
steadily improving.
Although he was still far from condensing the true meaning of all things into fragments of the laws of all things, the direction was becoming increasingly clear. The remaining 2 days of cultivation time at the myriad laws source pool flew by as he practiced the visualization diagram on his middle finger while trying to comprehend the laws of all phenomena.
It's time, come out.
Wu Potion's voice came from outside. Su Jia slowly rose from the pool, his aura becoming deeper and more restrained. At first glance, he seemed ordinary, but upon closer inspection, his eyes revealed an indescribable rogue and sharpness, as if he disapproved of everything, yet also seemed to have everything under his control.
He was dressed neatly and walked calmly out of the portal.
Vice Hall Master Ling and Wu Patian were still guarding outside the door. When they saw him come out, their eyes immediately focused on his punchable aura. Vice Hall Master Ling carefully sensed it, his voice trembling slightly. You brat, what kind of laws did you comprehend inside?
I feel like there are several more than when I went in.
Su Jia smiled shyly and replied casually, reporting to the palace master, this junior is of dull talent. With the help of the source pool, I was
fortunate enough to condense 4 fragments of the laws of metal, water, fire, and earth.
I am truly sorry to have made you laugh at me, Senior Vice Hall Master Ling.
Dull-witted? By luck? With only a superficial understanding? I fucking really want to punch someone.
Despite being at the peak of the weaving law realm, Wu Patian clutched his chest, his heart throbbing with pain. The 5 days' worth of energy consumed by the myriad law source pool was enough to nurture several holy sons. But seeing Su Jia's monstrous rate of progress, he could only swallow back the blood he was about to swallow. This guy was definitely the biggest trump card in this Zhao Daojuo's heavenly pride battle. Vice Hall Master Ling suppressed the urge to take action, patted Su Jia's shoulder heavily, and said good 3 times in a row.
Ha 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 ha.
Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Fragments of the 5 elements laws. With such a foundation, who among the younger generation
of the entire 3,000 Dao continents can compare? The #1 title of Prodigy Battle Soul Forger belongs to you alone.
He changed the subject, glancing at Wu Patian, whose face was gloomy, and a sly smile appeared on his face. Old man Wu, don't just worry about your little bit of pool water. Don't forget, this kid is now carrying the name of your martial extreme hall and has to represent you in the martial arts competition. Wu Patian snorted coldly and said disdainfully, so what? How is it? Vice Hall Master Ling took a few steps closer, his voice low but with a hint of sarcasm. There are very few Earth-rank soul forgers under the age of 30, but there are nearly 100 celestial realm warriors under the age of 30 in the 3,000 Dao provinces.
Wu Patian snorted impatiently, so what? Do you expect him to go into the myriad laws source pool again? No way. Look at what you're saying. I'm not that kind of greedy person.
Vice Hall Master Ling chuckled and rubbed his fingers together.
Forget about the pool water. But your martial peak hall has a deep foundation. You should at least bring out some of those
top-tier combat techniques and secret methods that only those at the Divine Treasure Realm can cultivate, right?
We can't let him go to fight those holy sons empty-handed, can we?
We won't mind if you give us 10 or 8 volumes of 5-star techniques.
Wu Patian nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. 10 or 8 volumes? Do you think they're as common as cabbage? There aren't any. Then 5 volumes? Not a single volume. 3 volumes. No less than that.
After a heated friendly negotiation, Wu Patian, his face grim and heartbroken, finally pulled out a scroll that was neither gold nor jade, exuding an ancient and weathered aura, and shoved it into Vice Hall Master Ling's hand under the rogue threat that if you don't give it to him, I'll quit and not go to the martial arts competition.
Take this and get out of here.
This is the 5 Elements Boundary Breaking Fist, a 5-star Divine Treasure combat technique. It is specially crafted for those who possess the 5 Elements Divine Treasures. It can simultaneously draw upon the primal power of the 5 Elements Divine Treasures, allowing them to complement each other and unleash power far exceeding that of a single divine treasure combat technique. With a single punch, even spatial barriers can be shaken, hence the name boundary breaking. He added, this combat technique has extremely strict requirements for the cultivator. Only those with all 5 elements of divine treasures in perfect condition and of extremely high quality can cultivate it. My martial peak hall has collected them for many years, but no one has met the standard. Today, we're giving this kid the green light. Wu Padian felt his heart was bleeding. This scroll of combat techniques was a treasure of the martial peak hall. Vice Hall Master Ling took the scroll, scanned it briefly with his divine sense to confirm it was correct, and his face immediately lit up with a smile. He patted Wu Padian on the shoulder and said, that's a good friend, old Wu. I'll take him with me first. We'll see how this kid performs in the Heavenly Pride battle. Having said that, fearing that Wu Padian might change his mind, he grabbed Su Jia and vanished without a trace in an instant. Back at the Soul Forging Master's Hall, Vice Hall Master Ling led Su Jia directly to the enormous training room. It was already filled with hundreds of listless death row inmates and demonic beasts, all resources secretly gathered by the hall in the past few days, possessing Earth-grade and even Heaven-grade divine treasures. Hurry up, swallow as much as you can, Vice Hall Master Ling instructed. Without wasting words, Su Jia immediately activated his devouring power. The chaotic vortex spun, forcibly extracting strands of divine essence and merging them into his 7 heavenly level divine treasures. However, the effect was far less than before. The 7 heavenly level divine treasures were like 7 bottomless abysses, devouring these hundreds of high-quality resources, but only making the golden light slightly deeper and more solid. A qualitative leap and advancement to the saint level were still a long way off. It seems that the energy required to go from heavenly rank to saint rank is more than 100 or 1,000 times greater than before. Su Jia stopped what he was doing, his brows furrowing slightly. Vice Hall Master Ling seemed to have anticipated this, and sighed, every time you finish absorbing them, these prisoners are immediately executed to prevent the news from leaking out. But the continuous execution of so many prisoners who possess high-level divine treasures has already attracted the attention and investigation of some people. For safety's sake, I'm afraid we won't be able to provide you with large-scale resources for a long time to come. Su Jia's heart tightened, and he nodded silently. He had long understood the principle that possessing a treasure is a crime. It's all right, Vice Hall Master Ling waved his hand, pointing to a newly opened stone door deep within the cultivation room, engraved with more complex array patterns. This is the main hall's top-tier 9 Heavens Starry Sky cultivation room, where the concentration of time energy is 100 times that of the outside world. You can now focus on consolidating your realm, familiarizing yourself with the 5 elements laws, and forging a few more Earth-rank soul weapons for practice. Also, he paused, then took out a jade slip radiating a hazy starlight from his robes and handed it to Su Jia. This is the Star Soul Condensing Needle Technique, a first-tier Saint Soul skill. It can condense Saint Soul power into invisible soul needles, specifically designed to destroy soul defenses and injure people invisibly. It's an excellent sneak attack technique. It can also be considered your trump card for survival. Your soul power has just entered the Saint Soul stage, so you can use it to hone your control. Su Jia's eyes lit up. This Vice Hall Master Ling was indeed a good person. He quickly accepted the jade slip and the previous scroll of the 5 elements breaking boundary fist and respectfully said, thank you, Hall Master. Go ahead. Vice Hall Master Ling waved his hand. You can stay here and cultivate in peace until the Heavenly Pride battle begins. I won't disturb you anymore. If you need any basic materials, just contact Elder Wang through the Soul Spirit connection. I will arrange your Earth-rank Soul Forger certification in a month. Su Jia thanked him, and the heavy stone door slowly closed, isolating him from the outside world. The cultivation room was filled with starlight, and the origin chi flowed like liquid. Su Jia sat cross-legged and first immersed his mind in the jade slip of the 5 elements breaking boundary fist. His consciousness seemed to be pulled into a world of the 5 elements in rotation. The sharpness of metal became bones, the vitality of wood became tendons, the suppleness of water became blood, the explosiveness of fire condensed into will, and the weight of earth built a foundation. How the origins of the 5-colored divine treasury intertwined, how they generated and cycled, and how they ultimately condensed into a terrifying fist force capable of tearing apart space and destroying all laws. All sorts of mysteries surged forth like a tide. As expected of a 5-star divine treasure combat technique, it perfectly matches my 5 elements heaven-level divine treasure. Su Jia's heart was filled with excitement. Afterwards, he devoted himself to studying the Star Soul Condensation Needle Technique. This sacred soul skill requires extremely high control over soul power, which is exactly what he needs right now. First, cultivate the Star Soul Condensing Needle Technique and then 5 elements breaking boundary fist, then intersperse the application of the law fragments for forging Earth-rank soul weapons. With the plan finalized, Su Jia took a deep breath of abundant star energy. Resources are limited, so let's focus on mastering our combat skills and holy soul techniques first. He closed his eyes, his body shimmering with 5-colored light, his soul power resonating with his source power, and began his final arduous training in this sealed cultivation room before before the battle to become a prodigy. With the terrifying comprehension boost from the martial arts heart, orange, and the perfect harmony between himself and the five elements laws and the five elements divine treasury origin, he quickly digested and absorbed the essence of the five elements boundary-breaking fist. Although he had never actually fought it, the true meaning of the fist technique was deeply imprinted in his heart, waiting only for the right moment to unleash its power. His cultivation of the star soul condensing needle technique went even more smoothly. His newly formed holy soul, which he had already condensed, became even more refined under the tempering of this technique, and his control over soul power
became more and more exquisite.
With a thought, he could condense several illusory soul needles, as thin as cow hair and extremely sharp, in his sea of consciousness, which were silent and specifically designed to break through soul defenses. During this time, he also took the time to forge several low-grade earth-rank soul weapons, further enhancing his mastery of the five elements laws. Feeling that he had already mastered the divine treasure battle technique and the sacred soul technique, and that further breakthroughs would be difficult in the short term, Su Jie slowly opened his eyes. Roughly estimating, only a few days had passed in the outside world, and there was still more than a month until the official start of the Heavenly Pride battle.
It's been a long time since I've checked the system panel. I wonder what the data is like now.
With a thought, he summoned the strongest martial arts system in the heavens. A screen of light, visible only to him, unfolded before his eyes, and data poured down like a waterfall. Personal panel of the strongest martial arts system in all realms.
Host, Su Jie. Martial arts realm, divine treasure realm. Soul power level, first tier saint soul. Physique, battle saint body, super god level, awakening level 2%. Martial soul, tribulation, god level. Divine treasures, metal element divine treasure, heavenly level. Wood element divine treasure, heavenly level. Water element divine treasure, heavenly level. Fire
element divine treasure, heavenly level. Earth element divine treasure, heavenly level. Soul divine treasure, heavenly level. Bloodline divine treasure, heavenly level. Law fragments, fragment of the law of metal, fragment of the law of wood, fragment of the law of water, fragment of the law of fire, fragment of the law of earth. When the five elements are gathered, they can be fused into five elemental law fragments after reaching the celestial phenomenon realm, occupying a saint law position. Special skill, spacetime path I, 8% fusion spacetime teleportation, time stop, once per day, pauses for 1 second within a 100-meter radius. Basic combat strength 35 source, 20 source added by 2% awakening after the battle saint body merges with the immortal martial bone, 14 source from the divine treasury, 1 source from the origin realm. Additional combat power, 80 source, primordial calamity power attribute bonus of 10 source, 7 heavenly divine treasures bonus of 70 source, 5 elements law fragments, unblemished, currently have no direct combat power bonus. Myriad manifestations of true meaning, beginner when used in battle, it increases base combat power by 100%, greatly enhances one's aura, significantly increases resistance to mental and soul attacks, and can initially manipulate the surrounding environmental rules to enhance one's own strength and suppress opponents. Martial vein divine power, reflection of all heavens, fragment manifests illusory images of all heavens, temporarily increasing all attributes within range by 100% and generating a powerful spiritual deterrent. Martial arts techniques, volume 2 of myriad manifestations of gods and demons suppressing prison diagram, 5 elements breaking boundary fist, 5-star divine treasure battle technique. After activation, the 5 great 5 elements divine treasures will receive an additional 100% increase in combat power. Star soul condensing needle technique, first tier saint soul technique. Inventory, god slaying sword, heaven rank supreme sacred soul weapon, soul devouring pearl, star path guide, starry sky ancient road certificate. Myriad manifestations heavenly sex preparatory divine child token, 1000 illusion mask, several earth rank low grade soul weapons.
God of War descends, 90,000 faith points, sky star.
Arsenal of all realms, allows you to exchange martial arts achievement points for resources from all realms.
Current martial arts achievement points, 2 million.
Battlefield of the heavens, the system has detected that the host's overall combat power has exceeded 100 source, reaching the minimum entry standard.
Preliminary exploration privileges have been granted.
Warning, the battlefield of the heavens gathers geniuses from all realms, ancient beings, and even bizarre creatures.
The probability of death is extremely high.
Su Jie looked at his personal martial arts panel, his heart filled with pride. He had only been in the Xin Tian Great World for less than a month since he came from Tianmingxing. At that time, his basic combat strength was only 0.5 yuan. He never expected that he was truly a chosen one favored by fate. He didn't expect that the combat power burst brought by the 5 elements breaking boundary fist, a 5-star divine treasure combat skill, would be as
high as 50 yuan.
However, this was also due to his divine treasure level being high enough and meeting the cultivation conditions of this combat skill.
Finally, his gaze settled on the last line, battlefield of the heavens.
The options that were once bleak and impossible to choose now radiate a faint yet extremely tempting light.
They actually met the minimum entry requirements? Su Jie's heart pounded faster than usual.
The battlefield battlefield of the heavens, as its name suggests, is extraordinary and is one of the core functions of the system, but it had been unable to be activated before due to insufficient combat power.
System, how do I enter the battlefield of all heavens? Ding.
Host's overall combat strength has exceeded 100 source, meaning the minimum entry standard for the battlefield of all heavens, Divine Treasure Realm Warzone,
beginning to provide the host with basic information about the myriad worlds.
The Xian Tian Great World you inhabit is defined as a great world within the framework of the endless universe. Above the countless worlds, there are hundreds of thousands of celestial realms, each ruled by a supreme being, with boundless territories. Above all else lie the 36 heavens, the supreme beings of the eternal realm who reign supreme. The battlefield of the heavens was jointly created by the 36 heavens and is the ultimate testing ground for selecting and honing the geniuses of all realms. Aside from the beings of the 36 heavens, only the 100,000 heavenly realms under the supreme rule and the top geniuses of the top 1 million great worlds are qualified to obtain the heavenly decree and be invited into the arena.
Su Jia's pupils contracted slightly. Top 1 million? What's your ranking in the Xian Tian Great World?
According to the latest data, the Xian Tian Great World ranks 5,724,301st overall. Worlds with this ranking typically only grant entry to a very small number of exceptionally talented monsters during a specific era. Ranked over 5 million, Su Jie suddenly felt that the battle of 3,000 Dao States prodigies that was about to be held in the Xian Tian Great World seemed somewhat absurd. Given your current status and capabilities, under normal circumstances, you wouldn't even be qualified to know anything about this place. However, this system's authority surpasses the conventional access rules. Without waiting for a global quota, it can directly open a channel for you, projecting a perfect soul projection avatar from your soul's essence, allowing you to enter the battlefield of the heavens. Your cultivation level, combat power limit, understanding of the laws, mastery of martial arts, even your divine treasures, physique, and martial soul, everything will be accurately reflected in this avatar, indistinguishable from your original body. There, death won't truly destroy you. However, the soul-tearing pain brought by each death is like falling into an infernal hell. The damage to your Dao foundation caused by each death will have a tremendous impact on your future martial arts path. Everything you gain in the battlefield of the heavens, whether it's an improvement in your physique, the opening of divine treasures, a deeper understanding of the laws, or any treasures and inheritances you bring from the battlefield, will be perfectly fed back to your original body. Su Jie's eyes flashed with a sharp light.
System, what level can the highest level beings on this battlefield reach?
Divine treasures, celestial phenomena, weaving techniques, worlds, sovereigns, countless geniuses from each realm gather on the battlefield of the heavens. The battlefield of the heavens is divided into independent battle zones. Based on realm, you will be assigned to the divine treasures realm. Even within the divine treasures realm, the beings are mostly peerless prodigies who have opened multiple saint-level or even god-level divine treasures. The host's current strength is among the top in the divine treasure realm of the Xian Tian Great World, but if you encounter a powerful expert who has opened up multiple saint-level divine treasures, or a genius with a heaven-defying bloodline and physique in the battlefield of the heavens, the risks will still be extremely high.
It is recommended that you make sufficient preparations before exploring.
Upon seeing the system notification, Su Jie stroked his chin.
With his current combat strength, he was indeed considered heaven-defying among the divine treasure realm warriors
of the Xian Tian Great World, but the battlefield of the heavens was filled with countless monstrous experts, so he clearly needed to prepare some trump cards to protect himself. With a thought, Su Jie brought up the system shop, search for life-saving items, prioritizing resurrection items. With a flash of light, an item quickly caught his eye. Substitute doll can be bound to beings below the celestial realm, a one-time consumable.
When equipped, if the user suffers a fatal attack, they can die once in place of the user and be perfectly resurrected at a preset safe location. Requires 1 million martial arts achievement points to redeem. Current martial arts achievement points, 2 million points.
This is it. Su Jie's eyes lit up. Although it was expensive and would cost half of his achievement points, it was like having an extra life. In this perilous battlefield of apocalypse, nothing was more important than staying alive.
Command confirmed.
1 million martial arts achievement points successfully redeemed the substitute doll. A seemingly ordinary little doll woven from straw appeared in the system space, but the obscure energy fluctuations flowing around it made Su Jie's heart tighten. With his trump card ready, Su Jie no longer hesitated. Battlefield of the heavens, let me see just how capable you are. This meat grinder of geniuses from all the heavens and myriad realms. System, send me to the battlefield of the heavens.
Command confirmed. Activate hyperdimensional soul projection. A gentle power enveloped Su Jie's soul essence.
In his perception, his consciousness seemed to be instantly copied. Countless golden threads descended from the void, precisely scanning every detail of his body, the 7 heavenly level divine treasures, the super god level martial soul, the fragments of the 5 elements laws, and even the original imprint of the battle saint body. A surge of immense energy visibly forcibly reshaped a perfect projection of his soul. Bones, meridians, spiritual essence, sacred soul, everything was replicated with unparalleled precision. As the golden light faded, Su Jie's consciousness had completely merged into this soul projection avatar, which was identical to his original self. Once he had fully adapted to this incarnation, he found himself in a pure white, empty, and silent space. There was no one else there, only him and the 5 enormous light gates floating in front of him. Just as Su Jie was intently examining the 5 light gates, a rousing electronic synthesized sound, like the intro to a high-energy anime, exploded in his mind. Ding dong! Brave trial taker, welcome to the highest stage of all realms, the battlefield of the heavens. Here, you will compete against geniuses from countless dimensions. Conquer towers, embark on adventures, plunder resources, climb the leaderboards, and win unparalleled glory and generous rewards. May you live a long life and soon become famous throughout the heavens. Su Jie. He blinked, and suddenly light rapidly converged before him, coalescing into a fist-sized sphere of soft white light. It floated gracefully before Su Jie and spoke in a clear, neutral voice. Dear Trialer, greetings. I am your temporary personal assistant in the battlefield of the heavens. Your exclusive personal space has been activated, and I will provide you with basic guidance, information inquiry, and rule explanation services. Su Jie's lips twitched slightly. Why do I feel like I'm not here for a life or death battle, but rather to play a virtual game? However, he quickly understood the purpose of this thing. Tell me about this place. Alright. The orb of light flickered slightly. The portal before you leads to the 4 core areas. According to the newcomer guidance rules, you must first enter the Tower of Eternity and complete your initial combat power assessment. This assessment will determine your initial access level, unlock the leaderboard function, and distribute crucial initial glory points. What if I don't go? Su Jie deliberately probed. The orb's tone remained calm. Then you will be unable to enter the other 3 major areas, obtain glory points, or exchange for any resources. Your battlefield journey will end before it even begins. At the same time, your personal space will be closed after a certain period of time, and you will be forcibly repatriated. Understood. Su Jie nodded. It seemed there were indeed no loopholes to exploit here. A friendly reminder, the orb added, your initial assessment score in Ion directly affects the resource levels you can access later. Please give it your all. Good luck. As soon as he finished speaking, the sphere of light slowly faded and finally disappeared without a trace. Its guiding function had been fulfilled, and the choice was now entirely in Su Jie's hands. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Jie locked his gaze on the golden portal leading to the Tower of Eternity and stepped steadily inside. As the golden light gradually faded, he found himself in an extremely magnificent hall. The dome soared into the clouds, seemingly encompassing the entire starry sky. Countless mysterious runes flowed across the surrounding walls, and in the center stood a towering stone tablet, with 4 large characters imbued with supreme Taoist wisdom engraved in its center, the Tower of Eternity. Welcome to the Tower of Eternity, Trialer Su Jie. Initial comprehensive assessment begins. Phase 1, Basic Attribute Detection. Please do not resist. A soft yet irresistible white light shot out from the base of the tower, instantly enveloping Su Jie's entire body. Bone age testing. Bone age, 19.83 standard years. Grade, adolescent. Su Jie pursed his lips, muttering to himself, system, this standard year is probably different from the one used by Tianming Star. It's actually made me look older. Ding. Host, please focus and stop asking such mindless questions. This clone of yours is a projection of your soul. Where did your soul come from? Stop pretending. Soul strength detection. Soul level, first tier Saint Soul, early stage. Rating, Saint level 1 star. Physical fitness test. Physique, Battle Saint body, awakening level 2%. Rating, Super God level 1 star. Bloodline detection. Dominant bloodline, none. Rating, Mortal, 0 stars. Hidden treasure detection. Number of divine treasures, 7. Quality of divine treasures, gold, heavenly, wood, heavenly, water, heavenly, fire, heavenly, earth, heavenly, soul, heavenly, bloodline, heavenly. Divine treasure rating, heavenly level, 7 stars. Basic attribute check complete. Entering phase 2, ultimate combat power explosion test. Unleash your strongest attack on the test stone tablet ahead. As the tower spirit's voice faded, the runes on the surface of the towering stone tablet in the center of the hall flowed, becoming as deep as the night sky, awaiting the infusion of power. The strongest attack, ha! Su Jie's eyes narrowed, and he didn't hesitate. He took a deep breath, and the power within his body surged wildly. First, the true meaning of all things was activated, and an invisible force that seemed to suppress all heavens and stabilize the universe spread out from him, making the air in the entire hall thick and heavy. Immediately afterwards, the martial vein divine power, reflection of all heavens, fragment, manifested, and hazy phantoms of all heavens floated behind him, causing all his attributes to surge dramatically within the range. Battle Saint body, battle intent, activate. He gave a low shout in his heart, and his originally active Battle Saint body seemed to be injected with a stimulant. His hidden fighting spirit was completely ignited, and his basic strength rose again. All buffs were applied
multiplied instantly, and Su Jie's aura surged to its peak.
The 7 heavenly divine treasures were like 7 burning golden suns, continuously providing boundless and immense primal power. He took a step, and the void beneath his feet seemed to dent under his feet.
He clenched his right fist, and the 5 great 5 elements heavenly divine treasures within his body resonated wildly at an unprecedented frequency. The 5 elements boundary-breaking fist.
A terrifying, all-destroying fist intent coalesced on his fist. Su Jie exhaled and unleashed a powerful punch, imbued with all his strength and power, at the profound testing steel. The fist was thrown, but silently. Only a clear fist imprint was deeply etched onto the surface of the stone tablet. Around the fist imprint, fine cracks spread like a spider web, radiating destructive energy. Ripples interwoven with the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. But in an instant, the surface of the stone tablet returned to its original appearance. Detection of ultimate combat power has been completed.
Strongest combat power, 290 source.
Explosive power rating, Saint level 5 stars.
Overall assessment, considering both base attributes and maximum burst potential, the final rating is Saint level 7 stars.
The evaluation is complete.
Trial participant, Su Jie. Realm, Divine Treasury Realm. Initial rating, Saint level 7 stars. Initial permissions granted, level 5. Initial honor points awarded, 10,000.
Your information has been entered into the core database of the battlefield of all heavens.
You can view the relevant leaderboards based on your permissions.
Unlocked features, permanent access to the personal assistant in the battlefield of all heavens, rankings for the Divine Treasure Realm, overall ranking / prodigy, ranking / Divine Treasure ranking, the multiverse exchange, access to the endless trial continent, the arena of all heavens, a partial list of glory exchanges. A series of notification tones echoed back to Su Jie's personal space after the test ended, resounding in his mind.
Su Jie felt that
his personal assistant orb of light seemed to have become more solid, and the flow of information it transmitted was enormous.
Level 5 access? 10,000 glory points? That sounds like a lot.
Su Jie stroked his chin.
What can these glory points be used for? The orb of light responded immediately, its tone more enthusiastic than before. Respected Lord Su Jie, glory points are the hard currency
of the battlefield of the heavens. They can be exchanged for a wide variety of things, including but not limited to cultivation techniques and martial arts of all levels in the myriad realms, divine weapons, rare and precious materials, special bloodlines, opportunities to comprehend the laws, the right to use the time acceleration chamber, and even an opportunity to request guidance from a supreme being.
Su Jie's eyes lit up immediately. Oh, do you have any treasures that can die for me once?
The light sphere replied, yes, there is an immortal level substitute talisman, which can substitute for death once and ignores causal tracing for those below the Dominator realm.
It requires 10 million glory points to exchange.
Su Jie smiled wryly. Sorry to bother you. He looked at the 10,000 glory points that had just been deposited into his account and immediately felt that this amount was not much.
Never mind, let's check the leaderboard first.
With a thought, a huge screen of light unfolded before him. The All Heavens Divine Realm ranking encompasses the rankings left by all Divine Realm beings in the All Heavens battlefield from ancient times to the present, covering the top million. Among them are ancient monsters who have spent countless years cultivating the Divine Treasure Realm to its peak, as well as legendary powerhouses who have already advanced to higher realms but whose Divine Treasure Realm records remain unbroken. Overall ranking of the Divine Treasury Realm of all heavens and myriad realms. 1. Aoqian, Ancestral Dragon Heaven Realm, rating, God level 9 stars. 2. Zitaiyin, Ziwei Heavenly Realm, rating, God level 8 stars. 3. Phoenix 9 Heavens, Feathered Clan Heavenly Realm, rating, God level 8 stars. 1 million, Jiang Wuming, Wuji Heavenly Realm, rating, God level 5 stars.
1 millionth? A God level 5 star?
Su Jie was stunned, his eyes fixed on the rankings. He once thought that the divine foundation he had created was something to be proud of. After all, in the Xin Tian Great World, his foundation was almost unmatched. Standing before this terrifying overall ranking that encompasses all the legendary figures of the divine realm throughout the myriad realms of the heavens and the worlds, his achievements were like a grain of dust among countless grains of sand in the Ganges, pitifully insignificant. Those names that rank among the top in history, even with just a glance, can evoke a sense of oppressive power that transcends time and space, leaving one breathless.
Throughout the myriad realms and the long river of history, truly, countless extraordinary talents emerge. My so-called peerless foundation is nothing more than a ripple in the vast expanse of time.
He once dreamed of beating up the holy sons of various states and kicking the goddesses of all walks of life. Now, looking at the historical imprints of those divine realm experts on the list, his own achievements seem so laughable.
System.
Su Jie subconsciously called out in his mind, feeling deeply shocked. Humph, now you realize you're a frog in a well, the system mocked again. Comparing yourself to those ancient beings who have been accumulating knowledge in the divine realm for hundreds or thousands of years, or who possess heaven-defying bloodlines, what do you have to compare yourself to?
Your brain, which is practically missing giving a screw.
Furthermore, your rating is basically based on the average of your God level 1-star battle saint body. Otherwise, do you think you could have a saint level 7-star rating?
The system abruptly changed its tone. What are you standing there for? The overall rankings are the domain of historical legends. How can a kid like you, not even 20 yet, compare to the most monstrous geniuses in history? Look at the geniuses of your generation. Su Jie suddenly snapped back to reality. Exactly.
The overall ranking encompasses top powerhouses from countless eras and ages, and even includes some special beings who have lingered in the divine realm for countless years, honing their foundations to unimaginable levels.
Comparing their records with rankings is simply pointless.
He immediately changed his mind, and the list information on the screen quickly switched. Rising star ranking of the divine treasury realm of all heavens and myriad realms, under 30 years old. 1. Ao Siener, Ancestral Dragon Heaven Realm, rating, God level 3 stars. 2. Zhang Tai, Supreme Celestial Realm, rating, God level 2 star. 3. Ancient Entropy, Ancient Demon Realm, rating, God tier 2 star. 888888, Su Jie, Xiantian Great World, rating, Saint level 7 stars. 888,888. Su Jie looked at the ranking, which consisted of a series of 8s, and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. His expression was complex. He first froze, then his lips twitched involuntarily a few times, finally settling into a low, wry laugh.
This ranking, which big shot just randomly pressed it? Or does the battlefield of the heavens also have a tradition of good luck and prosperity?
He stroked his chin, his eyes looking strange.
88,888. It sounds quite auspicious. People who don't know the situation might think I've paid for it. Ding. Host, you're overthinking it.
The system's timely commentary sounded.
This is simply an objective ranking based on your current strength data. There has been absolutely no human intervention. It is recommended that you focus on improving your strength rather than delving into numerical mysticism. Alright, I know you're a serious system.
Su Jie pouted and refocused his attention on the rankings.
Over 888,000. Although I still haven't squeezed into the top ranks, I'm still firmly suppressed by those contemporary prodigies from the terrifying heavenly realm.
But at least it looks much better than the overall leaderboard. And this number, well, let's just say it's a good omen, indicating that I'll definitely rise to the top in the future. He clenched his fist, casting aside the absurdity brought about by the numbers, and his eyes became firm again.
Whether it's 880,000 or 900,000, let's just do it.
Through this ranking, Su Jie also gained a clear understanding of his own strength. In this era, among the geniuses under the age of 30, Su Jie,
with his ordinary background, had managed to squeeze into the top million. This was an achievement that was enough to shake countless great worlds. Those under 30 years old are ranked over 880,000.
In other words, in my generation, there are still over 880,000 guys ahead of me, whose ratings are at least Saint level 7 star or even
God level. However, Su Jie was not discouraged at all.
Instead, he felt his blood boiling. If I could reach the top so easily, what challenges would the battlefield of the heavens
have? The ranking of the historical list is a matter for the future. Now, my goal is to first defeat these more than 800,000 monstrous talents of my generation. The gap may be large, but the path is right under our feet. He glanced again at the name hanging at the top of the rising star ranking, rated God level 3 stars, Ao Siener. He thought of Ao Qian, who
was ranked first in the divine treasure realm, who also came from the ancestral dragon heaven realm, and the two of them shared the surname Ao.
They both have the surname Ao. The surname Ao is probably a royal family surname in the ancestral dragon heaven realm.
Su Jie stroked his chin, his eyes
lingering on the three words Ao Siener.
His originally simple fighting spirit was inexplicably mixed with a kind of interest that only men could understand.
Ao Siener. This name doesn't sound like the kind of dragon human form with scales all over its body and horns on its head, does it? He couldn't help but recall the fantasy illustrations he had seen in his previous life. He quickly shook his head to get rid of those cringe-worthy images and instead imagined a goddess with unparalleled beauty and dragon-like grace, ruling the 9 heavens and looking down on all worlds. Once this thought popped into my head, it was like wild grass meeting the spring breeze, uncontrollable. Ahem.
Su Jie coughed twice, subconsciously straightened his back, and muttered to himself in a voice only he could hear, looking at the name on the light screen, writing, a dragon, no, I mean defeating such an opponent and pulling her down from the top of the list. The sense of accomplishment must be particularly different, right?
Ding.
Detected that the host's thoughts are sliding into a dangerous abyss.
The system's warning was full of disdain. It is recommended that the host abandon those unrealistic fantasies.
With your
current strength, the opponent only needs a glance to make you understand the vast difference between bloodline and level.
Your so-called writing skills are meaningless in the face of absolute power.
Hey, system, this is so boring.
Su Jie blushed and hurriedly retorted in his heart, this is my yearning for a strong enemy. It's pure
fighting spirit. It's the highest level of appreciation between martial artists. How can a system like you have such complicated thoughts? He forcibly replaced the erotic images in his
mind with the serious scene of himself punching the dragon goddess off the stage, and suddenly felt even more excited? It's decided. Su Jie clenched his fist, his eyes blazing with a mixture of fighting spirit and inexplicable determination. This Ao Sienner is one of the targets I must surpass in the near future. For proving my martial arts. He buried the overly distant and dangerous ideal of becoming a dragon knight deep in his heart and transformed it into a more practical motivation. Ding! Detected that the host's fighting spirit has been rekindled, in line with the core spirit of the strongest martial arts in the heavens.
A mandatory trial mission is now issued. Trial mission, ascend to the divine treasury.
Mission objective, within 1 year, replace Ao Sienner as the top star on the rising star ranking of the divine realm of all heavens and myriad worlds.
Task duration, 365 calendar days from the date the task is posted.
Mission reward, a mysterious gift pack. System note, this reward is closely related to whether the host has truly embarked on the path of the strongest martial arts in the heavens, so be sure to give it your all. Failure penalty, randomly strip the host of 3 existing abilities, including but not limited to Battle Saint Body, Calamity Martial Soul, Timespace Dao Eye, etc., and permanently reduce the quality of all subsequent mission rewards. Su Jie was stunned by this series of sudden messages.
1 year? Number 1 on the list? System, are you alright? He almost bit his tongue. That Ao Sienner is a god level 3 star. I'm only a saint level 7 star right now. Do you even realize the difference? Isn't this mission a bit too outrageous?
Humph. The system's voice regained its familiar contempt.
Scared? Who wanted to be a dragon knight just now?
This system is bound to the man who will become the strongest in all the heavens, not a coward who just stares blankly at rankings.
A mere 3-star divine level is enough to scare you away? Is your upgradable divine treasure just for show? Is your battle saint body fake? This system gave you so many resources just so you could haggle with it here? One word, accept or not.
If you don't, you'll be stripped of half your abilities and sent back to the Xin Tian Great World to be a native genius. Su Jie was stunned by the system's scolding, but his indomitable spirit was completely ignited. The name hanging at the top of the leaderboard on the screen, Ao Sienner, reminded him of his earlier fantasies about pulling this dragon goddess off her throne.
Damn it, I accept.
Su Jie gritted his teeth, a ruthless glint in his eyes. So what if I reach the top of the list in a year? I accept being the king of scrolls. Then I'll see just how amazing Ao Sienner really is. Ding! The mandatory trial mission Ascend to the Divine Treasure has been accepted. Countdown begins, 364 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. As the system notification faded, Su Jie felt as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on his shoulders, but more than that, he felt a desperate, all-or-nothing resolve and fighting spirit born from being forced into a corner. A year, it seems we can't afford to relax even a little. He muttered to himself, then, as if suddenly remembering something, he called out to the air, "Hey, you ball of light, come out for a second." As the light converged, the personal space assistant orb reappeared. "Respected Lord Su Jie, how can I help you? I'll give you a name. From now on I'll call you Little Kuan Kuan." Su Jie said casually. "Little Kuan Kuan, let me ask you, the Dragon God Heaven and Purple Star Heaven on this list sound very powerful, but they shouldn't be the real heavens, right? I'm wondering, what about the legendary prodigies of the 36 heavens? Don't they participate in the rankings? Or are they so powerful that they wouldn't even deign to have their names appear on this divine realm list?" This was Su Jie's biggest question. The system had said that the 36 heavens were the domains of the supreme eternal realm rulers. How terrifying must the geniuses there be? But this list didn't seem to directly indicate which people came from a certain heaven. The orb of light, Little Kunkin, flickered slightly and replied respectfully in its neutral voice, "Lord Su Jie, you are wise. The life levels born in the 36 heavens you mentioned are completely different from those in our world below." It patiently explained, "In those supreme heavens, all living beings are nourished by the Tao of the eternal realm from birth and are born almost divine. They were born with awakened wisdom and supernatural powers. For those celestial races, the standard for adulthood was the celestial realm." Adulthood means reaching the celestial phenomenon realm? Su Jie's pupils suddenly contracted. "Yes, Lord Su Jie," Zhao Kunkin said with certainty. "For them, the divine treasury realm may just be a brief transition during childhood. Some people, with heaven-defying bloodlines are even born skipping the divine treasury realm and directly condensing the celestial phenomenon Dharma image. Therefore, their names are rarely found on the list of those in the divine realm. This is because when they come to the battlefield of all heavens, the lowest level is the celestial phenomenon realm, and their stage is at a higher level. Once you advance to the celestial realm, you will gain access to the eternal tower, where you will see the names of truly exceptional geniuses from across the heavens on the leaderboard." After listening, Su Jie remained silent for a moment before finally uttering, "I understand." In their eyes, all this fussing I'm going through probably doesn't even qualify me as being in the infancy or kindergarten stage, right? Zhao Kunkin's aura rippled slightly, as if carrying a hint of awkward acquiescence. "You can understand it that way, Lord Su Jie. But for someone of your mortal form to be able to make it onto this list is already
an extremely dazzling achievement. Stop comforting me. Su Jie waved his hand, but his face once again showed that expression of mixed dissatisfaction and extreme excitement. The monsters of the heavens only show themselves when they reach the celestial phenomenon realm? Fine.
Then when I reach the celestial phenomenon realm, I will definitely give them a good beating. He glanced at the names of the rising stars on the contemporary star list, imagining the monstrous talents that might appear on the
future celestial realm list. Far from being intimidated, he felt that the road ahead was incredibly exciting and full of challenges. Su Jia looked at the other doors. Little Koen, I really want to punch someone right now. No, I want to improve my strength quickly. Which door should we go behind first?
Xiao Kunken said, My lord, with your current Saint level 1-star rating, it's too inefficient to just bury yourself in hard work.
Combat and plunder are the main themes of the battlefields of the heavens.
It seemed to have been infected by Su Jia's childish enthusiasm, and floated to the front of several light portals, introducing them like an enthusiastic tour guide.
You want to beat someone up?
Welcome to the arena of all heavens. It's a great place for legal, compliant fighting. Through endless battles, you can not only improve your special physique awakening level, but also earn glory points through gambling. If you feel your soul power is insufficient and want to quickly increase your holy soul level, the Tower of Will is the best place to deal with any descent. It contains a wide variety of methods, guaranteed to forge your sacred soul to be as hard as star steel.
The process might be a little exciting. If you feel you have incredible luck and want to try your luck, the endless trial continent is waiting for you.
That place has countless opportunities and rich heritage, but there are even more wolves vying for treasures, and killing and robbing are as common as eating and drinking. As for the world exchange, Xiao Kunken paused, his tone tinged with sympathy. Sir, with your meager possessions, you'll probably only be able to look at the prices, which could easily damage your Dao heart.
Upon hearing this, Su Jie's eyes immediately lit up.
His previous frustration vanished, replaced by the excitement of finding his goal.
Got it. Fighting, getting beaten up, and snatching treasures. That's what makes it exciting.
He rubbed his hands together, his gaze instantly locking onto the portal to the endless trial continent that exuded an aura of boundless opportunities. Let me see if the ways in which these myriad races get beaten up are also incredibly diverse. After learning about the endless trial continent from Xiao Kunken, I said, Xiao Kunken, let's go here.
I'll set off now.
Yes, Lord Su Jie. Su Jie grinned, exuding a fierce aura, and stepped into the portal of light. What he didn't know was that the moment he appeared on the list, in the battlefield of all heavens, members of various forces responsible for monitoring the rising stars of the divine treasure realm all noticed this message. Su Jie, a trial participant from the Xian Tian Great World, has made his debut on the divine treasure realm rising star ranking, currently ranked 888,888.
In an instant, hushed discussions arose from countless corners. The Xian Tian Great World? Never even heard of it. Where did it come from? Parasite directly into the top 900,000? Are you kidding me?
In the Great World's ranking of prodigies, there are less than 1,000 people in the top million of the divine realm rising star list.
Investigate this Su Jie's background immediately.
I know about the Xian Tian Great World. It ranks over 5 millionth among the great worlds.
Interesting. A native ranked over 5 millionth in the world actually has more potential than the holy son of our Azure world?
Su Jie stepped into the portal of light, and the space-time shifted. In a moment, he found himself on a vast and boundless ancient continent. The sky was high and clear, a deep blue-green, with leisurely drifting clouds. The air was filled with extremely pure spiritual energy, several times richer than that of the top-tier cultivation rooms outside, and it carried a hint of ancient and primal aura. Beneath my feet lies solid black earth, with distant mountain ranges stretching into the distance, ancient trees reaching for the sky, and the faint roars of unknown beasts echoing through the air.
This is the endless trial continent. Su Jie took a deep breath, feeling every pore on his body relax.
He recalled Xiao Kunken's description. The endless continent is vast and boundless, formed by the fusion of countless shattered ancient realms, secret realms, and even the
inner worlds of fallen powerful beings.
Its scope is so vast that even a supreme being at the Dominator realm could not explore even a fraction of it in their entire life. The entire continent is structured like a giant pagoda, with layers rising upwards. He is currently at the very bottom layer, known as the original land or the divine treasury realm. As the name suggests, all those who mingle here are beings from the divine treasury realm. To advance to a higher level and comprehend the greater world and precious opportunities, one must first break through to the celestial realm.
Su Jie concealed his aura and moved through the ancient forest like a ghost.
He was extremely fast, and in just a few flashes, he had already traveled several miles away. Along the way, his sacred soul sensed the auras of several other beings, some humanoid, others strangely shaped from various races of the heavens. These creatures are mostly cautious and hidden, and their movements are full of vigilance. Su Jie knew that although everyone entered the battlefield of the heavens through soul projection clones, seemingly avoiding true death, the price was still heavy. In the divine treasury realm, once the soul projection of a being in the divine treasury realm is destroyed, although it will not lead to true death, and the core of the soul will return to its original body. The origin of the divine treasury that they created will be stripped away and dissipated in the divine treasury realm, giving back to heaven and earth. This means that the saint-level and heaven-level divine treasures that the prodigies painstakingly cultivated and the forces behind them spent a lot of resources to open up will all be in vain, and they will have to start all over again from the first divine treasure. Unless one possesses an extremely rare resurrection item capable of protecting the essence of the divine treasure, the divine treasure will be completely destroyed, and the path of martial arts will almost have to be restarted.
Such a price would be enough to plunge any prodigy into the abyss.
Therefore, unless one has absolute confidence in their own strength or possesses rare life-saving items, who would dare to be as ostentatious as him? Feeling the seemingly insignificant substitute doll lying quietly in the system space, this was his true trump card. With this treasure, even if he is cut into 8 pieces in the endless continent, he can be resurrected with full health at a preset save point without losing a single hair. This made him fearless, daring to be that arrogant plunderer. Risk and reward go hand in hand, he muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. You're afraid of losing your divine treasures, afraid of damaging your very essence, but I'm not afraid at all.
This endless continent is practically a hunting ground tailor-made for me.
The deeper you go, the more opportunities you'll encounter, but the greater the dangers will also be. I've heard that some powerful prodigies form alliances, carve out territories, collect protection fees, and even monopolize the entrances to secret realms, earning a lot of glory points by collecting tickets. This kind of tactic is truly everywhere. Su Jie curled his lip, utterly despising this behavior, but inwardly he had to admit that it was indeed a shortcut to making money. As he was pondering, his gaze suddenly froze, landing on a short tree not far ahead. The tree bore several fruits the size of longans, kidney-shaped, and radiating a strange pinkish glow, with a faint, ambiguous aura lingering among them. Before Su Jie could examine it closely, the system notification sounded in his mind, its tone even carrying a hint of teasing.
Ding! Special spiritual fruit, martial kidney fruit, detected. Host, you're really lucky. After eating it, it will greatly enhance your abilities in that area, guaranteeing you, battle-hardened and unfailingly powerful. Upon hearing this, Su Jie's face twitched involuntarily, and he muttered to himself, System, what kind of nonsense is stored in your database? Can't you be serious for once?
The system responded immediately, its electronic voice carrying a hint of innocence.
Host, this system is doing this for your comprehensive benefit.
Besides, even if you don't need it, this fruit can be exchanged for a considerable amount of glory points at the multiverse exchange. After all, there are quite a few powerful individuals who need this kind of thing. Su Jie shook his head helplessly, feeling that the system's style was getting stranger and stranger. But it was true that it could be exchanged for glory points. Just as he was about to go forward to pick the fruit, a low growl suddenly came from the bushes, and a purple phantom pounced on the fruit tree like lightning, clearly wanting to snatch the treasure as well. It was a ferocious beast resembling a cheetah, its entire body composed of energy, with scarlet eyes and an aura of oppressive ferocity.
You're courting death.
Su Jie didn't even look at it and casually struck out with his palm. Before the purple beast could even let out a scream, it exploded in midair into a ball of pure primordial energy, which then slowly dissipated. Su Jie's heart stirred, and he activated the devouring power of the bloodline divine treasury, an invisible suction force enveloping the purple source that was about to dissipate. To his surprise, although this ferocious beast was not of pure bloodline attribute, the primal energy it constituted seemed to be compatible with and absorbable by his growing divine treasure. A faint warm current flowed into the bloodline divine treasury, causing the golden light to brighten slightly.
Su Jie quickly summoned the light sphere. Little Kunkan. Little Koan, how are the combat strengths of the ferocious beasts here divided? He asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement.
Xiao Kunkan immediately replied, the ferocious beasts in the divine realm are all created by combining pure primordial power with the rules of this place, and are called primordial beasts. They have no intelligence, only the instinct to hunt. The difference in strength is enormous. The weakest possess only a few origin beasts' combat power, while the strong. It's said that deep within the divine treasury realm, some origin beasts can reach a combat power of over 1,000 origin beasts. It paused for a moment, then continued to explain. During battle, the source beast will emit a fierce aura around its body, which represents its combat power level, and the color corresponds to the quality of the divine treasure. From lowest to highest, they are white, mortal level, a few source combat power, blue, 10 source combat power, purple, earth level, dozens of source combat power, gold, heaven level, hundreds of source combat power, and red, saint level, hundreds of source combat power. Therefore, Lord Su Jie, you should be extra careful when encountering source beasts with red baleful aura. Formed from the power of origin, the ferocious aura represents the combat power level. Su Jie muttered to himself, his eyes shining like searchlights.
In other words, the source beasts here are like walking divine treasure upgrade experience packs for me?
He seemed to see his 7 golden divine treasures, after devouring countless sources, evolving into a dazzling holy level red, and even attempting to reach the legendary god level. When facing the enemy, there's no need to make a move. move. Simply revealing 7 red or even more powerful divine treasures will likely blind the opponent.
I'm rich. This divine treasure realm is a treasure land tailor-made for me.
Su Jie laughed wildly in his heart, all his previous frustration swept away. He suppressed his excitement and continued forward. Along the way, he discovered many strange plants, including the soul-cleansing flower which could temporarily enhance soul power perception, and the iron bone vine which
strengthened the physical body. He collected them all without hesitation.
Even a mosquito's leg is meat, and it's worth collecting if it can be exchanged for glory points. Along the way, Su Jie encountered many source beasts, all of which became nourishment for the evolution of his divine treasure. A day later, he sensed an exceptionally pure and intense fire-type fluctuation coming from the lava valley ahead. He concealed his presence and quietly approached. In the center of the valley, in a pool of magma, a crimson crystal, like leaping flames, floated slowly. Inside, it seemed to seal a miniature phoenix phantom, mysterious and unpredictable.
Ding!
Special treasure Phoenix Blood Fire Essence detected. This item can be directly embedded into the host's fire element divine treasury, slowly enhancing
the element divine treasury's original power and imbuing it with a trace of Phoenix true fire characteristics.
The system notification sounded promptly.
You can do it like this? Su Jie was overjoyed. This was a golden opportunity.
Just as he was about to collect it, a sudden change occurred.
Call out.
A crimson streak of light streaked across the sky at a speed far exceeding Su Jie's reaction time, instantly landing beside the lava pool. As the light faded, it revealed a tall, beautiful woman. A pair of magnificent wings unfurled behind her. Her skin was as white as snow, and her brows exuded an innate nobility and aloofness. A faint phoenix silhouette swirled behind her, emanating a strong and fiery aura. She didn't even glance at Su Jie, as if he didn't exist, and reached her slender hand directly towards the phoenix blood fire essence.